I was clearly about to end up on the streets, yet the next moment I was about to become a millionaire. Just now, the HR manager informed me that the salary would be delayed, and landlady Wu gave the final ultimatum: if the rent isn't paid by midnight tonight, I can forget about staying any longer. In this scorching August, I can't even afford to turn on the air conditioning, only able to sit in front of a slow-moving fan. Looking at the messages on my phone, my heart is filled with despair and helplessness. Just as I was about to pack up and rough it outside for the night, a voice suddenly rang in my mind. I had actually awakened a one-click money-making system. After activating the system, I realized I could earn 3,000 yuan per minute, totaling a full 4.32 million in a single day. Chapter 1, Earning 4.32 million in one day? HR Manager, this month's salaries will be delayed by 2 more days. Please help spread the word. Landlady Sister Wu, if you don't pay me the rent before midnight today, don't blame Sister Wu for turning hostile. Huaxia, Nanjing City, Fukang Community. The electric fan slowly oscillated. It was August, the weather was unbearably hot, but Jiang Chen couldn't bring himself to turn on the air conditioner, not even daring to set the fan to its highest speed. Staring at the text message on his phone, Jiang Chen fell into deep silence. To be honest, Jiang Chen regrets it a lot, but not because he didn't study well back then. He knew that his family's financial situation didn't allow him to attend an ordinary university. What Jiang Chen regrets is not choosing a good career. He was persuaded to become a salesman. Jiang Chen didn't mind the hardship, but the problem was that he didn't make any money at all. However, he mainly blamed himself for being too kind-hearted, always helping colleagues with everything, only to be belittled by them instead of receiving help. Actually, none of that matters. The most important thing is that he has no money. The boss is used to delaying wages, and the landlord demands rent on time every month. Last month, when the rent wasn't paid, the landlord threw his stuff outside. It was only by being humble and submissive that he barely managed to move back in. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel upset. These days, is hard to swallow, and money is hard to earn. He took out a wrinkled pack of Jincheng cigarettes from under the pillow, 7 yuan a pack. Jiang Chen lit one, then looked at the high-quality fake iPhone, hesitating whether to call his family. But thinking of his parents working hard in the countryside, Jiang Chen never dared to make that call. Huff! Exhaling a thick plume of smoke, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly. So many things happened in one day, and today was his birthday. A ridiculous 22nd birthday, truly damn laughable to the extreme. Taking another drag, Jiang Chen turned off his phone. He stood up to pack his things, planning to stay out for the night. If he was going to leave, then so be it. He couldn't bring himself to talk to his family. At worst, I'll just hide for a couple of days, wait for the company to pay the salary, then say a few nice words to the landlord, and everything will be fine. But just as Jiang Chen was getting up to pack his things, suddenly, a clear and crisp voice rang out in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for awakening the one-click money-making system. What? Jiang Chen, who was pondering whether to sleep in the park or under the bridge later, was startled upon hearing this sound. Fortunately, it was broad daylight. If it had been late at night, it would have scared him into a heart attack. Ding, one-click money-making system successfully bound. Does the host want to activate it? One-click money-making system? Jiang Chen was stunned. He stood under the sunlight, afraid of encountering a ghost. But after a while, he suddenly realized something. As an online novel enthusiast, Jiang Chen couldn't possibly not know what a system was. He should have known from the start, but he was just startled suddenly. Who would think in that direction? System? Making money? Can you explain properly? Jiang Chen tentatively asked a question in his mind. Sure enough, the system voice sounded again. Answering the host, I am the system AI. This system is called the one-click money-making system. Once the host activates the system, it will operate based on the host's current monthly income to help the host make money with one click. One-click money-making? Jiang Chen swallowed hard. What does he need most right now? Money. Real, hard cash. Can this system help him make money with just one click? How could Jiang Chen not be excited? Activate, activate. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen spoke directly. Ding, does the host want to activate this system? If activated, from the next second after activation, the one-click money-making officially begins. Yes. If not activated now, then when? Wait until your net worth reaches hundreds of billions before activating? Jiang Chen directly chose to activate. In an instant, the activation sound rang out, and at the same time, a projection map appeared before his eyes. Character, Jiang Chen. One-click earning income, 300,000 in 60s. Withdrawable. One-click income boost, 0100000000. Luxury points, 0, earn 1 luxury point for every 10,000 spent. Currently have luxury points, can participate in luxury draws. A projection appeared, and Jiang Chen was a bit confused. What does this mean? Jiang Chen asked the system. The system replied to the host, the data shown for one-click earning income is your earnings per minute, which can be withdrawn at any time. After withdrawal, we will use high-tech methods to ensure that this money cannot be traced by anyone. The one-click boost means that if the host is not satisfied with the current earnings per minute, they can choose to increase the income, but it requires spending money. The final God-level rich points, as the name suggests, means that for every 10,000 yuan the host spends, they earn 1 point. With points, they can participate in the God-level rich lottery. The system explained everything clearly, and now Jiang Chen was shocked. So, I'm currently earning 3,000 yuan per minute? Jiang Chen completely understood. He directly calculated it with a calculator. 3,000 yuan per minute. 180,000 per hour. 24 hours equals 4.32 million. Chapter 2, Rent Your Grandpa. Spend money and go. Jiang Chen was stunned. An income of 4.32 million a day, what kind of concept is this? To be honest, if I don't buy or sell anything, and don't touch these three things HDD, how could I possibly spend 4 million in a day? Eating the best, drinking the best, living in the best, playing the best, it's impossible to spend 4 million in a day, right? Sigh. Jiang Chen swallowed his saliva. At this moment, more than a minute had passed, and sure enough, the number 3000 appeared in the income column on the projection map. System, withdraw. Jiang Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart and tentatively tried to withdraw to see if there would be any restrictions. Ding, withdrawal successful. With the withdrawal successful, Jiang Chen immediately turned on his phone, and sure enough, the first message was from the bank. Your construction bank account has received 300,000 yuan, with a balance of 300,112 yuan. Damn! Jiang Chen took a deep breath, completely excited. Earning 3,000 yuan in 1 minute, what kind of concept is this? There's an online joke going around, the world's richest man, Bill Gates, wanted to save money to buy a Lamborghini. He closed his eyes and chanted for 10 seconds, and then a Lamborghini appeared. This is just a joke, but in real life, Bill Gates earns about 10,000 yuan per second. Jiang Chen's current income definitely can't compare to Bill Gates, but he has already surpassed 99.99% of the world's population. 3,000 yuan per minute, 4,320,000 per day. And you can even increase your income with one click? In other words, 3,000 yuan per minute is only for now. If you have 100 million on hand, you can increase your income again. And there's no upper limit? 100 million, if it were before, Jiang Chen wouldn't even think about it, but for now, 4.32 million a day, saving for 25 days can reach 100 million. By then, increasing your income, the money you earn will keep growing. The most terrifying thing is 1 point. This money is working capital, not fixed assets. Jiang Chen has worked as a salesman, so he understands very well how different working capital and fixed capital are. In a sense, a person worth 100 million is absolutely no match for someone who has 100 million in working capital, except for a few truly wealthy people, such as Jack Ma, Old Wang, and Mr. Su from Evergrande, who are definitely exceptions. But ordinary people with net worths of a billion or tens of billions are all deeply in debt to the bank. Forget about a billion, especially those in construction. If luck is bad, tens of millions can make them lose their dignity. With an income of 4 million a day, Jiang Chen could sit at home playing games for a month and make $1 billion. Damn, this is simply explosively awesome. Huff. 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 Calm down, Jiang Chen, you need to stay calm, don't get excited. Jiang Chen was so excited he wanted to roll on the ground, but he forced himself to stay calm. When a person suddenly becomes wealthy, they tend to become particularly impulsive and speak without thinking. Most importantly, society is too complex. If one behaves too extravagantly, they are likely to attract unwanted attention. Jiang Chen understood this very well. He took out a cigarette, the last two, and held them directly in his mouth. Then he took a deep drag. Cough. Cough. Jinqing cigarettes are a particularly strong brand. Jiang Chen smoked 2 in one breath, naturally causing him to choke. Even an experienced smoker would choke. But Jiang Chen did not seem particularly uncomfortable. On the contrary, he felt quite good. He needed something like this to temporarily calm himself down. And so, time passed little by little. 1 hour later, Jiang Chen finally calmed down. And in that 1 hour, Jiang Chen earned 180,000. Yes, 180,000. 180,000. Jiang Chen's annual income, even with good performance, would at most be 50,000. In other words, in 1 hour, I earned what would take 3 or 4 years. This feeling is really damn awesome. But money that ISNT spend, ISNT really money. Although there is 180,000, it's just a string of numbers. If you don't spend it, it means nothing at all. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen got up immediately and went outside to spend money. What Jiang Chen liked most about this one-click money-making system was not making money, but that spending money also earned points. To be honest, if it weren't for this feature, Jiang Chen might still be reluctant to spend money, but with this system, he had no such hesitation. After all, Jiang Chen was just an ordinary person, and his mindset hadn't changed yet. Stepping out of the room, the phone rang. Looking down, it was the landlord's call. Answering the call, the landlord's scolding quickly came through. It's already 6 in the afternoon. Do you even have money? If not, get out of here. The landlord's harsh voice rang out. Jiang Chen's face turned cold. Over the past 2 years, he had been renting here. Other landlords might have their flaws, but at least they wouldn't raise the rent. This landlord raised the rent every now and then. When he first rented, it was 600, and now they insisted on 1,500. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen sneered coldly. Rent my ass. I put down a deposit for 3 months. The rent was 600 yuan each time, totaling 1,800 yuan. They directly deducted the 1,500 yuan rent, leaving only 300 yuan as an hourly fee. I'm not renting anymore, stupid dog. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen hung up the phone and then went downstairs, where he saw an old man sweeping and picking up trash. This person was familiar to Jiang Chen. He knew everyone up and down the place, so Jiang Chen went straight over and told the old man to go upstairs to move some things. Jiang Chen had no intention of staying here. He basically didn't want anything in the room, and it wasn't worth much anyway, but Jiang Chen definitely wouldn't give that landlord old hag any cheap deals. So after saying a few words, Jiang Chen left directly. At the same time, the landlord called again, but Jiang Chen blocked the number. After a while, a text message from the landlord arrived. The content surprised Jiang Chen a little. Landlord Sister Wu, oh, Xiao Jiang, I tend to speak bluntly, don't take it to heart. If you want to continue renting the house, it's okay to pay the rent a couple of days late. Seeing this message, Jiang Chen sneered even more coldly in his heart. Obviously, if he didn't rent it, this landlord wouldn't be able to rent it out at all. 1,500 yuan, in a quasi-first-tier city like Nanchang, without a subway, who would want to rent it? Moreover, the neighboring community is a new one, with many high-end apartments, and only 1,500 a month. So Jiang Chen didn't rent it out, making it hard to find a tenant, and the other party softened. But Jiang Chen only replied with a get lost and then ignored it. He simply couldn't live in a place like this now. Chapter 3, Spending 200,000 on buying clothes. 7 p.m. sharp. The most terrifying time for traffic in Nanchang City, everywhere is jammed. Jiang Chen hailed a car an hour ago and only arrived at the destination an hour later. Wangfujing. That's right, it's Wangfujing, but not the Wangfujing in Yanjing. However, it is also a property under the same group. This is the hottest commercial center in Nanchang City this year. The reason for its popularity is simple: various luxury brands have settled here, instantly making it a commercial hub. Additionally, with the subway, other shopping malls, and a 95% occupancy rate in the surrounding area, it has become very bustling. This has made the area a famous pedestrian street in Nanchang City, especially today, Sunday, when many people come to Wangfujing. Men and women, many business people, flower sellers, people asking for QR code scans, various kinds of people, truly a microcosm of life. This is Jiang Chen's first time at Wangfujing. He got out of the taxi and walked straight inside. Hello, sir, would you like to learn about Gata Fitness? Sir, scan the code to receive a small gift. Sir, would you like to buy some flowers? One voice after another sounded. Jiang Chen smiled and declined, then walked into the mall. Compared to outside, there were slightly fewer people inside the mall, but it was still terrifying people everywhere. Jiang Chen took the elevator directly and went upstairs. Wangfujing in Nanchang City has 7 floors. The first and second floors are ordinary clothing stores, the third and fourth floors are food courts, the fifth floor is for movies, and the sixth floor houses some fitness, yoga, and wellness SPA centers. The 7th floor is different. The 7th floor is for luxury brand stores. Some major domestic brands are all inside. Chanel, Gucci, Dior, Bulgari, Cartier, Louis Vuitton, Prada, Versace, Armani. The elevator in Wangfujing is very large, capable of holding 40 to 50 people. By the time it reached the 3rd or 4th floor, most had gotten off, and by the 5th floor, it was almost empty. Jiang Chen pressed the button for the 7th floor. At this moment, there were only 8 or 9 people left in the elevator, mostly women. Some were looking down at their phones, some were quietly chatting with each other, and there was also a couple. Soon after reaching the 7th floor, everyone got off one after another. Jiang Chen also immediately locked onto the brand store he wanted to visit. Gucci. As a salesperson, Jiang Chen had to learn many things, especially about clothing and accessories, because understanding these allowed him to more accurately target customers. Therefore, Jiang Chen had a certain level of knowledge about luxury goods. Among luxury goods, Jiang Chen's favorite is still Gucci. In recent years, luxury goods have become very popular domestically, with Gucci being the most trending because it has a younger vibe, whereas LV, Prada, Armani, and the like are more formal and mature. Jiang Chen is only 22 years old, so wearing something too serious wouldn't suit him. Gucci is the most appropriate. So, without hesitation, Jiang Chen went straight to the Gucci counter. Inside the Gucci store, it looked magnificent and luxurious. As soon as Jiang Chen walked in, a sweet-looking female sales assistant appeared in front of him, carrying a small bag and smiling warmly. Hello sir, my name is Michelle, and I am your sales assistant. May I ask if you are looking at bags or buying clothes? The woman was very beautiful, at least 1.75 meters tall, with very slender legs and a particularly slim figure, especially with nice curves. Her long, straight black hair was also very pleasing to the eye, fitting well with the aesthetic preferences of the Chinese. Jiang Chen can at least score 90 points. However, Jiang Chen only glanced briefly before withdrawing his gaze. It wasn't that he didn't want to look, but staring directly would be beneath his status. I want to buy some. Jiang Chen spoke. He really did want to buy some. And Mi Shui immediately took Jiang Chen to a younger-looking area to shop. At the counter, it was all one-on-one service. Although Jiang Chen was dressed in street stall clothes, the luxury store sales assistant wouldn't show any emotion on their face. Even though they knew Jiang Chen was probably just browsing, professional conduct was still necessary. Sir, these are our recommended summer styles. You can take a look at these. Mi Shui proactively introduced the summer collection. Jiang Chen glanced at it, then felt the quality and style, and shook his head slightly, saying, I don't really like Alessandro's design style. I prefer Evan's design style. It looks more relaxed and casual. Jiang Chen spoke calmly, then directly picked up 3 or 4 pieces of clothing. Mi Shui was slightly surprised and looked at Jiang Chen, saying, It seems that Sir is quite knowledgeable about Gucci. Generally speaking, people who come to the counter to buy clothes basically come for the brand name. Who would care about the design style? Who would care about the designer? Mi Shui had been working for over a month and had served many people. There were tycoons, kept mistresses, homewreckers, and some social elites, including second-generation rich kids, all kinds of them. But only Jiang Chen could name the designer. It's not that Jiang Chen was particularly impressive, it's just that he wasn't so superficial. It's fine, pack these up. Don't pack this one, I'll change it later. Although she was a beauty, Jiang Chen was a bit of a typical straight man. He picked up 8 pieces of clothing, checked the sizes, and without even trying them on, told Mi Shui to pack them up. Michelle was surprised again, not because no one buys so many clothes, but because from the very first glance when Jiang Chen came in, Michelle knew that Jiang Chen was dressed in street stall goods. However, she didn't look down on him. She just thought either he was wasting his effort again or Jiang Chen was helping the boss buy clothes. But now it seems she might have misjudged him a bit. All right. But Michelle still immediately started packing. Then Jiang Chen selected 8 pairs of pants that matched well, plus 8 belts, and 8 different pairs of shoes, buying them set by set. Soon by the cashier, Jiang Chen received a very warm reception, and the store manager personally came over to bring Jiang Chen a cup of tea. Because Jiang Chen's spending, even with a rough estimate, had already exceeded 200,000. If it were in Magic City or Yanjing, even spending $1 million wouldn't be considered anything unusual. But this is Nanchang, a quasi-first-tier city, where the average salary is 3 to 4,000. Spending 200,000 just on buying some clothes. What kind of person must this be? Definitely a hidden rich second generation, playing the fool while hiding their strength. The store manager naturally showed great respect. Not just the manager, but all the employees in the store couldn't help but glance over, including some people who were selecting luxury goods, and they all secretly clicked their tongues. 5 minutes later, everything was packed up. Jiang Chen also took the opportunity to change clothes, cut off the tags, and took out his bank card. At the same time, he silently recited withdrawal in his mind. 75 minutes had passed since he came out, and Jiang Chen's earnings had increased by another 225,000 yuan. Adding the previous 180,000, Jiang Chen currently has 405,000 yuan. Hello, the total consumption is 215,000 yuan. The cashier girl handed over the bill with a big smile on her face. 215,000? Jiang Chen was startled in his heart, but his face remained calm as he swiped the card directly. After swiping the card, the system voice sounded. Spend 205,000, earn 205 luxury points. At the same time, Mi Shui directly asked, Mr. Jiang, will you take these items with you yourself, or shall we deliver them to you? Michelle asked enthusiastically. After all, Jiang Chen was buying things through her, and she would get a commission, so how could she not be enthusiastic? Home delivery? Luxury stores do have this kind of service, Jiang Chen nodded, but delivering to the residence was definitely not possible since he no longer rented it. So after thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen said, how about this, add me on WeChat, I'll give you the address later, and you can deliver it to me then. Jiang Chen said this, and Mi Shui was naturally eager. Immediately after Mi Shui proactively added Jiang Chen on WeChat, she watched him leave. As soon as Jiang Chen left, at once, everyone gathered around. Especially the store manager, who directly said, these days, second-generation rich kids like to keep a low profile. Mi Shui, luckily you're calm. The store manager sighed. Buying over 200,000 worth of clothes in one go, and looking pretty good too. Mi Shui, do you have his WeChat? Give it to me, I want to see if I can catch this golden son-in-law. A colleague spoke up bluntly. Go, don't mess around. These kinds of customers are rich people, they're just experiencing life. If you come onto them like that, not only will they dislike it, but they'll also be disgusted. It could cause trouble for us. The store manager immediately spoke up to stop it. The latter gave a wry laugh and said no more. As for Michelle, she just smiled. She didn't think much about it. After all, with her looks and conditions, it wouldn't be difficult for her to find a social elite. As for a second-generation rich, if she wanted, she could easily find one, but she simply didn't like that. Chapter 4, 5-Star Hotel. The fourth-floor dining department of Wangfujing. Jiang Chen casually chose a restaurant to eat. He didn't eat much, just ordered what he liked. After eating and drinking his fill, Jiang Chen sat in the private room and began to think. What can money do? The simplest necessities of life, Jiang Chen has solved the first two, next is housing. Buy a house. This is a good choice, after all, even if you have money, you can't live in a hotel every day. But what kind of house to buy still needs careful consideration. It definitely has to be a better one. If I had to choose, it would definitely be a villa. Earning over 4 million a day, buying a flat would be completely meaningless. Given the current situation, it is still a bit too early to buy a house. The average housing price in Nanjing City is around 13,000 to 14,000, with prime locations around 17,000 to 18,000. Villas and the like often go for 25,000 to 30,000. But if you have the money, buy the best, there is no doubt about that. But not today. Jiang Chen took out his phone, opened Meituan, and first searched for 5-star hotels in Nanjing City. Soon, Jiang Chen pinpointed a 5-star hotel. Binhu Grand Hotel. This is the most luxurious 5-star hotel in Nanjing City. A quick glance at the prices showed the cheapest was 2,998 per night for a deluxe single room, and the most expensive was the executive suite at 9,998 per night. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen directly chose this hotel. The housing problem is solved, now the only thing left is to get going. Buy a car. That's right, buy a car. To be honest, a man's three great loves are women, cars, and watches. These are the three things men pursue. As for guns and the like, how many normal people actually like weapons? Even if you like firearms, this is China, not America. Buying guns for collection when you have nothing better to do is just asking for trouble. After confirming his target, Jiang Chen got up, paid, and headed straight to the first floor. He arrived at a Huawei phone counter. It was now 8:30 in the evening, and there were still quite a few people looking at phones at the Huawei counter, with sales assistants enthusiastically introducing the phones. As soon as Jiang Chen entered, a female sales assistant enthusiastically approached him, her eyes scanning the clothes he was wearing from top to bottom. As expected, clothes make the man, and Buddha relies on gold decorations. Jiang Chen, dressed in high-end brands, naturally became the focus of many people's attention. "Hello, sir, are you here to buy a phone?" the sales assistant said with a full smile. "Yes, the latest model of the phone, please introduce it to me." Jiang Chen was straightforward, he didn't want to waste time on this. It was already 8:30, and he planned to take a taxi to the hotel later, probably arriving around 9, and then get a good night's sleep. Hearing what Jiang Chen said, the sales assistant didn't waste any words and directly led Jiang Chen to a nearly empty counter, taking out a phone and saying, "Sir, this is our latest Huawei model, the Mate 20 RS Porsche Design Edition. Its configuration, performance, and business appeal are all excellent." As the other party introduced it, Jiang Chen touched the phone. It was very light and thin, with a good texture. It was a bezel-less model, and the back was genuine leather, feeling very nice to the touch. "Okay, this is the one." No nonsense, Jiang Chen went straight for this model. "Ting is pretty good." "Ha?" The sales assistant was a bit stunned. They had seen people buy phones quickly, but never someone as quick as Jiang Chen. "This is the one. By the way, help me download the basic apps." "Where do I pay?" Jiang Chen said very directly. The sales assistant came to her senses and immediately nodded repeatedly, saying, "Don't worry, I'll take care of it here. Please wait a moment while you pay." After saying this, she walked straight to the cashier, and at the same time, a staff member brought over a cup of tea. This service was really high-end. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen also heard a man nearby who was choosing a phone, speaking in a low voice to his companion. "Huawei Porsche Mate 20, just bought it like that, what a tycoon. What the hell? How much is that phone?" "Not expensive, it's priced at 16,000, and this model is very rare. I just asked, if you want to buy it, you need to add 2,000, so 18,000 in total," the person said quietly, while looking at the phone in Jiang Chen's hand with envy. 18,000? Damn, 18,000 is enough for me to buy 3 iPhone XS, rich guy. It wasn't just him, several people looked at Jiang Chen. After all, selling a phone for 18,000 yuan was indeed incredible. This was after all Nanjing City, not the Magic City or Yanjing. To put it bluntly, in the Magic City and Yanjing, everyone has an iPhone 10, but in Nanjing City, most people still think in terms of phones costing 2 or 3,000 yuan. So Jiang Chen buying such a phone outright was naturally extraordinary. Feeling the envious gazes of the crowd, Jiang Chen's expression remained calm, but inside he was very pleased. Having money is really great. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen finished swiping his card, the technician also finished installing the software, and the packaging and other things Jiang Chen didn't want them and left them right there. At the same time, the female sales assistant was extremely eager to add him on WeChat. Although she was somewhat attractive, Jiang Chen didn't like her much, so after politely declining, he left with his phone. After leaving, Jiang Chen immediately hailed a taxi and headed to Binhu Grand Hotel. Binhu Grand Hotel? After hearing Jiang Chen's destination, the taxi driver couldn't help but ask again. He was very curious and thought Jiang Chen had made a mistake. Yes, it's the Binhu Grand Hotel. Jiang Chen sat in the back calmly and said. At that moment, the taxi driver didn't say anything further and headed straight for the Binhu Grand Hotel. About 20 minutes later, Jiang Chen arrived at Binhu Grand Hotel. The entire Binhu Grand Hotel has over 100 floors. Just looking at the exterior, the lighting is bright and luxurious, high-end and extravagant. It is the best hotel in Nanjing City, bar none. It is a genuine 5-star hotel, but usually, the guests staying here are leaders of foreign enterprises. Arriving at the hotel entrance, Jiang Chen left a 100 yuan bill, and before he could open the door himself, the doorman opened the car door and held his hand over the car roof, fearing Jiang Chen might hit his head. This service made Jiang Chen click his tongue in amazement. To be honest, he originally thought that taking a taxi to such a big hotel, the staff would look down on him, just like in novels. What he didn't expect was that the staff not only showed no disdain at all but were instead very respectful. As expected, in reality, there aren't such stupid scenarios, unless you encounter stupid people. Following the doorman into the hotel. In an instant, the vast and boundless lobby was breathtaking. Jiang Chen really had never been to such a 5-star hotel before. Gilded and magnificent, Western-style decor, a huge crystal chandelier, all very grand. The entire lobby was hollowed out, more than 10 meters high, looking extremely extraordinary. The hostesses were all sweet-looking, and when they saw Jiang Chen come in, they proactively brought him towels. "Sir, are you here to meet a friend or to stay at the hotel?" one hostess asked with a smile. "Staying at the hotel." Jiang Chen appeared very calm. The latter then continued to smile and said, "Sir, please follow me." After saying this, Jiang Chen followed the other person. Soon, they arrived at the front desk. Chapter 5, You can come to me for any service. "Hello sir, are you here to check in?" The front desk's voice is very pleasant, and she looks quite nice too. But then again, this is after all the top hotel in Nanjing City. If the front desk and receptionists were all unattractive or unappealing, who would want to stay here? Looks are justice. Jiang Chen took out his ID card and bank card. The latter was immediately registered. Then the clerk asked, "Sir, what kind of room would you like to book? A deluxe single room or a deluxe double room?" The other party asked instinctively. After all, Jiang Chen was alone and looked young. "I saw online that you have an executive deluxe suite, right?" Jiang Chen asked calmly. He was very calm. Staying at a hotel shouldn't be a big deal, right? "Yes, but the executive deluxe suite has no discount today. The original price is 9,998 yuan. The front desk clerk smiled and said, "This was not meant to be discriminatory, just a simple reminder." "Alright, but is there something even more upscale?" Jiang Chen just wanted to experience the executive deluxe suite. The latter part of the sentence was merely a casual question. However, the latter directly said, "There is an even higher level, the executive presidential suite, but it costs 15,800 per night." Presidential suite? Jiang Chen wasn't very surprised, just didn't expect there to be an even higher level. The presidential suite often appears in TV dramas, only wealthy people can stay in it. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen immediately said, "Then I'll take the presidential suite." "Ah?" The latter was clearly taken aback. It wasn't that he hadn't seen someone book a presidential suite before, but generally speaking, those who book presidential suites are usually successful middle-aged people or some exceptionally beautiful young women. As for what they do, that was unclear. Jiang Chen looked to be just over 20 years old. Although he was dressed in branded clothes, a presidential suite costing 15,800 per night. Honestly, most people wouldn't be willing to spend that kind of money to stay. No rooms available? Seeing the other person hesitate a bit, Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask. "Oh, sir, we are now checking you in. May I ask if you are staying alone or?" The other party couldn't help but ask one more question. Actually, this question didn't need to be asked, but she still couldn't help but ask. "Alone." Jiang Chen answered casually. At that moment, the front desk and the receptionist girl were even more surprised. Especially the receptionist girl. She took a careful look at Jiang Chen and found that he was very confident, without any hint of forced pretentiousness. Now the two realized that Jiang Chen was truly a wealthy man. "How many days will you be staying?" the other party asked again. "Not too long, about 7 days." Jiang Chen thought carefully. He planned to buy a house in a few days, so staying too long wouldn't make sense. About a week would be fine. Upon hearing this, the front desk clerk was stunned once again. 7 days isn't long? Usually, staying 2 days in a presidential suite is considered good. After all, it costs 15,800. Jiang Chen stayed for 7 days, which amounts to 111,600. But despite being stunned, the front desk still quickly processed Jiang Chen's check-in. "Hello sir, you are staying for 7 days. We have a small discount here, and the price is exactly 100,000. The other party smiled. A discount of over 10,000? That's not bad. Although making money is easy, Jiang Chen is not a spendthrift, so a discount is the best. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded. The latter immediately took action, and right after swiping Jiang Chen's card, handed over 3 cards. Sir, among these 3 cards, one is a rune card, one is a safe deposit box card, and the other is a prestigious gold card. Since you have spent over 100,000, we are giving you a gold card as a gift. The gold card has a dedicated one-on-one service hotline on the back. If you need to book flights, travel, or any other services, you can directly call the number, and we will have a dedicated person to assist you. The other party's attitude was more respectful than before. As for Jiang Chen, he kept praising inwardly. Sure enough, a 5-star hotel is a 5-star hotel. All kinds of services are available. As always, having money is really damn great. Sir, please follow me. After completing the check-in, the hostess immediately enthusiastically led Jiang Chen towards the elevator. As they entered the elevator, a man and a woman quickly approached. The man was in his 40s, and the woman in her 20s, heavily made up, trying to enter the elevator. However, the hostess looked at the room card in their hands and immediately stopped them, smiling warmly. Hello sir and madam, this is the elevator directly to the presidential suite. It does not reach the floors you are on, I'm very sorry. As soon as these words were spoken, the two were stunned, especially the heavily made up woman, who, after hearing this, was somewhat displeased and said, what kind of lousy hotel is this, and it even has a direct elevator? However, the other middle-aged man chuckled awkwardly and then glared at the woman. Inside the elevator, Jiang Chen appeared very quiet, expressionless. When the elevator doors opened, the middle-aged man outside couldn't help but curse, are you stupid? The person is staying in the presidential suite, over 10,000 a night. You can tell at a glance this kind of person is a wealthy second generation. If you talk nonsense like that, aren't you just causing me trouble? He said this. The latter was taken aback, clearly inexperienced with the world. Over 10,000 for one night? What kind of person is this? The heavily made up woman felt somewhat frightened. If you really provoke a second generation rich kid, it's trouble. These days, provoking a first-generation rich person is no big deal, but provoking a second-generation rich kid is like poking a hornet's nest. Inside the elevator, the hostess looked at Jiang Chen and couldn't help but smile. Sir, what do you do for a living? She was actively striking up a conversation. Jiang Chen could tell. Doing some small business. The other party is a beautiful woman, chatting with her is not a loss. Small business? People who can live in a place like this must be big bosses. Seeing that you are so young, sir, you are truly young and promising. The other party continued to praise. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, feeling extremely pleased inside. To put it bluntly, when he had no money, beauties of this caliber wouldn't even glance at him after he got rich, they actively started conversations. Indeed, the strongest power in this world is still the power of money. However, after Jiang Chen made some awkward small talk, the elevator doors opened. At the same time, Jiang Chen also knew this person's name. Ma Tian. Ma Tian led Jiang Chen to the suite and introduced, there are 4 rooms in total here, and the soundproofing is particularly good, so sir doesn't need to worry about anything. When Ma Tian spoke, she especially emphasized the word soundproof, saying it with a somewhat meaningful tone. After hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded and smiled. Beep. The suite door opened, and after Ma Tian helped Jiang Chen open it, she smiled sweetly and said, Mr. Jiang, if there is nothing else, I'll leave first. I work until 10 o'clock, but since you're a special VIP, you can directly use the internal phone to dial my employee number, 2002. If you need any service, just contact me. What Ma Tian said was enough to spark all kinds of thoughts, especially when she bent over, fully displaying her figure. Can I come to you for any service? Jiang Chen smiled and said this. The latter blinked at Jiang Chen and spoke in a slightly coquettish tone, yes, sir. The meaning was very clear. However, Jiang Chen still restrained himself. He nodded with a smile, informing her to contact him if there was any need, then closed the door. Ma Tian didn't say anything either, leaving with a smile. She was not a little girl and had seen many storms. Afterwards, inside the presidential suite, Jiang Chen slowly exhaled. Then, an involuntary look of joy appeared on his face. Refreshing. Really, refreshing. Having money, really, refreshing. Chapter 6, Classmate Group and Buying a Car. The next day. 3 p.m. Jiang Chen opened his blurry eyes. In fact, Jiang Chen didn't sleep well all night yesterday. Due to excessive excitement, he only fell asleep at 5 in the morning. After all, if it were a normal person, they probably wouldn't be able to sleep either, right? It was now 3 in the afternoon, and the first thing Jiang Chen did upon waking was to check his earnings. Soon, the data chart appeared before his eyes. Character, Jiang Chen. One-click earning profit, 300,000 in 60s. Withdrawable. One-click profit increase, 34,471,000,000. VIP points, 415. Earn 1 VIP point for every 10,000 yuan spent. Currently have VIP points, which can be used for VIP lotteries. That's right, it's 3,447,000 yuan. From 6 o'clock yesterday afternoon when the awakening system started, 21 hours have passed. I spent 215,000 on clothes, 100,000 on hotel stays, and 18,000 on buying a phone, so currently, I only have 3,440,000 left. With this, Jiangchen instantly realized that the money spent on clothes and hotels really isn't money at all. Phew! After getting up, Jiangchen began brushing his teeth and rinsing his mouth. There are more than 3 million now. Jiangchen probably wouldn't keep it in the bank. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation. There's still one aspect left unresolved. Naturally, Jiangchen wants to buy a car. If he doesn't buy a car, he can't possibly take a taxi every day, right? While brushing his teeth and rinsing his mouth, Jiangchen was scrolling through Douyin on his new phone. Suddenly, several messages popped up on the phone. They were messages from WeChat. The first one was from the manager on WeChat, sending voice messages, a total of 3. Jiangchen, it's already 9:30, why haven't you come to work yet? Jiangchen, it's 11 o'clock. Are you planning to skip work today? At 2:30 in the afternoon, I'm giving you until 6 o'clock to call me back or come to the company and explain the situation clearly. Otherwise, don't expect to get a single penny of your salary for the past 2 months. The manager's voice went from gradually impatient to outright agitated. Jiangchen frowned involuntarily, but he didn't say much. The second message was from a WeChat group, and it was a new group. The title is, 7 years no see, how is everyone? Clicking in, he found it was a high school classmates group, and Jiangchen became interested. Judging by the situation, he realized he had stumbled upon the kind of show-off event that countless wealthy people dream of attending. In the eyes of many, so-called class reunions are just show-off events. Maybe it won't be exactly like in the novels, where classmates are all snobbish one by one, but after experiencing society, no one remains the same as before. It used to be that you hung out with whoever was good at fighting, now you go with whoever has money. The classmates who were tough fighters back in the day now hand me cigarettes and pour drinks for me. Isn't that feeling just wonderful? Yang Xiaomei, I say, we really haven't seen each other for a long time, have we? Li Ziming, definitely, it's been almost 7 years. Zhang Fan, for this gathering, where are we going to meet? I'm in Magic City, so I need to book my flight tickets early. He Gong envies the boss in Magic City. Zhang Fan, He Gong, don't badmouth me. I'm just a worker. He Gong, class monitor Zhang, you're being modest. Who doesn't know you? Working at a Fortune 500 company in Magic City with an annual income of 500,000, what's there to badmouth? Zhang Fan, stop talking nonsense, I'm just a worker. If anyone's impressive, it's our class monitor. He's young but already runs a small factory, earning 10 million a year. He's a well-known figure in our Nanjing city. Su Chen, the more you brag, the more ridiculous it gets. He only makes 7 or 8 million a year, not 10 million. At this moment, class monitor Su Chen appeared. His words were full of confidence, and Jiangchen couldn't help but chuckle softly. This confidence was a bit forced, but if it were before, Jiangchen really wouldn't have had anything to say, since what he said was true. But now, Jiangchen just didn't feel the same. Annual income of 8 million? Sorry, I make 8 million in less than 2 days, but Jiangchen obviously wouldn't say it like that. That would be like having nothing better to do. He casually glanced through the group. There weren't many active people in the group, only 7 or 8, but there were 30 or 40 members in total. Thinking about it, it made sense. It was 3 in the afternoon, so naturally many had seen the messages but wouldn't reply because they had to work. Even if they weren't working, if things weren't going well, they'd feel embarrassed to respond. Jiangchen didn't plan to reply. He confirmed the time and place before heading over. It was just that when Jiangchen saw another new classmate join the WeChat group, he couldn't help but feel curious. Su Chen invited Zhang Wenwen from AA Glory Forest shop to join the group. Jiangchen knew who Zhang Wenwen was, one of the top beauties in the class, and judging by the title, she happened to be selling cars. Zhang Fan, yo, isn't this the beautiful Wenwen? Welcome, welcome. He Gong, warm welcome, fireworks, fireworks, fireworks. Su Chen, welcome the beautiful Wenwen to the group, I'll send a red envelope. Yang Xiaomei, you bunch of stinky men, why weren't you this enthusiastic when I came? Now that Wenwen is here, everyone is coming out. Yang Xiaomei's words made many men feel embarrassed, but soon after the class monitor Su Chen sent a red envelope, the topic was dropped. Jiang Chen also finished washing up and went straight to Zhang Wenwen. Jiang Chen, sales consultant at AA Unlimited Company, Zhang Wenwen from AA Glory Forest Shop. Wenwen, what price range of cars does your Forest Shop sell? I'm planning to buy a car. As soon as Jiang Chen spoke, many people were stunned, especially a group of boys who thought Jiang Chen's approach was too pretentious. But before Zhang Wenwen could speak, Su Chen had already typed a reply. Su Chen, the Honor Forest dealership is the top-ranked forest dealership in Nanjing City. All the cars they sell are imported, probably starting with BBA. Even the cheapest ones aren't cheap, around 3 to 400,000, and the most expensive should be a Lamborghini Huracan, right? Su Chen's words were full of arrogance and pride, exuding a strong sense of dominance. Zhang Wenwen, the most expensive one right now is the Huracan, but the company will introduce several more luxury cars next month. Zhang Wenwen had already modified the prefix, which is actually a small WeChat trick. Because the order of the WeChat friends list is sorted alphabetically, many salespeople change their names to AA so they can appear first. Zhang Chen also changed his prefix. Seeing what Su Chen said, he immediately continued. Zhang Chen, alright, Wenwen, give me your phone number. I should arrive before 5 o'clock. As soon as this news came out, everyone was stunned again. Damn, do you have to act so pretentious? And so stiffly? Is it fun? Chapter 7, Setting Off to Buy a Car. Many people in the class group chat had already surfaced, and after seeing the chat records, many thought Zhang Chen was forcibly showing off. Zhang Fan, Zhang Chen, are you buying a car with the boss or going by yourself? Zhang Fan's words clearly carried a hint of sarcasm. However, Zhang Chen typed directly. Zhang Chen, buying it myself. He smiled slightly. The more the classmates in the group acted like this, the less uncomfortable he felt. On the contrary, he was looking forward to the upcoming plot. He Gong, yo, making money, huh, brother Jiang. He Gong also appeared. With one sentence calling him brother Jiang, everyone could see the meaning behind it. Li Weihua, what car are you buying? Do you want me to recommend a few models for you? Son Yen, what's your budget? Li Weihua is a car enthusiast and can really help you pick a few cost-effective cars. However, Zhang Wenwen replied to Zhang Chen immediately. Zhang Wenwen, sure, I happen to have a client here negotiating. If you arrive before 5, I can help arrange it for you. Compared to that, Zhang Wenwen was very enthusiastic and indeed privately messaged Zhang Chen, sending her phone number. Just at that moment, Su Chen also sent a message in the group, addressing Zhang Chen. Su Chen, Zhang Chen, if you're not buying an imported car, there is no need to go to Wenwen. The Honor 4S dealership mostly has imported cars. For domestic cars or cheaper ones, she doesn't have them. I have a friend who also works at a 4S dealership. They have BYD, Toyota, and Honda. I can recommend them to you. If the previous few people's tone carried a bit of mockery, Su Chen's was even stronger. He was directly mocking Zhang Chen for not being able to afford a good car. Zhang Chen smiled. He had already changed his clothes, then started typing. He hadn't decided what car to buy yet. He said he would go take a look. If he didn't buy one, it would at least be a learning experience. If he found a good-looking one, he would buy it. As soon as he said this, everyone immediately thought Zhang Chen was just showing off, so no one paid any more attention to him. Soon, the topic in the group chat shifted again to where to have the gathering. Zhang Chen glanced over and roughly understood. The gathering was scheduled quite coincidentally for tonight, at the Liwan Grand Hotel, which was also a 5-star hotel. Although it was officially rated 5 stars, it was not bad, just much inferior compared to the Binhe Grand Hotel where Zhang Chen was staying. Soon Zhang Chen looked at the last WeChat message, which was from Mi Shui. Zhang Chen hadn't given her the address yesterday. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen slapped his thigh, realizing he had indeed forgotten about it, so he quickly sent the address to Mi Shui. At the same time, Zhang Chen also called Ma Tian. The call connected with a beep, and soon Ma Tian's voice sounded. Hello, this is Ma Tian. Mr. Jiang, how can I assist you? Ma Tian's voice sounded again. Zhang Chen immediately spoke, 2 things. The first is, some clothes will be delivered to me shortly, please help receive them. Alright, Mr. Jiang, I will register it right away. Ma Tian replied. The second thing is, I need to go to the Honor 4S store. Can you arrange a car for me? It doesn't have to be very nice, just something ordinary will do. Zhang Chen said. More ordinary? Mr. Jiang, since you are staying at our hotel and are a gold card member, we can arrange Mercedes S-Class transportation for you. This service is free of charge. Ma Tian kindly reminded. Mercedes S-Class transportation? Zhang Chen clicked his tongue in amazement but declined directly. No need, the more ordinary the better, no need for a fancy car. Zhang Chen spoke up, saying he didn't need such a nice car, something ordinary would do. Okay, when do you need it? Ma Tian didn't ask why she wasn't a little cutie. Immediately. Zhang Chen said. Alright, you can come down now, I've already made the arrangements. Ma Tian's efficiency was very high, which surprised Zhang Chen, but there was nothing much to say. After a word of thanks, Zhang Chen hung up the phone and came down. It must be said, a 5-star hotel is truly different. Eating, drinking, accommodation, and transportation are all arranged perfectly for you. Sure enough, you get what you pay for. Spending so much money definitely has many benefits. 5 minutes later. Zhang Chen came downstairs. Ma Tian came towards him. But today, Ma Tian's outfit was even more distinctive. She wore a black OL professional suit, and especially the black stockings, which highlighted her slender legs and very good figure. Ma Tian was very beautiful. Calling her a campus belle might be a bit of an exaggeration, but she was definitely a beauty, a highlight wherever she went, and most importantly, she had great charisma. Ma Tian's temperament is full of business-like charm. To be honest, taking a woman like her out definitely brings a lot of prestige because she knows how to keep things in balance and how to conduct herself. Unlike those arrogant girls or some gold diggers who know nothing beyond money and cause trouble without reason. Mr. Jiang, we have arranged a Mercedes E-Class to pick you up and drop you off. Ma Tian said with a smile. Mercedes-Benz E-Class, it seems this is the worst car at a 5-star hotel. Okay, thanks, but no need to pick me up, just take me there. Jiang Chen nodded and expressed his gratitude. Alright, Mr. Jiang, would it be convenient for you to add me on WeChat or give me your phone number? If anything comes up, just contact me directly on WeChat. Ma Tian asked proactively. But Jiang Chen knew this was a work-related request, nothing more. Alright. Jiang Chen gave the other party his phone number in WeChat, then walked towards the Mercedes E-Class at the door. The driver, dressed in a suit and white gloves, exuded a high-class vibe. When he saw Jiang Chen approaching, he immediately opened the door very respectfully. Jiang Chen got in, and the driver extended his hand to block the car frame, afraid Jiang Chen might hit his head. Full of style and presence. Very good. Mr. Jiang, take care. As Ma Tian saw him off, the car quickly started. Jiang Chen sat inside the Mercedes, feeling quite comfortable. Extremely comfortable indeed. Chapter 8, Lamborghini. Half an hour later. At the entrance of Changma Auto City, Jiang Chen got out of the Mercedes. The Glory 4S shop is located inside Changma Auto City. There are many 4S stores throughout the entire Auto City, the most famous being the Honor 4S store. The Honor 4S store is easy to find. It is the very first store right at the main gate, so Jiang Chen immediately took out his phone to contact Zhang Wenwen. At this very moment, inside the Honor 4S store, Zhang Wenwen was enthusiastically introducing to a customer, a middle-aged man in front of her who was interested in a BMW 740 Li Luxury Edition. With the options added, the car cost nearly 1.2 million yuan. If this deal went through successfully, based on the commission and year-end performance, she could earn just under 10,000 yuan. Naturally, Zhang Wenwen was very focused. However, at that moment, her WeChat notification sounded. Zhang Wenwen glanced slightly. It was a message from Jiang Chen, roughly saying that he had arrived and asking where she was. But just as the business was about to be finalized, Zhang Wenwen did want to attend to Jiang Chen for a moment, but she couldn't free herself, so she directly looked at the intern beside her. Xiao Yuan, a classmate of mine is coming to buy a car. You go assist him with the sales. If he buys, the commission will be yours, and the performance will count towards me. As for the price, give him the lowest price within my authority. If he still wants a lower price, just politely let him know. Zhang Wenwen said this to the assistant beside her. This intern was learning alongside her, and looked quite cute. Okay, got it, Sister Wenwen, what is that person's name? Xiao Yuan nodded, but asked for Jiang Chen's name. Jiang Chen. Okay, Sister Wenwen. Xiao Yuan nodded, then carefully memorized the name. Immediately after, she stood up and walked outside. Mr. Zhou, do you have any other requirements for this car? After Xiao Yuan left, Zhang Wenwen continued to communicate with her client. At this very moment, at the entrance of the Honor 4S dealership, Jiang Chen walked into the store. The spacious 4S dealership appeared very large in layout, clean and tidy, making people feel refreshed. Rows of luxury cars were parked in the showroom, looking quite impressive. Today was Monday, but there were still quite a few people inside looking at cars. BMW, Audi, Mercedes. Jiang Chen looked at them one by one. He had some knowledge about cars, but it wasn't very deep. Just then, a cute girl wearing the Honor 4S uniform came up to Jiang Chen. Excuse me, are you Mr. Jiang Chen? The girl is a bit confused and cute. As for appearance, Jiang Chen can score above 85 points. May I ask who you are? Jiang Chen is a bit curious. Hello, my name is Li Yuan, you can call me Xiao Yuan. I am Sister Wenwen's assistant. Sister Wenwen is currently in business talks and has clients to attend to, so she doesn't have much time to come out. Please understand. Xiao Yuan said so. Yes, I understand. Jiang Chen nodded. This is definitely understandable. Jiang Chen can grasp the principle of first come, first served. Alright, then may I ask, Mr. Jiang, what type of car would you like to see? A sedan or an SUV? Xiao Yuan asked. SUVs are out of the question, sedans then. Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't buy an SUV. He doesn't like off-roading and doesn't go out often. In the city, he would definitely buy a sedan. As for sedans, Mr. Jiang, what is your budget for the car? Xiao Yuan continued to ask. Just then, a woman dressed in OL professional attire walked over, looked at Jiang Chen, and smiled. Sir, may I ask if you would like something to drink? No need. Jiang Chen waved his hand. He wasn't really interested in drinking anything, and the woman smiled and walked back. Then Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, as for the car purchase budget, I don't have one at the moment, but I heard that your store has a Lamborghini Gallardo, is that right? Jiang Chen asked. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan immediately nodded and said, yes, that Lamborghini was towed over at the end of last month. It's very beautiful. Xiao Yuan was a newcomer and also very pure and kind-hearted inside. Otherwise, if she were a seasoned sales manager, upon hearing Jiang Chen say this, she would have directly assumed that Jiang Chen was just here to take a look. Show me around. Jiang Chen spoke directly. Xiao Yuan was momentarily stunned, but she quickly realized that Jiang Chen probably wanted to come over to check the car. But perhaps because she was new to the industry, Xiao Yuan didn't feel any disappointment. On the contrary, she was quite happy. Mr. Jiang, please follow me. Jiang Chen followed Xiao Yuan as she walked. At the same time, Xiao Yuan also explained. Mr. Jiang, Lamborghini is one of the top sports car brands in the world, originating from an Italian automobile manufacturer founded by Ferruccio Lamborghini. This car, whether in craftsmanship, power, or technological feel, is absolutely superior to the vast majority of cars. Moreover, Lamborghini has a little story behind it. The founder was originally just a tractor engine manufacturer. Because the boss bought a Ferrari and later found that the Ferrari's engine had problems, he informed the Ferrari owner. The response from the Ferrari owner was that you are merely a tractor engine manufacturer and have no right to criticize Ferrari, as you don't understand what a sports car is. So, in a fit of anger, the founder of Lamborghini created this brand, which became a renowned name. She earnestly explained the story behind it. Jiang Chen listened with great interest. Soon, he arrived at the Lamborghini showroom. There were many people gathered around, some taking photos, others asking the sales consultants. In short, this Lamborghini had become the pride of the Glory 4S. And when Jiang Chen saw it for the first time, in an instant, Jiang Chen was astonished. Chapter 9. Are you really going to buy this model? Jiang Chen wasn't exactly unfamiliar with sports cars after all. Nanjing City was practically a first-tier city, and occasionally, he could spot some sports cars at night. But it was rare to see them during the day. The sports car in front of him, however, caught Jiang Chen's attention. With piano-cut curves and a perfectly designed supercar body, the white paint gleamed brightly, resembling a piece of art. This is Lamborghini's new sports car. Huracan. Jiang Chen stared at this sports car, his eyes never leaving it. Xiao Yuan also introduced it very responsibly. Mr. Jiang, this sports car, named Huracan Performante, is Lamborghini's new model. The car's horsepower reaches as high as 640, and the central control is full of modernity. Xiao Yuan introduced it like this. Jiang Chen nodded, then asked about the price. The price of this car, the base price is 3.5 million, but since this car has been fully optioned, an additional 300,000 is added. Including the purchase tax, the total on-road price is 4.5 million. Adding commercial insurance and registration fees, the total comes to 4.6 million. If Mr. Jiang is satisfied, the insurance and registration fees can be discounted, and a special discount price can be offered. Additionally, if paid in full at once, a further discount applies, making the lowest price 4.2 million. It is worth mentioning that this sports car is a convertible type, but it is not convenient to display it now. Xiao Yuan recited it like a treasured collection. 4,200,000. Jiang Chen was surprised, not by the price of the car itself, but by the estimated purchase tax, which was as high as 700,000. 700,000 could buy a BMW 5 Series. No wonder they say, don't use your car to challenge the luxury car purchase tax. Jiang Chen opened his income projection chart. Character, Jiang Chen. One-click earning income, 300,000 in 60s. Withdrawable. One-click profit increase, 3,987,100,000. Luxury points, 415. You earn one luxury point for every 10,000 spent. Currently, you have luxury points that can be used for luxury draws. It is now exactly 5 p.m., and the profit is exactly 3,980,000. This car costs 4,200,000. All in all, it means you only need to wait one more hour to buy it. Just right. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen nodded and said, alright then, this one it is. Jiang Chen spoke. Xiao Yuan nodded instinctively, thinking Jiang Chen meant, alright, let's go check out some other cars. Just as she was about to introduce other cars, suddenly, Xiao Yuan froze. What? Xiao Yuan couldn't help but ask again. This one. Jiang Chen pointed at the Huracan and said. This car is pretty good, at least for me right now, there's absolutely no problem. Just this one? Mr. Jiang, you're not joking, right? Xiao Yuan was a bit stammering. This model, huh? I'm quite satisfied with it, this is the one. Where do we sign the contract? Buying a car definitely requires a purchase contract, signing, and handling a bunch of other things. Jiang Chen had accompanied a friend to buy a car before, so he naturally knew the procedures were complicated. He didn't want to waste too much time, just within an hour would be fine. Are you really sure about buying this model? Xiao Yuan couldn't help but ask again. Yes, this is the one I'm buying. Jiang Chen answered directly. Many people around who were looking at the cars, upon hearing the noise here, couldn't help but turn their eyes toward Jiang Chen one by one. Jiang Chen's voice was not very loud, but since it was relatively quiet here, naturally everyone could hear him. Awesome. Really? A luxury car worth nearly 5 million, just bought like that? Is this person a second generation rich? Awesome, rich people buying cars is just awesome, they buy it just like that. Are you kidding? Probably filming a video skit? Many people were talking, but their voices were low after all, no one knew if Jiang Chen was real or fake. Xiao Yuan didn't waste any words and, half believing and half doubting, took Jiang Chen to the living room. At the same time, she repeated it once more. Now it was Jiang Chen's turn to feel frustrated. Take me to the finance department, I'll make the payment first. Jiang Chen knew that buying a car required 3 payments. The first was the car price. Once it was insurance. Once it was the purchase tax. For the purchase tax, you must go to the tax bureau, so Jiang Chen can completely pay the car price first. It's only 3.5 million, and he can still afford it. Alright, Mr. Jiang, please follow me. Xiao Yuan directly took Jiang Chen to the finance department. At the same time, someone was immediately asked to prepare a car purchase contract. In fact, the price still needed some negotiation. No further discounts were possible, but a few free maintenance services or some accessories could be offered. However, Jiang Chen seemed to have no money problems, so this was not mentioned. At the finance department, the 2 cashiers were quite relaxed. After all, despite the crowd outside, only a few people were actually buying cars. Processing the contract took some time. Xiao Yuan worked as quickly as possible and spent nearly 20 minutes. After the contract was completed, Jiang Chen signed it. Then you can make the payment. Before the payment is made, the contract is not valid, so at this moment, inside the finance department, Xiao Yuan is a bit nervous because it is very likely that Jiang Chen is secretly filming a prank, or at least she has considered that possibility. Could it be that Jiang Chen is teaming up with Zhang Wenwen to play a trick on her? Lamborghini Huracan? Payment of 3.5 million. Sir, please enter your password. The cashier from the finance department was also surprised when she saw the contract, and the 2 people who were originally sitting immediately stood up, appearing very respectful. Beep. Beep. After Jiang Chen entered the 6-digit password, the PS machine quickly printed out the bill. Hiss. 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 At this moment, the 2 finance girls in the room, Xiao Yuan, and another sales manager all gasped sharply. Did it really F-King succeed? Especially Xiao Yuan, who was completely stunned. This Hurricane model, which came in last month, did attract a lot of traffic, but everyone knew it was hard to sell because the discount wasn't too big. Plus, with this kind of sports car, there really aren't many wealthy people in Nanjing City who can afford it. Because the children of wealthy people all go abroad or to Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, who would stay in a place like Nanchang. However, what was unexpected was that Jiang Chen bought it. This is big news. Xiao Yuan quickly informed the store manager to cover the car, stop the exhibition, the car has been sold, and make sure no problems arise. At this moment, the car sales consultant next to Xiao Yuan immediately spoke up. He was an experienced employee and quickly reminded Xiao Yuan to get to work. The latter immediately came to her senses, then hurriedly looked at Jiang Chen and said, Mr. Jiang, please go rest in the VIP room. I'll handle the other matters here for you. Once the car is sold, it must be covered with a red cloth to prevent anyone from touching it or doing anything to it. If even the slightest problem occurs, it cannot be sold. Otherwise, it would be considered an accident car. Selling it would mean triple compensation for any fraud, which is a very serious matter and not to be taken lightly. At the same time, Xiao Yuan also asked Jiang Chen to go rest in the VIP room. Chapter 10. Did Jiang Chen buy a Lamborghini? Bang bang. Inside the manager's office, Wu Guohua was handling documents, but just then, the sound of knocking on the door made him frown. Generally speaking, unless it was something important, he wouldn't allow employees to disturb him, but since there was a knock on the door, Wu Guohua still spoke up, please come in. To be honest, Wu Guohua was already prepared if the other party said anything like the customer demanding the lowest price, he was definitely going to scold that salesperson. However, when the door opened, a familiar trusted salesperson walked in, his face full of excitement. Manager, the car has been sold. It's sold. What car was sold? Why so excited? Wu Guohua frowned and asked. The Huracan, that Lamborghini Huracan. The other party shouted, and Wu Guohua was shocked. To be honest, after this Lamborghini Huracan arrived at the store, it did attract a lot of people to come and see, but Wu Guohua didn't expect to sell it, because on the first day the car arrived, he had already contacted several customers in Nanjing City who had the ability to buy it. The response from them was very simple, it's quite nice, but they already have other cars at home, so they're not considering it. Anyone who has worked at a 4S dealership knows that sports cars are the hardest to sell. Price is the first factor. Secondly, the group suited for sports cars is young people, but wealthy individuals are usually in their 40s or 50s. Especially in Nanchang, a quasi-first-tier city, wealthy families generally send their children to big cities or abroad. So Wu Guohua felt this car would be hard to sell, and what was even more troubling was that if it didn't sell, no other luxury cars would be brought in. After all, the consumption level couldn't keep up, and if they brought cars in and suffered losses, who would be responsible? But unexpectedly, this car actually sold? Really? Wu Guohua couldn't help but ask. Store manager, why would I lie to you? It was sold by a new intern salesperson, the car owner has already paid, and the process is currently underway. The other party said this. Wu Guohua immediately stood up and hurried over. At the same time, inside Zhang Wenwen's sales office, she smiled broadly as she saw the customer off. In the end, the customer still didn't choose to buy the car and said they would think it over. Zhang Wenwen knew that a BMW 7 Series was hard to sell. A luxury car worth over $1,000,000 wouldn't be bought unless the family had tens of millions. After all, cars depreciate. Nowadays, wealthy people invest in shops and real estate. Hardly anyone buys luxury cars. This isn't Beijing, Shanghai, or Guangzhou. Just then, a sales consultant she knew well ran over, looking eager. Wenwen, what's the background of your friend? She was very excited and asked like this. What do you mean by what kind of background? Who is it? Zhang Wenwen was a bit curious. She didn't know who was being referred to. The friend who came to buy a car from you today? The other party said this. Today? Oh, that's my classmate, what's up? Zhang Wenwen took a sip of tea and asked lightly. He bought a car, did you know? He has already paid for it. The other party said excitedly. Oh, that's pretty good. Zhang Wenwen was very calm because she thought that even if Jiang Chen bought a car, it would probably be around 300,000 yuan, right? An imported Audi? Or an imported BMW? And although the commission goes to Xiao Yuan, the performance counts towards her, so it's not a loss. Hiss, Wenwen, don't tell me you still don't know what car he bought? Seeing Zhang Wenwen's expression, the other party couldn't help but say this. What car? A BMW 5 Series? No, if it were a BMW 5 Series, you'd be exaggerating like this? Could it be a 7 Series or a top-spec A8? Or did he buy a Cayenne or Panamera? Zhang Wenwen was a bit curious because she knew this colleague had been working for several years. If they had sold a car worth 4 or 500,000, it wouldn't be like this. You're really busy, huh? You didn't even check the group chat? Your friend just bought our store's prized possession, the Lamborghini Huracan. The other party said this, sounding very excited. What? Zhang Wenwen stood up immediately, her beautiful face full of shock. Are you kidding me? Zhang Wenwen blurted out, while taking out her phone and looking at the company's group chat. Sure enough, the entire company group chat was talking about this matter. Rich. Damn rich, I thought it wouldn't sell, over 4 million. Almost 5 million, TSK, it seems there are really a lot of wealthy people in our Nanjing city. To be honest, last month when we sold a 911 GT, I thought that was the highest record for our store this year, but I didn't expect it to be broken so quickly. Xiao Yuan, you're really impressive. Just starting work and you've already sold a car like that. Let me do a quick calculation. Your commission must be at least 20 to 30,000. Not only this commission, didn't the store manager say before? If it sells, the head office has an extra 1% commission? That's almost $30,000, right? That adds up to $50,000 or $60,000. I heard that this is a friend of Wenwen's. She's very generous. Can you introduce me to such a client, Wenwen? The entire 4S store has gone crazy. The sale of a luxury car of more than $4 million can be said to be a collective honor, but also a big event. Normally, when a luxury car of over $1 million was sold, there would already be a few words of discussion, let alone a luxury car of over $4 million. Hiss. Zhang Wenwen's entire body was no longer calm. More than $4 million. She wasn't shocked by anything else, but by how Jiang Chen was suddenly so rich. Where is he? Wenwen Zhang asked. He's in the VIP room. Wenwen, don't tell me you didn't even know he would buy this car? The other party asked. However, Zhang Wenwen could only laugh bitterly. She really didn't know, but at the same time, Wilson vibrated, looking down, it was from the classmate group. Zheng Fan had nothing to do with her. Clicked in to take a look. The content is as follows. Zheng Fan, Zhang Wenwen, what kind of car did Jiang Chen buy? Quite curious. It wasn't just him, quite a few of his classmates followed and asked. And Zhang Wenwen smiled bitterly, where she didn't know what these people were thinking. But after thinking about it, Wenwen Zhang still replied back. Wenwen Zhang, Lamborghini Huracan. The moment this was said, many people thought that Wenwen Zhang was joking to poke fun at Jiang Chen, and all sorts of laughter appeared at that moment. Zhang Fan, Wenwen, don't be funny. He gone, Wenwen's joking kung fu is pretty good too. Su Chen, I didn't expect Wenwen to be this kind of comedian. Yang Xiaomei, why are you guys laughing? Maybe Jiang Chen really bought it? Li Weihua, Yang Xiaomei, I know you have a good relationship with Jiang Chen, but this car will cost at least $4 million, don't be ridiculous. Song Yan, Jiang Dust, Jiang Boss, Carbot, can you take me for a ride tonight? I've never been in a sports car in my life. Most of the group is still making fun of the sound. However, Zhang Wenwen wanted to say something serious back, but at that moment, Jiang Chen appeared in the group chat. Jiang Chen, Song Yen, okay, see you tonight. Upon reading this, Zhang Wenwen instantly understood what Jiang Chen meant. At that moment, Zhang Wenwen smiled, then moved and headed for the VIP room. Chapter 11, Congratulations, Mr. Jiang, for picking up a Lamborghini. Glory 4S Store, VIP room. The general manager, also known as the store manager, came into the middle of the room. As the general manager of the 4S store, Wu Guowo also had some rich people friends, but who would mind having fewer such friends? So Wu Guowo personally came over to calculate the price and various discounts for Jiang Chen. In fact, for concessions and so on, Jiang Chen is not very interested in watching to come on the line. After all, pulling east and west concessions tens of thousands of dollars, what's the point? Instead of delaying their own time. However, before and after, always count down. Wu Guowo is still a bit of ability. Before Hope said, all down 420 million. But with Wu Guowo's various calculations, he helped Jiang Chen discount another $50,000. That is, $4,015,000. This was Wu Guowo's limit. $50,000 might not seem like much, but if you're talking about a monthly salary of $3,000, that's more than a year of someone's salary. Manager Wu, if the car, when can we drive it out? Mr. Jiang, at present the car has been out of the store maintenance cleaning, at the same time is currently helping you to apply for a temporary license plate. After all, it is now more than 6 o'clock, the tax bureau and the DMV off duty, the fastest expected 7 o'clock before you can drive out. Wu Guowo said so. Jiang Chen nodded. Now that the DMV and the tax office are closed, surely you can't pay the purchase tax, and without paying the purchase tax, you can't go to the license plate. But the only good thing is that you can get a temporary license plate, which is valid for 15 days. Thinking about this, Jiang Chen was satisfied. And just at this moment, a beautiful figure appeared. It was Zhang Wenwen. As soon as she walked in, Zhang Wenwen looked at Jiang Chen, her pretty face filled with a smile. Boss Jiang, long time no see. Zhang Wenwen walked in, and very politely extended her hand to Jiang Chen, and addressed him as boss, without any hint of a feeling that she was being indulgent because she was a classmate with Jiang Chen. You say this, what boss? Call me Jiang Chen on the line. The smile on Jiang Chen's face wasn't hidden. This was a high school classmate, and also one of the class flowers in the class back then. Now to be able to meet each other like this, how can Jiang Chen not be happy? Zhang Wenwen's height of 1.73 m, among the women, definitely belongs to the high, wearing black work clothes, but also to set off the body, and my sweet kind of business atmosphere is different. Zhang Wenwen still seems to be more easy some. But undeniably, Ma Tianan is a beautiful woman. Zhang Wenwen is also a beautiful woman. Jiang Chen suddenly realized that none of the girls he had come into contact with during this period of time were poor looking. Was this the so-called peach blossom luck that comes with money? Mr. Jiang, what you said, the person who can afford a hurricane, where would I dare to address you like this? Zhang Wenwen laughed and said, there wasn't a bit of mockery in these words, but a real compliment, while picking up the teacup on the table and making tea for Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, you guys chat first, I'll go and supervise the maintenance car wash. Wu Guowo immediately got up. He knew that this was a catch-up between Zhang Wenwen and Jiang Chen, and it would be a little not so good for him to stay here. Good. Jiang Chen nodded. Zhang Wenwen didn't say anything, she was just quietly brewing tea, and when she finished brewing the tea, she immediately served the first cup and handed it to Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, come and have a taste. Zhang Wenwen mouthful of Mr. Jiang, indeed shouting people floating, but Jiang Chen waved his hand and laughed, you do not so, our classmates, call me a brother Jiang on the line. Jiang Chen took the cup of tea and said so. And Zhang Wenwen smiled. Mr. Jiang, business is business, classmates are classmates, you come here to buy a car, is to give me face, I cannot possibly not give you face, in the place of work, this voice of Mr. Jiang cannot run away. Zhang Wenwen did know how to behave, one size fits all, so Jiang Chen had to praise. Soon, Zhang Wenwen continued to open her mouth and asked, Jiang, where is this recent fortune? People of Gossip Heart, Chapter 11 is a woman, Gossip Heart is even heavier, naturally want to know where Jiang Chen rich. In the field to do a little business it. Jiang Chen has long thought of a good countermeasure, as for what small business, certainly will not say more, as long as it is not a little cute. Then he wouldn't keep pursuing the question. Indeed, after hearing this, Zhang Wenwen also understood that Jiang Chen didn't want to say more about this aspect, so she didn't ask more. So next, Zhang Wenwen was half talking about some notes about this Lamborghini, and at the same time, she also talked to Jiang Chen about some interesting stories from her old classmate days. In this way, until 6:40, finally Jiang Chen's car was done. Came to pick up the car place, here has been made very grand, a flower basket appeared, written above the managers congratulate Jiang Chen to buy a car. After all, almost $5 million of luxury cars if you do not make a little more elegant, who feel comfortable there is a car lifting ceremony. Glory 4S store, all the staff basically arrived, Wu Guowo even opened the champagne, a variety of salutes hit, seemingly joyful, Jiang Chen stood in front of the Lamborghini, and then began to take pictures. Congratulations to Mr. Jiang, happy Lamborghini. Soon in many 4S store employees in unison, the car lifting ceremony is basically over. It took more than 20 minutes before and after. After everything was done, Jiang Chen finally sat in his beloved Lamborghini. Zhang Wenwen also sat in, before already said, we'll drive together to the hotel later, to participate in the class reunion. Mr. Jiang, Sister Zhang, go slowly ah. Xiao Yuan opened her mouth, full of glee, to know that the commission of this car counted on her head. Naturally, Xiao Yuan was very happy, and Zhang Wenwen was not unhappy, because the performance counted on her. It can be said that Jiang Chen this car directly led her book to become this year's sales champion. After all, her sales instincts are very strong, plus a car of this kind of bottom. With the various rewards coming down, it's definitely not that bad, so it doesn't really matter. I'll see you later. Jiang Chen sat in the middle of the Lamborghini, and after adjusting the seat, he opened the Lamborghini's patented start button. A keypad that was modeled after the button of a nuclear bomb. Boom. Buzz. Boom. The sound of the sports car's engine bombing rang out, just like a ferocious bull roaring. Many people present saw this scene, taking pictures and sending friends. Finally, as Jiang Chen kicked the gas, the white Lamborghini Hurricane in a flash whooshed and disappeared from the view of the crowd. Wu Guohua stood in place. He looked at all this with envy, then took out his cell phone and uploaded the photo to his friend circle. Congratulations to Mr. Jiang, happy to mention the Lamborghini Hurricane. Glory 4S Store, one of the top 4S stores in the southern city. Chapter 12, Arrival at the Levant Hotel. On the main street, a white open-top Lamborghini was speeding. Jiang Chen was on the fast road. There weren't many vehicles yet, so the speed was a minimum of 80 yards, and at the fastest, a straight road, Jiang Chen drove up to 120 yards. The engine roar did make people's blood boil. To be honest, although the sports car is not as comfortable as a business car, but this sense of control, as well as the speed, and the engine roar like a beast, so that Jiang Chen has an indescribable feeling. Moreover, as soon as the speed slowed down, the co-pilots of the surrounding cars took pictures. Phew! With the traffic flow gradually increased, Jiang Chen's speed slowed down, kept at about 60 yards. After all, safety first. To be honest, he is not a drag racing party, and does not have such a good car skills. Lamborghini, this kind of car, absolutely not ordinary cars. Jiang Chen originally drove the best car, is a Porsche Cayenne, to help customers drive. Power is also full, but Lamborghini, this kind of car, power is even more ferocious. Not to mention a foot of gas, is half a foot of gas down, the speed is like flying. To be honest, if one hadn't driven a Lamborghini and drove it on the road as a normal car, something would definitely go wrong, because the performance was too good for that. Jiang Chen maintained an even speed, and soon an Audi sped past directly, at a fast speed, at least 100 yards. Shoo! Soon a BMW convertible also flew past. Obviously, this group of people saw the luxury car and wanted to fight for speed. Jiang Chen, who had just quieted down, as soon as he saw this situation, he didn't talk nonsense at the moment and slightly deepened the gas pedal. Boom! The sports car roar sounded again, instantly soared 120 yards. The pushback feeling was extremely horrible. Even Jiang Chen felt a strong pushback feeling. And then less than 10 seconds, Jiang Chen directly overtook the two cars just now, and there were no cars in front of them. Jiang Chen drove at this speed for several minutes, overtaking those two cars behind him. Phew! Spitting out a breath, the speed reduced. Jiang Chen was both excited and felt a complete and utter euphoria. Cool, right? It was also at this moment that Zhang Wenwen's voice rang out. It made Jiang Chen instantly recall that there was someone else in his car. Jiang Chen smiled sarcastically while glancing at Wenwen Zhang. It could be said that a few waves of acceleration just now had made Wenwen Zhang's heart skip a beat, but because of her profession, Wenwen Zhang couldn't show too much of a fuss, so she could only endure it with her eyes closed. Now that Jiang Chen's speed had decreased, Zhang Wenwen then asked a bit grudgingly. You men are all like this, driving without regard for safety. Zhang Wenwen complained, and then couldn't help but say, but I kind of understand today why so many rich second generation like to buy a sports car. This power is really good, the sense of pushback is better than any car I've ever sat in. Zhang Wenwen had to praise the performance of the Lamborghini. This is indeed good. Soon after coming down from the expressway, entering the city, it is now 7 o'clock, still belongs to the evening rush hour. The road in front looks crowded. However, with the sound of the Lamborghini's motor engine, it instantly attracted a lot of attention. Pedestrians on the street had their gazes thrown in. Jiang Chen was an open-top sports car and could feel everything outside. A pair of eyes looked straight at him, causing Jiang Chen to feel both some embarrassment and some secret pleasure. Not only that, Jiang Chen obviously found that in such a crowded road, there was actually no car behind himself. To be more accurate, it was at least a big empty position, enough to stuff an SUV. According to reason, when encountering such a situation, there would be people on both the left and right sides of the road, but this time there was no one. At the same time, the red light stopped. The right side is an Audi Q5. The owner rolled down the window, is a middle-aged man, wearing a gold necklace, looking at Jiang Chen. This car, cannot help but wonder, and then looked at Jiang Chen asked, Brother, how much does this car cost? Not expensive, just a little more than 400. Jiang Chen replied with a light smile, not very pretentious. Jiang Chuan replied with a light smile, to not be very pretentious. 400 or so is not expensive, brother, rich. Awesome, I've seen it all. The other party marveled, at the same time eyes straight at this sports car. Even in his eyes, Zhang Wenwen are not worth mentioning. Sure enough, in putting aside the needs, men still love cars a little. At the same time, Jiang Chen also heard the sound of a BYD on the left. The other side's window wasn't closed, and Jiang Chen heard the words of a couple inside the car. Hubby, what kind of car is this? Lamborghini. What car? Ah, looks quite beautiful, or we put some effort to buy this car. Silly daughter-in-law, this is a Lamborghini, a supercar. This car must cost at least $5 or $6 million, right? $5 or $6 million? Humph. I'll have to take a picture. Okay, you take a better picture. I'll send it to my friends later. Couple's conversation. Let Jiang Chen has some small dark cool, but soon the red light is over. Jiang Chen drove Lamborghini, left the place, but he did not drive very fast. The couple deliberately left some time to take pictures. When it was almost time, he kicked the gas and disappeared. And just like that, at 7:20, Jiang Chen saw the sign for the Levant Hotel. Chapter 13, a scene to remember forever. Seeing the sign of the Levant Hotel, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile, while Zhang Wenwen laughed. Isn't Mr. Jiang looking forward to the class reunion later? Zhang Wenwen wasn't a little cutie. She knew what men liked the most, so she joked like this. That's for sure. Ah, who doesn't like this kind of party, especially after they are developed? Jiang Chen said bluntly, at the same time looked at Zhang Wenwen and said, your lipstick seems to be less, do not need to make up? When this was said, Zhang Wenwen hurriedly looked at the mirror, already opened her bag and prepared to make up, but when she saw the mirror, she realized that there was no problem at all, and immediately understood that Jiang Chen was joking with herself. Ha! Jiang Chen laughed out loud, while Zhang Wenwen couldn't help but laugh and scold, Brother Dust, you're really bad. Bad? If a man isn't bad, women don't love him. Wenwen, do you think I'm handsome? Jiang Chen joked like this. And Zhang Wenwen immediately nodded and said, handsome, to tell the truth, in middle school, looks quite clean, only a pity at that time everyone was busy studying, coupled with strict control, or else, maybe we may still have something happen. Zhang Wenwen's words, both with compliments, at the same time, also to say something nice. And Jiang Chen immediately laughed, in fact, something can happen now. When this was said, at that moment, Zhang Wenwen couldn't help but blush with a small face and said, go. Ha! The feeling of molesting a beautiful woman was indeed very cool. Jiang Chen put his speed under control and soon arrived at the entrance of the Levant Hotel. And at the same time, at the entrance of the Levant Hotel, 7 or 8 people had already gathered here. There were men and women, and everyone had a smile on their face. These people were Jiang Chen's high school classmates. A man at the head, wearing a tuxedo, looked very civilized and courteous, especially with a pair of gold-rimmed eyes, giving off a highly educated and forced air. I said, what kind of car do you guys think Jiang Chen will drive over later? Right at this moment, a dry and thin man, this is Zhang Fan, said this. At most drive a BMW, presumably to find the leader borrowed. He is a salesman, a friend of mine knows him. This time to come over is to want to pretend and just. Someone opened his mouth and said. Alas, in fact, also blame this society, reunion, if not the whole thing, Phil will be looked down upon by others as if. You can't say this, class reunion is to have fun, why must we pretend to be so vain? Isn't that right, Class President Su? Some people lamented, but immediately, others bragged. And Su Chen nodded, smiled and said, in fact, it is everyone get together a meeting, there is no need to get too fancy, classmates reunion, we play together, comparison and so on, there is no meaning. Su Chen laughed softly, and then stretched out his hand, stretching his muscles, inadvertently, showing the Rolex watch in his hand. Many people have noticed this Rolex, after all, the global luxury brand, men want to have a watch, naturally different. However, just at this moment, suddenly, boom, boom, an odd roaring sound rang out, and for a moment, everyone's eyes followed the sound. Was it the biker gang? Zhang Fan subconsciously inquired. However, very quickly, a white Lamborghini appeared in everyone's eyes. Boom, boom, boom. The low roar, like a bull roaring, made people's blood boil, and the white paint, which showed dignity and elegance, the diamond-shaped model, like a piano with a perfect cutting surface, was attracting the attention of everyone present. Hiss. Lamborghini. Supercar, hey. Mad, finally saw a Lamborghini in South City. Is this a supercar? Mom, this car is so cool. It's so cool. Wow, this car is really good looking. Dad, what kind of car is this? A voice rang out, and the people who came here to eat all turned their gazes towards this Lamborghini Hurricane of Jiang Chen's. Down to 4 or 5-year-old children, up to 40 or 50-year-old middle-aged men, all staring at this Hurricane, eyes full of envy, hot, jealousy, desire. What kind of car is this? Zhang Fan is not very understanding, he tiptoes, so asked. Lamborghini Hurricane, the cheapest is more than 4 million, plus purchase tax and so on, almost 5 million. Su Chen opened his mouth and said he was very interested in this kind of famous car, because he almost wanted to buy it at first. But to be honest, buying a $5 million car, his family would never agree, even if he was still considered quite talented. After all, a year's income of more than $8 million, relationship costs will have to spend $2 to $3 million, their own family luxury spending, $1 or $2 million a year, but also to save some money, as well as the need to do business to keep funds. All said and done is, cannot afford. But cannot afford to buy, does not prevent Suchen look off. He himself is currently driving a Porsche Panamera, $1,300,000, but this Panamera, in front of this Lamborghini, is simply scum. However, just as the crowd fixed their eyes dead center on this Lamborghini, suddenly, the car stopped in front of them. Several doormen walked over, and the manager of the lobby took the initiative to walk out. Immediately afterward, a scene that Su Chen and the others would never forget appeared. Chapter 14, It's Really His? The appearance of the white Lamborghini became the center of attention. Soon after the door was opened, Su Chen and the others were shocked. Because in the main driver's seat, the person who walked out was clearly Jiang Chen. This wasn't Jiang Chen? Zhang Fan screamed at the first moment. Jiang Chen? It really looks a bit like it, doesn't it? He Gong also followed and spoke. It can't be, can it? You guys are looking at it wrong, aren't you? Not to mention, it really does look a bit similar. Li Zhua and the others were talking. However, after Wenwen Zhang got out of the car, everyone was sure at this moment. Is this not Wenwen Zhang? This was really Wenwen Zhang. Jiang Chen said he went to find Zhang Wenwen to buy a car. Is it possible that he really bought this car? Could it be that Jiang Chen was dead set on getting help from Wenwen Zhang and renting it over? Seeing Zhang Wenwen get out of the car, everyone subconsciously thought that it was really Jiang Chen's car. However, with Zhang Fan saying this, there was something intriguing. You guys are so sour. What do you mean by renting it over? Why don't you guys go rent it and see? It's not that I'm blowing. The price of renting a sports car, at the very least, is 4 or 5,000, right? 4 or 5,000 is okay. The main thing is the deposit and how new this car is. You guys take a closer look. In the crowd, a girl opened her mouth, and she didn't have any bit of jealousy or envy, but instead spoke up for Jiang Chen. Indeed, she was right. The car was very new. Usually, even if it was a rented car, it was absolutely impossible to rent such a new one. It's true that the deposit costs a lot of money and the rent is expensive, but it can't be helped by the fact that Jiang Chen is dead set against Zhang Wenwen. Anyway, I don't believe it. This car is Jiang Chen's. Zhang Fan clenched his teeth. He just didn't believe it. In fact, this phenomenon is very normal. The general friends, not very familiar, but also considered to know, at the same time know a little bit of the bottom. This kind of friend, if you know who got rich, the first reaction is, impossible, absolutely impossible, deny others, think they are bullish. Very common phenomenon. The abbreviation is red eye. Su Chen and He Gong were relatively silent. As for the others, they were also relatively silent as they watched it all. But what could be known was that no matter what, everyone's limelight was all suppressed by Jiang Chen. Unless it could be proven that Jiang Chen's car was a rental. Jiang Chen. Long time no see. Among the crowd, Yang Xiaomei was the first to walk over, and even graciously hugged Jiang Chen. Yang Xiaomei was Jiang Chen's high school classmate, but also a very good friend of Jiang Chen, and now that they were reunited after 7 or 8 years, Jiang Chen naturally hugged the other party enthusiastically. Sister Xiaomei, I haven't seen you for a few years, you've really gotten prettier and prettier. Jiang Chen smiled and opened his mouth. You are also more and more handsome, and now so rich. To be honest, I really regret that at that time in school did not chase you. If I chased you, maybe I am now a rich wife. Yang Xiaomei is also a person of temperament, speaking greatly, at the same time glancing at Su Chen and the others, directly opened his mouth to ask. By the way, Jiang Chen, how much did you pay for this car? When did you buy it? Yang Xiaomei asked directly, being generous. It's not expensive, for $1 million or so, plus the purchase tax, it's almost $5 million. Today Jiang Chen came to our store to buy, temporary license plate are hanging there. At this time, the chapter 11 came up. She is also very enthusiastic with Yang Xiaomei to embrace, and then very carefully set out. Zhang Wenwen's so decent out, this time the crowd basically half believe it. Not right my friend said, he is indeed working or a salesman, how to change, become a big boss. Someone muttered, the voice is relatively small. Is it true or not is very simple, this car looks like a new car, I have a buddy, is also a forest store, asked to know. Song Yen opened his mouth, and then immediately took out his cell phone to find a friend to ask. And another place, Levin Hotel lobby manager personally came over, he immediately saw Jiang Chen, immediately handed over a business card and smiled, this gentleman, my name is Lu, called Lu Ming, is the lobby manager of Levin Hotel, may I ask if you have an appointment or? The other party was incredibly humble. Come over for dinner, already made a reservation. Jiang Chen took the business card, then looked at Su Chen and the others with a smile on his face and said, yo, all in? Ha, all in, all in. Yes, yes. The crowd greeted Jiang Chen, even Su Chen smiled, but how much of those smiles came from the heart was unclear. Alright, if sir has any needs, you can contact me directly. Lu Ming opened his mouth and was very good at his job. Jiang Chen nodded and then threw the key to the doorman, letting the latter take care of the parking. Jiang Chen then walked towards Su Chen's place. Meanwhile, Song Yen inquired about his friend and quickly got the information. Immediately after that, Song Yan's face changed and he lowered his voice. My friend said that the Hurricane of the Glory 4S store was really sold out. The buyer is very young, and it is called Jiang Chen. It is true. As Song Yan lowered his voice and said so, now everyone was dumbfounded. Especially the few people like He Gong and Zhang Fan, they had a feeling of being slapped in the face. The other few people, however, flew over and surrounded Jiang Chen with smiles on their faces. Yo, Boss Jiang is here. Boss Jiang, long time no see, long time no see. Holy, Jiang Chen, driving such an awesome car? Awesome, awesome. Some of the people who were originally surrounding Su Chen, in an instant, all of them surrounded Jiang Chen. This made Su Chen, who had organized this class reunion, instantly look a lot uglier. Chapter 15, Misbehaving? Levin Grand Hotel. Inside the Fortune Hall. There were almost only 30 people who came to this class reunion. On the dining table, a dish was set up, but the crowd was still talking endlessly, and they didn't want to go and clip the food to eat. I said, now our class now, only Jiang Chen mixed the best, right? That's for sure, he's bought a Lamborghini. Lamborghini, I can only see in the novels. Jiang Chen, no, brother Jiang, later can let me sit down? The whole conversation at the table centered around Jiang Chen's Lamborghini. Lamborghini, ordinary people who have this kind of car. On the contrary, Su Chen and others, from the group in the mood, to the party, froze a word did not say. In addition to a few people to give back a smile, the rest of all the people are surrounded by Jiang Chen. I say, Jiang Chen, what kind of business are you doing lately? At the dinner table, someone looked at Jiang Chen and asked this. Some small business. Jiang Chen answered simply. Small business? What kind of small business? Brother Jiang, if there's any way to get rich, bring me along. Yes, brother Jiang, if there is any way to get rich, bring a wave of students. The crowd opened their mouths to ask questions. It wasn't to mock or anything, but they were really curious and wanted to know what kind of business Jiang Chen was in. Internet IT industry. Jiang Chen casually said an industry, and it is a new type of industry. To be honest, there are a few people present who understand. But the moment he said IT, this group of people instantly felt lofty. Oxford, come on, brother Jiang, I'll toast to you. I did not expect when we were together in the fight, now brother Jiang you mixed so well, really enviable. Yes, alas, when I did not go after Jiang Chen now it seems, a pity. Class reunion, the crowd discussion, some people envy Jiang Chen money, some people praise Jiang Chen, some female classmates, but also bluntly said why did not go after Jiang Chen in the first place. This is the ability of money. Soon the crowd was talking and laughing. Drink to almost, began all kinds of complaints. What is difficult to eat, money is difficult to earn. What who was fighting very good, now in prison, who also developed, who do not know the trace. There was a good-looking female classmate, now in the county as a cashier. In short, 7 or 8 years have passed, a lot of things have happened. Jiang Chen listened attentively, and his heart was also filled with infinite emotions. It was just a meal, and it was reasonable to eat for at least an hour or two, especially for a classmate reunion. But halfway through the meal, Su Chen and the others said that they wanted to go back. It was obvious that this was being pressed too hard by Jiang Chen's wind, and the entire topic was centered around Jiang Chen. Let people like them, how are they willing to stay? What to open a factory 8 million a year, what a master's degree returnee, compared with Jiang Chen, there is really no comparison. As soon as these people left, Yang Xiaomei spoke directly. To come to the reunion, just think of pretending to be. This group of people is also funny. Jiang Chen, you can be considered a good trip to spit off. This group of people in the group, every day just know to pretend to be. Where is the reunion? Seeing the people go, Yang Xiaomei simply spoke directly. The words are not rough. Jiang Chen smiled. Once this group of people left, he was more comfortable. Everyone ate and drank, but Jiang Chen didn't drink. After all, he would have to drive later. Drunk driving is bad behavior. However, it had to be said that today's meal was really enjoyable. The whole class, whether reluctantly or not, but they all had to praise themselves a few times. Eat and drink enough. It is already 10 o'clock in the evening, originally said to go singing, but the time is too late, not girl students or to go back, otherwise the husband must be angry. So this trip to the party, it ends here. Levin Hotel entrance. Driving a car, taxi, we casually meet next time free to get together again. Sister May, do you want me to send you back? Jiang Chen opened his mouth and asked. Yang Xiaomei drank a little wine, directly shook his head and said, No, I go back directly, do not come to the time when my husband saw, but also jealous, and our Wenwen is still there, you two are single, I do not blindly participate in it. Yang Xiaomei greatly, Jiang Chen nodded, both sides added a phone number, and then left like this. When it was almost time, Jiang Chen drove the car, Jiang Wenwen naturally sat on the passenger side. Phew! Taking out a pack of cigarettes, Jiang Chen exhaled a breath and then lit a cigarette. This meal was quite good, at least cool was quite cool, just heard so many stories at the dinner table, had to lament. What is Mr. Jiang lamenting about? Jiang Wenwen smiled, she was not very averse to the smell of smoke, so she did not care. Lamenting this society, no money that is. Jiang Chen laughed softly, then drove the white hurricane towards Jiang Wenwen's house. She had already started to navigate. Yes, this society, no money is, but Mr. Jiang is different now, is rich, spirited. Jiang Wenwen nodded along. Because what Jiang Chen said was exactly right. I caught a bird rich man, I can only say that I can barely get by. Jiang Chen laughed lightly. And Jiang Wenwen was speechless. I said, Mr. Jiang, can you stop acting like this? It's not fun anymore. Jiang Wenwen was speechless. Jiang Chen said he could barely get by, but what about the others? Barely getting by? Ha! Jiang Chen laughed out loud. 20 minutes later. With a roar, Jiang Chen sent Jiang Wenwen to the entrance of the neighborhood. Do you want to go upstairs and have a seat? Jiang Wenwen opened her mouth and asked. The words were both polite and an inquiry at the same time. Going to your house? Jiang Chen asked. Otherwise? Go where? Jiang Wenwen replied. However, in the next moment, Jiang Chen's gaze looked towards the 7 Days Hotel in the distance, and at that moment, Jiang Wenwen understood what it meant. Why are you men full of this, so bad? Jiang Wenwen laughed and cursed. And Jiang Chen smiled and said, well, go back to rest early, see you next time. And, good. Jiang Wenwen nodded and then walked towards the neighborhood, while Jiang Chen witnessed Jiang Wenwen enter the neighborhood before driving away. To be honest, he didn't mean it at all, it was purely a joke. Just like that, another half an hour later. Binhu Hotel. A white Lamborghini appeared at the entrance of Chapter 16, Bronze Draw. Binhu Grand Hotel. Jiang Chen parked the Hurricane at the main entrance, and all the welcoming ladies at the entrance of the hotel looked at the car. The girls here, they weren't ordinary people, each and every one of them had great eyesight and knew at a glance what kind of car Jiang Chen's car was. Lamborghini. This is the new Hurricane. This car is so good looking. Last time there was a guest driving this kind of car, but not as good looking as this one. That's for sure, this is the new model, and white is my favorite. It's so cool. Wow, the owner is handsome too. I wish I could have a boyfriend like this. No, not to mention a boyfriend, I'd be happy even if I were a P boyfriend. Wow, should we be so exaggerated? P friends are also willing? What's the big deal? This guy is not bad looking, and he's quite young, much better than those middle-aged men. The welcoming ladies were talking, and at this time, Ma Tianyi walked over from the lobby. She saw this Lamborghini at a glance, and then saw Jiang Chen, and couldn't help but be filled with surprise. In the morning, Jiang Chen was still riding in the hotel car, but in the evening, he came back and drove a Lamborghini? Still really a rich second generation. Ma Tianyi could only think that Jiang Chen was a rich second generation, otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to be so rich, right? But soon, Ma Sweet walked over and looked at Jiang Chen. With a smile on her face, she said, Mr. Jiang, your clothes have arrived, do you need me to arrange it now and send it into your room? Ma Sweet smiled and said, good. Jiang Chen nodded, and then threw the key to the doorman, and drew out $500, counting it as a tip. $500 wasn't much, but for a doorman who parked the car, it was definitely quite a lot. Thank you sir, thank you sir. The other party was thrilled beyond measure, and then went to help Jiang Chen park the car cheerfully. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, walked towards the elevator entrance, with Ma Tianyi following behind. When the two of them left, the welcoming lady started to continue with her broken words. It's still Sister Ma who's great, she's pretty, and she's a good judge of character, knowing that this is a rich man. Yes, if I had Sister Ma's eye for people, I might already be in the company of a rich man. Don't say, you don't see, Sister Ma's posture, the first beauty of our Binho Hotel. It is said that Sister Ma was also the school's school flower. Even if you have such an eye, not this posture can't be. They are talking about it. The presidential suite, exclusive elevator. Faint fragrance into the nostrils of Jiang Chen. This is the scent of Ma sweet body, not the kind of very strong fragrance, but the kind of smell is very light fragrance, let a person feel peaceful. Mr. Jiang went out today to get a car? Ma sweet took the initiative to ask, with a smile on her face. And, just bought a car today. Jiang Chen said directly. Hiss. Ma sweet eyes showed a touch of surprise, originally thought that this was Jiang Chen home to get a car, but did not expect that it was actually directly bought today. This is really rich. Of course what Ma Sweet thought was that Jiang Chen still had quite a few luxury cars. Well, Mr. Jiang, things have been sent to you, if there is any need, you can contact at any time. Ma Sweet was still insanely suggestive. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, then entered the room. And Ma Sweet didn't have any nonsense and left the place. It wasn't that Jiang Chen was straight or couldn't understand what was meant. Rather, it was that Jiang Chen didn't like to come directly, because Jiang Chen liked to be passive, and at the same time, Jiang Chen also liked the process. If he came directly, he might as well go to her Ben, beautiful girls, a big handful, as long as there was money, anything would do, or go to Pattaya, a man's paradise. But Jiang Chen doesn't like it, he just likes this kind of tone. Lust, you come and go. Ma sweet growth can be, whether it is looks or body, absolutely first class, but Jiang Chen likes to take his time. At the same time, it is also true that he drove all day today. It was indeed tiring to drive a sports car, and he wanted to take a good rest, so he didn't have that mind. In the middle of the room. The first thing Jiang Chen did was to take a shower, then lay on the bed and opened the system. Today, he bought a car and spent $4 million, including insurance, so he gained 400 points. It was possible to have a wave of draws. The system required that 100 points to draw a prize once, so Jiang Chen naturally expected it to be incomparable. System. I want to draw a prize. Ding dong, it was detected that the host had 4,205 points, allowing for 4 bronze draws. Do you choose to draw? Yes. Jiang Chen understood that 100 points could draw bronze rewards, 1,000 points could draw silver rewards, 10,000 points could draw gold rewards, and so on. Soon, a large roulette wheel appeared in the middle of his mind. There were hundreds of options on the large wheel, all sorts of things were there. Soon the roulette wheel spun. The first reward appeared immediately. The pointer landed on something that resembled a pill. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the bronze reward, the body shaping pill. Item, body shaping pill. Efficacy, after taking it, you only need to go to the gym and do a simple workout, and after a week, you will have a perfect golden body, mermaid line, male dog waist, unicorn arms, and love handles. This thing is good. To be honest, Jiang Chen felt that his body was on the slightly chubby side, and with this pill, he had a great body. The first draw, Jiang Chen was satisfied. Soon the second draw. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the bronze reward, whitening cream. Item, whitening cream. Effect, applied evenly on the body, it can permanently make the body's facial skin delicate and snow white, improving the face value. This thing is fine. Jiang Chen just felt that his skin was rather dark. Although it was said that men didn't need to be too white, it wasn't too dark, right? Not bad, not bad, both of these things, Jiang Chen was very satisfied. The third lucky draw began, and Jiang Chen was very much looking forward to it. The pointer then landed on a mask. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the bronze reward, the face pinching mask. Item, face pinch mask. Effect, pasted on your face, you can perform a system pinch face and make readjustments, sword eyebrows and starry eyes, extreme features, turn into a handsome man in a second, be masculine if you want to be masculine, be feminine if you want to be feminine, be handsome if you want to be handsome. Oxford. With the addition of this mask, wouldn't he or she be properly transformed into a big handsome man? Jiang Chen didn't like the kind that was too effeminate, but sunny and handsome was definitely needed, the kind that looked especially good once he smiled. To be honest, face value is very important, as long as it is not a downright gold-digging woman. In fact, many girls, or face value control. Or rather, some especially beautiful-looking golden girls are definitely face value controllers. It is important to know that many beautiful girls, the family background is definitely not bad. Finally, the fourth draw. As the large roulette wheel turned, the pointer landed on a bright and shiny card, which clearly had a shark on it. Chapter 17, Fighting Shark 10 Million Rebate Card. The first 3 things drawn were quite good. The fourth item, on the other hand, rested on a card with a shark icon printed on it. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the bronze reward, 10 million Fighting Shark Live Spending Rebate Card. Item, Fighting Shark Live Spending Rebate Card. Function, there is a $10 million quota inside. The host can directly recharge $10 million worth of Fighting Shark fins, and if the host finishes using it within a day, they can receive a $10 million cash rebate. Note, this spending, not counting points. A rebate card? Spend $10 million and get $10 million for yourself? Is that so cool? After the 4 draws were over, Jiang Chen was satisfied. He had thought that the bronze draw must have drawn some trash, but now it seemed that he had overthought it. The things he drew were all good things. It was now 11 o'clock at night. Jiang Chen lay on the huge soft bed, and then directly called the system, taking out the whitening cream and mask, as well as the body shaping pill. First use the whitening cream, apply it all over his body, then apply the mask, followed by Jiang Chen making adjustments. Feminine and handsome don't want. Jiang Chen's final choice is similar to this kind of Wu Yifan, but to be more on the masculine side than Wu Yifan. Although countless people on the internet black Wu Yifan, but black are big bowl of noodles, there are a few black Wu Yifan's looks? Because honestly speaking, Wu Yifan looks absolutely considered handsome, character and strength not to mention. Jiang Chen wants this kind of looks. Of course Jiang Chen wouldn't be stupid enough to be like Wu Yifan, but rather a metaphor. After pinching his face and applying the whitening cream, Jiang Chen took a shower while standing in front of the mirror, looking at himself carefully. Handsome looks, decent features, sword eyebrows, starry eyes, looks noble, double eyelids, melon face, especially the skin on his face, can't see any blackheads, pores at all, like white snow. This is still no makeup. And the skin color is snow white, not that kind of miserable white, but really white and red, full of collagen. Skin quality is good to explosion. Handsome. Nima. Really handsome. Handsome explosion. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. Now that he had money and was also handsome, he was simply a winner in life. There was also the body shaping pill. Jiang Chen hurriedly remembered this thing, and at that moment, he directly took out the body shaping pill. Without saying anything, he swallowed it on the spot. The flavor of the body shaping pill was average, and after swallowing it, Jiang Chen began to exercise. Simple running back and forth, plus some basic push-ups and frog jumps. About an hour later. Jiang Chen compared, found that there is indeed a very obvious change, at least slightly fat stomach, completely disappeared. Although there is no mermaid line, male dog waist, unicorn arm, love handles, but according to the system, as long as you go to the gym and simply work out for an hour, after a week you will be able to have these things. So Jiang Chen wasn't worried. Phew. 12 o'clock late at night. After the exercise, Jiang Chen went to take a bath again. It could be said that today was the most number of times he took a bath and washed, more diligent than a woman. And this time when he took a bath, a layer of black dirt appeared. This was the dirty dirt in the body, the garbage on the surface of the skin, all of it was rejected out. It was good for the body. If only I could grow a little taller. Jiang Chen heart. And then lying on the bed, took out his cell phone, downloaded a Fighting Shark live broadcast. To be honest about the Fighting Shark Live, Jiang Chen also knows the domestic first live platform, but also the live platform is the first listed company. Jiang Chen originally nothing will also look at the live broadcast, but are civilized to watch the ball, absolutely will not send pop-ups or reward gifts. To be honest, even if there is money now, Jiang Chen absolutely cannot spare hundreds of thousands, millions of reward. Didn't have that consumer value But now it's different, the system sends himself $10 million, spends it all and then returns $10 million, which is not much of a problem. Do not spend, white not spend. The hotel's Wi-Fi signal is very strong, in a blink of an eye, the download is finished. After downloading, Jiang Chen began to register the account. Before watching the live broadcast, did not register the account, so re-register. ID words. Jiang Chen thought about it, and then typed. Jiang Xiaoshui. After typing, Jiang Chuan, without saying anything, directly called the system and charged money. Ding, is the rebate card being used? Yes. Ding, 10 million shark fins have been successfully recharged. Please ask the host to consume it in 24 hours, and when it's done, you'll receive a $10 million cash rebate. As the system prompt sounded. Sure enough, the number of shark fins changed from 0 to 11,000,000. At the same time, a large number of messages appeared, the most prominent one being that since it was the time for the recharge event, how much recharge was an extra 10%, so Jiang Chen recharged 10 million, an extra 1 million was given. And at the same time, at this moment, Fighting Shark headquarters. It was now 12 o'clock, perhaps for the vast majority of people, it was late at night and it was time to go to sleep. But for the live broadcasting industry, 12 o'clock at night was the most lively time, especially because during this time, the annual Celebration PK competition was about to open. This competition was a feast, both for the Do Shark platform and for the Do Shark anchors. So Do Shark headquarters, many people are working overtime, basically now 3 shifts, 24-hour shifts, is afraid that in the middle of this feast, what happened to the accident? At the same time, a message came from the technical department. Minister, someone is charging $10 million. This voice rang out. In an instant, the entire technical department, including the operations department and other departments working overtime, all shocked. $10 million? That studio actually such a large sum of money? Studio? It's impossible, the festival hasn't even started yet, how could it be possible to recharge $10 million? If you recharge now, you won't get an internal rebate. Is it possible that the studio's employees made a mistake? Did they recharge in advance? The crowd was shocked. You have to know that now is not the period of the festival. If you recharge, it's always a normal recharge, and only when the festival starts will there be an internal recharge. At that time, recharging $30 million was normal, and anyway, it was all data, not real money. It's not a studio, this account is not a studio, it's an account that was just registered, it's a new visitor account. That technician said so. Once this was said, in an instant, the entire technical department was completely quiet. Chapter 18, Call Me Husband. Are you sure? The minister of the technical department swallowed his saliva and asked this. If it's really a visitor and not a guild account, then that means that this person is a rare divine hero. Sure, this is a new account. The other party firmly and incomparably said. Then quickly pull into the whitelist to go, and then give all kinds of permissions, quick, quick, quick. Coming from such an awesome godly hero, naturally the minister in charge of operations and technology will definitely keep an eye on it. The meaning of pulling into the whitelist is simple, that is, no one can kick Jiang Chen, because some brain-dead anchors, in order to pretend to be a beeper, have done a lot of shabby behaviors, and some of the big money masters have been pissed off. So there was a whitelist, and no one had the right to restrict in every way except the ministerial administrators. And at the same time, at 12:20 in the evening, inside the presidential suite of the Binhu Hotel, Jiang Chen, who was searching for a target after he finished recharging, soon Jiang Chen saw a target now. This anchor Jiang Chen had a little understanding, it was a female anchor that specialized in COS. The looks can definitely make a 90, the popularity is also very high, the heat remains above 1 million, the real number of almost 230,000 people. For a new female anchor, this kind of data is already considered very good. To know the whole bucket shark, under normal circumstances, the ranking of the first anchor, the number of online hold up only 2 million, and must be the prime time. Unless it is a super celebration or a super program, otherwise, 2 million is dead. What 5 million, 10 million, 50 million, with a little brain can know is false. What is the concept of 1 million? To put it bluntly, a button group of 500 people, if everyone talks, can be brushed up to calm, let alone a million people? So having 2 or 300,000 real online numbers is already considered a very good anchor. Jiang Chen clicked into the live broadcast room. Then he heard that the female anchor was cosplaying a bunny girl. It's very beautiful. Really beautiful. In addition to the lack of money and the temperament a little bit, just face value, body, Jiang Dust can already give a 90%. And at this moment, the pop-ups were huge. Who can handle this? Please, really not a drop left. My troop is the most beautiful. Bleaching brew, really bleaching brew. Typing with both hands to show integrity. No more picking, just type it here. Brother, what's wrong with you? Why did you throw up again? The whole pop-up is just filthy law, filthy heaven, but I have to say, this does look good. Thank you for your support. Free gift away. Oh, new friends also point attention to see the live effect is good. Immediately shouted. Suddenly attention skyrocketed 4 or 500. And at the same time, Jiang Chen without saying anything first opened a Super Emperor bar. This is nobility, not a reward, but a privilege of identity. To put it bluntly, when you enter the live broadcast room, there will be all kinds of special effects, letting people know that you are a tycoon. It's not expensive, 180,000 a month. Jiang Chen directly clicked to open. In an instant, 180,000 shark fins were deducted, followed by a huge banner appearing in the room. Congratulations to Jiang Xiaoshui for becoming the Super Emperor of the Fighting Shark platform. Everyone quickly come to the live room to grab the Emperor's treasure chest. Thank you Do Shark audience Jiang Xiaoshui for opening the Super Emperor in this live room. Thank you very much. Both messages are official automatically popped up in the live room. The first one was platform-wide, which meant that this prompt appeared in every live room. The second one was for the individual platforms. Soon a huge crown appeared in the live broadcast room, with golden special effects flashing and glowing. The entire live broadcasting room pop-ups directly exploded. Atmosphere. Boss atmosphere. 6. Boss atmosphere. Atmosphere. You've opened the Emperor's office? Bullpen. Why don't you dance for the Emperor? Boss. The whole pop-up screen is brushing the boss's atmosphere. After all, it takes 180,000 to open an Emperor. Seriously, a white-collar worker in North Canton earns 10,000 a month, right? 1,800,000 to open an Emperor, equivalent to a white-collar worker, a year and a half salary. Maybe in front of the super anchor, an Emperor is nothing, but for this kind of new anchor, it is considered very good. Thank you, brother Jiang Xiaoshui, for the Emperor. Thank you. Standing up, he bent down and bowed to Jiang Chen, and then all of them began to civilize their ball watching. Call me husband. Jiang Chen directly typed. He knew this, he liked to call the audience his wife, but Jiang Chen was overbearing and let call himself his husband. At the same time after typing, Jiang Chen directly clicked on Super Rocket. This was the most expensive gift from Fighting Sharks, one shot was worth $2,000. Jiang Chen clicked it, and an OK option appeared. Naturally without any nonsense, Jiang Chen directly started choosing the gift. Thank you to fan Jiang Xiaoshui for sending a Super Rocket. Thank you fan Jiang Xiaoshui for sending 10 Super Rockets. Thank you fan Jiang Xiaoshui for sending 100 Super Rockets. That's right, Jiang Chen casually clicked and 100 rounds of Super Rockets were sent. The live broadcast room exploded. To open an Emperor, it would take 180,000, but Jiang Chen was using the Fighting Shark rebate card, so he could directly open it with shark fins, so he almost only spent 60,000 shark fins to open this Emperor. And because opening the Emperor is to pay taxes, plus the messy settings, the anchor can only get $12,000 pay. Therefore, Jiang Chen let called husband, to be honest, although it is a newbie anchor, but it is also considered a newbie anchor with a lot of momentum. $12,000 would not really be called out. But with Jiang Chen 100 rounds of Super Rockets taking off. This was dumbfounded. 100 rounds of Super Rockets What kind of concept is that? 200,000 $200,000. Don't even mention it. The fans are all confused. I don't think the festival's here yet. Why is it so fierce? Did the guild do it? It doesn't look like it. Thank you Jiang Xiaoshui for the 100 Super Rockets. I subconsciously thanked him. Now all the water users are in a hurry. What the hell are you calling Jiang Xiaoshui for? Call your husband. Damn it, Tuan Air, are you a cutie? Hubby, grass nest. I'll be your wife, as long as you don't mind that my dick is bigger than yours. Boss, you're so atmospheric. 100 rounds of Super Rockets. God's honor. If it's not swiped by the guild, this is a super tycoon. Countless pop-ups appeared. Jiang Chen smashed his mouth, took a look at this, although this girl can be long, but the head is not too flexible. At that moment Jiang Chen directly exit the live room, go to look for the next female anchor bar. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Chen exited, In an instant, the live broadcast pop-up screen exploded again. Holy, the tycoon is gone. Tuanmei, you pissed off the emperor. Poor Emperor Ah, brush 200,000, cannot hear a husband. Tuanmei, why did you drop the ball at this critical moment? 100 rounds of super rockets, and you're leaving directly after the reward. This is a real tycoon Ah. Many of the aquatic friends watching the live broadcast instantly realized that Jiang Chen was a real tycoon, not a fake tycoon. Otherwise, rewarding 100 rounds of super rockets, it would be reasonable to stay here and continue to liven up the atmosphere. But directly leaving, what does this mean? This is to feel uninteresting. Thank you Jiang Xiaoshui husband's 100 rounds of super rockets, thank you, Mwada. This time, he completely came back to his senses. Putting on his best posture, however, Jiang Chen had already disappeared. This time a little confused and regretful. It's not that she didn't want to call, but she was just a little dazed, plus it was that there was a little bit of embarrassment, but now it seems that she seems to have missed out on a tycoon friend Ah. And at the same time, Jiang Chen locked another live room. Nerdy girl little bully. Chapter 19, directly rewarded 1 million. Dull girl was shocked. To be honest, the performance made Jiang Chen very dissatisfied. Do anchor, should know one thing, that is to make the boss happy. Not at all active, and their own words are said, the result is still the kind of a little twisted. How can Jiang Chen stay there? Playing live, Jiang Chen wants to lick. All kinds of dog licking. Don't talk to me about something that is not there, licking is finished. Jiang Chen does not intend to fall in love with these anchors. To put it bluntly, if 1,000 miles to send, Jiang Chen can also consider, if you let yourself spend money, but also to coax her? Then get out of the way. I don't think it would be so easy to be so cranky, right? Entering the Dull Sisters live broadcast room. At this moment, the Emperor's special effects were displayed, and as soon as he entered, there was immediately an announcement prompt. Welcome Emperor Jiang Xiaoshui into the live room. This is the system announcement. Welcome Emperor Jiang Xiaoshui, good little handsome brother. Seeing the Emperor come, the Dull Sister naturally want to shout a sentence, although she is already the first anchor of the Jedi Survival classification, counted as a super anchor, but after all, the person who came as the Emperor, a polite sentence should be there. And in the live broadcast room, there was no surprise at the arrival of an Emperor. The screen was full of pop-ups, all of which were saying things like old woman, no boobs, and so on. But vaguely, one could still see a few pop-ups that mentioned Jiang Chen. Jiang Xiaoshui, isn't this the big guy who just rewarded 100 rounds of super rockets? Isn't this the big guy who rewarded 100 rounds of super rockets? How did it come here? The number of such pop-ups was very small, and they were overshadowed by other pop-ups. Jiang Chen especially understood playing live broadcasts. If you want to pretend to be a beeper in a big live room, don't say so much nonsense, smash the gift, smash to the anchor from surprise to shock, then to the fight body, then wait for all kinds of blowing up next. And want to play in the small live room, a super rocket is enough, at least the anchor lick you an hour no problem. So Jiang Chen didn't pretend to beep anything. He opened the gift, chose super rocket, and started to brush it. In an instant, the icon of the super rocket soaring appeared, followed by a system announcement. Thank you, Emperor Jiang Xiaoshui, for sending a super rocket in this live room. Thank you, Emperor Jiang Xiaoshui, for sending 10 super rockets in this live broadcast room. Thank you, Emperor Jiang Xiaoshui, for sending 100 super rockets in this live broadcast. Thanks to Emperor Jiang Xiaoshui for sending 200 super rockets on this broadcast. Thank you, Emperor Jiang Xiaoshui, for sending 300 super rockets in this live broadcast. Thank you, Emperor Jiang Xiaoshui, for sending 400 super rockets in this live broadcast. Thank you, Emperor Jiang Xiaoshui, for sending 500 super rockets in this live broadcast. 500 rockets. Jiang Chen used almost 5 minutes of time, fingers are pointing rotten. To be honest, this fight shark really a few sand sculpture. Super rocket cannot be sent in succession, also cannot be sent in a breath of 500 hair, must be clicked in order to send out. This Nima, Jiang Chen handskin are red. However, the entire Dull Sister live room also completely exploded. Grass. The boss was atmospheric. 500 super rockets? What the hell? $1 million? Oh, my god, this is a great man. Damn, where did this fairy come from? Number 1 on the weekly list, number 1 on the monthly list, and number 5 on the overall list. Bull. From the guild? The boss has a great atmosphere. Atmosphere, mighty and domineering. Nyo Pai tearing his heart out and shouting. 6. Big brother is mighty. Isn't the grand ceremony in a few days? Why is this happening? 500 rounds of super rockets, a full million, holy, God's honor? I can't talk. 500 super rockets. It's too stuck. The web version is stuck until it explodes. Don't do it, big brother. If you do it again, my computer will crash. Dorky, lick big brother quickly. At this moment, the Dull Sisters live broadcast room directly exploded. Originally, the number of people online almost broke 1 million, however, now, directly increased by 3 to 400,000 people online. One is the Super Rocket will send a treasure chest, the water friends can receive free fishballs, and the second is to see this kind of situation, who do not want to come in to take a look. And at the same time, the dorky girl who was playing the game was completely nonplussed. Hiss. Dull Sister was directly dumbfounded. 500 rounds of Super Rocket. This was a real $1 million. It was important to know that as a super anchor, Dull Sister understood the current situation of the live broadcast industry very well. The vast majority of live platform tycoons, 90% are guilds. Usually at the time of the extravaganza, they will all appear, and then contact with the Do Shark official. The reward money, basically as much as the return, at most, is to deduct a little bit of tax, and it is a dime a dozen of company tax. A note. The squire's money, as much as it's worth. The money of the people, 37 split. Therefore, the entire fighting shark, in addition to the guild, can breath reward $1 million, no more than 10 people, and these 10 people, each is a big business or super rich second generation. Of course, except for individual cases, such as what the companies finance, but this situation is pitifully small. Jiang Chen rewarded 1 million in one breath, definitely one of the godly tycoons. How could the Dull Sister not lick this? Chapter 20, $1 million to call a husband. Thank you, brother Jiang Xiaoshuai. Love you. Dull Sister forced down the excitement in her heart, not for this $1 million gift, but mainly for Jiang Chen's background power, which was what Dull Sister valued. $1 million was a lot. But it wasn't like she didn't have it. Called husband. Jiang Chen still typed out these 3 words. Overbearing and full of personality. If Dull Sister didn't shout, he would directly leave the live broadcast room and then never come back. Anyway, it was to come over to complete the task. He didn't mind who he rewarded. Hurry up and call your husband. Dull Sister, call hubby. If you don't call me, I'll call hubby. Hubby. Jiang Xiaoshuai husband, I'm your wife. Mia D. Hubby is awesome. Hubby. I love you. The entire water friends in the live broadcast room began to stutter and follow blindly. And the live broadcast room, the Dull Sister almost no nonsense, directly shouted, thanks to the husband rewarded 500 rounds of Super Rocket, mwahaha. Trojan horse. Barf. Without any nonsense, the Dull Sister directly shouted. 500 rounds of Super Rocket. This is a super big god ho, do anchor, itself is not to coax the audience happy? What's a husband worth? Hearing Dull Sister shouted like this, Jiang Chen was in a great mood, and immediately started to click again. Thanks to Emperor Jiang Xiaoshuai, for the 100 rounds of Super Rocket sent in this live broadcast room. Thank you, Emperor Jiang Xiaoshuai, for sending 300 Super Rockets in this broadcasting room. Thank you, Emperor Jiang Xiaoshuai, for sending 500 Super Rockets on this broadcast. 500 more Super Rockets. Another 500 Super Rockets. Together with the previous ones, that's 1,000 Super Rockets. Bull Pen. Tearing his heart out. A new generation of Godho emerges from the fighting fish. Brother Shinhao, the grass nest. Powerful grass nest. Dumb sister, quickly call your husband, why are you still talking nonsense? This Nima is the real Godho. With those sand sculpture is not the same, gibberish before playing a few airplane rockets. Nima, brother Jiang, to your knees. In contrast, Dull Sister Live Room, 52 Emperor Row, then my brother Jiang. 6. With another 500 Super Rockets from Jiang Chen, the live broadcast room completely and utterly exploded. And at the same time, inside the live broadcast room, just as the self-congratulation ended, thinking that although he missed out on the tycoon, he had retained his dignity. Suddenly, the banner of the live broadcast room appeared horrible and incomparable Super Rocket. It is clearly written, thank you Emperor Jiang Xiaoshuai, rewarding the Dull Sister is not a small bully a Super Rocket. An icon was around, and at a glance, at the very least dozens of rounds were flowing. Immediately after the pop-up screen also exploded. That Jiang Xiaoshuai, just now, in Dull Sister's live broadcast, rewarded Dull Sister with 1,000 rounds of Super Rocket, making Dull Sister call out to her husband. What's going on? Really? Nima, you're not lying to me, right? It's true. Tuaner, I'm leaving now. I've got some important business to attend to. Guys, wait for me. Nima, is this the rhythm of robbing the god of the year? Tuan Air is probably regretting it. Upstairs 1. More than regretting it, 1,000 Super Rockets, $1 million in hand, Tuaner is going to cry, isn't he? The pop-up screen exploded. And after seeing this, the whole person is also confused. Buzz. Buzz. The cell phone vibrated, and at a glance, it was a message from the guild administrator, and the content was very simple. That is, after checking, Jiang Chen was indeed a water fan, not a guild, and he did reward Dull Sister with 1,000 Super Rockets just now. Hiss. This moment was completely glassy-eyed. Regret was incomparable, his intestines were almost green with regret. At this moment, it was very tempting to slap myself. Pretending to be reserved. Pretend Nima's lady A husband 2 million. The first thing I want to do is to make sure that you have a good understanding of what you are talking about. Thoroughly glassy-eyed, she now extremely regretted, wishing to go back to before, shouted Jiang Chen 100 husband, even she was willing to go directly to find Jiang Chen million Maybe to dull sister, a million was nothing, but to her, 1,000 rounds of super rockets would get her a million in commission What kind of concept was that? It was almost the same amount for herself in a year. Crying. However, in the next moment, thinking of a feature, she directly went off the air and contacted Jiang Chen directly through the anchor backstage. That's right, she directly contacted Jiang Chen. Because Jiang Chen had Open Emperor in her live broadcast, the system defaulted and was directly considered a friend. No matter what, didn't want to miss Jiang Chen. At this moment, there was no such thing as face. In front of divine greatness, all pride and face was a joke. Not only that, but the entire Fighting Shark live broadcast room had begun to blow up. The vast majority of the content in the various live broadcast rooms is. Quickly go to the Dull Sister live room to see, there is a super god Ho was born. Rewarding 1 million, it's a real tycoon, not a guild tycoon. Moreover, some of the super anchors as well as the topmost anchors had gotten wind of it. In fact, from the very beginning, when Jiang Chen rewarded 200,000, there were already countless guilds paying attention to Jiang Chen. Now that Jiang Chen had rewarded 1 million, not only were they paying attention, they were all checking Jiang Chen's origins, only to find out that it wasn't a guild. It was an actual tycoon. Now, all the guilds were excited. Chapter 21, Fiery Fighting Sharks, Baby Asahi. Thank you Jiang Xiaoshui husband to send 1,000 hair super rocket, love you mahahaha than heart. It can be said, always lifestyle are particularly tough and direct dull sister, after seeing 1,000 rounds of super rocket, also not calm. No, not calm is not enough to express the mood of the dull sister. At this moment, the dull sister has a kind of people sitting at home, good things from the sky feeling. 1 million this is not a question of money or not. Rather, what would be the background of a big brother who could casually reward 1 million, no, 2 million? Kyoto Red second generation? Or a rich second generation in Magic City? But no matter which one it was, one would be rich. And even if Jiang Chen wasn't some super rich second generation, rewarding $1 million guaranteed that he could set himself on fire again in the industry, realizing that with the addition of all the major anchors, as well as the change in times, many anchors had already lost their popularity. This wave of operation, at least can pull back some popularity for themselves. So thinking of this, Dull Sister is even more intimate and incomparable. Husband, do you want me to accompany you to play the game? Dull Sister's performance instantly let the entire live broadcast room countless water friends, both envy and jealous of it. The money ability is really good. Old woman, can you be a little more reserved? Reserve your mother a leg, reward 2 million, in your place, you reserve not? Agree with the upstairs. Tell a joke, the next door, because of reserve, this god directly leave the live room, but also rewarded 200,000. 6. Boss atmosphere. Boss atmosphere. Boss, is there a missing pendant on your leg? Dad, I'm your real son. Why are you here? Dad, Mom told me to call you home for dinner. Do you have any shame upstairs? How dare they recognize their relatives? Dad, let's go home and ignore them. I envy the money. It's good to have money. The pop-up screen exploded. After all, this was not a big deal. Jiang Chen looked at this scene, could not help but laugh, looking at countless netizens in a variety of bragging, who is cool. Sweeping a glance at the shark fins, there are still more than 8 million shark fins, there is still a considerable distance from completing the task. But it is not good to reward too much in one place. It would come back as showmanship. So after thinking about it, Jiang Chen said at the pop-up screen, see you next time. After saying that, he ran away. This time up to close to 3 to 4 million real online water friends all confused. He just left? $2 million spent, just to hear a husband? What the hell? It's not that much of a show, is it? This is a real showman. He spends money like water. In the eyes of this kind of person, maybe money is just a string of numbers. Honey, take me with you before you go. Dad, take me away. Boss atmosphere. God Ho invincible. The water friends were completely shocked. According to Reason, Jiang Chen 2 million smashed down the water, not to mention other things, at least to play some games with the dull sister, right? Maybe even have a feast for the eyes? But Nima just strayed away? Is that too much? How about this? Jiang Chen had left Dull Sister's live room. The Dull Sister, who was preparing to perform, took a look and was instantly confused. Hubby, where did you go? Hubby? You don't go where I do not do well. Husband, you directly say, I immediately change She had completely become a slave to money. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen also left. After leaving Dull Sister's live broadcast room, in an instant, Jiang Chen found that among the information bar, a large amount of information appeared. First of all, the friend application, because the Do Shark platform, the anchor to apply for a friend, is more forward. Jiang Chen found that many big anchors have added their friends. The kind of active application. A glance swept past. PDD, Baby Susu, Decima, Su Yunmei, Little Sophie, Alang, Joerk, Foam Timo. Super anchor, first line anchor, second line anchor, third line anchor, simply not too much. Even many of them have quite a few beautiful female anchors. It's pretty damn bold. Jiang Chen muttered in his heart, this one is embarrassing. But thinking about it, he had rewarded so much money, and he had nothing to do but take this out for what? And it's also against the law. Among all the anchors, Jiang Chen thought about it and finally clicked into the live room of Baby Susu. Female anchors do not touch for the time being, look at the Baby Susu. Before there is no system, Jiang Chen has also seen the live broadcast of Baby Susu. The baby is a Douyu super anchor content is Dungeons and Warriors game, Zhang Duan played, but did not play for a long time, just like the baby's live broadcast style. Vaguely remember, Jiang Chen originally watched the live broadcast, let a lot of free fish pills, all to this old hang. So click in to see. A little bit in, at this moment, the live room of the Baby Susu, just locked is the Dull Sisters live room, and watching Jiang Chen reward. At the same time, Baby Susu is also a tart. Ha, this group of people is simply too classless, all shouting husband husband, ha. But also, 1,000 rounds of super rocket this is the real 2 million and just now the Fighting Shark Senior said to me, this tycoon, is the real tycoon, not the kind of labor union, really rich this if I give me a reward, don't say what 1,000 rounds of super rocket call a husband, a super rocket, I call a father. The Baby Susu joked. His weekday live broadcast is like this, all kinds of nonsense chat, very grounded. However, the next moment, a beam of light appeared. Welcome Emperor Jiang Xiaoshui into this live broadcast. At the same time, Jiang Chen happened to hear this from Baby Su, and without saying a word, he wildly clicked the super rocket at that moment. And the live broadcast room, when Jiang Chen just came in, exploded. Chapter 22, 2000 Super Rockets. In fact, the entire live broadcast room had already boiled over when Jiang Chen's gift wasn't delivered. Right now, in the entire live broadcast room, who didn't know Jiang Chen? All of them were discussing Jiang Chen, the divine hero. Rewarding Dull Sister with $2 million just to hear a husband. In the entire Fighting Shark, no such person had appeared so far. There are 4 or 5 godly hoes in Do Shark, but those godly hoes, they all have a purpose, to put it bluntly, they want to pretend, but how many of them rewarded 2 million and then immediately disappeared? Just for a husband? This is not a god ho, what is this? Asahi Baby So Big Anchor is also regarded as the bucket shark extremely rowdy anchor, even Dungeons and Warriors do not play, is to watch Jiang Dust spread money, visible Jiang Dust now attention is how high? But all of a sudden, Jiang Chen appeared, so that Baby Susu also shocked. Hubby, why are you here? Baby Shushu was flirty and extremely brazen, directly shouting for her husband, especially after Jiang Chen sent a round of super rockets. Baby Shushu was even more wide-eyed, and then rejoiced. Hubby, don't do this. Hubby, I love you too much. This kind of flirty talk immediately made the entire water user audience laugh. You old hang. Nima, want this? You are really an old hanged man. Boss atmosphere. Welcome to the baby's live broadcasting room, Mr. God. You're an old man with no dignity at all. The live broadcast screen exploded, Jiang Chen's appearance, undoubtedly a shot of stimulant. And the old crane's live broadcast style is also particularly exaggerated, not the slightest bit of artifice, directly kneeling Tim Jiang Dust. What do you know, this is my husband, all give me shut up, don't mess with the rhythm, hey, husband, you don't send me 10,000 super rockets, send a few thousand on the line, your money is my money, all the same. The corners of Baby Shushu's mouth cracked open as he laughed. Jiang Chen also couldn't help but be amused by this guy. But in a row, Jiang Chen nodded until his thumbs were red, and only then did he call it quits. This time, he sent 2,000 super rockets in one breath, which was 4 million. In an instant, Baby Su's live room, the heat soared to 350 million, and the number of people online directly almost broke through 8 million. This was the real number of people online. Nima. This divine hero is really rich. He rewarded $200,000 for the opening, immediately rewarded $2 million for the dumb sister, and now rewarded $4 million for the big horse monkey, God's hero the real God's hero Monkey, I'm asking you, are you happy? Damn, old man, can't you have some dignity? If I gave you $4 million, you'd probably call yourself anything, not to mention your husband. Dad, why are you rewarding me again? Let's go home, okay? Grandpa. Grandpa, I'm your long-lost grandson. Boss atmosphere. Boss atmosphere. Old hang, you've made a fortune. Set you monkey, still not send out some red packets? Big horse monkey, didn't you say a super rocket and a word for dad? People have rewarded you so much, why don't you shout a few words? It's not right. Baby Susu, also commonly known as the big horse monkey, at this moment, the ghost of excitement, expression is extremely rich, the attitude is also extremely sincere, is a word. Lick and be done with it. Who said I don't call out to my father? Who said that? Thanks to Jiang Xiaoshui's dad's 2,000 super rockets, Dad, I kowtow to you. Baby Su directly kowtowed without any pretense. If this was any other anchor, he might be scolded for being too spineless for money. But Baby Susu is different. This old hang live broadcast style is very direct, often kowtowing. Old hang, you shameless guy. Big horse monkey, 2000 voices of father, I listen. Welcome brother God Ho Jeong to the show. Brother God Ho is mighty. Today, fighting shark shows God Ho again. Next door, tiger's mouth is live and purple with envy. Boss atmosphere. This God Ho, could it be a union advertisement? Live pop-ups brush up. The big horse monkey immediately saw a few bad pop-ups, and at that moment very funny pointing to the camera. This who, you actually dare to slander my father? You're looking for death, management, kick him. Whoever dares to humiliate my golden master dad, I'll be in a hurry with whoever. The big horse monkey was excited beyond words and said. He didn't want these people to jeopardize Jiang Chen's departure. You old hang, you pointed daddy again? You monkey, if you pointed dad again, I'll kill you. Who told you to point? You're a monkey. Brother God Ho is so powerful and domineering. Nima, my blood boiled, in a fit of rage, I saved my fish balls for 10 days, and gave them all to you, with gusto. Enough of a row, almost 400 million heat, bullpen. The pop-up screen exploded. After all, who wouldn't be thrilled to have such a godly man? Although it has nothing to do with themselves, but just look at the drama, but also beautiful awe. It is very annoying, the reward needs to be won by 1 point cannot be. Fighting Shark Technical Department is not toxic? Why can't you set up a one-click? After 2,000 rounds of super rockets were sent, Jiang Chen did press his thumb to hurt, so he complained a sentence like this. As soon as this sentence came out, immediately the water friends began to stagger. Fighting Shark's technical department, why don't you hurry over and apologize to the Gold Master? Nima? The Gold Master's father is angry, the technical department does not come over to apologize? Inexplicably feel heartbroken, send a super rocket, I will think for a long time, Big Brother resident's suspected point of hand pain. Let me help you, Mr. Big Shot. Calling Nima to Heyo? Call Brother God Ho. Call your husband. Hubby, I'll help you on your behalf. As for Baby Shushu, he even heard Jiang Chen say so and immediately opened his mouth. Dad, you wait, I will now call with the old president of the Fight Shark, Set you monkey, the technical department of even this did not take into account, I want a stink for my father to scold them, and so on. Asahi Baby Program Effect Explosion, holding a cell phone, excited and incomparable said, don't know really think he went to make a phone call. In reality it was just dialing a friend's number and making up. But I have to say, this program effect, full marks. Chapter 23, spend the remaining 1 million shark fins here. Late night 1 o'clock. The Fighting Shark live streaming platform, much more lively than before, the total number of people online, had already caught up with the highest peak. There was nothing else, it was because there was a divine hero. Now all the major groups, all the major web series collection places, are discussing Jiang Chen. Some said it was for show, but they were immediately slapped in the face. Jiang Chen's behavior could never be for show, because at the same time, there were quite a few super anchors that had proven that Jiang Chen was not a union account. The next thing was that the people that Jiang Chen had rewarded were not fixed. It was from a labor union, Dull Sister was also from a labor union, and Baby Susu was also from a labor union, 3 different labor unions. It was impossible to join forces and put on an act, right? And what's the point of acting? Now the grand ceremony did not arrive, so even if it is to hype the heat, but also absolutely should not go to hype the heat of the big anchor, so the total sum is, this is not hype, is the actual emergence of a God Ho. Inside the live broadcasting room of the Baby Susu. Got 4 million bounty, Baby Susu the whole person excited don't want. Although he signed the Doe Shark platform, annual salary of tens of millions of dollars, but the problem is still that. What kind of person can offer a reward of 4 million? Absolutely tycoon and tycoon these super anchors, to be honest, who does not want to know some tycoon friends? It is not to say that you can do anything if you know a tycoon friend, but one more friend is one more way, and in the future there may be a place where you need to do a favor. In other words, even if it is a big star, was rewarded a few million, also happy Who would mind too much money? Other than that, husband, just for the money you rewarded today, I will now go to set up a small number, play a milkmaid, ID called, a lifetime only for Jiang Xiaoshui. I'm going to set up a small number and play as a milkmaid, with an ID called Jiang Xiaoshui. You guys say, is this wife of mine interesting enough? Big horse monkey ghosting, but he also really created a small number, entered the ID. Old hang, you're shameless. How dare you steal my husband from me? Show me your sword. Ha, laughing my ass off. Money ability is good, envy. Boss, you're so smart. Big monkey, you point at dad again and see? Set you monkey, shameless. Water friends laughed, while the big horse monkey is pressed, all kinds of smallpox, and ease to talk about. In fact, you do not know, my husband and I, God has long been friends, just has not had the opportunity to meet, now meet, hey. My husband just gave me a reward of $4 million, hey. The big horse monkey had been completely shameless. Jiang Chen swept a glance at the shark's fin balance, and after thinking about it, swiped another 1,000 super rockets. This time the big horse monkey was even more excited. Thanks to my husband for sending another super rocket. Love you, mwahahaha. Mamma mia. Trojan horse. Trojan horse. Ha! The big horse monkey smiled especially brightly. Another 2 million before and after Jiang Chen in his live room rewarded 6 million, directly became the second in the overall list. The first is her wife, when she came to Do Shark. Her wife personally helped him brush for the heat. This is a very simple means. In other words, Jiang Chen was the actual number one on the overall list. Boss atmosphere. Brother Shenhao is mighty. I've come to fighting sharks for so long, but I've never seen Divine Hero before, and today I've witnessed it with my own eyes. It's great to have money. Now all the major anchors are waiting for this godho to name him. Brother Shenhao, go see the beautiful women. What's the point of looking at a big horse monkey? Yes, Brother Shenhao, go see Little Deep. What's the point of looking at Little Deep? Go look at Timo. What the hell, Timo? He's not good looking at all. Go and see Yunmi. The pop-up screen immediately changed to style. The big horse monkey, to see this situation is not right, immediately opened his mouth. You group of scum, shut up. My husband, just look at me alone. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Big horse monkey completely crazy. After Jiang Chen finished brushing 1,000 rounds of super rockets, he left a sentence to see you next time, and then directly left the live broadcast room. As soon as Jiang Chen left, the pop-up screen exploded once again. Rich man's style. The rich man's style. The confidence of the rich. See, monkey, the boss doesn't care about you. That's what I call a cowboy. He just leaves when he says he will. $6 million and you're leaving? 6. What kind of a man is this? It's the most powerful man in the world, isn't it? This time the big horse monkey are confused, feel this is not scientific, according to the theory of smashing so much money, should not listen to their own blowing 4 or 5 ing hours? How only half an hour to go? But the people left, the big horse monkey will never blame, but continue to brag about it. God ho! God! This motherer can really be a god hero. The entire shark fighting, I can say, I Jiang Xiaoshui husband, really have a row. Big horse monkey bragged. And next, Jiang Chen randomly spot-checked anchors. Each anchor, as long as Jiang Chen clicked in, at least 100 rounds of super rockets. If you meet an interested anchor, at least 1,000 rounds of super rockets. This time, the entire fighting shark platform's entire anchors got excited. 11 million shark fins. Under this kind of spending by Jiang Chen, there was soon only 1 million left. It was now 2 in the morning, and Jiang Chen was tired, but seeing that there was only 1 million shark fins left. So he stopped holding on for a while. Got to find a refreshment. Jiang Chuan clicked on the face value category, and then saw a Yunmei live room. Before and after, Jiang Chen rewarded 40 or 50 anchors. The most rewarded is the Baby Su Su, the least 100 hair super rocket. And it is a small anchor. The other party is excited and directly cried. Yunmi is a stick anchor, but looks quite beautiful, but basically maybe plastic surgery out. However, it does not matter, and is not looking for a wife. Plastic surgery or not is none of Jiang Chen's business. Cool is finished. After entering Yunmi's live room, the pop-up screen exploded. The god ho checking the room. God's hero is here. Yunmi, why don't you hurry up and offer yourself? What a way to offer yourself. Yunmi, your big husband is here. What? There's actually an anchor who's this good looking? I'm not going back. I can't go back. I can't go back. Countless people pay attention to Jiang Chen, so as long as Jiang Chen goes wherever, these water friends will enter, and Jiang Chen's personal fans, in the Do Shark platform, directly exceeded 1 million, that is, if there is no accident, Jiang Chen to which live room? Which live room will pop up 1 million people? Sure enough, as soon as he entered Yunmei's live room, the number of people skyrocketed by hundreds of thousands, and soon reached 1 million. The beautiful anchor woman, Yunmi, was very surprised to see the live broadcast room, when the interpreter used her cell phone to inform her of what kind of character had come. Relative to domestic anchors, Yunmi anchors are very simple, money. If you give money, you can do whatever you want. So at the first time, Yunmi was extremely excited and sweet. Welcome Jiang Xiaoshui's husband to the live broadcasting room. Hubby mwahahaha. Trojan horse. This welcome was so warm that Jiang Chen waved his hand and spent the remaining 1 million shark fins. Chapter 24, Rising to Millionaire. With Jiang Chen's crazy reward, Yunmi in the live broadcast room still didn't understand what was happening until her assistant chatted with her privately, and only this time did Yunmi understand that she had gotten lucky. A reward of 167 million stick dollars? Yunmi was shocked. 1 Wazi dollar equaled 167 Wazi dollars. This was a sudden surprise. Hubby. Jiang Xiaoshui husband, love you, I love you so much, I want to have a monkey with you. Yunmi excitedly shouted out such a sentence, and then even started to show an amazing dance. Although she was signed over at a high price, Yunmi's signing price was $5 million a year, and Jiang Chen rewarded $1 million in one breath, which was unbelievable. Being signed over at a high price, Yunmi's commission was 70%, which meant that she could get 700,000 in one breath. As for the likes of Baby Susu and Doll's sister, the commission was only half, because they were super sky-high signings. Naturally, the gift money had to be split in half with the official, otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to hold up to the sky-high price. Yunmi was different, she could get 70%, after all, the signing fee wasn't sky-high either. So getting 700,000 in one breath, Yunmi could say, performing all kinds of stunts, and Jiang Chen was also enjoying it while brushing the gift. Finally, the app showed, you have no more shark fins, do you choose to recharge? And along with the system sound, finally Jiang Chen completed the task. Congratulations to the host for completing the rebate task within 24 hours and obtaining a reward of $10 million. As the system voice sounded, a text message soon came. It informed Jiang Chen that the account had an additional $10 million. This $10 million appeared. Jiang Chen was extremely excited. After all, fighting shark live money, not their own money, reward to the anchor, but also just to complete the task, to really have 10 million, Jiang Chen Ghost's reward to the anchor, this is not the system reason, he absolutely cannot afford to give up. But now, really have 10 million, Jiang Chen absolutely cannot spare a dime to reward. Task completion, money in hand, Jiang Chen gorgeous, but now it's already 3:30 at night, the live broadcast, Yun Mei jumped sweaty, but still laughing. Jiang Chen very simply come a sentence, see you next time, and left the live broadcast room. It came and went quickly. And the pop-up screen was off. What the hell? So fast? Brother Shinhao, are you that fast? You're done? I'm not done yet. Stay a little longer, I just got the paper. You're all a bunch of creeps. Oh, you're acting like a saint when you've just finished upstairs? Sage mode is on. I'm going back to watch the monkey show. Good night, Brother Shinhao. See you in the headlines tomorrow. Don't even think about it, it'll be the headline tomorrow. It's worth it to witness such a great man. I spent all the fish balls I saved for a month with him today, so it's comfortable. The boss is atmospheric. There were many pop-ups, but Jiang Chen didn't see them anymore. And at the same time, Jiang Chen's private chat was about to blow up. The main thing was that Jiang Chen had set it so that only friends from both sides could send private chats, which meant that no one else could have a private chat other than the anchor that Jiang Chen had rewarded. But even then, the private chat blew up. Baby Susu, brother, next time you come to play, you don't have to brush your gifts so much, thanks for the support, old brother. It's a waste of money. PDD, brother, have time to play the game together? Or come to my villa to sit and try to engage in live broadcasting with the principal to improve visibility. Dumb sister, husband? Sleeping? I took a few photos, you help me look good? Pictured JPN. Hubby, I was wrong, where are you? Do you want me to go and keep you company? Yunmi, good husband, love you, mwahahaha, I may have to go to Huaxiao next month, do you want to have dinner together? Little deep, big baby recently do not need to live often, can meet offline yo. It can be said that all the anchors have been boiling, many female anchors, but also sent a variety of photos and small video. Jiang Chen did not have time to appreciate one by one, after casually looking at it, and then in addition to male anchors, basically do not return. The reason is very simple. He is so rich, need to please the female anchor? On the contrary, these female anchors have to please themselves. And even if they do they have to go back? The answer is obvious, Jiang Chen simply lazy back, first hang these people's appetite. After all was said and done, Jiang Chen liked to play with emotions and passivity. No money to lick girls, this can be understood. Money still go to lick? Is that not the fighter among the hangers-on? Exiting the fighting shark app, Jiang Chen looked at his economic situation. After completing the mission to obtain $10 million, from 7 o'clock after buying the car, until now 9 hours, the earnings of $1,620,000. Plus the tens of thousands of dollars left over from before. Currently there was exactly $11,700,000. Overnight, rising to become a multi-millionaire. Beautiful. The only pity is one point. That is, to boost the earnings, $100 million is needed, which means that there is still a difference of more than $80 million. If one waited normally, it would take more than 20 days. But with the divine magnificent draw, if he drew a few more of these spending rebate cards, Jiang Chen felt that it wouldn't be long before he could have 100 million. Accomplishing a small goal. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smoke a cigarette, then smothered his head. At the same time, Jiang Chen also thought about how to reasonably give a sum of money to his parents. This problem seemed very simple, but in reality it was very difficult. When a sum of money suddenly came, the family would definitely not be happy, so they must think of a foolproof plan. Let their parents heartily receive the money. Just at the moment there was nothing to do for the moment, so Jiang Chen closed his eyes and went straight to sleep first, waiting to think of a way to say it again. Just like this, with a full of fatigue, Jiang Chen quickly fell asleep. Time passed little by little. Soon, 8 hours passed. 12 o'clock at noon. Jiang Chen woke up once again. A new day arrived. Chapter 25, Going to buy a house. Mom. Just believe me, it's really a bonus. I'm just wondering, I'm out there making some money, how come you guys must think it's doing something bad? I'm going home this year, so don't worry. In the middle of the hotel, Jiang Chen hung up the phone, then revealed an extremely helpless and depressed expression. Because he had just gotten up, Jiang Chen thought for a while, or to call home some money. It wasn't much, just $50,000, so that his parents could usually buy some good food. But what he didn't expect was that after hitting $50,000, his own parents were instantly anxious. Think they are not outside to do bad things. After all, for a person who usually earns $3,000 a month, although Jiang Chen often called to say that he was doing well, he never said that his salary had gone up. So all of a sudden, giving $50,000 to his family, to be honest, Jiang Chen himself felt that his behavior was quite stupid. In the eyes of his parents, a son with a monthly salary of $3,000, suddenly giving himself a sum of money, whoever else would be panicked beyond measure. The good thing was that Jiang Chen hadn't done anything bad since he was a kid, plus he had just found a good reason before forcing a wave of explanations, and in the end, his parents were slightly more at ease. However, Jiang Chen's mother also said that this year's New Year's Eve, no matter what, she had to go home. Otherwise, it would be a dead end. Phew! Spitting out a mouthful of smoke, Jiang Chen understood very well in his heart. He was now a hobo, suddenly so rich, something was definitely going to happen. To engage in something serious. Spend money to spend money, also need to do some industry, no matter earn money or not, also need to cover up. The anxiety of the parents is considered to be a wake-up call for Jiang Chen. Relying on the system to give money, in any case, the outside world certainly cannot say, and their own to industry no industry, want what nothing, will certainly be suspected. Ordinary friends too okay, I'm afraid to meet acquaintances in the future, the simplest is their parents, this may not be able to pass. But this thing, not urgent, can slowly come. Jiang Chen does not intend to engage in any company now, to be honest, has not experienced a few days of rich people's lives, run to open the company, this is not eaten nothing to do? Get up. Jiang Chen started a simple workout. 200 push-ups. 200 frog jumps. 200 up and down squats. After an hour, Jiang Chen was sweating profusely, but because of the body shaping pill, Jiang Chen could shape a perfect body with a casual workout. Together with yesterday, after almost 6 days, Jiang Chen would have a perfect body. Taking a shower, Jiang Chen picked out a big logo outfit, and then he walked out of the room. Withdraw the amount. It just so happened that the total assets now hit $13,114,000. This number was pretty good. It looked like there was flower luck today. However, Jiang Chen already wanted to go somewhere today. Buy a house. That's right, to buy a house. Chinese people all had the idea of returning to their roots, no matter who it was, they definitely needed to have a house of their own, in that case, life would be complete. Jiang Chen's idea of buying a house was very simple. For one thing, it was to seek stability. What if this system was suddenly gone? The system is gone, the house is still there. This kind of idea may be a bit wise, but people have to have a sense of crisis. Coming to the hotel downstairs, coincidentally, Jiang Chen saw Ma Tianan. At this moment, Ma Tianyi, wearing a light blue dress, looks noble and beautiful, extraordinary temperament, and looks like she is explaining the work of her men. There were quite a few gazes sneaking towards Ma Tianyi in the lobby. After all, if she looked this beautiful, it was only natural that she would be looked at a few more times. Miss Ma, good morning. Jiang Chen smiled and greeted Ma Tianyi when he saw her. While Ma Tianyi froze, a flash of curiosity clearly appeared in her eyes as she looked at Jiang Chen, but she quickly looked Jiang Chen up and down and couldn't help but be surprised. You are, Mr. Jiang? Ma Sweet was a little surprised, and the color of surprise lit up among her beautiful eyes. It was because Jiang Chen had some special changes. First of all, the first point, Jiang Chen's skin had become especially delicate and snow white, better than some women's skin. Moreover, Jiang Chen's features had also changed significantly, and if the outline wasn't still there, Ma Tianyi definitely wouldn't be able to recognize that this was Jiang Chen. But what it boiled down to was this. Jiang Chen was many times more handsome than before. The Jiang Chen from before gave off the feeling of an ordinary second-generation rich man. But the current Jiang Chen gave off a feeling of an aristocratic rich second generation, and every move he made had an idolatrous feel to it. In fact, the fundamental reason was, it had become much more handsome. No, it's not a lot, it's a huge amount of enhancement. Don't recognize me? Jiang Chen laughed. In fact, he himself also understood that his current touch was simply super handsome. If he waited for a few days later, and then worked out a perfect body, it would be a real explosion. What kind of skin care products did you use? Or did Mr. Jiang come with makeup before? Ma Sweet was completely shocked. Secret. Jiang Chen laughed, then spoke. I'm planning to go buy a house today, are you free? A company need to take a look? Once this was said, Ma Tianyi didn't hesitate to laugh and said, good. Oh? Don't even take a vacation? Jiang Chen walked forward a few steps. Ma Tianyi directly hooked Jiang Chen's arm, full of elegance said, I am the manager, can directly ask for leave. Good. Jiang Chen smiled, enjoying this feeling, directly let the porter, the car. Chapter 26, on the hot seat? Did you have dinner? Inside the Lamborghini Hurricane, Ma Sweet opened her mouth to ask Jiang Chen. The interior space of the sports car was relatively small, and the air conditioning had just been turned on, the air hadn't circulated yet, and an aroma filled the entire car. Have not eaten. Jiang Chen was used to getting up and not eating. This would definitely be a bit of a stomach problem, but in the past, work was like this, and often the top meal was not picked up from the bottom meal, so he had developed this very bad habit. If you get up and don't eat, it's not good for your stomach. What do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you? Ma Sweet cared. Oh? Buy whatever you want to eat? Jiang Chen laughed. Be normal, don't say anything I can't buy. Ma Tianan replied subconsciously. Ma Tianan replied subconsciously. Oh, then I want to eat you? Jiang Chen laughed lightly. When this was said, Ma Tianyi first froze, then couldn't help but smile. Looking at Jiang Chen, she said, so you want to eat from that place first? Wrapping the fish. Jiang Chen laughed. And Ma Tianan was a bit confused now. She didn't understand at once, just waiting for a while. Ma Tianan almost understood. You really bad. Ma Sweet was slightly delicate, but she wasn't a little girl anymore after all, and couldn't possibly look too special. Right, Mr. Jiang, you're thinking of going to that property to buy a house, ah? Ma Sweet asked. Just this question, all of a sudden asked Jiang Chen's knowledge blind spot. Jiang Chen drove the hurricane and didn't know what to say. Mr. Jiang wouldn't even pick that property and say he wants to buy a house, right? Ma Sweet asked this way. Although I don't want to admit it, it's true. This time, Ma Tianyi also have some confused. I've seen bulls, but I've never seen Jiang Chen so bullish that he doesn't even know where to buy a house. Is it an impromptu idea? Rich people's thoughts really cannot guess. Do you have any friends in sales? Or is there a good introduction to the property? Jiang Chen asked. There should be, I will contact to see. Just in time, Mr. Jiang go to eat something? Ma Sweet said so. Can, but do not call me Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang, change the name? Always call Mr. Jiang, indeed there are some too rusty. Then what should I call you? Mr. Jiang? Ma Tianan asked. Not good to hear. Jiang Chen wore a smile and looked at Ma Tianyan. This time, Ma Tianyi knew what it meant and smiled faintly, then call it darling? This one was good. Jiang Chen was satisfied, then kicked the gas. Let's go to Wangfujing to eat some more, where there's a lot of food. Boom! The white hurricane became a bright landscape. Jiang Chen's speed wasn't very fast, but it definitely wasn't slow either. After half an hour, he arrived at the parking lot on the first floor of Wangfujing, which was the open-air parking lot. A white Lamborghini, parked in the open-air parking lot, instantly attracted many pairs of eyes. Especially, when Ma Tianan stepped out of the Lamborghini, more gazes were cast. Nima, a luxury car with a beautiful woman. This girl is so beautiful, if I have such a girlfriend, I will live for 10 years. 10 years? I'd live 20 years. I'm young. 25 years. Lamborghini, the new Hurricane, looks damn handsome. A man's dream. Supercars, watches, beautiful women. I'm guessing the owner's a fat, right? Fatty may not be so much, fat people won't buy such a car, but it should be an ugly man. The people around were talking about it. And after Jiang Chen turned off the engine, he opened the car door and directly walked down. Because of the body shaping pill, Jiang Chen even got a lot taller. Before it was 1.75 m, now it's at least 1.78 m, and if it goes on like this, it's estimated that 1.85 m won't be a problem. As soon as he got out of the car, his handsome features, coupled with skin as delicate as snow, had a truly oriental handsomeness. As soon as Jiang Chen got out of the car, this time many onlookers were completely sour. Jiang Chuan, grow so handsome? Really handsome, ah. His flow, even if he doesn't have a Lamborghini, I'm willing to marry him. Marry him? You're dreaming, right? I'd be happy even if he played me. Wow, are you guys exaggerating? This looks like a rich second generation that relies on their parents. A boy said indignantly. You can rely on your parents, can you rely on your parents? That's right, so handsome, rely on parents or not does not matter. Soon a group of girls disliked back, which made people embarrassed. Get out of the car, Jiang Chen swept a glance at the crowd of onlookers, and then confidently walked toward Wangfujing. At the same time, Ma Sweet is also very active hooked Jiang Chen's arm. The man and the woman were envious of each other. Walking into Wangfujing, Jiang Chen wanted to eat something spicy, so he went to a Sichuan restaurant, while Ma Sweet was contacting the friend who sold the house again. Sichuan restaurant, Jiang Chen casually ordered 4 dishes, and then quietly waited. My friend asked you, what type of house are you looking to buy? Ma Sweet asked Jiang Chen. Big. Jiang Chen subconsciously uttered such a word. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chen continued to add, it needs to be high grade and luxurious. With more than $10 million on hand, Jiang Chen's goal is to buy a big house. It's impossible to have $10 million and buy a cheap house, right? I'm not going to buy a cheap house, right? Ma Sweet mouth cover smile. At the same time, Jiang Chen heard very well, the restaurant is now not much business, a few waiters are chatting about some things. Yesterday, a god of shark fighting, rewarded tens of millions of dollars, and now all the major headlines are reporting on this matter. Is it true? Reward tens of millions of dollars? Is there such a person? It's hype, isn't it? Hype a chicken, this hero, see a person to reward, randomly click on a host, reward 200,000, come across a favorite, the start is a million, said yesterday a day spent 35 million. Number 50 million, I heard 30 million. 30 million is also horrible, hiss. This group of waiters chat content let Jiangchen slightly have some dark pleasure. Just at this moment, Ma Tianyi also noticed those waiters, and at that moment, she couldn't help but open her mouth and said, I really want to see those people who rewarded tens of millions of dollars. What kind of people are they in the end? Ma Tianyi laughed in this way. Jiangchen asked, you know about this? I know, this thing is on the hot search, don't you know? I know, this thing is on the hot search, don't you know? On the hot search? Jiangchen really do not know. Chapter 27, Buy a watch before buying a house? Jiangchen is really do not know, he actually on the hot search. Open the scarf, sure enough, he is on the hot search list. The title is, Fighting Sharks Surprise to Show God's Luxury, 3 hours, reward tens of millions of dollars. The highest heat ranks second, now ranks 7, the number of participants is as high as tens of millions. Click in to see, is a bunch of people are arguing, some people think it is the official show hype, some people think it is true, posted a lot of evidence. Even in the end, the officials came out to inform that the incident was not hype, but many people still didn't believe it. Jiangchen just glanced at it and gently laughed. I guess this person is an incredibly handsome man. Jiangchen laughed, not sparing any words to praise himself. That's not necessarily true. If he looks that handsome, he still needs to reward the anchor? Ma Sweet said with a smile. Only when this was said, Jiangchen disagreed. That's not the same, think about it. In ancient times, how did the rich people play? Those ballet prince a brother, run to the theater, watching those famous dancers, see who, directly reward hundreds of 2,000s of 2, or even tens of thousands of silver. With our modern live broadcast is not the same? Jiangchen explained. It makes sense. Ma Dang nodded, thinking that it made some sense. Immediately after Jiangchen opened his mouth, in fact, it depends on the mindset. Play live also have to be divided into 3, 6, 9 equal. Ordinary people are just a hilarious, people perform finished, give a hard fee, when the fly over to see the fun, a little bit of money, want to spend money to look for a different result, but the real rich people, smashing money for what? For is the face, life is a life, to be what? What do you want? We are ordinary people, there is no great ideal, everything is face, luxury cars, luxury houses, perfect mounts. Jiangchen said, accidentally said hi. Ride? What kind of mount? Ma Tianyi didn't really know what a mount meant this time. This kind of vocabulary usually didn't appear in her life. Jiangchen smiled and didn't answer. How could this kind of thing be explained? Ma Tianyi was also considered a social elite, definitely not the kind to sell. In other words, a high-level business person. If Jiangchen said something too vulgar, wouldn't he be pulling down his own identity? Wrongly said, it is a famous watch. Jiangchen casually found a topic to shift over. Ma Duan nodded, but was still thinking about what was going on with the mount, but soon, she couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen's wrist with a surprised expression. Mr. Jiang, you don't seem to be in the habit of wearing a watch, wearing a watch? With these words, Jiang Chen really kinda realized what was still lacking on him. He had the luxury branded clothes. The super luxury sports car is also there. I'm going to buy a house soon. Now I'm really missing a watch. Is there a counter in Wangfujing? Jiang Chen asked. Yes, and there are 3 counters, 1 Omega, 1 Universal, and 1 is the Hall of Fame, the most upscale place with many brands of watches. Ma Sweet said this. Omega, Manhwa, these 2 brands Jiang Chen has heard of, but the fame is not great. Is there a Rolex? Jiang Chen inquired. It can be said that the entire Chinese people, the piece of the watch, basically no Rolex, learned from Hong Kong movies, although Jiang Chen also do not know how expensive Rolex, but also know that Rolex is definitely not cheap. Jiang Chen boss has a Rolex Gold Yacht 18,800,000. There is. Ma Sweet nodded. At that moment, Jiang Chen nodded and said, that's fine, let's finish dinner and go buy a watch. Okay, then I'll talk to my friend. Ma Sweet was very meticulous in her work. This kind of person was born to be a secretary. Look pretty, do things decently, and more importantly, there is a social atmosphere. The idea is very mature, unlike those little girls, not moving to play temper tantrums, not moving this unhappy, that unhappy. The most important thing is that you can't be a good person, you can't be a good person. Jiang Chen most hate is the kind of demon woman, see all disgusting, all day to center on themselves, obviously enjoy the best love, but also want to cry on the internet, how bad they are. This kind of woman, Jiang Chen absolutely will not touch. In other words, if anyone dares to be a demon with him, Jiang Chen guarantees a slap in the face. Not for anything else. Men are the sky. Soon the meal was served, the Sichuan food smelled good. Jiang Chen was also a little hungry, but also not polite, directly began to eat. Ma Sweet then took the white water, poured a cup for Jiang Chen, also did not say what slow eat and so on, just simple, in the details to do everything. This kind of woman was smart, and at the same time, this kind of woman was what countless successful men wanted to get. Jiang Chen looked in his eyes, his heart was naturally refreshed, but on the surface he was still calm. A meal was eaten for more than half an hour. After eating and drinking, Jiang Chen wiped his mouth, felt his pockets, and realized that he didn't bring any cigarettes. However, Ma Sweet directly took out a pack of Huaxia red cigarettes from her LV bag and handed Jiang Chen one. "You also smoke?" Jiang Chen had some curiosity. However, Ma Sweet took out a pure white ZIPP lighter, first gave Jiang Chen lit, and then laughed. "I do not smoke, but the bag will put a packet." This can be understood. Jiang Chen deep inhale a mouthful of Huaxia red. This cigarette he knows, not cheap, more than 100 a packet, there is forced and no black. After smoking, Jiang Chen got up to pay the bill. For dishes more than 300, Jiang Chen paid the money, then let Ma Sweet lead the way to the Hall of Fame to see. After Jiang Chen left, the group of waiters began to talk again. "This man is really handsome. This man is so handsome. What a handsome man. Handsome? Do you know what kind of car the boss drives? What kind of car? Just look at the car keys, it's a Lamborghini with a bull icon, no surprise. Just now I heard someone say that there's a white Lamborghini Hurricane parked outside, I guess it's his. Chow, rich second generation. No, it's a super rich second generation. Tall and handsome. And rich. I'm so envious." The group of waiters were talking. And at the same time, Jiang Chen arrived at the Hall of Fame. Chapter 28, The Treasure of the Shop? The Hall of Fame is not a counter, but there are a lot of luxury jewelry watches, but the price inside, to be correspondingly more expensive than the counter. In other words, the Hall of Fame is actually a second-hand dealer with a background. The money will certainly be charged a little more, but the things are real. Ma Tianan explained to Jiang Chen before entering the Hall of Fame. Jiang Chen nodded, signaling his understanding. And then as soon as he walked into the Hall of Fame, a big glass girl came over and immediately entertained Jiang Chen. Inside the store, every counter is occupied. The door stood 4 or 5 people. "Welcome, girl." These girls one by one are not bad looking. The most good looking is this big glass girl. The body is very good. Let a person at a glance like. Looks can score 80 points, but this body can add 5 extra points. A watch seller, long like this is already okay. "Sir, my name is Mary, may I ask what kind of watch you are here to see?" The other party's tone is very cotton, it sounds very comfortable, while the remaining few welcoming girls, they can only watch the customer being robbed. "World famous watches." Ma Sweet smiled and opened her mouth as she answered for Jiang Chen. "Okay, sir, ma'am, come with me." Mary immediately led Jiang Chen and Ma Tianan inside. Among the glass cabinets, a piece of famous watches were placed, mechanical watches, sports watches, and electronic watches, but the cheapest price was the electronic watch, LV's electronic watch, more than 30,000 points. Jiang Chen just swept a glance. Successful men, it is impossible to wear electronic watches. "Hello sir, this is our number 3 watch display cabinet, which has Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Rolex, Blancpain, Audemars Piguet, Piaget, Cartier, and other top 10 famous watches in the world." Mary introduced to Jiang Chen. Soon a piece of famous watches floated in front of the eyes. Jiang Chen looked carefully. The first thing he looked at was the style. Soon Jiang Chen's goal locked in 3 watches. One was Vacheron Constantin, one was Rolex, and one was Patek Philippe. The prices of these 3 were 220,000, 190,000, and 211,000 respectively. It could be said that the 3 display cabinets, all with an average price of around 200,000, Jiang Chen was interested in the model, but was not a fan of the price. Only 230,000, a bit unworthy of one's status. "Do you have a favorite?" Jiang Chen glanced at Ma Tian, the latter's eyes were locked on a purple watch. At that moment Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile and ask. "No." Ma Tiani shook her head. However, Jiang Chen didn't say anything, but instead clicked on the one Ma Tiani had just picked out. "Sir, you have a good eye. This is Cartier's Blazing Blue Balloon series of watches, but not only has a collection value, but also has a beautiful appearance, is the watch that countless celebrities are pursuing, and Cartier symbolizes nobility." Mary took out the watch and told Jiang Chen what brand it was, while thoughtfully helping Ma Tianan try it on. Seeing this scene, Ma Tianan didn't push back anything, but just tried it on. It was very good, very much in line with Ma Sweet's big wrist smile, and Ma Sweet did look much better wearing this watch. "Wrapped." Jiang Chen calmly and incomparably opened his mouth and spat out 2 words. This time Mary froze. Not only Mary, Ma Sweet also froze. Because of this watch, the price on the official website was $24,000, but the selling price here was as high as $280,000. "A watch of $280,000 said to give away?" Ma Sweet's job as senior business manager, to put it bluntly, is to accompany senior customers to eat meals and so on, but can guarantee is that Ma Sweet is absolutely not the kind about to sell. On the contrary, she is extremely cherished their own. The reason why she would be so eager to Jiang Chen is entirely because Jiang Chen is young. Much gold. Before, her looks could score 80 points, but now her looks could score 99 points, which was why Ma Tianan was slightly more proactive towards Jiang Chen. As a senior business person, Ma Tiani's monthly income was about 30 to 40,000, and although some people had sent designer bags or some luxury clothes, no one had ever sent something so expensive. Almost close to 300,000 . No, no, too expensive. Ma Tianan directly refused. She is not trying to escape, but really feel that she cannot accept such a good thing. What I said, there is no retraction. Jiang Chen was calm, just such a sentence. This time Mary, who was selling the watch, also spoke up in a hurry. That's right, this lady, your husband loves you so much, how can you let your husband down? Just a moment, I'll pack it for you. Mary quickly let people packing, this by luxury goods she understands very well, either especially rich, or just a hot head, but no matter what, must be fast, swipe the card, on what cannot be reversed. Many times, someone obviously want to buy, just because of thinking for a short while, oh exempt, business is not done. Mary will not be so stupid, quickly packed, and then took out the PS machine, directly swiped the card. And at the same time, Jiang Chen glanced at a notice board on the table, writing that smoking was not allowed, when he could not help but open his mouth and ask, "Smoking is not allowed here, right?" As soon as this was said, Mary immediately took back the signboard and said, "For a valued guest like you, you can smoke." And, this is what money power feels like. Jiang Chen was satisfied with this kind of answer. He was very spontaneous and directly threw out his card while his index and middle fingers moved. Ma Sweet immediately realized what to do and took out cigarettes from her bag. Ma Sweet was on point, directly handing the cigarette to Jiang Chen's mouth before lighting it. This is very elegant. Jiang Chen looks handsome, every move is playing handsome. Some of the counter girls see after, eyes show flamboyance. This is handsome, this is ugly, that is a demon. After the card was swiped and the money was paid, Mary's attitude became more sincere, full of smiles, absolutely from the heart. You said before, this is the number 3 display case. What is the price of number 1 and number 2? I don't want to delay. Jiang Chen opened his mouth as he inquired very directly. Upon hearing this, Mary smiled even more. Display case number 2 is almost all 4 or 500,000 watches, while display case number 1 has a total of 5 watches, all priced at around $1 million, and our Hall of Fame actually has a piece of the treasure of the town store. I wonder if Mr. is interested? The treasure of the store? Jiang Chen became interested and nodded. At that moment, Mary opened her mouth and said, "Then sir, please wait, I'll contact the manager to come over immediately." After saying this, Mary laughed. Chapter 29, A Watch Worth $1,600,000. The treasure of the town store, this kind of thing, was no longer something that Mary could have the right to take out and watch. It was necessary to ask the manager, the store manager. Soon, a middle-aged man walked over. The other person was wearing a suit, looking meticulous, and also wearing white gloves, enough of a style to look professional. "Hello, Mr. MS." Coming in front of Jiang Chen, the latter wore a smile on his face and looked respectful, saying, "Hello." Jiang Chen was also very polite, while the latter opened his mouth and said, "Do you too want to watch the treasure of my store?" Jiang Chen nodded his head. Jiang Chen nodded, and at that moment, the store manager signaled Jiang Chen to follow him. Soon after walking to an internal room, the store manager took out a very delicate box from within the safe, the symbol of the Rolex crown. And then let Mary in the cabinet on the sponge body. This is worried that in case accidentally touch the watch. To know this kind of watch, even if there is a trace of scratches, are not allowed. Put the box on the glass cabinet. The ceremony is full, and then the other party smiled and opened his mouth. "Sir, the treasure of our store in the Hall of Fame is this Rolex Rainbow Daytona, Ref 116595. The store manager opened the box, and all of a sudden, a rainbow mechanical watch appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. First of all, the strap was of gold, and the most precious dial, all with 1 carat of colored diamonds, set all around a circle, square, forming a color like a rainbow. And there were also 8 2-carat diamonds inside the dial, which looked extremely beautiful. Jiang Chen fell in love with this watch at a glance. How much did this watch cost? Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with blazing heat. It's very good, it's really good. Mr. Jiang, this watch is currently the world's hot rainbow Dayton. Great Britain's superstar Bieber and Jay Len, such superstars have a piece of such a table. It can be said that this table by countless upper-class people like the price of $1,655,000. You can give Mr. Preferential 50,000, $1,660,000. The store manager said the history of this watch as if it was a family treasure. Not only Jiang Chen, actually Ma Tianan was also looking at this watch because it was really too good looking. Good. Swipe the card. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. He directly threw the card over and then stared at the watch, watching it carefully. This time the store manager was also confused. Swipe the card? Should it be so awesome? It wasn't that no one had looked at this watch before, but they all ended up choosing to give up because of the horrible price. In fact, this watch, officially sold for $1 million, but it couldn't be grabbed. It was a limited edition, so it was speculated to about 145. Famous Watch Hall take this watch has almost half a year. Take over. It is 1,350,000. Sell 1,600,000. Earn 250,000. Because this kind of table don't want to earn too much, mainly is to be used as the treasure of the town store. There are rows, of course. If someone is willing to buy, certainly is the priority to buy out. After all, doing business, cash is king. To put it bluntly, you have a $7 million Lamborghini Bull, but you are doing business. All of a sudden, the capital chain is broken, in urgent need of $3 million. How to do? Sell the car. A $7 million Bull, if you sell it, you can get almost 400 for it, but you need to wait for the time. You need the money that day, up to 3 million, and it's not always sold. That's the big difference between cash flow and asset flow. Asset flow, when you have money, those assets are fixed assets, and when you don't have money, those assets are going to shrink considerably. In other words, you have 100 million cash on hand, those so-called what worth more than a billion or billions of bosses will personally come to make friends with you, not to say that to ingratiate yourself with you, but definitely good to you. For what? For the sake of cash. This watch, 1,600,000, have to be someone to buy only 1,600,000. This if suddenly, the boss went out of business, urgently need money, the same day to sell, can sell 1,200,000 even if it is a good thing. So it's best to sell early unless the owner is really not short of money. Yes, sir, I will pack it for you now. He was very excited. The profit of this watch was 250,000. He as the store manager could take close to 20,000 plus commission. 20,000 plus is not very exaggerated, but who wouldn't be honored to sell a watch like this? And Mary is even more excited to cry off. According to the commission, she earned at least 50,000 today, and then there is the end of the year bonus, adding up to a profit of 60,000 or 70,000. She any not want to smile? This is Jiang Chen's side of a woman. If there is no woman, Mary would hate to, while waiting, pull Jiang Chen to the lounge, show masterpiece. Swipe the card, pay the bill. Ding, spending $1,600,000, gaining 160 godly hero points. 160 godly hero points, very good. Counting the 28 points he got just now, Jiang Chen currently had 200 points on hand, very good, quite nice. The watch didn't need to be packaged. Jiang Chen directly put on the watch, while the store manager solemnly handed over various identification certificates and invoices and such to Jiang Chen. These things, Ma Sweet helped Jiang Chen hold. Thank you, boss, for supporting the store. And right at this moment, everyone in the store bent and bowed to Jiang Chen in unison. This row could be. Putting on the watch, Jiang Chen felt it. It was a bit heavy, but it was very good, and raised his hand to look at the watch. Successful man's gesture, very nice, very cool. Go away. Jiang Chen walked out of the Hall of Fame watches, while everyone in the Hall of Fame watches opened their mouths in unison. Farewell, Mr. Jiang. I wish Mr. Jiang a good life, happiness, and joy. The crowd shouted in unison. This was the supreme scale. And just in time, a bunch of couples walked into the Hall of Fame. The boy was holding a Porsche's car key in his hand. He was not bad looking and quite young. It was that the woman was too heavily made up. It was a bit disgusting. Rainbow Dynatron. The two brushed past each other, and the latter saw the rainbow Dynatone in Jiang Chen's hand at a glance, and couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked look at that moment. What Dynatone ah? The thickly powdered sister beside him couldn't help but wonder. The world's famous watch worth more than $1 million is the store's treasure. The man said so. Really? $1 million watch? Could it be a goods? She was a bit skeptical. And the man also has some doubts. At the same time walked into the Hall of Famous Watches, looked to the store manager directly open. Lao Yang, just now the man's hand wearing a watch is the rainbow Dynatone? He recognized the store manager and directly inquired. Yes, Mr. Wu, do you know that person? It's simply a divine hero the store's treasure of the store, just now was bought by him. The store manager said so, at the same time, also edited the content of the circle of friends, directly clicked to send. Chapter 30, $10 million House. The treasure of the town store, Rainbow Dynatone, has been officially sold. The price of $1,600,000 is a super handsome man to buy away. In the future, everyone on the road to see a very handsome looking boy with this watch, no need to doubt, is a super rich second generation. This is the content edited by the store manager. After the release, instantly came a dozen comments. There are friends and peers. Congratulations. You sold this watch? God's honor, what a God's honor. $1,600,000 of watch a high matching Porsche Paramila Poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches, poor people play with computers. There's really no place to spend the money. $1,600,000 can buy a house. Rich people, where are the second generation of rich people? Who bought it? I always wanted it, but my family didn't agree. Who bought it? Do I know him? The store manager of the famous watch hall. See, a lot of rich second generation customers are back to their own. At once, there is a little bit of beautiful feeling, although the table is not he bought, but does not prevent him from pretending to be Beepa. At the same time, walk out of Wangfujing. Now it is almost 4:30. Good thing it is summer. Darkness is relatively late, at least 7 o'clock before it will be completely dark. Now the sun is not very big. Jiang Chen sat in the car, and then directly opened the convertible top. Hardtop convertible top open, as Transformers General, very with mechanical sense. Now more people, there are a few people. Children see the situation, immediately shouted. Transformers! Transformers, poop come to see, Transformers yeah. Not only a few small children, many people's gazes are cast here. Ma Sweet is even more elegantly sitting on the co-pilot, face with a hint of a smile, but appear very calm. Boom! 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 The sound of the supercar's engine rang out, like a wild beast roaring, and directly sped away. Honey, golden son Bertram, it's already navigated. Ma Sweet smiled, while Jiang Chen followed the navigation and sped away. My friend said, Jinyang Park Shui is one of the top few properties in our southern city. The type is almost 300 to 400 or so large flat. This is the real estate area. The real area is probably more than 700. Each floor comes with a swimming pool, belongs to the luxury large flat. The large luxury flats? Jiang Chen directly spoke. I do not think too much about the flat, to buy, then buy a villa. This is the simplest idea of Jiang Chen, and the horse Sweet nodded and said, this friend of mine is a gold medal sales. She pushes this one, to the place is also 5 o'clock, first you can look at. Jiang Chen nodded, buy a house this thing, must be a little more serious, and also absolutely cannot be arbitrary. Buy a car, buy a watch, this can be a little casual, but buy a house really cannot be casual, at least now cannot be too casual. After all, you have to live in the place, so there is nothing wrong with looking at a few more homes. 455. Jiang Chen came to the Jinyang Parkview Center, which is along the River Avenue. In other words, the houses here are all Riverview houses. At the entrance of the sales center, there was a security guard on the left and right, and when they saw Jiang Chen's Lamborghini, they immediately stood up straight and saluted Jiang Chen, meticulously and very elegantly. The parking lot is an open-air parking lot. After Jiang Chen parked his car, immediately there are several men wearing security uniforms came, holding a large black umbrella, but also took the initiative to help Jiang Chen open and close the door, which is a very good service. After stepping out of the car, the other party bent down and pointed to the front and said, Mr. is to see the house, right? Jiang Chen nodded his head, and the latter immediately took the microphone hanging on his collar and said, front desk, there is a guest here. The front desk, there is a guest too. Obviously, Jiang Chen this car, too bombastic, so that the security guards at the door had to focus on. If it was any other guest coming over to see the property, the treatment would be the same, just not as grand as Jiang Chen. Following the security guards as they walked forward, a few saleswomen soon came over, dressed in blue and black professional outfits, their faces filled with bright and incomparable smiles as they walked towards Jiang Chen. Sir, ma'am, good afternoon, please come in. The other party took the umbrella and continued to shade Jiang Chen, while another girl, also holding an umbrella, shaded Ma Tianan. Soon walked into the sales center. The huge sales center looks very neat. The floor is marble, did not look secretive, on the contrary, because of the empty space, the view is extraordinarily good, the seats are dispersed, looks particularly unique. Very upscale. It was also at this time that a woman dressed in black work clothes walked over. The woman wore glasses and looked very elegant. In terms of looks, it was not inferior to Ma Tianan, and it had a very professional elegance. This is my friend, called Li Wanqing. Pretty, right? Ma Tianyi raised her eyebrows, looked at Jiang Chen and said proudly. It's quite pretty, almost the same as you. Jiang Chen lightly laughed. Indeed, this Li Wanqing is quite beautiful, and at a glance it is very intellectual. While Ma Tianyi got up and had a hug with her friend, while pointing at Jiang Chen, this is Mr. Jiang. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Li Wanqing extended her hand and shook Jiang Chen's hand. Then she took a brochure and said, Mr. Jiang, Jinyang Parkview is one of the highest priced properties in our city, belonging to the super deluxe large flat, and it is also an extremely famous Jinyang property. Whether it's security or anything else, it's a top-notch property. Li Wanqing said so, at the same time took out her name tag and handed it to the real estate consultant here. I am from Huayu Company, this is our client. As soon as this was said, the latter immediately nodded, and at the same time had someone rush to bring drinks. Huayu Company is a brokerage company, but it's just very famous, helping other properties sell their houses, and doing any business related to houses. How much does a house cost? Jiang Chen inquired. At present, Jinyang Park Shui, there are 3 types of households, 195, 242, there is a 298 area, these are the area of the real estate, the actual area, respectively, is 550, 680, 790. The average price of Jinyang Park Shui, at about 35,000 yuan, so the price was 7 million, 8,500,000, 10,500,000. After Li Qingwan said the prices, it made Jiang Chen smack his lips in his heart. The southern city was only a second-tier city, although it was said to be a provincial capital city, but the price of $35,000 was a bit exaggerated. Because the average price of the southern city is probably at the beginning of 10,000, 37,000, this must be how horrible. You know, this is the price of housing, decoration money is not in it. Jinyang Park Shui is almost the highest scale of the property in the southern city, and some of the stars who went out from the southern city also bought houses here, and currently there are only 9 houses for sale. Li Wanqing said this. It made Jiang Chen's heart even more surprised. Such an expensive house, but there are only 9 houses left? Mr. Jiang, why don't we go to the model house first? Li Wanqing said. Mr. Jiang. Let's go take a look, but I'll go to the restroom first. Jiang Chen got up and went straight to the toilet. As soon as Jiang Chen left, Li Wanqing immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and then immediately looked at Ma Tian and said, "My god, rainbow dinatone more than $1 million watch what kind of person is this? How so rich? Wowzer. The watch on your hand is not the Cartier blue balloon that I want the most. This watch is at least more than $200,000. Li Wanqing's voice is not very small, around some are serving the welcome after hearing this, at the moment one by one surprised. It wasn't that they were surprised by Ma Tianan's watch, but they were shocked by Jiang Chen's watch, which was more than $1 million. So young. So handsome. And so rich? It's really a super golden son-in-law. Chapter 31, Super Luxury Flat. He sent it. This kind of luxury goods, not afraid of those who know the goods, but afraid of those who don't know the goods. Ma Tianan purposely lit up her wrist, the Cartier blue balloon looked especially beautiful. He gave it to you? Wow, sweet, you won't be that, right? Li Wanqing's eyes revealed an inexplicable smile. Do you think I am that kind of person? Ma Sweet lightly laughed and said. Other people I can say you are not that kind of person, but this handsome guy, I can't guarantee it. Li Wanqing replied directly, because she knew Ma Tian's character, she might look like she had flavor, but in reality, she was very conservative, and it was impossible to do that kind of thing for a little bit of money. Of course Li Wanqing also knows that Ma Tian has been waiting for a real golden son-in-law, and if she meets the right one, she will definitely make a move too. Alright, don't be poor, serve this Mr. Jiang well. Ma Tianan laughed. Oh? How to serve I'm not very good at it. Is it now or at night? Li Wanqing was not serious, but at this moment, Jiang Chen's voice slowly sounded behind her. Now it's crowded, at night. Jiang Chen's voice rang out, and for a moment Li Wanqing froze. She was purely joking around with Ma Tianan, not realizing that Jiang Chen was actually behind her, which was a bit embarrassing. Cough. Mr. Jiang, I was joking with Ma Tianan. Li Wanqing immediately opened her mouth to explain, while her face was filled with embarrassment. Ha, I was also joking, let's go see the house. Jiang Chen laughed and then went to look at the model house. The so-called model house was a house that had been decorated by the sales department, so that everyone could more intuitively recognize how good the house was. There is no sample room, even if you give you a large area and good size, you cannot see all cement, you can see a chicken hair out? The sample room is in another place. Jiang Chen followed the past. 5 minutes later, came to the model room. Indeed very atmospheric, European-style decoration, floor-to-ceiling windows, and the space is huge. There are 6 rooms, each room is particularly large, the balcony is also huge, there is a swimming pool, looks particularly extravagant atmosphere. Jiang Chen carefully looked around, to be honest this house was indeed good. Mr. Jiang, let me ask first, you bought the house, how many people are living in it? Li Wanqing asked formally. I and my parents. Jiang Chen thought about it. In fact, he felt that even if he bought a house, his parents will not come over for the time being. After all, the countryside are all neighbors, nothing serious, certainly not willing to come to the city to live. The older generation are all like this, it can't be helped. Oh, then sir, this house is especially suitable for you. First of all, this is the super luxury large flat. The reason I didn't recommend the villa to you is that with the official policy issue, villas are very scarce nowadays. Even if there are villas, they are all in the outskirts, and it's almost impossible to have a villa within the city center. And more importantly, the villa needs popularity in order to live in the town. At the very least should be a husband and wife plus parents plus 1 or 2 children, is the most suitable to live in the villa. 1 or 2 people live in the villa is particularly inconvenient. I have a lot of customers have bought a villa, and now one by one are very regrettable, so the Golden Sun Company, only to launch this kind of super luxury large flat. Li Wanqing said the words especially real. Jiang Chen also nodded, he agreed with these words. The reason was right, a person living in a villa, having nothing to do? The daytime is fine, the sun is beautiful, at night, in the suburbs and around the Erie, if you are watching TV downstairs, suddenly, upstairs came a little sound, you panic? If someone is fine, a family of 5 or a family of 6 live here, or even the whole family lives together, which is lively. And there was nothing wrong with a large flat. First of all, it was in the city center, and then it was a large flat, which could be treated as if it was a 7-star hotel super deluxe presidential suite. Jiang Chen nodded, and then was also observing carefully. It was indeed very empty. As soon as he walked into it, the living room was huge, there was a bar similar to a bar, as well as a dining table as well as a sofa. Just this living room area alone was at least around 100. What is the concept of 100 square meters? A normal house is only 100 square meters, and even many residential buildings are only 50 to 60 square meters. This living room was close to 100 square meters. And then Jiang Chen looked over one by one room. Indeed the decoration atmosphere, check room, swimming pool, master bedroom, second bedroom, nanny room, study room, simply do not too much. The more Jiang Chen looked, the more satisfied he became. After looking over the whole thing, Jiang Chen said, I'll buy this set. Mr. Jiang is not in a hurry. If you have time later, you can go to see 2 more houses. After all, to buy a house this kind of thing, you need to compare 3 homes. However, Li Wanqing opened her mouth and said so. She believed in Jiang Chen's strength, but the meaning of saying this was also very simple. Responsible to the end. She didn't want Jiang Chen to buy a house and then regret it. Originally, Jiang Chen wanted to say that it was fine, but after thinking about it, it was true that you couldn't be too casual with a house of more than $10 million, so he nodded and followed Li Wanqing first. Evening Ching is right, dear, buy a house is not like buying a watch, like to buy, after all, also want to live for a period of time, must be careful. Ma Sweet followed and opened her mouth. Jiang Chen understood even more. After seeing the model house, the three of them continued to negotiate outside. A sales manager deliberately came over and handed Jiang Chen his business card, while at the same time calculating the price of a set of houses for Jiang Chen. After the calculation, the total price was $10,075,000, but if you could pay it all at once, then you could get a discount of $75,000, only for these few days. Li Wanqing, on the other hand, opened her mouth and asked Jiang Chen to go to the other two properties to look at them. Jiang Chen also agreed. It was not even 6 o'clock now, the sky was not dark at all, there was no hurry to go and look at the properties, anyway, there was nothing to do at night. Chapter 32, Hello, we're off duty. The second house to look at was a villa, South City Yard. It is indeed in the suburbs. Jiang Chen took the highway and drove an hour to get there, just this distance. Jiang Chen already did not want to buy. But the villa is very good, each layer of 224 square meters, the front yard backyard complementary more than 400 square meters, very atmospheric, walk-in is very grand, there are separate yards, swimming pools, and the like, and the environment is very good, greenery and the like, to get especially good. But as Li Wanqing said exactly the same, this kind of place, no popularity, although the decoration is particularly good looking, and the villa has a total of 555 sets, there are mountains and water, but the problem is that there is no popularity. Sold 2/3 of them, and up to now no one has decorated them, they look empty. Mr. Jiang, this place, the most expensive selling price of 8 million, the cheapest 5.5 million, the expected delivery period is 2022, that is, 3 years later. Li Wanqing said. Jiang Chen nodded, after thinking about it, then directly spoke, here will not be considered for the time being, when you need to buy a villa in the future, then consider it. The house was delivered in 2022, so it's hard to believe that you want to live in a hotel for 3 years? This is also too wise, right? I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do that. Li Wanqing is letting Jiang Chen come over to take a look, which is also considered to be a comparison of goods. So there is no stay here, straight to the last one, and Ma Sweet first left here. There are still things at work, so it is just right. Just now Li Wanqing is a taxi over, now it is just right to go directly to see the house. That is, the more luxurious property in the southern city, the New Continent era. The average price of 35,000, there are villas, houses large flat. It is now 7 o'clock, Jiang Chen ate at 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so it is not very hungry. After looking at this set, basically do not intend to look at it. Mr. Jiang, relatively speaking, the second South City Yard you should not consider, right? And, the location is not very good, other okay. Jiang Chen's reason for not choosing the second suite is very simple, the location is too bad, so he directly rejected it. Yes, relatively speaking, the location of Jinyang Parkview is the best, in the center of the city, but also a large flat, few people can also live, of course, the third suite, the location is also good, and most of all, there is room to rise. I brought Mr. Jiang over to see. Li Wanqing said so. She is very competent, absolutely not the kind of in order to sell out a suite, and then say anything nonsense, very good. However, coming to the front door of New Island Times, a blue board blocked the way forward, with an announcement on it. The general meaning is that, inside the water pipe is broken, the ground is partially waterlogged, it is recommended to park the car outside, and then walk in. Jiang Chen didn't think much about it, and after parking his car outside, he took Li Wanqing inside. It was now 7 o'clock, and the sky was gradually getting dark. The New Continent Era Sales Center was a 10-minute walk. When Jiang Chen and Li Qingwan walked inside, the security guard at the door looked Jiang Chen and Li Wanqing up and down before stopping them. May I ask if you're looking for a house or here to step on it? The other party asked a technical term. Looking for a house. Li Wanqing smiled and replied politely. Okay, welcome. After saying this, he saluted and immediately returned to his original position. While Li Wanqing opened her mouth and laughed, I wore clothes that were closer to my work attire, so I thought we were agents, coming over to step on the house. The meaning of stepping on the house is that the intermediary comes over to look at the listings. Generally this kind of place, do not like the intermediary too much, because the commission for selling out a set is very high. If we intermediary intervene, their commission will be a lot less. Li Wanqing laughed. Jiang Chen suddenly realized at that moment. New Island Times sales door is very luxurious, not worse than Jinyang Park Shui's. Once you walk in, the receptionist who was registering immediately swept a glance at Jiang Chen and Li Wanqing, and then opened his mouth and said, "Sorry, we're already off duty here." The voice rang out, slightly indifferent. By the looks of it, it was clear that it had been mistaken for a house stomper again. "We are here to see the house and won't be delayed for too long." Li Wanqing was polite and said with a smile. However, the receptionist looked Li Wanqing up and down, and then her attitude remained slightly indifferent, saying, "Sorry, we are already off duty, and the model house is about to close." She said this, then lowered her head, not caring about Jiang Chen and Li Wanqing. At this moment, Li Wanqing looked at her watch, then continued with a smile and said, "It's now 7:10, as far as I know, you guys should be off work at 7:30, and being in real estate sales, as long as the sales center doesn't formally close down, you have to receive the guests when they come. So, please register for us, our boss won't delay too long and will leave before 7:30. Li Wanqing was a bit lowly, her professionalism was like this. She didn't know how many times she had encountered this kind of situation. Jiang Chen, who was on the side, frowned slightly, but remained silent. "You know it so well? Still saying you're not here to step on the house? I'll say it for the last time, it's already off duty, I hope you respect my work." The receptionist swept a glance at Li Wanqing with a contemptuous look. "We just came over to look at the house, I hope you don't misunderstand, I am indeed an agent, but this is our boss, and is not here to step on the house." Li Wanqing was also slightly offended, but still remained polite. However, right at this moment, a slightly icy voice rang out. "Do what? What's all the noise?" A woman walked over, looking to be in her early 30s, with her hair tied up, average-looking, cold face, looking a bit fierce. "Hello, it is like this, my side to bring my boss over to see the house, now it is 7:10, the new continent era off time is 7:30, so I want to before the end of the day, take my boss to the model room to see, so that it is convenient to introduce." Li Wanqing's attitude became especially good, although she was a little bit emotional just now, she still restrained herself, this kind of professionalism is very good. However, the front desk of New Continental Era was filled with displeasure. "Manager, don't listen to her, she is an agent, she brought her colleague over to step on the room, I said we are off work, she won't let it go, and she is especially fierce to me, seeing me as a receptionist to be bullied." The receptionist said this, really makes people feel funny. At the same time, Jiang Chen laughed coldly because he saw that Li Wanqing had taken out something similar to a recorder a few minutes ago and was recording. So this guy's every word, Li Wanqing had completely recorded it clearly. Right now it was up to the other party's attitude. Chapter 33, Sports Car Blocking the Door. Stomping on the house? The latter swept a glance at Jiang Chen and Li Wanqing. Yes, indeed, Li Wanqing looked like an intermediary, although she was very pretty, but so what? "Sorry, this lady, we have indeed reached the closing time, I hope you please understand." She opened her mouth, still relatively polite, indeed said, "Now is the closing time." "That's fine, let's go." Jiang Chen didn't want to waste time, since he wasn't allowed to see it, he was off duty. And Li Wanqing also nodded, since the other party is so not entertained, there is no need to entangle, Jiang Chen is not short of this set of houses. Just when the two of them walked back, the middle-aged manager directly opened his mouth and said, "In the future, this kind of stepping on the house directly let them get out, delaying our off-duty time, you are also, with this kind of people chirping, pulling down your grade." The voice wasn't very loud, but there weren't many people in the sales center in the first place, so these words were listened to carefully by Jiang Chen and Li Qingwan. "Ka!" Jiang Chen, who was already on the verge of walking out of the sales center, instantly stopped in his tracks. His complexion was calm as he turned back to the front desk and looked at the two people on the front desk. "I know, Sister Fawn, don't worry, it won't be like this next time." That receptionist also replied with a smile. Tap, tap, tap. The quiet sales center resounded with the sound of footsteps. Jiang Chen's face was a bit cold as he walked towards the front desk at the entrance. Soon, the receptionist and Sister Fong heard the footsteps, and after turning around to see Jiang Chen, the receptionist was obviously a bit flustered, while this Sister Fong looked very calm. What was the meaning of that sentence just now? Jiang Chen's tone was calm, he looked at the manager and receptionist expressionlessly. What did it mean? Did Mr. misunderstand something? This Sister Fong was still all smiles, only the smile, it looked both disgusting and hypocritical. "Don't you pull this with me now, call your superior over." Jiang Chen took a deep breath, he was too lazy to bull with this kind of person. "Sir, please don't be unreasonable, this is New Island Times, not some vegetable market, also, it's already the end of the store, we're closing, please get out." This Sister Fong spoke directly, and didn't pretend anymore, she even gave an eviction order. It's simply outrageous. What kind of sales center would drive away guests? Even if the boss of New Continental Era was here, he wouldn't dare to say something like this. Li Wanqing came forward, she was even more aggressive and extremely angry. To be honest, she had suffered a bellyful of anger from the start, and she didn't expect the other party to provoke her again and again, and most importantly, now that Jiang Chen was angry, it was impossible for her to not act. "This lady, please pay attention to your decibels, we are civilized people, I hope that the two of you won't make a lot of noise, and I also hope that the two of you won't be unreasonable here." Sister Fong opened her mouth coldly, and her words made people explode with anger. Because although Li Wanqing's voice was slightly louder, but that was because of these words, it needed enough momentum, not that kind of clamor and noise, but in her mouth, it became a clamor and disturbance, which was interesting. "Good, you want me to be civilized. Ken Li Wanqing took a deep breath, her face cold and indifference incomparable, said, I am Huayu Real Estate Company's senior real estate consultant. This is my customer, Mr. Jiang. Our Huayu Real Estate Company and all the high-end real estate in the southern city have had contact with the customer can be directly brought to see the house. When we came, it was 7:11. According to the off-duty time of the new continent era, it is 7:30, so we did not rush to come after your off-duty. From the closing time, there are still 19 minutes. When I came, I have said, we only look at the model room, will not be delayed. My tone, attitude, there is absolutely no problem. But your attitude, professionalism, make me feel that I am chatting with two middle school have not graduated, no culture, no quality, no heritage, is simply insulting to the signboard of the new continent era. Li Wanqing was practically word for word, some words, dislike these two people's face changed greatly. Jiang Chen watched from the sidelines with an indescribable sense of relief. So I'm not wrong, you came over to step on the house, now it's time to go off work, you are indeed not allowed to go in. Huayu Real Estate? Very big company, I know, but is this your capital to bully our receptionist? That's why you're clamoring here? This sister Fong is also very sharp, and when it comes to kindness, she directly avoids the important and then reverses right and wrong. It's really bullish. Don't you talk nonsense, I Li Wanqing this time is really do not know what to say, where there is such a person She seriously reasoned, the other party directly play rascal. So she wanted to take out her recorder, but Jiang Chen stopped Li Wanqing and directly spoke, since you guys like to play scoundrels, then I'll play with you to the end. After saying this, Jiang Chen led Li Wanqing away. While this sister Fong snorted coldly, she wasn't afraid of Jiang Chen at all. Walking out of the sales center, Li Wanqing wanted to ask Jiang Chen why she didn't fight, but she didn't ask while Jiang Chen took out his cell phone not knowing what he was doing. After a while, Jiang Chen came to the parking lot outside and directly entered the car, followed by not going straight, but turning around and driving into the sales center. Mr. Jiang, what are you doing? Li Wanqing instantly felt that something wasn't right, and she couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen. And Jiang Chen didn't say anything, driving this Lamborghini Hurricane, driving straight in. There was indeed water on the road, but Jiang Chen didn't care and had great horsepower. Boom! 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 Like a beast-like roar, this Lamborghini Hurricane was directly driven up to the sales center by Jiang Chen. Ka! The glass door of the main entrance opened automatically, and Jiang Chen stuck his foot on the gas right at the doorway. Because the interior was relatively empty, so the sound of the sports car exploded throughout the sales center. At this moment everyone was shocked. There were also some customers, but also walked out from the VIP room. Jiang Chen just like this, a Lamborghini, blocked in the entrance of the New Continent Times. Chapter 34, one day without apologizing, the car will be parked here for a day. A white Lamborghini Hurricane was parked at the New Continental Era Sales Center, attracting a lot of onlookers. What happened? Scared me, I thought it was an explosion somewhere. Is this person sick? Parking his car here? Don't talk nonsense, this is a supercar, a multi-million-dollar luxury car. Anyone who can drive this kind of car is not an ordinary person. You be careful of trouble coming out of your mouth. Oh, wrong word. What's going on here? People are talking a lot, there are some customers who are signing the contract, also can't help but curious to ask. And this sister Fong and this receptionist couldn't help but change their faces drastically. It was because the two of them hadn't even thought that Jiang Chen was actually driving a Lamborghini. After associating the two of them, they instantly realized that Jiang Chen was really the boss and had come over to look at the property. The receptionist's face became the most unsightly, while this sister Fong immediately gulped down her saliva, then lowered her voice and said, you stay here, don't talk nonsense, I'll go find the top. After saying this, she directly left, and did not care what happened, and went to directly find the upper management. But the higher-ups also walked out. After all, such a big commotion happened. Wu Fongfong, what's going on? The senior management was a middle-aged man with a big belly, looking particularly obese. He frowned and inquired. Mr. Zhou, it is like this, these two people are over to step on the house, but one is stepping on the house, one is trying to buy a house. The front desk does not quite understand, just thought that they are both to step on the house, and then talk to them nicely. The results did not expect is that the other is indeed a customer, and now parked the car in front of the gate, to find us trouble. Wu Fongfang said in an evasive manner. However, this senior manager is not a cutie. Glanced at Wu Fongfang and said in an icy tone, if you still don't tell the truth, I definitely won't bail you out if something happens. He said so. Manager, is the front desk a bit clumsy, but now also really off work, and the other party drove the car over, obviously want to make trouble. This matter is not divided into right and wrong, but also absolutely cannot rely on us all. Wu Fongfang said so. I will call first, you shut up. The other party took out his cell phone and dialed. This kind of thing happened, definitely need to call to ask the meaning of the people above all. However, the phone call, this guy is also very thief. What the main thing does not say, said Jiang Chen to drive the car inside, is a Lamborghini Hurricane, ask the attitude of the above. Hey, Mr. Sun, it's like this. Oh, Mr. Lee called you? Yes, understand, I am here to ask what you mean. Oh, good. Manager Zhou hung up the phone, then Wu Fongfang couldn't help but ask, what does the above mean? The meaning of the above is very simple. After all, we are selling houses, the customer first, but if this person dares to play horizontal, the meaning of the above is not to be afraid. We are not a small company, the new continent era, the existence of the South City has a face, but also afraid of a rich second generation? He said so, and then walked outside. The sound of the sports car is gone. Jiang Chen sat inside the sports car, looking very quiet. This time Li Wanqing has some do not know what to say, just very curious about what Jiang Chen is going to do next. Waiting for the drop. Jiang Chen laughed lightly. This time Li Wanqing knew what Jiang Chen had just done with his cell phone. Mr. Jiang, we don't need to be like this, after all, your car, and for this kind of person, I can contact my boss, don't worry, I can definitely solve this matter. Li Wanqing felt that Jiang Chen had some impulse, so she couldn't help but say so. Don't worry, I just want an apology and an attitude. Jiang Chen shook his head. This person is like this, as long as the bottom line is not touched, everything is fine. If the bottom line is touched, Jiang Chen does not mind playing to the end. Bang bang. Right at this moment, the window glass was knocked. Jiang Chen directly rolled down the window and looked at this middle-aged man. Hello, my name is Zhou Hua. It's like this, no matter what happened, I hope you support our work and cooperate with us. We are civilized people, so can you drive your car outside and not affect our work? Zhou Hua's attitude is very calm, although he said hello, but in his words, but there is no sincerity at all. One bite to support the work. A mouthful of don't affect my work. This attitude is really good. Manager Zhou, the whole thing, I think your staff did not tell you. Jiang Chen opened his mouth. He is quite polite. Probably have told me, this thing both sides have problems, of course the customer is God, no matter how, it must be our problem. Zhou Hua this sentence with a smile, but words have meaning. Good, both sides are at fault. Since this is the case, I will not pull so much. Let her come over to apologize to me. This matter will be over. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. He didn't want to delay and waste time here, it was boring. However, Zhou Hua was still full of smiles and said, Sir, I think you have misunderstood. My meaning is very simple, both sides have faults. You are the customer, we are sure to rely on you as the main, but I hope that sir won't go too far. As for the apology, I will apologize to you on her behalf. I'm sorry. Although his mouth was apologizing, Zhou Hua's words were disgusting. This means that the customer is God, so even if you did wrong, we won't blame you. You mean to say that this matter, it's mainly me? Jiang Chen laughed back in anger. No, I'm just saying that it's all wrong. Zhou Hua said this. And right at this moment, the cell phone rang. It was Drip Taxi. At that moment, Jiang Chen nodded. It doesn't matter if you don't admit your mistakes. After saying this, Jiang Chen directly opened the car door and looked at Li Wanqing and said, Let's go. Let's go? Li Wanqing's face changed. She didn't want things to get too big. However, Jiang Chen's face was cold as he opened his mouth this time. Now, Li Wanqing couldn't say anything else and directly followed Jiang Chen to leave. Sir, your car? Zhou Hua's face changed, his brows furrowed as he said. This car is not expensive, about 5 million, parked here. You do not apologize for a day. My car will be parked here for a day. I would like to see, New Continent Era, is not a heavily ability. Jiang Chen left behind a sentence and left with Li Wanqing. However, Zhou Hua revealed a cold smile, his eyes filled with contempt. Chapter 35, Starting to Make Trouble? Obviously, Zhou Hua directly regarded Jiang Chen as one of those arrogant and domineering rich second generation. Manager, won't something happen like this, right? The receptionist was a bit scared, couldn't help but ask this way. In fact, this matter, the truth is that they are wrong, just saying that in order to save the company's face, they will do this, but this is a bit excessive. What are you afraid of? Who is the person behind us? The boss of New Island Times. Who the hell is he? A $5 million luxury car is nothing to sneeze at? In the eyes of our boss, it's not even as good as trash. Wu Fangfang couldn't help but sneer. A dude who thinks he's so arrogant just because he has some money? What a joke. Wu Fangfang, you now contact the reporter, get a headline, and then hire some water army. Probably means, Playboy rich second generation, bullying the sales staff. This kind of news is the public's happy thing, maybe even help us publicize. Zhou Hua, the senior manager of New Continental Era, said so. He had long expected Jiang Chen to do this, but he just had to do it, because if he did it, he could make Jiang Chen unlucky, and he could also publicize a wave of New Continental Era. The best of both worlds. And at this moment, Jiang Chen and Li Wanqing had gotten into the drop. Inside the car, Li Wanqing couldn't help but open her mouth. Mr. Jiang, you're really a bit too impulsive. You parked your car there. In fact, it belongs to the violation of the law. Originally we are in charge of the reason. But this way, if the other side to make some news, instead, it's us who suffer. In fact, you can rest assured that I can communicate with our senior management. We'll definitely give you an explanation. If you cannot pull face, give me the key. I let someone go to the car back. Li Wanqing seriously analyzed, at the same time is also afraid of the other party to play tactics. After all, this kind of thing, she is not uncontacted, on the contrary she is contacted. So know that this kind of people means have disgusting. Don't worry, everything is in my grasp. Wan Qing, do me a favor. First of all, pass me a copy of the recording, and secondly, you find a relationship. No matter how much money can be spent, I want to come in from me to go out of all the surveillance video. Jiang Chen Pingjin opened his mouth. This breath, he could not swallow, but Jiang Chen is not a little cute. He knew that he was just relying on the system and making a little money, and compared to the boss of New Continent Times, it was definitely nothing. But since he was a child, Jiang Chen wouldn't eat this kind of loss. Before he didn't have any money, it was okay. Now that he had money, Jiang Chen was even more unlikely to eat this kind of loss. He already had a comprehensive plan, absolutely can let Zhou Hua, Wu Fangfang, and that receptionist, blood bad luck. This Li Wanqing was slightly silent. She still wanted to discourage, but seeing Jiang Chen's cold expression, coupled with the things she encountered today, she was honestly in an irritable mood. So after thinking about it, Li Wanqing directly nodded and said, "That's fine, Mr. Jiang, this matter is wrapped up in me. Good, I'll trouble you." Jiang Chen lightly laughed. "No, it's not troublesome, it's mainly my fault today, otherwise, it's impossible to meet such a thing. It's me who apologizes to you." Li Wanqing said so, and then immediately called, through the relationship, looking for the internal relationship of the New Continent Times, although it is now a stalemate, but mainly with Zhou Hua, Wu Fangfang this kind of people stalemate, with other people do not have any relationship. "Help me get today's gate monitoring, $30,000, can you get it?" Li Wanqing opened her mouth. 100,000. Jiang Chen directly opened his mouth as he raised his chips to the highest. At that moment, Li Wanqing immediately changed her words. The boss said, $100,000, can you get it? 100,000, okay, there is no problem. Half an hour later, well, thanks to you. The other party directly agreed. Originally $30,000 he would think about it, but heard 100,000, without saying anything, directly agreed. Anyway, is a video information many people can handle, check not his head. This is a New Continent era of internal personnel, responsible for the information contract, but there is a way to copy the surveillance video. This thing is not something very important. With that, Jiang Chen sent Li Wanqing home first, while Li Wanqing got the video recording, which was then given to Jiang Chen along with the recording. After the stuff was given to Jiang Chen directly called $100,000 over, followed by letting the cab drive towards the hotel. In this way, until 9:30 p.m., Jiang Chen returned to his hotel. As soon as he arrived at the hotel, Li Wanqing immediately sent a web link. Clicking on the link, it was a relatively well-known news software, Today's News. And the content title was, "Just because the front desk is not low enough, dude rich second generation, blocking the door with a car, arrogant and domineering." And the content, after Jiang Chen read it, it was even more incomparable to want to laugh. This content is to say again him, probably means, he went to see the room, to the end of the day, he had to see. The front desk said, "You can come tomorrow to see the results of arrogant rich second generation," directly scolded the front desk. Immediately the manager appeared, apologized 3 times, they still do not let go, to let the front desk kneel down and apologize, and finally the senior manager appeared. Also whispered, but ultimately because this arrogant rich second generation, that is, himself, must let the front desk kneel and apologize, so this manager directly fumed, said that even if you don't want this job, you will never compromise. The content was thousands of words, and it was also accompanied by a picture with a text emoticon on it, which made Jiang Chen sneer. Chapter 36, Zhou Hua's Wishful Thinking. Nima, such an arrogant rich second generation? There's such an arrogant rich second generation these days? Investigate him. Run him, rich second generation is arrogant? Are you kidding? If you don't rely on your parents, what are you? It's funny. You're spoiled by your parents. In real life, you want everyone to spoil you? But a $5 million Lamborghini, that's not cool? Smash it. Support smashing cars. This kind of post, an instant view of more than 100,000, and replies up to more than 5,000, this is not a joke. National hatred of the rich, this is a very common mentality, especially dude rich second generation of this kind of news, regardless of right and wrong, as long as it is this kind of news, will attract eyeballs, as for those journalists and so on, that is even more no conscience. Anyway, as long as it could attract eyeballs, just mess around. Jiang Chen was fully aware that the other party would do this, he just didn't expect the other party to actually do something so quickly. Good thing that before took the surveillance video as well as Li Wanqing recording, otherwise, really wanna be such a mess, will be a big deal. The other party with the help of nothing more than media contacts, Jiang Chen also has his own contacts. "Mr. Jiang, don't worry, I have already negotiated with the above, this matter will definitely not let the other party act in such a way." Li Wanqing sent a message, and Jiang Chen didn't care, he didn't rely on others, he only relied on himself. Turning around, Jiang Chen went up to the hotel and arrived at his presidential suite. And at the same time, New Continent era, inside an office, 7 or 8 people were sitting here, and Zhou Hua was holding the phone with a fawning face. "Good, don't worry leader, I will definitely take care of it, good." After saying this, Zhou Hua hung up the phone, and then said with an excited face, "Ha, it's really heaven helping me." As he laughed like this, the crowd couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Mr. Zhou? What did the boss say?" "Mr. Zhou, let's hear it." Mr. Zhou, what good things are? Why are you smiling so happily? The crowd was curious, wondering why Zhou Hua was smiling so happily. I'll tell you, the top is very satisfied with what we've done. This post of ours, we sent it to 3 places. Do you know what the response was? The highest view is up to 3 million, the worst is more than a million. Now the top is signaling us to send it to a few more places. This kind of news is a big event once it gets bigger. Our new island times will also increase the heat, as long as the content makes us the victim. Zhou Hua was so excited. Good. That's great. Ha, raise your eyebrows, see who dares not to treat our sales as human beings in the future? Then, what if this person has a family background? Some people can't help but worry. Background? Already investigated, is an ordinary family, is estimated to do a little business, so suddenly a mentality drift. Zhou Hua said this, and it was because of this that he was happy. If Jiang Chen really had a big background, he really wouldn't dare to do anything, but Jiang Chen didn't have any background, that's why he was so happy. To put it bluntly, he was bullying Jiang Chen. Using internet talk to crush Jiang Chen to death. If it became super news, this Zhou Hua would definitely be credited. After all, this kind of thing can indirectly publicize their new continent era, and since they were the victims, they can be sympathized with even more. Next we start to guide the topic. We are ready to work overtime today, this thing is done, we all have credit, and the bosses said, when the heat is almost the same time, let us directly smash the car. Now there are so many people who hate the rich online, if we smash the car, things can be completely big. Zhou Hua said with a fierce face. Smash the car. That's right. It is to smash Jiang Chen's car. As for compensation? He, Zhou Hua, didn't have it and there was still no money above him? A mere $5 million? In other words, if we can make a big news, the whole country will pay attention to it, then the advertisement fee will be more than $5 million. 500 million won't even stop it. So, the top is not a little cute either. But the premise was that public opinion must support them. So thinking of this, Zhou Hua immediately said, right, let people go to the surveillance room, take this afternoon's surveillance video, edit it, and then send it up. Do not have to send it all. We behave politely intercepted, they behave not polite place, also intercepted, form a contrast, and then please a wave of the water army, to guide the discussion. Zhou Hua arranged it properly. But what he definitely wouldn't know was that Jiang Chen had already anticipated it and deployed a step ahead. More to the point. Zhou Hua would never believe it. It was because of such a small matter that would cause him to lose his reputation and even make the entire new continent era suffer a heavenly loss. Chapter 37, Anchor helps promote. 11 o'clock at night. Inside the presidential suite, Jiang Chen was holding the Apple laptop provided by the hotel and was watching the posts on the internet. Zhou Hua had added strength, the entire incident appeared in all the major posts, and the heat was getting higher and higher. Even Jane had appeared in such a video, and the number of likes was already as high as more than 400,000, and the replies had broken 30,000. This kind of data was remarkable. Jiang Chen casually looked at it and knew that this matter, tomorrow, was definitely going to be on the hot search. However, Jiang Chen had taken screenshots of each post and each publisher's account. Even Jiang Chen also took screenshots of some comments that were extremely sandy, including the other party's account. Now that the heat was gradually rising, Jiang Chen also started to launch his own plan. Opening the webpage, he typed in fighting sharks. That's right, Jiang Chen's bottom card was fighting shark. In fact, Jiang Chen guessed that Zhou Hua would use the internet to attack him, and to put it bluntly, he was using media power. However, the media power could be more than just newspapers now, and Fighting Shark was a huge media gathering place. Although Do Shark data often fake, but the real thing is, Do Shark has a lot of watching live without talking to the dive personnel, these people, the number of great, super first-tier anchors, the live room does have several million people online. Do not say what 1 past 10, 10 past 100, let's say 1 past 2 people, 5 million people spread a little, is tens of millions of people know. So Jiang Chen landed on Do Shark. The first thing is to open the background private message, directly private message Susu baby, PDD, dull sister these top big anchor. At this moment, the baby Susu, who is live broadcasting, has just increased to 17 weapon failure. When the popularity of the live broadcast room is the highest, suddenly, the baby Susu shouted. My husband privately chatted with me. Baby Susu yelled out, so that many water friends exploded. Your husband? You said it wrong, it's your wife, right? Second child warning? Is brother Shinhao here? Is it brother God Ho? Is God Ho here again? Don't care for now, the boss is atmospheric. Is God Ho out for a reward again? Atmosphere. Great atmosphere. Yesterday I didn't see the God Ho reward, today I can see it, beautiful. The pop-up screen directly exploded. As soon as he heard baby Susu say that his husband came, the people who were familiar with it immediately knew what it meant. And baby Susu did not even look at the game, directly replied to Jiang Chen. Hubby, people are shy JPN. How much do you queue? Jiang Chen inquired it the first time, and then chatted with other anchors in the same way. In an instant, baby Susu directly gave his cue to Jiang Chen, although he did not know what to do, but the baby Susu can be very excited. This is a super big tycoon, he is verified, is definitely a super tycoon, otherwise it would not give so much money. Added the cue, Jiang Chen has not been able to speak, baby Susu sent a message. Hubby so late, what is the matter ah? Do you want me to accompany you ah? Shy JPN. This guy is simply the king of tart words. Jiang Chen laughed bitterly, and the baby Susu was such a lifestyle, but his chat interface cannot be exposed in the live room, so the chat record did not show up. I'm a bit serious, want to find you to help. Jiang Chen quickly typed. Shushu baby, husband you say, do not say serious things, immodest also line. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and then immediately typed quickly. Probably things are like this. I went to see the house today, the front desk attitude is very arrogant, I was polite, just want to look at the room, not yet off duty, but the other side think I'm an intermediary, it's all kinds of difficult, and finally I can't be angry, take the car to block their door, the result is that the other side is directly out of context, put this on the internet, invited a lot of water army, want to mess with me, here's a complete audio recording and surveillance video, you can look at it. After watching it, if you think you can help me publicize it, I don't have any media means, thinking that you're a big anchor, I'm looking for you to do me a favor and help me clear my name. Jiang Chen quickly typed, and then sent a copy of all the videos and recordings to baby Shushu. At that moment, baby Shushu immediately became angry. I rub. Actually so arrogant? Dare to bully my husband, don't worry, I'll watch it first, if it really bullies my husband, I'll help to the end. Baby Susu said so, and then immediately look at the surveillance video as well as the recording. He is not stupid. If it is Jiang Chen's fault, then he is not too good to help. After all, these days, even the biggest anchor also have to be reasonable ah? If it was really Jiang Chen being bullied, he would definitely help. The same conversation, the same thing, Jiang Chen contacted all these anchors that he could. Whether or not the $10 million bounty had any effect, the results would soon come out. 15 minutes later. The first to reply was baby Susu. What the monkey, so arrogant? Jiang brother, this is also you can endure, if it were me, I would have already cursed. The baby Susu directly exploded, because Jiang Chen gave the complete monitoring, there is a complete recording, extremely objective, this is the victim ah. You look at this again. Jiang Chen gave the link to the other party's post of hacking himself to baby Su. The latter carefully read this post, and then directly exploded. Jiang, is there a mother who bullies people like this? Jiang, this matter is wrapped up in me, I DNF 8 million warriors, absolutely help you get it done. After saying that, baby Susu did not say anything, directly speak in the live broadcast. Brothers, insert an urgent matter. The voice rang out and the pop-up screen exploded. Chapter 38, the incident began to fester. What kind of emergency? You're going offline to accompany a godly tycoon? The multi-million anchor, baby Susu, the first brother of Do Shark, is now reduced to going to a tycoon for money. Set you monkeys, I really didn't expect, you are actually this kind of person. Old hang, don't kneel, my heart hurts. Old hang, remember to lick my share too. The pop-up screen exploded. Since Jiang Chen appeared again, the popularity directly skyrocketed. A lot of people are waiting for Jiang Chen to continue the journey of God's hero. A lot of people missed it yesterday, so they don't want to miss it today. So the live broadcasting room of the baby of the Asadi, the real number of people directly skyrocketed to a serious 8 million. The first thing to do is to say, just now we have this divine hero, Jiang Shuai. Jiang brother found me a trip, looking for me to help do something. The content of the matter with the process, we first look at the chat log. Baby Shushu directly put the chat record to the sun. After a few minutes, the pop-up screen appeared. Dare to bully our rising sun baby's tycoon? Bao bao, you look so humble. This thing I well seem to have just seen in the headline, I almost even commented on it, but after watching that video, it did pinch a bit, so I didn't comment on it, I didn't expect it to be me Jiang Shenhao. Bullock, so it's Jiang Shenhao. Bao bao, click on the video to see do not click on the video, who knows the ins and outs That's it. Brother Bao, click on the video. I've seen the news, it's hot now, it's a reversal? Self-media nowadays, really make people feel sick. Tens of thousands of pop-ups covered the entire live broadcast room, turned into a sea of general, cannot see the face of the baby Susu. And the baby Susu immediately clicked on the recording video, and then began to rationally analyze. Everyone listen carefully The baby Susu clicked on the recording video, and so played a small paragraph later, immediately opened his mouth, everyone listen clearly? Jiang Shen's friend, speak especially polite, first out of the voice, is the voice of the female receptionist, just listen to the voice there is a kind of indifferent feeling, everyone to judge, I'm not good too much to understand. Asahi baby paragraph by paragraph explanation. And realistically, this recording, Li Wanqing polite unlike words, unless it is really intolerable when the voice is a little big, but quickly suppressed. On the contrary, that front desk, that voice sounds extremely harsh. I'm sorry, we're off duty? I'm sorry, are we off duty? I'm scared of you. I just checked. The new continent era is indeed 7.5 off. The recording, the river god's sister, also really said, now 7:10, there are still 20 minutes. I'm off your horse's shift? Is this receptionist sick? What's wrong with her today? So choking? I am also a real estate salesman, Nima. The customer is God, honestly, not to mention 7:30 off, even if it is 6:30 off, as long as there are customers, I'll be with you until 10 o'clock. New Island Times is a famous real estate developer. What kind of crooked person is invited to the front desk? Eating? I was almost cheated by the self-media today. Those self-media, they do whatever they can to make money. Just a recording can prove this? Yes, just a recording. What about the situation? Bao, you mustn't get caught up in this kind of thing. It's best to check it out a bit more clearly. Many of the water users in the livestream directly exploded, transforming into messengers of justice and starting all kinds of comments. However, there were also some who gave the opposite opinion, thinking that a recording couldn't prove anything. And at this time, Baby Susu also immediately clicked on the video and then began to explain one paragraph at a time. The surveillance video started playing from the moment Jiang Chen came in. It was then paired with the recording, as well as Baby Asahi's apt guidance. Gradually, when the video is completely played, the number of people online up to 9 million people live room completely exploded. I said, you monkey? Is there such a bully? This is a sales center? We hear farmers' apartments will not be sold like this, ah? The most damn funny thing is, this front desk made a mistake, looking for the manager. The results of this manager is even more arrogant. In my opinion, this damn is to think that Jiangshan is a pauper, so there is a misunderstanding. This damn professionalism, eat to go. Now there is no more black. The truth. Feel like eating melon. Eat melon crowd. In fact, this is not the most angry. The most angry is that the other party actually said that Jiangshan is an arrogant rich second generation. It is simply treating us people like little cuties. See? The pop-up screen exploded, because this kind of thing put on anyone who is angry. Brothers, the most infuriating is not this, we Jiangshan said, as long as the other party apologizes, it's over, right? This dead fat manager, a come up as everyone is at fault, to no video no recording, but also really by this dead fat to fool the past, we do not say anything else, DNF 8 million warriors are not in? For the river god to get a wave of things, we are willing to do? The baby said loudly in the live broadcast, at the same time with a very intense war song, the effect is simply the top. At the same time, not only the Baby Susu live room. PDD live broadcast room. Chapter 39, Only Seeking Justice. PDD live room. Nima a big banana, there is such a bully? I have never seen such an arrogant receptionist in my life. I bought a house in the Magic City, Thompson, there is no such arrogant manager reversing right and wrong black and white, this play you horse it? Brothers, we must make a thing PDD itself is like to fight, not to mention Jiang Chen is a super god hero. He was naturally more than happy to help. Engage. I'm in favor of making things happen. There are people like that out there? It's simply a villain's face. This front desk does not understand things even if that sales consultant also followed not understand things. The funniest thing is, the manager who came at the end is even worse. Both parties are at fault, so they're just talking nonsense. How can you bully people like that? To put it bluntly, the beginning of us Jiangshan as a poor man thought it was an intermediary, so I do not care, and then found that it is indeed a tycoon, but I did not expect us Jiangshan directly blocked the door with a car. The manager is also a fool, according to the reason to apologize on the end, did not admit fault, it became this way. This kind of big-bellied leader, sitting in the office, is simply a pig brain. But where there is a little brain, will not go against the river god do manager, can bend and stretch as normal, as long as there is a little social experience, will not do such a stupid thing. You are wrong, this manager is not stupid, but very smart, directly engage in a wave of social opinion, want to fire up this matter. The result did not expect is that Jiangshan has a complete recording in video, which can now eat melon. Ha, there just happened to be this matter on the hot search, brothers, hurry to eat melon The vast majority of the water users in the live broadcast room were feeling angry, and the main thing wasn't really about this front desk. Rather, it is the attitude of Wu Fangfang and Zhou Hua that makes the water friends directly explode. Shushu Baby live room, at this moment, Shushu Baby is even more in the yin and yang to learn Zhou Hua speak. Also what, this thing both sides are wrong, I'm wrong you a monkey, really a sand sculpture thing, everyone in the repeat look, we Jiangshan parked the car at the gate, in fact, this point I can understand, in exchange for everyone. 7 o'clock in the evening, the meal has not been eaten, just want to take a look at the room, right? As a result, the front desk told you, off duty. The problem is that it's obviously not off duty, but you have to say that it's off duty, are you angry? You angry, we Jiangshan is not angry, to maintain good quality, and then again politely said clearly the intention, the results were still rejected. It is not easy to come to a sales consultant, the result is also the same, have to say off duty. Okay, off duty on off duty, we Jiangshan, also reasonable, you have to say off duty, we will go, right. But this sales consultant is not cheap? He had to say, in the future, this kind of house stomping, let them get out, with this kind of people chirping, pulling down our grade. Yo, you're really ing high class? You're a monkey. The baby Susu imitation is simply a model, so that the live broadcast of the water friends, and is laughing, and was mobilized emotions. You old hang, laugh to death dad. Dad to be you laugh to death, set you monkey. PPD there, people water friends have already started to go spray, what are you guys still doing here? Let's not make brother lose face. Brothers, on. I can't help but be reasonable about this matter, not for others. Reason? I'll spray up first. The live broadcast pop-up screen appeared, and baby Susu immediately opened his mouth. Brothers, I have let someone do a post, sent in the scarf, trouble you to forward it, and then I personally take out 1,000,000 raffle, forward every break 10,000, will draw 10,000 grand prize, by my private, not for anything else, is to give our boss to fight for a breath of air. The baby Susu this move is very subtle, take out 1,000,000 out of the lottery, at the same time let the men edited the content, released the scarf, including the video and recording all uploaded in the past. This not only won the hearts of the water users, Zhang Chen also had some inexplicable feelings. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen took a deep breath and directly sent a private chat directly to some big anchors like baby Susu and PDD. After this matter is over, I will take out 5,000,000 out and donate 10 Hope Elementary School, just for a justice. Zhang Chen placed a heavy bet. 5,000,000, 10 Hope Elementary School. The moment this donation behavior came out, the instantaneous live broadcast completely exploded. Oxford, boss atmosphere. I'm not going to dive in, I'm going to go up and do it for the sake of the Hope Primary School. Boss really atmosphere. Do not fight buns to fight, my blood boiled, brothers, go to the neck dry fight. Scarf? Go to spread the news, forward the circle of friends, forward the penguin space, so that more people know about this matter. I'm going to be stationed to publicize it. I'm going to. Brothers, the number of Bao Bao's scarf retweets has broken 50,000, and Saw Pigs has broken 100,000, so hurry up and retweet, don't lose the battle. For the Hope Elementary School, rushed. Countless diving water friends directly exploded. When they heard that Zhang Chen wanted to donate to the Hope Primary School, they only needed to help forward it, so they were naturally willing to do so. Anyway, if it didn't harm their own interests and they could do some public service, who wouldn't be happy? Just like that, things were spreading in a horrifying situation. Chapter 40, New Continent Era CEO bursts into rage. Scarf. Zhou Hua let the Water Army release the information. The rich second-generation sports car blocking the door event. The heat is extremely high. Many news media are paying attention to this matter. Now the fifth hot search, viewed more than 8 million. However, a new hot search appeared. Rich second-generation sports car blocking the door reversal? This hot search ranking is only the 50th, but the heat is rising. The number of participants is increasing, and the number of views is also increasing. And the horror is, basically after browsing this hot search, many people began to curse. There is actually such a disgusting property? Should it be so screwed up? This reversal is also too fierce, right? Compared to the video, the New Continent Era itself out of context, reversing right and wrong, is simply disgusting? Nima, I just sprayed a sentence, this sand sculpture rich second generation, now hurry to delete it. Shame shame shame, Nima, God knows there will be such a reversal. And both sides are at fault? This Zhou Hua is not a pit in the brain? Eat grow up? Regardless of the cause of right and wrong, first spray customers? Awesome, today finally saw what is called public opinion killing. This brother, if there is no recording and surveillance video, it is expected to be black and alive. A piece of information appeared. Many people after watching the reversal, began to spread all kinds of information. And the water friends of the live broadcast room, also crazy forwarding flat friend circle, penguin space, and all kinds of groups. The power of one person is very weak, the power of 10 people is also very weak, the power of 100 people is also very weak, but 1,000 people, 10,000 people, 100,000 people, 1,000,000 people, that would be very scary. 11 o'clock at night. This reversed hot search, soared straight to the top 10, and that rich second generation blocking the door hot search, also rose to the second place. The first place was a certain star starred in a certain sci-fi movie. At first, the number of people cursing Zhang Chen was extremely high, but after the videos and recordings appeared, countless people began to furiously spray New Continent Era. Especially the netizens who were almost misled before, their faces turned red, and in a fit of anger, they began to furiously spray New Continent Era, as the internet didn't know anyone anyway. At this moment, inside a certain 3-star Michelin restaurant in Magic City, a middle-aged man is talking very eagerly with a customer in front of him about a business project from 8:30 until now, almost done. This middle-aged man is the CEO of New Island Times, Wang Yi. And the opposite side is sitting on the big man of science and technology, the existence of tens of billions of dollars. However, just when the contract is about to be signed, all of a sudden, the other party picked up a phone call. About a minute later, the latter will pick up the pen, put it down. Wang Yi is not a small person, he felt at a glance that something had happened. Mr. Su, what are you doing? Wang Yi cautiously inquired. Your company is in big trouble. Mr. Su spoke directly, his tone was calm. Big trouble? Wang Yi frowned. He wasn't stupid enough to directly ask what happened, but immediately called his subordinates, but Mr. Su stopped him and directly spoke, you go to the scarf and take a look. Wang Yi nodded, and then took out his cell phone and opened the scarf to take a look. To be honest, he was very curious in his heart. First of all, the first point, the new continent area is engaged in real estate, cash flow is very sufficient. For a group, cash is very important. As long as there is money in, there is no big trouble. And Mr. Su, this level of people dare to say big trouble, it is definitely not a small problem. So Wang Yi resisted and carefully watched the hot search of the scarf. Soon he saw the matter of rich second generation blocking the door, and clicked it to take a look. About 2 minutes later, Wang Yi's brows tightened even more. A bunch of idiots. Wang Yi cursed in his heart. He subconsciously thought that his men wanted to hype a wave of hype, so they came up with this kind of thing. Although it is true that there are many people who support them, but being a group, it is best not to have any news appear unless it is very positive news. This kind of thing, don't ever touch it, no matter what the truth of the matter is. But what made Wang Yi curious was, this kind of thing, how could it be considered big trouble? At most, it could be a bit of social news, right? However, when Wang Yi was ready to exit the scarf, he saw the news of Hot Search 3. Rich second generation blocking door reversal? Clicking on it, soon Wang Yi's calm face gradually revealed anger. Especially after directly listening to the recording and watching the surveillance video, Wang Yi took a deep breath, and the veins on his forehead were revealed. Mr. Wang, I still have some things to do, so I will leave first. The matter of cooperation, let's wait until this matter is resolved. He said so, and then got up to leave. Okay, I'm sorry for troubling Mr. Su. I'm really sorry, Mr. Su. After the other party left, there was a clang. Wang Yi's forehead veins burst out. Idiot. Stupid. Idiots. What a bunch of idiots. After the people left, Wang Yi directly exploded as he pounded the table fiercely. Wang Yi really did not think that his own men actually so stupid. Obviously, they did wrong, but they don't admit it, and they want to plant evidence to frame them. This is simply the most stupid thing. Others don't know, but Wang Yi understands. Contemporary netizens, although a little stupid feeling, listen to the wind as rain, but at least this generation of netizens are young people. The quality is very good, and do things is a word. Reason. Whoever has reason to support whoever, regardless of whether the other party is a rich second generation. If Jiang Chen didn't have recordings and videos, this matter could really be covered up by his own men. But the problem was that the other person's recordings and videos were simply an insoluble killer. Soon, Wang Yi took a deep breath. He knew that if he didn't hurry up and deal with this matter now, when the matter completely fermented, he, new continental era, would absolutely have to be unlucky, and it would be bad luck. What is the most important thing for a business? Word of mouth. Word of mouth smashed, then everything is finished. Thinking of this, Wang Yi first time dialed the subordinate's phone. Chapter 41, Storming Zhouhua. The phone number Wang Yi dialed was the phone number of the general in charge of Jiangnan province. He was the boss of Xinzhou Times. It was impossible for him to dial Zhouhua's phone number, because he didn't even recognize this Zhouhua. Da. The phone dialed and a humble voice immediately came from the other side. Hello, Mr. Wang, what is it? The voice rang out, and Wang Yi's emotions directly exploded out. You're still asking me what's up? What the hell are your men doing? Don't you read the scarf? Wang Yi yelled and growled directly. It could be said that if this guy was in front of himself, Wang Yi might make a move. Mr. Wang, aye. He didn't know what to say and stammered. Now, immediately, call your men for me. A person called Zhouhua, let that thing die for me. Wang Yi slapped his cell phone and smashed it directly. His knuckles broke the skin and bled, and he didn't care. After thinking for a while, Wang Yi directly got up. Out of the box, the secretary immediately came. Book a plane ticket, go to the southern city. Immediately, now. Without saying a word, Wang Yi directly gave the order, and then he grimaced. At the same time, New Continent Times in South City. Zhouhua had already fallen asleep. He fell asleep at 10 o'clock, and in his sleep, he was still fantasizing that this matter of his own had been rewarded by the above, thus rising up the ranks. Just at that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Mr. Zhou, Mr. Chen is here. As the voice rang out, Zhouhua woke up at that moment and rubbed his eyes. Mr. Chen, his top boss, suddenly visited, causing Zhouhua to have some surprises. It seemed that there was something good. Zhouhua was overjoyed in his heart, and even deliberately washed his face and walked directly outside. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he saw an incredibly gloomy face of General Manager Chen. Mr. Chen, what are you doing? I don't know why. Zhouhua had some inexplicable fear in his heart, but he didn't have too much suspicion, but looked at this Mr. Chen. Snap. Seeing Zhouhua coming, General Manager Chen directly got up, raised his hand and threw a slap on Zhouhua's face, full of anger, yelling, Zhouhua, you pig head. Do you have poop stuffed in your brain? Are you not a thing? Mr. Chen was furious, his voice resounded through the hall, and some of his colleagues who were still working overtime, seeing this scene, all of them turned white with fear. A slap does not seem to be too much. Mr. Chen directly pounced on the past, madly beating on Zhou Hua. A fist and a foot are solid, definitely not joking. Agu, Mr. Chen, have a good conversation. What are you hitting me for? Mr. Chen, where did I go wrong? Why don't you say something? Mr. Chen. Zhou Hua screamed miserably. The rest of the people saw this scene, and after reacting, they immediately began to pull the fight. You shabby, stink, super stink, I play you curse next door, you brain is just have, proposed. Are you a pig brain? Chen De roared angrily. He was really close to crying with anger. Just now Wang Yi called him, scolded him a hard to get, let him once thought where he did wrong, but the results of a careful investigation, it turned out to be his own underlings, smart, and another vice president to join forces. Wanna hype some, make a wave of things. Originally speculation on speculation, Chen De would not care who was right and who was wrong, after all, businessmen have no conscience. But damn it, people have a complete recording as well as a step in advance, got the surveillance video, to put it bluntly, they have long been prepared to engage you. As a result, you foolishly fell for it, went to post, went to hire water army, let the media know to screw people. Now you're being attacked by others, and it's a much bigger deal. The first and second of the scarf hot searches is the rich second generation blocking the door and reversing the inside story. Some super famous anchors came forward, took out videos and recordings, and angrily disliked the New Continent Times official online. Now the New Continent Era official bib has been blown up. Usually there weren't a few replies, but the latest scarf had 70,000 to 80,000 replies, all of which were talking about watching the show and begging for an explanation. Seeking an explanation? Explain what the hell I explain. As long as it is not, can see, this thing, the New Continent Era do extremely unkind even if, but also trampled on the evil first accusation, really nauseating dead netizens. It is good that the New Continent Era is not listed. If this is listed, tomorrow does not fall a stop, he chendi upside down to eat siang. The most angry is not this point. The most infuriating thing is, this sand sculpture actually still do not know, see their time, still with a smile. Still want to get their own praise? A big Shelby. Is there such a stupid person in this world? What made Chen De extremely depressed was this kind of wisdom. It actually became the head of the New Continent Era in the southern city? Thinking of this, coupled with the rage just now to beat people, Chen De directly fast fainted in anger. He sat on the sofa, coldly looked at Zhou Hua said, you now own stepping horse on the internet to me to see. Give me to see ah. Chen De said, and yelled again. Scared Zhou Hua pissed out. And Zhou Hua also immediately took out his cell phone, full of depression. Chapter 42, Blood Mom regretful Zhou Hua. Zhou Hua tremblingly took out his cell phone, then opened the scarf, and soon he saw that the rich second generation blocking the door event rose to the hot search one. Isn't this a good thing? Zhou Hua was just about to speak when he instantly discovered that the rich second generation blocking the door event reversed. At this moment, Zhou Hua suddenly realized something. He swallowed his saliva and clicked on the second hot search. The first scarf was the statement made by Baby Su, with pictures, videos, and recordings, and Zhou Hua looked over them one by one, looking at one word at a time. Each word made him chill to the bone, each word made him fearful, especially the recording. It made Zhou Hua confused. Looking at the video again, it wasn't his own company's video surveillance? How is it here? Hiss. Zhou Hua was dumbfounded, utterly dumbfounded. Mr. Chen, there is a mole in the company. Zhou Hua also stupidly open, however, Chen De directly cursed, I within the Nima next door, you care whether he has a traitor, now this matter, how do you want to solve ah? Chen De really want to be angry to death. There is a traitor to Nima, Zhou Hua said? His eyes blind? Now is to say the matter of the traitor? Now is to say, how to solve this matter ah? Zhou Hua was confused. How? I don't know how to solve it ah? He lowered his head and was silent, then after half a day, he couldn't help but open his mouth and say, why don't I hurry up and delete the discussion now? Hearing this reply, Chen De laughed. He really laughed. What he had seen, he had not seen so. Zhou Hua, you really I have seen the most people, do you know what you have made a mistake? You incur the wrath of the people, you for our New Continent Times, caused a big trouble, I tell you so, the boss is catching a plane, will be back soon, you do not die also to take off layers of skin. Also, you don't want to keep this job, not only that, according to the national law, you have nothing to rumor, this is already illegal, do you know? Chen De opened his mouth and said word by word. However, Zhou Hua was completely confused. The old bosses were here? His own position is not guaranteed? And breaking the law? Should it be so serious? It's just a small matter, isn't it? I'll go apologize, Mr. Chen. I'll go apologize to this guy, okay? Zhou Hua completely panicked, the work is gone, he is really finished, not to mention other things, the job down 4 or 500,000 a year, not to mention, there are all kinds of oil and water fishing, the annual salary of $1 million, he is very happy, and now know that he may not be able to keep his job, he panicked directly. Dao Nima, you are a stink, you look at the discussion, you apologize useful? Don't say you, including your group members, all dismissed. This is the old boss personally ordered, and don't think that dismissal will be alright. You have been enriching yourself in these years. What you have done, the company has long known, this time, to make an example of the chicken. Chen Di said extremely seriously, full of cold and incomparable. And Zhou Hua directly cried, this thing to shake out, he really will be in jail. Mr. Chen, save me, help me Mr. Chen, please, help me, Mr. Chen. Zhou Hua was really on the verge of tears. God knew that such a thing would happen. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have done it. Save you? If you want to die later not too ugly, immediately go to this guest. If the other party is willing to write off, this matter still has a roundabout situation, otherwise. Shendig did not speak, the meaning is very obvious. Good, I will go to contact him now, Zhou Hua got up and tried to contact Jiang Chen by all means, but realized that there was no way to start off. In the end, it was his men who reminded him that the person who followed Jiang Chen here was from Huayu Company. At that moment, Zhou Hua contacted the manager of Huayu Company. Then in a hurry, he got Li Wanqing's contact information. 20 minutes later, Jiang Chen received a call. It was Li Wanqing's call. Hello? Ms. Li, what's the meaning of calling in the middle of the night? Lonely late at night? Jiang Chen was in a good mood. Now that the network discussion was simply down, he was naturally happy off. It seems that Mr. Jiang is still very powerful. Li Wanqing didn't joke with Jiang Chen, but sincerely praised Jiang Chen. What happened today? Li Wanqing felt that Jiang Chen was going to be in bad luck, and for this reason, she deliberately looked for many leaders to help solve the problem, but unfortunately, on the part of the leaders, it was not possible to offend New Continent Times because of a customer. So Li Wanqing was anxious and almost depressed. However, Zhou Hua called him. A mouthful of sorry, a mouthful of sisterly, just wanting to get Jiang Chen's understanding. At this time, Li Wanqing realized that Jiang Chen had already solved all the troubles. Not only had he turned the tables and made New Continent's era almost lose its name. Now everywhere was talking about New Continent era, and all of them were scolding comments. Mr. Zhang, that Zhou Hua of New Continent's era called me and wants me to plead for him. What do you think? Li Wanqing opened her mouth and said. What do you think? Jiang Chen asked Li Wanqing. This kind of person, naturally, you don't need to pay any attention to him, but he is after all a person from New Continent era, and now that things have gotten so big, if it will have an impact on you, Li Wanqing said here and stopped talking. Could it be that I didn't know before that he was someone from the New Continent era? Jiang Chen let out a light laugh. The meaning of this was clear. I understand. Li Wanqing seemed to have expected Jiang Chen to be like this, but yes, who in their right mind could stand this? Especially since Jiang Chen was still a master who didn't lack money. Alright, you take an early rest, tell Zhou Hua, this matter, I won't forgive him. I definitely won't accept it until he pays a painful price. Jiang Chen fumed. He has a grudge and will repay it. Li Wanqing didn't have any right to make Jiang Chen magnanimous, she just made a call to inform Jiang Chen. At the same time, South City Airfield. Wang Yi got off the airplane. Chapter 43, Wang Yi finds the door. Drop. The phone rang. Jiang Chen took out the phone. It was an unknown number. Reasonably Jiang Chen would hang up, but the phone number was a bit bullish. 1/777777777. This kind of consecutive number was extremely rare, and the number 7 was even rarer, because there was a saying that 7 was up and 8 was down, so the number that many rich people pursued wasn't 8, but 7. Obviously this was a big shot. Answering the phone, Jiang Chen was in a calm mood. Hello. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and soon heard the other party's voice. Hello, is this Mr. Jiang Chen? The other party's voice was gentle. Jiang Chen replied. I'm the general manager of New Continent era, my name is Wang Yi. First of all, I'd like to apologize to you, and secondly, would Mr. Jiang please give me a chance? Would you like to have dinner with me? Wang Yi, the boss of New Continent Times, Jiang Chen had checked the information. To be honest, Jiang Chen really didn't expect that Wang Yi would personally call himself, but on second thought, now that things have gotten so big, it's not impossible for the other party to find himself. I'm at the Binhu Hotel. Jiang Chen opened his mouth. He didn't chicken out. Since the other party had called, they could definitely find out their own information data, so it didn't make any sense to deliberately try to avoid it. It's nothing to meet. Jiang Chen didn't believe that this Wang Yi would be so stupid as to want to mess with himself at this juncture. If Wang Yi really dared to mess with him, then Jiang Chen guaranteed that he would also make New Continent era completely finished. Okay, I'll be there in about half an hour, so I hope that Mr. Jiang can be patient for a bit. Wang Yi spoke particularly politely, completely lacking the majesty of a billion-dollar boss. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen directly dialed Li Wanqing's phone, informing Li Wanqing that Wang Yi had called to look for him and wanted to have a meal together. This time Li Wanqing also shocked. Wang Yi, this level of people, simply the South City of the man of the hour, did not expect to actually come over personally. At that moment, Li Wanqing didn't say much and directly wanted to come over to find Jiang Chen. One person can come, not too many people. Jiang Chen thought about it, so said a sentence, at the same time also urged a sentence, with your top boss say a sentence, but do not bring people, I think this kind of thing, do not want to have idle people to participate. The reason why Jiang Chen notified Li Wanqing was because the Huayu company, where Li Wanqing was from, wasn't a small company either. If Wang Yi really played any tricks, Huayu company would definitely not sit back and do nothing. Because no matter what, Jiang Chen was a client of Huayu company, and the most important thing was one thing. New continent era, in the southern city like the sky, even in this kind of second-tier city, it was a very well-known existence. So would this kind of existence have enemies? The answer was that there were, and there were many. In other words, if Jiang Chen really wanted to mess with New Continent era, there was no telling how many people would be willing to come out and help step on it. So Jiang Chen really didn't need to worry. The bigger the matter, the less people would dare to mess with it. Li Wanqing came very quickly, arriving in 20 minutes. Presidential suite? What a tycoon! Li Wanqing walked into the presidential suite and looked around in shock. Do you want to try the bed in the presidential suite? Jiang Chen brought a bottle of red wine. It's not that I like to drink it, but I just think it's a little more forced. That depends on what Mr. Jiang wants. Li Wanqing smiled. This time Jiang Chen could not help but touch his nose and laugh. It seems that you are feeling through my nature. Jiang Chuan laughed bitterly, while Li Wanqing also laughed in a ghostly manner, but soon, Li Wanqing also opened her mouth seriously and said, Mr. Jiang, this matter, what do you intend to say? How to say? Jiang Chen drank a mouthful of red wine, then opened his mouth and said, depends on the situation. This thing, indeed, is the New Continent era that a few sales are not right, but the old boss Wang Yi personally came. I think that they can be punished, do not get carried away. The New Continent era is a real big company, fast 10 billion large group. This time it is said to go to the Magic City, looking for a big man, want to go public, if once the listing is successful, at least is also 3 or 400 billion super large group. Can make good, best to make good. Li Wanqing said very seriously, she was not joking. Offend Wang Yi, definitely not a very wise thing. Understood. Jiang Chen took another sip of wine. He was not a cutie. But it mainly depended on what Wang Yi's attitude was. If Wang Yi's attitude remained arrogant, then he definitely wouldn't be soft either. Although he had no money and no background, he was not afraid of wearing shoes with bare feet. And just then, suddenly, the phone rang. Answering the phone, it was a call from the front desk, saying that a gentleman named Wang Yi was looking for him, asking if he had this friend. Yes, he is my friend. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and replied. When Li Wanqing heard the voice, she couldn't help but hurriedly take out a small mirror to look at her makeup. What? Miss Li still wants to flatter Wang Yi? Jiang Chen smiled. Where is it? Wang Yi is a legend in our real estate world, he's my idol, I'm not that kind of person. Li Wanqing explained. She really wasn't trying to do anything, it was just that she was a little excited to see her idol. Bang bang. 5 minutes later, the door to the room knocked. Li Wanqing immediately got up. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, sat on the sofa, but sat in a serious posture, and didn't look particularly frivolous. The door to the room opened, and at that moment, a cheerful voice rang out. Mr. Yi Jiang, I'm sorry for the disturbance, I'm really sorry. Chapter 44, Wang Yi's Apology. Wang Yi's voice, full of laughter, he walked straight in, holding a bottle of red wine in his hand, without following a single person behind him. And dressed in an ordinary, normal suit, without any hint of being worth billions of dollars. How are you, Mr. Jiang? Reach out and don't smile, and this thing, not Wang Yi made out, but his men under his men made out. Jiang Chen is not a little cute. Naturally immediately got up and laughed. Mr. Wang is polite, what Mr. Jiang not Mr. Jiang, cannot afford. Jiang Chen laughed lightly. Wang Yi also casual, directly sitting in front of Jiang Chen, while taking out the hands of the red wine said, Jiang, I do not know if you like to drink, this is my cellar inside the collection of Romane Conti, which I am ready to go public when drinking, but today this kind of thing happened, I mentioned the wine to the door to apologize. I'm really sorry. Wang Yi placed the wine on the table, then folded his hands together and apologized to Jiang Chen with a face full of sincerity. The sincerity on his face was almost impossible to pick out the thorns. If it was really fake, then Wang Yi could go to the Oscars as a movie star. This matter, I know, has nothing to do with Mr. Wang, but I just want a fair solution. Jiang Chen said calmly. There was no way he could just forgive Wang Yi for coming in person. However, Wang Yi waved his hand and said, No. This matter has something to do with me, Mr. Jiang. I started from doing sales, to do my line of work, is to have a good attitude, good service, not to mention whether the customer has nothing to do with it or not, even if the customer's attitude is even worse, we can only obey. New Continent era, is my biggest industry, high-end quality, selling price is also sky high, so I have 3 orders, service attitude, but today happened this kind of thing, I cannot forgive them, also absolutely cannot forgive themselves. The whole thing I thoroughly investigated clearly, you are my New Continent era customers, was extremely unfair treatment, so I deeply apologize. Punish yourself with 3 cups. Wang Yi directly got up and very skillfully picked up the hotel's own white wine Maotai. and then took a few drinking cups, and without saying a word, poured the wine. Mr. Wang, since the matter is explained clearly, there is no need to be like this, you may still have things to do tomorrow. Li Wanqing immediately opened her mouth. This is white wine, not beer, self-punishment 3 cups, is not it to pour here? No need, John, I tell you directly, this person, do not see what worth billions, but I grew up as a child of the poor, all the way up the blood fight, to this position, I will pretend to elegance, can also be the same as ordinary people, this thing today, is that I'm sorry John, these 3 cups of wine, I must self-punishment. After saying this, Wang Yi directly poured 3 cups of wine, and then sipped it. Sincerity was full. This time, Jiang Chen really didn't know what to say. To be honest, he had actually prepared for Wang Yi to casually say a few words as soon as he came in, before promising himself all sorts of benefits. But what he didn't expect was that Wang Yi was so direct and had such a sincere attitude. To know that Wang Yi must have investigated his own background, not to mention looking at himself condescendingly, but at the very least, he wouldn't be like this, right? At this moment, Jiang Chen finally understand a little why Wang Yi can from a small sales staff all the way up to the new continent era boss. On this kind of vigor in human feelings, it is worth learning. Mr. Wang, not for anything else, just for these 3 glasses of wine, this matter, I am not to blame, now immediately issued a statement. Jiang Chen also poured himself a glass of wine. While Wang Yi shook his head and stopped Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, you drink this, Romane Conti, this wine is good, and this matter can't be ended like this, you are angry, so simple to end, that seems too insincere. Wang Yi opened his mouth and said very seriously. This Jiang Chen's slightly bitter smile, in fact, to this point, has been counted. Can the other old boss personally over to apologize, how else? This is not ancient times. It's hard not to kill someone? Phew. Wang Yi took a deep breath and then loosened his collar and then immediately opened his mouth. Jiang, the whole thing of the ins and outs of all I understand, this thing, if there is a point, is you there is not good, I absolutely will not be like this, but I watched the video, listened to the recordings, I know, this thing you really is the victim. I Wang Yi, the original fight, what things have done, fierce than who are fierce, ruthless than who are ruthless, treacherous than who are treacherous, but my mom instilled in me since childhood a reason, reasonable to walk all over the world, no reason to move, I Wang Yi what virtue have done, but never do anything wrong, perhaps say it out of the way may be laughed at, but I still want to say. I Wang Yi is a reasonable person, no treachery is not business. That is a small business, do I this position of people, have principles, and I Wang Yi's principle is, reasonable. This matter, no matter what, is my Wang Yi's fault, so Mr. Jiang, please accept my apology. Wang Yi stood up and bowed to Jiang Chen. With this vigor, Jiang Chen really didn't know what to say. Mr. Wang, you're welcome, you're welcome. Jiang Chen got up and spoke in a hurry. To be honest, he was a little embarrassed himself. Chapter 45, Mr. Wang, do you hate me? Wang Yi's attitude of apologizing, whether it was for show or not, made Jiang Chen embarrassed. Mr. Wang, I've received this heart, this matter ends here, I'll go and clarify. Jiang Chen opened his mouth. And Wang Yi spat out a breath, and then opened his mouth and said, thank you Mr. Jiang for understanding, but the aftermath of the matter, I will discuss it with Mr. Jiang, you see how. First of all, the employees involved, full dismissal, that female receptionist and the sales consultant as well as that person in charge, Zhou I will be a major mistake, dismissal, and will send a letter to all peers, so that they are also not admitted, lifelong blackout. At the same time we also have some of their black money collection information, if necessary, we'll let them in. Wang Yi said this with a serious tone. Go in? Jiang Chen looked calm, while at the same time, Wang Yi continued, I've brought the people, should I let them in? Good. Jiang Chen nodded. At that moment Wang Yi dialed a phone and just lightly said come up. 5 minutes later. The door to the room knocked and Li Wanqing opened the door. At that moment, Zhou Hua, Wu Fangfang, and the female receptionist walked in with their heads down. The 3 had some injuries on their bodies more or less, especially Wu Fangfang, her face was red from being beaten. Kneel down. Wang Yi coldly opened his mouth, having a very strong aura, completely different from Fangfang. In an instant, the 3 knelt directly in front of Jiang Chen, trembling. At the same time, the henchman delivered a box of cigars. Wang Yi immediately revealed a smile and looked at Jiang Chen, saying, Mr. Jiang, this is a top Cuban cigar, come and taste one. After saying that, he also personally clip off, dead to help Jiang Chen light up. To be honest, Wang Yi this person, can sit on this position, no problem. Jiang Chen smoked a cigar without passing his lungs, and looked at the 3 Zhouhua people with an icy gaze. Mr. Jiang, it's me who deserves to die, it's me who was blinded by lard for a moment, Mr. Jiang, please, let me go. Zhouhua was the first to shout up, kneeling on the ground, crying. Mr. Jiang, it's none of my business, it's mainly her, it's her that caused it, it has nothing to do with me. Wu Fangfang also cried and shouted. Mr. Jiang, I am sorry, it is my fault, it is my dog's eyes, Mr. Jiang, please, let me go. The 3 of them cried out. And Jiang Chen's gaze was cold. Forgive? Sorry, he would never forgive. All are already adults, to be responsible for the things they do. If this thing is what I did wrong, I believe that a few deaths will not let me go, right? Jiang Chen coldly laughed. I don't dare, I don't dare. You are a generous adult, just let us go. I really didn't mean it, Mr. Jiang, please, let me go, I have an old man and a young man. They cried out. Who doesn't have an old man? Who doesn't have children? In this matter, I forgive New Continent Era because of Mr. Wang, but you three, I'm sorry, I won't forgive. Jiang Chen said here. At that moment, Wang Yi understood what it meant, clapped his hands, and at that moment, a few black-clothed bodyguards, pulling the three people directly left. After the people left, the room was much quieter. Mr. Jiang, if there is no accident, tomorrow the three of them will be investigated, according to the money coveted, sentenced to 3 or 5 years is not much of a problem. As for that receptionist, we investigated, this receptionist originally did this matter, I have let people find the evidence, to her parents, including her boyfriend, I do not know if Mr. Jiang is satisfied. File an investigation. Turn the background? This is really ruthless. Jiang Chen took a drag on his Cuban cigar and nodded. Then Wang Yi continued. Then, I have privately prepared a set of houses on the best floor of the New Continent Era to give to Mr. Jiang as compensation, and in addition this is a check for $10 million, I hope Mr. Jiang will smile. Wang Yi was generous and atmospheric. A set of New Island Times house plus a $10 million check. To be honest, this indemnity, absolutely no problem. However, Jiang Chen shook his head and said, Mr. Wang, you're out of line, I'm the same as you, recognize the reason, things are resolved on the line, this set of houses and this check, I do not want. Jiang Chen doesn't want any of the money. If you want it, what will it look like? Now Wang Yi was surprised, but he still opened his mouth, thinking that Jiang Chen was just embarrassed. But Jiang Chen refused again and again, and his attitude was resolute, which made Wang Yi even more curious. More than $20 million. He had investigated Jiang Chen, his background was average, and he didn't know where the money came from, he couldn't find out where it came from, but it wasn't hard to make some money these days, so he didn't have much suspicion, he just thought that Jiang Chen should have his own way of making money. It was only $8 or $10 million, Wang Yi didn't even put it on his mind. But what he didn't expect was that Jiang Chen would actually refuse. Mr. Jiang, this money, you do not want or not? Wang Yi said this, he insisted on giving it. Mr. Wang, I really can't take this money, if you have to give it, then so, in our name, donate to the Hope Primary School, it just so happens that this thing happened, I'll let my friend go and publicize it later, wouldn't it be nice? Jiang Chen opened his mouth, he thought of a good way. This method is good. Wang Yi directly nodded. Now that New Continent Era was encountering this kind of problem, to be honest, even if Jiang Chen came forward to inform that the matter was resolved, there would still be a certain impact. However, if he directly donated to the Hope Primary School, this kind of thing like charity was the easiest way to pull in people's hearts, and he could wash his hands of the matter. Thinking of this, Wang Yi nodded and said, okay. That's it, I'll add another 10 million, in the name of the New Continent Era and Mr. Jiang, combined donation Hope Elementary School, how? Wang Yi said. Can be. If I donate it, I won't be afraid of others gossiping. Just as quickly, Jiang Chen looked at Wang Yi as he asked Li Wanqing to leave for now, after only 2 people were left in the room. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and asked. Mr. Wang, I want to ask, if I do this, does Mr. Wang hate me? Jiang Chen opened his mouth as he looked straight at Wang Yi and asked directly. The moment he said this, Wang Yi's expression gradually froze. Chapter 46, the matter is completely resolved. Jiang Chen's inquiry caused Wang Yi to freeze. He looked at Jiang Chen's gaze, then took a drag on his Cuban cigar. To say I don't hate it is impossible, I just had a very big business that concerns to the future fate of New Continent Era, just because of this matter of yours, 80% of it is yellow. Wang Yi said seriously. Jiang Chen also listened carefully. But, after I carefully think about it, I do not hate, there is nothing to hate you, this thing, no matter how it is my men did wrong, and I'm very glad that you come to find me trouble, if another powerful people to find me trouble, maybe the New Continent Era will face a great disaster. So I don't hate you, on the contrary, I am very grateful to you. Wang Yi said extremely seriously, this is the words of the heart. This is the person who does great things, Jiang Chen admired, he did not say more, directly want to open the bottle of Romane Conti, and Wang Yi drink. Open wine can be, but to professionals sober, otherwise it will destroy the taste. Hearing the opening of the wine, Wang Yi was also very happy, because this kind of wine, he seller among the only bottle left. You have to be so particular? Jiang Chen had some surprise, but Li Wanqing immediately said with a smile. Mr. Jiang, this bottle of wine is worth millions of dollars, so naturally it needs to be a little more elaborate. Mr. Wang, I've learned a little bit of red wine culture, and I know how to simply wake up, so I'll help you wake up now. Wang Yi heard this, immediately nodded, and then looked at Jiang Chen said, this bottle of wine is my auction in France, 1,450,000, is the most expensive wine in my cellar, this time because of this matter, only specially brought over. 1,450,000? Jiang Chen was really surprised, although he said that 1,450,000 was nothing to him, but 1,450,000 for a bottle of wine was a bit exaggerated. At the same time, Jiang Chen also understood that Wang Yi was full of integrity. Mr. Wang, this matter, I have some impulse. Jiang Chen had some feelings. The fact that Wang Yi could take out a bottle of wine like this proved that Wang Yi was really in a hurry, otherwise it wouldn't have been so grand. However, Wang Yi waved his hand and spoke directly. Jiang, directly with you, I appreciate you, this matter, no matter what is my men did wrong, but in this case, Jiang can think so many points in advance, at the same time, using the new media to spread, it can be said to give me a great lesson. I'll be honest, I think this lesson is worth it. At the same time, I also appreciate you, Mr. Jiang. Wang Yi was speaking from the heart. Jiang Chen didn't know what to say. Mr. Wang, don't say Mr. Jiang, I'm around younger than you, just call me Xiao Jiang. Jiang Chen laughed lightly. Wang Yi nodded. Indeed, he was 47 years old this year. Jiang Chen looked like he was in his early 20s, a mouthful of Mr. Jiang. Indeed, there were some not so good. That's fine, I call you Jiang old brother, you call me Wang brother on the line, I this person like to make smart friends. Wang Yi said smilingly. Jiang Chen also smiled. But Jiang Chen didn't really take it seriously, this is just polite words, it's impossible to say, just meet one time, brother affectionate and incomparable Xiaoran? Who would believe it? But Jiang Chen can be sure of one thing is that this Wang Yi did not have a grudge against himself. Soon the wine sobered up well. Li Wanqing poured a cup for Jiang Chen and Wang Yi. Jiang Chen also purposely let Li Wanqing pour a cup for himself. The three of them clinked glasses and then began to taste. Jiang Chen tasted a mouthful of the $1 million Romane Conti. To be honest, it was bitter. The first mouthful was bitter. Jiang Chen couldn't feel any sweetness, it was really bitter. And bitter with astringent, this feeling is like red wine inside a rotten cork, not good, extremely bad. But soon, a red wine sweet aroma from the throat nasal cavity appeared, as if a gas back up the feeling. At that moment, Jiang Chen tasted another mouthful, still not good. Just as quickly, the wine flavor waited for a while and reappeared. This was interesting. Jiang Chen drank several mouthfuls in a row, frowning as he drank, but soon couldn't help but stretch again. The more he drank, the better Jiang Chen felt. Wang Yi looked at Jiang Chen and kept pouring the wine, although he said it was a gift for Jiang Chen, but since Jiang Chen opened it, he wasn't polite, so he didn't care and hurriedly filled up a large cup for himself. Li Wanqing stopped drinking after a small sip, she couldn't hold her liquor. And red wine had a strong aftertaste. Just like that, a bottle of Romane Conti worth more than $1 million was finished by both Jiang Chen and Wang Yi. Good wine. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh, this red wine was indeed good. Wang Yi also nodded, then opened his mouth and said, it's a pity that this kind of wine is too hard to buy, wait for a while, there will be an auction in the UK, maybe there will be a Romane, at that time, we will buy a bottle again, and ask Jiang to have a drink. Wang Yi said this. Alright, then, thank you brother Wang. Jiang Chen nodded, then sent Wang Yi away. Afterward, Jiang Chen opened his computer and contacted baby Su Su and the others to inform them of the latter. The misunderstanding was explained clearly, and Jiang Chen personally stepped in, ordering Wang Yi to come over to apologize and donate $30 million to build a Hope Elementary School. This time, the netizens also exploded. Things appeared fast, Wang Yi directly came out to clarify fast, and at the same time, in order to bear the mistake, he was willing to donate $30 million to build a Hope Elementary School. This public relations tactic was absolutely no problem. And then the next thing, there was no need for Jiang Chen to deal with it, the people from New Continent Era would deal with it. But this matter wasn't completely finished. Jiang Chen sent the screenshots of the media company that had hacked himself before as well as some of the people online, probably with the simple meaning that if he didn't come over to apologize in person, even if he smashed the pot, he would still ask a lawyer to help him defend his rights. That's right, Jiang Chen is indiscriminate, not sparing a single one. And soon as the news came out, those media companies that had previously smeared Jiang Chen, as well as the netizens on the list, couldn't withstand the pressure and chatted privately with Jiang Chen. Therefore, Jiang Chen did not continue to pursue. After all, it is a netizen, a little discipline is good, too hard unnecessary, to put it bluntly is a bunch of mouths, there is no need to quarrel what. So, after solving a series of things, plus just drank so much red wine, Jiang Chen almost fell asleep. As for Li Wanqing, she slept on the sofa in a daze while Jiang Chen was surfing the internet. Chapter 47, Buying a House, Lucky Draw. 12 o'clock at noon. Jiang Chen opened his eyes. His head instantly hurt especially, the reason was simple, the wine he drank yesterday had too much of an afterburner. Red wine was like this, the afterburn was frighteningly strong. Feeling a splitting headache, Jiang Chen laid on the bed for a full hour before coming to his senses. Mad, it really wasn't suitable for drinking. Jiang Chen got up, took a shower, and immediately afterward, he heard Li Qingwan's voice. You have a really good figure. With Li Qingwan's voice, Jiang Chen looked at the other party, who was gazing at herself as if viewing a work of art. You're awake? Jiang Chen was casual as he took out a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator, then drank it all in one gulp. It could be said that Jiang Chen's figure was already exceptionally good, although he hadn't worked out much, the body-shaping pill was extremely effective. The mermaid line, love handles, unicorn arms, and male dog's waist had already taken some shape, and in a few more days, Jiang Chen would be fully capable of participating in a body shape beauty contest. Moreover, Jiang Chen's height was also gradually growing. After measuring it, he was already 1 meter 8, and with these features, it was simply a super handsome man, with both temperament and looks. The figure is really good. Li Wanqing still couldn't help but open her mouth. Do you want to see it clearly? Jiang Chen looked at Li Wanqing and laughed. Yes, wait for me to take a bath? Li Wanqing laughed in a sneaky way. That's fine, you go and wash. Jiang Chen also followed the joke, but Li Wanqing shook her head and said, there are no clothes to change, otherwise, today we'll experience male dog waste. Li Wanqing obviously looks like an untouched girl, but talking is so bold. It's true that a lot of girls are the king of mouth cannons. Jiang Chen didn't continue to joke anymore, but opened his mouth. How is the matter of New Continent times? Has been completely resolved. The public relations of the New Continent era is also very good. 30 million donations to the Hope Elementary School, coupled with Mr. Wang personally apologized, and get your understanding, turn the danger into a safe. Now there are a lot of positive news. Li Wanqing said so. That's good. Jiang Chen nodded, then continued to speak, but you still have to accompany me to look at the house today, but don't look at the new house. I thought about it, buy a second-hand renovated house. The best thing is that the original owner hasn't lived in it much, and the decoration should be good. Buying a second-hand house is not something to be ashamed of. There is no such thing as a second-hand house, it's just a matter of whether the decoration style is old or not. Row. Li Wanqing nodded, then immediately used the computer to log into the internal information and investigate the files. Not to mention, there was a set of such a house. Mr. Jiang, there is a very good set of large flat, in the city center, handed over last year. There is a real estate certificate, and the landlord European decoration, before and after spending more than 3 million, the house price of more than 7 million, this source is very good. Li Wanqing said more and more feel very good. Jiang Chen heard, at the moment also have some interest, but unfortunately, the car is parked in the New Continent era, so call the front desk to prepare the car. It was important to see the house. For this trip, Li Wanqing contacted everything and had the keys sent. After getting the keys, Jiang Chen personally went over to look at it. The property had an area of 225, with an actual area of over 400, a bit bigger than the Golden Sun Parkview, and this boss did spend money, decorating inside and out with the highest grade materials. 7 rooms, 4 halls, 4 baths. The main thing is that after the renovation, because of the need to get rid of formaldehyde, so dry for a year, but also bought a lot of deformaldehyde tools, and now the formaldehyde is gone, want to live, and intend to go to the field to develop. That's why it will be sold. Jiang Chen was satisfied, and then Li Wanqing directly talked about the price. The total price down including all the handling fees, a total of 10,500,000. The boss is also sprightly. No, Jiang Chen is full payment, do not need a loan, save so much trouble, so directly said an auspicious number, 9,800,000, sounds good. Because the price of real 8,500,000 is certain, $3 million of decoration, only 1/3 of the calculation, the equivalent is to say, to Jiang Chen counted a material money, labor costs are not counted. This year the most expensive is the cost of labor. After determining everything, Jiang Chen directly began to handle the purchase. Do not need to run around Jiang Chen, Li Qingwan all done, the contract is done after, Jiang Chen transfer 9,800,000. As for the real estate book, need to wait 2 days to get, this is not a big problem. After buying the room, Jiang Chen exhaled. After tossing and turning, he had finally accomplished something big, it was very comforting. In fact, if you look again, you can find a little better, but there is no need for Jiang Chen to delay, there is a key to make money in the system, not to mention, there is no lack of this. Live in your own house, only beautiful. After a busy day, Jiang Chen invited Li Qingwan and Ma Sui to have a meal. The car was also sent over. After eating and drinking, Jiang Chen returned directly to his home. 10 o'clock in the evening. Standing on the balcony, Jiang Chen looked out over the southern city. The lights were bright, and then he poured himself a glass of red wine. A feeling of being a successful person came to life. However, there was another reason why Jiang Chen was in such a hurry to buy a house. That was the points. That's right, it was divine greatness points. Together with the previous ones, Jiang Chen currently had 1,260 divine greatness points on hand. It was possible to conduct a bronze draw and a silver draw. The bronze lottery could draw a 10 million rebate card, so I don't know what the silver lottery could draw. System, start the bronze draw. Let's start with a bronze draw. He was looking forward to it. Chapter 48, Drawing a Grand Prize Worth $1 billion? Ding dong, congratulations to the host for drawing the bronze reward and obtaining the primary skill, Eye of the Workplace. Eyes of the Workplace. Effect, can see how good or bad a person is at their job as well as what position they are suitable for. Skill? Jiang Chen did not expect that he would draw a skill, and this skill, it looks okay, say useful for the time being certainly cannot be used, say useless in the future may be able to use. Soon Jiang Chen for the second bronze draw he is looking forward to, if another rebate card, it will be beautiful. Now the money is spent, if 4 million or so a day, I don't know why, Jiang Chen feels a little bit less must be upgraded Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the bronze reward, 100 million business funds temporary debit. This time the pointer landed on a piece of paper. However, hearing the system voice made Jiang Chen a little surprised. 100 million business funds temporary loan note? What the hell is this? Taking a closer look, the data immediately appeared before his eyes. 100 million commercial capital loan. Efficacy can be directly exchanged for 100 million funds, but this fund can only be used for commercial investment. At the same time, temporary loan strip only leased for 1 year. After 1 year must be repaid. No interest, if not able to pay back, will be directly deducted from the system revenue until the deduction is complete. Understand is to borrow 100 million to their own, but can only be used for business. To put it bluntly, is equivalent to borrowing 100 million from the bank, but do not have to give interest just, and also do not have to installment after a year to pay back on the good. This thing has a role to play. These days, the era of money generating money, 100 million steadily, can make some money. Of course, want to make a lot of money, just rely on 100 million is certainly not. After the bronze raffle ended, Jiang Chen immediately looked towards the silver raffle system. Conducting the silver draw. Jiang Chen was a little excited. The bronze rewards were all relatively rich, so he didn't know what kind of goodies he could get from this silver draw. Selecting silver draw, a new big wheel immediately appeared. The new large roulette wheel, there were a total of 12 items. There were things similar to cards, there were things similar to books, and there were also black pills. It looked like a mixed bag of samples. Ding dong, is it time to spend 1000 God home points for a silver draw? The system inquiry sounded. Yes. As Jiang Chen spoke with unrivaled firmness, all of a sudden, the pointer began to turn, and Jiang Chen knew that the biggest prizes were at the top and bottom. At the top was a card, but it was unknown what kind of card it was. And at the bottom was a document that was 2 big prizes. The pointer turned little by little and gradually slowed down at the back, landing at the bottom, an apple-like thing, but at the end, the pointer slowly moved. The subtle pointer landed amongst the grand prize at the bottom. The jackpot was won. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. He was in an excited mood. Before the Fighting Shark consumption rebate card, it was also the grand prize, and he didn't know what the silver's grand prize was. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for drawing the silver prize, the redhead document of the South City School District Planning. What? School District Planning redhead document? Jiang Chen was flabbergasted for a moment. What did this thing mean? South City School District? Planning documents? Jiang Chen really didn't understand. However, soon after, the attributes appeared in his eyes. South City School District Planning red-headed document. Effect, it contains the planning arrangements for all school districts in South City within the next year, top secret information. After seeing the detailed attributes, Jiang Chen suddenly came to a realization. School district planning, this he understood. To know, although the southern city is a second-tier city, but the southern city is the most famous, in fact, or school, known as the country's top 3 education schools, are in the southern city. Jiangnan province is even known as the township of the god of examination, the kind that sets new records every year. So a lot of rich people from abroad will stuff their children to study in the southern city. But a lot of schools, not that you want to read on the read, some really well-known schools, completely stuffed in, can only be divided through the school district. So in other words, a lot of school districts in South City are worth a lot of money. Jiang Chen himself probably know a little, some slightly more focused school district housing, the average price of 25,000 or so. 25,000 may sound like, is not the price of heaven with the magic city of more than 100,000 yuan of school district housing compared to what But this 25,000 school district housing, are what houses? Are the kind of old house to put it bluntly, some are rotten buildings. This kind of house $5,000 a square foot no one wants, but sorry to say, as long as the classification into the school district housing, that is not allowed. So in theory, it's really a jackpot. At least in the eyes of all the moguls who do real estate, this kind of thing is priceless. Because unless one is a heavenly boss with strong capital, otherwise, one wouldn't want to get their hands on the real core internal information. Especially this kind of redhead document. It was an absolute file, and leaking it out was something illegal and extremely serious. However, Jiang Chen had nothing to do with it through the system. Thinking of this, without saying a word, Jiang Chen directly extracted this document and then began to watch it carefully. Opening the document. There were only 4 pages, and the first page's contents were all very verbose official words, and the second page was similar. But it was different when it came to the third page. The core of the focus appeared. South City, a small, divided into East Lake Street, Station Road West, Station Road North, Railway Village, Railway Village, Railway Village, Railway Village. The 4th primary school in Nanchang is divided into Linen Street, Zhongshan North Road, Taoyuan North Road, Anxiang Road, Sima Interchange Road. The 3rd and 4th page is the division area. Jiang Chen opened the computer, began to compare one by one. First of all, the school district housing should also look at that school. It must be a good school, the surrounding housing prices will grow. Bad school, up a hair? Jiang dust through the online survey and then compared to the hands of the document, soon knew that a few schools are particularly good schools. Nanchang Primary School, Nanchang 3rd Primary School, Nanchang 10th Primary School. Nanchang 1st Middle School, Nanchang 5th Middle School, Nanchang 10th Middle School, Nanchang 27th Middle School, Jing'an Foreign Language School. A total of 8 schools, can be said to be the southern city's most hot. A few schools, some of the remaining schools, around the price of housing is very even. In other words, there is almost no maneuverability, even if there are those big real estate developers have been in the hands. After all, those real estate, even if there is no information material, also know how to self-judgment. And among the above 8 schools, Jiangchen then carefully screened the street area. For example, the South City, a total of 6 areas, but these 6 areas, there are 5 originally as the school district housing. There is only a station before the North Road, belongs to the new division of the area, but this station before the North Road, with the station before the West Road is very close, so more or less part of the impact, the price is also higher. That is to say, as long as there is a certain business sense of people, in fact, all feel that the station before the North Road will also be divided into school district housing. Then, South City is small, it is difficult to have room to maneuver. To put it bluntly, Jiangchen wanted to use $100 million to earn $1 billion, so he had to catch the cheapest and at the same time can also be sold to the highest price of the housing area. It was impossible to put in $100 million and make $20 to $30 million, right? That is not full of nothing to do? Might as well honestly sit at home and play for 4 or 5 days, the money will come. Make $1 billion is the goal of Jiangchen. And this redhead document, Jiangchen feels that the operation, once perfect, may be more than $1 billion. Chapter 49, 3 middle schools, $2 billion. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. From the time he woke up until now, Jiangchen had been busy for 4 hours, checking the data all the time. After 4 hours of detailed inventory, Jiangchen finally selected 3 places. Hongyuan Road of the 10th Middle School in South City. World Trade Road of the 27th Middle School in South City. There was also the Jing'an Foreign Language College site that Jiangchen was most excited about. Because Jiangchen through the network to check the information, learned that Jing'an Foreign Language College will be about half a year later, chose to land in the South City. This is a big thing. May not read the people do not know this school has much bull, but where there are children, or read the middle school and high school will know, Jing'an Foreign Language College has how strong, the teacher strength is extremely horrible. In a place like South City, the fact that Jing'an Foreign Language College chose to join is enough to prove how strong this school is. Moreover, the principal of Jing'an Foreign Language had also said that by choosing South City, he wanted to become one of the best colleges in South City. So since a year ago, after Jing'an Foreign Language School announced the information, I don't know how many dignitaries wanted to go through the back door and enter the school, however all of them didn't have a door, unless a hand of the Education Bureau came forward. But this level, now also dare not mess around, because of this matter, the whole city attention. Jing'an Foreign Language School landing site has appeared. These places are extremely important, especially this Ping'an West Road. There is a large circle of rotten buildings. If you can take this piece of rotten buildings, hissing blood urn. Jiangchen used the simplest way to calculate. Nanchang 10 Middle School, Nanchang 27 Middle School, just these 2 middle schools, if they operate properly, the revenue can be in the income of about 300 million. And this Jing'an Foreign Language School, once it was properly operated, at the very least, it would be a profit of more than $1 billion. Thinking about this, Jiangchen couldn't help but get excited. Although he made 4 million a day, but in front of 1 billion, that was still 1 billion shocking a bit. And Jiangchen said 10 billion is completely based on the price of some key high school around the school district housing to calculate. If you assume that this foreign language school burst, its popularity is too much, and then build a new house, then the price of Jiangchen has a kind of scalp-numb feeling. However, Jing'an Foreign Language School, about half a year before the site will be selected, this red-top document, is issued by the Jiangnan Education Bureau, but has not yet been sent to the southern city. It can be said that this document is still inside a Big Brother's safe. It is absolutely impossible to be issued. So Jiangchen still has half a year's time, do not need to be too anxious. But the first 2 were different, the order would be issued soon, a month or so at most. So Jiangchen intended to cut in quickly, absolutely no delay. According to the division among the documents, the school district room of the 10th Middle School in the southern city will probably be announced at the end of next month. An additional new place has been added, which is Hongyuan Road. Hongyuan Road is an old housing area. The lot is not very big, but the population is a little more biased and dense. Jiangchen intends to use the simplest profit. Collecting houses. To put it bluntly, open a high price. Who is willing to sell, who will sell, not willing to also pull too. The reason is very simple. The news of the school district housing will soon be announced, that is, at the end of next month. In this case, if you want to buy the land through the name of the company and then carry out the demolition, to ensure a whole lot of trouble. Capital registration is a big problem, even if there is enough money, but also need to deal with the land, and at the same time there is another point, that is, once you want to acquire this place, it involves the demolition. Once the demolition, this group of people will be red-eyed, one by one waiting for a high price, then So instead of so troublesome, the simplest trick, repossession. Because there is no such thing as a purchase restriction in the southern city. This is seemingly the most stupid way, but also the best way, because time does not allow Jiangchen to do other operations. Wanting to repossess the house, Jiang Chen didn't even think about it and directly called Li Wanqing. "Hello, Mr. Jiang, what's the matter?" Li Wanqing instantly picked up the phone, while there was some curiosity as to what Jiang Chen was calling for. "Wanqing, come and find me, I want to buy a house." Jiang Chen spoke directly and didn't talk nonsense. "Ah? You want to buy a house again?" This time, Li Wanqing was a bit surprised. However, Jiang Chen didn't explain more on the phone, he just asked Li Wanqing to come first. Li Wanqing didn't say anything, and after hanging up the phone, she immediately rushed to Jiang Chen's place. His company was located in Fortune Plaza, so it wasn't very far from Jiang Chen's place. In about 25 minutes, Li Wanqing arrived at Jiang Chen's home. At this moment, Jiang Chen had organized all the information and put it into the safe. "Mr. Jiang, you wouldn't feel uncomfortable living here and want to change your house, would you?" Li Wanqing had some curiosity. Other people maybe she didn't think so, but Jiang Chen she thought it was possible. "Am I that kind of person?" Jiang Chen gave Li Wanqing a blank look, then took out the iPad and showed it to Li Wanqing. What was displayed on the iPad was clearly around Hangyuan Road. "I intend to speculate, this Hangyuan Road, I think the future must have development prospects, want to fully acquire all the houses here, how many to how many?" Jiang Chen said seriously and incomparably. However, Li Wanqing was a bit surprised. She looked at Jiang Chen and wanted to say something, but thought about taking out her iPad for business analysis. 20 minutes later. Li Wanqing shook her head and said, "Mr. Jiang, although I don't know what you do, I can use my professional perspective to say that Hangyuan Road is not worth commercial investment. First of all, Hangyuan Road is an old town, but not the oldest old town. Over the years, although the southern city is now vigorously developing the economy, but from the worst areas for development, Hangyuan Road happens to belong to the not very bad, but with the good cannot relate to the zone. According to the prediction, this piece of land want to develop, at least wait for 10 years later, you buy now, very unwise." Li Wanqing said this. The look of serious analysis was very cute. And the more Jiang Chen listened to these words, the more comfortable he became. "It's fine if it's rotten. If it doesn't have a future, it's fine. If it really has a great development prospect, it's not good enough to collect it. It's okay, believe in my vision, now use all your ability, help me sweep the house on Hangyuan Road. The average price of Hangyuan Road is at $6,000. I raised the price, $6,500. How much to collect, how much? Your company's commission, I'm not a penny less to give." Jiang Chen said seriously. Now Li Wanqing had some surprise. All said so, Jiang Chen is still like this? But as a real estate consultant, what she did was to analyze, after the analysis, buy or not buy or look at Jiang Chen's personal. So Li Wanqing didn't continue to discourage, but began to maneuver. Chapter 50, Make a bet, I'll give you a supercar if you lose. Mr. Jiang, at the moment, according to the statistics, there are a total of 75 suites on Hangyuan Road that are for sale, with an average price of $6,000. Do you want to buy them all? Li Wanqing opened her mouth. This is the current available resources. How much is the total price? Jiang Chen asked. Most of Hangyuan Road is an old-fashioned neighborhood. Each suite is only 60 or 70 square meters, and if you calculate the total price, it's $30 million, including the brokerage fee and the transfer fee. Li Wanqing said. The price is $30 million, 75 suites. Jiang Chen calculated that according to the calculation of the school district houses around the 10th middle school in the southern city, the average price is $23,000, but Hangyuan Road is after all the old city, want to sell to $23,000 is impossible. But selling to $20,000 is not a problem at all. That is to say, these 75 suites, according to the average price of $6,000 a square foot to buy, the profit is $14,000 per square meter, the profit is $73,500,000. After deducting the tax and the related handling fee, the net profit should be about $17 million. Purchase all of them, increase the price to $6,500 after buying, and acquire them comprehensively. Jiang Chen directly used the 100 million commercial investment temporary loan fund to withdraw 100 million, immediately followed by transferring it to Li Qingwan's company account. 100 million? Mr. Jiang, a large sum of money. Li Qingwan was really surprised. Hangyuan Roadhouse is an old house, to the subway no subway, to traffic no transportation, have to say that is densely populated indeed a little more, but this is absolutely not suitable for long-term investment. Do real estate know, investment property, location, equipment, government policy is the three major elements. However, Hangyuan Road has nothing, buy to do what? Today's real estate is indeed hot, but it still depends on the location. Because rational up to analyze, the whole of China is currently doing the property house, has been completely sufficient, speculation this kind of thing, almost impossible. What is the main real estate company now? Downtown School District Housing High-End Area. Integrated Super Commercial Residential Area. The former is the lot plus equipment, the latter is integrated, office buildings, malls, elementary schools, middle schools are all together, bundled sales. But buying an old house really isn't necessary. Li Wanqing still couldn't help but remind Jiang Chen again, yet Jiang Chen turned a deaf ear and still chose to buy. At that moment, Li Wanqing didn't have much to say and continued to start maneuvering, allowing many of her agents to put up information about repossessed houses. At the same time, Jiang Chen looked at Li Wanqing and cast the eye of the workplace. See what was going on with Li Wanqing. Soon a set of information appeared. Character, Li Wanqing. Gender, female virgin. Suitable occupation, real estate. Career potential, 4 stars 5 stars is full. Evaluation, extremely good real estate personnel to recruit as staff. A 4-star rating? That's pretty good. Not quite sure how good 4 stars is, but if the system says it's good, then it's really good. Evening Ching Ah. Jiang Chen poured a cup of coffee and sat beside Li Wanqing with a faint smile. What's wrong? Mr. Jiang? Li Wanqing inexplicably felt that something bad was about to happen. Do you think I'm treating you well? Jiang Chen laughed lightly. However, Li Wanqing directly opened her mouth and said, Mr. Jiang, if there's something you want to say directly, if you're interested in me, it's not impossible for me to sacrifice a little bit. Li Wanqing joked. However, Jiang Chen nodded and said, I really have my eye on you. Jiang Chen said directly. Now Li Wanqing was surprised. Mr. Jiang, you're. Don't get me wrong, what I mean by fancy is that I want to dig you over to work. Jiang Chen explained clearly, however, Li Wanqing's eyes revealed a faint small disappointment. Ha! I'm not sure if you're a good person, but I'm not sure if you're a good person. Li Wanqing quickly revealed a puzzled look again. I plan to set up a real estate company, so I want to ask you to come over to work. Jiang Chen said seriously. Real estate company? Mr. Jiang, this. Li Wanqing felt that it was a bit too sudden. How much is your monthly salary? Since he didn't want to be so troublesome, Jiang Chen directly asked the other party how much his monthly salary was. 30,000. Li Qingwan subconsciously replied. 30,000 a month was considered a gold collar level in the southern city. It was indeed a high salary. I'll give you 100,000 a month, and then give you a bonus at the end of the year, how do you say? Jiang Chen directly opened a high price, 100,000 a month, $1 million a year. With the current society, annual income of 1 million, what level is it? The 3 giant companies are at least the main person in charge to get the annual salary of $1 million. However, Li Wanqing did not directly agree, but asked, Mr. Jiang, do you do real estate or say, want to set up a real estate company? I want to set up a real estate company. Jiang Chen replied directly. At that moment, Li Wanqing shook her head and said, Mr. Jiang, forgive me for not being able to accept it, although 100,000 a month does sound exaggerated, but Huayu is a big company, you directly set up a company casually, and right now, the real estate business isn't as good as it was thought to be, so I may not be able to promise you. This is a smart person. Jiang Chen 100,000 a month, at first glance, it does sound bullish. But in reality, Jiang Chen wants a company without a company, wants a person without a person, his mouth moves, giving $100,000 a month sounds good, the problem is what if the company closes down? She left Huayu, and if she went back, her paycheck would definitely go down quite a bit. Even if she went to another company, I'm sorry to say that it takes a long time to integrate into a company when you're new to it. She's been working in her own company for more than 3 years, and she'll be able to upgrade to supervisor if she does it again. The future isn't a rosy one, but it's definitely not bad. So she refused. Li Wanqing refused, did not let Jiang Chen feel upset. On the contrary, Li Wanqing refused, let Jiang Chen more favor Li Wanqing. If you hear 100,000 monthly salary to do with their own, then to be honest, but not a big use, a bit of money to be dug out, who dares to want? Wanqing, so, let's make a bet. The bet is very simple. You win, I send a supercar to you, you lose, help me work, how about it? Jiang Chen opened his mouth and laughed. Supercar? What kind of a bet? Li Wanqing was curious. Do you think that Hang Yuan Road, is it undeveloped and unconstructed? Jiang Chen said so. Li Wanqing nodded and replied with certainty. In this way, we will make a bet. I bet not more than 2 months, Hang Yuan Road here, the house price, will soar to 20,000, do you believe it? Jiang Chen laughed. When he said this, Li Wanqing immediately frowned. Skyrocketed to 20,000? A Thai place where the average price of 6,000 is still not seen to be sold, selling for 20,000? Demolition and relocation? Li Wanqing immediately began to analyze the data, opened the computer. About half an hour later, Li Wanqing opened his mouth. Impossible, Hang Yuan Road, this place belongs to the old city. Although densely populated, there are 5,000 people, absolutely impossible commercial demolition. Considering the elderly and children and so on and so forth, demolition is absolutely impossible to demolish, will lead to a lot of trouble, and demolition, then, there is not any one point of benefit. Build a commercial center is impossible, to do other projects is also impossible, so from 6,000 skyrocketed to 20,000, this is simply a mirage. Li Wanqing is absolutely right. The entire place of Hang Yuan Road has a population of almost 5,000 households. But in reality, Hang Yuan Road was classified as a school district housing just the old city center, and there were almost 2,000 houses. 2,000 houses, a part of the necessary to live, is almost will not be sold, plus some of the family itself has children, really consider will sell the house, at most 1,000 sets, this is still the price is particularly good situation. Otherwise, who has nothing better to do than to sell a house? So Jiang Chen was also expecting to collect 300 to 500 houses. This was the first bucket of gold, and it was impossible to eat a fat man in one breath. You don't need to worry about the method, I'll just ask you, bet or not? If you lose, I'll make $100,000 a month as I said before, how about it? Jiang Chen laughed. The bet is a supercar, if you lose, you come to work and get back 100,000 a month. Little cute. All know that you can bet off. After Li Wanqing thought for 10 minutes, she finally nodded and said, okay. Then I will bet, thanks to Mr. John's supercar. Li Wanqing finally thought that it was absolutely impossible for a miracle to happen on Hangyuan Road, so she directly opened her mouth and agreed. Mouth says no evidence, come on, record a video, or you'll back out at that time. Jiang Chen smiled. And Li Wanqing also recorded a video with special cooperation. After the video was recorded, Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense and continued to let Li Wanqing acquire. And so time passed little by little. Chapter 51, Boosting Earnings, 10 Days a Small Goal? In this way, time passed in the blink of an eye, and a whole month passed. For an entire month, the one-click money-making system had earned $129 million, so it was reasonable to say that Jiang Chen was directly choosing to boost the speed of money-making. But Jiang Chen didn't do that, because Jiang Chen was very clear that right now, the 10th middle school in South City was his top priority. So in addition to leaving himself a few million, the rest of the money, Jiang Chen all into the real estate market. Such a sweeping general collection of houses, naturally in Hongyuan Road attracted the attention of many real estate companies. Not only the real estate companies, the people living in Hongyuan Road were also surprised. After all, this kind of ghost house, who would want it? So soon rumors appeared that this place was going to be demolished. When this came out, many people were overjoyed, but soon went to investigate through various means and found that it was impossible to demolish the house. Demolition is impossible to demolish, then why the repossession? This now created doubts among many residents. As for those real estate companies were also curious. The conclusion that was finally reached was that this was a big one. Although they didn't know exactly what this big wanted to do, all of the real estate companies on Hangyuan Road were looking at the situation and felt that a real estate company had made an entrance. This kind of situation, Jiang Chen must be beautiful ah. And Jiang Chen is even letting Li Wanqing put out the news that it is a big boss, was fooled, want to engage in some kind of bed and breakfast rental, so a large number of buy a house, stupid. This news was won out. Now the residents of Hangyuan Road finally understood. BB is now very popular kind of go to rent a house. The house is decorated into a small hotel and then rented out 200 or 300 a day. This kind of bed and breakfast, generally speaking, are in the tourist city, similar to the southern city of this kind of place. The pressure does not have any bit of tourist culture. Tourism what? The BB is a death wish. And even more horrible is, Jiang Chen acquisition price is 7,000 a square, before is 6,000, rose $1,000. That is, the rumor spread, many some want to change the house, or some want to take advantage of the people, have begun to sell a house. Hongyuan Road is an old house, many people had planned to sell their houses, and now that Jiang Chen, a fool, has appeared, they all rush to sell. However, Li Wanqing had also made a very detailed schedule, which probably meant, even if they gave high prices, Jiang Chen could only receive like 400 suites at most. Because Hangyuan Road was an old house, many people of the older generation were unwilling to leave. It was impossible to sell the house and then take the money to rent it, right? So even in such a situation, Jiang Chen currently only received 350 suites, a total cost of $160 million, leaving about 40 million or so, the back to increase a little bit. According to the 560,000 a set, you can receive another 70 or 80 sets. In terms of funds, there is absolutely no need to worry about anything. In this way, the time has passed more than 20 days. And then Jiang Chen all kinds of rumors and increased the situation, finally collected a total of 420 sets, can be said to be able to sell the house on Hangyuan Road. Basically all were collected by Jiang Chen. The rest of the house, basically living people, unless the price can be increased to 9,000 10,000, otherwise, sell the house, or to buy a new house. The new houses in the southern city, the average price is more than 8,000, this is still a relatively remote place, slightly better location, the average price is more than 10,000, good location 15,000 to 20,000, prime location, 20,000 to start. So basically is considered to receive the end. And to this extent, Jiang Chen on hand, there is $100 million. So sex, Jiang Chen a little more directly choose to enhance the revenue. That's right, it was to boost the revenue. Right now, a day's income of 4,230,000, if it was before, Jiang Chen felt that it was completely enough, but right now Jiang Chen felt that more than 4 million was only enough for very ordinary spending. Of course this very ordinary spending referred to the spending of the rich. Take Wang Yi for example, a bottle of wine was over $1 million. Jiang Chen's 4 million a day was really not much money. It had to be boosted a bit. Ding, is it time to spend 100 million for a revenue boost? Yes. As Jiang Chen gave the command, in an instant, the system burst into life. Ding dong, spending 100 million, revenue enhancement was successful. Congratulations to the host. Current revenue 694,4443 per minute, expected to earn up to $10 million per day. The system voice rang out. $10 million a day? Doubling the boost? This wasn't bad. Previously, Jiang Chen thought that it would be boosted by $1,000 at most, but he didn't expect it to actually double. Before, it was 4.23 million a day, but now it was 10 million a day. This was simply a qualitative improvement. $10 million a day. 10 days a small goal. 300 million a month. 3,600 million a year. To be honest, a year's net income of $3,600 million was almost already counted as one of the top 500 in China. This was a net income of $36 billion. If Jiang Chen wasn't told by reason that this was given by day, I'm afraid Jiang Chen wasn't going to engage in any real estate. But to engage in industry or to engage in, not to mention the system cannot always survive. Even if it can survive it, it is impossible to go out later is to smash money, right? Having a business identity is the best. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen immediately opened his property list to take a look. Character, Jiang Dust. Current gain, 694,443s. One-click boost, 50E. Divine honor points, 10027. In this month's time, Jiang Chen had spent more than 100 million out of his own pocket, so there were 10,000 godly magnate points. This divine magnate points Jiang Chen had been saving. A silver raffle would be able to draw something worth billions, so what about a gold raffle? Naturally, Jiang Chen planned to get a gold raffle. In this situation right now, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate to choose to start the gold lottery. System, start the lottery, gold lottery. Jiang Chen rubbed his hands together and said with an excited face. Ding, the golden roulette is being opened. As the system voice rang out, a golden roulette will instantly appear in Jiang Chen's eyes. Soon, the golden roulette will appear, with a total of 10 things on it, and the grand prize was only one, flashing with a golden light, a pill-like thing. The first prize was actually a pill? Could it be that it was some kind of immortal cultivation pill? Jiang Chen had some expectations and immediately chose to start the lottery. In a flash, the large roulette wheel spun. 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns, and eventually the big roulette wheel stopped and the pointer landed on a syringe-like object. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining. The system sound rang out, and in an instant, it made Jiang Chen a little surprised. Chapter 52, the school district house became a success. Ding, congratulations to the host for extracting, gold reward, anti-cancer renewal potion. Item, anti-cancer life renewal potion. Effect, it can completely resist cancer, and if the recipient is over 80 years old, he or she can gain an additional 10 years of life. Description, beyond the current technology level of 100 years, this item cannot be researched in any way. Anti-cancer potion. This kind of thing is estimated to be worth something if it's 100 years in the future, but something that can be bought with money isn't much of a thing. Although it is not the grand prize, but this thing is also good. He smokes all day, hell knows if he will get that thing. Prevention is better than cure, well, keep it absolutely no loss. Maybe it's the revenue enhancement that makes Jiang Chen feel happy. To be honest, Jiang Chen is in a very happy mood. The next period of time, waiting for the real estate closing. And so, in the blink of an eye, the end of the month arrived. 15 days, exactly half a month. Jiang Chen's funds on hand also possessed $160 million, as there was still $10 million before. This money Jiang Chen intended to use to get the company going, so he didn't intend to spend it. It can be said, perhaps because for the first time to do business on their own to make money, Jiang Chen on the very heart, this period of time, press simply did not go out, eat and drink her at home, but say it may be laughed at. Jiang Chen ate her some takeaways, and occasionally Li Wanqing came, will cook to do some meals. But sorry to say, Li Wanqing's cooking skills were garbage. Single-mindedly engaging in business, Jiang Chen felt extremely good about himself and had an indescribable sense of pride. However, right at 12 o'clock noon on November 30th, when Jiang Chen was in the middle of planning his future company, all of a sudden, Li Wanqing called. When he answered the phone, he soon heard Li Wanqing's incredibly excited voice. Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang. Good news, good news, good news ah. She had some incoherence. What is it? Slowly say. At that moment, Jiang Chen pretty much knew what had happened. Hongyuan Road has released a new school district housing announcement. Hongyuan Road is divided into the South City 10 Middle School. The house you bought is going to make a crazy profit. Li Wanqing was utterly shocked. In the beginning, when she first came to the company, she was still preparing for work, but the result was that the higher-ups ran over to her and told him that Hongyuan Road had been divided into the South City's 10th Middle School District housing. They were in real estate, how could they not know what a school district house meant? Especially, during this period of time, their company helped Jiang Chen to acquire a large number of houses in Hongyuan Road, so naturally they had an impression. As soon as the news came out, Li Qingwan's entire company directly exploded. This kind of thing had happened before, helping customers buy houses, and as a result, they were classified as school district houses and were also sent a lot of banners. But that time there were only 7 or 8 houses. This time, more than 400 houses, zoned as school district housing. Do you think it's blowing up? Even Li Qingwan's supervisor personally called Li Qingwan, told Li Qingwan they can help sell on behalf of, can be discounted to 50% off. After all, the school district housing, good to sell, but more than 400 sets of school district housing do not seem to be able to sell in one fell swoop. It is necessary to find a specialized real estate company. This is a big list. The point is not to earn the money in the middle, but to represent more than 400 school district houses. What is the concept? How many rich people want to come over and talk to them? This talk process, in case it leads to other business? This is simply beautiful. Therefore, the above told Li Qingwan, as long as the talk together, a direct pay raise, the supervisor position to let Li Qingwan up. However, Li Qingwan learned the news. The first reaction is shocked. The second reaction is surprise. Because Jiang Chen vigorously collect the house, Li Qingwan see Jiang Chen so confident, bit her teeth, also bought 2 sets, but she is staged to buy, anyway, a set of 500,000, 2 sets of 1 million, a total of more than 300,000 down payment, the rest of the money, the monthly payment of 7 or 8,000, not much pressure on her. If Jiang Chen really investment failure, she no matter how real have 2 suites where, loss cannot go. However, now, 2 suites of $500,000, casually calculate, can double more than Li Qingwan calculated, he spent a total of 1.5 million, 145 square meters, in accordance with the South City 10 other school district houses as a comparison, and then according to the actual situation about a calculation. Net profit of 16,000 per square meter. In other words, one could earn more than $2 million. Hiss. More than 2 million, what kind of concept is that? She is 30,000 per month, even if she becomes a supervisor 35,000, plus all kinds of commission benefits, 45,000 like, also need to drive 5 or 6 years. This is still the real estate transaction hot time, if encountered bad time, have to dry 7 or 8 years, right? Now just 2 months, he earned the money that may take close to 10 years to earn. Ultimately, the third reaction was to immediately call Jiang Chen. However, what made Li Qingwan a little embarrassed was Jiang Chen on the other end of the phone didn't seem to be at all surprised, and just slowly spoke. Wanqing, remember our bet? The moment this was said, Li Wanqing froze right away. A bet? She did not forget this bet. To be honest, 2 days ago she was going to send out a circle of friends in advance, saying that she was going to be happy with the sports car. It was good that she endured a handful of times, otherwise, she would have been embarrassed to death. I'll come to you. Li Wanqing opened her mouth, and Jiang Chen gave an enunciation, then hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen opened the exclusive webpage of the street office of Hongyuan Road in the southern city, and indeed, there was an announcement out. Obviously many people in Hongyuan Road were going to laugh like crazy, but there were also quite a few people who had to cry. Especially the customers who have sold in the first 2 days, it is estimated that they have to cry into, and the few customers who are still hesitating not to sell, it is estimated that they will laugh into wisdom. But no matter what, Jiang Chen became the biggest winner. A total of 450 houses, Jiang Chen approximate calculation. The total cost was more than $200 million. Revenue about 500 million, net profit is not much, 300 million only, Jiang Chen a month nothing to do income. The 27th middle school in the South City, this operation, probably can get 200 million in profit. The real big head is the foreign language school, Jiang Chen carefully calculated, less than 1.5 billion profit. Although the cycle might be a little long, a steady profit was the way to go. Just at this time, Li Wanqing came. Chapter 53, wanting to buy a new car again. Li Qingwan came very quickly, and even said that she rushed here in a hurry. Because what happened today was too shocking for her. Something to drink? Jiang Chen walked out from the study, and after opening the door for Li Wanqing, he asked calmly. Li Wanqing shook her hand. Li Wanqing shook her hand, and then looked at Jiang Chen, her face full of admiration. Are you already aware that Hongyuan Road will be designated as a school district? Her eyes were filled with adoration. While Jiang Chen didn't answer this question, he just opened his mouth and said, this is a business secret, I would like to ask, the bet that Ms. Li made with me before, does it count? Jiang Chen laughed. When this was said, Li Wanqing immediately had some embarrassment. Just now her boss had asked herself to come over and talk business with Jiang Chen. What? Is Ms. Li planning to renege on her debt? Jiang Chen laughed lightly. But Li Wanqing couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Where do I dare to renege on the debt with Mr. Jiang? Just Mr. Jiang, open the real estate company, is not to play around with. First of all, you need a very strong relationship, and secondly, you also need to understand the classification, whether it is the type of intermediary, or the type of property, or even to say the development of the property, the doors and ways of the inside are many and many. Li Wanqing said this. Jiang Chen nodded. He took out a pack of cigarettes, smoked one, and then laughed. It is I know the trouble. I will look for Ms. Liao. This way, I do not say much. The monthly salary of 100,000 plus the corresponding commission, and you help me to net some talent over the wages, you to adjust. Let's go see the office building now. After saying this, Jiang Chen took out the key of the hurricane and said so. Ah? Now go to see the office building? Ah? Do you need to be in such a hurry? Li Wanqing was a bit surprised. What's this? After choosing a good office building, basically all the things I have to hand over to you. I don't like doing business very much, more like is to enjoy life. To be honest, in order to constant source road this thing, I'm these 2 months, Froze did not go out of the door of the room step, you believe it or not? Jiang Chen said. However, Li Wanqing laughed bitterly. 2 months do not go anywhere. Han Yuan wrote earnings this time at least in the 300 million profits, 2 months 300 million, to be honest, even her company cannot do this horrible profit. In her place, not to mention 2 months, 2 years do not go out, give her 300 million, Li Wanqing also dry off. If I leave my job, I need to hand over my work, it will probably take more than a month. Li Wanqing said. The first time I saw her was when I was a student at the University of California at Berkeley. There are also 2 months or so from the 27th Middle School District room, he is not very urgent, and besides, the 27th Middle School profit will not be very big in comparison, at most 200 million, and even not yet. Let's go see the office building first. Jiang Chen opened his mouth, then took Li Wanqing and left directly, not giving Li Wanqing a chance to rest. Arriving at the underground garage, just then, a roaring sound rang out, and soon a scarlet Ferrari appeared in Jiang Chen's field of vision. This Ferrari was styled a bit more handsome. The main driver was a young man with dyed red hair. Jiang Chen glanced at it, the other party also glanced at Jiang Chen, then the engine sound was louder. Obviously pretending to be X in front of Jiang Chen. This is a new model of Ferrari, more than $7 million. Li Wanqing knew the goods and directly opened her mouth to say the price. $7 million? Jiang Chen was calm. Just this time, he found that there were actually quite a lot of rich people in the southern city. In this underground garage, Jiang Chen saw quite a few luxury cars. Bentley, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce were all there. As for himself, he only had a Lamborghini Hurricane, which was slightly more ordinary. If the Lamborghini Hurricane was in other underground parking lots, it was definitely at the N01 level, but in this neighborhood, it counted as a luxury car, but definitely not the number one kind. Touching his chin, Jiang Chen felt that it was necessary for him to change his car again. You drive. Jiang Chen threw the car keys to Li Wanqing. He didn't really want to drive, while Li Wanqing had some surprise. She could drive, she just hadn't driven a sports car. You're not afraid of my female driver? Li Wanqing laughed. You are the one who drives an SUV, are you still afraid of your bad driving skills? Jiang Chen laughed lightly. He had seen Li Wanqing driving. It was an Audi Q5, this kind of SUV, usually men drive. A woman driving this kind of car skills is absolutely nothing wrong. At that moment, Li Wanqing drove the Lamborghini Hurricane. Jiang Chen sat in the passenger side, at the same time opened the Weixin, contact Zhang Wenwen. Wenwen, is it in? Jiang Chen sent a message over. Soon after less than 10 seconds, Zhang Wenwen replied. Jiang, what's wrong? Wenwen Zhang had some curiosity. Oh, nothing, just asking, do you have any good cars in the store now? Better than my car. Jiang Chen sent the message over, and immediately Zhang Wenwen sent a text. There is after the Hurricane was sold, we applied for a few more good cars, among them there is a Danielle, more than $7 million, what's wrong? Zhang Wenwen asked. A $7 million Great Bull? Jiang Chen frowned. To be honest, with today's income, 7 million isn't really much. Since we want to change the car, let's just change a good car. Is there another car? A little more expensive? Jiang Chen asked. Our store does not have the better car, can only go to the north, but Jiang, you do not tell me, you want to buy a car again? Zhang Wenwen asked. Yes, this car of mine is not racy enough, I want to get a better one. Jiang Chen opened his mouth directly. This car of his was indeed not racy enough. It might have something to do with the place where he lived. Staying together in the rich area of the southern city, he would realize his inadequacy. In fact, there is, but not our store. Tomorrow there is a super luxury car show. Inside is said to have $10 million worth of sports cars. I can get the admission ticket here. Brother Jiang, want to go and see? $10 million worth of sports cars? That's interesting. Okay, what time will I see you tomorrow? Jiang Chen asked. Jiang Chen asked, let's see what you think, Brother Jiang. Zhang Wenwen naturally followed Jiang Chen's wishes. Then 10 o'clock, not too late and not too early, I'm afraid I can't get up. Jiang Chen said. I'm afraid I won't be able to get up, Jiang Chen said. And, just give me the address directly, and meet me at the door at that time. Jiang Chen sent a message. Zhang Wenwen immediately returned an OK gesture. Jiang Chen then also turned off his cell phone. Chatting with a beautiful woman? Li Wanqing, who was driving the car, couldn't help but ask. No, with one of my female classmates, for store sales, I plan to change a new car. Jiang Chen opened his mouth. Hearing this, Li Wanqing was speechless. It seems like you haven't bought this car for long, right? And you're getting a new car? Yeah, don't you think this car of mine isn't racy enough anymore? I want to buy the kind of car that is the center of attention when I drive it out. Jiang Chen did not hide his inner thoughts at all. And Li Wanqing could only say, it's good to have money. Just like this, half an hour later, Li Wanqing drove this hurricane to the busiest financial center in the southern city. Victory Square. Chapter 54, Renting an Office Building. After parking the car, Li Wanqing accompanied Jiang Chen and searched for suitable properties in Victory Square. Victory Plaza was the commercial center of the southern city, and the rent of the office buildings at the very edge was 70 a square foot. The office buildings in the center of the city had higher rents, with a minimum of 100 square meters to start with. Li Wanqing pointed at the buildings and introduced them one by one for Jiang Chen. As the manager of the real estate company, Li Wanqing is naturally very familiar with the price of the most prosperous Victory Square. I think this building is good. Jiang Chen looked around for a week, and finally his eyes stopped on a building with the name Greenland Mansion. This building is the highest building in the Victory Center, standing on the top floor can just overlooking the entire southern city. There was a great aura of a meeting at the top and a view of the mountains. It was because of this that Jiang Chen had taken a glance at the Greenland building. And the Greenland Mansion was also in the center of the center. Being high up is the dream of all men. I'll go find the person in charge. Li Wanqing walked into the Greenland Mansion and went straight to the front department to find the person in charge of Victory Plaza. Not long after, a fat man in a suit panted and ran over. Hello sir, I am Li Shouzhong, the person in charge of Victory Plaza. Li Shouzhong instantly became respectful after seeing Jiang Chen's clothes. He actually recognized Li Wanqing and the Lamborghini car keys in Li Wanqing's hand. Plus, Jiang Chen's body was covered in famous brands, even the cheapest belt was estimated to be small 10,000, so how could he not be respectful? This kind of person can't be easily offended even if they can't cooperate, they must be served well. This is our Mr. Jiang, I am Mr. Zhang's assistant, Li Wanqing. Li Wanqing introduced the identity of the two people with a generous manner, and then explained the purpose of the visit. Mr. Jiang came here with the intention of renting the top floor of the Greenland Mansion. Mr. Jiang, you really have a vision, this Greenland Mansion is the king of the Victory Center. Just this top floor has no way to rent, Li Shouzhong said with some difficulty. What, is it hard for someone to rent it? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows lightly. If someone rented it, Jiang Chen didn't mind spending a lot of money to sublet it from the other party. Mr. Jiang, truth be told, the developer originally intended to develop the top floor of the Greenland building into a commercial reception place, but then because of the lack of funds did not decorate, so the top floor is still not even wiped the wall putty of the rough room, there is no way to rent to you. Li Shouzhong quickly explained. It doesn't matter, I'll just decorate it myself. Jiang Chen said in a nonchalant manner. Mr. Jiang, the top floor of the Greenland building can be a full 3,000 square feet, and the renovation alone is going to cost maybe 2 or 3 million. Li Shouzhong color has some embarrassment to know that this decoration is a one-time, until the expiration of the housing lease, the millions of dollars is equivalent to a bleed. It is because the amount of money spent on renovation is too large, so the top floor of the Greenland building has not been rented out late. For Li Shouzhong's shock, Jiang Chen did not answer, but leaned lazily on the sofa and clamped his fingers. On the side, Li Wanqing immediately took out a pack of Huaxia Red from her bag and pulled out one to light it for Jiang Chen. This scene was watched by Li Shouzhong, 10,000 times envious, and smoothly took down the no smoking sign placed on the table. The feeling of rich people is really good, smoking do not have to do it yourself, open your mouth to have a beautiful woman to light up. Managerly, how much is the rent for the top floor? Point good cigarette, Jiang Chen asked lightly. 200 a square meter, the top floor has a total of 3,000 square meters, the rent for a month is 600,000. Li Shouzhong replied. Then go to the top floor and take a look. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and got up to walk towards the elevator. However, he was unexpectedly stopped by Li Shouzhong. Mr. Jiang, there is a separate elevator to the top floor, this way please. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded at the words, the ability to pay money really did apply everywhere, even the elevator had a separate one. Accompanied by Li Shouzhong, Jiang Chen and Li Wanqing walked into the sightseeing elevator. There were only 2 buttons inside the elevator, one for the first floor and the other for the top 36th floor. Since the top floor of the Greenland Mansion hadn't been renovated yet, the entire floor was empty except for a few load-bearing walls, making it extremely empty. Jiang Chen walked straight to the floor-to-ceiling windows and took in the scenery of the entire southern city, and couldn't help but feel a great deal of emotion. Once upon a time, he was nothing more than a salesman for a small company, and he didn't even have the right to set foot in Greenland Mansion. Now, the whole city of Nanchang was under his feet, it was like a dream. Mr. Jiang, you really have a good eye. Li Wanqing stood beside Jiang Chen, and only then did she realize why Jiang Chen had rented the top floor. If the city of Nanchang was compared to a person, then the top floor of the Green City Mansion was the crown on top of the person's head, high above and incomparably honorable. Mr. Jiang, what kind of style do you want to decorate in? Li Wanqing curiously surveyed the huge top floor and asked Jiang Chen's opinion. Decoration style? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and said, "You go to the executive presidential suite of the Binhu Hotel and look at it, just decorate it according to that style." "Mr. Jiang, are you sure you want to decorate the company in the style of the presidential suite?" Li Wanqing asked incredulously. She had heard about the executive presidential suite of the Binhu Hotel, especially the high room rate of 15,018 a night. If it was decorated according to that style, wouldn't the company's employees work in the presidential suite every day? "The main hall is definitely in accordance with the design of the high office. I want a large space, not a group of people crowded together, to get 4 presidential suites, and then a small swimming pool, as well as the game room, SP hall. I want to work in entertainment integration, to create a different office." Jiang Chen laughed in this way, focusing on the presidential suites. When this was said, Li Wanqing was really laughing bitterly. This kind of boss, really capricious. And Li Shouzhong opened his mouth and laughed. "Is Mr. Jiang satisfied then?" "Yes, go prepare the contract, sign for 3 years first," Jiang Chen said extremely casually. 3 years? Li Shouzhong had thought that Jiang Chen would say that it was not bad, and then continue to talk about it. What she didn't expect was that Jiang Chen directly said to sign for 3 years, which made her face stagnant. 1 month's rent was $600,000, 3 years' rent was more than $20 million. "What, you can't sign for 3 years?" Jiang Chen asked in return. "Mr. Yi Jiang, please wait a moment, this contract involves too much money, I have to ask the people above for instructions first," Li Shouzhong replied. Li Shouzhong is only the person in charge of Victory Plaza, usually dealing with some property issues is okay, and does not have the right to represent Victory Plaza to sign a large contract of $20 million. "Go ahead." Jiang Chen waved his hand and said. After receiving Jiang Chen's permission, Li Shouzhong then avoided to the side, took out his cell phone and dialed the phone, reporting the situation in a low voice. After waiting for 3 minutes, Li Shouzhong then hung up the phone and returned to Jiang Chen. "Mr. Jiang, I have just asked for instructions from above, because you are alone to renovate, all we give you some concessions, exempt you from the monthly property fee, only charge 6,600,000 rent per year, and at the same time extra leave a renewal right to you, that is to say, if you want to continue to rent it in the future, in the same rough room price, so that you have priority." Li Shouzhong's attitude towards Jiang Chen has become more and more respectful, and there aren't many masters who can casually shell out $20 million in the entire southern city. However, Li Wanqing immediately shook her head and said, "This is not possible, we signed a 10-year contract, but first paid 3 years, 3 years later, if we are willing to continue to rent, your company can only increase the rent according to the annual increment, but absolutely not allowed to increase the price or rent it to others, such as if this occurs, the need for business compensation." Li Wanqing is not a little cutie. She spoke directly to help Jiang Chen save money. Jiang Chen didn't say anything and just smiled. Since Li Wanqing was helping her save money, why not? Li Shouzhong thought about it and then immediately called the higher-ups. In the end, Li Shouzhong nodded and said, "The higher-ups have agreed, I'll modify the contract now and go." "Good, I will transfer the money after signing the contract documents." Jiang Chen said so. Soon Li Shouzhong also prepared a contract in duplicate. After signing and sealing the contract, the right to lease the top floor of Greenland Mansion came into Jiang Chen's hands, and Jiang Chen also sent the rent over. Chapter 55, Car Show, the attention of all people. "Mr. Jiang, you first busy, plus my friend, back to something you prestige notify me a good." In order not to be a light bulb, Li Shouzhong added Jiang Chen's prestige, then excused himself and left, leaving space for Jiang Chen and Li Wanqing. After Li Shouzhong left, Li Wanqing accompanied Jiang Chen on the top floor. "Mr. Jiang, are you sure you want to create a presidential suite here?" Before leaving, Li Wanqing reconfirmed. Although construction hadn't started yet, Li Wanqing had already anticipated that once Jiang Chen spread the word about the office environment, the people who came to the door to apply for the job would probably step over the threshold. Working in a presidential suite could be said to be the dream of all office workers. No matter how much the salary is, it's a good thing to say. After all, I also live in the presidential suite every day. Right, running a company to make money is just the process, happiness is the ultimate pursuit. Jiang Chen replied. When Jiang Chen obtained the system, he had already started to go and learn how to enjoy life. The life of a rich person was just so boring and tedious, one had to find some fun. Even if Li Wanqing had objections, she could only follow Jiang Chen's idea to decorate the company. After all, Jiang Chen would be the boss. Aha! Anyway, it was Jiang Chen's money that was lost. Li Wanqing balanced herself in her heart. Eat, drink and play all together, roughly this is the first design, later have an idea and then make changes. Jiang Chen said. Mr. Jiang, once the decoration is finalized, it is very difficult to make major changes at a later stage. Li Wanqing reminded. It doesn't matter, the big deal is to wrap up the floor downstairs again. Jiang Chen waved his hand in a carefree manner and said. The money is so capricious. After planning the office space, Jiang Chen briefly talked to Li Wanqing about the company's plans. The name of the company is called Tiancheng Real Estate, the rest of the things are fully entrusted to you to be responsible for. For this kind of Jiang Chen hands off the power to do things, Li Wanqing did not have half an objection, directly nodded his head to agree. Rich people, well, have always been only move their mouths not hands, after all, they have to stand up to the millions of annual salary is not. Although the company's affairs are fully handed over to Li Wanqing to deal with, but some places still need to Jiang Chen personally appear, even in the case of the money paved the way, but also a full day of tossing to register the company's things to be done. After dealing with everything, Jiang Chen and Li Wanqing returned home. In order to celebrate the establishment of Tiancheng Real Estate Company, Jiang Chen directly dialed the only 5-star hotel in the southern city, Moonwatch Tower, to order food. After receiving the call, the customer service staff of the Moonwatch Tower directly and bluntly refused, claiming that they were a 5-star hotel and did not have a takeaway business. Jiang Chen also did not have the heart to listen to the customer service explanation, directly uttered a sentence, delivery fee of 10,000. The hotel customer service staff said at that time to personally send food for Jiang Chen, in the money-oriented society, mentioning money is better than anything else. For Jiang Chen, money is just a string of numbers that will change. $10,000 is also a matter of eyes open and closed. Enjoy life is what Jiang Chen needs. Waiting for the hotel customer service to send meals, Jiang Chen opened a bottle of red wine and Li Wanqing and pushed the cups, not a bottle of red wine on the bottom. Drinking to the end, Jiang Chen is also drunk and fell asleep. The only sober thought is that tonight there is no opportunity to let Li Wanqing see the male dog waste. So, in the blink of an eye, early the next morning, the cell phone rang, waking up Jiang Chen's beautiful dream. Brother Jiang, the car show will start soon, when will you arrive? Zhang Wenwen's sweet and creamy voice came out from the cell phone. Well, it was very refreshing. Jiang Chen looked at the cell phone time just after 10 o'clock, then said, half an hour. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen realized that there was a breakfast and sticky note on the table. The sticky note was left by Li Wanqing, urging Jiang Chen not to forget to eat breakfast. After eating breakfast, Jiang Chen changed into a set of more comfortable clothes and drove towards the car show venue, Nanchang Honggu Exhibition Center. 20 minutes later, the white Hurricane sports car slowly stopped at the entrance of the car show. Jiang Chen saw Zhang Wenwen standing at the door waiting at a glance. Today, Zhang Wenwen was wearing a tight black bustier blouse on top and a black leather wrap skirt underneath, and with that tantalizing black lace, she set off her sexy and charming figure to the fullest. Long legs, big waves. Oh, that's called beautiful. Zhang Wenwen's looks only scored 8 points, but after dressing up like this, she could at least raise it by 1 point. Even the passing car models were a bit ashamed of themselves and walked around after seeing Zhang Wenwen. Those who originally intended to go to shoot the car model of the reporter, after seeing the chapter 11, instantly shocked into heaven, at this time have stopped in the door, hand camera click shot non-stop. Zhang Wenwen in the instant she saw the Hurricane sports car, hastily waved her hand high and shouted, Zhang brother, I am here. Instantly, all the eyes of the crowd present all followed the direction of Zhang Wenwen waving her hand and looked over, wanting to see exactly what the identity of the person, only worthy of having this kind of beauty as a companion. Good guy, Lamborghini Hurricane. But it's not $5 million, money ability Most of the people who came to the car show knew car connoisseurs and saw the value of the Lamborghini Hurricane at a glance. When these people in the see this sports car, the heart of the doubt instantly dissipated. In front of the ability of money, do not obey cannot. Cut, the original is a junior, the owner of the car may be what kind of old man it. In the crowd, someone sourly underestimated. After Jiang Chen found a parking space and parked his car, he opened the door and got out. When the crowd instantly exploded after seeing Jiang Chen's appearance and the snow-like skin that made women envious. Chow. God is unfair, giving him face value and giving him money. I can't, I have a BFF who was about to die and wants his prestige before she dies. As for the person who sneakily mocked Zhang Wenwen as a mistress just now, he even fled the crowd with a blushing face. Such a handsome person, not to mention the female, even the male also like Zhang Wenwen at the first sight of Jiang Chen, the first reaction also thought that he recognized the wrong person. This is only a few days to see. Jiang Chen is like a transformation of the bones of a changed person in general. The face is handsome, skin such as condensed fat. Wenwen, tired of waiting. Jiang Chen walked to Zhang Wenwen and greeted her. Jiang brother words heavy. Zhang Wenwen ruthlessly pinched herself to wake up from the nymphomania, and hurriedly said, the car show has begun for a while, let's go in first. Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen said. Zhang Wenwen looked at the surrounding female car models with green eyes like a vicious wolf that had seen meat, and naturally reached out and wrapped her hand around Jiang Chen's arm. A bunch of demonic ES dared to hit Zhang's idea. Whether it was with Jiang Chen's appearance or assets, it was difficult for these car models to climb up. Jiang Chen and Zhang Wenwen walked hand in hand, instantly attracting all the reporters' lenses over. 10,000 people were watching. Chapter 56, a Lafa worth $32 million? Bought. Before entering the car show venue, Jiang Chen also noticed a situation. The parking lot is parked a lot of Porsche, Lamborghini, Bentley, and a number of luxury cars with a license plate. As for the BBA Land Rover and other high-end sedans, at this time can only be parked on the side. In case of encountering these luxury cars, the car ride and the fear is not enough to compensate. Jiang Chen that a value of more than 5 million Lamborghini Hurricane in this crowd of luxury cars, like a drop of water into the sea, not at all inconspicuous. Because of this, Jiang Chen's heart is also more and more determined in the heart of the idea, must change a real sense of luxury car. Now that he had the system, Jiang Chen didn't have to worry about money anymore. If he didn't enjoy himself in this situation, it wouldn't be reasonable. After Zhang Wenwen showed her ticket to the security guard at the entrance of the exhibition, the two of them smoothly entered the venue of the car show. Into the car show venue, the eye is a piece of luxury cars, even the rare McLaren have a few. As for the Panamera and Maserati, such as the entry-level sports car, is more than see over, all kinds of styles have everything. The most enduring in number of these luxury cars next to the car model, looks like the organizers should be this time to put down a lot of money, invited the car model are professional. In addition to the beautiful appearance, every action can arouse the man's small flame. Just without realizing it, Jiang Chen noticed a few photographers posing to take pictures of the luxury cars, but focusing their lenses on the long legs and big waves. Both were rides, but for ordinary people, car models were a bit more practical than luxury cars. This one is a Ferrari 488 with a guide price of $3.15 million, but the collector's value is lower than the discontinued 458 next to it. The one next to it is the Ferrari 812, which is new this year and has a guide price of $4.98 million. Zhang Wenwen accompanied Jiang Chen to wander around the car show venue, introducing all the models one by one for Jiang Chen as if they were her family's favorites. As a professional high-end brand car sales, Zhang Wenwen not only on the price of these luxury cars extremely understand, for the performance is also slightly involved. However, after seeing that Jiang Chen didn't show much interest in these luxury cars, she didn't introduce them in detail. Just as Wenwen expected, Jiang Chen wasn't half interested in these luxury cars, and shook his head slightly every time he learned of the selling price. Outside the parking lot parked the same model of these luxury cars. What Jiang Chen needed was a limited edition luxury car, at least in the southern city cannot be clashed with others. Just as Jiang Chen turned around and didn't find his favorite sports car, showing disappointment, he saw a crowd of people in the center of the car show venue. Go and see what's going on over there. Jiang Chen led Zhang Wenwen through the crowd and saw a burgundy supercar parked quietly in the center of the open space. It is so quietly parked, but the burgundy color of the coat is to make the surrounding people very excited. Rafa. After seeing this supercar, Jiang Chen couldn't help but blurt out. Every man had a supercar dream, and Jiang Chen couldn't escape it either. When he was working, Jiang Chen had read many sports car magazines, and the one that impressed him the most was this Ferrari LaFerrari. Once upon a time, Jiang Chen thought that he would have the opportunity to drive this dream in all men's hearts. Now, this dream was right in front of him. The main thing was that he could afford it now. Brother, this Lafa is one of the highlights of this car show. As far as I know, there are only about 15 Lafas in the country, and South City is the first to have one. I heard that the owner of this Lafa is a big shot from the Kyoto Supercar Club, and due to his family's decline, he chose to sell the Lafa for cash. Alas, if my company had gone public, I would have been able to buy this car, but it's a pity that I had such a good opportunity. The people around them were talking, listening to the tone of these people, they should all be the second generation of the rich and famous. Jiang Chen looked at this Lafa and then wanted to walk inside. However, soon after, a staff member came out to block it. This gentleman, the value of this car is very expensive, so we must check the capital to test drive, please cooperate. The staff on the side hurriedly came forward and said with an apology. Throughout the entire car exhibition center, all the supercars can go up for a test drive, but only this one Lafa cannot. This car is priced at $32 million, just a scratch will cost more than hundreds of thousands of repair. Once there is a slight error, the staff work for free for a lifetime may not be enough to pay back. How much is this car? Jiang Chen turned around and asked. This car is a Ferrari LaFerrari, and the owner gave the selling price of $32 million. So the capital inspection only needs to have $20 million to test drive it. The staff said without being overbearing. The capital inspection is to check if there is so much money in the card, no matter if you buy it or not, if you have so much money, you can go in and give it a try. The line. Check the capital. Jiang Chen said calmly, directly took out his bank card and gave it to the other party. This time, many people cannot help but look at Jiang Chen. Capital inspection to 20 million. Here are a lot of rich second generation are watching, but do not dare to go over to test drive, not that the card does not have 20 million. It's not that they don't have $20 million on their cards. $20 to $30 million to buy a car? Even if they were rich second generation, they wouldn't dare to do so, and it would be strange if their families didn't scold them to death. For Jiang Chen, $32 million was nothing more than 4 days of earnings, so he didn't care at all. Soon the staff conducted a capital check, and the Zhang Wenwen on the side felt the gazes of the crowd and couldn't help but be bursting with vanity, but she didn't say anything. Could it be fake? Pretending, right? $20 million capital inspection? So young? So handsome? Could it be a duck? Probably another pretender. The crowd was talking a lot. Just at this moment, the staff completed the capital inspection. The person in charge of the car show personally came over, treating Jiang Chen with respect and inviting Jiang Chen and Zhang Wenwen to come in with smiles on their faces. Now there was a huge uproar in the room. This was really going in? The crowd was shocked, and at the same time, with envy, they looked towards Jiang Chen who walked in, especially those few rich second-generation people. The envy in their eyes could not be concealed. After Jiang Chen walked in, he directly began to test drive the car. Lafa's curve type is perfect, the center control is also very equipped with a sense of technology, especially the shape, is simply the supercar of supercars. It was known as one of the three great god cars. Rafa, McLaren P1, Porsche 918, these three cars are known as god cars. Good. I'll buy this one. Jiang Chen walked out from the car, and before the person in charge could introduce it, Jiang Chen opened his mouth very calmly. The voice rang out, and in an instant the onlookers froze. Hundreds of people were confused. Mister? You said you bought this car? The person in charge inquired incredulously. If Jiang Chen really bought this car, he could get at least $300,000 in commission. Instantly, the other party even had the illusion of being hit by a golden dollar. As for the rich second-generation onlookers in the surrounding area, they had long since exploded, speculating about Jiang Chen's identity. The person who could take out $32 million to buy a car had a fortune that was at least 10 times greater, and there were only a few people in the entire South China Sea who had assets of over $100 million, and Jiang Chen wasn't one of them. Dude, that's $32 million, not $3,200,000. I chow, when I spent $4.5 million to buy 458, can let my father a beating. People spend 30 million, even frown does not take a frown, is really a person than a person angry dead. Originally scattered in all corners of the auto show to shoot the car models of the journalists, at this time, but the wind came, will focus the camera on Jiang Chen, constantly pressing the shutter. The first Lafayette will settle in the southern city, this is big news. For a while, Jiang Chen became the protagonist of the car show, surrounded by lights, incomparably eye-catching. Zhang Wenwen was also dumbfounded at this time. After freezing for half a day and reacting, she hurriedly walked to Jiang Chen's side and reminded him in an extremely subtle whisper, "Brother Jiang, this is one of the most precious Ferrari models, are you sure you want to buy it? More than $30 million ah." Zhang Wenwen reminded. The vast majority of the time, buying a sports car was an impulse. She was afraid that Jiang Chen was just being impulsive. So she couldn't help but remind. However, Jiang Chen nodded and gave the bank card to the person in charge, saying, "Swipe the card." A simple swipe. The car show center completely exploded. Chapter 57. We also have a limited edition Rolls-Royce. The person in charge of the car show directly took the POS machine over, inserted the bank card and then presented it to Jiang Chen with both hands, bowed and respectfully said, "Sir, please enter your password." The surrounding people couldn't help but hold their breath at this time, staring at Jiang Chen. Whether Jiang Chen was really powerful or pretending to be a bully depended on whether this bank card could swipe out money. Drop. Amidst all the attention, Jiang Chen calmly entered the 6-digit password on the POS machine. Afterward, a long piece of small Union Pay check paper was typed out. Chow! It really swiped out $32 million. Even if the surrounding rich second-generation people had been mentally prepared, they were still shocked at this moment and looked at Jiang Chen with envious faces as he signed his name on the small ticket paper. As for the car models at the car show venue, they also gathered around, looking at Jiang Chen with little stars in their eyes. This man was really too handsome. Especially when he swiped his card and signed, he was simply handsome. At this moment, compared to the shocked and excited crowd around them, Jiang Chen, whose face was calm and unperturbed, was the one who looked like an outsider watching the fun. Taking advantage of the surrounding journalists, the person in charge of the car show venue hurriedly greeted the surrounding car models. "Quickly, a few of you hurry to stand over. Get a few staff to move the flower basket at the entrance of the venue over." Not a moment's effort, more than a dozen car models were holding flower baskets around Jiang Chen. "Mr. Jiang, due to the haste of time, the car delivery ceremony is a bit simple, please don't be offended." The person in charge of the car show rubbed his hands and apologized to Jiang Chen. "It's fine, just buy a car, no need to be so grand." Jiang Chen waved his hand and said in an unimpressed manner. Jiang Chen's action instantly caused the envy of the people around him. What did it mean to be rich? What did it mean to be trenchant? Jiang Chen perfectly answered these two questions. Spending $32 million to buy a car was like buying a cabbage on the street, and never frowned from start to finish. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for your understanding." The person in charge of the car show presented the car keys to Jiang Chen with both hands, and then cleared his throat and said in a loud voice, "Congratulations to Mr. Jiang for winning the Ferrari Lafa." Instantly, the entire venue applauded and the flashlights kept flashing. After seeing Jiang Chen's financial strength, these rich second-generation people gathered around and took out their cell phones to add Jiang Chen's prestige. Can casually take out $32 million to buy a car in the entire southern city are not more than a handful of people. These rich second generation is not a little cute. Naturally, they wouldn't miss this opportunity to make friends. Jiang Chen did not refuse the request of these people, took out his cell phone and added friends one by one. After all, more friends more road. What's more, these people's elders are more or less a bit powerful in the southern city, and in the future, they may use these people for their own business. Click. Being squeezed outside the crowd, Zhang Wenwen raised her cell phone high, took a picture of the Lafa, and sent it to the group of classmates. Ferrari Lafa, priced at 32 million. Li Ziming, when you went to the Red Valley Auto Show, how did not tell me we go together Zhang Fan, is this the legendary Lafa, one of the 3 god cars? He gone, it's a pity that I'm out of town, otherwise I really want to see this car with my own eyes. Yang Xiaomei, usually you guys are too lazy to bubble, but as soon as Wenwen sent out a message, you all came out, and you're too colorful to be friends. After Wenwen Zhang sent out the message, the originally cold group of classmates instantly annoyed. Zhang Wenwen saw the message and replied, today I came with brother Jiang. Zhang Fan, Wenwen, isn't Jiang quite rich, why don't you buy this car? Li Ziming, Zhang Fan, you did not hear Wenwen said that this car is priced at 32 million, Zhang Chen that hurricane cannot match a wheel. Since the last time at the reunion by Zhang Chen face, Zhang Fan and Li Ziming although on the surface to Zhang Chen is very respectful, but the heart is jealous hate. Especially when they looked at the goddess of their hearts calling out Jiang in every breath, the two of them instantly turned into lemon essences, sending out strangely sour messages. You said one thing and I said another, and the mocking intent was extraordinarily obvious. Looking at the messages in the chat group, Zhang Wenwen couldn't help but frown, and then raised her cell phone, snapped a picture of Jiang Chen, who was in the middle of the delivery ceremony, and sent it to the group. He gone, it's not simple for you to want to see a divine car. When brother Jiang is done with the handover ceremony, there's no problem letting you drive it for a few days. 66,666. Jiang is great. I chow, brother Jiang is hiding deep enough, without saying anything, what a la fight. Brother Jiang, take me to fly. As soon as Wenwen Zhang's message was sent out, the classmate group first fell silent, and then instantly became more lively. As for the previous mockery of Zhang Chen's Li Ziming and Zhang Fan, has long disappeared. Looking at the various complimentary messages in the classmate group, Zhang Wenwen then put away her cell phone with satisfaction and came to Zhang Chen's side. Mr. Yi Zhang, we still have a finale model Rolls-Royce Phantom limited edition at the exhibition, there are only 25 of them in the world. I wonder if you are interested in taking a look. After completing the handover ceremony, the person in charge of the car show didn't leave. According to the plan of the exhibition, the grand finale model would be displayed on the second day when there were the most people. However, after seeing Zhang Chen's financial power that could be called terrifying, the person in charge of the car show decided to display the finale model a day earlier. In case Zhang Chen bought it on a whim, he would be able to earn a lot of commission for nothing, but of course it was just an idea, there were people there who bought one model after another. I'll take a look at it. Zhang Chen instantly became interested after learning that there were only 25 of the finale models. Lafa is a supercar. A sports car was a sports car, only suitable for occasional driving. If you really want comfort, a sedan is king. And among the sedans, the most awesome one was naturally Rolls-Royce. Every successful person will have a Rolls-Royce. There is a saying that those who drive Rolls-Royce are the fathers who drive supercars. This saying is exaggerated a little bit, but it is indeed true. The limited edition Rolls-Royce was different, there were only 25 of them in the world, and they would never be produced in the future, so they couldn't even be bought if they wanted to. At this moment, after listening to the introduction of the person in charge of the car show, Zhang Chen really had the idea of buying another sedan with a high level of comfort. Mr. Jiang, this way please. The person in charge saw Zhang Chuan show interest, but could not help but rejoice. He does not think Zhang Chuan will buy, but Zhang Chuan also have friends Or Zhang Chen's father might like it So he hurriedly brought Zhang Chen to the booth in the center of the venue. On the booth, a sedan was being covered by a car cloth. Mr. Jiang, this is the Rolls-Royce Phantom limited edition model Tranquility that I told you about. As the person in charge of the car show carefully opened the car cloth first, a white Rolls-Royce was reflected in Zhang Chen's vision. Tranquility, just like its name, was serene and elegant. And many people continued to gather around. For one, this Rolls-Royce was one of the grand finale. For two, Zhang Chen had bought a Lafayette and became the center of attention for everyone in the room, so naturally, it would attract everyone to gather around. This Rolls-Royce, however, did bring Zhang Chen visual amazement. But immediately afterward, Zhang Chen saw something even more stunning than this car. A woman. To be more precise, it was the top model beside this car. Chapter 58 School Flower Chen Yiner. This top car model was called Chen Yiner, the most famous school beauty of the South City Arts Academy, and was even recognized by netizens as one of the top 3 school beauties in Jiangnan province. And Chen Yiner's appearance can also stand up to this title: melon face, willow leaf eyebrows, delicate features, and that a head of blonde hair under the reflection looks particularly beautiful. That body only reveals the shoulder, is very conservative plain pleated dress is like the pen, just right to set off Chen Yiner pure temperament, like a fairy descending to the mortal world, pure and holy. In front of this pure temperament, those car models that relied on selling meat for eyeballs instantly lost their color and turned into a bunch of grass chickens. Chen Yiner, on the other hand, was a noble crane standing tall among the chickens. Chen Yiner had noticed Zhang Chen's presence when he swiped his card to purchase the Lafa. Chen Yiner was born into an ordinary family, and because of her beautiful appearance, she was admitted to the South City Arts Academy, and after studying for 4 years, she was about to graduate and enter the acting industry. Chen Yiner had no family background and no money, so it was hard for her to protect herself in the materialistic show business, and the only way out was to find a behind-the-scenes gold master. In less than a year of enrollment, Chen Yiner's classmates had embraced the big guns, and in return, they were offered a steady stream of film contracts. There were even a few rather attractive female students who secretly became the mistresses of bad old men, only to become minor stars the following year. Chen Yiner is not a little cutie. She also understood that it was difficult to make a name for herself in the show business with her family's situation. If you want to make a successful debut, the only shortcut is this one. However, the superior Chen Yiner's vision is incomparably high and proud. Their own so noble body cannot let those who hold too stinking money, big belly of the bad old man tainted. To find, but also to find those young gold-rich second generation. It was with this thought in mind that Chen Yiner came to the Red Valley Auto Show as a car model. The person in charge of the car show was instantly amazed after seeing Chen Yiner, and directly arranged for her to be the car model for this Rolls-Royce with the highest value. When Chen Yiner saw Jiang Chen swipe her card to buy the $32 million Lafa while laughing and joking, she had a target in her mind. Whether it was his appearance or his financial strength, Jiang Chen had trampled all the rich second-generation men at the auto show with a crushing stance. Only this kind of man can be worthy of me, Chen Yiner. Chen Yiner intended to leave a good impression in Jiang Chen's mind. With her hands palms together and clasped in the small of her back, she walked in front of Jiang Chen in a graceful manner, showing off her boudoir demeanor. Sir, this Rolls-Royce is the Phantom Special Model Tranquility, only 25 in the world, in addition to the opposite door and square front, as well as the waterfall grille and so on is in accordance with the Rolls-Royce family design, the rest of the parts of the level of works of art to create. The most obvious design changes are the gray and white color scheme of the front end and the unique titanium alloy used for the goddess of celebration. Chen Yiner introduced the appearance of Rolls-Royce one by one without haste. Her voice was like a warbler's cry in an empty valley, ethereal and pleasing to the ear, mesmerizing. My God, there is such a beautiful car model at the exhibition, why didn't I see it just now? I'm not sure if I've seen it before, but I'm not sure if I've seen it before, but I'm not sure if I've seen it before, but I'm not sure if I've seen it before. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a car, and you'll be able to do it in a way that you don't have to. Speaking are in the surrounding onlookers of the rich second generation, can let these knowledgeable rich second generation fell under the pomegranate skirt, enough to show Chen Yiner's posture is how outstanding. As for those around the onlookers of the reporter, at this time we still care about talking, holding the hands of the camera click click shoot non-stop. The luxury car was a rare luxury car, and the beauty was a beauty that was chosen by all, both of them matched, and just taking a picture was art. Rolls-Royce is one of the most high-end cars, the model naturally has no choice. Jiang Chen roughly looked at it, then nodded in favor. While viewing the body, Jiang Chen incidentally also cast a glance at Chen Yiner's eyes of the workplace. Character, Chen Yiner. Gender, female virgin. Suitable profession, actor. Career potential, 4.5 stars 5 stars is full. Evaluation, possesses extremely solid acting skills, just lacks the opportunity to make a name for herself, can be recruited as an employee. 4.5 star rating. Even Li Wanqing, who was well versed in real estate knowledge and had a monthly salary of $30,000 from her former company, was only systematically rated as 4 stars. However, Chen Yiner was rated at 4.5 stars, which was enough to prove that she was a potential stock that lacked the ability to be recognized by her husband. Since I've stumbled upon her, she'll be my 1,000-mile horse. Jiang Chen secretly pondered in his heart. Chen Yiner, hurry up and bring Mr. Jiang into the car to experience it. At this moment, the person in charge of the car show saw that this car was to Jiang Chen's liking and couldn't help but urge Chen Yiner. Mr. Jiang, please come in. Chen Yiner opened the car door for Jiang Chen, and then put her hand on the door frame to prevent Jiang Chen from touching his head. Watching a beautiful woman serve so attentively, the surrounding rich second generation could only stare dryly. Envious? Do you want it? Look at your wallet first, this is $3,200 million in exchange. Jiang Chen sat in the car, and after Chen Yiner gently closed the door, she circled around and got into the car from the other side. Looking up at the overhead starry skylights, feeling the soft feeling as if sitting in a ball of cotton, smelling that from Chen Yiner's body came from the hidden virgin body fragrance. Jiang Chen couldn't help but close his eyes slightly and took a cozy deep breath. The life of a rich man, even his breath was sweet. Looking at Jiang Chen's deep breathing action, Chen Yiner's pretty face blushed and introduced Jiang Chen with a forced composure. Mr. Jiang, this car was designed with the idea of paying homage to space exploration, so the interior has been reflecting this meaning. The passenger as well as the center console panels all have 24K gold and aerospace materials, and their shapes are also inspired by the charts of space exploration X-rays. Apart from that, the volume buttons are also polished from a meteorite that crashed to Earth in 1906. As for the golden stereo, it is a tribute to the golden storage disks carried on NASA's Voyager that recorded information about the Earth. Of course, the comfort that Rolls-Royce had always focused on could also be reflected in this car, and what was different was that the rear seats of this special edition could also be flattened, so with such a large space, Mr. Jiang could do whatever he wanted. Jiang Chen heard Chen Yiner's words and couldn't help but measure Chen Yiner's concave and convex body as she drove up. Really do whatever you want? Chen Yiner wouldn't be able to understand Jiang Chen's words, and with a smile on her face, she didn't answer, but only nodded silently. Looking at this performance of Chen Yiner, Jiang Chen felt doubly comfortable in his heart, touched the leather-wrapped seat and directly got out of the car. Mr. Jiang, how do you feel? The person in charge of the car show hurriedly came forward and asked. Jiang Chen looked at Chen Yiner, who had just gotten out of the car, and said indifferently, comfortable. Chapter 59, Buying Another Luxury Car. The whole place was shocked. How much is this car? Jiang Chen asked. Mr. Jiang, the official guide price of this car is 27 million, because it is a limited edition. The premium is 14 million, including the purchase tax. The total is 45 million. The person in charge of the car show hurriedly replied. 45 million? Jiang Chen casually explained, then took out his bank card and swiped it. Okay, Mr. Jiang, the car's documents are in the car show center, you can mention it at any time. The person in charge of the car show responded smoothly, but before the words were finished, his face was shocked. Mr. Jiang, do you mean that you intend to buy this car? What the hell? To buy a car again? The entire venue was in an uproar. Previously, a Lafayette cost $32 million, plus this Rolls-Royce worth $45 million. It adds up to $77 million. After figuring out the amount, the surrounding rich kids took a breath and fell silent. The entire venue was dead silent. Most of the rich second-generation attendees at the convention had a family net worth of only a few tens of millions of dollars, not even as much as what Jiang Chen had spent on his car today. What qualifications did they have to comment in front of Jiang Chen? A few moments later, all the rich kids flocked to Jiang Chen's side. Anyone who could casually take out a small $80 million to buy a luxury car had at least 10 times more liquidity in their hands. Holding $800 million of liquidity in his hands, or was this still a person? It was clearly a bank that could move on. As long as you have a relationship with this kind of person, the family will still have to worry about the financial chain in the future? In front of this kind of hero, not to mention these rich second generation, even if these rich second generation's own father is present, also want to be a good bawabit. Big brother, I am the heir of the Sinan group, free to come out to play, all consumption by the brother I pay the bill. Speaking of play, big brother you remember my prestige, South City 80% of the entertainment industry are my family open, as long as the big brother a word, even if it is a big star I also give you please. Once again, Jiang Chen's financial strength has been recognized. These rich second generation do not dare to talk to Jiang Chen on a par, for fear of causing Jiang Chen to be displeased. Jiang Chen looked at the surrounding rich daughters who were frantically trying to curry favor with him, and couldn't help but smile slightly. If he let these people know that $80 million was just his income for 8 days, wouldn't these rich second generation kids have to kneel down for themselves? Even the rich second generation was crazy, not to mention the surrounding reporter models, but these people didn't dare to compete with this group of second generation to squeeze, and could only stand blearily on the periphery and watch. The car model's eyes also became more and more red at this time, itching to jump on Jiang Chen right now. As long as she could rub a little spark with this kind of godly man, she wouldn't have to worry in her whole life. As for those reporters, the flash of the camera in their hands was flashing more and more frequently, and the headlines were all ready. Auto show venue shocked the god of the rich, in order to buy a favorite car to sprinkle $80 million. Chen Yiner, who was standing beside Jiang Chen, had a colorful look in her eyes, and in her heart, she was glad that she had come to the right place this time. Whenever she thought of her roommate mocking her for being pretentious and hypocritical, Chen Yiner couldn't help but feel a burst of anger, and at the same time, her heart became even more determined that she must get on this big boat of Jiang Chen. No matter what price she paid. With her own appearance and acting skills, if she could gain Jiang Chen's support, a big hit would be the nail in the coffin. As for Zhang Wenwen, she was once again pushed outside by the crazy crowd. Under boredom, Zhang Wenwen could only take out her cell phone once again to take a picture and send it to her classmates group. The grand finale of the auto show, the limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom, priced at $45 million. Yang Xiaomei, wow. What a beautiful car. I'm a girl and I'm in love with it. Suchen, I heard that only 25 units of this car will be produced, so even if you have money, you may not be able to buy it, and only those who can afford this car are the real tycoons. He gone, if I had known that there were so many luxury cars at the Red Valley Auto Show, I would have taken time off work to visit the show. Although He Gong is only a small company employee, he is a luxury car enthusiast. In the words of He Gong, every luxury car is a work of art, which deserves to be appreciated by the world. Li Ziming, only those who can afford Rolls-Royce are truly rich. They say that this car is the father of supercars. Zhang Fan, Li Ziming, you're wrong about that. What if this car was also bought by Jiang Chen? Li Ziming, Zhang Fan, sit back and wait for the punch in the face, huh? Disappeared half a day of Li Ziming and Zhang Fan again out of the bubbling speech. Between a song and a scolding Samuel, Word secretly scolded Jiang Chen is the son. In the opinion of the two of them, Jiang Chen can spend 32 million to buy a Lafayette is already the limit, simply do not have the money to buy this Rolls-Royce. Li Ziming and Zhang Fan belonged to the better group of people in the classmate group, and the other group members didn't want to be offended, so they could only keep quiet. Zhang Wenwen looked at the messages mocking Jiang Chen in the classmate group and puffed up her mouth in anger. Looking up just in time to see the car delivery ceremony in progress, Zhang Wenwen directly took a picture of Jiang Chen receiving the car keys without saying a word and sent it to the group. Zhang Fan, truthfully confess, were you at the car show? How do you know it was Jiang Chen who bought this car? Instantly, the entire chat group was dead silent. Everyone zoomed in on the picture for fear of seeing the wrong person. That's right, the one who received the car keys was none other than Jiang Chen. Li Ziming and Zhang Fan even widened their eyes, murmuring incredulously, "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible." But in an instant, the chat group completely exploded. Jiang Chen had spent at least $77 million to buy these two cars, right? My chow, just how rich is brother Jiang? Buying two cars cost a small target off. Worship God's hero. Zhang Wenwen, ask brother Jiang if he still lacks a driver. I'll be a driver for free, mainly because I want to drive a luxury car. Looking at the tidal wave of flattering messages, Zhang Wenwen did not intend to let go of Zhang Fan and Li Ziming, who had repeatedly mocked Jiang Chen, and sent a message by name. Zhang Fan, Li Ziming, aren't you waiting for a slap in the face? Is the $77 million hit loud or not? Zhang Fan, I'm sore. Li Ziming, I'm sour too, when you apologize to Jiang on my behalf. After seeing Jiang Chen's true financial strength, the jealousy in Zhang Fan and Li Ziming's hearts instantly dissipated. To be exact, it was Jiang Chen's terrifying financial power that made the two of them feel despair. Just as Zhang Wenwen sent the message, the delivery ceremony was completed. Since this Rolls-Royce was a new car, it needed various formalities, so Jiang Chen didn't bother, so he left the car here and let the person in charge of the car show handle it. Brother Jiang, you are really hiding deep enough. The crowd dispersed. Zhang Wenwen walked to Jiang Chen's side. I didn't expect to be so lucky today, but I was able to run into this kind of luxury car, so I just bought a piece of it to save me the trouble later. Jiang Chen smiled and returned a sentence, but in return was Zhang Wenwen's grudging eyes. Look, is this what a human being would say? Chapter 60, Rich People's Preferences. After Jiang Chen finished buying the car, Zhang Wenwen's task for the day was done. Jiang, if you don't have anything else, I'll go back first, there's a situation at the company. After receiving a call from the company, Zhang Wenwen said to Jiang Chen. Wenwen, I've troubled you today, this $100,000 will be taken as hard work. Jiang Chen didn't give Wenwen Zhang a chance to refuse, took out his cell phone and directly transferred $100,000. Thank you, brother Jiang. Wenwen Zhang didn't refuse either. Looking at the arrival information on her cell phone, her eyebrows opened up and she smiled. She couldn't earn $100,000 even after working hard selling cars for half a year. Now just by accompanying Jiang Chen for a stroll around the Red Valley Auto Show, she got $100,000 for her hard work. How could she not be happy? How would you like to be thanked? Jiang Chen joked to Zhang Wenwen. Jiang, how do you want me to thank you? Wenwen Zhang's cheeks instantly rainbowed, slightly lowering her head, not daring to look directly at Jiang Chen. That Wenwen actually I. Jiang Chen was a bit embarrassed. He was just looking at Zhang Wenwen's pretty dress today and made a small joke in passing. In fact, he did not intend to have any relationship with Wenwen. However, he didn't expect Zhang Wenwen to take it seriously. Before Jiang Chen could explain, Zhang Wenwen immediately gathered her courage and kissed that handsome face. Bah! Jiang Chen only felt his face heat up, and when he reacted, Zhang Wenwen had already run out of the car show center. Ding dong! The cell phone beeped and Jiang Chen picked up his phone to see that it was a message from Zhang Wenwen. Brother Jiang, we're developing too fast, please give me some time. Looking at the content of the message, Jiang Chen cried and laughed. How could this still be a matter of kissing? Although things had developed forked and split beyond Jiang Chen's expectations, Jiang Chen didn't reject it. Gun to gun, cannon to cannon. He was at least a multi-millionaire, but he was still afraid of you, an untouched child. By virtue of his own strength of the jack of the male dog waist, really fight bayonet, maybe who first begged for mercy. This side of the Zhang Wenwen front foot just left, waiting at the side of the Chen Yiner came forward. The scene of Jiang Chen transferring money for Zhang Wenwen had just been seen by Chen Yiner. As Jiang Chen was so generous, Chen Yiner's heart was even more determined to hold Jiang Chen's leg tightly. Mr. Jiang, you haven't left yet. Mr. Jiang, you haven't left yet. Chen Yiner took the initiative to go up and talk to him. I am going to try the car, Chen big beautiful girl to go where, I send you a. Jiang Chen originally intended to try the Lafa that just arrived first, so he simply issued an invitation to Chen Yiner. A luxury car without a beautiful woman in the passenger side is soulless. Then I'll respectfully take care of it, and I'll bother Mr. Chen. Chen Yiner smiled faintly, then took the initiative to sit in the Lafa's co-pilot. Jiang Chen sat in the main driver and pressed the start button. Boom! The roar of the engine resounded through this car show venue, drawing envious gazes from everyone. The most luxurious car, the most beautiful car model, now all belonged to Jiang Chen. This was the real winner of life. The car hadn't even started yet, and Jiang Chen, who was sitting on the main driver, suddenly plopped down towards Chen Yiner. "Mr. Jiang, this is a car show venue, there are too many people." Chen Yiner subconsciously hugged her chest, closed her eyes tightly, and said timidly. When she was in school, she hadn't heard much about this from her classmates around her. The elusive preferences of the rich in the car are a trifle, and there are even people who specialize in chartering a train of roller coasters just to experience speed and passion. If Jiang Chen comes hard, what the hell should I do? If I refuse, Jiang Chen might be upset, but if I don't, there are still so many people here, it's so embarrassing. For a while, Chen Yiner was apprehensive inside and couldn't decide. However, after hesitating for half a day, Chen Yiner realized that Jiang Chen was slow to make his next move. Slightly opening her eyes, she only saw Jiang Chen pull the seatbelt from her side and buckle it. One had to fasten their seatbelt even when riding in a car. Jiang Chen glanced at Chen Yiner, who was acting strangely, and said indifferently, "Thank you, Mr. Jiang." Chen Yiner's face was flushed red and she couldn't wait to bury her head into that towering chest. Ah! So humiliating. How will Mr. Jiang look at me in the future? He won't treat me as that kind of random woman. At this moment, Chen Yiner became even more apprehensive in her heart. Jiang Chen looked at Chen Yiner's appearance, his heart was inexplicably soothed, and he kicked the gas down. The burgundy-colored lava was like a beast that had been building up momentum for a long time, instantly bursting out with an extremely terrifying speed. Even the automatic door bar at the entrance of the car show did not react. Lava rushed out from under the door bar. The 63-liter V12 engine was not for nothing. After Jiang Chen drove out of the venue, he headed towards the South City Arts Academy. When Jiang Chen drove the lava to a left-turn intersection and waited for the traffic light, all the pedestrians gave him sideways glances. "Chow chow, what kind of car is this? It's too cool. Ferrari Laffa. I didn't expect that our southern city would still have this level of luxury car. Is this one of the 3 legendary luxury cars, priced at $30 to $40 million and still unavailable? Whatever, let's take pictures first." Pedestrians on both sides of the road took out their cell phones to take photos and videos. This level of luxury car can witness once is lucky. Taking a picture and sending it to friends can set off your style. "Look, there's a McLaren on the other side." An eyewitness onlooker exclaimed, and people realized that there was a McLaren parked on the other side of the road waiting for a red light. Only under the dazzling aura of Lafayette, one of the 3 great cars, this McLaren was magnificently ignored. Jiang Chen sat in the car and looked at the McLaren waiting for the red light head-on. Fortunately, he hadn't bought a McLaren at the auto show, otherwise, he would have clashed with someone just after leaving the venue. At this time, the green light came on. Turning gives way to going straight. Jiang Chen didn't rush, but lit up the left turn signal and waited to let the McLaren pass first. However, to Jiang Chen's surprise, the opposite side of the straight McLaren also did not start, but flashed a double flash. The meaning is most obvious, letting Jiang Chen's Laffa pass first. Even McLaren gave way, as for the other ordinary car is not dare to rush. This intersection has no monitoring. In case of a collision, a little more responsibility. These car owners cannot afford to sell the car off. For a time, the entire intersection appeared an extremely strange scene, although the signal light is on green, but not a car pass. Just to let Jiang Chen pass first. Awesome. If I could experience this feeling, it would be worth living 10 years less. Worthy of being one of the 3 divine cars, even McLaren had to walk around it. When the surrounding pedestrians saw the scene, they were envious and jealous. Chapter 61, Chen Yiner's Secret. Jiang Chen drove the Laffa, slowly driving through the intersection under the envious gaze of the onlookers. Chen Yiner sat quietly in the co-pilot, originally wanting to wait for Jiang Chen to take the initiative to open his mouth, but unexpectedly at this moment, Jiang Chen was so engrossed in the driving experience of the Laffa that he didn't have the time to pay attention to her. "Mr. Jiang, I see you are so young, I guess you are as old as me." Seeing that the South City Art Academy was just 2 streets away, Chen Yiner didn't care about being reserved at this time, and grasped the opportunity to be alone with the 2 of them, and took the initiative to open her mouth to talk. Jiang Chen twisted his head and glanced at Chen Yiner's proud capital, and said in a double entendre, "Are you comparing above or below? What above and below?" Chen Yiner had a puzzled look on her face, following Jiang Chen's gaze as she looked down and instantly reacted. Her face instantly turned a scarlet red, and the atmosphere in the car eased quite a bit as a result. Women compared to the top, men compared to the bottom, the 2 were not comparable at all. "Mr. Jiang, so successful at such a young age, I wonder what industry you are in?" After calming her mood, Chen Yiner smoothly asked. Women talk about looks, men talk about careers. Chen Yiner knows this well and deliberately asked some questions about men. Jiang Chen couldn't help but think back to his previous life and was silent for a long time. After a minute, Jiang Chen suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Actually, I'm a fortune teller, and I'm best at touching bones and telling fortunes." Chen Yiner's face was slightly embarrassed. A fortune teller could casually take out more than $70 million to buy a luxury car? Although do not believe, but Chen Yinair is still very cooperative will be slender hand to Jiang Chen in front of the trouble Mr. Jiang to give me a calculation. Jiang Chen held Chen Yinair's white and tender hand in a serious manner. Chen Yinair's hand looks very thin, but holding in the hand is to give Jiang Chuan a kind of as holding the gelatinous jade-like feeling. In short, there were two words. Comfortable. That, Mr. Jiang, is this fortune-telling? At this time, Chen Yinair lowered her head deeply, her face was about to drip out of the water, and her voice was not as loud as a mosquito's buzzing. Although Chen Yinger originated from the art school, but has always been clean, almost do not talk to men on weekdays. Where could Jiang Chen this such? Air well. Jiang Chen laughed lightly. Touching the bones of the fortune teller which is like himself, with the disc walnut the same. Mr. Jiang, what have you figured out? Seeing Jiang Chen's serious look, Chen Yiner couldn't help but ask. If I'm not wrong, you should be a student at an art college. Jiang Chen estimated Chen Yiner's identity according to the information given by the eye of the workplace. Is there anything else? Chen Yiner asked again. There's no need to count this one, they're on their way to the South City Art Academy right now. You're now in a submerged dragon in the abyss, with an empty talent but nowhere to utilize it, like a 1,000-mile horse waiting for Bull to discover it. Jiang Chen said again. The eye of the workplace's evaluation of Chen Yiner's extremely solid acting skills, only lacking the opportunity to emerge, is exactly what Jiang Chen said. Mr. Jiang, what else have you figured out? Chen Yiner's eyes lit up, Jiang Chen was talking about her. Chen Yiner had superior posture and excellent grades in the academy, but since she hadn't climbed the ranks of the rich and powerful, she hadn't been able to receive any good film contracts. The reason she went to the car show was to find a gold master. Wasn't this golden master the 1,000-mile horse that Jiang Chen had spoken of? At this moment, Chen Yiner also slowly began to believe Jiang Chen's claim that her profession was that of a fortune teller. She hadn't revealed her identity since the beginning, so if Jiang Chen wasn't a fortune teller, how could he have said it so accurately? Your future fortune is very good, it won't take long for you to rise to the top and become a hot star. Jiang Chen continued. These words were introduced by Jiang Chen himself, who had decided that he wanted to recruit Chen Yiner after seeing her potential. With Jiang Chen's terrifying financial power, even a pig could be smashed alive with money to become a big star. Not to mention Chen Yiner, who had poise and strength in her own right. Jiang Chen was simply saying it, but it didn't mean the same thing when it entered the ears of Chen Yiner, whose heart seemed to be on fire. Can't it be that Mr. Chen is implying that he wants to be my gold master? Wanting to pay money to promote me? Otherwise, how could he be so sure that I would have great luck in the future? Chen Yiner fell into deep thought, constantly searching for what exactly Jiang Chen meant. Jiang Chen looked at Chen Yiner without saying a word and said in a mysterious manner, actually, I've also figured out a secret that only you yourself know. What? Chen Yiner first froze, then said with a disbelieving face, since Mr. Chen said that this secret is known only to me, then how can you calculate it out? Tell me so that I can hear it. You are still a virgin. Jiang Chen said slowly. Eh? The corners of Chen Yiner's mouth twitched, and she held her tongue for half a day before asking, you can even figure this out? At this moment, Chen Yiner was completely convinced that Jiang Chen was a fortune teller. Jiang Chen had really gotten it right. In this open society, one could only go to a kindergarten if they wanted to find a clean girl. As for the art school where the social circle was even more chaotic, there was even less need to say that the whole school probably couldn't find a virgin. As the school flower Chen Yiner was even more scandalous, Jiang Chen was still the first person to see that she was a virgin. As the two of them talked and laughed, Jiang Chen drove to the street where the South City Art Academy was located. As the place with the most beautiful girls in the entire city, the South City Art Academy attracted a lot of rich people. On both sides of the street, BMWs and Mercedes were everywhere, and even high-end supercars like Lamborghinis and Ferraris could be seen. These different models all had the same feature, which was the various drinks such as green tea, Pulse, Red Bull, etc. placed on the roof of the car. The different drinks represented different prices, and it was obvious that these car owners had come with the purpose of hunting for sex. Mr. Jiang, you can just drop me off at the entrance of the academy. Chen Yiner pointed to a place with the most students and said. No problem. Jiang Chen naturally knew the little scheme in Chen Yiner's mind and directly agreed. Who didn't want to save face when living in this world? Since Chen Yiner wanted to be in the limelight, Jiang Chen simply satisfied her. When Jiang Chen parked his car at the entrance of the academy, the bright and dazzling body instantly attracted all the surrounding students. I didn't expect our school to have a laffa. Quickly, while there are fewer people, you help me take a picture first, then I'll help you shoot. The owner is a man, don't steal it from me. In a matter of moments, the laffa was surrounded. Chapter 62 Beauty. Under the attention of a crowd of students, Chen Yiner, like a noble swan, got out of the car without slowing down. Mr. Dijiang, this is my prestige, let's meet again sometime. Chen Yiner bowed down on the car window and opened the QR code of her prestige. Mr. Jiang, I'll see you some other time. Jiang Chen added Chen Yiner's prestige, then kicked the gas and left in style. Jiang Chen, contact by phone. Chen Yiner waved her hand. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was able to be heard by the surrounding students. After the sports car disappeared, the crowd's attention then shifted to Chen Yinger. Hee, isn't this our school beauty Chen Yiner? It's good to have money, you can even pick up the school's flower girl. In the envious voices of the surrounding students, two female students wearing navel-gazing dresses on top and hip-hugging skirts with black silk on the bottom, dressed in extremely sultry attire, walked up to Chen Yiner. The two could barely be counted as having a little bit of color, but as soon as they stood in front of Chen Yiner, they instantly turned into green leaves. These two were precisely Chen Yiner's roommates, Zhang Yan and Li Qiuhong. 3 years ago, the first week they were enrolled in school, they were taken in by two big spenders, and Zhang Yan even had 2 abortions. Because of this, the two usually taunted Chen Yiner in the dormitory. "Ini, who is that guy? He was driving a Lafayette and is worth at least a few $100 million. Zhang Yan and Li Qiuhong said sourly, their hearts were envious and jealous. Chen Yiner, who was usually mocked by herself, had found a prince charming. Then look at yourself, you are looking for a bit of money of a bad old man, sometimes you are forced to call your father. It's true that people are more angry than each other. I'm an ordinary friend." Chen Yiner smiled slightly, deliberately aggravated the tone of the word friend. Che, who believed nah, all call his name phone contact, but also ordinary friends. Zhang Yan had a look of disbelief. Here is the South City Art Academy, there is only money and flesh, the most essential transaction. Ini, since you said that Zhang Chen and you are ordinary friends, then his contact information to me. Li Qiuhong said in a tone of discussion. You can't even cope with one of them, but you still want to step on 2 boats? Zhang Yan rolled her eyes and said to Chen Yiner in an almost pleasing tone, Yiner, give me the contact information, I'm in good health, the two can afford it, and I definitely won't treat you poorly after the success. Chen Yiner looked at the two roommates with a wary face, holding her cell phone tightly, as if she was a small child afraid of being robbed of her toys. Forget it, Zhang Chen doesn't like to add strangers as friends, let's talk about it later when we have the chance to meet. Chen Yiner politely refused, secretly making up her mind in her heart. Zhang Chen was young and golden, with a handsome appearance, a living perfect male god. This kind of person would definitely be sought after by women, and he himself must grasp the opportunity, or at the very least, force a place by his side. After a day of shopping at the car show and sending Chen Yiner back to school, the time had already reached 8 p.m. Zhang Chen looked at the time and was ready to go straight home to rest. On the way home, Zhang Chen but saw a street with bright lights and neon flashes. Hanhai Bar Street was the place that best represented the nightlife of the southern city. The people who came here were both rich and wealthy people looking for passion, as well as urban white-collar workers who were venting their work pressure. This is a paradise for young people. Brother, sister, I'm drunk, can you send me home? Brother, you take me out for a ride, I promise to make you comfortable. Zhang Chen just drove into a bar street and attracted a crowd of beautiful women. There are a lot of bold directly up to take the initiative to accost, deeply pull down the collar, constantly rubbing the car window, to Zhang Chen to show their own capital. But Zhang Chen and Hao will look at the sultry roadside goods, just honk the horn to signal, let it leave. What's the point of rubbing, in case the car's paint is rubbed off, sleeping for a year for nothing is not enough to compensate for the damage. Zhang Chen continued to move forward less than 100 meters, but noticed a short-haired girl wearing a white jersey and tight jeans waved at him. Regardless of her temperament and face value, this girl was not even close to Chen Yiner. Pretty girl, is there something wrong? Zhang Chen slowly stopped the car and lowered the window. It's the first time I've seen a real Laffa car, can you let me go up and have a seat? The girl slightly inclined head, the corner of the mouth a bend, to show white baby tiger teeth, smile like a cell phone wallpaper is beautiful. The beauty has spoken, how dare I not follow? Zhang Chen joked, and then let the girl get into the car. The surrounding bar girls who still want to look for opportunities have disappointedly shook their heads and left. Get acquainted, my name is Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui got into the car and brightly extended her hand to Jiang Chen. What a coincidence, my name is Jiang Chen, we were in the same family 500 years ago. Jiang Chen only felt that the name Jiang Shui sounded very familiar, but for a moment he could not remember, and had no choice but to temporarily put this problem behind him. How much did you pay for this car? I heard someone say that this car's purchase qualification is extremely difficult to obtain, money you're not necessarily able to buy. Jiang Shui looked around the Laffa interior, casually asked. The car is a very popular car in the world, and it is a very popular car in the world. Jiang Chen replied bluntly. More than $30 million bought in passing? The landlord Jiang Shui looked at Jiang Chen with surprise, she hadn't thought that the young man in front of her would be so rich. There weren't many rich generation in the entire South China Sea who could take out $32 million to buy a car, not to mention the rich second generation. Just to satisfy personal preferences, making money is not for enjoyment. Jiang Chen waved his hand and replied modestly. By the way, I have some friends in the bar, do you want to go in together to finish playing? Jiang Shui issued an invitation. Anyway, it's fine at night, it's nothing to go in and play for a while. Jiang Chen looked at the time and agreed, directly turning the car into the bar. Sir, this way please. After seeing Rafa, the bar's security guard hurriedly took the no parking warning sign on the parking space closest to the entrance to one side. Generally, large entertainment venues would choose to leave the eye-catching parking spaces for some luxury cars to park, firstly, to facilitate guarding, and secondly, to grow the facade. If Jiang Chen was driving a Wuling Hongguang today, sorry, please use the back door. The parking space where Jiang Chen parked was the first one at the entrance, and the 4 spaces behind it were all empty, looking very eye-catching. This parking space has never been parked, even my 458 is not allowed to park, you are still the first. Jiang Shui said enviously. When Jiang Chen heard this, he couldn't help but twist his head in surprise and look at Jiang Shui. Ferrari 458, I didn't expect it to be a rich second generation. Chapter 63 $2 million meet and greet gift. Jiang Chen walked into the bar, and the wild DJs instantly surged over from all directions, all of them intoxicated and forgetting to twist their bodies. The entire bar washed with an impulsive hormonal odor. My friends are in the VIP room on the second floor, let's go up first. Against the ear-shattering DJ, Jiang Shui pressed against Jiang Chen's ear and said loudly. In order to prevent getting separated from Jiang Chen, Jiang Shui simply pulled up Jiang Chen's hand directly. Walking up to the second floor, Jiang Shui walked to a box with room number 666 and pushed the door in. Inside the box was quite a bit cleaner than the hall, and in the slightly ear-shattering DJ sound, 8 rich second-generation people dressed in fancy clothes were gathering together, playing a guessing game. Everyone stop for a moment, this young lady has brought you a new friend. Jiang Shui turned off the stereo and clapped her hands, attracting the attention of all the rich second generation. Ciao! When these rich daughters burst out in unison after seeing Jiang Chen's appearance. Jiang Chen also couldn't help but flinch for a moment after seeing these rich second generation, and then faintly smiled. He didn't know whether it was because South City was too small or because fate was too marvelous, but Jiang Chen had already met them at the car show during the day. What, this is the friend that this young lady brought? Is it possible that you guys have a problem with it? Jiang Shui made a cold look, glared at the 8 rich second generation, continued, I give warning you guys, Jiang Chen can be more luxurious than you guys, even the car is Lafa. Jiang Shui said, she couldn't help but raise her head arrogantly, as if she was talking about herself. Sister Snow, do you remember that I just told you that there was a godly tycoon who spent $77 million on 2 luxury cars at the Red Valley Auto Show today? A rich second generation cried and laughed and said. Remember but I think that person should not be our South City people, our South City does not have so defeat rich second generation. Jiang Shui replied in an unclear manner. Jiang Shui is a girl, on the car is not too interested, the only one Ferrari 458 is her father gave her adult gift. When she learned that someone had thrown away $77 million to buy a car at the Red Valley Auto Show today, her first reaction was shock, and her second reaction was to call her a loser. $77 million to buy clothes and bags, it does not smell out. That Sister Shui, the godly man I'm talking about is Jiang. That rich second generation also did not think that Jiang Shui would directly call Jiang Chen a loser, very embarrassed to explain. In addition to this $32 million worth of Lafa, brother Jiang also additionally purchased a $45 million limited edition Rolls-Royce. What? Jiang Shui was shocked, slowly turned her head to look at Jiang Chen, incredulously asked, Jiang Chen, what they said is true? Jiang Shui was just looking at Jiang Chen driving a luxury car and being relatively handsome, so she intended to make a friend. But she didn't expect that she had pulled a billionaire with her hand. The most crucial thing was, I think she was just saying that Jiang Chen was a loser. Well, I'm that loser rich second generation you're talking about. Jiang Chen nodded slightly with a smile on his face. After confirming Jiang Chen's identity, a blush instantly crept onto Jiang Shui's cheeks. The appealing big sister actually blushed. Brother Jiang, much wealth and billions of watches, flat billions of people, it's hard for a woman to resist What are you talking about? Big sister has never worshipped gold. In my opinion, she is moved by Jiang's good looks. Brother Jiang, Sister Shui has never taken the initiative to bring a man into our circle, you're the first. Seize the opportunity. After seeing the always free-spirited Jiang Shui, who was blushing, the 8 second-generation tycoons took advantage of the opportunity to flirt with her. All give this lady shut up. Jiang Shui slammed her face and coldly drank in mock seriousness. Only in that 2 cheeks red haze under the reflection, Jiang Shui instead of showing half serious, but is to appear more and more seductive. Again, it was exchanged for a burst of flirting from the crowd. Jiang Shui looked at the usual diehard so do not give face, pick up a cup of wine, deliberately changed the topic said, that, I first mentioned a cup. Brother Jiang, from today onwards we are friends, in the future in the southern city encountered things, no matter how big or small, as long as in brothers say hello, absolutely to do. Brother Jiang, a few brothers toast to you. These rich kids aren't just cuties. Naturally, they wouldn't miss the chance to make friends with Jiang Chen, and they raised their glasses and drank it all. Dry. If people respect me, I respect them. Jiang Chen is not a person of ink, immediately returned a cup. Just as the crowd put down on being, and this group of rich daughters wanted to find Jiang Chen to climb into conversation, the door of the private room was once again opened. A young man came uninvited. This person's face was white and bearded, and he was wearing a famous brand, not unlike the rich second generation in the box. Magic City's Mr. Chen was in the next box, asking Miss Jiang to show her face and go over for a drink. This young man appeared to be inviting, but his words were filled with a flavor of command. Especially that condescending look made everyone in the box resentful. Who the hell are you? This is South City, not Magic City. If you want to pretend to be a pussy, go back to your lair. On Jiang Shue's side, a rich second generation was the first to hold back, pointing at the young man and cursing. Jiang Shui was their big sister and also represented the face of all the rich second generation in the entire South City. If Jiang Shui really went over to accompany the drinks, where would the face of the southern city's rich second generation go? Thank Mr. Chen for his kindness on my behalf. I'm not a good drinker, so if you have something to do, please make an appointment in advance through Jiang Group's customer service. Jiang Shui was not humble and politely refused. Snap! 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 That young man didn't have the slightest intention of getting angry, but clapped his hands. The sound of the private room was turned off, and 20 bar attendants entered in turn, each carrying 2 bottles of red wine with gold as the setting in their hands. But anyone who had come to Hanhai Bar would not be unfamiliar with this bottle of wine. Royal Salute. A bottle was placed right at the entrance of Hanhai Bar, extremely eye-catching. The single bottle's terrifying price of up to $50,000 made everyone's jaws drop. These 20 Royal Salutes are a welcome gift from Mr. Chen to Ms. Zhang. Please don't disdain it, Ms. Zhang. The young man had a smile on his face, but his eyes towards the group of Southern City's rich second generation were mixed with a bit of contempt. $1 million gift, you bunch of bumpkins will not have seen? A bunch of country bumpkins, open your eyes. Just as the young man expected, when the rich second generation in the box learned that the 40 bottles of Royal Salute was the meet and greet gift from that Mr. Chen, they all fell into silence. Comparing financial strength was an unspoken way of fighting among all the rich second generation. To have money is to be the boss. Then you have the right to speak. With the wealth of these rich daughters of South City, it was not difficult to take out $2 million. However, taking out $2 million as a meet and greet gift was something they were far from being able to do. That Magic City's Mr. Chen, before he even showed up, had trampled these rich second generation brothers under his feet. Chapter 64, the entire consumption tonight will be paid for by Mr. Jiang. No merit, no reward, this meet and greet gift is too expensive, please take it back for Mr. Chen. Jiang Shui coldly responded. Ms. Jiang, this is not right, to our status, send $2 million of meeting gift is not very normal, Mr. Chen this is still too much to send less it. The young man spread his hands, his attitude became more and more arrogant. A bunch of country bumpkins, $2 million of meeting gift feel expensive, really no worldly experience. You. Where had the southern city's rich second generation received this kind of insult, angrily pointing at the young man who had come to deliver the gift? However, one by one, they were unable to speak. Miss Jiang, please. The young man retreated to the doorway and slightly sidestepped and made a gesture of invitation to Jiang Shui. Now there were only 2 paths in front of the southern city's rich second generation. The first was to return the gift, and the second was to let Jiang Shui go to the next private room to accompany the wine. Gift for gift, once they received this meet and greet gift, they also had to return a gift worth $2 million. If that Mr. Chen came with bad intentions, he would definitely look for excuses to continue sending gifts, and the amount would be even larger. In case it was sent to the end, the South City rich daughters could not afford to pay it back, then it would be a shame for the adults. This gift, no matter what, could not be accepted. As for dodging, inside the rich second generation's dictionary, there was never this word. Good. I'd like to see who your Mr. Chen is. Seeing that things have come to this, Jiang Shui can only break the pot and intends to go to the next private room to accompany the wine. Sister Shui. You can't go. The rich second generation of Nanhai City instantly became anxious, scrambling to dissuade this Jiang Shui. That Magic City Chen Gongzi is clearly for Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui this go is not a sheep into the tiger's mouth. At that time, Jiang Shui was mooching a little bit of cheap as the best end. Think about it seriously. Unthinkable. Don't worry about it, Snow Sister what I have not seen the world, accompanied by a drink only, go to come. Jiang Shui took a deep breath, barely made a smile. But this time, Jiang Qin did not see those 2 cute little tiger teeth. Slowly. When Jiang Shui was about to walk out of the doorway of the private room, Jiang Chen suddenly opened his mouth. Go back and tell Mr. Chen, we'll take this wine. Jiang Chen can't accept it. Jiang Shui was also anxious at this moment. Jiang Chen walked to the door and pulled Jiang Shui back, giving the other party a look of just rest assured. Gift to gift, it's reasonable to say that Mr. Chen came all the way here and brought a gift with him, so we, as the hosts, should return the gift. However, I don't think that Mr. Chen will be able to see this gift money, so why don't we offer it to the guests of the entire bar to make them happy? How many tables are there in total at the Hanhai Bar? Jiang Chen was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly asked a waiter. Sir, counting the private rooms, there are a total of 200 tables, so the waiter replied truthfully. Let's do it this way, in order to show that South City welcomes Mr. Chen's arrival. Including the private rooms, there will be a bottle of Royal Salute on each of the 200 tables, and the money will be swiped from my card. Jiang Chen calmly handed over his bank card to the waiter, speaking without any hesitation. It was as if he was sending out a bunch of worthless cabbages, which was not important. A bottle of Royal Salute is $50,000. 200 bottles could be $10 million. After calculating the amount clearly, the entire box was a sound of sucking in cool air. This was a great gift worth $10 million. Compared to Jiang Chen, the $2 million sent by that Mr. Chen was like a child playing house. It didn't even count as a fart. He had just spent $77 million on a car during the day, and then $10 million on wine at night. In just one day's work, Jiang Chen had spent a small goal. Just how much money did Jiang Chen have? Even if his family had a bank, he couldn't afford to build it like this. For a while, speculations about Jiang Chen's identity were rife in the hearts of the southern city's rich second generation. Jiang Shui was also looking at Jiang Chen with a touched face at this moment, her eyes filled with little stars. Previously, Jiang Chen hadn't said anything until she was forced to accompany the wine, and only then did Jiang Chen take out $20 million. Jiang Chen was clearly standing up for her. A man would die for a friend who knows him, and a woman for a friend who knows her. How could Jiang Shui not be moved? I'm going to convey Mr. Zhang's message. I'll go and convey the goodwill of the gentleman. This young man said through gritted teeth, twisting his head as he walked away, his voice gloomy to the extreme. Seeing that he was about to complete Mr. Chen's mission, but at the final juncture, he killed out a Chang Bite Jean, and instantly held a grudge against Jiang Chen at that moment. He didn't suspect that there was no money in this card. With such a huge amount of money involved, the bar would definitely settle the bill before serving the drinks. At that time, if this card couldn't swipe out the money, Jiang Shui and the others would be even more humiliated. Doing things to the end, sending Buddha to the west, you go and inform the bar again, all the spending of the bar guests tonight will come out of this card. The young man just walked out not 2 steps, Jiang Chen added a knife. Looking at the young man's back as he fled in distress, Jiang Chen wore a cold smile on his face. The thing Jiang Chen was most unafraid of was competing for financial power. Ever since obtaining the system, Jiang Chen had been earning money even in the time it took to breathe. Money was just a string of numbers to Jiang Chen. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even if he was facing the richest man in the world, as long as he gave Jiang Chen time, Jiang Chen would be able to fight the other party into bankruptcy. $10 million? Isn't that just a day's pocket money? In box 888, the young man who had fled back in vain pushed his way in. Didn't I tell you to invite Jiang Shui? Where is he? The person who spoke was none other than the young man's mouthpiece, Mr. Chen Yuhao. As a disciple of the Chen family, Chen Yuhao was one of the heirs of the leading Magic City company, Baisher Group, and had an incomparably honorable status. Everywhere he went, everyone had to bow and then respectfully call out to him as Mr. Chen. Yesterday, Chen Yuhao happened to see Jiang Shui's photo from someone else's circle of friends, and was instantly attracted by Jiang Shui's beautiful smile and was amazed. So today, he led a group of friends to the South China Sea. He Chen Yuhao see on the things, has never escaped the country palm. What's more, the other party is only a small family's female family. As long as they casually throw over a sum of money, the other party will certainly obediently climb into bed. After inquiring, Chen Yuhao learned that Jiang Shui was having a small gathering at the Hanhai bar, and then that scene just happened. Mr. Chen, those turds don't put you in their eyes in the slightest, the young man bitterly described the matter. Before the words fell, a knock sounded on the door and a waiter walked into the box with a bottle of Royal Salute. This is a free gift from Mr. Next Door to all of you. The waiter placed the Royal Salute on the table and retreated. Looking at the Royal Salute on the table, Chen Yuhao, without saying a word, picked it up and directly smashed it on the ground. It seems that the people of this small place don't know how powerful I, Chen Yuhao, am. Chen Yuhao's eyes were shadowy and his voice was incomparably cold. However, right at this moment, the sound in the bar hall suddenly quieted down. Only to see the controlled DJ holding a microphone in his hand, standing tall on the DJ stage. All consumption in the bar tonight will be paid for by Mr. Jiang. Chapter 65, The Rich Kid from the Magic City. Damn it! Check for me, I want to see which god this Jiang is. Chen Yuhao looked through the one-way window at the crowd that had gone crazy in the hall, only feeling that he had been greatly insulted. As one of the heirs of the 100 World Group, he was flattered wherever he went, but he hadn't expected that he would fall head over heels in this southern city today. Chen Yuhao had just given away a Royal Salute worth $1 million, only to have Jiang Chen backhandedly give away a Royal Salute worth $10 million. Moreover, Jiang Chen had also directly chartered the entire Hanhai bar for tonight's consumption, completely cutting off his way to counterattack. What's the use of being rich? I can make you have no place to spend your money. Young master, I found out that Mr. Jiang's full name is Jiang Chen, and he's the one who threw away $77 million on 2 luxury cars at the Red Valley Auto Show today. Chen Yuhao's assistant finally found out the identity of Jiang Chen after asking around. Throwing $77 million to buy a car, plus more than $10 million spent at the Hanhai bar today, the surname Jiang spent $90 million in one day. After learning about Jiang Chen's spending for a day, Chen Yuhao realized how terrifying Jiang Chen's financial power was. With Chen Yuhao's status, it wasn't difficult to get $90 million, but the money had to be spent on the right things. If he dared to take $90 million to buy a car and go clubbing like Jiang Chen, his father would definitely break his legs. Young master, this time the group is letting you come to Nanhai City for your training. It's best not to make a mess at this juncture, or the board of directors side should talk about you again. The male assistant was afraid that Chen Yuhao would get angry and do something impulsive, and reminded him in a low voice. Strong dragons do not suppress snakes, not to mention that they are now facing a river dragon in their own territory. Humph. You go and pass a message to this young man right now, and say that I, Chen Yuhao, have written down this account. Chen Yuhao ordered the young man and then left Hanhai Bar in a rage. Tonight, the entire Hanhai Bar had been chartered by Jiang Chen, so it would be a futile joke if Chen Yuhao continued to stay. The young man directly barged into the box where Jiang Chen was. Why did you come back? Is there not enough wine to drink? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Jiang has already said that all the spending at Hanhai Bar today is on Jiang's head, so tell your family's young Master Chen not to be afraid of spending money, just order whatever you want. Does young Master Chen not know what wine is good to drink? Do you want me to order for him? The rich youngsters around Jiang Chen spoke out in mockery. They had just been squeezed by this young man, and now that they had managed to seize the opportunity to fight back, how could they let it go so easily? Humph. Mr. Chen said, he's keeping this account. If you guys offend Mr. Chen, you're quite offending the Chen group. The young man was taunted by the crowd, his face turned black for a while and white for a while, and after putting down a harsh sentence in anger, he directly slammed the door and left. This Chen Gongzi was actually someone from the Chen group. A rich second generation couldn't help but marvel out after learning about Chen Yuhao's identity. You know that Chen Gongzi? Jiang Chen asked rhetorically. Chen's group was the leader of the real estate development industry in Magic City, and it was said that half of the properties in Magic City were developed by Chen's group. Chen's group chairman Chen Hanxiao is a big man who always stays on the Hurui list. Listening to the other side, this Chen Gongzi should be Chen Hanxiao's son. The rich second generation replied. The original is engaged in real estate. Jiang Chen murmured. In recent years, the real estate industry was booming as property prices skyrocketed, and as a real estate developer in a super first-tier city like Mordor, the strength of the Chen group naturally went without saying. At the very least, it wasn't comparable to a quasi-first-tier city like South City. However, Jiang Chen didn't put that so-called Mr. Chen in his eyes in the slightest. So what if you're even more powerful? Big deal, I'll buy all the properties developed by your Chen group. Come on, drink. Jiang Chen raised his glass high. After a small half-day together, Jiang Chen had already mingled with these rich second generation. These rich second generation is just a little bit of childhood pampering out of a little bit of trouble, in addition to quite on Jiang Chen's appetite. Brother Jiang, let's toast to you. The 8 second generation tycoons all surrounded Jiang Chen and raised their glasses one after another. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's relief today, they would have lost their lives. Jiang Chen, I'm really sorry for causing you to spend more than $10 million, but don't worry, I'll definitely return this money to you in the future. Jiang Shui looked at Jiang Chen with an apologetic face and swore an assurance. But more than 10 million, don't take it to heart, just take it as me treating everyone to food and drink and spending it. Jiang Chen waved his hand without a care in the world and said. $10 million was just a day's income for Jiang Chen. Including Jiang Shui, all the rich second generation were suddenly speechless. Such trenchant words, they couldn't catch them at all. Raising their glasses, Jiang Chen and these rich daughters drank until the latter part of the night before dispersing. After Jiang Shui and Jiang Chen added a WeChat to each other, they said goodbye at the bar's entrance and waited until the Jiang family's driver picked Jiang Shui up before Jiang Chen took a car and returned home. Jiang Chen opened the car window and blew the cold wind. A drunkenness instantly surged to his head. In a daze, Jiang Chen only felt that someone was helping him back home, and then he passed out. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen endured a drunken headache and opened his eyes with great difficulty, only to find that he was already lying in bed. Mr. Jiang, you're awake. Hurry up and drink the porridge. Drinking wine on an empty stomach is not good for the body. Just at this moment, Li Wanqing tied her apron and walked in with a bowl of rice porridge. I didn't expect that a big beauty like you would still cook. Jiang Chen said as he took the rice porridge and slowly took a sip. It's quite fragrant. Just as Jiang Chen was drinking the porridge, his cell phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, it was a prestige message from Jiang Shui. Jiang Chen, hurry up and look at the news headlines. The matter of Hanhai Bar is spreading like crazy. Jiang Chen opened the headlines after seeing the message from Jiang Shui, and found that the entire page was almost swept by the news that he had bagged the Hanhai Bar last night. However, it was a good thing that no one had been informed of Jiang Chen's identity at that time, so the news had replaced it with the titles Mysterious Rich Man and Mr. Jiang. For Jiang Chen's behavior, the online comments could be said to be anything. There were those who knelt and hugged their thighs as a pendant, there were those who were envious and jealous, and there were also quite a few self-proclaimed righteous people who stood on the moral high ground and condescendingly criticized Jiang Chen's wasteful behavior. In response to this, Jiang Chen just smiled in disbelief. Cowardice in reality and heavy-handedness on the internet, said this kind of keyboard warrior. Chapter 66. Men are either long or have specialties. After having breakfast, Jiang Chen first came to the Hanhai bar parking lot to pick up his car, then drove to the South City Manpower Market. Yesterday, if he wasn't lucky, Jiang Chen almost couldn't get a car and froze outside all night. After yesterday's lesson, today Jiang Chen decided to find a driver no matter what. Look at those rich kids, one phone call and there's a special car to pick them up. Then look at himself, he had to take a taxi when he was drunk, and he had to come back and drive when he sobered up. It seemed that in some aspects, there was still a big gap between himself and the real tycoons. Jiang Chen sighed with emotion and then drove into the South City Manpower Market. Jiang Chen's front foot had just stepped into the Manpower Market, and a market manager greeted him at the back foot. There was no way around it, after all, the Lafa that Jiang Chen was driving was too dazzling, and he couldn't even be noticed if he didn't want to. I don't know what's your name, sir? The market manager welcomed Jiang Chen into the office. His attitude can be said to be very polite. I want to find a driver. Jiang Chen took a look at the personnel manager's license plate and directly stated his intention. I don't know what Mr. John's requirements are for a driver. The personnel manager took a pen and paper, intending to record. I just have 2 requirements, the first is to drive steadily, and the second is to be a good fighter. Jiang Chen stated his requirements. Jiang Chen's requirements were actually not high, it could be said that it was simple to the extreme. There were a lot of rich people's drivers who were also moonlighting as bodyguards. What's more, they also required gender, appearance, and so on, all sorts of strange requirements. I wonder how much salary Mr. Jiang intends to pay? The personnel manager asked. Well, first tentatively set a monthly salary of 100,000. Performance is good and then upgrade. Want the horse to run, to give the horse to eat grass. For this point of salary, Jiang Chen has never been stingy. Monthly salary of 100,000, good, I'm here. The personnel manager recorded halfway, the pen in his hand suddenly stopped, incredulously repeating the inquiry, Mr. Jiang, are you saying a monthly salary of 100,000? If he hadn't seen Jiang Chen driving a Latha, the personnel manager would have thought that Jiang Chen had come here to deliberately mess things up. With a monthly salary of 100,000, it was impossible for some returnee students to get such a high salary package. What's the problem? Jiang Chen asked rhetorically. No problem, since Mr. Jiang is offering such a high salary, I'm sure there must be some requirements for gender and appearance. The personnel manager pondered for a moment, then came to a realization and made a look like I understand everything. In the past, he had encountered such a rich man who directly offered tens of thousands of dollars per month, specifying that he was looking for a good-looking female driver. As for the reason for this, it can only be understood not to say, after all, the car seat is a bed once put down. I am looking for a serious male driver. Jiang Chen said word for word, extremely solemn. I'm sorry Mr. Jiang, it's because I'm overthinking it, I'll go and arrange it for you right away. The personnel manager apologized repeatedly and left without a moment's effort before returning to the office with a team of interviewees. Jiang Chen took a rough look, no less than 30 people. I don't know if the personnel manager didn't understand what Jiang Chen meant, but 2 of the 30 people were female drivers. High heels, fishnet stockings, and a head of big waves. 7 points for the posture, 9 points for the dress. A random gesture could evoke a person's desire to drive. However, Jiang Chen and Chen Yiner, Jiang Shui level of beauty contact more these days, the vision has also improved a lot, for these rely on heavy makeup women really cannot raise interest. Mr. Jiang, these people all want to apply for your driver. The personnel manager said to Jiang Chen. I don't want to be below 1 meter 8, and I don't want to be a woman. Jiang Chen casually said 2 requirements and sifted down 2/3 of the applicants. Jiang Chen's height is 1 meter 8, if you find the driver is too low, the 2 stand together. People who do not understand also thought that Jiang Chen is a driver. As for why don't want a female, Jiang Chen now only want a ride, don't want to drive. Continued, who among you has experience in driving a luxury car, stand out. As soon as the words fell, 4 people stood out. Okay, you 6 can go now. Jiang Chen said to the remaining 6. Mr. Jiang, can you give me a chance, I can learn anything, I really need this job. Just then, a voice came out from the eliminated group. Jiang Chen looked at the voice and saw a strong man standing in place. The strong man's clothes had been washed white, as for the accessories like watches that could boost the image were none, looking very poor and downtrodden. However, what surprised Jiang Chen the most was that Jiang Chen actually felt an inexplicable danger from this strong man. Especially that pair of big copper bell eyes that flashed a fierce light from time to time. It was a ruthless character. This kind of person was born to be an excellent candidate to be a bodyguard. Jiang Chen felt a love for talent after seeing the fierce light in this strong man's eyes. With this fierce little look in his eyes and a pestle in place, who in general would dare to approach? With this kind of person as a bodyguard, not to mention the strength, at least the face is in place. If you're rich, you need to have a face. Tell me, what's your name, what's your specialty? Jiang Chen asked a rhetorical question. If a man wants to stand out in society, he either has to be long or have specialties. Report Mr. Jiang, my name is Li Hu, special skills words. The strong man hesitated for a moment and then returned in a serious manner. Report boss, I can skillfully operate all kinds of hot and cold weapons, and I can also simply fly a combat helicopter. Jiang Chen. Other applicants. Where the hell did this ferry come from? We're recruiting car drivers here, brother, are you on the wrong battlefield? Mr. Jiang, truth be told, I used to be a mercenary abroad for more than 10 years, and over time I learned to simply fly combat helicopters. Li Hu was afraid that Jiang Chen did not believe. His hands directly lifted up the back of the shirt, revealing a back full of scars. All kinds of knife scars and bullet scars superimposed on each other, especially using eye-catching. Mr. Jiang, these scars are from the battlefield. Looking at Li Hu's back full of scars, Jiang Chen then suddenly realized why he felt danger from him. Perhaps this was what people often said, a killing aura honed between life and death. It was even possible that Li Hu had dabbled in human life on top of foreign battlefields. There are some things that can't be disguised and at the same time can't be covered up. Okay, you're it. $100,000 a month, food and shelter, plus extra pay for good behavior. Jiang Chen immediately made the decision to hire Li Hu. This kind of talent can be encountered but not sought. With such a smooth environment in the country, simply cannot find this kind of person. As for driving skills, there was no need to consider it at all. Even those who flew in the sky could play, not to mention those who ran on the ground. The rest of the applicants in the sea unobtrusively who head surprisingly so big, even in the face of 100,000 monthly salary, do not dare to compete with Li Hu for this position. In case of anger this kind of person, I am afraid that I have a life to receive a salary, no life to spend off. Chapter 67 Beauty, about? Half an hour later, Jiang Chen drove the Lafa, under the protection of 26 Audi A6s, slowly drove into Victory Square. Li Shouzhong, the person in charge of Victory Plaza, got the news that Jiang Chen was coming in advance, and didn't dare to be slow at all, and early on made a special parking space for the fleet. Make way for all of them. Li Shouzhong pointed at the rows of empty parking spaces and kept directing the pedestrians passing by. At this time, it was the end of the day. The office workers in the surrounding office buildings were planning to go downstairs to eat. It was the time when there were many people. When these people saw the black Audi fleet, they subconsciously avoided it, and gathered their eyes on the Lafa in the middle of the Audi fleet. A little bit of red from the black, without much thought, the owner of this convoy is in the Lafayette. The Audi fleet neatly parked in the special parking space. 26 bodyguards wearing black suits got off first. The 26 bodyguards stood with their feet parallel to their shoulders, their hands behind their backs, and their heads held high. Standing there alone, they gave off a huge pressure like a mountain range pressing down on them. Instantly, the crowd of onlookers fell silent, not even daring to utter a single breath. There were also a few people who were planning to take pictures who quietly put away their cell phones for fear of attracting the attention of these black-clothed strong men. Mr. Jiang, Victory Square is here. Li Hu jogged all the way to the door of Jiang Chen's Lafa, leaned down and pressed himself against the car window, and said respectfully. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. He had to say that Li Hu was thoughtful. He drove the Lafa all the way. Even if Li Hu didn't say anything, Jiang Chen knew that the convoy had reached Victory Square. But after Li Hu saw a hole, the sense of ceremony is up, the compulsion instantly pulled full. Processing capital, this kind of understanding of the boss's heart of the staff must be processed. Aha! Jiang Chen slowly opened the scissor door. Li Hu hurriedly put his hand on the doorframe to prevent Jiang Chen from touching his head. When Li Shouzhong saw Jiang Chen get off the car, he hurriedly greeted him, but before he could get within 10 steps of Jiang Chen, he was stopped by 2 bodyguards. Mr. Jiang, it's me, Li Shouzhong. Li Shouzhong looked at the bodyguards who were a head taller than himself. With a body as sturdy as a door panel, he didn't dare to barge in at all, and could only give a greeting from afar. Jiang Chen nodded, and only then did the 2 bodyguards release him. Mr. Jiang, you're so dignified. Li Shouzhong jogged all the way to Jiang Chen, looking at the 26 bodyguards with cold expressions. He held back for half a day and didn't know how to describe it, and in the end, he could only stretch out 2 thumbs. Ha, just a small scene. Jiang Chen modestly waved his hand, but the expression on his face was 1,000 times more complacent. Even with the car and the salary, Jiang Chen had smashed in more than $17 million. From this row, 17 million is worth it. At this time, Greenland Square was already full of people watching. Without Jiang Chen's deliberate command, 26 bodyguards took the initiative to split into 2 rows, hand in hand. In the crowd, a 3-meter-wide road leading to the elevator on the top floor of Greenland Tower was cleared out. If another red carpet was laid out, this was the rhythm of going to heaven. In the attention of the pedestrians on both sides, Jiang Chen walked into the elevator without a hitch, and Li Shouzhong, who was following him, quickly pressed the elevator button for the 36th floor. Li Hu and the other 26 bodyguards watched the elevator stop at the 36th floor before taking the elevator in the lobby and heading to the 35th floor, which had been renovated into a dormitory, to wait. When Li Hu and the others left, the surrounding crowd then let out a long breath of relief. My Chow, who was that young man just now? He's too powerful. No, just 26 bodyguards to that a pestle. I do not even dare to breathe. When I'm rich, I'll do the same thing. It's great. You can't even afford an Alto, and you want to buy an Audi? The crowd in the square was talking, and in a short while, the whole square learned a message. On the 36th floor of the Greenland Mansion, there was a big shot. Jiang Chen's purpose of coming to Greenland Mansion this time was mainly to take a look at the company's renovation. Stepping out of the elevator, the entire floor was already filled with renovation materials. Li Wanqing was holding the renovation design drawings and kept comparing them to the workers. Mr. Jiang, why are you here? It's too messy here, let's go downstairs and talk. After seeing Jiang Chen's arrival, Li Wanqing hurriedly put down the drawings and greeted him. It's okay, I just want to see how the decoration is going. Jiang Chen said. Mr. Jiang, the design drawings have been finalized, materials and workers have been in place. At most 2 months we'll be able to complete the renovation. Li Wanqing estimated and replied. The top floor of Greenland Mansion was 3,000 square meters, and without any partitions, it was equivalent to a small square. Plus, Jiang Chen's requirements for the decoration were very high, and he also had to decorate a few presidential suites, so 2 months was already the fastest speed. Need 2 months? Jiang Chen shook his head with some dissatisfaction. There was already less than a month before the renovation of the 27th Middle School District room, and it was necessary to get the company's facade up before then. At most 1 month, I want to see the company facade in a month. Jiang Chen ordered to Li Wanqing. Mr. Jiang, this is fine decoration. If we rush the work, it will definitely affect the decoration effect. Li Wanqing explained with some difficulty. Renovation is a delicate job, and if the 2-month construction period is shortened to 1 month, there will definitely be a lot of flaws. Then find a few more construction teams. I'm not dividing the company into 4 areas, then find 4 construction teams to start work at the same time. Jiang Chen said. Mr. Jiang, if you add 3 more construction teams, you'll have to spend at least double the renovation cost, Li Wanqing said in shock. The budget for the 36th floor's renovation was $3 million, of which only $1 million was spent on materials, and the big headache was $2 million on labor. If they followed Jiang Chen's method, they would have to spend at least another $2 million. I'll give you $3 million. Don't be afraid to spend money, what I want is speed. Jiang Chen said with a carelessness. $3 million was nothing to Jiang Chen. In the face of Jiang Chen's trenchant behavior, Li Wanqing was speechless. The company wouldn't be able to make this much profit if it opened a month earlier. It's a capricious thing to have money to do. You've been working all morning, you haven't eaten yet, let's go have a meal together. After making the arrangements, Jiang Chen invited Li Wanqing. When the boss opens his mouth, the employees run their legs. I still have to work overtime to find a construction team for you, so go eat by yourself first. Li Wanqing is also dedicated. Jiang Chen's front foot just finished arranging. Li Wanqing began to implement the contact new construction team. Okay, I'll give you a bonus at the end of the month. Jiang Chen encouraged, and then left the Greenland Mansion. Sitting in the Lafayette, Jiang Chen thought that there wasn't anything to do in the afternoon, so he opened the list of his prestige friends and casually scratched it with his eyes closed. Opening his eyes and looking at his finger stopping on Chen Yiner's prestige avatar, Jiang Chen directly sent a message over. Beauty, about? Chapter 68, The Schoolgirl's Best Friend. Nanhai Art College, Girls 306 Dormitory. Chen Yiner's cell phone rang, picking up the phone to see that it was Jiang Chen who sent the message. Beauty, about? Egu, Yiner, you have a situation. While Chen Yiner was reading the message, her best friend Shu Hui suddenly poked her head over. There were a total of 4 girls in the 306 dormitory, and Shen Yan and Li Qiuhong had gone to accompany their gold master last night. It was a fierce battle for a day and a night, and they hadn't come back yet. The remaining girl was Chen Yiner's only best friend, Shu Hui. No, Jiang Chen and I are just friends. Chen Yiner shook her head in the negative, but the blushing color of her face betrayed her. Mr. Jiang is also too direct, right? Come up to ask about it, do not take into account the feelings of others. Egu, face is red into a monkey's ass, not from the truth. Shu Hui said, directly use a set of white bone claws, while Chen Yiner pressed down on the bed, up and down. Don't message, Shu Hui, I'm wrong, I move is not good, you first let me return a message. Chen Yiner where can withstand this kind of offense, the posture of a soft will be defeated. I'll help you return the message. You are the treasure of our art academy, I have to keep an eye on you. Shu Hui grabbed Chen Yiner's cell phone and directly replied a message to Jiang Chen as she spoke. About. My bestie wants to tag along and hang out too. Victory Plaza, Jiang Chen directly instructed Li Hu after seeing Chen Yiner's reply, Tiger, go to the Red Valley Auto Show and drive my Rolls-Royce over. Half an hour later, Li Hu drove back with the Rolls-Royce Phantom Limited Edition Tranquility that Jiang Chen had just purchased yesterday. The person in charge of the car show was also intentional, and specially gave this Rolls-Royce an 88888, bombastic to the extreme license plate. After waiting for Li Hu to drive the Rolls-Royce over, Jiang Chen directly threw the Lafayette aside and drove towards the South City Arts Academy in the Rolls-Royce. As for the driver, of course it was Li Hu. The Rolls-Royce wasn't bought to be driven. As the saying goes, the one who drives a Rolls-Royce is not necessarily the boss, but the one who sits in a Rolls-Royce is definitely a tycoon. As for why Jiang Chen didn't drive a supercar that was full of character, he didn't see that the schoolgirl was still with him. Don't you see that the schoolgirl is still with her girlfriends? A two-seater supercar can only carry one girl. Jiang Chen drove and sat in the back row, letting Li Hu open the car stereo. Perfect soundproofing facilities will include all the noise of the engine outside the car only beyond that natural, original wild, and attractive sound echoing. Riding in a car is like listening to a concert. The life of the rich is to enjoy all the time, even going out in the car is no different. After cycling through sea and sky 4 times in a single song, the Rolls-Royce slowly stopped at the entrance of the South City Arts Academy. Through the car window, Jiang Chen saw from afar that Chen Yiner was standing at the entrance of the school. From time to time, Chen Yiner put her hand on her forehead and looked around against the sunlight, presumably waiting for him. Beside Chen Yiner, there stood a girl with shoulder-length hair and wearing a sky-blue long dress. In terms of looks alone, this girl might be slightly inferior to Chen Yiner. But with the addition of a famous brand and various expensive cosmetics, overall she could also rival Chen Yiner for a bit. The two of them stood hand in hand at the entrance of the South City Arts Academy, like a bright scenic line, attracting countless students to look at them. Things gathered in groups, and people were divided into groups, looking this good and standing together with Chen Yiner. Jiang Chen estimated that this girl was Chen Yiner's BFF. Li Hu got out of the car and walked to the rear door, bowing and opening it for Jiang Chen. "Yiner, over here." Jiang Chen got out of the car and waved at Chen Yiner from afar. "Shu Hui, he's Jiang Chen." After seeing Jiang Chen, Chen Yiner hurriedly led Shu Hui towards Jiang Chen. Walking closer, Shu Hui secretly sized up Jiang Chen. What a temperament! Shu Hui's eyes lit up, and when she saw that behind Jiang Chen was a Rolls-Royce parked behind him, as well as the chauffeur like Li Hu wearing a suit with sunglasses and white gloves, her little eyes were on fire. These days a man's money is king. Handsome and rich, this is called a male god. Brother Jiang, this is my best friend Shu Hui. When Chen Yiner introduced Shu Hui, she noticed that Jiang Chen was traveling in a Rolls-Royce this time. This car was most familiar to Chen Yiner when this car was sold to Jiang Chen through her hands. A luxury car plus a beautiful woman was hard for any man to resist. Chen Yiner and Shu Hui, two big beauties, stood next to the Rolls-Royce and instantly became the center of attention for everyone. In a short amount of time, the Rolls-Royce was surrounded by a lot of people. "Big brother, why does this Rolls-Royce look different?" In the crowd, someone who knew about cars noticed the unique shape of Jiang Chen's Rolls-Royce and couldn't help but ask in passing. "This Rolls-Royce Phantom Limited Edition Tranquility of Brother Jiang is worth $47 million. Chen Yiner deliberately raised her voice and smoothly took Jiang Chen's arm. "See, the owner of this Rolls-Royce worth $47 million is my Chen Yiner's man. From now on, who dares to say that I, Chen Yiner, am pretending to be noble? You can't even reach my man. Wow! This car is worth $47 million. Yesterday, I took a look at the automobile news, and on the first day of the Red Valley Auto Show, 2 luxury cars were sold, and one of them was this Rolls-Royce priced at $47 million. What a luxury car! Do you still need an errand boy?" After learning the price of this Rolls-Royce, the surrounding crowd instantly boiled over, taking out their cell phones and scrambling to take pictures. This was a Rolls-Royce worth $47 million, the luxury car of luxury cars. The pretender of the circle of friends. Ah! There are many people here, get on the car first. In order to prevent someone from taking advantage of the chaos to dip into the 2 girls, Jiang Chen directly brought the 2 girls into the car. The 2 girls were one on each side. Jiang Chen sat in the center and smoothly placed his arm on the shoulders of the 2 girls. The left and right side of the car. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered Chen Yiner's introduction, the rear seats could be laid flat as a bed. Tick-tock. Li Hu started the car and honked the horn twice. In passing, he pressed the button on the center control panel. Only to see a piece of fogged glass rising between the front compartment and the rear compartment, and the curtains on the rear windows automatically closed. The back row of the Rolls-Royce was like a small, airtight room, and if Jiang Chen wanted to do something, he couldn't be seen outside at all. The surrounding crowd didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly flashed out a path for Jiang Chen. This is a $47 million Rolls-Royce, a piece of paint is enough to fight for a year. Seeing Jiang Chen leave with the 2 girls, the surrounding crowd was overwhelmed with emotion. Rich people are married, no money can only be witnessed. Ah. Chapter 69, Luxury Cars Pact. "Mr. Jiang, I still have 25 brothers who returned to China together." Li Hu wanted to speak but stopped, thinking of his own brothers are still suffering in the construction site, so he summoned up the courage to continue to ask, "I do not know Mr. Jiang is still short of manpower? Are those 25 brothers the same as you?" Jiang Chen had a new idea in his mind after learning that Li Hu still had comrades. The tycoons all had convoys when they went out, so they couldn't afford to drag their feet. Well, Li Hu's comrades all summoned, 26 ferocious big man, 1 person a car. Then click to the car door, that one stop. That scene, that aura. In the future, when you encounter a domineering rich kid like Mr. Chen, where else can you use money to hit your face? 26 big men, a set of military boxing, guaranteed to beat even his mother, do not know. Yes, 26 of us were discharged from the military at the same time, and our strengths are not comparable. Li Hu replied. You call them in, I'll take a look first. Jiang Chen ordered. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, I'll contact them now. Li Hu wasn't stupid, he understood Jiang Chen's intention in a flash, and after thanking him, he hurriedly pulled out his cell phone to make a call. Without a moment's effort, 25 burly men in sweatshirts and helmets, looking like civilian laborers, arrived at the talent market. These 25 strong men, like Li Hu, revealed an inexplicable ruthlessness all over their bodies. Mr. Jiang, these are my 25 brothers, take a look. Li Hu brought the 25 men in front of Jiang Chen while ordering, attention. Click. The 25 people were neatly organized, and with just one stomp, they showed a stern aura. Not bad, $30,000 a month, those who want to do it stay, those who don't want to do it go. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction, this kind of movement and momentum can't be practiced overnight. Mr. Jiang good. Together with Li Hu, the 26 mercenaries greeted in unison, and all of them stayed and signed a labor agreement with Jiang Chen. Li Hu, there's 100,000 in this card, password 66, you go and get 2 black suits for the brothers first. Jiang Chen is not worried that Li Hu will take the money and run away, directly through the other party a bank card. If Li Hu can't even tell the difference between a full meal and a full meal, this kind of IQ bodyguard is not wanted. Mr. Jiang, this is too expensive. Li Hu was a bit overwhelmed as he held the bank card. He hadn't thought that Jiang Chen would trust him so much, and after only being together for less than half an hour, he dared to give him so much money. Take it if you're told to, I'm not in the habit of taking back what I've given away. Since you guys have been soldiers, you should know to obey orders. Jiang Chen said to Li Hu in a commanding tone. Aye. Li Hu immediately saluted at Jiang Chen, and his heart was even more secretly determined. In the future, he would definitely not let down Mr. Jiang's good intentions. Jiang Chen first dialed Li Wanqing's phone and asked her to charter the floor below the company as a dormitory for the 26 bodyguards. Then he dialed Zhang Wenwen's number again. Wenwen, I want to buy a car, the phone dialed and Jiang Chen said bluntly. Brother Jiang, you just spent more than $70 million yesterday, and you want to buy a car today? Zhang Wenwen was shocked and her voice was raised by more than 10 decibels. This time, I'll buy a cheaper car, an Audi A6. Jiang Chen thought for half a day, finally decided to give Li Hu and other people equipped with the most business atmosphere, forming a fleet of the most dignified Audi A6. Zhang Wenwen was speechless for a while, more than 400,000 yuan car is still cheap, I'm afraid only Jiang Chen can say this. Brother Jiang, we have a new A6 in the store, you directly come over to pick up the car on the line. Zhang Wenwen said back. I want to buy a package, buy 26 at a time, all want the top match. Jiang Chen said. A top-of-the-line Audi S6 will cost at least $650,000, 26 of them. Zhang Wenwen only felt that her brain was not enough, she took the computer and did the math, looking at the 8 digits on the digital display screen, she was unable to react for a long time. Jiang, you wait a moment, I will help you contact other 4S points, see if you can transfer over a few A6. Zhang Wenwen quietly returned a sentence, hung up the phone, then began to contact other 4S stores. After a day of deployment, it was only in the evening that Wenwen Zhang called Jiang Chen and asked him to go to the Glory 4S store to pick up the car. When Jiang Chen led Li Hu and a group of other bodyguards to the Glory 4S store, 26 black Audi A6s were neatly arranged in a row. As far as the eye could see, it looked like a long black dragon, extremely spectacular. Store manager Wu Guohua led all the employees to form a welcoming team, and after seeing Jiang Chen's arrival, they hurriedly greeted him. That attitude was simply more intimate than seeing one's own father. With a large order of $16 million, he could take at least $500,000 in commission. These days, except for loan sharks, even your own father may not be able to give you $500,000. Mr. Jiang, here are 26 new Audi A6s for you, please take a look. Wu Guohua bowed and accompanied Jiang Chen with a respectful attitude. In Wu Guohua's eyes, Jiang Chen was undoubtedly a god of wealth. The first time he purchased a Lamborghini Hurricane worth more than $4 million at the Glory 4S store, and this time he wholesaled 26 Audi A6s, bringing Wu Guohua a small $1 million commission in 2 times. Must be served well. In the future, this will be your assigned car, one person will pick one, and drive away if there are no problems. Jiang Chen waved his hand and ordered Li Hu and the others. What the hell? Spending $16 million on 26 Audi A6s just to give them to his bodyguards? Wu Guohua looked back at the A4 he had saved so hard to buy. He had worked hard for half of his life, but in the end, he was not as good as a bodyguard. Under the gazes of all the 4S store employees who were both shocked and envious, Li Hu and the others picked a car and sat on it, starting to inspect the vehicle. 5 minutes later, the vehicle inspection was completed. 26 bodyguards with sunglasses and wearing black suits stood neatly outside the main driver's door. This momentum, this platoon. $16 million well spent. Jiang Chen nodded with extreme satisfaction, then handed his bank card to Zhang Wenwen and asked her to settle the bill. Congratulations, Mr. Jiang, on the 26 Audi A6s. After the handover ceremony, Wu Guohua took out his cell phone and ran 20 meters away before he photographed all 26 Audi A6s in front of him. Go! With Jiang Chen's order, 26 Audi S6s started in turn, adding Jiang Chen's Lafarge in the center, forming a long black line towards Greenland Mansion. Wu Guohua watched Jiang Chen leave, and then took out his cell phone to send the photos taken to his circle of friends. Congratulations to Mr. Jiang, happy to mention Audi A6. Glory 4S store, one of the top 4S stores in the southern city. Looking at the last congratulations on Jiang Chen's happy mention of the Lamborghini Hurricane, Wu Guohua always felt that something was missing, and after half a day of thinking, he slapped his thighs and added the 4 big words of 26 cars to it. Chapter 70 Bubble Girl Cost. Shu Hui sat on the soft seat, looking at the crystal dazzling interior, listening to the soul of the car music, a long time failed to return to God. At this moment, Shu Hui's head kept echoing Chen Yiner's words. This Rolls-Royce was a Phantom limited edition, worth $47 million. With a slight side glance, she looked at the handsome-looking Jiang Chen sitting beside her. Shu Hui couldn't help but think of the boyfriend who drove an Audi A4, who wanted to take himself to eat $6 of spicy hot pot every day, who only bought 1 rose for a Valentine's Day, and who was stingy to the extreme. Shu Hui instantly sour. The same are all boyfriends, why the gap is so big? You know how to send flowers on New Year's Day, so why don't you send wine? If I don't get drunk, you won't have a chance. Where should we go? Jiang Chen asked, turning his head toward Chen Yiner. Jiang brother, you decide just fine, I go wherever. Chen Yiner replied in a very reserved manner. Jiang Chen wanted to let Li Hu drive to the hotel, playing a stone 2 birds. But on second thought, thinking that doing so wouldn't be in line with his temperament, he stopped for the time being. What's more, it was still daytime, so going to a hotel wouldn't be easy. Just as Chen Yiner was talking, an extremely discordant gurgling sound rang out. The two of them followed the sound and Shu Hui rubbed her stomach in extreme embarrassment. Mr. Yi Jiang, I'm sorry to make you laugh, Yiner, and I haven't eaten at noon. Shu Hui explained, the implication being that I want to go eat first. It's just as well that I haven't eaten either, I'll take you guys out for Western food. Jiang Chen said he had originally planned to take Li Wanqing to eat with him, but it turned out that Li Wanqing didn't have time, so Jiang Chen hadn't eaten until now. Mr. Yi Jiang, how can this be a good idea to make you break the bank? Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Chen Yiner still wanted to be polite, but Shu Hui directly agreed. Shu Hui knew the rich extremely well. The tycoons are rarely polite, and when they say they will treat you to dinner, they mean it, and there is absolutely no humility. If Chen Yiner was too reserved, she would instead thin Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen spared a glance at Shu Hui, not realizing that this woman was quite scheming. But Jiang Chen didn't care, picking up girls was like farming. You have to invest first before you can reap the rewards. Jiang Chen thought as such in his heart, so he asked Li Hu to speed up the car and rush towards Wangfujing Commercial Street. Under Jiang Chen's authorization, Li Hu drove the Rolls-Royce and stopped in front of a Western restaurant. After seeing the shiny Statue of Liberty on the front of the car, the restaurant's doorman hurriedly commanded to park in the most eye-catching parking space. Getting out of the car, Chen Yiner and Shu Hui took Jiang Chen's left arm and right arm and walked into the Western restaurant. At this time, it was the middle of the day and it was a crowded time, and there were quite a few guests in the Western restaurant. When these guests saw Jiang Chen alone with 2 extremely good-looking girls, they all revealed a look of envy. This was the real winner of life. Take us to the private room. Looking at the surrounding men's green eyes, Jiang Chen said to the waiter, Sir, this way please. The waiter hurriedly brought Jiang Chen into the private room. After the 3 of them were seated, Jiang Chen placed the menu in front of the 2 women. Mr. Jiang, it's better for you to order. The 2 women were staggered when they saw the prices of the dishes on the menu and said in unison. On the menu, the cheapest thing was $10 for a cup of pure water. Other than that, all the dish prices started at 3 digits. As for caviar and foie gras, which were highly symbolic and noble foods, one serving was even thousands of dollars, and the 2 sisters didn't even dare to look at it. Okay, then let me order it. Jiang Chen is not clear about the taste of the 2 girls, simply ordered 10 salads in a row, said, I ordered these, do not want the rest of the same to 3. By the way, does your restaurant have Latour red wine? Jiang Chen asked. Sir, yes, there is. The waiter nodded repeatedly and responded. 1 more bottle of Latour red wine with the longest vintage. Jiang Chen continued to order. Most of the red wines on the market were being fresh and easy to drink, and the wineries produced them just to allow consumers to drink them as soon as possible in the shortest possible time. The best drinking period for this kind of red wine is generally about 5 years, and beyond this period, the taste will gradually decline. However, like Latour, Lafite, O'Brien and other top wineries in the world, the red wines they produce are all carefully plowed and crafted works of art. The significance of brewing this kind of wine is for collection. Taste the history of red wine and the aging. Well, this is the way to order food in the style of a god. Mr. Jiang, you ordered so much, we can't finish it. Chen Yiner was instantly impressed by Jiang Chen's handiwork. Western restaurants were most famous for only 2 kinds of food, one was steak and the other was red wine. When she was just looking through the dishes, Chen Yiner noticed that the first line on the first page of the menu was labeled Latour red wine. The 1985 Latour red wine was priced at 18,888 renminbi. It's fine, it's rare to eat Western food once, so try them all. Jiang Chen closed the menu and handed it to the waiter. When I had no money, I couldn't afford to eat Western food, and when I had money, I didn't have the time to eat, so today I had a rare opportunity to try them all. As for whether or not he could finish the meal, it was completely out of Jiang Chen's consideration. He had the money to pay the bill and that was it. In a short while, the waiter brought the first plate to the table, which was often referred to as the appetizer. Since Jiang Chen had ordered the entire menu, the appetizers alone were served with 3 kinds of caviar, foie gras and creamy chicken pastry. Jiang Chen and the 2 sisters each had 3 plates in front of them. Wow, this black pearl is the legendary caviar? This foie gras looks so delicious. After seeing the French cuisine on the table, the 2 girls coincidentally took out their cell phones and then clicked a shot. The whole process of sending friend circles and microblogs was like flowing water. Jiang Chen was not interested in this set, and during the time that the 2 girls were taking pictures, he had already started picking up the cutlery to eat. If sitting across from the world's richest man or some celebrities, Jiang Chen might even take a photo together to enhance his taste. 2 girls and a table of food alone were not worth Jiang Chen's trouble. After finishing the appetizers, the waiter had brought up the rest of the dishes and red wine in turn, and in the midst of a very ceremonial service, Jiang Chen and the 2 girls tasted all the dishes. After finishing the meal, Jiang Chen swiped his card to settle the bill. Shu Hui frequently twisted her head to look at Chen Yiner, who had a happy face first, and her heart became more and more sour. If she hadn't dipped into Chen Yiner's light today and relied on her stingy boyfriend, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to eat this kind of food in her next life. If my boyfriend was Jiang Chen, how good would it be? Looking at Jiang Chen's flowing card swiping movements, Shu Hui's eyes were a bit infatuated. Chapter 71, Don't buy the right one, only the expensive one. We ordered so many dishes, we must have spent a lot of money. Shu Hui couldn't help but lament. In addition to the red wine being more expensive, 18,888 a bottle, all these dishes added up to less than $20,000. Jiang Chen glanced at the UnionPay small ticket paper in his hand. The consumption amount was 38,600 yuan. Western restaurants emphasize on refinement, although Jiang Chen ordered a lot of dishes, but in fact the portion is not much. Just less than 20,000? For Jiang Chen's answer, Chen Yiner had gotten used to it after more experience, but Shu Hui was astonished and staggered at this time. Counting the red wine, a meal cost 30,000, and that's still not too much. We don't understand the consumption concepts of the rich. After settling the bill, Jiang Chen took the 2 girls out of the Western restaurant. During this time, Shu Hui had been looking down at her cell phone. Just so much effort to eat, her circle of friends had already exploded, and various friends' comments directly exceeded 99. Wow, Shu Hui, what a sumptuous lunch you had. This table of Western food must have cost a lot of money, right? This is the Western restaurant in Wangfujing Commercial Street. I heard that a meal costs thousands of dollars. One of my sisters went to this restaurant with her boyfriend and bragged about it for half a year. Looking at the usual plastic sisters left a variety of comments. Shu Hui's vanity instantly burst, trying to imitate the tone of Jiang Chen spoke, unified reply. General, this restaurant consumption is acceptable. In addition to a bottle of 18,888 yuan Latour red wine, these dishes also consumed less than 20,000 yuan. Shu Hui's answer naturally sometimes attracted a crowd of envy. A variety of compliments and praise snowflakes fell on her. Shu Hui instantly drifted. I really envy Chen Yiner. I can enjoy this kind of life every day in the future. Just when Shu Hui was about to be blown up by her best friend, the ringing of the phone dragged her back to reality. Shu Hui, I saw your friend circle. Where did you get the money to go to such an extravagant place to eat? The caller was none other than Shu Hui's boyfriend, Sun Xing, with an aggressive tone. Shu Hui then remembered that she had just been too excited, and uniformly replied to her friend's message, which was then seen by Sun Xing. Use what you care. You don't bring me to this kind of place to eat, but you still don't allow me to be eaten here by others? Shu Hui's heart was also on fire after hearing Sun Xing's tone. Look at other people, Jiang Chen, so rich and so gentle with Chen Yiner. Then look at her own boyfriend, who was yelling at her every day on the basis of her family's small wealth. Shu Hui compared Sun Xing and Jiang Chen in her heart and realized that her boyfriend was simply worse than a pig. Just pretentious. In the eyes of outsiders, it was Sun Xing who had been pursuing her. But Shu Hui knew that Sun Xing was just trying to get a free shot. It was because she saw this clearly that Shu Hui was slow to be pursued by Sun Xing. You wait for me at the Western cuisine right now, I'll be right over. I want to see who dares to touch my Sun Xing's girl. On the other end of the phone, Sun Xing instantly exploded after learning that Shu Hui was really eating with someone else. Who would have nothing to do but go to a Western restaurant for dinner? Not to mention a meal. Sun Xing. Don't come to me, we won't get anywhere. Shu Hui was also irritated by Sun Xing's line about horses, and angrily yelled into her cell phone before hanging up. Hanging up the phone, Shu Hui glanced at Jiang Chen, whose eyes were a bit strange. Only then did she realize that she had lost her temper, and awkwardly explained, Mr. Jiang, I've made you laugh, there are always people calling to harass me. The only thing I realized was that I was out of line. Mr. Jiang, I let you laugh at me. Jiang Chen returned. Love of beauty, but want to pursue Shu Hui this level of beauty. Light heart is not enough, the wallet must be drum. John, where are we going this afternoon? Chen Yiner opened her cell phone. The time has just reached 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and obediently asked. Since we've come to Wangfujing, we can't return empty-handed. The reason why Jiang Chen came to Wangfujing, naturally, would not be simply eat a Western food, the main purpose in order to pick up a few gifts for Chen Yiner. When a man goes out, his success depends on two things, one is the car, and the other is the woman. The more elegant the woman beside him, the more honorable the man would be. It is for this reason that some social celebrities attend large occasions when they will bring a bright and shiny female companion. Not for anything else, it's all about face. Chen Yiner used to have no money, wearing fake brand names all up and down the body, with a high imitation watch. The reason why she was able to be named the school flower was entirely because of her thick base and was beautiful in her own right. But if Jiang Chen brought this kind of image of Chen Yiner out every day, she would definitely be laughed at. How much money can you have when even the women around you are wearing fake name brands? Boberly, the British traditional-style luxury jewelry store, founded in 1856, one of the brands used by the British royal family. Compared with LV, Hermes, Dior, and other luxury jewelry that are famous all over the world, Burberry is like an aristocrat. Between the low-key, all-show luxury. Welcome to Burberry, may I ask what this gentleman and the two ladies need? Jiang Chen walked into the boutique with the two sisters, and the store's shopping guide lady greeted them. You take them both to see, have a favorite directly packaged. Jiang Chen said, then sat on a leather sofa and played with his cell phone. Jiang Chen was not interested in these famous brands, since he had money, he had only bought clothes once. Not long after, Chen Yiner and Shu Hui came to Jiang Chen hand in hand. Didn't I tell you to pick out clothes, why did you come back empty-handed? Jiang Chen looked at the two sisters with empty hands and couldn't help but ask curiously. Mr. Jiang, the clothes here are too expensive, why don't we change the place? Mr. Jiang, I'm just accompanying Yiner out for a stroll, there's no need to buy me anything. Chen Yiner and Shu Hui explained at the same time. As a traditional luxury jewelry store, Burberry was naturally expensive, and neither of the two girls had seen anything less than a 4-digit figure after shopping around. The cheapest was still a knitted scarf, priced at 3,999 yuan. Chen Yiner had just met Jiang Chen for 2 days, and was simply too embarrassed to ask for something so expensive. As for Shu Hui, even Chen Yiner was too embarrassed to let Jiang Chen break the bank, so she couldn't even ask for it. Forget it, it's better for me to pick. Jiang Chen looked at the two sisters whose eyes always lingered on those exquisite clothes, and instantly understood what it meant, and then said to the shopping guide lady, bring over all the most expensive items in your store. Godly men never pick when they buy things. Don't buy the right ones, only the expensive ones. Chapter 72 BFF's Little Secret. The shopping guide lady was first stunned, then her face was filled with joy. After eyeballing Chen Yiner and Shu Hui's body measurements, the shopping guide lady left for 3 minutes and returned holding 2 sets of go-go's. These 2 sets contained a hat, sarong, blouse, pants, ladies' leather shoes and a hand satchel, exactly one outfit. Mr. Hello, these 2 sets of clothing is our store's treasure, from the color to the style, are by the international famous stylist Mr. Stevenson, hand-designed collocation and become very much attached to the noble temperament of your 2 friends. The shopping guide introduced with a smile, looking at Jiang Chen with some hidden expectations in her eyes. These 2 sets of clothing, the cheapest scarf price is 13,888 yuan, the total value of the 2 sets of clothing is as high as 300,000 yuan. If she could sign this big order, she would be able to get at least 20,000 yuan in commission. Jiang Chen sized up the 2 sets of clothes. One of the sets was in a simple plain color matching style, a knit shirt with a pleated skirt, white leather crystal-bottomed high heels with a simple style hand satchel without any decoration. Although it didn't look very flashy, it was able to aptly set off Chen Yiner's pure temperament. The other set is the matching style of sultry red, a hot bustier backless red pleated dress with a black lace skeletonized jacket and the polished red high heels, revealing an unspeakable temptation. This set of clothes was simply designed specifically for Shu Hui, who had an open personality. I have to say, the professionalism of Burberry, even the clothes can be matched so closely to the client's style. Tone, you go try this set on. Jiang Chen handed the white set of clothes to Chen Yiner. Oops. This top costs $58,000. Chen Yiner took the clothes and her eyes inadvertently skimmed over the price tag of the knitwear. In the next second, the whole person was almost so scared that she threw this set of clothes out. For a top to cost $58,000, wouldn't this set of clothing cost more than $100,000? Mr. Jiang, this is too expensive. Chen Yiner put the clothes back in a panic. Even if she liked this outfit a million times in her heart, at this moment, she could only shake her head and reject it. Although she had originally planned to hug Jiang Chen's thighs, she hadn't expected Jiang Chen to give her a set of clothing worth more than $100,000 just as soon as they started dating. This gift was just too expensive for Chen Yiner. She didn't dare to accept it. There's no precedent of taking back what I've given away, hurry up. Jiang Chen deliberately made a stern face and ordered Chen Yiner. Einer, this is Mr. Zhang's good intentions, if you don't accept it, Mr. Jiang will be angry. Shu Hui knew that rich people were very controlling and didn't like others going against their will, so she walked over to Chen Einer and persuaded her to take the clothes. To be precise, Shu Hui still had her own little plan. The other set of clothes was very close to her style. If Jiang Chen bought it, with Jiang Chen's generous character, he might just give her this set of red clothes. This female style, your boyfriend is really very discerning. This set of clothes perfectly fits your noble and pure temperament. Miss Shopping Guide at this time also feel clearly the relationship between the three, together went forward to persuade said. The shopping guide lady said girlfriend, instantly calling Chen Einer's face red. Chen Einer stole a glance at Jiang Chen and realized that Jiang Chen didn't give any explanation about the identity of her girlfriend. It looked like he had acquiesced to her identity. Brother Jiang, then I'll try? Chen Einer lowered her head and asked timidly. Hurry up and go try. Jiang Chen urged at Chen Einer. Please follow me over here, I'll take you to the fitting room. The shopping guide lady was afraid that Chen Einer would back out, so she hurriedly walked into the fitting room holding the white outfit. Brother Jiang, thank you. Chen Einer excitedly kissed Jiang Chen, then ran into the fitting room with a blushing face. After Chen Einer and the shopping guide lady walked into the fitting room, only Jiang Chen and Shu Hui were left. Jiang Chen glanced at Shu Hui and realized that the woman's gaze had been stuck on the red set of clothes. However, Jiang Chen didn't say anything more about it. Although he was rich, he wasn't an ingrate. The reason why he had sent Chen Einer a gift was because their relationship was just short of this last fire. A set of more than $100,000 of clothes in exchange for a superb girl, this deal was very worth it for Jiang Chen. But Shu Hui is just Chen Einer's best friend, and I can't do anything about it. Why should I send you clothes? To put it bluntly, even hair salon girls know how to exchange their bodies for money. You're a college student, you still want to dream of pie in the sky? If you want clothes, you have to show your sincerity. We are all adults, there is no need to play so many tricks. Jiang Chen was waiting for Shu Hui to take the initiative at the moment. From the moment they met, Shu Hui had only said a few words, and every time she spoke, she was encouraging Chen Einer to accept the benefits Jiang Chen had given her. Her gold-worshipping nature was undeniable. And this set of clothing worth more than $100,000 was an irresistible temptation for any woman. For a gold-digging woman like Shu Hui, this set of clothes played an even more obvious role. Can't you see Shu Hui's eyes are looking straight up? Mr. Jiang, this set of clothes is really quite nice. As Jiang Chen expected, after half a day of reserve, Shu Hui did not reveal herself and sat down beside him. After all, Bobberly is a big brand, but it's a pity that this set of clothes is too colorful and doesn't match with Einer's temperament. Jiang Chen shook his head in mock disappointment. Mr. Jiang, can't you see that this set of clothes is very much in line with people's character? Shu Hui responded in a whiny voice, and as she spoke, she deliberately lifted up her hair and accidentally knocked off the shoulder strap of her dress. The shoulders were half exposed, showing Jiang Chen a very seductive snow white. Can't help it? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth skimmed, secretly saying that he had still underestimated the power of luxury jewelry, not expecting Shu Hui to be unable to resist this. You are the best friend of Einer, if I send you something, Einer is afraid that she will be jealous. Jiang Chen made a very difficult appearance and kept measuring Shu Hui's body. This kind of woman was delicate-looking and calculating, not suitable for a girlfriend. Rather, it was suitable for being a money and sex trading buddy. Brother Jiang, don't worry, I won't let Einer know, I'll just wear it in private for you to see alone. Shu Hui saw Jiang Chen hesitating and was secretly happy that this was in the cards. Shu Hui excitedly brought her body in front of Jiang Chen, hugging Jiang Chen's arm and constantly shaking it in front of her chest, even her address changed. I'm not hiding it from you, Brother Jiang, I have always been clean, until now is still a virgin. Shu Hui pressed against Jiang Chen's ear and said her little secret with a shy face. Jiang Chen looked at Shu Hui with great surprise, and then threw an eye of the workplace, realizing that the other party wasn't lying. Chapter 73 A Love for a Long Time. If it wasn't for the fact that he possessed the eye of the workplace, killing Jiang Chen wouldn't have believed that Shu Hui was even a fledgling. Sun Xing that stingy goods, relying on his own a few handsome, just want to spend not a penny to chase people to the hand, how can they be so stupid, hands have not even given him a touch. As if Shu Hui had learned the doubts in Jiang Chen's mind, she hurriedly explained. Hearing Shu Hui's explanation, Jiang Chen suddenly realized. People are called gold-worshipping women, so naturally, they're kneeling on money. Since it won't affect the relationship between you and Einer, then this dress is yours. Jiang Chen promised. It was only a dress that was more than $100,000, it was just a matter of a few breaths for Jiang Chen. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Shu Hui said, directly pasted on Jiang Chen's face with a blatting sound and kissed him. Shu Hui wasn't Chen Einer, Jiang Chen didn't have the time to play any love affair with her. Before Shu Hui could get up, Jiang Chen backhanded her and directly swept her into his arms. Then he kissed down towards the fire like brightly colored herb lips. Green, clumsy, and somewhat sweet. At a glance, it looked like she hadn't experienced such a thing. Jiang Chen felt the sensation from between his lips and teeth, and was considered to have completely believed Shu Hui's words. This gold-digging woman was somewhat unique. Seeing this, Jiang Chen knew that Shu Hui was holding her breath, and only then did he let go of her. Jiang, people are girls, you should at least wait until you get acquainted. Shu Hui organized the makeup, the eyes of the grudging white Jiang Chen a glance. More contact is not familiar with it, there is an old saying how to say, describing get along with a long time will produce feelings. Jiang Chen pretended to be puzzled and asked. Jiang brother, that is called day long love. Shu Hui quickly replied. Yes, love is born after a long time. Jiang Chen laughed out loud with extreme pleasure. At this time, Shu Hui realized that she had been set up by Jiang Chen and couldn't help but give Jiang Chen a blank look. If a man is not bad, a woman will not love him. Men are bad and rich, women's favorite. After a while, the door of the fitting room was pushed open from the inside, and Chen Yiner walked out with a new outfit and a shy face. People rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. It was as if this set of white clothing was specially created for Chen Yiner, setting off Chen Yiner's pure temperament to the fullest. At this moment, Chen Yiner was like a princess who came out of a fairy tale. Very much so. With Chen Yiner's poise paired with this outfit, Jiang Chen instantly gave it a 10 out of 10 impression score. Earlier, Chen Yiner could only score 9 points, and the remaining 1 point fell short on this dress. Wow, Yiner, you're so beautiful. Shu Hui's eyes instantly cooled after seeing Chen Yiner's outfit, and in her heart, she was secretly glad that she had made the decision. The other set of red costume wasn't worse than this one on Chen Yiner. If she wore it herself, it would definitely be pretty. Snap. Snap. Jiang Chen clapped his hands and couldn't help but praise. Not bad, this outfit really suits you quite well. It's good if brother Jiang thinks it looks good. Chen Yiner said extremely shyly. The whole person was like a budding flower bone, waiting for Jiang Chen's development. These 2 sets are wrapped up, I want it all. Jiang Chen said to the shopping guide lady. Brother Jiang, what do you want this set for? Chen Yiner couldn't help but ask. She knew that the set of red long dresses didn't match her temperament image. This is not still your girlfriend, this set of red is I gave your girlfriend's gift. Jiang Chen said truthfully. Ah yeah, thank you brother Jiang. Shu Hui is very vain to look to Chen Yiner. I some dodge, Yiner, today I have dipped your light, otherwise with Sun Xing that stingy like, my life cannot wear such expensive clothes. Now Jiang Chen is after all Chen Yiner's man, as Chen Yiner's best friend, she took the initiative to hook up with Jiang Chen. It is indeed very unorthodox. However, Shu Hui also had her own thoughts. She and Jiang Chen were merely taking what they needed. Jiang Chen needed her beauty, while she coveted Jiang Chen's money. Well, only go for the kidneys, not the heart, and definitely not meddle in Yiner and Jiang Chen's relationship. Shu Hui reassured herself in her heart. Chen Yiner had long been used to Jiang Chen's generous offerings, so she didn't think much of it, and thanked Jiang Chen. Thank you, brother Jiang, for the gift for Shu Hui. Hello sir, since you have spent more than $300,000 in our store, you can come to our store to dry clean your clothes for free for the next year. In addition to this consumption gives you a 10% discount, charging you a total of $326,000. At this moment, the shopping guide lady walked over with the Union Pay small ticket paper and asked Jiang Chen to sign. Taking advantage of Jiang Chen's signature, Chen Yiner and Shu Hui both froze. After the discount actually still want $326,000. Fortunately, Bo Boli sent a year of free dry cleaning, otherwise they could not wear. Jiang Chen finished signing and then asked Shu Hui to change into the red suit. Although Shu Hui's overall feeling was a step lower than Chen Yiner's after she changed her clothes, Jiang Chen didn't care in the slightest. After all, the two had different styles. Chen Yiner took the pure route while Shu Hui took the sexy route. For Chen Yiner, it was important to treat her like a hothouse flower and take good care of her. For a sexy gold-digging woman like Shu Hui, only the wildest and most primitive means of completely conquering her can satisfy a man's vanity. The shopping guide lady carefully wrapped the clothes that the two sisters had changed out of, then bowed and watched the trio leave the boutique. Shu Hui. I didn't expect you to screw men behind my back. Jiang Chen had just walked out of the boutique with Chen Yiner and Shu Hui in front of him when a man's angry roar came from his ears. Looking around, he saw a man in a suit standing at the front of an Audi A4, looking at him with an angry face. This man was none other than Shu Hui's prospective boyfriend, Sun Xing. After learning that Shu Hui was dining at Wangfujing Western Restaurant, Sun Xing immediately drove here, but Shu Hui had already left. Sun Xing searched around and didn't find anyone, so he planned to leave. However, when Sun Xing was about to drive away, he saw Shu Hui walking out of the burgery store next door to the restaurant, carrying a bag with the burgery logo in her hand. Most importantly, Sun Xing saw that there was a man beside Shu Hui. Dressing up so sexy and going out with a man. Eating Western food and buying luxury jewelry. Little cutie. All could see that there was something going on here. Under his anger, Sun Xing could not help but roar out in anger. Instantly, the pedestrians on the entire pedestrian street all stopped and looked at Sun Xing. There were even good people who directly took out their cell phones and started filming. Catching one's woman hooking up with a man in public. This damn was also too explosive. Chapter 74 Stingy to the Extreme Boyfriend. Shu Hui had a big wave and was wearing a sexy busty backless dress, together with those reddish high heels. This image gives people a kind of living slag woman character. Then look at Jiang Chen, who was standing on the side, with fair skin and handsome appearance. This is clearly a typical white boy. The scum woman cheated on the white boy and was caught by her boyfriend. The onlookers who thought they had figured out the truth of the matter had sized up Shu Hui with a picture of contempt and kept pointing. All have boyfriends, but still dress so bewitching, and other men out shopping. Bah! A scum girl with a white boy, it's disgusting to think about. This is not a good person at first glance. Listening to the dirty and unpleasant sounds around her, Shu Hui's pretty face turned white. All women cared about reputation, even gold-digging woman Shu Hui was the same. Not to mention that Jiang Chen was still around. In case it affected her impression in Jiang Chen's mind, it would be completely over. Sun Xing, what do you mean by that? Shu Hui also didn't expect Sun Xing to really come. Looking at the dress she had just put on, her heart was more or less a bit weak. However, Shu Hui, as a gold-digging woman, is not a good person and immediately turned passive into active and returned fire. Mr. Jiang is Yiner's boyfriend. I'm Yiner's best friend. What's wrong with me accompanying her out to play? I really did not expect the original in your heart. I was a girlfriend-boyfriend hooked up with the slag woman. Sun Xing was just a little excited, and only after Shu Hui reminded him did he notice that Chen Yiner was also beside him. When Sun Xing saw Chen Yiner, a lustful color flashed from the bottom of his eyes. Jiang Chen, who was also a man, was extremely keen to notice Sun Xing's abnormality, and a cold smile could not help but appear at the corner of his mouth. This Sun Xing is not a good bird. Then what's with the clothes on you? Sun Xing reluctantly retracted his gaze from Chen Yiner, pointing defiantly at the Burberry dress that Shu Hui was wearing, questioning. This is a meeting gift given to me by Mr. Jiang. If you don't give me a gift, you still don't allow me to accept a gift given to me by someone else? Shu Hui was not forgiving. The more she said, the more forceful. Mr. Jiang sent me this set of clothes after discounted 158,000. You are not unwilling to let me accept other people's gifts? You return this 1,580,000 to Mr. Jiang right now, just as if you bought this dress. Shu Hui, that's not what I meant. Sun Xing's aura instantly softened once he heard that Shu Hui was going to make him pay for it. Sun Xing was merely simply lusting after Shu Hui's beauty and wanted to ask for a free date. As well as the fact that he was originally stingy, and Shu Hui dating 2 years only spent more than $1,000 at this time, and how would be willing to take out more than 100,000 yuan to buy clothes for Shu Hui. Che, do not want to pay out money to hurry up and go, do not affect me in the sound of shopping. Shu Hui, extremely impatient, urged, heart for stingy Sun Xing more and more disgusted. His own woman was wearing clothes sent by other men, but he didn't even fart. Really not a man. Mr. Jiang, right, Shu Hui is my girlfriend, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a few stinking dollars. Sun Xing couldn't say anything after being disliked by Shu Hui, so he could only aim his spear at Jiang Chen, who was next to him. Jiang Chen couldn't help but faintly stare at his words. Was this sort of picking the soft one from the persimmon? Originally, Jiang Chen didn't intend to intervene in Shu Hui and Sun Xing's matter. After all, these two had neither the name nor the reality of being a couple, and it all depended on Shu Hui's own choices. However, now that they had all been threatened to their faces, Jiang Chen naturally no longer stood idly by. However, not waiting for Jiang Chen to speak, Shu Hui was the first to stand out, pointing at Sun Xing angrily. Sun Xing, we dating 2 years, you in addition to send me dozens of dollars of roses, can never send me other gifts? The two of us go out to eat AA even if, why do you let me pay cash, while you use 50% off coupons? Once Shu Hui's words came out, the onlookers realized that they had misunderstood Shu Hui. Think about it differently, if you are in this kind of stingy to the extreme boyfriend, long ago broke up, right? Thinking about this, the crowd looked at Sun Xing's gaze became extremely disdainful. Taking his girlfriend out to eat and then letting her pay cash while he used a 50% discount coupon. This stingy operation, it's really too tawdry, isn't it? Beautiful woman, spread this kind of stingy boyfriend, you do not break up, still stay for the new year off. Sister is the past, this kind of man cannot be relied on, hurry to split it. To put it bluntly, these days it takes hundreds of dollars to find a lady, you're good, even with the meal with the gun to rub together. I'd rather tear down 10 temples than ruin a marriage. However, the crowd watching around them learned that Sun Xing is so stingy, they can't stand it, and have persuaded the two to break up. What's the matter with you guys? Roll. Sun Xing was furious and waved his hand angrily at the surrounding crowd. Jiang Chen wore a cold smile on his face and vibrated Li Hu's phone. Not a moment's effort later, a Rolls-Royce slowly stopped in front of Jiang Chen. The bright silver Statue of Liberty at the front of the car glittered under the sunlight, incomparably dazzling. Immediately afterward, Li Hu, who was wearing sunglasses, a suit, and white gloves, stepped down from the car, opened the rear door, and bowed to Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, please. The crowd of onlookers instantly exploded after seeing the highly marked limited edition Rolls-Royce. Chow chow, this car is not the limited edition Rolls-Royce that was sold at the Red Valley Auto Show a few days ago. I heard that the transaction price was $45 million. I heard that before the mysterious owner bought this car, he also bought a Lafite, which seemed to have cost more than $70 million in total. Is it possible that this young man is the mysterious owner? Spending more than $70 million to buy a car, Sun Xing was completely dumbfounded. He had initially thought that Jiang Chen was a second-generation rich man who had a little money in his hands. Where did he expect Jiang Chen to spend $77 million on the car alone? He should know that the 10th richest person in South City was only worth $100 million. Thinking about this, Sun Xing couldn't help but start regretting in his heart. He had just threatened Jiang Chen not to think that he could do whatever he wanted just because he had $2. Compared to Jiang Chen, he was worse than a beggar. Just buying the car alone cost more than $77 million. Xu Hui, a gold-digging woman, instantly let out a light in her eyes. Other people might not know, but Xu Hui's heart was very clear. Jiang Chen was the owner of this car. Jiang Chen had spent $77 million just to buy the car, so how much should he be worth? If I could be Jiang Chen's mistress, wouldn't I never have to worry in this life? With Jiang Chen's looks and wealth, there must be a lot of women around him. I have to perform well. Xu Hui kept instructing herself in her mind. Chapter 75, Renovation completed. Brother Jiang, where are we going next? Chen Yina wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen and asked in a low voice. You guys get on the car first, I'll take you to a good place later, Jiang Chen said. Chen Yina and Xu Hui nodded their heads repeatedly and extremely obediently got into the Rolls Royce. After both sisters got on the car, Jiang Chen walked over to Sun Xing and said with a smile. Sorry, money can really do whatever you want. Your girlfriend, I'll take her away first. After saying his words, Jiang Chen turned back and got into the Rolls Royce. You! Sun Xing's body shook like a sieve in anger, subconsciously wanting to go forward to stop the car. Li Hu gently closed the door for Jiang Chen. Li Hu gently closed the car door for Jiang Chen, and then violently turned around and glared at Sun Xing. A killing intent was undoubtedly evident. Where had Sun Xing ever seen this kind of posture from Li Hu? Just simply being glared at, the whole person was so scared that he couldn't walk. Rubbish! Li Hu disdainfully glanced at Sun Xing, and then started the car and slowly left, only leaving Sun Xing a mess in place. When the people around saw this scene, instead of having any sympathy, they looked at the joke with cold eyes. If you can meet such a beautiful wife, surely you can eat and drink in your hands. The girl gave you a chance, but it's a pity that you're not good at it. Inside the car, Chen Yina and Xu Hui sat on Jiang Chen's left and right sides. Chen Yina was now Jiang Chen's girlfriend, so she could just get bored in his arms. But Xu Hui cannot. Jiang Chen also do not know this gold-digging girl took what drugs, after getting on the car has not been honest, always secretly holding his hand to touch up and touch down. As a result, before Jiang Chen could react, Xu Hui became red in the face. Xu Hui, what's wrong with you? Chen Yina saw Xu Hui and asked with great concern. Nothing, just a little bit of motion sickness. Open the window to ventilate, it will be fine. Xu Hui lowered her head and let out a mosquito-like buzz. Sitting in this kind of car also motion sickness? Chen Yina stroked the seat as soft as cotton and muttered with a puzzled face. People who get carsick will get dizzy just by riding in a car. It has nothing to do with how good or bad the car is. Jiang Chen explained, casually wiping the water stains clean on Xu Hui's dress. This woman was just too crazy. I'm afraid it would be hard to bring her down. In the next period of time, Jiang Chen took the two sisters to a watch store and bought a Longines watch worth $200,000 for Chen Yina. At the same time, he also gave Xu Hui a niche watch worth $50,000 on the grounds of giving her a meet and greet gift. After buying the clothes, Jiang Chen sent Chen Yina and Xu Hui back to the art academy. Under the reluctant gazes of the two sisters, Jiang Chen got into the Rolls Royce and left in style. Jiang Chen had spent less than $700,000 for Chen Yina and Xu Hui this day, and the result was that he had exchanged the hearts of the two. $700,000 in exchange for two girls. This deal was very worth it for Jiang Chen. Regardless of whether it was Chen Yina or Xu Hui, both of them were rare and superb beauties, goddesses that ordinary people could only admire in their entire lives. And now, Jiang Chen was sitting on two of them alone. Time went by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye, and within this month, Jiang Chen's daily routine was to bring Chen Yina and Xu Hui on a tour all over Southern City. After a month of development, the two girls instantly succumbed to Jiang Chen's crazy money offense. Even Xu Hui, who was extremely metal-worshipping, now behaved like a loyal martyr and was loyal to Jiang Chen. Looking at all the changes in Xu Hui, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a great deal of emotion. Money is the driving force for progress. The company has been renovated, right? I'll be right over. Just when Jiang Chen was immersed in enjoying himself in the comfort zone, Li Wanqing's phone call came. After Jiang Chen paid out an extra $3 million, Li Wanqing found 3 construction teams. Together with the original construction team, the 4 construction teams started work at the same time, hard to reduce the 2-month construction period by half. After hanging up Li Wanqing's phone, Jiang Chen rode the Rolls Royce to Greenland Mansion. Li Wanqing had also been standing downstairs in Greenland Mansion, waiting for Jiang Chen's arrival. Tanchang Real Estate Company welcomes the chairman's presence and guidance. Li Wanqing clapped her hands and welcomed Jiang Chen's arrival. Now that everything is ready, it's time to recruit. Jiang Chen looked at Li Wanqing alone, so he took out his cell phone and sent a message to the manager of the South City Manpower Market, asking him to send some people over. Last time, after Jiang Chen had recruited bodyguard Li Hu in the manpower market, he had rewarded the market manager with a $10,000 tip. After the market manager got the tip, his mouth cracked with laughter, and he licked at Jiang Chen. Said as long as Jiang Chen a word, no matter on the mountain down the sea of fire he will not frown half a frown. Because of this, Jiang Chen simply added the prestige of the human resources market manager. Today really played a role. Mr. Jiang, don't worry, what type of employees you need, despite and I said, to ensure the completion of the task. Before Jiang Chen turned off his cell phone screen, the market manager returned a message in seconds. No type, don't care how much the salary is, I want elites. After Jiang Chen sent the message, he smoothly transferred another 10,000 tips. Jiang Chen was not a stingy person, especially after having money. You help me find someone, I'll give you a tip, we don't owe each other. In the other section, after seeing the $10,000 that Jiang Chen had transferred, the market manager directly accepted it without saying a word, and the corner of his mouth directly cracked to the root of his neck. This $10,000 could be worth 2 months of his salary. Doing things for rich people is just refreshing. Then again, Boss Jiang didn't say recruiting types, but directly said recruiting elites, and also specifically transferred 10,000 red packets to me. There is a problem here. After half a day of searching, the market manager couldn't help but reveal a smile that only a man could understand at the corner of his mouth. If Jiang Chen knew what the market manager was thinking, he would definitely be furious and take back the 10,000 tips. In all honesty, he really just wanted to simply find some workers to put up a facade. Jiang Chen had planned to recruit elites from all walks of life into the company to make manpower reserves in advance because he had considered that Tianchang real estate would diversify in the future. After Jiang Chen had finished instructing the recruiting matter, he walked up to the 36th floor together with Li Wanqing. Just after stepping out of the elevator, Jiang Chen saw a welcoming wall made of white jade. The wall was engraved with the words Tianchang Real Estate, and the handwriting was a masterpiece from a famous family. Around the wall, there is the company hall. In the center of the hall is a swimming pool. Around the swimming pool is divided into 6 rooms. Mr. Jiang, these 6 rooms include 4 presidential suites, a game room, and an SP hall, completely decorated according to your original design. Looking at the office that had been made into a leisure and entertainment center, Li Wanqing introduced it with a tearful smile. Chapter 76 Recruitment of Staff. Li Wanqing followed Jiang Chen's instructions, and the 4 presidential suites could be said to be built one-to-one in accordance with the executive-level presidential suites of the Binhu Hotel. Mr. Jiang, why don't we just rent out these 4 presidential suites? Li Wanqing couldn't help but propose. To know, the Binhu Hotel's executive-level presidential suite price is 15,800 a night. If in accordance with this price to rent out, 4 presidential suites will bring Tianchang Real Estate more than 23 million net income every year. We opened a real estate company, not a hotel. This presidential suite is specifically for employees to use. Jiang Chen was speechless as he replied. From the work point of view, Li Wanqing is indeed a rare good employee, all the time for the boss to think about maximizing the interests. However, Jiang Chen thought that Li Wanqing's pattern was typically too small, and 20 million was nothing more than 2 days of system income for Jiang Chen. If he could rely on Tianchang Real Estate to maximize the redhead document on school district housing renovation that he got from the system, the revenue generated would be in the hundreds of millions. As he spoke, Jiang Chen saw that the presidential suite was also individually divided into a small private room inside the presidential suite, and opened the door to see that inside was a bowling and indoor golf. Well done. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as he complimented. At first, Jiang Chen looked at the 4 pieces of the presidential suite, always felt almost something, but could not say. But when Jiang Chen saw the bowling and golf, he instantly remembered. What Tianchang Real Estate was missing was this atmosphere. Just because of this extra set of golf and bowling, the compulsion instantly seemed high. Aren't all the rich people in TV dramas good at this, getting an indoor golf in the office and then playing golf while listening to their men's reports? Jiang Chen picked up the golf club and made a not-so-standardized swinging motion. Wanqing, you're going to make a report now. What report? Just report something random, like the general situation of the company. Li Wanqing. I'm the only one in the company, what else could be going on? Besides, I live and eat at your house, almost sleeping in the same bed with you. You still don't know what's going on with me? Not being able to experience the feeling of being a boss on Li Wanqing, Jiang Chen could only insert the golf clubs back unhappily and continued to visit other places in the company. After Jiang Chen visited the company, his cell phone rang, and the human resources market manager sent a message saying that he had already found all the people to apply for the address. Jiang Chen directly sent the location of Tianchang Real Estate's company. Half an hour later, more than 30 well-dressed applicants arrived at Tianchang Real Estate. These people included men and women, old and young. All of them were elites from all walks of life. When these people stepped out of the elevator and saw the welcoming door wall carved out of white jade, their faces were unusually shocked. Who did not think that Tianchang Real Estate's company was so grand? Alone welcome, the door wall is made of alabaster. As for the jade on the Tianchang Real Estate 4 gilt letters is to give people a kind of indescribable broad-mindedness. It is not an exaggeration to say that the value of this welcoming wall alone has far exceeded the market value of those small companies. You are here to apply for the job, right? The chairman is already waiting for you. Li Wanqing faintly smiled after seeing these people. Under Li Wanqing's leadership, the people went around the white jade welcoming door wall and saw the company layout. Beauty, isn't our company engaged in real estate? How did it become engaged in leisure again? Some of the applicants have inquired about the nature of Tianchang Real Estate's company in advance, which belongs to the real estate development industry. But the company inside the pool, an SP, and after the presidential suite, eat, drink and play all complete, only no office facilities. Whereas this engaged in real estate, is clearly engaged in entertainment and leisure. This is our company's design style, so that all employees' work becomes a kind of enjoyment, but all employees who join Tianchang Real Estate can enjoy all the entertainment facilities within the company for free. With a professional smile, Li Wanqing explained to the crowd. Wow! Working here can also be free to do SP Beauty, even if it is not open salary. I am willing to work here. This is not a job, it is clearly to enjoy it. There's even an internet cafe. I'll be living in the company from now on. When the interviewees learned that they could enjoy these entertainment facilities for free as long as they became employees of Tianchang Real Estate, they instantly became excited. If you want to join Tianchang Real Estate, you need to go through the chairman's interview before you can do so. Everyone please follow me. Li Wanqing said, then brought these people into the presidential suite labeled chairman's office. As soon as they entered, these applicants saw a scene they would never forget. Only to see that inside the presidential suite, a young man in casual sportswear was holding a golf club and then swinging it out with force. The sturdy back shows elegance and nobility. See, this is the real rich man. Chairman, the applicants have been brought. Li Wanqing bowed slightly at Jiang Chen's back and reported. Sit down, introduce yourself in turn. Jiang Chen said without looking back, and swung out another club in a smooth, forceful manner as he spoke. Jiang Chen had the system-rewarded eye of the workplace at this time. Even if these applicants lied, Jiang Chen could still see their details just as clearly. The good thing is that the presidential guest room space is large enough. The size of the sofa alone will be more than 10-30 job seekers separate to do down, but also does not appear to be crowded. Chairman of the board of directors, my name is Hu Haitian, is a programmer, specializing in all kinds of network attacks and defense. A small fat man wearing a plaid shirt with large round framed glasses stood up and respectfully introduced himself to Jiang Chen's back. Every geek wasn't necessarily a programmer, but every programmer was definitely a geek, and Hu Haitian was no exception. Hu Haitian, who focused on knocking out code, was not good at communicating with people, so he devoted all his spare time to video games. When Hu Haitian entered the game room of Tianchang Real Estate to see the most advanced VR game equipment on the market, his heart made a decision to stay in Tianchang Real Estate no matter what. Chairman of the Board of Directors, my name is Chen Li, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Doctoral degree, is a legal advisor, specialties are proficient in law. Hu Haitian had just sat down in front of him, and then a young woman in her early 30s, wearing a workplace uniform, stood up. Chen Li had initially only heard that Tianchang Real Estate was treated very well, with ordinary bodyguards starting at 30,000 per month, so she had come over to take a look with a curious mindset. But when she looked at the fact that Tianchang Real Estate had actually prepared a SP beauty hall for its employees, her entire body was instantly stunned. Chen Li's mind automatically filled a scene of herself doing SP while signing various legal documents, and the whole person was happy. The picture was so beautiful that she was envious just thinking about it. Chapter 77. My legs are extra long. Jiang Chen's face was slightly surprised after hearing Chen Li's self-introduction. He hadn't expected the human resources market manager to have found such a gem. A law doctorate graduated from Massachusetts Institute of Technology was a meat and potatoes on no matter where you put it. As a real estate development company, Tianchang Real Estate could not afford to sign a contract in any part of the process, whether it was acquiring land or building property. Even if the contract is missing a number or punctuation, there may be a huge immeasurable loss of Tianchang Real Estate. In order to avoid this kind of thing, Tianchang Real Estate must form a group of lawyers led by a lawyer. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen put down his golf clubs, turned to Chen Li and threw over an eye of the workplace, realizing that the other party hadn't misrepresented her resume. Character, Chen Li. Gender, female virgin. Suitable profession, lawyer. Career potential, 5 stars. 5 stars or full stars. Evaluation, Doctor of Massachusetts Institute of Technology, practicing law profession for 5 years without a single losing record, recommended to recruit as an employee. Compared to Chen Li's doctorate degree from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, her 5 years of practice without a single record of losing a case and her career potential rated by the system as a perfect score were more worthy of Jiang Chen's attention. Even the system suggested that Jiang Chen recruit her as an employee. If Chen Li's talent can be recruited into the company, in the future, who do not see eye to eye, directly a lawyer's letter in the past, will be sued even his mother do not recognize. The only thing that surprised Jiang Chen was that Chen Li was still a virgin in the system rating. Chen Li weekdays should be very good package, although the early 30s, but the skin is fairer than young girls, that handsome face has revealed a picture of intellectual beauty. with a pair of gold glasses and a workplace OL clothing. Wave of the hand are exuded to make all the men protest to resist the female hormone breath. Such a beautiful noblewoman, surely there would be a lot of people pursuing her. Why was she still a virgin? For a while, Jiang Chen couldn't help but begin to be curious about this woman's private life. Moving on, next. Li Wanqing stepped forward and lit a Cohiba cigar for Jiang Chen, signaling the interviewer behind to continue. Chairman, hello, my name is Guame, I am a massage therapist, my specialties are long legs and a long tongue. Just as Jiang Chen was about to take a drag on his cigar, a timid voice came over, almost choking him. Specialized legs? Long tongue? Where did this fairy come from? Tiancheng Real Estate was a proper real estate company. Jiang Chen turned around, and when he saw Guame's looks, a sense of familiarity suddenly arose. Thinking more carefully. Chow, this is not the last time the recruitment of bodyguards to apply for the big wave of it. After learning about Guame's occupation, the job seekers around her also split into two factions. One faction is the women led by Chinli, who did not move to avoid some. The other faction was the men who came to apply for the job, and they unannounced a smile that all men understand. It's good to have a long tongue. In addition to these two groups of people, there was still an unintelligent programmer who Haitian left. At this moment, he was sitting on the sofa with his hands supporting his chin, his mind full of various codes and game strategies. Miss, we're a regular company. Jiang Chen said helplessly. Chairman, people are also regular masseurs, the irregular ones have gone in awe. Guame hurriedly explained. For Jiang Chen's misunderstanding, Guame had long been accustomed to it, and there was no color on her face. Whenever people talk about massage therapists, they always put on colored glasses. Out of 10 men, 9 wanted to find an irregular masseuse, and the remaining 1 did so because they didn't have enough money. As for Guame, since she insisted on refusing to go into the sea, she has been staying in the industry until now. The reason why she had come to Tiancheng Real Estate to apply for the job was purely because she had thought that the last time she had seen Jiang Chen recruiting bodyguards, she had been promised more wages. Even the bodyguard could receive a salary of $30,000, even if he did some clerical work, it was not that low. Jiang Chen looked at Guame, who was dressed in big waves, and threw over his shoulder a workplace eye with some disbelief. Character, Guame. Gender, female virgin. Suitable profession, massage therapist. Career potential, 3 stars 5 stars is full. Evaluation, an ordinary woman of slight beauty who can barely be recruited as an employee. For the system evaluation, Jiang Chen could understand that Guame was just a vase, not much use. The company is still short of a receptionist, so you can stay. Jiang Chen saw that Guame wasn't lying, so he agreed. Anyway, Tiancheng Real Estate is a big family, and it's not as bad as Guame's pair of chopsticks. Thank you, Chairman, for giving me a chance, I will definitely work hard. Guame was overjoyed, and even though the position Jiang Chen had arranged was not in line with her specialty, she still bowed and thanked him. After putting on a farce, the job applicants behind them were quite a bit more moderate, and there wasn't much of a mess. After the 30-odd applicants had all introduced themselves, Jiang Chen recruited 20 of them into the company according to their occupational divisions. Since these 20 people were elites from various industries, Tiancheng Real Estate had just started and couldn't use the skills that these people said they were good at. Jiang Chen simply divided out 5 departments directly. Business Department, General Manager Li Wanqing held the position of part-time minister, responsible for the general coordination and future development planning of Tiancheng Real Estate. Legal Department, Chen Li is the head of the department, responsible for reviewing and signing all the company's contracts and legal documents. Sales Department, Wang Jiaming is the head of the department, responsible for the company's real estate sales and other sales business. Technical Department, Hu Haitian is the head of the department, responsible for the company's network security and sales department to provide after-sales service. Finance Department, Zhao Wenwan is the head of the department, responsible for all the employees' salaries and taxes. The rest of the people are temporarily divided into these 5 departments according to their specialties. Wang Jiaming and Zhao Wenwan were temporarily promoted by Jiang Chen. Wang Jiaming was a middle-aged man in his 40s who had caught Jiang Chen's attention after speaking less than 5 sentences during his self-introduction, which showed how terrifying his eloquence was. Zhao Wenwan, on the other hand, was an accounting professional who had obtained both CPA and ACCA accounting certificates. It had to be said that although the human resources marketing manager had a relatively clear-cut brain, his efficiency was unrivaled. If Jiang Chen was left to find them, it would take at least a month to find all these talents. Jiang Chen left the 5 ministers behind, then told the others to go back first and come back to the company tomorrow to handle the formal induction. Only after the others had left did Jiang Chen knock on the desktop, drawing the attention of the 5 over. The 5 of you are the first batch of management of Tiancheng Real Estate. First of all, as the chairman of the board, I welcome you all to the Tiancheng Real Estate family. Clatter. As soon as Jiang Chen's words fell, the 5 ministers applauded in unison. I'll make it short and sweet below. First of all, let's talk about the treatment of all of you. Jiang Chen waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Instantly, the 5 ministers stopped clapping before gathering their eyes on Jiang Chen. Salary package, this was what they were most concerned about. Chapter 78 $10 million was all small change. Other than Li Wanqing, the other four ministers didn't know much about Tiancheng Real Estate's salary package. The reason they came to Tiancheng Real Estate for an interview was solely because of the words of the human resources marketing manager. The owner of Tiancheng Real Estate was very generous, giving bodyguards a salary of $30,000, and the bodyguard captain's salary was even as high as $100,000. He himself was now considered a minister of the company, so even if his salary was lower, it wouldn't be lower than that of an ordinary bodyguard. In the four ministers' expectant eyes, Jiang Chen slowly opened his mouth and said, "Since Tiancheng Real Estate has just started, everyone's salary will be the same for now, 100,000 per month. It will be adjusted upwards in different ranges later, based on each person's ability and job content." The four ministers were instantly dumbfounded. This was a real $1 million annual salary. Even the lawyer Big Shot Chen Li and the accountant Big Shot Zhao Wenwan, the highest salary in their last job was less than 100,000. $1 million a year is already the salary ceiling that most practitioners can touch. If you want to earn more money, you can only start your own business. However, according to Jiang Chen, the million annual salary was only their starting stage, and it would only continue to go up in the future, not down. Among these four people, the happiest one was Sales Minister Wang Jiaming. The salary of sales was divided into two parts, base salary and commission, and for Wang Jiaming, Jiang Chen had actually given him a base salary of $100,000. By the way, you all have cars, right? Jiang Chen looked at the henchmen whose faces were about to burst into smiles and casually asked. Mercedes-Benz C-Class. BMW 3 Series. Audi A4. No. The four ministers responded in a hurry. No need to ask, the one without a car is definitely the technical geek Hu Haitian. Let's do it this way, in the future, set a standard, the company's minister level above the staff, each equipped with an Audi A8. As for the evening clear you well, you first open my Lamborghini Hurricane. Even their own bodyguards are driving Audi S6, the company's management personnel to drive the car at least an Audi S6 high grade only. Since Jiang Chen bought Lafayette and Rolls-Royce, the Lamborghini Hurricane has been placed in the garage waiting for dust, let Li Wanqing to drive just to make use of it. The moment these words came out, along with Li Wanqing, the five ministers were immediately shocked. The lowest with the Audi A8 are more than 800,000, landing price of at least 900,000. As for the Hurricane that was given to Li Wanqing, it was a luxury car that sold for nearly $5 million. For Audi A8 plus a Lamborghini, this is a small $10 million. This boss can't be said to be atmospheric it's clearly a trenchless Mr. Jiang, you can't be too. Li Wanqing wanted to dissuade Jiang Chen, this is not even officially opened. Jiang Chen simply said a few words and spent $10 million. If the company grows bigger in the future, what's going to happen? You just implement, lack of money directly say, we Tiancheng Real Estate is at least a large real estate development company, there is no need for this small amount of money to delay the meeting time. Jiang Chen directly interrupted the words of Li Wanqing, said with disinterest. There is that time is not as good as early implementation of the 27 high school district housing acquisition plan. If we acquire 20 more houses, we'll earn $10 million. The five ministers naturally wouldn't know about Jiang Chen's plan and could only look at Jiang Chen speechlessly. $10 million was a small amount of money. How should one pick up on such pretentious words? Your treatment is roughly said like this first, as for the social security kind of things that should be done, what other objections do you have? Jiang Chen asked. No. The five ministers shook their heads to indicate that they didn't have any objections. Annual salary of 1 million, and then with 1 million luxury cars, and then there are objections is not to go to heaven? Chairman, don't worry, I will definitely bow and scrape for the company in the future, and will definitely not let down this good intention of the chairman. Wang Jiaming of the sales department took the lead and stood up, stating his position in an extremely solemn manner. Jiang Chen couldn't help but look at Wang Jiaming twice more and nodded with satisfaction. Just look at this awareness, this ass-kissing fire, born to be a sales material With Wang Jiaming taking the lead, the remaining three ministers have also risen to take a position. Chairman, rest assured, I will do my best to create benefits for the company. The one who said this was Finance Minister Zhao Wenwan. With her knowledge, it's not difficult to utilize the legal loopholes to legally avoid taxes tax-free. Chairman, don't worry, as long as I'm around, absolutely no one can hit Tiancheng Real Estate. Chen Li also followed closely to take a position. Chairman, I will do whatever you want me to do in the future. The one who said this is Hu Haitian. Well, for a technical geek, being able to kiss ass is good enough, so don't expect him to kiss it as loudly as he can. Jiang Chen was very satisfied as he nodded his head repeatedly, his face glowing. $10 million was worth spending. If you want employees to wholeheartedly contribute to the company, you have to come up with relative benefits. As for those companies that used wolfish culture as an excuse every day to take advantage of the opportunity to squeeze their employees, Jiang Chen had always been displeased by them. We are all adults, play with the chicken soup of the soul routine. Everyone is quiet, the following I first say the company's next development goals. Jiang Chen cleared his throat, and the five ministers instantly quieted down, like good babies, not saying a word as they looked at Jiang Chen. In half a month, the relevant departments will announce the plan for the 27th Middle School in Southern City to relocate to World Trade Road for the general public. At that time, the housing prices around World Trade Road would also rise, at the very least tripling. What Jiang Chen wanted to do was to take advantage of this time gap to acquire as many of those old neighborhoods on World Trade Road as possible. Of course, this belonged to Jiang Chen's confidentiality and had to be told to the five ministers in a different way. Other than the legal department staying at the company to draw up the housing transaction contract, all the rest of them would go to World Trade Road and acquire as many properties there as they could. It didn't matter how many they could collect, a slight premium would not matter either. Jiang Chen ordered to the five ministers. Chairman, my home is in the World Trade Center Road, there are all old neighborhoods, housing prices have been falling these 2 years, the acquisition of real estate there will certainly lose awe. As soon as Jiang Chen's words fell, Chen Li got up to discourage him. In the past 2 years, the South City intends to develop to the north, the World Trade Center Road is almost to the South Ring, there is no acquisition value awe. A friend of mine is a member of the construction committee. Some time ago when I drank with him, I heard him say that the above intends to build a new development zone in the North Ring. We invest in the North Ring is sure to make a profit. Li Wenwan and Wang Jiaming also chimed in. Only Hu Haitian silent, not that he does not want to say, but because he is usually mostly in the face of the code, for these livelihood matters do not understand. He couldn't intervene even if he wanted to speak. In the future, the company's development will listen to me, you only need to think of ways to implement it, this is settled. Jiang Chen also knew that there was no way to explain, he could only be a dictator, slapping the nail on the spot, not giving the five ministers the chance to raise objections at all. Chapter 79 Rivals. Chairman, don't worry, we will definitely implement this matter at the first opportunity. Li Wanqing, who hadn't said anything, suddenly stepped forward to state her position. She suddenly remembered something, the last time Jiang Chen acquired Hongyuan Road, it was also not well received. As a result, it didn't take long for the South City 10th Middle School to move to Hongyuan Road. The property on Hongyuan Road was transformed and instantly became a hot school district house, and the price of the house instantly tripled. And because she chose to believe in Jiang Chen, she gritted her teeth and purchased 2 houses on Hongyuan Road in installments, resulting in a $2 million profit for nothing. What if Jiang Chen got the news in advance again this time? Holding this thought, Li Wanqing secretly made up her mind that this time she would also follow Jiang Chen's footsteps and buy a few houses on World Trade Road. Even if she loses, the money she loses will be the money she earned from following Jiang Chen to buy houses last time. The chairman of the board of directors made the decision, the general manager expressed his support, and the ministers had no say in the matter. In response, the 4 ministers could only nod their heads in agreement. Chen Li, on the other hand, said on the spot that she would sell her house to the company at the market price of 6,000 a square meter, and then add some more money to buy a set around Victory Square. Someone giving away money, Jiang Chen was definitely willing to take it off. Early the next morning, after completing the entry procedures for the 20 employees, Chen Li led the staff of the legal department to formulate the housing transaction contract. The first housing transaction contract was just printed out in less than half an hour and was signed by Chen Li. Subsequently, in addition to the 5 legal department employees to stay in the company office, the rest of the people all take the contract into the World Trade Road into the various neighborhoods. World Trade Road has 20 neighborhoods, and there are at least 2,000 properties, so the 15 employees of Tiancheng Real Estate are simply not enough. I'm afraid that before Jiang Chen acquires a few houses, the above will release the news of the 27th Middle School relocating to World Trade Road. By that time, the little cutie won't even be able to sell the house off. Not to mention that there's a foreign language school with a bigger program in a month. Recruitment must recruit. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen once again sent a message to the manpower market manager, asking him to find another 100 people to come over. Incidentally, Jiang Chen once again transferred 10,000 tips. Don't worry, brother Jiang, I promise to complete the task. Salute JPG. Look at this is the power of money. Not only did it come back in seconds, but also added an emoticon. After a day of running around, the 5 ministers took the day's work report and gathered at the company. Chairman, today our sales department negotiated 10 sets of properties, we will go to the closing tomorrow. The technical department negotiated 8 sets. The finance department negotiated 12 sets. Wang Jiaming, Hu Haitian and Li Wenwan reported today's results in turn. 30 sets a day, far from enough. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, it wouldn't take more than 10 days for the top to start the matter of relocating 27th Middle School. That meant Jiang Chen only had a maximum of 10 days to work with, and based on this current progress, a maximum of 300 sets would be acquired in 10 days. Evening Qing, how many did you collect in World Trade North Street today? Jiang Chen noticed that Li Wanqing hadn't been reporting and asked directly. World Trade Road was a north-south road, and World Trade North Street was more prosperous, so the prices of houses varied from high to low. Because of this, Jiang Chen was afraid that the other 3 ministers wouldn't be able to get the price, so he specifically sent Li Wanqing to World Trade North Street to acquire houses. Mr. Zhang, today when I went to World Trade North Street to acquire properties, but when I arrived at World Trade North Street with people, the properties listed for sale on North Street had already been acquired by all of them, and the rest of the properties were either thought that the homeowners didn't want to sell them, or it was because the asking price was too high, Li Wanqing reported with a puzzled face. A street that is almost divided into the suburbs of the southern city, how has it become a meat and potatoes, and there are people rushing to buy? Listening to Li Wanqing's report, Zhang Chen frowned. A competitor had appeared. The system had given the reward to Jiang Dust's redhead document 2 months ago, and now that it was now less than 10 days before the relocation of the 27th middle school in the South City, that redhead document had probably already begun to circulate in various units. The mysterious person who acquired the property on World Trade Street North must have learned the news in advance, which is why he went on a rampage to acquire the World Trade Road property at a premium to the market price. I believe it won't be long before more people get the news. By then, it wouldn't be so easy to acquire properties on World Trade Road again. Ignoring him for now, from today onwards, you will focus on acquiring the properties on World Trade Center South Street, and if you encounter anyone snapping them up, notify me immediately. Zhang Chen instructed the 4 ministers, then took out his cell phone and tapped on the small group of Southern City's rich second generation. Ever since Zhang Chen had stood up for Jiang Shui last time, he had completely integrated into the circle of Southern City's rich second generation, and was then pulled into this group. Other than sending out tens of thousands of red packets when he entered the group, Zhang Chen hadn't spoken yet. Who was in the group? Zhang Chen sent a message. Jiang Shui, Brother Jiang, I'm here, is something wrong? Fang Yugong, I chow, Brother Jiang even shed out, brothers, hurry up and come out to pick up the guests. The original clean group instantly boiled over because of Zhang Chen's appearance. Your family has not acquired real estate in the World Trade Center Road? Zhang Chen asked straight to the point. World Trade Road housing prices, although cheap, but at least 6,000 square meters, the average person does not have the financial strength to acquire property in the World Trade Road on a large scale. When Zhang Chen was listening to Li Wanqing's report, the first thing that came to his mind was that the tycoons in the southern city were secretly acquiring. Jiang Shui, our family never engaged in real estate. Fang Yugong, World Trade Road is almost zoned to the suburbs, cutie. Wouldn't even go to that kind of place to buy a house. Zhou Qingyang, Brother Jiang, the entertainment club run by my little brother has been seized, can you find someone? After reading everyone's speeches, Zhang Chen frowned even more tightly. The people who acquired properties on World Trade Road had no relationship with the local tycoons in South City. Most of these rich second-generation people were the only sons in their families, and they definitely knew when their families mobilized a large amount of assets to acquire properties. Which could be who? Zhang Chen thought for half a day and simply stopped thinking. Who cares who he is? If he dares to steal business from me, I'll make sure he loses his pants. At the same time, Binhu Hotel. How much money is left in our hands? Chen Yuhao stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with a red wine in his hand, looking at the traffic in the southern city, in an exceptionally happy mood. In just 2 days, he had acquired 100 sets of properties on World Trade Road. 10 days later, by the time that news of that spread, the value of these broken houses would have at least tripled. Young master, we still have $50 million of capital left in our hands. The assistant stood beside Chen Yuhao and bowed in reply. Continue to collect and spend all of this $50 million. Buy as much of the World Trade Road properties as you can. Chen Yuhao said heavily. When this young man completes the group's mission, he will settle the score with you properly. Chapter 80, A Narrow Road Between Wrongdoers. Chen Yuhao had 2 main missions for coming to South City this time. The first mission was to try and get Jiang Shui into his hands. The second mission was because of the chairman of the best group, Chen Shikong, who was also Chen Yuhao's father. Not long ago, he had gotten the news that the nature of the land in Southern City would undergo a large-scale alteration. In order to allow Chen Yuhao to better take over the Baishir group in the future, that's why Chen Yuhao was allowed to bring $100 million of activity funds to come to South City for training. Said to be practicing, in fact, it is just gold-plated. Chen Yuhao only needs to follow the document planning to acquire those old properties that will soon be planned as school districts, which is a surefire deal. On the following day, Jiang Chen's figure appeared in front of a neighborhood called Yan New Residence on World Trade Road, with Wang Jiaming behind him. Old Wang, where is that boss Li now? Jiang Chen tilted his head to survey a 10-story building in front of him and asked without looking back. Boss Li is the owner of this building. Due to the problems in the capital chain of his other industries, he plans to sell this building from rent to cash flow. The floor area of each floor of this building is 280 square feet, a total of 10 floors, or 2,800 square feet. According to the average price of 6,000 a square meter of the World Trade Center Road, this building is worth more than 16 million. It was because the amount was so large that Wang Jiaming couldn't decide, so he invited Jiang Chen over. Wang Jiaming quickly took out his cell phone and contacted Boss Lu. After asking some questions, he hung up the phone. Chairman, Boss Li is on his way, he will be here in 5 minutes. Well, this deal is done, give you a bonus. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. 10 days later, when the news of the school district housing plan is announced from above, the property price here will triple. In other words, this building, which was currently worth $16 million, would appreciate to $50 million in 10 days. Jiang Chen didn't need to do anything, he just flipped it left and right, netting a profit of over $30 million. Chairman, you're too kind, it's all part of my job, what I should do. Wang Jiaming hurriedly said modestly. Wang Jiaming is only in the agent to see the information of Mr. Lu's sale of real estate, let after relayed to Jiang Chen just. To be able to receive a base salary of 100,000 yuan for these jobs is already on the verge of heaven, where would you dare to ask for a commission? Just as the two were talking, a middle-aged man with a big belly, a Mediterranean head, and a briefcase in his arm walked over. Manager Wang, I've kept you waiting. The middle-aged man greeted Wang Jiaming with a smile on his face. He was Lu Kai, the one who wanted to sell the whole building, as Wang Jiaming said. Boss Lu, let me introduce you, this is the chairman of our Tianchang Real Estate, Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang. Wang Jiaming pointed at Jiang Chen and introduced Lu Kai. The latter couldn't help but be slightly stunned, and then hurriedly took out a packet of Chinese red and handed it to Jiang Chen, greeting him with a smile. Good day, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Chen looked to be only in his 20s, and to be able to take out $16 million was really surprising. Not to mention taking out $16 million to buy these old houses on World Trade Road that are dropping in value day by day. Chairman, this is the boss Lu I told you about. Wang Jiaming introduced. Jiang Chen took the cigarette, and Wang Jiaming, who was beside him, hurriedly took out a lighter and lit it. Jiang Chen smoked a mouthful of cigarettes and slowly said, Boss Lu, the average price of a house on World Trade Road is $6,000 a square meter, and this building is worth $16,800,000, the money I've already prepared. When are we going to sign the contract? So fast. Lu Kai, first stunned, then faced with joy, kept rubbing his hands and said, Jiang is really fast, I will go to prepare the formalities for the transfer, signed today. The amount of such a large transaction, not even the price, direct full payment to sign the contract. Rich second generation, this person is definitely rich second generation, and still people stupid money kind. Then again, no one with half a brain would come to this kind of place to buy a house. Slowly. Just when Lu Kai was planning to go and prepare the contract, a voice came over at an inopportune time. Ha! Jiang Chen followed the voice and saw two richly dressed young men rushing in his direction. The two were followed by a man in a suit and holding a briefcase, who should be an assistant. Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but tighten after seeing the appearance of one of the young men. This person was exactly the rich young man who he had taken money to the face at the bar some time ago. Ah, karma, it really was wonderful. Jiang Chen didn't think that he could meet his enemy even here. I heard that this young man had followed Chen Yuhao to South City, so it seemed that the Best World Group should have gotten the news as well, and that was why they sent Chen Yuhao to World Trade Road to acquire the property. After a little thought, Jiang Chen figured out the matter. The person who came was precisely Chen Yuhao, who had rushed here after hearing the news. After hearing that someone on World Trade Road was planning to sell the entire building, Chen Yuhao hurriedly rushed over with his men. Where did he expect to be one step too late and be snatched up by Jiang Chen? The young man following Chen Yuhao's side, after seeing Jiang Chen, his face instantly sank. Young Master Chen, this man is Mr. Jiang who was against you at the Hanhai bar that day, the young man gritted his teeth and said. When Chen Yuhao heard this, his eyes towards Jiang Chen also became gloomy. Boss Lu, I want to buy this building as well. Chen Yuhao suppressed the anger in his heart and said to Lu Kai. After learning that Jiang Chen was the one who had opposed him in the bar that day, Chen Yuhao had plans in his heart. No matter what, he couldn't let Jiang Chen buy the building as he wished. This gentleman, I've already negotiated the price with Mr. Jiang. Lu Kai politely refused. 6,500 a square meter, full payment. Chen Yuhao stared at Jiang Chen and said in a deep voice. This Lu Kai was a little hesitant. 500 more per square meter, if you calculated it overall. Chen Yuhao had offered a full 1.25 million more than Jiang Chen. He hadn't signed a contract with Jiang Chen at this time, so it was fine even if he backed out. This gentleman, our Mr. Jiang, has already negotiated the price with Boss Lu, isn't it not proper for you to do so? Wang Jiaming was furious. Once the deal was finalized, his position in Jiang Chen's heart would also rise. Where did he expect to see it come to fruition, but it turned out to be a biting gold. You have not signed the contract, but also not allowed us to buy? If you don't want to pay for it, you should get out of here. The young man beside Chen Yuhao sneered at Wang Jiaming. I'll you. Rao is a shrewd Wang Jiaming, at this time was also mocked out of the fire, rolled up his sleeves to go forward. Old Wang, talking about business is not a fight. Jiang Chen smiled coldly and pulled Wang Jiaming back. Interesting, want to play malicious competition with me? World Trade Center road housing prices are in the 6,000 up and down. Chen Yuhao opening directly added 500, clearly is to compete with him. Chapter 81 I do not buy. I will offer 7,005. Jiang Chen and Chen Yuhao stared at each other and casually added $500. At this moment, Lu Kai was confused instead. How could an old building attract two rich kids to fight over it? But in an instant, the shrewd Lu Kai reacted. The more these two rich kids fight, the more he earns. In just a few words, the price of the house rose from 6,000 to 7,000, and Lu Kai made an extra $2.8 million for nothing. Sir, Mr. Zhang's asking price is 7,000 a square foot. Lu Kai said to Chen Yuhao. The implication is very clear, it's your turn to bid. If you do not increase the price, I can sign the contract with Mr. Jiang. Jiang, my father is the chairman of the 100 World Group, you have to think about it. Chen Yuhao also didn't expect Jiang Chen to actually compete with him. However, Lu Yuhao didn't get carried away, wanting to intend to use Baisher Group's influence to make Jiang Chen withdraw voluntarily. He had brought a total of $100 million with him to the southern city this time, and after acquiring some properties, he still had $50 million on him. What does your dad being the president have to do with me? If your dad was the president, wouldn't Boss Lu still have to give you the building for free? If you don't want to give up your money, then get lost and don't disgrace yourself here. Jiang Chen said with disdain, returning the young man's words unchanged. 75,000 a square foot. Chen Yuhao raised his eyebrows and gritted his teeth. 500 at a time is too little, add more if you want. Jiang Chen laughed, then said in disbelief, 15,000 a square meter. Wait until after the 27th middle school moved to the World Trade Road, the house price here can rise to 18,000 square meters. At this time, even if Chen Yuhao does not increase the price, Jiang Chen bought 15,000 is not a loss, but also can make a small profit. At this time, the surrounding people also heard the news surrounded over, in the figure out the two people in order to compete for a set of old buildings, bid 15,000 a square meter, instantly exploded pot. Ai chow, the city center of the house is only 20,000 square meters ah. Rich people are so capricious. Too big brother, my home in this neighborhood, you have someone to collect not, I do not want more, 13,000 a square meter. Chen Yuhao also did not expect Jiang Chen surprisingly raised such a high price, just wanted to open the price increase, and then stopped. If he continued to raise the price, even if he could buy it, he wouldn't be able to make much money, but would instead be occupied with a lot of money. Since you can come to this place to buy a house, you must know the value of the house here, 15,000 isn't high. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and continued to irritate Chen Yuhao. I won't lose money anyway. Chen Yuhao's heart crossed, continued to raise the price, I offer 17,000 a square meter. 18,000. Jiang Chen followed suit. 10,000. Chen Yuhao still want to increase the price, but ultimately did not say it. These houses, even if they are planned as school district houses, are at most 18,000 a square meter, and if they raise the price again, they will have to lose money. Chen Daoxiao is not money did not bring enough, it does not matter, I can lend you, turn back and remember to let your father back to me on the line. Jiang Chen continued to say. Joke, I'm behind the 100 World Group, can still be worse than this money. I'll offer 20,000 ping. Chen Yuhao was irritated by the red face and neck, gritted his teeth and added another 2,000. For rich people like Chen Yuhao, the most important thing is face. Saying he doesn't have money is a slap in the face. My chow, $20,000 flat. The surrounding people instantly froze, their breathing became rapid, and their eyes reddened as they looked at Lu Kai. The price of the house in the city center is also 20,000 square meters ah. A house in the suburbs sold for the price of the city center. Lu Kai made a lot of money this time. Come on, if you have the ability to continue to add, I'm going to follow your surname Jiang if I wimp out today. Chen Yuhao pointed at Jiang Chen and said angrily. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen obediently, wanting to see how much more Jiang Chen could raise. However, under all the stares, Jiang Chen smiled and waved his hand, cupping his fists at Chen Yuhao and said, Major Chen is really rich, buying a house in the suburbs for 20,000 ping, I'm ashamed to be inferior. Even if the World Trade Center Road is divided into the scope of the transformation of the school district housing, the price of 18,000 square feet will be the top of the sky, and then increase the money 100% to lose money. Mr. Jiang, you do not increase the price? Lu Kai said with some disappointment. Look at the state of Chen Yuhao, if Jiang Chen continues to increase the price of the house can certainly be raised a lot. Boss Lu, you think everyone is a little cutie. 20,000 ping to buy an old house in the suburbs. Wang Jiaming laughed triumphantly. The crowd of onlookers nodded approvingly and subconsciously looked at Chen Yuhao. Only a little cutie. Only then would they spend $20,000 a square foot to buy a house in the suburbs. This is not a ready-made little cutie. Well, Boss Lu, congratulations, happy to have a building in the city center. Jiang Chen said to Lu Kai arching his hand. Downtown housing prices are about 20,000 square meters, Lu Kai will sell this building, can use the money to buy another building in the city center. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Lu Kai arched his hand and saluted back, the corners of his mouth grinning from ear to ear. The fact that his house could be sold at a sky-high price of 20,000 square meters was entirely because of Jiang Chen. If it wasn't because of Jiang Chen's excitement, that little cutie Chen Yuhao definitely wouldn't have fallen for it. Chen Yuhao, who was on the side, knew that he had been punked by Jiang Chen, and his face darkened with a brush. I spent money to buy your house, you thank Jiang Chen Dryline. Surname Jiang, you'd better not go to Magic City, or I'll make sure you don't even recognize your mother. Chen Yuhao looked at Jiang Chen's back as he left in style, and his heart was completely full of grudges. Because of Jiang Chen's stirring, Chen Yuhao had spent more than $30 million for no reason. Boss, our family also has a house in this neighborhood, 15,001 flat to sell to you. My house is only 13,000 square feet. Boss, buy my house. My house is only 10,000. The people around us are trying to take advantage of the opportunity to sell their own properties. Get lost. I'll just buy one. Chen Yuhao furiously cursed at the crowd in anger. Even if he acquired the property on World Trade Road at a price of 10,000 ping, Chen Yuhao would still be able to make half a profit. But he only had $50 million left on him at this point. Buying this building was not enough. Where was he going to get the money to acquire other properties? After signing the housing transaction contract with Lu Kaiyi with a black face, Chen Yuhao fled the neighborhood in an extremely wretched manner under the ridicule of the crowd. Jiang Chen hadn't expected that his unintentional action would cut off Chen Yuhao's cash flow. Without Chen Yuhao's intervention, Tancheng Real Estate's plan to acquire properties on World Trade Road went exceptionally smoothly, acquiring 500 properties in just 3 days. After spending nearly $400 million, and after Jiang Chen's family fortune was emptied, Tiancheng Real Estate stopped acquiring properties. Chapter 82: The Regal Club. In order to celebrate the successful completion of the program, Jiang Chen purposely held a celebration banquet at the Binhai Hotel and invited all the employees of Tiancheng Real Estate to have a meal. Between the drinks, Jiang Chen, as the chairman of the board, naturally became the target of the toast. The celebration banquet has not been carried out for half an hour. Jiang Chen, full of alcohol, used the excuse to escape from the private room. Chairman, can you give me a ride? Just when Jiang Chen was planning to leave first, Chen Li appeared at the entrance of the hotel. At the reception, Chen Li had also drunk a lot of red wine. When she was intoxicated, her delicate face was so red that she could have dripped out of the water. Nearly 30, Chen Li was like a ripe peach, exuding a mature flavor all over her body. At this moment, this peach was stained with the dew of the morning, and a single glance at it would make people drool. Jiang Chen was also filled with curiosity about this woman. Li Hu drove the Rolls-Royce and stopped in front of Jiang Chen, opening the rear door. Get in the car. Jiang Chen slightly dodged and signaled for Chen Li to get on first. Thank you, Chairman. Chen Li nodded slightly and passed by Jiang Chen, bringing up a fragrant breeze. Jiang Chen sat in the car. Li Hu closed the door and started the car. Mr. Jiang, where are we going? Li Hu asked. Where is your home? Jiang Chen turned to Chen Li and asked. Mr. Jiang forgot. I have long sold my home to the company. Chen Li sat beside Jiang Chen with a slight intoxication and said slowly to Jiang Chen. Eh? Jiang Chen looked helpless, then said to Li Hu, first go home. After all, Chen Li was an employee of Tiancheng Real Estate. Jiang Chen couldn't leave her on the side of the road. The car started. Jiang Chen and Chen Li sat in the back row of the Rolls-Royce, and the atmosphere was a little ambiguous in the confined space. Actually, I feel like you're my teacher. Jiang Chen was the first to speak, breaking this awkward atmosphere. No matter who it was, in the process of pursuing education, one would encounter a female teacher with a temperament like Chen Li. Her long hair was slightly permed with a few waves. She wore a pair of glasses and a work suit, revealing a picture of intellectualism all over her body. Although it is clear that age is an insurmountable gap, but there will still be students who have those unaccountable fantasies. Teacher? I don't know whether it is the reason that the wine is on the head. Chen Li can't help but ask offhandedly, do you mean the teacher of our country, or the teacher who teaches? Our country's teacher? Jiang Chen was first stunned, and instantly reacted. Those perverts in our country don't just like to play this kind of tune. Not right, since Chen Li knows these, but also so bold to say it, is not implying something? I'm talking about a serious teacher. I didn't expect you to know this, Sister Chen. Jiang Chen spared a glance at Chen Li. It was obvious that this was another king of the mouth. If Chen Li was really proficient in these things, how did she remain a virgin for 30 years? Just by virtue of her poise and charisma, she could charm a bunch of fresh meat with just a single move. Your teacher must be very happy to have a young and talented student like Mr. Jiang under his door. Chen Li realized that she made a slip of the tongue and quickly changed the topic. It's just so. Jiang Chen casually waved his hand. See, the atmosphere of the two people to see eased a lot, then smoothly asked out of the heart of the doubt, I see Chen sister's resume has been 30 years old. How have not seen Chen sister's boyfriend? Boyfriend? Chen Li face instantly a cold, with a picture of an extremely cold tone said, men are not good things. Aha! It seems to be another woman who has been hurt by love. But is she considered to be a fish in the pond? When Chen Li saw Jiang Chen's face look embarrassed, she realized that she had made a slip of the tongue and hurriedly explained, don't misunderstand Mr. Jiang, men like you who are young and talented are the dream lovers of many women. While the two were talking, the Rolls-Royce slowly drove into Jiang Chen's neighborhood. Chen Li also went along with the trend and stayed in Jiang Chen's home. According to the development of the plot, the next thing that greeted Jiang Chen should be the night of flowers and moonlight. However, before Jiang Chen was ready to show off his male dog's waist, a white sports car stopped at the door. Li Wanqing had returned as well. Giving the hurricane to Li Wanqing, this decision was too wrong. Jiang Chen regretted it and could only helplessly return to his room. After a night of nothing, the next day, Jiang Chen brought Chen Li to Tianchang Real Estate. The employees of Tianchang Real Estate had no tasks on them after acquiring the properties on World Trade Road, and all of them were at the company at this time. Upon seeing Jiang Chen and Chen Li walk into the company at the same time, they nodded in realization. Only the technical geek Hu Haitian was left, walking out of the game room with his big glasses, scratching his bird's nest-like head with a dumbfounded expression. Jiang Chen didn't have anything to do right now, just waiting for the news of the 27th Middle School's relocation to World Trade Road to be announced, and then selling the school district house at a high price. Waiting to count the money is done. Just as Jiang Chen stayed in the chairman's office, learning how to play golf, Li Wanqing walked in, holding a beautifully packaged gilt invitation in her hand. Mr. Li Jiang, this is the invitation mailed by the Magic City Ultra Racing Club. Li Wanqing placed the invitation on her desk, and Jiang Chen was curious to pick it up and take a look. Oh, inlaid gold with silver and diamonds. Looking through it, the content was an invitation for Jiang Chen to join the Ultra Car Club, as well as the club's location and contact information. What's the origin of this Ultra Running Club and why would it send me an invitation? Jiang Chen looked over the invitation and couldn't help but ask. Ever since he got rich, he had been developing in the southern city and hadn't been to the Magic City yet. As for this Supercar Club, it was the first time he had heard of it. Mr. Li Jiang, I just checked, the Magic City Supercar Club is actually a rich club formed by some tycoons. It belongs to the invitation to join system. Only those who have super luxury cars worth more than $10 million in their name will be invited to join this club. I think it might be because these people know that you have purchased a $30 million Lafite and a $40 million Rolls Royce, that's why they sent the invitation. As Jiang Chen's part-time secretary, Li Wanqing, after receiving the invitation letter, she first listened through various relationship channels. Yoho, the threshold was set so high. Jiang Chen began to feel curious about this club. There were as many rich people in the country who could afford a $10 million luxury car, but just because they could afford it didn't mean they would necessarily buy it. There were only a handful of tycoons in the country who could really take out $10 million to buy a car. As for rich people like Jiang Chen who spent more than $70 million to buy 2 luxury cars in one breath, they can be counted on one hand. From this, it could be seen how high the threshold for joining this so-called tycoon club was. With curiosity, Jiang Chen dialed the contact information on the invitation. Chapter 83 $600 million arrived. The person who answered the phone was a girl who claimed to be the club's operator. After learning Jiang Chen's identity, the girl specifically explained the significance of the club for Jiang Chen. Roughly speaking, the Regal Club was a platform for a group of tycoons to meet and liaise offline. Members invited to join the club were required to pay an annual membership fee of $880,000 for the club's daily expenses. With the purpose of expanding his network, Jiang Chen directly paid the $880,000 dues and became a member of the Supercar Club. $880,000, it's just a drop in the bucket. Those who were able to join the club were at least billionaires, and a casual deal at the club would bring Jiang Chen tens of millions of dollars. The richer you are, the less important money is. A few months ago, when Jiang Chen heard that the real estate magnate had set a small goal of 100 million, his first reaction was to think that it was pretending. However, after having money, Jiang Chen realized 100 million was indeed a small goal. At least for Jiang Chen, according to the system's daily distribution of $10 million, there would be 100 million in 10 days. Take speculating on real estate, one operation could earn 300 or 400 million. After paying the dues, the operator added Jiang Chen's prestige and pulled him into a prestige group with the name, Nothing Club. After entering the group, the operator then noted Jiang Chen's prestige as, South City Jiang Chen. The name of the place plus the name, extremely real. After joining the prestige group, a few group members greeted Jiang Chen one after another. Jincheng Zhang Jun, welcome new member. Magic City Wangshi, spread flowers and welcome gifts. Sichuan Province Sun Kiheo, I'll be the host if you enter Sichuan in the future. Jiang Chen replied one by one. After talking a bit, and a few tycoons got acquainted, agreed to go to the Magic City in the future to meet. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Jiang Chen was a little curious to open the prestige group members. Zhejiang Province Jack Horse? Sichuan Province Jianlin King? Looking at the familiar notes of the group members as well as the prestige avatars, Jiang Chen froze. Those who could join this prestige group were all billionaires, so naturally, they wouldn't use other people's names. That is to say, these two were really Jack Ma and King Jianlin. Continue to scroll down. Ding Sanshi from Zhejiang Province, and Sesame Vine from Guangdong Province. Okay, you two nemesis, don't you fight when you meet? Jiang Chen fell silent when he flipped to a group member whose note was Mordor Chen Shirkang. Should I say hello in advance, your son was repaired by me in South City? There were less than 200 members in total in the prestige group, most of which Jiang Chen recognized, and to be exact, all of them had seen on TV. It can be said that all the big names in various industries in China have gathered in this prestige group. This $880,000 was worth spending. Mr. Jiang, what are you laughing at? Li Wanqing looked at Jiang Chun alone hemming and giggling at his cell phone and asked curiously. Nothing, you go and get busy first. Jiang Chen looked down at his cell phone and said without lifting his head. Right at this moment, the club's customer service, who had just added Jiang Chen's Weixin friend, sent a message. September 15, the club will hold an offline activity. Members who are interested in participating, please contact the customer service. The club will arrange a special car to pick up and drop off at the airport. September 15th? That's next month. Jiang Chen thought he had nothing to do next month, so he contacted customer service to sign up. I just don't know if the few immortals in the group will go. When the time comes, I'll be holding a glass of wine. Come on, old horse, let's go one brother. Old Wang, come over and join us. Just when Jiang Chen fantasized that he was going to worship old Ma with his left arm around him and old Wang with his right arm around him, Li Wanqing came back, holding his cell phone directly broke in, with a picture of a ghost in the eyes, looking straight at Jiang Chen. Wanqing, what kind of eyes are you looking at? You want to eat me ah? Jiang Chen asked. Mr. Jiang, we've made it. We've made it. Li Wanqing said incoherently. What's going on? What is it? Jiang Chen asked curiously. What had Li Wanqing gotten into that she was so excited? You see, the official release of the latest notice. Li Wanqing will cell phone in front of Jiang Chen, said excitedly. 27 middle school will be relocated to the vicinity of the World Trade Center Road. World Trade Center Road, the entire street will be divided into school districts. Although she had long anticipated the reason for Jiang Chen's massive acquisition of World Trade Road's properties, Li Wanqing was still shocked when she saw the remodeling notice posted on the official website with her own eyes. Out of her trust in Jiang Chen, this time Li Wanqing had also privately taken out the 3 million she had earned from speculating on Hangyuan Road last time, and bought 5 100-square-foot houses on World Trade Road. Only a few days' time, the official released the news of the World Trade Center Road is planned to become a school district housing. Housing prices instantly tripled, directly from 6,000 a square meter to 18,000 a square meter. Li Wanqing's investment of $3 million instantly became $9 million. A net profit of $6 million. More than $6 million. I can't earn it even if I work hard for my whole life. It's because of following Jiang Chen. In just 1 month, he turned from a working man into a multi-millionaire. He invested $3 million and made $6 million. How much more can Jiang Chen make? After thinking that Jiang Chen had spent more than $300 million to purchase more than 500 properties on World Trade Road, Li Wanqing only felt her chest tighten and was about to lose her breath. Not bad, this operation should be able to make around $600 million. Jiang Chen roughly estimated and nodded in satisfaction. 600 million in profit plus more than 300 million in capital, until the foreign language school started to remodel, his own hands almost able to more than 1 billion. Mr. Jiang, aren't you surprised? Li Wanqing looked at Jiang Chen's calm face and couldn't help but ask curiously. From the beginning of the acquisition of the World Trade Center Road property to now, but only 10 days of work. 10 days to earn 600 million, to an ordinary person, it is estimated to be excited to blow up in the past. Jiang Chen, on the contrary, was as calm as eating and drinking water. This is the rich only have the heart quality ah. Surprise? Isn't that so? Jiang Chen said, stretching out 2 fingers to support the corners of his mouth, making a forced smile. Even without acquiring the World Trade Road property, Jiang Chen's desire to acquire $600 million was only a matter of 2 months' work. Jiang Chen would only get excited when the foreign language school project was completed. That was the real big headache. The investment alone would be over $1 billion. As for the profit, even Jiang Chen didn't dare to imagine it. Forget it, I'm going to announce this news. Li Wanqing gave Jiang Chen a blank look. This chairman was good at everything, just not understanding. Go on, at the end of the month, each person will add 10,000 bonus. Now that the official website has announced the news, there is no need for Jiang Chen to hide it, so it's better to make the company's employees happy. When Jiang Chen agreed, Li Wanqing summoned all the employees of Tianchang Real Estate to the artificial beach next to the swimming pool. I'll announce the good news below. World Trade Road has been divided into school districts. Li Wanqing announced in a loud voice, and then forwarded the official website information to the company's prestige group. Chapter 84 is worth $10 billion in gold rewards. When the employees of Tianchang Real Estate saw the official website message, they instantly exploded. I told you, chairman of the board of directors is such a discerning person, and how would he do a business that loses money? Wang Jiaming was the first to come out and kiss ass. Wang, I remember when you also want to block the chairman of the acquisition of real estate in the World Trade Center Road. Technical geek Hu Haitian pushed his glasses, asked uncertainly. Go, you kid mess what? Wang Jiaming pushed Hu Haitian to the side with a disgusted face. A program ape that doesn't understand the human condition. Ha! The actions of the two instantly drew laughter from the other employees. The chairman of the board said that each person will have an increased bonus of 10,000 at the end of the month. Li Wanqing once again dropped a heavy bomb. Instantly, all the employees boiled over. The chairman of the board is atmospheric. Long live Tianchang Real Estate. From now on, I'll be a Tianchang man in life and a Tianchang ghost in death. However, in the crowd of revelers, there is only one person who is moping. That was Chen Li. A few days ago, Chen Li on the spot in the World Trade Road, an area of 100 square meters of real estate, at 6,000 a square meter price sold to the company. However, this was only 10 days of work. World Trade Road was divided into 27 middle school district housing. The price of the house instantly tripled, rising to 18,000 a square meter. Chen Li also lost $1,200,000 as a result. A property worth $1,800,000 was sold at a price of $600,000. Thinking of this, Chen Li felt a heart-wrenching pain. So what if she earns $100,000 a month? She hasn't even worked for a few days yet, and she has lost a year's salary. Sister Chen, that this is all fate, cannot be forced. Finance Minister Li Wenwan want to comfort Chen Li, but there is no way to speak. This is a matter of heartache for everyone. Sister Chen, think about it from a different perspective, and then wait until the chairman of the board of directors issued a similar task. You just follow along with the investment, will certainly be able to earn back this loss. Hu Haitian pushed the glasses that were about to fall off the bridge of his nose and slowly analyzed. After Hu Haitian said this, all the employees came to a realization. Chow chow, why didn't I think of that? In the future, as long as the chairman of the board of directors assigns a task, he or she will follow the investment, surely a steady profit. Inside the office, Zhang Chen didn't have any intention of stopping these employees after learning of their thoughts. These projects rewarded by the system were a big cake for Zhang Chen, and he simply couldn't swallow them all with his current funds. Zhang Chen wasn't the kind of person who was selfish and self-interested. Anyway, he couldn't finish this cake himself. Instead of cheapening it for others, it would be better to let his own employees follow and drink some soup. In this materialistic society, talking about anything is not as real as talking about money. As long as these employees receive tangible benefits, they will never leave Tianchang Real Estate. After all, no one would choose to cross with money. Without going out to party with the employees, Zhang Chen sat alone in the office and opened the system panel. Character, Zhang Dust. Current earnings, 694,443. One-click boost, 50E. Divine honor points, 45860. Over this period of time, Zhang Chen had spent more than $400 million on buying luxury cars and acquiring properties, accumulating more than 40,000 points. A key upgrade would require 5 billion, and with Zhang Chen's current financial resources he was unable to upgrade, so he could only rest his eyes on the system lottery. System, start the raffle, gold raffle. Zhang Chen ordered to the system. Last time, the gold raffle drew out an anti-cancer renewal potion, but Zhang Chen hadn't used it until now. Ding, the golden roulette is being opened. The system voice rang out, and that familiar roulette wheel appeared in Zhang Chen's eyes once again. The roulette wheel spun 3 times before finally stopping, the pointer landing on a document. Upon seeing the reward, Zhang Chen instantly froze, even his breathing became tight. This was a prize he had drawn before. The last silver raffle was the one that drew this prize, the redhead document for the South City School District Plan. This document alone had brought Zhang Chen into $1 billion, and if he counted the foreign language school project, this redhead document could bring Zhang Chen at least $2 billion. Silver draws the document can bring in 20 of the revenue, that gold document can bring how much? Zhang Chen didn't dare to imagine, and could only tremble as he chose to receive the prize. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for drawing the gold prize, a list of the world's currency exchange rate fluctuations for the month of September. A list of currency exchange rates? Not a redhead document? Zhang Chen was confused, but still collected the form. List of world currency exchange rate fluctuations for September. Effect, records the exchange rate changes of the world's currencies for the month of September, top secret information. Looking at the introduction of the document, Zhang Chen still hadn't figured out why the system would put this document, which didn't seem to have any effect at all, in the prize pool of the gold draw. With curiosity, Zhang Chen opened the first page of the document. Above the record is all the global currency exchange rate changes, pounds, dollars, yuan, as long as the world's circulation of the currency, the document above everything. Foreign exchange. An extremely unfamiliar word surfaced in Zhang Chen's mind. Subsequently, Zhang Chen hurriedly opened his computer and searched for information related to foreign exchange. The foreign exchange market is specialized in foreign currencies, and foreign currency denominated bills and other securities trading place is also the most important part of the global financial. Therefore, speculation in foreign exchange. This expression also came into being. Simply put, speculation in foreign exchange is that you are in the dollar exchange rate of 16, you use 6 yuan for $1. Wait for a period of time, the dollar suddenly appreciated, and the exchange rate with the yuan is 17, at this time your hands of a dollar can be exchanged for 7 yuan. This extra dollar is earned by speculating in foreign exchange. Utilizing this method can let the flathead boy in a short period of time into billionaires. On the other hand, risk and opportunity coexist. Billionaires in the turbulent foreign exchange market capsize just a few days into the common people are not a few. In short, this is one of the fastest markets to make money within legal limits. For Jiang Chen, who had predicted the exchange rates of various currencies in September in advance, the foreign exchange market was like a big pool of gold. Jiang Chen only needed to follow the records on the documents, buy when a certain currency depreciated to a low point, and then sell when it appreciated, and he would be able to make a huge amount of money steadily. However, for the foreign exchange market, which has a daily turnover of up to $4 trillion, this billion-dollar asset in Jiang Chen's hand is just like playing house, and is completely out of place. Even if Jiang Chen with 10 billion in the foreign exchange market can vigorously flip, but also cannot turn what waves. Lack of money. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. If there was enough money, he relied on this exchange rate table and could make at least $10 billion in the foreign exchange market in a month's time. Chapter 85. Don't want you to feel, I want me to feel. Jiang Chen couldn't come up with a solution after thinking for half a day, so he can only summon the 5 ministers in. After all, there is strength in numbers. How much do you guys know about this piece of foreign exchange? After the 5 ministers entered the office, Jiang Chen opened the door and asked. Did not understand. The 5 ministers shook their heads neatly. Chairman, we do not even earn wages to understand, that have the leisure to understand the foreign exchange. If you intend to engage in foreign exchange, that must go to find the connoisseur to line. Wang Jiaming explained. There are specialties, professional things to find professional people to do. Wang Jiaming's words are for Jiang Chen open the mind, want to make a fortune in the foreign exchange market, at least to find a trader to be. Otherwise, alone those buying and selling operations, enough to keep him busy. With this in mind, Jiang Chen took out his cell phone and sent a message to the Human Resources Market Manager, asking him to find a few strong traders as soon as possible. The Human Resources Market Manager returned the message in seconds, guaranteeing to complete the task. It was only the middle of August now, and there was still more than half a month left before September, so Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry. Before that, it would be better to exchange the property on World Trade Road for cash flow and then start developing the foreign language school. To the best of his ability, he would accumulate wealth before September and then make a fortune in the foreign exchange market. After Tianchang Real Estate cashed out the school building on World Trade Road, Jiang Chen's capital had also reached $11 billion. In order to accumulate capital to stir up the foreign exchange market in a month's time, Jiang Chen once again gave a new task to the employees of Tianchang Real Estate, to acquire a large number of rotten buildings on Pingan West Road at the lowest possible price. West Pingan Road? When all the employees of Tianchang Real Estate heard this, they couldn't help but stare blankly, and a picture couldn't help but appear in their minds. On the open ground stood a few rotten buildings, in addition to a glance at the endless weeds. Desolation was synonymous with Pingan West Road. 10 years ago, the city of South Pingan had planned West Pingan Road as a commercial development center, and even specifically divided out 15 acres of land for the construction of municipal office buildings, as if to build West Pingan Road as the center of the city. Therefore, Pingan West Road land instantly became the object of various real estate developers to scramble for. The pre-sale price of housing even once speculated to 15,000 a square meter. You know, after 10 years of development in the southern city, can be among the quasi-first-tier cities, now the city center of the price is only 20,000 square meters. You can imagine how crazy people were at that time. However, plans cannot catch up with changes. When the real estate developers in the southern city with a large number of bank loans to enter, in Pingan West Road, building a large number of properties, intending to take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune. Above is the introduction of a new local office building standards, prohibiting the construction of local overstandard, luxury office buildings. So, the South City, the new municipal office building plan soaked up the soup, Pingan West Road development plan and then fetal death. South City developers left behind a lot of rotten buildings, with a butt of bank loans left the scene in a mess. Because of this incident, the real estate of the city of South China was greatly injured, after 5 years to slow down the vitality. Chairman of the board, Pingan West Road is not even a shadow of a person, we buy those rotten buildings simply cannot be sold off. Wang Jiaming, after learning that Jiang Chen wanted to acquire the rotten buildings on Pingan West Road, immediately raised objections. As Wang Jiaming said, there was not even a ghost on Pingan West Road, and even the bus company had not set up a stop here. It is enough to see how desolate West Pingan Road is. Chairman, I don't think the officials have any intention of developing Pingan West Road, and it's not wise for Tianchang Real Estate to enter the market at this time. Shen Li also raised an objection. I think Wang and Chen have a point. Hu Haitian also expressed his attitude. These people openly opposed Jiang Chen's decision, not that they didn't respect Jiang Chen. On the contrary, it was precisely because these people regarded Tianchang Real Estate as their home that they were so cautious. I don't want you guys to think, I want me to think. Jiang Chen waved his hand, not giving these people a chance to speak out against him at all. At first, Jiang Chen was also very puzzled why the foreign language school would choose the school site in Pingan West Road, such a place with no development prospects, extremely desolate place. However, when Jiang Chen saw the content on the red-headed document, he suddenly realized. The board of directors of the foreign language school intended to build the school into a combination of 4 campuses: kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, and high school. The top comprehensive school in South City. The 4 campuses alone would have to occupy nearly 10,000 acres of land, equivalent to over 66,000 square meters. I should have known that the price of land can be more expensive than housing prices. To buy a 66,000 square meter plot of land in South City, at least $4 billion would be needed. In contrast, the location belongs to the urban area of the southern city, but the price of the land is cheaper than the suburbs of Ping and West Road lot. It becomes the best location. The origin of the redhead document was too mysterious. Jiang Chen was too lazy to explain to these employees, so he simply became a dictator. Facing Jiang Chen's forcefulness once again, the 5 ministers reacted instantly. The last time they acquired the property on World Trade Road, Jiang Chen was the one who forcefully argued against it. As a result, in the situation where everyone was not optimistic, World Trade Road was divided into the 27th Middle School District housing, and the price of the house nearly tripled in just 10 days. Could it be that this time the chairman was also informed in advance? Thinking about this, the minds of the 5 ministers became energized. Ping and West Road near a few streets of housing prices than the suburbs are lower. Even the new style boutique second-hand housing prices are only 2,000 a square meter and also cannot be sold. As for those rotten buildings, they were even more unsolicited. It only takes a very small amount of money to buy a large number of properties in the streets near Ping and West Road. All go down, the purchase money from the company account transfer, the rest of the things you look after yourselves. I want to see the property belonging to Tianheng Real Estate before September 1st, Jiang Chen said to the 5 ministers. I want to see the property belonging to Tianheng Real Estate. Jiang Chen gave a death order to the 5 ministers. September 1st was the time when the foreign language school would announce its new location. By that time, several streets near Ping and West Road would skyrocket in terms of both land and property prices. Although acquiring land would bring Jiang Chen more profits, due to the various formalities required for both acquiring and selling land, there was simply no time to do so. In order not to delay the September in the foreign exchange market to make a big profit, Jiang Chen can only temporarily give up the land, this piece of cake. From there, he chose properties that are easy to transfer and have a short time to cash out. Chairman, guaranteed to complete the task. The 5 ministers replied back in unison, and their hearts secretly made up their minds. After completing the company's mission, they themselves would have to shell out a portion of their own funds to purchase the property on Ping and West Road. Chapter 86, Wang Ye's visit to the door. After the news of Tiancheng Real Estate's successful bottom feeding and wildly earning $600 million by virtue of the World Trade Road School District house spread, the entire real estate industry in the southern city instantly exploded. In this generation of skyrocketing housing prices, wanting to earn $600 million was not a difficult task. By casually developing a fine household-type neighborhood, the earnings earned would far exceed $600 million. But with less than $400 million, earning $600 million in 10 days of effort. Even the top pillars of the domestic financial industry, Jack Ma and King Jinlin, couldn't do it. This is simply a miracle. For a time, Tiancheng Real Estate was on fire. All the real estate bosses and various tycoons were trying to find out about Tianheng Real Estate. They all wanted to get on the Tiancheng Real Estate train and take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune. And the New Continent Era CEO Wang Yi is also one of them. When Wang Yi learned that someone in the southern city made $600 million by purchasing 500 sets of school district houses, the first time he let his assistant go to inquire about the bottom of Tiancheng Real Estate. After some investigation, Wang Yi looked at the information sent by his assistant and fell into silence. Chairman of Tiancheng Real Estate, Zhang Dust. Hesitating for a moment, Wang Yi took out his cell phone, his finger stopped on Jiang Chen's address book, and then stopped when he intended to dial the phone. Isn't it a bit less formal to make a phone call? Assistant Zhao, book a ticket for me to South City tonight. After a moment's thought, Wang Yi ordered his assistant to book a ticket for the fastest departure. Wang Yi tidied up his clothes, opened the wine cabinet, and without hesitation took out the red wine that was placed at the very top and cost $200,000 to get from the FA country bidding, and then hurriedly rushed to the airport. The next morning. South City Airport. Wang Yi got off the airplane. Mr. Wang, we have already booked a private room at the Marina Hotel. The one who came to pick up the airplane is the newly appointed general manager of the New Continental Times South City branch. Take me to Tiancheng Real Estate Company now. Wang Yi ordered. Mr. Wang, but you sat on the plane all night, should we rest first? The general manager asked weakly. My words are orders, the next time, directly roll cover and get out. Wang Yi said with a serious face. Business is about seizing the first opportunity, wasting a minute and a second may cause great losses. In the face of the strong Wang Yi, the general manager nodded like a chicken eating rice, and drove directly to Victory Square. Half an hour later, Wang Yi walked out from the special elevator of Tianheng Real Estate. At first glance, he saw the white jade welcoming wall engraved with Tianheng Real Estate. After going around the wall, there was the front desk, followed by the indoor swimming pool, artificial beach, SP clubhouse, and game room, which came into Wang Yi's eyes. Before going in, Wang Yi was full of shock. He didn't expect Tiancheng Real Estate's decoration style to be so unique and very expansive. Mr. Hello, welcome to Tianhong Real Estate. Guo Mei is sitting at the front desk to make up, and after seeing someone arrive, she hastily put away her makeup case. Hello, I'm Wang Yi, the CEO of New Island Times, and I'm looking for your chairman. Wang Yi returned politely with a smile on his face. May I ask if Mr. Wang has an appointment? Guo Mei asked. Ever since Tiancheng Real Estate had caught fire, there were a bunch of chairmen and general managers every day who wanted to find Jiang Chen to talk about cooperation matters. However, Jiang Chen knew that these people's calculations were nothing more than seeing Tianhong Real Estate's huge profits and then relying on cooperation to get a piece of the pie. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't have the intention of cooperating with these people, firstly, because of the fact that the water was not flowing out, and secondly, in order to hide the news that he was carrying a system. Once he cooperated with these people, it was inevitable that he would reveal himself over time, and Jiang Chen would not be able to explain the source of this information at all. In this regard, Jiang Chen directly issued a death order to Guo Mei. Outsiders without an appointment were forbidden to enter the company. Appointment? Wang Yi was first stunned, then shook his head. He had wanted to say hello to Jiang Chen on the phone first, but was considering that calling seemed a little less formal, so he came in person. I'm sorry, sir, you're not allowed to enter the company without an appointment, Guo Mei replied politely. I am the CEO of New Island Times. Wang Yi looked at Guo Mei incredulously and reiterated his identity. New Island Times is a well-known real estate group in China, and as the CEO of New Island Times, he is a big man with a fortune of nearly $10 billion. It was not an exaggeration to say that Wang Yi usually traveled, and even some local leaders had to personally greet him wherever he went. However, at this moment, he was actually blocked by a small receptionist. Sorry sir, if you want to see our chairman, please make an appointment by phone first. Guo Mei replied without being overbearing. For Guo Mei, Jiang Chen's words were the holy decree. Jiang Chen said that he wouldn't let in without an appointment. Even if the King of Heaven came, he couldn't enter. You should contact your chairman right now and say that his friend is here. Wang Yi said. Sorry, the chairman hasn't come to the company yet. Guo Mei continued. Wang Yi wanted to call Jiang Chen, but when he looked at the time it was only 7:30 in the morning, he felt that it was rude to call at this hour, so he could only stop. Then I'll wait here. Wang Yi said, directly dropping his briefcase at the front desk, while he himself stood next to the welcoming door wall, waiting on the spot for Jiang Chen to arrive. An hour later, Jiang Chen's figure appeared at the elevator entrance. Elder brother Jiang, you've finally come. After seeing Jiang Chen's arrival, Wang Yi immediately greeted him with enthusiasm. Big brother Wang, what brings you here? Although there had only been one encounter, Wang Yi's bold and courageous character had left Jiang Chen with an extremely deep impression. After seeing Wang Yi, Jiang Chen instantly remembered his identity even more. This is not the recent days a little tight, want to go on Jiang old brother here to play the autumn breeze. Wang Yi was extremely generous and joked. Mr. Wang is worth billions of dollars, and will look at my brother's assets of a few hundred million. This is not the place to talk, inside please. Jiang Chen joked, then walked into the company with Wang Yi. When Wang Yi followed Jiang Chen into the chairman's office, which was decorated as a presidential suite, his jaw was about to drop in surprise. Bro, is this your office? After Wang Yi looked at both the luxurious Simmons and golf bowling in the room, his entire body was envious. Surveying Jiang Chen's office, Wang Yi couldn't help but think of his own office that only had a few pieces of office furniture outside of a computer. Wang Yi immediately felt that he had lived his life to the dogs. This is the kind of enjoyment that rich people should have. It's just a small thing. Jiang Chen humbly asked, and then opened the door to ask, Brother Wang is worth billions of dollars, I'm afraid that he doesn't just want to come up to me here to play the autumn breeze. Chapter 87 Cooperation? U2I8. Wang Yi did not expect Jiang Chen to be so direct, could not help but slightly stunned, and then directly replied, Jiang brother, truth be told, this time I came to find your purpose is to want to cooperate. Brother Wang said this, our Tiancheng real estate company can't match your wealth, even if there is a project, it won't be able to enter your eyes off. Jiang Chen first time politely refused. Wang Yi is not the first to find his cooperation, but all were Jiang Chen politely refused. It's okay, after getting along for a long time, there are plenty of opportunities for cooperation. Wang Yi looked a little disappointed, but still will bring the red wine placed on Jiang Chen's desk. Jiang old brother, this is my former spent 200,000 from the FA country auction to the red wine, Margot Chateau treasures. I heard that Jiang likes red wine, so I brought it here on purpose this time. Looking at the red wine Wang Yi put on the table, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. If he had been anyone else, he would have sent a gift before talking about anything. With heavy gifts opening the way, Jiang Chen would be too embarrassed to refuse the offer of cooperation. However, Wang Yi had sent the red wine after being rejected by Jiang Chen, making it clear that he didn't want to make things difficult for Jiang Chen. This kind of person is worth making friends with. Jiang old brother, the company still has some things to do, in the future we have the opportunity to get together again. Wang Yi said, getting up to go. Brother Wang, do you believe me? Just as Wang Yi turned to leave, Jiang Chen suddenly opened his mouth. That's right, I've personally come to the door, how could I not trust old brother Jiang? Wang Yi said casually. Then I have a project here that requires an investment of $2 billion. I wonder if big brother Wang is interested in cooperating? Jiang Chen also saw Wang Yi's character, so he said the project he originally intended to discard. As for this project, it was the plan to acquire the land on Ping and West Road. The best thing that rich people could do was to borrow chickens to lay eggs. If Wang Yi was willing to fund the project, Jiang Chen wouldn't mind using the money to acquire the land on Ping and West Road, taking the opportunity to make an extra buck. How to cooperate? Wang Yi's eyes lit up, knowing that the opportunity had come, he quickly asked. Wang big brother funded 2 billion, I go to operate the money, the proceeds of 2/8. Jiang Chen said, afraid of Wang Yi misunderstanding, and then emphasized the statement, you 2/8. Jiang old brother, this distribution is a bit inappropriate. Wang Yi frowned slightly, unsatisfied with Jiang Chen's proposed distribution of benefits. According to the rules, Wang Yi should have taken the lion's share of the capital, even if it was 80% of the proceeds, it would be reasonable. However, at this moment, he could only get 20% of the proceeds. What if I can triple these 2 billion within half a month? Jiang Chen smiled faintly and put on a winning face. If I could acquire 2 billion plots of land near Ping and West Road, when the foreign language school announced its location, these plots of land would become school district housing. Countless real estate developers were afraid that they would grab their heads for this. At that time, the land worth $2 billion can be sold for at least $6 billion. Elder brother Jiang, are you serious? When Wang Yi heard this, even his breathing became rapid. Half a month's time to flip 2 billion to 6 billion, even if it's a 280 split, he can still make 12 billion. Investing 2 billion and getting a return of 12 billion in half a month, the annual rate of return was as high as 3,285. Although Jiang Chen was talking about a 28% split, he couldn't help that the annual rate of return was high. After some silent calculations in his mind, Wang Yi's entire body was shocked. Investment has risks, I'm sure old brother Wang wouldn't fail to understand this. Jiang Chen intentionally sold a secret, wanting to test Wang Yi. As long as the $2 billion were used to acquire the land on Ping and West Road, it would definitely be a surefire deal. However, Jiang Chen still wanted to see Wang Yi's trust in him. If Wang Yi dared to take out this 2 billion, it would show that he trusted Jiang Chen, and in the future, when Jiang Chen had a project, he could bring Wang Yi a hand. On the contrary, if Wang Yi didn't dare to take out these 2 billion this time, Jiang Chen wouldn't cooperate with him in the future. Anyway, it's all about picking up money. Jiang Chen can't pick it up by himself, so it's okay to let Wang Yi follow and pick up some. This. Wang Yi slightly hesitated, and then looked at Jiang Chen, looked solemn, nodded and said, 2 billion, at the latest tomorrow to Jiang old brother's account. Wang Yi's entire fortune is only $7 billion, want to take out $2 billion of cash flow, even need to sell some fixed assets. For Wang Yi, this is no less than a big gamble. Once failed, even the capital chain of New Island Group will be affected. As for the project in Jiang Chen's mouth, Wang Yi didn't ask. He knew that even if he opened his mouth and asked, Jiang Chen would definitely not say anything. Snap. Jiang Chen clapped his hands, then asked wanting to open the red wine that Wang Yi had brought, and after the red wine was woken up, he poured 2 glasses. Elder brother Wang, I'll lend you a flower to wish us success in our cooperation. Jiang Chen raised his glass and said, then took a light sip and slowly savored it. Although the red wine Wang Yi brought wasn't as expensive as the last one. However, red wine worth 200,000 and red wine worth millions were all the same flavor for Jiang Chen. Bitter first, then sweet, and slowly savored. It was actually just like that. Wish us a successful cooperation. Wang Yi said solemnly, then he didn't care about those side issues and directly drank the red wine in the cup. Seeing Wang Yi drinking in such a savage manner, Jiang Chen knew that Wang Yi was under a lot of psychological pressure at this time. However, after half a month, Jiang Chen would let Wang Yi know how wise his decision was. After finishing his glass of wine, Wang Yi left Tiancheng Real Estate. The next day, Tiancheng Real Estate's public accounts received an inflow of up to $2 billion. In response, Jiang Chen divided the employees of Tiancheng Real Estate into 2 groups, specifically allowing Li Wanqing to be in charge of acquiring the land on Ping and West Road. Purchasing from the private sector for those with owners, and from the official sector for those without owners. As long as the land on Ping and West Road was of a commercial nature, all of them were bought by Jiang Chen. During this period, Wang Yi, as if he had never turned the 2 billion general, did not call a phone call to ask, let Jiang Chen show. For this reason, Jiang Chen's heart for Wang Yi's evaluation has risen another level. The acquisition plan of the rotten buildings is also exceptionally smooth. Those real estate developers' bosses have long been thinking of dealing with these. Looking at the heart of the rotten buildings, Tiancheng Real Estate is interested in buying. The two hit it off. In just 5 days, Wang Jiaming, on the staff of Tiancheng Real Estate, at a super low price of 1,081 square meters, negotiated a deal of 10 high-rise rotten buildings. Incidentally also acquired several hundred sets of uninhabited old apartments, and successfully completed the Tiancheng Real Estate account of 1 billion. With $3 billion spent, all that's left is to wait for the Foreign Language Board to announce the location of the school and then proceed with the land and real estate sell off. And then count the money. Chapter 88, The Schoolflower is going to make a debut. Just as Jiang Chen was waiting to count his money, the schoolgirl Chen Yiner was the one who took the initiative to find him. In order to prevent disturbing Jiang Chen's work, Chen Yiner had never taken the initiative to ask Jiang Chen out, and this was the first time. When a beautiful woman had an appointment, Jiang Chen could not refuse, and immediately let Li Hu drive the Rolls-Royce and received Chen Yiner to the Western restaurant in Wangfujing. Jiang, you haven't seen me for almost half a month. When Chen Yiner saw Jiang Chen, she immediately snuggled into Jiang Chen's arms, wrapping her arms around him in a pampering mode. After confirming her relationship, Chen Yiner was as good as a lamb in front of Jiang Chen. Who would have thought that a goddess like Chen Yiner, who is capable of seducing all beings, would also have such a small woman side? It's not that she's been busy with work lately. Jiang Chen was dotingly touching Chen Yiner's hair, enjoying the school goddess's pampering. Today, Chen Yiner wore the white suit of Boberly, combed two long ponytails, and under the delicate features, she looked particularly lovely. After some pampering, Jiang Chen began to order food. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, Chen Yiner also told the reason why she took the initiative to ask Jiang Chen out today. Chen Yiner was about to graduate and needed to come up with a work to complete her graduation exams. However, in the 4 years of university, Chen Yiner had not appeared in any movies or TV dramas at all, except for the occasional cosmetic advertisement, and there were no works that could be taken out. Because of this, Chen Yiner had taken the initiative to look for Jiang Chen's help. To put it bluntly, it was the schoolflower who wanted to make her debut. It was time for Jiang Chen, the gold master, to contribute. You want to make a production of your own, right? Why don't I just start an acting company for you? Jiang Chen lowered his head to cut the 7-minute cooked steak and said in passing. He did remember that the system had rated Chen Yiner with 4.5 stars, with extremely high potential as an actress. As long as Jiang Chen financed it, with Chen Yiner's strength, she would definitely make it big, and Jiang Chen would also be able to capitalize on the opportunity to make a fortune. Set up an acting company for me? Chen Yiner couldn't help but stare, and then her face was ecstatic. Her original intention was to use Jiang Chen's financial strength to make a slightly acceptable network movie. Where did she expect that Jiang Chen wanted to set up an acting company for her? It was as if Chen Yiner had originally planned to take 50 cents from Jiang Chen to buy candy, but Jiang Chen had given her a mountain of gold in return. How could Chen Yiner not be excited? Well, the entire company will sign you as a single artist and gather all their strength to support you alone, continued Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen continued. Jiang, I love you to death. Under the excitement, Chen Yiner directly kissed Jiang Chen on the face. Don't mess around, eat, kiss me a face oil. After eating Western food, Jiang Chen was led by Chen Yiner to the movie shooting base located on the outskirts of Southern City. If you wanted to make movies and TV dramas, you had to have a script to do so. The purpose of Jiang Chen and Chen Yiner's trip was to find a script and help Chen Yiner make a debut work first. When the white Rolls-Royce drove into the movie shooting base, it instantly drew everyone's attention. This gentleman, I don't know what you're doing here with us? It didn't take long for a staff member of the base to welcome him. Those who can ride in a Rolls-Royce are all big shots who are not rich or noble, so I can't afford to offend them. I'm here to find some directors and buy some scripts. Jiang Chen directly stated his intention. After learning Jiang Chen's intention, the base staff became more cordial. This is the father of the Gold Master. After leading Jiang Chen into the office, the base staff brought a group of people in no time. These people were both old and young, each wearing glasses and vests, and they looked like they were engaged in arts and culture. Of course, these were all small directors who had no fame, and since they couldn't pull an investment, they could only work part-time as producers at the base, waiting for an opportunity. Such a young gold master? I'm afraid it's not easy to serve. Who cares? Just give me the money. These directors kept whispering after seeing how young Jiang Chen was. Mr. Jiang, these people are the directors of our base, you can tell them what you want from the script. The base staff said to Jiang Chen. Well, there's only one requirement for the script I'm going to buy, and that's that it can't have a male lead, Jiang Chen said to the group of directors in front of him. As for the reason, it was simple. Chen Yiner was Jiang Chen's woman now, and Jiang Chen was no longer stupid enough to fund his own woman to act out her feelings with another man. When the movie was released, the audience pointed to Chen Yiner, who was kissing the male lead, and shouted, "Look, that's Jiang Chen's girlfriend." That scene is unbearable to think about. Without the female lead, you can still shoot some brotherly drama, but without the male lead, you can't shoot anything. But without a male lead, nothing can be made. But the audience likes to see emotional scenes these days, so this kind of script is sure to hit the streets. Boss, can you change your request? All the directors looked at Jiang Chen with great difficulty. A clever woman can't cook without rice. Since the development of domestic movies, there has never been a movie or TV series that doesn't use a male lead. Even if there was, it would definitely be a documentary that didn't even have a female number one. If you want me to invest in it, you have to do that, or else you're free to talk about it. Jiang Chen responded with an undoubted tone. Regarding Jiang Chen's forcefulness, the group of directors could only choose to bow their heads. These days, money was the father, who made him the golden father. Boss, I have a script here, I don't know if it meets your requirements. Just as everyone was mulling over how to pull down Jiang Chen's investment, a middle-aged man in the crowd with long, center-parted hair and large glasses who looked svelte raised his hand. Li Shoga, you can't even make a normal movie well, so don't disgrace yourself here. Isn't it true, you lost your car and house for the sake of making a movie, you weren't born to eat this meal. Boss, Li Shoga has made 5 movies, and all 5 have flopped, so you should think about it. Before Jiang Chen could reply, the people around him suddenly began to sneer at the middle-aged man. All the movies you've made have flopped? You put your house on the line to make a movie? Jiang Chen gave Li Shoga a curious look, then threw over an eye of the workplace. Character, Li Shoga. Gender, male. Suitable profession, director. Career potential, 4.5 stars 5 stars is full. Evaluation, graduated from the directing department of Shanghai Film, very talented in directing, can be recruited as an employee. 4.5 stars for directing potential. This is a treasure. You're it, bring your script over. Jiang Chen made his decision immediately after seeing Li Shoga's rating. Chapter 89 draws a villa. After negotiating the script, Jiang Chen returned to the company and then asked Li Wanqing to set up a branch called Tiancheng Performing Arts. The company's registration was completed, and Jiang Chen directly transferred over $10 million as the funds to shoot the movie. When Li Shoga got the money, he swore that he would definitely earn twice the box office returns of his investment. Jiang Chen waved his hand in disbelief. It didn't matter if it was a good movie or a bad movie, anyway, his intention was to make a closing work for Chen Yiner, and he didn't intend to use it to make money at all. A director who had made 5 bad dramas in a row, coupled with a lead actor who had never had any experience in movie making, what kind of hit could he make? The only reason why Li Shoga was chosen was because of his 4.5-star directing potential. Spending $10 million is just a hobby to make the girl happy and that's it. The movie had already begun filming, and Chen Yiner had specially invited Jiang Chen to go to the set to watch, but he had been rejected by Jiang Chen. He didn't have the heart to watch a group of people embarrassed in the sun. Tiancheng Real Estate's plan to acquire properties and plots of land had also been completed, waiting for the September 1st announcement of the location of the foreign language school, waiting for these properties and plots of land to increase in price. For a while, Jiang Chen suddenly had nothing to do and was idle. Under the boredom, Jiang Chen looked at the divine hero points and still had 35,860, so he simply used the lottery to pass the time. System, start the lottery, silver lucky draw. The silver draw needed to consume 1,000 points each time, and with Jiang Chen's current points, it was enough to draw 35 times. Ding, opening the silver roulette. The system voice rang out, and the raffle wheel row began to rotate. The roulette wheel spun 3 times before finally stopping, the pointer resting on top of a pill. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for drawing a silver reward, a physique strengthening pill. A physique strengthening pill? Jiang Chen was a bit confused, then claimed it. Physique strengthening pill. Efficacy, after taking it, it can fully strengthen the human body, greatly enhancing one's physique, strength, and speed. The physique strengthening pill, to put it bluntly, was to enhance Jiang Chen's strength. However, now that Jiang Chen had 26 King of Soldiers bodyguards who had retired from foreign battlefields, where was the need for this? Fighting and killing would be degrading to the rich man's svelte awe. Jiang Chen smoothly put away the physique strengthening pill, waiting to take it later when he had time. System, start the raffle, silver raffle. Jiang Chen chose to continue the raffle. Ding, opening the silver roulette. 15 times in a row, each time the system rewarded something different, all of which were dispensable to Jiang Chen at this point. When Jiang Chen started the 16th draw, he finally drew something different. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for drawing a silver reward, a villa. You can still draw a villa? Jiang Chen was completely confused. Could it be that the system could still conjure up a villa out of thin air? With curiosity, Jiang Chen chose to receive the reward. Real estate certificate. Effect, a real estate certificate for the Nanshan Manor, located in Nanshan Mountain, Nanshan City. Turning over the real estate license to take a look, the villa owner signed his name precisely Jiang Chen. South Mountain Manor. After seeing the name of the villa, Jiang Chen even became short of breath. Nanshan Manor, located on top of Nanshan Mountain in Nanshan City, was the most expensive hilltop villa in Nanshan City, bar none. It could be said that standing in Nanshan Manor was equivalent to stepping on the entire South City underfoot. The entire city, in addition to the owner of Nanshan Manor, is an individual would like to live in this hilltop villa. A few days ago, there was a message circulating on the internet that the owner of Nanshan Manor was about to emigrate abroad and was planning to sell Nanshan Manor for $2 billion. Jiang Chen had wanted to get his hands on it, but since his entire fortune was smashed into Ping and West Street, he couldn't get $2 billion for a while and could only watch the opportunity slip away. However, Jiang Chen didn't expect this hilltop villa to be drawn by himself. Drawing a villa in a lottery, would you dare to believe it when you say it? In order to make sure that this real estate license was real, Jiang Chen also deliberately went to check the assets under his name. After inquiries, Jiang Chen's name is really more Nanshan Manor so a property, and the transaction time is exactly the time he drew the Nanshan Manor real estate license. As for how to transfer, Jiang Chen did not think, he knew he could not understand. Looking at the real estate certificate in his hand that was confirmed to be authentic, Jiang Chen was suddenly living in a dream. Since this villa is mine, shouldn't I take a look at it? Boom! A foot of gas went down, and Jiang Chen directly drove Lafa, heading towards Nanshan Manor. Without the need for navigation, as long as one stood in any corner of the southern city and looked south, one could see the magnificent Nanshan Manor standing on top of the mountain. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen followed the only mountain road straight to the entrance of Nanshan Manor. The previous owner of the manor had already left, taking the manor's old butler with him to emigrate abroad, dismissing all the servants and leaving only a security guard to watch the door. Jiang Chen pushed the door and entered, only to see a middle-aged man dressed as a security guard, cleaning the fallen leaves in the courtyard, looking a bit desolate and forlorn. "This gentleman, this is private territory, please do not enter." The security guard hurriedly put down the broom in his hand and stopped him after seeing Jiang Chen's arrival. "I am Jiang Chen, the new owner of Nanshan Manor." Jiang Chen surveyed the manor and responded. The new owner was surprisingly so young. The security guard couldn't help but flash a shocked look in his eyes after learning that Jiang Chen was the new owner of Nanshan Manor. However, the security guard didn't doubt Jiang Chen's identity. Because behind Jiang Chen, Rafa was like a sleeping beast that had stopped in place. Rich people were good-looking, so naturally, they wouldn't do anything to fake other people's identities. After confirming Jiang Chen's identity, the security guard stopped blocking him. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was touring aimlessly along the verdant stone path laid on top of the lawn. The Nanshan Manor was priced at $2 billion, so it naturally had its corresponding value. In addition to the medieval castle-style 5-story villa building, the large courtyard also had a series of high-end buildings such as swimming pools, rockeries, golf courses, and aprons. As for the flowers, plants, and trees, there were even more varieties, and there were even a lot of valuable birds that Jiang Chen couldn't name, which flew to the sky from these plants from time to time. Instead of saying that the Nanshan Manor was a hilltop villa, it was more like a mountain village. Mr. Jiang, Nanshan Manor is the largest building in Nanjing City, covering an area of more than 5 acres, and in addition to these buildings that can be seen, there is also an underground garage and a wine warehouse. The security guard followed behind Jiang Chen and introduced the manor one by one. How many servants did this manor have before? Jiang Chen looked at the extremely cold manor. The first thought in his mind was to call some servants. This Nanshan Manor were all good, is too cold, creepy. Chapter 90 Big Mercedes Land Rover make do with it. Mr. Jiang, this is the list left by the previous owner, which records all the servants in the manor. The security guard seemed to have anticipated that Jiang Chen would ask this, and directly pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket. Jiang Chen took the paper, glanced at it, and was instantly stunned. The gardeners, cooks, cleaners, bodyguards, and all the messy people added up to more than 60 people. Good lord, every month, the salary expenses of these servants alone would be at least $300,000. If one didn't have the money, even if they got this $2 billion manor for nothing, they wouldn't be able to afford to live there. Jiang Chen directly contacted the manpower market manager and sent over the positions on the list. Half an hour later, 2 buses stopped at the entrance of Nanshan Manor, and more than 100 applicants walked down from the buses one after another. My goodness, even in the Nanshan Manor interview. This is much bigger than my house, very grand. Chow chow, the supercar parked inside the courtyard is actually a Lafa. When these applicants saw the towering villa buildings in Nanshan Manor, as well as Jiang Chen's Lafa parked in the courtyard, they all whispered with shocked faces. Jiang Chen walked over to these applicants and had the security guards move a set of tables and chairs over, and started the interview right at the front door. Cough. Jiang Chen coughed his throat, attracting the attention of all the applicants, and continued, I'm the new owner of Nanshan Manor, my surname is Jiang, you guys can just call me Mr. Jiang from now on, I'm sure you guys know the requirements of this interview, one by one, tell us about your abilities. Mr. Jiang, I can garden. Good, you're accepted. Next. Mr. Jiang, I've been a janitor for 10 years. You're also accepted, next. Mr. Jiang, I've been a bodyguard for 5 years and I'm proficient in all kinds of kung fu. Pass, next. After briefly inquiring again about the skills these applicants possessed, Jiang Chen would keep them as long as they were suitable. As for the bodyguards, with Li Hu's 26 soldier kings retired from foreign battlefields in attendance, no one should dare to come to Nanshan Manor to cause trouble. Just as Jiang Chen was interviewing them one by one, a smiling figure stood in front of Jiang Chen. The person who came was a young girl, not too tall, just about 1.6 meters, with a slender figure. With long eyelashes, big eyes, and a small cherry mouth coupled with small dimples on both cheeks, she looked like an exquisite porcelain doll. However, what attracted Jiang Chen's gaze the most was the young girl's rippling chest. TSK, another little girl who had been victimized by hormones and was overage and developing What is the human resources market manager doing again? The road is getting wilder and wilder. The first 2 times at least still adults, this time even underage to get. If this development continues, Jiang Chen is afraid that he will be caught in. Little girl, I don't accept minors here. Jiang Chen looked at the young girl with such a cute look, he even wanted to give her a bottle of Cool Whip. Mr. Jiang, my name is Wang Xinrui, and I'm already 26 this year. Wang Xinrui said. In order to prove her age, she purposely placed her resume in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at the labeled age on the resume and couldn't help but think of a word in his mind. Childlike big waves. However, Jiang Chen's attention was instantly drawn to Wang Xinrui's resume. Doctorate in management from Stanford, proficient in 7 languages, Chinese, English, French, Russian, German, Spanish, and Portuguese. Oh, exempt, still a high school student. Jiang Chen directly threw an eye of the workplace over. Character, Wang Xinrui. Gender, female virgin. Suitable profession, housekeeper. Career potential, 5 stars or full stars. Evaluation, Dr. Stanford, proficient in many languages, recommended to be recruited as an employee. Looking at the system rating, Jiang Chen then learned that Wang Xinrui wasn't lying. In other words, since Wang Xinrui had obtained a doctorate, she must not have lied about her age. Well, this was a multi-talented childlike big wave. Looking at the system rating, Jiang Chen then reacted to the fact that Nanshan Manor still lacked a housekeeper. If there was no butler, these 60 or so servants alone would be enough to make Jiang Chen crack. Done. From now on, my Jiang clan's mansion's head butler will be you. But then again, with a seagoing high achiever like Wang Xinrui, how could she come to Nanshan Manor for an interview? Regardless, he is at least a man in the waist of the male dog in a couple of days after taking the physique strengthening pill. Can I still be afraid of a loli? In the future, you are the housekeeper of Nanshan Manor, monthly salary of 100,000, good performance in the promotion, is there any problem? For talents, Jiang Chen was never stingy. What's more, with Wang Xinrui's ability to be proficient in 7 languages, it's really worth the price. He himself would definitely have to step out of the country in the future and border on the international scene. As a tycoon, how could he be without an interpreter by his side? It's not a good idea to lose face. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for giving me this opportunity. Childish big waves. Wang Xinrui nodded her head in response with a calm face. This scene fell in Jiang Chen's eyes, more convinced that this loli has another intention. But Jiang Chen is not afraid, really want to move, afraid to be able to stab you through. After a morning of recruitment, Jiang Chen finally left 66 servants, plus the original security guard and housekeeper Wang Xinrui, a total of 68 people. Apart from Wang Xinrui's higher salary, the rest of the servants were all in the range of 5 to 10,000. Tell me, what is this manor of ours currently lacking? Jiang Chen asked as he led Wang Xinrui around the manor. Mr. Jiang, the most urgent thing we need in our manor is a travel vehicle, Wang Xinrui quickly responded without thinking. Jiang Chen thought about it and couldn't help but think highly of Wang Xinrui for a few points. It was really worthy of being rated by the system as a housekeeper with 5-star potential, and thinking about it was all-encompassing. Nanshan Manor is nearly 10 kilometers away from the mountain. If there is no car, the servants of the manor will be a trouble to go out. Jiang Chen had just gone to the garage to take a look, and the previous owner hadn't left him a car. For this, Jiang Chen didn't have any grievances. After all, villas were all drawn by lottery. What more do you need a watch? What more do you need a bicycle? Go, let's buy a car now. Jiang Chen stood up and directly drove the Lafa, bringing Wang Xinrui down the mountain. Mr. Jiang, have you thought about what car to buy? In the car, Wang Xinrui asked. What car to buy? This was really a question. Jiang Chen seriously thought about it, said, now mention the car cannot mention too good, first buy some Mercedes Land Rover to live with it. Wang Xinrui, who was calm from the beginning to the end, changed her face for the first time after hearing Jiang Chen's words. Big brother, you're joking. Chapter 91 Chief Zhang's Daughter. After descending the mountain, Jiang Chen dialed Zhang Wenwen's phone. As soon as the call was connected, Jiang Chen made it clear that he wanted to buy a car. Brother Jiang, why do you want to buy a car again? Although Wenwen Zhang had already seen and heard about Jiang Chen buying a car, she was still shocked every time she heard about it. Rich people all have some special hobbies, can't it be that Jiang Chen likes cars? Well, this time I intend to sell some Mercedes Land Rover, you can help me transfer it, probably need 60 or so. Jiang Chen said as such. As for the Audi A6, Jiang Chen had long been tired of looking at it. Zhang Wenwen. Look, this said or human words. Mercedes Land Rover by 60. Brother, you as the market to buy vegetables? How, you do not have it? John Dus listening to chapter 1 half a day does not reply, asked again. Zhang brother, not our Glory 4 store did not, the entire southern city may not have so many cars Zhang Wenwen said in tears and laughter. These days, even slightly high-grade cars require at least half a month's time to pick up, let alone Jiang Chen buying more than 60 at once. So that's how it is, I'll go to your store first to pick a model, and it's okay to wait a few days before picking up the car. Jiang Chen came to a realization and then drove the Lafa towards the Glory 4S store. Half an hour later, a roar sounded at the entrance of the Glory Forest store. Jiang Chen took Wang Xinrui out of the car and walked into the forest store. Mr. Jiang, you're here. It wasn't Wenwen Jiang who came to greet him, but the general manager of the forest store, Wu Guohua. With Wenwen Jiang's power, she couldn't transfer such a luxury car in a short period of time, so she could only find Wu Guohua. Wu Guohua's small eyes were wider than light bulbs after learning that Jiang Chen was coming to wholesale luxury cars again. Sure enough, he was the god of wealth, bringing himself a big fortune as soon as he showed up. More than 60 Land Rover Mercedes-Benz, at least $70 million. He could at least get a $700,000 commission from it. As he spoke, Wu Guohua also noticed Wang Xinrui beside Jiang Chen. Egu, I didn't expect Mr. Jiang to have such a young daughter. Rich people are good at maintenance. Well, I'll take a look at the car, you go ahead and get busy. If it was Zhang Wenwen, Jiang Chen might have left the person behind who would be interested in a bad old man. Mr. Jiang, you take your time to look at the eye, let me know. Wu Guohua bowed slightly to Jiang Chen before gently retreating. Without a moment's effort, the staff of the forest store placed a tray on the table in front of Jiang Chen, which had a pot of tea and a bottle of Waha on it. Jiang Chen brought Wang Xinrui around the forest store and eventually stood in front of a red Ferrari 488. This car still makes do, the other cars are not good enough, Jiang Chen reluctantly said. This car was the most expensive sports car in the Glory Forest store, priced at $4.5 million. Little brother, this is a Ferrari 488, a woman's car. Right at this moment, a conspiratorial voice came from the side. Jiang Chen followed the voice and saw a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s with a big bald head looking at him with a mocking face. Beside the bald dipper, he also had his arm around a woman who looked to be in her 20s and was dressed almost demonically. The bald lady was originally looking at the Audi with his young lover, but it turned out to be awkward when Jiang Chen said so. People had said that these cars weren't good enough. Wouldn't it be a loss of face for them to buy them again? Jiang Chen looked at bald lady in a very speechless manner. This kind of small character, he didn't even have the interest to hit his face. As for what bald lady said about this Ferrari 488 being a woman's car, Jiang Chen didn't care at all. He had intended to sell it to Wang Xinrui to drive. Xinrui, try sitting on it and see if it fits? Jiang Chen measured Wang Xinrui's height, fearing that she wouldn't be able to step on the gas. This car is for me? Wang Xinrui asked incredulously, the expression on her face becoming surprised for the second time. I've already said that this is a woman's car, so of course it's for you. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Bald man. This awesome let you blow, are about to go up to the sky, small 5 million car bought to give away. This car can be worth nearly 5 million, cannot afford to buy, do not try, people forest store cleaning once can cost a lot of money it. Just when Wang Xinrui intends to test drive, the woman beside the bald lady south suddenly opened her mouth. Jiang Chen once again looked at these two people. These two people are dogs, right? Ignoring you, you still get excited, is not it? I'm going to try to go up, it's okay. Jiang Chen said to Wang Xinrui. Wang Xinrui first slightly hesitated, then directly sat on the car. Jiang Chen saw Wang Xinrui sitting in the driver's seat, the pair of short legs stepped on the gas pedal is still more than enough, then directly called Wu Guohua. Mr. Jiang, you called for me. Wu Guohua came in front of Jiang Chen and asked extremely respectfully. I bought this car, swipe the card. Jiang Chen took out his bank card and handed it to Wu Guohua. Good Mr. Jiang, you wait for a while, I'll do the formalities for you. Wu Guohua's eyes were glowing with gold light, then he was busy handling the formalities for Jiang Chen. At the same time, the bald dipper Nan and his mistress, who had previously mocked Jiang Chen, were like having their throats pinched, their faces flushed red, and they couldn't speak for half a day. One foot he had taunted others for not being able to afford a car, and the next foot they had bought it with full payment on their credit cards. Two people are simply more difficult than being slapped twice. Let's go. The bald man pulled the little three to go. Hubby, you have long been promised to others, today to buy an Audi for others. Said to go, the sultry woman instantly on the unhappy, looking at the imminent purchase of a car. Ein Geb. The bald lady south was anxious, people just bought a Ferrari 488 for their women, they buy an Audi is not a clear disgrace. Old Wu, these types of models you give me to transfer to 70, all sent to Nanshan Manor. After the Ferrari 488 handover procedures, Jiang Chen also took the four-store luxury car color pages, like a la carte, selected a few different brands, selling price of more than 1 million luxury cars. Wu Guohua was instantly shocked. The news that Nanshan Manor was to be sold, Wu Guohua had more or less understood it through his circle of friends, but he didn't expect that it would be bought by Jiang Chen. That was more than $2 billion. The entire South City was envious. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang, I will definitely deliver it to you in the shortest possible time. Wu Guohua pledged with conviction. Once you've sent the car over, just ask my butler to settle the bill. Jiang Chen pointed to Wang Xinrui, who was sitting in the Ferrari 488 and familiar with the controls. Mr. Jiang, that's your butler, I thought she was your daughter. Look at the mess this has caused. Wu Guohua covered his face, feeling quite embarrassed, and explained, "Thank goodness I just brought her some Waha drinks earlier. Same thing, she'll eventually call him dad." Jiang Chen waved it off dismissively. Wu Guohua? Rich people sure know how to have fun. Chapter 92, My Maid's Grocery Shopping Car. Driven by money, Wu Guohua arranged 70 luxury cars for Jiang Chen in just 3 days. Bentleys, Mercedes-Benzes, Land Rovers, Maseratis, BMWs, and other luxury vehicles were parked in the courtyard of the South Mountain estate. The kitchen staff used Land Rover Range Rovers for errands, the cleaning staff drove BMWs, and the gardeners drove Mercedes-Benzes. The assignments were clearly defined. Seeing the lawn and the courtyard trampled into a mess by these luxury cars, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown. It seemed like they needed to build a parking lot. Leaving them parked like this wasn't going to work. However, the immediate priority was the renovation. The previous owner of Nanshan Mansion had lived abroad for a long time, and the overall decoration style of the mansion leaned toward Western aesthetics, with the entire villa adorned in a white color scheme. The estate already felt cold and desolate, and the white color only made it feel even more so. A complete renovation was necessary. Jiang Chen made up his mind and opened WeChat to contact a friend named Huang Design. Her name was Huang Manya, a high school classmate of Jiang Chen, who specialized in interior design. "Manya, are you there?" Jiang Chen sent a message directly. "What instructions does the boss have?" Not long after, Huang Manya replied. "Jiang Chen, I've moved into a new place. Can you help me with the design?" "Huang Manya, I'm actually heading to Nanchur City on a business trip. Send me the location, and I'll swing by your place on the way." "Jiang Chen, send me the location, and I'll send someone to pick you up. After all, it's someone else helping you, there's no reason to make them come all the way themselves." Before long, Huang Menya sent her current location to Jiang Chen's WeChat. Jiang Chen forwarded it to Wang Xinrui and asked her to go pick her up. Nancheng City, train station. As soon as Huang Menya stepped off the platform, she took out her makeup kit to touch up her makeup. Women love beauty, and Huang Menya was no exception, especially since she was about to meet her high school classmates today. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, her face was flawless, easily scoring a 9 out of 10. She then took out her Burberry lipstick in shade 93 and applied it to her luscious red lips. Perfect, 10 out of 10. Huang Menya waited on the platform for about 10 minutes before a bright red Ferrari pulled up in front of her. Click. The Ferrari door opened. Wang Xinrui checked her phone to confirm the location, then walked over to Huang Menya with her short legs. "Are you Miss Huang Menya?" Wang Xini asked. "Yes, I am. What can I do for you, little sister?" Huang Menya looked enviously at the Ferrari 488 parked behind Wang Xinrui. At such a young age, she could already drive a supercar, while she herself had been struggling all this time and didn't even have a car to get around in. "I'm Mr. Zhang's butler. I'm here to pick you up," Wang Xinrui said, opening the message sent by Jiang Chen and having Huang Menya confirm it. After confirming that Wang Xinrui was indeed sent by Jiang Chen, Huang Menya got into the Ferrari 488. It was her first time riding in such a luxury car, and Huang Menya felt awkward, keeping her hands still on her legs. "You're the guest, feel free to relax." Wang Xinrui noticed Huang Menya's awkwardness and spoke gently. At that moment, Huang Menya finally relaxed a bit and began to look around the interior. Besides the pink dolls with a girly vibe in the back seat, there were also selfies of Wang Xinrui hanging on the walls. It was clear that this car belonged to Wang Xinrui. May I ask, you're so wealthy, why are you working as Jiang Chen's butler?" Huang Menya asked curiously. She had just looked it up online. Even the base model of a Ferrari 488 costs over 3 million, so anyone who drives this must be a millionaire. "I don't have any money. This car was provided by Mr. Jiang," Wang Xinrui explained with a mix of laughter and tears. "Well, even the butler gets a luxury car worth millions." Huang Menya was speechless for a moment, then picked up her phone, snapped a photo of the center console, and posted it in the class chat group. "Yang Xiaomei, Menya is so impressive. You're driving a supercar now. He fan, look at that dashboard, it must be a Ferrari." "Su Chen, our class is really full of talent. First we had a wealthy individual named Jiang Chen, and now we have a wealthy woman named Huang Menya." Facing the flattering messages in the group chat, Huang Menya sighed wryly before replying. "I'm here to help Jiang Chen with his house renovation. This car is provided by Jiang Chen's butler, specifically sent to pick me up." To prove her point, Huang Menya even took a photo of Wang Xinrui, who was driving. Wang Xinrui was very cooperative and even made a scissors hand gesture while taking the photo. What the heck? Giving his housekeeper a Ferrari? Compared to the shock caused by Jiang Chen giving Wang Xinrui a Ferrari, these people completely ignored Wang Xinrui's beauty. "He fan, Manya, once you arrive, send your location in the group chat. I need to go hit up some friends." Yang Xiaomei, even a butler? Damn capitalism. "Su Chen, how extravagant. At least I still feel pretty impressive driving my BMW, but it turns out I'm not even as good as a butler." Just as Huang Menya was chatting with her head down, Wang Xinrui also arrived at the foot of South Mountain in her Ferrari. Is Jiang Chen's new home on the mountain? Huang Mengya wasn't from the southern city and wasn't familiar with the South Mountain estate, so she asked out of curiosity. Yes, Mr. Jiang just bought it. Wang Xinrui replied. Just as Wang Xinrui was driving up the mountain and rounding a corner, a Land Rover suddenly came speeding out from the opposite side of the corner. Squeak! Both cars braked simultaneously, emitting two piercing screeches of tires grinding against the ground. When the two front bumpers were less than a meter apart, they finally came to a stop. Why are you driving so fast? Wang Xinrui got out of the car with a dark expression and scolded the driver of the Land Rover. Huang Mengya saw this and quickly got out of the car, grabbing Wang Xinrui's arm. Little sister, let the uphill vehicle go first. According to traffic laws, we're in the wrong, Huang Mengya said. The other driver is driving a Land Rover Range Rover, which is a luxury car worth over $1 million. Rich people value their reputation. If we argue, it'll cause trouble. Adopting the attitude of better safe than sorry, Huang Mengya kept nodding and apologizing to the Land Rover Range Rover. That Land Rover Range Rover belongs to Mr. Zhang. The driver is the chef at the estate. Wang Xinrui explained. As Wang Xinrui spoke, the driver of the Land Rover Range Rover also got out of the car and walked over to Wang Xinrui. Mr. Wang, are you okay? I've never driven such a luxury car before. I didn't handle it well. The Land Rover Range Rover driver explained nervously. What were you going down the mountain for? Wang Xinrui asked casually, effectively moving on from the previous incident. The kitchen is running low on oil and salt. I'm going down the mountain to buy some. The Land Rover Range Rover driver replied respectfully. Hurry up and go, come back quickly. Wang Xinrui waved her hand and said. The Land Rover Range Rover driver, having received Wang Xinrui's permission, started the car and drove past the Ferrari. Throughout the entire process, Huang Mengya was completely baffled. What on earth is going on? What estate? What oil and salt? Wang Xinrui turned around and saw Huang Mengya with a dazed expression, and explained. That Land Rover is the grocery shopping car that Mr. Zhang provided for the estate's chef. Chapter 93, Jiang Chen's new home. Even after getting back into the Ferrari, Huang Mengya remained in a daze. Assigning a Ferrari 488 to the butler and a Land Rover Range Rover to the chef. This is utterly devoid of humanity. Miss Huang, please don't misunderstand. Mr. Zhang doesn't just give cars to the chef. Every servant working at the Nanshan mansion is provided with a car worth about the same as a Land Rover Range Rover. Wang Xinrui delivered another blow. Huang Mengya. Heartbroken, the more I think about it, the more inferior I feel. At first, I felt like I wasn't even as good as a butler, but now I'm not even as good as a servant. As Huang Mengya stared blankly at the scenery along the mountain road, her phone buzzed with a message notification. She opened her phone to see that it was He-fan messaging her in the group chat. He-fan, glorious design, Mengya, have you arrived yet? Send me your location. Huang Mengya opened the map app on her phone and saw that she was still halfway up the mountain, so she sent her location. I'm not there yet. I just got to the halfway point. However, as soon as Huang Mengya sent her location to the class group chat, the chat exploded with messages. Su Chen, oh my god, Jiang Chen's house isn't on South Mountain, is it? Yang Xiaomei, based on Mengya's location, this is clearly heading toward South Mountain Estate. He gone, I heard a few days ago that South Mountain Estate was up for sale, and I didn't expect Jiang Chen to buy it. Zhang Wenwen, a few days ago, Jiang Ge came to our store and spent tens of millions to buy dozens of luxury cars, apparently asking our store manager to deliver them to South Mountain Estate. Huang Mengya looked at the messages in the class group and grew increasingly confused. What is South Mountain Estate? I don't know where it is either, and it might not even be the Nanshan mansion you're talking about. Yang Xiaomei, Mengya, do you know that there's only one house on Nanshan Mountain? That's Nanshan Mansion. Wow! A whole mountain with just one house? That house must be really expensive. He-fan, how can you describe it as expensive? The Nanshan Mansion was recently put up for sale, with a listed price of 2 billion yuan. 20 billion. Oh my god. Huang Mengya's hand trembled, and she almost dropped her phone. She had only agreed to help Jiang Chen design the house plans for free out of friendship with her former classmate. Little did she know that Jiang Chen had asked her to design a villa. She had never done anything like this before. Soon, Wang Xinrui drove her Ferrari into the South Mountain Estate and parked on the lawn. After getting out of the car and seeing the various luxury cars parked haphazardly on the lawn, Huang Mengya finally believed that Wang Xinrui hadn't been lying. Jiang Chen had really provided cars for all his servants. Luxury cars everywhere. Not only had she never driven one, she hadn't even sat in one before. Mengya! Just as Huang Mengya was enviously admiring the luxury cars, she suddenly heard a man's voice. Looking in the direction of the voice, she saw a man dressed in casual attire, with a muscular build and a handsome face, walking toward her. Are you Jiang Chen? Huang Mengya stared at Jiang Chen, feeling as though she were in a dream. Combining good looks and wealth, this must be the result of generations of good fortune. Upon seeing Huang Mengya's face, Jiang Chen was also stunned. Since graduating from high school, the two had not seen each other. Jiang Chen's impression of Huang Mengya had always been that of a tomboyish girl wearing a baggy school uniform, with short hair and dark skin. Though she wasn't exactly ugly, she certainly wasn't a swan either. Little did he know that after a few years, Huang Mengya had undergone a complete transformation, emerging as a stunning beauty. She had long legs and a perfect figure. Long eyelashes, big eyes, and plump, moist lips. Her appearance was flawless. With such beauty, she could even hold her own against the school flower, Chen Yiner. Indeed, a woman's beauty truly blossoms with age. Jiang Chen took a good look at Huang Mengya and couldn't help but compliment her. What did Mr. Jiang mean by that? Was he implying that I used to be ugly? Huang Mengya retorted. The big beauty's argumentative personality hasn't changed at all. Jiang Chen laughed and couldn't help but recall Huang Mengya from high school. This woman is a true contrarian, and the kind who resorts to physical force when she can't win an argument. No wonder Jiang Chen called her a tomboy. When it comes to fighting, she can be fiercer than some guys. Enough about me, let us talk about you, big boss. How did you become such a wealthy tycoon in just a few years? Huang Mengya curiously circled around Jiang Chen, as if trying to see through him. Owning a mansion worth 20 billion and several billion in luxury cars, that's not something you can achieve starting from nothing. I won't keep it from you. Actually, I come from a wealthy family. I got lost as a child, and later someone found me and said I was supposed to inherit a fortune of several billion. That's how I ended up with all this. Jiang Chen explained seriously. Huang Mengya rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen. You're lying to the little cutie. This plot is almost as over the top as a soap opera. Huang Mengya was a smart woman. She knew Jiang Chen didn't want to talk about it, so she didn't press further. However, Huang Mengya was certain that Jiang Chen's wealth was obtained through legitimate means. Otherwise, the state apparatus wouldn't have allowed him to rise to his current position. Let's go inside and talk first, Jiang Chen said, inviting Huang Mengya into the villa. My goodness, Jiang Chen, your villa is so grand. As they entered the villa and looked up at the living room, which was over 10 meters high, Huang Mengya was instantly speechless. Just this one living room alone was as tall as a 4-story building. The ceiling of the living room was adorned with sparkling ornaments, and looking up, it was like gazing at the night sky. What a grand sight! Just sit down and talk. Jiang Chen gestured for Huang Mengya to sit on the sofa, and shortly after, a maid wearing an apron brought over 2 cups of hot tea. Huang Mengya picked up her teacup and took a sip, leaning back on the sofa so comfortably she almost let out a sigh. Look at that, even drinking water has a maid to attend to you. What an enviable life of luxury. Mengya, the interior design of this villa is too plain. I want to change it. Do you think we can make it more traditional and rustic? Jiang Chen stated his renovation requirements. Huang Mengya hesitated. She usually only designed ordinary residential homes, and the most high-end projects she had worked on were some large open-plan apartments. As for this villa, she had never designed one before. Not to mention anything else, just looking at the living room, which was over 10 meters high, Huang Mengya felt completely at a loss. However, since she had already agreed to take on the project when she arrived, she couldn't bring herself to refuse right away. Is it too difficult? If it's too much trouble, we can just forget about it. Jiang Chen noticed Huang Mengya's expression and didn't press the matter. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. I'll make sure it's done properly. Huang Mengya reluctantly agreed, then took out her phone and contacted her senior sister, who was a professor at the Design Academy. Chapter 94, Everyone Sit Down, Basic Operations. Huang Mengya's senior was a professor in the design department of a prestigious university, specializing in classical design. Upon learning that she was tasked with renovating the Nanshan mansion, valued at 20 billion, she immediately agreed. She also stated that being able to personally design such a building was an honor for a designer and that she would not charge Jiang Chen any fees. Jiang Chen wasn't the type to take something for nothing, so even though the other party had explicitly stated there would be no charge, Jiang Chen eventually transferred 10,000 yuan as a token of appreciation. That evening, Huang Mengya's senior rushed to the Nanshan mansion. In her early 30s, she was beautiful, though not as stunning as Huang Mengya, but still a sophisticated beauty. Jiang Chen handed over the villa entirely to Huang Mengya and her senior sister to manage, while he returned to his spacious apartment. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, it was September 1st. During this short period, Jiang Chen spent his days working at Tianchang Real Estate and then checking on the renovation progress at Nanshan Mansion, so his days weren't exactly idle. On this particular morning, Jiang Chen gathered all the employees of Tianchang Real Estate around a meeting table by the pool, with a television set on the table. At 9 o'clock that morning, the foreign language school was set to hold its press conference announcing its establishment. Besides Tianchang Real Estate, most of the people in the entire city were gathered around their televisions, waiting for the press conference. These days, who doesn't have a child? Everyone wants to secure a spot for their child at the foreign language school, renowned for its high-quality education. The South City government is taking this matter very seriously. The South City official television station has even suspended its 20-year-long morning news broadcast to air the press conference live. Once the foreign language school is established in South City, it will not only significantly improve the city's educational standards, it will also cultivate more talent for the city, thereby indirectly driving its overall development. Education starts from a young age. This time-honored saying is no idle talk. At 9 a.m., the Nanchur City television station switched its broadcast to the live feed of the foreign language school's groundbreaking ceremony. On the screen, the principal of the foreign language school first exchanged polite greetings with the people of South City before beginning to outline the school's plans. After thorough discussions among our senior management, we have finalized the construction plan for the Nanching City Foreign Language School branch. The school will be a comprehensive institution integrating kindergarten, primary, secondary, and high school education, providing Nanching City's children with a seamless, high-quality education from start to finish. As the principal of the foreign language school read out the construction plan, all the parents in South City shared the same thought. They must ensure their children attend the foreign language school. These days, getting into school isn't difficult, but advancing to higher education is. From elementary school to middle school, and from middle school to high school. Every time a child advances to the next level, parents must go to great lengths to secure a spot in the new school. However, the foreign language school covers all 4 educational stages. From kindergarten straight to university, there's no need to worry about advancing to the next level. This perfectly solves the enrollment challenges faced by parents in South City. At the same time, all parents planning to send their children to a foreign language school share the same thought. Where exactly the foreign language school will be located, as their children will spend 12 years there, making it necessary to purchase a nearby school district home for their children's education. Amidst the curiosity of all the parents, the principal of the foreign language school spoke slowly. Following a unanimous decision by the school board, the new campus of the foreign language school will be centered around Ping and West Street, encompassing 4 surrounding neighborhoods. Following this, the senior official from Nanching City, who was sitting beside him, also delivered a speech. To support the work of the foreign language school, within the next 6 months, the Nanching City government will construct a hospital, bus stops, subway stations, and other convenient facilities along Ping and West Street, aiming to transform the area into a modern model community. Ping and West Street? Isn't that just a bunch of abandoned buildings? Even at 2,000 yuan per square meter, no one wants to buy there. Now, it's right next to a prestigious school and getting government support. With the school district and the modern model community, property prices will at least rise to 15,000 yuan per square meter. Those developers really hit the jackpot. Residents of South City were envious upon learning the location of the foreign language school. Meanwhile, Tianchang Real Estate Company was in complete silence. Ping and West Street, that name sounds so familiar. Oh my god. Isn't this where the chairman bought the abandoned building? Instantly, everyone stood up, staring at Jiang Chen, their breathing becoming rapid. These people had been working at Tianchang Real Estate for nearly a month and had some understanding of the real estate industry. When Tianchang Real Estate acquired these unfinished buildings in old neighborhoods, they invested a total of 1.1 billion yuan, with the property prices at the time being only 1,800 yuan per square meter. However, after all this turmoil, the property prices around Ping and West Street have at least risen to 15,000 yuan per square meter. In just over half a month, the prices had skyrocketed by over 8 times. 11 billion multiplied by 8, that's over 90 billion. This profit-making speed is faster than the speed at which banks print money. Chairman, you. Li Wanqing looked at Jiang Chen with an excited expression, stammering for a while before she could speak. The other employees at that moment had the same expression as Li Wanqing, excited and shocked. Everyone, sit down. Basic procedures. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently and waved his hand dismissively. These people had probably forgotten that Jiang Chen had acquired 20 billion yuan worth of land for them. If that 20 billion yuan worth of land were also included, wouldn't they be so excited they'd faint? Director Wang, I recall you mentioned earlier that you would follow the chairman's lead and invest in Ping and West Street. The tech-savvy Hu Haitian pushed his glasses up and casually asked. Instantly, everyone's attention shifted back to Wang Jiaming. Jiang Chen's earnings of over 80 billion were too distant for them to comprehend, but Wang Jiaming was just like them, more practical. Under the gaze of so many people, Wang Jiaming smiled awkwardly. Not much, not much. I just thought that the houses in Ping and West Street were already so cheap, so even if I lose some money, it won't be much. So I put in 50,000 from my savings and borrowed another 100,000, making a total investment of 150,000. 150 million. How much is that after an 8-fold increase? 120 million. A millionaire was born. Everyone was green with envy. Back then, these people had been extremely skeptical of Jiang Chen's plan, so they didn't invest. Now, seeing Wang Jiaming turn into a millionaire, everyone regretted it deeply. If only they had invested a little money back then, they could have retired early by now. Among the envious crowd, only Li Wanqing wore a smile. She had also invested the 3 million she had earned from following Jiang Chen's real estate investments. Chapter 95, Wang Ye's Regrets. Minister Wang, you're now at least a millionaire. When are you planning to retire and enjoy your golden years? Shenli looked at Wang Jiaming, who was glowing with health, and felt a pang of envy. Back then, she had sold her house on World Trade Road to the company at a low price, losing 1.2 million yuan. This time, she didn't invest because she didn't believe in Jiang Chen's plan. Damn it, she missed out on making money but never missed a chance to take the hit. This would be tough for anyone to handle. Xinjia, I've finally landed a job paying 100,000 yuan a month. I can't just retire now. I have to keep working until I'm old. As long as Tiancheng Real Estate is around, I, Wang Jiaming, will never retire. Wang Jiaming pounded his chest, vowing his unwavering loyalty to Tiancheng Real Estate. The benefits at Tiancheng Real Estate are top-notch in the industry. Even the front desk receptionist, Wameli, earns 10,000 yuan a month. However, after witnessing Jiang Chen's two highly profitable investments, all the employees' thoughts began to change. While Tiancheng Real Estate salaries are high, they pale in comparison to the investment returns. Wang Jiaming was a prime example. What's the point of earning 100,000 yuan a month when someone else followed the company's investment and made over 10 million yuan in just half a month? That's a decade's worth of wages. Working in this company, even without a salary, would be worth it. Chairman, what are our company's plans moving forward? Someone among the employees asked. Everyone fell silent instantly, staring at Jiang Chen without a word. If the company moves forward with its next plan, even if it means moving to the suburbs to farm, I'll follow. There are no immediate investment plans at the moment. Your task is to use this time to familiarize yourselves with all aspects of the company's operations. Jiang Chen replied. There were a few small investment projects listed on the system awarded red document, but Jiang Chen's focus was entirely on the foreign exchange market. He must liquidate the properties on Pingan West Street as soon as possible to secure the funds needed to make a significant profit in the foreign exchange market. As for forex trading, Jiang Chen had no intention of involving the employees of Tiancheng Real Estate. After all, the foreign exchange market is highly volatile. One moment you might make a fortune, and the next you could lose everything. For the employees of Tiancheng Real Estate, investing in foreign exchange was simply too risky. Chairman, rest assured, we will dedicate ourselves entirely to the company's development. Upon learning that the company had no investment plans in the short term, the employees of Tiancheng Real Estate were slightly disappointed but still expressed their loyalty. Even without investment opportunities, the high monthly salaries at Tiancheng Real Estate are enough to allow them to live a comfortable life. Some are happy, others are sad. Those developers who sold their properties to Tiancheng Real Estate are now regretting their decision deeply. They had even mocked Tiancheng Real Estate for being naive and throwing money around. In the end, Tiancheng Real Estate made a fortune of 8 billion yuan by purchasing these properties at low prices. If they had waited just half a month longer, that money would have been theirs. Regrets aside, no developer is backing out. After all, it's a case of one willing to hit and one willing to be hit. The contracts are signed in black and white. There's no going back now. Oldly, I heard you sold the unfinished building on Pingan West Street to Tiancheng Real Estate. It's just a few billion, no big deal. Old Zhang, didn't you build 2 unfinished buildings on Pingan West Street a few years ago? You've really struck it rich this time. It's just a few billion, small change. I sold those 2 buildings to Tiancheng Real Estate long ago. Losing money and not being able to cry. The developers on Pingan West Street are really feeling the squeeze. After a brief celebration with his employees, Jiang Chen summoned the 5 department heads to his office. You have 2 days to sell off all the properties acquired in Pingan West Street recently. If you can't meet the deadline, you can lower the prices slightly. Jiang Chen issued a strict order to the 5 department heads. It was already September, and Jiang Chen had been closely monitoring the foreign exchange market. He noticed that the fluctuations in currency exchange rates matched the records in the system reward documents exactly. However, Jiang Chen had not yet liquidated the properties on Pingan West Street, leaving him without funds to invest in the foreign exchange market. He could only watch helplessly as these profitable opportunities slipped away. What is the most painful thing in life? It is when you are in a place where money is everywhere, yet you cannot bend over due to a herniated disc. Chairman, the properties on Pingan West Street still have appreciation potential. Once the foreign language school is completed, the property values there are estimated to rise to around 18,000 yuan per square meter. If we sell now, we'll lose at least 1 billion yuan. Li Wanqing, who has been in the real estate industry for years, has an extremely accurate grasp of property price trends. Based on the current property prices in Pingan West Street, there is still at least a 3,000 yuan per square meter increase potential. Based on Tiancheng Real Estate's investment of 1.1 billion yuan, if the price per square meter increases by 3,000 yuan, Tiancheng Real Estate could earn an additional 2 billion yuan. Listen to me, our current priority is to liquidate as quickly as possible. Jiang Chen didn't bother explaining further and continued acting like a dictator. As long as the funds from the cash out are invested in the foreign exchange market and then operated according to the system documents, the loss of 2 billion yuan can be recouped in as little as 2 days. This is precisely why Jiang Chen chose to sacrifice part of his income to cash out quickly. Chairman, we will ensure the task is completed. Wang Jiaming stood up and responded. After making 10 million following Jiang Chen's plan, Wang Jiaming now had a blind faith in Jiang Chen. Even if Jiang Chen said the sun would rise from the west tomorrow, Wang Jiaming wouldn't doubt it. Just as Jiang Chen was in the middle of a meeting, his phone rang. Jiang Chen picked up the phone and saw that the caller was Wang Yi, who had transferred 2 billion yuan and then disappeared without a trace. With only a few days left until the agreed-upon 2-week deadline, Wang Yi must have called to inquire about the investment. Today's meeting is adjourned. You may all leave now. After dismissing the meeting, Jiang Chen finally answered the call. Jiang brother, how's the investment of the 20 billion going? As Jiang Chen had expected, as soon as the call connected, Wang Yi asked urgently. It's going okay. Have you heard about the foreign language school being established in South City? Jiang Chen replied casually before turning the question back on him. Of course I know about that. I was actually planning to buy a house nearby and send my troublesome kid there to study. Wang Yi replied. Brother Wang, buying a house isn't cost-effective. Why don't we just build a house on Ping'an West Street? Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Brother Jiang, you don't know yet, but the real estate industry is going crazy right now. Any developer with some clout wants to get involved in your city. I was actually planning to go too, but the problem is that all my working capital is tied up with you. As he spoke, Wang Yi couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If he hadn't invested those 20 billion in Jiang Chen a few days ago, he might have already set off for South City to snap up the land in Ping'an West Street. Chapter 96, a plot of land worth 20 billion. Wait a moment, didn't Jiang Chen just mention plans to build houses on Ping'an West Street? Could it be that? Wang Yi couldn't help but come up with a bold idea. Jiang Chen seemed to sense Wang Yi's thoughts through the phone and spoke slowly. To be honest, I just got lucky. Half a month ago, I used 20 billion to purchase all the land in Ping'an West Street. What the hell? You spent 20 billion on land in Ping'an West Street? Wang Yi shouted into the phone with a near scream. Half a month ago, the land in Ping'an West Street was worthless, not even as much as land in the suburbs. However, after the foreign language school held a press conference, that worthless land suddenly increased tenfold in value. And it's now in such high demand that there's no market price. The land that was worth 20 billion yuan half a month ago is now worth at least 200 billion yuan. After deducting the original 20 billion, there was still 180 billion left. According to the pre-agreed 20-80 profit-sharing ratio, I would still receive 3.6 billion. As for Jiang Chen, he's making a profit of 144 billion. All of this was achieved in less than half a month. After calculating the profits, Wang Yi was so excited he couldn't stop trembling. With a net worth of only around 8 billion, he had just trusted Jiang Chen and now directly entered the ranks of billionaires. Damn it! How much dog did Jiang Chen step in to get such incredible luck? But then again, my luck isn't too shabby either. I made 3.6 billion for free. Thinking of this, Wang Yi's face lit up with joy, his mouth stretching wide in a grin. Hey, Wang Ge, are you listening? Jiang Chen heard no response on the other end of the phone and thought Wang Yi had hung up, so he asked again. Jiang brother, let's talk in person. I'll hang up first. No way, no way. I must thank Jiang Chen in person. This ride was only one stop, I can't get off so early. Zhao assistant, go to the winery and bring me that bottle of 50,000 yuan Lafite red wine, then book me a flight to Nan City. Wang Yi hung up the phone and urged his assistant. After booking the flight in the morning, Wang Yi arrived at the airport in Nan City in the afternoon. After getting out of the car, Wang Yi was so excited he didn't even bother to acknowledge the manager of the Nan City branch who had come to pick him up. He grabbed the car keys and drove straight toward Victory Square. 20 minutes later, Wang Yi arrived at Jiang Chen's office carrying a bottle of red wine. Brother Wang, you're here so fast. Jiang Chen looked at the dusty and tired Wang Yi and said in surprise. Not too fast, not too fast. Come on, let's have a drink to celebrate. Wang Yi opened the bottle of Lafite red wine he had brought and poured himself a full glass. Watching Wang Yi drink the red wine like it was baijiu, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. Although the alcohol content of red wine isn't as high as baijiu, it has a strong aftertaste. At this rate, he'll be knocked out after 3 glasses. Wang Yi downed the rest of the wine in one gulp, then looked at Jiang Chen, who remained unfazed, and realized he had gotten carried away in his excitement. I've made a fool of myself in front of you, Jiang. Look at me, so excited. Wang Yi explained awkwardly. It's nothing, it's nothing. Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. Wang Yi was in a good mood. If it were anyone else, making 15 billion in half a month would have made them ecstatic. How does brother Jiang plan to handle these plots of land? After some polite small talk, Wang Yi finally revealed his true intentions. He was merely an investor. The true owner of the land was still Jiang Chen. To be honest, I want to sell these plots of land and convert them into cash flow, Jiang Chen said. Although the properties on Ping'an West Street had brought him over 8 billion yuan, compared to the foreign exchange market with a daily turnover of 4 trillion yuan. This 80 billion yuan is like a drop in the ocean, insignificant. Don't be like that. How much money can you make from buying land? Let's develop real estate. Wang Yi heard this and immediately grew anxious. As a real estate developer, he could see the true value of these plots of land. If we build school-zone housing on these plots, the value would be no less than 50 billion. Real estate development doesn't make money quickly. Jiang Chen hesitated. Developing these plots into school district housing would definitely be a huge profit. However, from construction to selling the properties and receiving payment, it would take at least half a year. This pace of making money definitely can't compare to the foreign exchange market. Here's what we'll do, Jiang, hand over those plots of land to me to handle, and we'll split the profits 50-50. If you're really short on cash, you can use the land as collateral to take out a loan from the bank, and I'll cover the interest on the loan. Wang Yi was genuinely worried that Jiang Chen might sell the land, so he offered a string of benefits. The land in Ping and West Street has immense potential. If Jiang Chen uses it as collateral, banks would be lining up to lend him money. During this period, Wang Yi could also start construction on the land. Once the profits from selling the properties are received, he could use the profits to repay the loan. That's acceptable, let's settle on that for now. Jiang Chen reluctantly agreed. Come, let's have another drink to celebrate. Wang Yi sighed in relief upon hearing Jiang Chen's agreement. Over the next 2 days, Tiancheng Real Estate sold off all the properties it had acquired, securing 8.8 billion yuan in working capital for Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, Wang Yi immediately began developing the land, aiming to complete the projects before the foreign language school was built. Meanwhile, the human resources manager introduced a professional financial trader to Jiang Chen. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, carried a black leather briefcase, and was dressed in a suit and tie. Regardless of his capabilities, his appearance alone exuded professionalism. Jiang Chen gave him a sharp, professional glance. Character, Xian Zhanglin. Gender, male. Suitable occupation, trader. Career potential, 4.5 stars out of 5 stars. Evaluation, a professional trader in the financial sector, familiar with various financial trading techniques. A valuable asset to hire as an employee. 4.5 stars, a true talent. Have you ever traded Forex before? Are you familiar with Forex market operations? Jiang Chen asked directly. Chairman, I primarily trade stocks, but I also have some experience with Forex trading. Xian Zhanglin sat on the sofa across from Jiang Chen and answered respectfully. You're the one. Start with 80 billion to test the waters. Jiang Chen said. 80 billion. Xian Zhanglin was stunned. He never imagined that the young man in front of him possessed such immense wealth. To be able to put up 80 billion yuan for foreign exchange trading, his net worth must be far more than 80 billion yuan. Right, I'll go to the bank and take out a loan later. Let's round it up first. Jiang Chen spoke calmly, showing no sign of being impressed by the figure of 80 billion. Chairman, 80 billion is more than enough. If we use foreign exchange leverage, this 80 billion could potentially leverage 3 trillion in funds. Xian Zhanglin hurriedly replied. 3 trillion isn't enough? You must be aiming for the moon. Chapter 97, Earning 1 billion in an hour. After learning that foreign exchange trading could use leverage, Jiang Chen also looked up the principles of leverage trading online. The leverage ratios in the foreign exchange market are generally divided into 4 categories: 50, 100, 200, and 400. The higher the ratio, the greater the risk, but also the greater the potential return. For example, if Jiang Chen chose a 400x leverage ratio, he could use an initial capital of 80 billion to leverage 320 billion and enter the market, purchasing all of that amount in US dollars. If the dollar depreciates by more than $0.00025 or 0.0025 cents, Jiang Chen would lose 80 billion. To mitigate risk, the platform will force liquidation of Jiang Chen's position, recover the leveraged funds, and clear his account. On the other hand, if the dollar appreciates even slightly, Jiang Chen could make a fortune. This is the foreign exchange market, where massive profits and madness coexist. One moment you could be a billionaire, the next you might be penniless. Of course, $320 billion is merely a theoretical figure. Looking at all forex trading platforms worldwide, none can provide such high leverage funds to Jiang Chen. Keep in mind that, as the world's largest financial market by trading volume, the daily trading volume in the foreign exchange market is only 4 trillion. What does 32 trillion even mean? It's almost as much as the total global financial transactions. So, with my 80 billion in funds, how many times the leverage can I mobilize? After understanding the principle of leverage, Jiang Chen asked Xian Zhanglin. For Jiang Chen, who had mastered the future monthly odds fluctuations of global currencies, there was no risk involved. All he needed to do was select the highest leverage multiple, recorded in the system files, continuously by the depreciating currency, and then sell it once it appreciated. Around 30 billion, and it needs to be invested in batches into the foreign exchange market. Xian Zhanglin pondered for a moment before providing an estimated figure, then explained, the foreign exchange market is also a battleground for global financial conglomerates. If you operate with too large an amount, you may be targeted by these conglomerates. That's why we need to invest in batches to avoid drawing their attention. Alright, let's start with 30 billion. Let's get it done now. Once this is accomplished, you'll be an employee of Tiancheng Real Estate, with a monthly salary of 100,000 in bonuses on top. Zhang Chen ordered Qian Zhanglin. Chairman, rest assured, I'll start immediately. Upon hearing the mention of a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan plus bonuses, the usually composed Qian Zhanglin also grew excited. Subsequently, Qian Zhanglin opened his computer, registered an account using Jiang Chen's personal information, and transferred 80 billion into the account. Using the 80 billion as transaction collateral, Qian Zhanglin successfully applied for 4 times leverage on the platform, bringing the total available funds in Jiang Chen's account to 320 billion. Chairman, with the current favorable conditions for the US dollar, I suggest we make small purchases to monitor the market and wait for the right opportunity to enter. Everything is in place, Qian Zhanglin proposed to Jiang Chen. Buy Thai baht. Buy everything. Before Qian Zhanglin could act, Jiang Chen issued the order directly. Today is September 3rd. According to system records, from noon today until 8 a.m. tomorrow, the Thai baht exchange rate will increase by 35%. A 35% increase may not seem significant, but when the base amount is 32 billion, it becomes extremely alarming. That's a whopping 11.2 billion. Chairman, the Thai baht hasn't shown any fluctuations recently, and besides, it's such a small market the currency's appreciation potential is inherently limited. It's not worth investing in. Qian Zhanglin hurriedly tried to persuade him. Listen to me, start buying now. Jiang Chen ordered in a tone that left no room for argument, then added, oh, and make sure to buy in batches so the financial conglomerates don't notice. Seeing Jiang Chen was determined, Qian Zhanglin could only follow his instructions, purchasing 10 billion baht at a time, spending the entire morning to buy 32 batches of Thai baht. Chairman, the current exchange rate of Thai baht to RMB is 429,731. We have purchased a total of 137,516,300,000 Thai baht. Qian Zhanglin reported to Jiang Chen after completing the transaction. Good job. Go ahead and handle the onboarding process. You'll start officially tomorrow. Jiang Chen checked his phone and saw that it was just past 11 a.m. Due to Jiang Chen's large-scale purchase, the Thai baht exchange rate only saw a slight increase and had not yet begun to rise significantly. After completing the onboarding procedures, Qian Zhanglin left Tiancheng Real Estate with a sense of disappointment. He had originally thought he could make a name for himself at the new company, but never expected to encounter such an arrogant boss. But since he was the boss, as long as he didn't withhold his wages, he'd just treat it as playing a game with him. After all, it wasn't his money being lost. Since the 1990s, when the Thai baht was maliciously shorted by George Soros, it has been in a state of decline. Even a novice wouldn't dare to buy such a losing asset. On his way home, Qian Zhanglin couldn't help but grumble to himself. Just depositing 80 billion in collateral at the bank earns over 100,000 in interest every day. Upon returning home, Qian Zhanglin brewed a cup of hot tea, opened his computer as usual, and accessed a VPN to browse foreign news. As a financial trader, keeping up with international news was one of his daily tasks. Every piece of news could potentially be a positive development, triggering a series of financial reactions. He skimmed through the international news at a glance but didn't find any valuable leads. Until he came across the latest news article. Qian Zhanglin nearly dropped his teacup. Setting down the cup, Qian Zhanglin rubbed his eyes repeatedly, his expression filled with shock. Did I see that correctly? The computer screen displayed the news article Qian Zhanglin had opened. At noon today, the Thai Minister of Commerce simultaneously met with business leaders from various European and American countries. After friendly negotiations, the following agreements were reached. 1. Thailand will sign large-scale orders worth $3 trillion with European and American countries for rice, fruits, and other products. 2. Thailand will ease visa requirements for tourists from European and American countries. Exporting grain and fruits, and easing visa requirements to attract foreign tourists. This is truly major good news. The Thai baht is about to take off. Wait a minute, I think I helped the chairman buy Thai baht this morning. Qian Zhanglin realized what was happening and quickly opened the foreign exchange trading platform. Sure enough, the Thai baht's exchange rate was indeed on the rise. It was only 1 p.m., just 1 hour after the Thai Commerce Minister signed the agreement, and the Thai baht had already risen by 0.5. Qian Zhanglin quickly pulled out his computer to calculate Jiang Chen's profits. In just 1 hour, Jiang Chen had already made 1.6 billion yuan. There was no doubt that the Thai baht would continue to appreciate sharply in the coming hours. Staring at the string of zeros on the computer screen, Qian Zhanglin's eyes turned red. Chapter 98, The Quantum Funds Ambush. As the city of Nanshan gradually slipped into night, on the other side of the globe, the sun began to rise over New York City. Wall Street, the small street stretching from the southern part of Manhattan's Broadway to the East River, spanning just 500 meters in length, attracts the attention of global investors. This is the financial hub of the United States and a region capable of influencing the global economy. At 66, Wall Street, any financial professional passing by would pause briefly to gaze up at the sign hanging atop the building. Quantum Fund. And its founder, George Soros, is a legendary figure in the eyes of these financial professionals. In 1992, he shorted the British pound and made a staggering $1 billion. In 1997, he shorted the Thai baht, walking away with billions in profits. In 2012, he shorted the Japanese yen, earning at least $1 billion. While global investors were still debating the merits of short-term versus long-term investments, Soros had already begun to take on the might of national governments in the foreign exchange market, single-handedly challenging the established order. However, this man, nearly deified by the investment community, had a lifelong regret. In 1997, Soros attempted to trigger an Asian financial crisis by shorting the Hong Kong dollar, only to face a strong counterattack from China. After losing 2.4 billion Hong Kong dollars, Soros was forced to retreat in disgrace. From that point onward, Soros dared not provoke China again, but the resentment in his heart remained. Whenever Soros encounters Chinese investors in the investment arena, he will stop at nothing to eliminate them. There is no reason, it is simply to reclaim the face he lost in China. The 66th floor of the building is where Soros has his office. Although Soros has announced his retirement, he remains unconcerned about the business empire he built from scratch. In his spare time, Soros would always stay at the headquarters. At 8 a.m., when Wall Street begins its workday, it is also Soros' time for prayer. Little known is that Soros, dubbed the currency killer, is also a devout believer. Ding! Just as Soros closed his eyes in prayer, the door was knocked. Come in. His prayer was interrupted, and Soros felt a bit annoyed, but he still maintained a warm smile on his face. Sir, there is major good news for the Thai baht. It is highly likely to appreciate significantly. Soros's assistant, Jones, walked in holding a freshly printed paper report. Although technology-driven offices had become widespread throughout Wall Street, Soros still adhered to traditional office habits. Compared to the glaring screens, these paper reports provided him with better inspiration for his investments. The Thai baht? After waiting over a decade for this opportunity to recover, let them catch their breath first. Soros' gaze grew intense as he recalled his daring move over a decade ago, when he single-handedly shorted the Thai baht. It was precisely because of his actions that the Thai baht plummeted in value, only to finally see a significant appreciation today. However, for Soros, whose wealth is now beyond quantification, such petty maneuvers are no longer worth his time. Sir, the research department has just received word that an investor from China purchased 137,516,300,000 Thai baht yesterday, and has already made a profit of $1 billion. Jones continued. Soros had issued an order: whenever encountering Chinese investors in the financial sector, they must notify him immediately. This is precisely why Jones reported the information while Soros was praying. An investor from China? Soros' smile vanished, replaced by a grim expression. Bring me the report. Sir, are you going to take action? Jones' face was filled with excitement, his eyes fixed on Soros with anticipation. This financial legend, every move he makes is nothing short of a miracle. Now that he could witness the miracle firsthand, how could Jones not be excited? Go immediately to the banks within the Thai border and borrow Thai baht in batches, then dump them into the foreign exchange market in large quantities. Soros was repeating his old trick. This was the same strategy he used over a decade ago when he shorted the Thai baht. If a large amount of Thai baht is sold off in the foreign exchange market, it will trigger panic among investors, leading to even more investors selling off Thai baht. By amplifying the selling volume through this herd mentality, the Thai baht's exchange rate will plummet, leading to a significant devaluation. Over a decade ago, Soros did this solely to buy back the Thai baht after its depreciation and profit from the price difference. However, today it is being used to target an investor from China. Sir, the Thai baht currently has major positive news, and investors have strong confidence in it. It is unlikely that anyone would use this method to short the Thai baht. As Soros's assistant, Jones immediately understood his intentions. However, times have changed. With positive news for the Thai baht, even if Soros sells in large quantities, investors will all buy back. In the end, the quantum fund might end up losing more than it gains, and even have to pay the interest on the Thai baht borrowed from within the country. Jones, you still haven't understood the true nature of investors. They are as ruthless as wolves when it comes to money, but in the face of disaster, they become as timid as mice. Once one mouse panics, the entire pack will fall into chaos. Soros looked down through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the investors coming and going on the streets below. He seemed like a deity towering above the world. As Soros' orders trickled down to every employee of the quantum fund, the financial behemoth began to operate silently. Chinese investors, are you ready? The quantum fund will slowly devour you. On the 66th floor, Soros continuously reviewed reports from various departments, a cold smile curling the corners of his mouth. The next morning, Chen Zhanglin arrived at Tianchang Real Estate early, waiting for Jiang Chen's arrival. To be precise, after witnessing Jiang Chen's utterly bizarre investment decisions, Qian Zhanglin had been so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. That morning, he had just purchased 137.5163 billion Thai baht, only to find out by noon that Thailand had signed a favorable agreement with European and American countries. Such foresight was truly terrifying. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Chen's figure appeared promptly at the entrance of Tiancheng Real Estate. "Chairman, you've finally arrived." Qian Zhanglin rushed forward upon seeing Jiang Chen arrive. "Old Qian, what's got you so excited?" Jiang Chen looked at Qian Zhanglin, who was so excited he didn't know what to do, and asked in confusion. "Chairman, by noon, we'll at least make 10 billion. Qian Zhanglin said, quickly opening his computer and checking the Thai baht exchange rate. The graph was rising steadily, with all indicators in the red. Chapter 99, If you dare to sell, I dare to buy. "Oh, that's it?" Jiang Chen responded with a blank expression. Everything he did was in accordance with the system guidelines. Making money was expected, losing money was the unexpected outcome. "Qian Zhanglin, that's 10 billion. You don't even smile after making 10 billion? Are the wealthy really that composed?" However, just as Qian Zhanglin was about to shut down his computer, he noticed Jiang Chen's expression suddenly turned surprised. Following Jiang Chen's gaze, Qian Zhanglin's eyes landed on the computer screen. Then, holy, it's been hacked. Qian Zhanglin was speechless, blurting out a curse. On the screen, the Thai baht exchange rate chart, which had been steadily rising and showing all red lines. Now it was plummeting, with the lines turning green. The Thai baht was depreciating. This can't be happening. The Thai baht had just received major positive news yesterday. This morning, the Thai baht was still in high demand in the foreign exchange market. How could it start falling now? Qian Zhanglin muttered in disbelief, his hands moving swiftly as he pulled up the recent trading volume of the Thai baht. Based on his judgment, the Thai baht still had significant appreciation potential, and it should maintain a relatively stable state before the contracts signed between Thailand and various European and American countries expire. Even if the Thai baht were to depreciate, it wouldn't be now. In no time, the Thai baht trading trend chart was displayed. The screen showed that the first large-scale sell-off of Thai baht began at 8 a.m., followed by a second wave 3 minutes later. As the selling of Thai baht intensified, the entire foreign exchange market plunged into chaos. Most investors, fearing they would be taken advantage of, rushed to sell their Thai baht. Within just 1 hour, the Thai baht, which had previously appreciated by 2 percentage points, had now depreciated by 1 percentage point. And there was still a downward trend. This is the turbulent foreign exchange market. One thought leads to heaven, another to hell. As Qian Zhanglin was analyzing the trend chart, a news alert popped up in the bottom right corner of his computer screen, with the headline, "Thai baht appreciation conspiracy theory, positive news or deliberate manipulation?" If this is true, the Thai baht's appreciation could be a trap. Someone is using this news to artificially inflate the value of the Thai baht and then sell it off to make a quick profit. What happened next? Upon seeing this, Qian Zhanglin felt a chill run down his spine, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. "Chairman, we should sell immediately as well. If we sell now, we can still make a small profit." Qian Zhanglin, watching the Thai baht continue to depreciate, panicked completely and hurriedly offered advice to Jiang Chen. Just as Qian Zhanglin was speaking, the Thai baht began to plummet sharply. At that moment, the exchange rate of the Thai baht against the RMB had reached 425,071. Yesterday, when Jiang Chen bought Thai baht, the exchange rate was 429,731. This means that from now on, Jiang Chen is already in a loss-making position. Add another 10 billion in leveraged funds. Jiang Chen watched the downward trend of the Thai baht and, without hesitation, transferred the last 100 million yuan from Tiancheng Real Estate's account into the foreign exchange market. Jiang Chen doesn't understand financial theory, but he trusts the system. The system records that by noon today, 3 hours from now, the Thai baht will rise by 35, and it will definitely rebound. Even if he had to sell the Thai baht, he would wait until 3 hours later to do so. If you dare to sell, I dare to buy. Chairman, you've lost your mind. Entering the market now is clearly just giving money away. Qian Zhanglin saw that Jiang Chen was still considering buying more Thai baht and was so anxious he was about to cry. Buying when prices are rising and selling when they're falling is a basic principle even financial newcomers understand. At this point, the Thai baht's downward trend shows no signs of slowing. Trying to bottom fish now would leave you penniless. I'm the boss, you're the employee. I can ignore your opinion, but you must obey my orders. Jiang Chen continued to play the role of a dictator, glaring coldly at Qian Zhanglin and issuing his orders. Qian Zhanglin was momentarily speechless and could only obey Jiang Chen's orders. Using 10 billion as margin, he obtained a tenfold leverage of 100 billion. At an exchange rate of 42,507.1, Jiang Chen's account was credited with an additional 425 billion Thai baht. At the same time, the 66th floor of the Wall Street building was ablaze with lights. All employees of the Quantum Fund were seated at their desks, staring intently at the screens in front of them. Jones, has that Chinese investor sold off his Thai bot yet? Soros rubbed his throbbing temples, looking quite exasperated. He hadn't expected this Chinese investor to be so peculiar. The entire foreign exchange market was in turmoil, with Thai bot holders panicking, yet the Chinese investor remained unfazed. Sir, the research department just reported that not only has no one in China sold large amounts of Thai bot, but someone has actually bought 42.5 billion Thai bot. Jones stared blankly at the paper report in his hands. The entire foreign exchange market was selling off Thai bot, watching it plummet in value, yet someone from China was actually buying it up. This is just too bizarre. What? Chinese investors are actually daring to buy Thai bot. Soros's face turned grim. He had shorted the Thai bot to force Chinese investors to sell, but things had backfired. This clearly shows they don't even consider him a threat. Keep selling. Keep selling until they go bankrupt. Soros nearly shouted in anger. Sir, if we continue shorting the Thai bot, the Thai government may intervene. If we want to engage in a power struggle with Thailand, we must first consult with the consortium. Jones shook his head, his face grim. The quantum fund isn't just Soros's decision, there are several financial conglomerates behind it. If Soros wants to deploy large sums of money, he must first obtain approval from these consortiums. To suppress an investor from China by deploying trillions of dollars and the state apparatus to wage an economic war. Unless the heads of these consortiums have lost their minds, they would never agree to such a ridiculous endeavor. At that moment, another quantum fund employee entered Soros's office. Sir, due to insufficient funds in our accounts, we have not sold Thai bot for an extended period. Investors have gradually regained confidence in the Thai bot and are now buying it in large quantities. The employee placed a paper report on the desk and reported to Soros. At this point, Soros knew there was nothing he could do. Once investors regain confidence, even if he were to pour in hundreds of billions more, those investors would buy it all up. In the face of money, these investors were as ruthless as wolves. Chapter 100, Making 1.4 billion. Soros leaned weakly against the sofa, asking Jones to bring him a cigar he had quit years ago. He lit it and took a deep drag. He had lost. A complete defeat. He had invested $20 billion. Not only did he fail to make the Chinese investor lose a single penny, but he also gave him the opportunity to buy back shares at a lower price. The quantum fund also incurred significant losses in loan interest and currency exchange rates. Sir, should I investigate that person's background? Jones said with a hint of resentment. Jones, don't forget the rules of the financial world. Go settle this now. I will personally cover the losses from this operation. Soros shook his head and said. Every field has its own rules. Soros was able to remain standing on Wall Street after consecutively shorting the British pound, Thai baht, and Japanese yen because everyone followed the rules. Otherwise, those three countries would only need to send agents continuously, and that would be enough to kill Soros hundreds of times. Sir, it's getting late. You should rest. Jones looked at the exhausted Soros and couldn't help but remind him. Yes, I should rest. Soros seemed to age a decade in an instant, leaning back on the sofa with his eyes closed in deep thought. Who exactly is this mysterious Chinese investor? In all of China, there are only a handful of people who could invest $8 billion into the foreign exchange market. Jack Ma? Wang Jianlin? These two focus on the internet and real estate, respectively, and wouldn't dare to invest heavily in the foreign exchange market. As for Ding Sanshur and those game developers, they simply don't have the boldness to make such a move. After racking his brain, Soros nearly went through every wealthy individual in China who could be named, yet he couldn't find anyone who fit the description. Who are you, exactly? Just as Soros was deep in thought, his target, Zhang Chen, at that moment, was leisurely sitting in a presidential suite, enjoying a glass of fine wine. After the quantum fund, the disruptor, exited the market, major investors finally reacted and began to buy back Thai baht. The Thai baht, which had been plummeting, finally halted its decline and then surged upward like a rocket. At noon, the exchange rate of the Thai baht against the RMB reached 415,198.1, an increase of exactly 35 compared to the previous day's rate. Zhang Chen thus made a profit of 1.4 billion yuan. Chairman, you are truly. Xian Zhanglin looked at the 1.4 billion yuan profit in his account, thinking he could use this opportunity to flatter the chairman, but he couldn't think of any suitable words. In the end, he could only raise his thumb in admiration and exclaim, impressive. Buying heavily when the Thai baht was stagnant, then adding to positions as it continued to depreciate, and finally reaping a profit of 1.4 billion yuan. A single misstep could have resulted in losing the entire 9 billion yuan principal. In Xian Zhenglin's eyes, Zhang Chen's moves were no longer just a matter of skill and daring. It was nothing short of a miracle. Over the next month, you must strictly follow my instructions for buying and selling. No fear, no greed. Zhang Chen instructed Xian Zhanglin. The system provided September exchange rate table detailed a full month's worth of currency rates, so Zhang Chen couldn't possibly sit in front of the computer all day. The best approach was to send the daily plan to Xian Zhanglin, who would then execute it step by step. As for whether Qian Zhanglin could get a share of the profits, that would depend on his own understanding. Over the next few days, Jiang Chen spent most of his time at Tiancheng Real Estate Company, except for occasional visits to the South Mountain Estate to check on the renovation progress. After another 10 days, he made 100 billion in the foreign exchange market. Jiang Chen left 80 billion as principal for Qian Zhanglin and transferred the remaining 124 billion directly from the foreign exchange market into his bank account. Looking at the long string of zeros in his bank account, Jiang Chen felt a surge of pride. From now on, I'm officially a billionaire. On the very day Jiang Chen became a billionaire, a customer service representative from the Magic City Supercar Club called to remind him not to forget to attend the offline event 3 days later. If it weren't for the customer service representative's reminder, Jiang Chen almost forgot. After making some arrangements for Tiancheng Real Estate, Jiang Chen had Li Wanqing charter a private jet. That evening, Jiang Chen boarded the private jet bound for Magic City, accompanied by his bodyguard Li Hu. The reason for bringing Li Hu wasn't for self-defense, but for appearances. After all, he was heading to Magic City to meet with various bigwigs, and showing up without a bodyguard who could drive and carry his bags wouldn't be appropriate. What if it rained? The bodyguards would hold umbrellas for them, but if he had to hold one himself, that would be embarrassing. These days, you can lose your dignity, but you can't lose face. Just look at those who are forced to run naked. They're more concerned with protecting their faces than their backsides. Jiang Chen slept soundly on the plane all night. The next morning, the plane landed smoothly at the Magic City International Airport. After getting off the plane, Jiang Chen stepped onto the solid ground and stretched lazily, feeling extremely comfortable. Jiang Chen had been to Shanghai before, but back then he was struggling to make ends meet and had no time to enjoy himself. Now, taking a deep breath of the air mixed with car exhaust, Jiang Chen faintly caught a whiff of a fragrance. That's the smell of money. Magic City, you used to be on top of me, but this time, it's my turn to be on top of you. Just as Jiang Chen stood at the airplane door, lost in thought, a Rolls-Royce slowly pulled up in front of him. Only someone extraordinary could drive a car into the airport interior. Jiang Chen glanced at the Rolls-Royce in front of him with some surprise. The driver's side door opened, and a woman with long black hair and wearing a sexy business suit stepped out. Long legs, flowing hair, and a curvaceous figure. Wow, she's a stunner. The only downside was that her makeup was a bit too heavy, obscuring her natural features. Jiang Chen appraised the woman in the business attire, mentally giving her a score. Her figure was definitely a 10, but her looks were only an 8 at most. Jiang Chen has never been a fan of such heavy makeup. Thud, thud. A set of footsteps echoed, and the professionally dressed woman walked up to Jiang Chen. May I ask if you are Mr. Jiang Chen? The woman bowed slightly and greeted him. A flash of snow white caught the corner of Jiang Chen's eye. This outfit isn't very modest, is it? I am Jiang Chen. Who are you? Jiang Chen asked in return. I'm the dedicated driver from the Magic City Supercar Club. I'm here to pick you up. You can call me Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu answered with a smile, speaking with great respect. Although the man in front of her looked young, Xiaoyu dared not show the slightest bit of disrespect. Before departing, she had checked Jiang Chen's vehicle registration at the club, which listed a Lamborghini and a Rolls-Royce, with a combined value of nearly 80 million. And he was so handsome, a true high-flying, wealthy, and handsome guy. If she could be noticed by such a young wealthy man, the outcome. As she thought about it, Xiaoyu's face turned red. Chapter 101, Running into an Acquaintance. Can I get in the car? Jiang Chen noticed Xiaoyu's dazed expression and waved his hand in front of her face. Oh, sure, of course. Xiaoyu snapped back to reality and hurriedly opened the back door for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen got in directly, while Li Hu left immediately to search for a presidential suite at a nearby hotel. Xiaoyu got back into the driver's seat, fastened her seatbelt, then turned to Jiang Chen with a sweet smile. Mr. Jiang, please sit comfortably. Let's go. This service is really top-notch. Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This is the power of money. Sitting in the car, Jiang Chen looked at the skyscrapers on both sides of the street and felt bored. Xiaoyu, what do you mean by a dedicated driver? Out of boredom, Jiang Chen decided to start a conversation. Mr. Jiang, from now on, Xiaoyu will be your dedicated driver. As long as you're in Magic City, I'll be at your service whenever you need me. Xiaoyu replied. Wow, the club even provides each wealthy client with a beautiful female driver. And judging by the setup, this car seems like it can even be driven into the bedroom. Rich people sure know how to have fun. At that moment, Jiang Chen finally understood. Why does each club member have to pay an 880,000 membership fee? Xiaoyu, have you ever worked as someone else's driver before? Jiang Chen asked casually. This question must be clarified. Principles must not be compromised. Mr. Jiang, each dedicated driver can only serve one wealthy individual. If the wealthy client leaves the club, the corresponding dedicated driver must either resign or transfer to another position. Xiaoyu clearly caught the meaning behind Jiang Chen's words, and her face grew even redder. I didn't expect the club to be so considerate. Jiang Chen couldn't help but praise it. Half an hour later. In the heart of Magic City, Xiaoyu parked the Rolls-Royce in front of a skyscraper. After getting out of the car, Jiang Chen couldn't help but look up at the skyscraper in front of him. It appeared to be around 30 stories tall, significantly shorter than the surrounding buildings. Is the club inside this building? Jiang Chen asked Xiaoyu beside him. Mr. Jiang, this building is the club. I'll take you inside. Xiaoyu explained. Wow! This is how the wealthy should live. To build a club, they went ahead and constructed a 30-story building right in the heart of the city where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. I wonder who the real owner of this club is. Mr. Jiang, I'll take you inside. Xiaoyu made a gesture inviting them in and led Jiang Chen into the building. As soon as they entered the door, two burly men in suits approached them with expressionless faces. I'm the driver, Xiaoyu. This is Mr. Jiang, who has just joined the club and hasn't obtained a membership card yet. Xiaoyu pulled out his ID and handed it to the two men, then introduced Jiang Chen's identity. Mr. Jiang, we apologize for the inconvenience. Please cooperate with us. The two men bowed to Jiang Chen before pulling out a metal detector. Jiang Chen understood the procedure and allowed them to scan him with the detector. After all, everyone here is a wealthy individual, and safety is the top priority. Mr. Jiang, please. After confirming there were no issues, the men simultaneously gestured for Jiang Chen to proceed. Their movements were precise and synchronized, their voices resounding with authority. As they passed through the first-floor lobby, the scene before Jiang Chen changed dramatically. A 3-meter-wide corridor led directly to the elevator, with a red carpet laid out on the floor. On both sides of the corridor hung various paintings and decorative items. From sketches and portraits to oil paintings and abstract art, and from red wine to blue and white porcelain. These items, which belong to two different worlds, are hung side by side as decorations, yet they somehow blend together harmoniously. Mr. Jiang, the artworks hanging in the art corridor are all genuine pieces. If you enjoy art, Xiaoyu will be happy to accompany you for a proper tour. Xiaoyu said. All genuine pieces? Jiang Chen couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Though he knew little about art, he was well aware that anything even remotely associated with an original piece was undoubtedly worth a fortune. This isn't an art gallery, it's a money pit. For example, the oil painting in front of us was painted by a master of the 1980s, and the club spent 20 million just to purchase it. Xiaoyu pointed to a painting on the wall depicting a foreign woman holding a vase and explained to Jiang Chen. Upon hearing the price, Jiang Chen couldn't help but gape in astonishment. It wasn't that Jiang Chen couldn't afford it, it was just a difference in values. If Jiang Chen were asked to spend 20 million on a luxury car, he wouldn't even bat an eyelid. But spending 2 million on a painting he couldn't even understand? That was something he'd have to think about. Take me to another floor to look around. Facing a corridor filled with treasures, Jiang Chen felt utterly overwhelmed. Alright, Mr. Jiang, I'll take you to the top floor to process your membership card. Xiaoyu pressed the elevator button for Jiang Chen and then directly pressed the button for the 30th floor. Every time the elevator ascended a floor, Xiaoyu would explain the purpose of the current floor to Jiang Chen. From food and clothing to housing and transportation, from eating and drinking to entertainment, this building had everything one could possibly need. At this, Jiang Chen could only sigh. There was still a significant gap between himself and the wealthy. While he was still thinking about how to make money, others were already finding new ways to spend it. Soon, the elevator reached the 30th floor. The 30th floor was a small bar, but aside from the staff, there were only a few people there. After all, it was still daytime, and those wealthy individuals were likely busy with their own businesses. Unlike me, who can make money even while lying down. Mr. Jiang, please wait here for a moment while I go to process your membership card. Xiaoyu arranged a booth for Jiang Chen and then walked into the bar's backstage area. While Jiang Chen was waiting for Xiaoyu to process his membership card, a man in a white suit walked in uninvited, holding a bottle of red wine, and sat down next to Jiang Chen. Upon seeing the man's appearance, Jiang Chen felt a vague sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before. However, after thinking for a moment, he couldn't recall where. New to the club, I presume? The man in the suit was a natural socializer and greeted Jiang Chen first. Since he was being so friendly, Jiang Chen didn't want to refuse. Yeah, I joined the club last month. I'm just stopping by for a couple of days since I had some free time this month. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Let us get to know each other. I'm Chen Shirkong from Bestway Group. I'm known in the circle for being someone who loves making friends. Chen Shirkang said, pouring 2 glasses of red wine. Damn it! Why does he look so familiar to me? So you're Chen Yuhao's father. Jiang Chen looked at the generous and hospitable Chen Shirkang and couldn't help but think of the arrogant and domineering Chen Yuhao. The two men, aside from their resemblance in appearance, had completely opposite personalities. Mr. Chen, my name is Jiang Chen. From now on, you can call me Jiang Laodi. Jiang Chen grinned, showing even more enthusiasm than Chen Shirkang. Chen Shirkang looked at Jiang Chen with a puzzled expression. There was something off about him. Chapter 102, The Rolls-Royce Chauffeur-Driven Car. After chatting for a while, Jiang Chen and Chen Shikang were approached by Xiaoyu, who held a membership card made of gold and walked up to the booth. Mr. Jiang, this is your membership card. Please keep it safe. It is the only credential for you to enter and exit the club. Xiaoyu presented the exquisitely crafted gold card to Jiang Chen with both hands. Mr. Jiang has been rated as a gold-level member by the club. Chen Shikang, sitting beside him, exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Jiang Chen's membership card. Does the club have membership tiers? Jiang Chen flipped through the membership card in his hand and asked curiously. The club membership card was similar in format to a credit card. Besides the intricate dragon and phoenix patterns on the card, Jiang Chen's name was also engraved on it. Furthermore, the card was made of gold, giving it a brilliant golden luster. It's quite impressive. Mr. Jiang, the club categorizes members based on their personal net worth. Those with a net worth of over 10 million are bronze members, over 100 million are silver members, and over 1 billion are gold members. As for platinum members, they require a net worth exceeding 100 billion. Mr. Jiang, you own luxury vehicles worth nearly 80 million, so you have been classified as a gold member by the club. Xiaoyu explained this in great detail to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen suddenly understood. The club must have estimated his net worth based on the luxury cars under his name, which is why he was classified as a gold member. Given Jiang Chen's current net worth of over 20 billion yuan, he should have been classified as a platinum member. It's surprising that Jiang Laodi is so accomplished at such a young age, becoming a gold member so early in life. Seeing how outstanding Jiang Chen was, Chen Shikang couldn't help but think of his own son, who was good for nothing and always causing trouble. As the young heir of the Baishir group, he couldn't even arrange to buy a house properly. Why is there such a huge gap between them, even though they're all young? Thinking of this, Chen Shikang couldn't help but look up and sigh deeply. After exchanging a few polite words with Chen Shikang, Jiang Chen and Xiaoyu walked out of the club building. Xiaoyu was now Jiang Chen's personal driver, and if Jiang Chen wished, she could even accompany him non-stop for 24 hours a day, including bathing. Xiaoyu, take me to buy a car. As they stepped out of the building, Jiang Chen ordered Xiaoyu. Although the club had provided Jiang Chen with a Rolls-Royce, Jiang Chen was, after all, a billionaire. There was no way he would ride in someone else's car. In 2 days, there would be an offline event at the club, and the attendees would all be high-ranking figures. At that time, everyone else would be riding in their own luxury cars, and Jiang Chen riding in the club's official vehicle wouldn't look good at all. Mr. Jiang, please. After helping Jiang Chen into the car, Xiaoyu continued, may I ask what brand of car Mr. Jiang would like to purchase? Just use it for a few days, no need to buy something too expensive. Let us just get a Rolls-Royce for now. Jiang Chen said calmly. Xiaoyu was completely stunned. A Rolls-Royce as a temporary vehicle? And just for a few days? Goodness gracious, just how wealthy is Mr. Jiang? Following Jiang Chen's instructions, Xiaoyu drove the Rolls-Royce to the Nami Rolls-Royce 4S store located in the city center. Jiang Chen, accompanied by Xiaoyu, entered the 4S store. Welcome. The sales staff stood in neat rows, all bowing and greeting Jiang Chen. As a super luxury car brand, Rolls-Royce only hires sales staff who are fair-skinned and beautiful. Each wore a black business suit, paired with semi-transparent black stockings and black high heels. What a sight to behold! These sales staff had seen Jiang Chen get out of the Rolls-Royce, accompanied by a beautiful female driver. He must be a wealthy individual with purchasing power. Mr. Jiang is looking to purchase a Rolls-Royce as a short-term vehicle. Do you have any recommendations? Before Jiang Chen could speak, Xiaoyu, with keen insight, stated the purpose of their visit. Jiang Chen was very pleased with this. Look at that, that's the life of the wealthy. No need for words. Buying a Rolls-Royce as a short-term vehicle, that's definitely the mark of a wealthy individual. We must attend to him properly. Mr. Jiang, hello. I'm Han Xiying, the sales manager at Nami 4S store. It's a pleasure to serve you. Han Xiying, wearing a sales manager's name tag, first bowed to Jiang Chen, then led him to a classic-looking Rolls-Royce and recommended, considering that you plan to use the car for a short period, this new Ghost model would be perfect for your needs. Han Xiying had worked at the 4S store for many years and was well versed in the preferences of the wealthy. To put it bluntly, wealthy individuals value their reputation. And Jiang Chen, who wanted to purchase a Rolls-Royce for transportation, fit this image perfectly in Han Xiying's mind. If someone is buying a car for short-term use, it obviously means they want to buy a cheaper model. After all, no one would say they want to buy the cheapest Rolls-Royce available. That's precisely why Han Xiying recommended the Ghost, the cheapest model in the Rolls-Royce lineup, to Jiang Chen. The Ghost? Jiang Chen first glanced at the price tag of 5 million, then took a closer look at the Ghost in front of him, and finally shook his head in dissatisfaction. As the cheapest model in the Rolls-Royce lineup, the Ghost is built entirely in line with the brand's signature family design language. For Jiang Chen, who was accustomed to driving limited edition Phantoms, the entire vehicle lacked any standout features. Mr. Jiang, the Ghost is the most classic and practical model in the Rolls-Royce lineup. Han Xiying assumed Jiang Chen found the price too high and politely hinted at it. At the same time, Han Siying grew even more convinced that Jiang Chen was the kind of wealthy person who valued face above all else, and her tone grew more dismissive. Can't even afford 5 million, yet he dares to buy a Rolls-Royce? This car isn't bad. As he spoke, Jiang Chen surveyed the showroom and eventually fixed his gaze on a pristine white Phantom. To be precise, this was the most expensive Phantom in the entire showroom, with the others priced around 5 or 6 million. Mr. Jiang, that one is the long wheelbase, top-of-the-line Phantom. The list price is 920 million, and the final price will be at least 110 million. Han Siying, seeing that Jiang Chen had set his sights on the most expensive car in the showroom, hurriedly spoke up to remind him. That's the one, charge it. Jiang Chen said, pulling out his credit card and handing it to Han Siying to handle the paperwork. Han Siying accepted the card with great respect and turned to handle the transaction for Jiang Chen. With her back to Jiang Chen, Han Siying couldn't help but pat her chest in relief. Thank goodness she hadn't shown any signs of shock earlier, otherwise, she might have lost her job. Mr. Jiang, you're only using it for a short time. There's no need to buy such an expensive car. Xiaoyu, even though she knew her status was just Jiang Chen's dedicated driver, couldn't help but speak up too. It was simply unbearable to watch such extravagance, was truly heartless. Chapter 103, Buying 7 Cars to Drive in Rotation. Not long after, sales manager Han Siying returned, holding a stack of vehicle documents and union pay receipts. Time is money, and it must be said that Rolls-Royce excels in efficiency. If it were an ordinary person, even buying a Wuling Hongguan would take half a day to handle all the paperwork. But Jiang Chen spent 11 million yuan on a Rolls-Royce and completed the entire process in less than half an hour. Mr. Jiang, the total cost comes to 11.06 million yuan. We will charge you 11 million yuan. Please sign here. Mr. Jiang, do you have any channels for vehicle registration? If not, our 4S store can assist you with the registration process. After Jiang Chen signed the receipt, Han Siying handed the vehicle documents to Xiaoyu, who was standing nearby. Upon Han Siying's reminder, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that vehicle registration in Magic City required a lottery draw, with only a few lucky winners out of 10,000 applicants. Jiang Chen was unfamiliar with Shanghai and had no way to obtain a license plate. Is the license plate legal? Jiang Chen asked casually. Private transactions of license plates are illegal, and the law strictly prohibits the transfer of license plates. Even if Jiang Chen's Rolls-Royce were to be fitted with a purchased license plate, it would be deemed a cloned vehicle. A billionaire like Jiang Chen couldn't afford to be seen driving a cloned vehicle. Mr. Jiang can rest assured on this point, we guarantee to obtain the license plate through legal channels. Han Siying explained with a smile. Then you handle it. Just let Xiaoyu know the cost directly. Jiang Chen said. Mr. Jiang, what kind of license plate would you like? To avoid disrupting your travel plans in Shanghai in the coming weeks, I suggest you select the license plate number based on your travel schedule. To improve environmental quality in Shanghai, the government has implemented a vehicle restriction plan. Depending on the last digit of the license plate, there will be one day each week when vehicles cannot be driven. Han Siying thoughtfully considered this issue for Jiang Chen. Restrictions? Jiang Chen then handed his bank card to Han Siying, then buy 2, and we'll take turns driving. Xiaoyu. Han Siying. This is a Rolls-Royce Phantom worth 11 million yuan. Just to avoid the weekly traffic restriction, we're buying another one. The two glanced at Jiang Chen, who didn't bat an eyelid at spending over 20 million, and then thought about their meager monthly salaries. The evil of materialism, just thinking about it is heartbreaking. What's the matter? Don't you have any cars in stock here? Jiang Chen noticed Han Siying's dazed expression and couldn't help but ask. We do. We do. Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment, I'll handle the paperwork right away. Han Siying snapped out of it and quickly took the bank card, transferring the money for Jiang Chen. Money talks, and at that moment, Jiang Chen was like a father figure to Han Siying. Just these 2 Rolls-Royces alone had brought her nearly 10,000 in commission, and after purchasing the cars, she would have to buy insurance, which meant another commission for Han Siying. She must cling tightly to this wealthy client. A tycoon of this caliber coming twice a year would make her rich. Han Siying kept repeating this to herself. This time, the paperwork was processed even faster, taking only 20 minutes. Han Siying rushed back with the documents in hand. Mr. Jiang, please sign here. Han Siying was out of breath, bowing beside Jiang Chen. Strawberry flavor. Pretty sweet. Jiang Chen turned to look at Han Siying's moist lips and said something that left her completely baffled. Moments later, Han Siying understood what Jiang Chen meant, and her face turned a shade of pink. The lipstick she had applied was strawberry flavored. But what did Mr. Jiang mean by pretty sweet? Could he be hinting that he wanted to taste it? Was that a hint? A man who works diligently is always handsome. Han Siying watched Jiang Chen sign the documents with his head down, her mind filled with fantasies. After signing, Jiang Chen handed the receipt to Han Siying and asked, "Can you drive? My driver drove me here. Could you ask someone to help me send the other 2 cars back?" "No problem." Han Siying said, then took out a business card from her pocket, added her phone number, and handed it to Jiang Chen with both hands. Mr. Jiang, this is my business card. If you ever need anything, feel free to call me. This is my personal number. Any requests? Jiang Chen gave Han Siying an odd look. He even gave me his personal number. This must be trouble. Mr. Jiang, where do you live? I'll come and deliver the car to you. Han Siying blushed and changed the subject. Just take me to the club first. If you want to take me home, that's fine too. Jiang Chen replied solemnly. Hearing this, Han Siying's face grew even redder, and she dared not meet Jiang Chen's gaze. I'm not just any woman, I wouldn't be so forward. 5 minutes later, Han Siying called over a colleague, and the two left the Forest store in separate cars. Half an hour later, 3 Rolls-Royces pulled up outside the luxury club. Mr. Jiang, are you a member here? As the sales manager of Rolls-Royce, Han Siying had some familiarity with the upper crust of Shanghai's elite society and was naturally no stranger to the wealth club. Jiang Chen replied casually. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's response, Han Siying's eyes grew increasingly bright. Only billionaires can join the wealthy club. They're the epitome of high-flying, wealthy, and handsome. Mr. Jiang, please go ahead with your work. I'll contact you later. I'm available 24/7. Han Siying bowed slightly toward Jiang Chen, as if intentionally letting him catch a glimpse. Alright, feel free to contact me. Jiang Chen glanced at the blindingly white snow and smiled. She had already said she was available 24/7. How could Jiang Chen not understand? However, while Han Siying's appearance was decent, she still fell short compared to Chen Yiner, the provincial campus beauty queen. She could be a snack to change things up, but she wasn't main course material. After parking the car, Han Siying stood there watching Jiang Chen walk into the club building. Han Jia, what are you spacing out for? A colleague who had come with Han Siying waved her hand in front of her and said, Nothing, let's go back. Han Siying snapped back to reality and sighed. Han Jia, did you fall for Mr. Jiang? Are you kidding? Mr. Jiang is young and wealthy, he's surrounded by women. How could he possibly be interested in me? Han Jia is renowned as the most beautiful woman in all the Forest stores in Magic City. How could you possibly be good enough for him? Han Siying heard this and made up her mind to seize this opportunity. This was her chance to ride in a Rolls-Royce. Chapter 104, The Shocked Second Generation of Magic City. Han Siying stood at the entrance of the club for nearly 5 minutes before leaving with her colleague. Jiang Chen, of course, had no idea about any of this. He had plenty of options to choose from, he didn't necessarily have to settle for her. Xiaoyu walked ahead, swaying her hips, leading the way with a graceful posture. The two entered the elevator. Xiaoyu pressed the button for the top floor, the 30th floor, then turned around and smiled, saying, Mr. Jiang, there aren't many club members during the day, they usually hang out on the top floor. Only in the evenings do more members come, especially since there's another offline gathering in 2 days. If you'd like to try something different, there are plenty of fun places in Shanghai. I can take you anytime. Jiang Chen shook his head slightly. No, let's just go to the top floor for now. He wanted to see if he could run into some other big shots and network with them. Meeting Chen Shirkan was purely by chance, but the outcome was favorable. The elevator quickly reached the top floor. As he walked, Jiang Chen curiously asked, by the way, who founded this club? Xiaoyu paused for a moment and shook her head. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry, but due to my position, I'm not very familiar with that. Other guests might know more. I'll go ask around and let you know later. Never mind. Jiang Chen waved his hand. It was just a passing curiosity. No big deal. Xiaoyu agreed, but she took it seriously and planned to ask her former supervisor later. Upon returning to the small bar, aside from the staff, there were 3 young men chatting near the front desk. Chen Shirkan was not there. Jiang Chen noticed them and was slightly surprised. Could those people also be gold members like him? If that were the case, they must have some real influence, as the 3 young men didn't seem much older than him. Mr. Jiang, what would you like to drink? Just tell the staff over there. I'll go down first. Xiaoyu gave a few instructions before leaving directly. Jiang Chen scanned the drinks and beverages but felt no desire to purchase anything. He casually found a spot to sit down. In the distance, the 3 young men who had been chatting earlier all turned their gaze toward Jiang Chen. That woman earlier, if I didn't mistake her, should be the club's exclusive driver. That's a position reserved for those whose personal assets reach a certain level. What's her background? I don't know. It's the first time I've seen her. She's never been to the building before. I'd remember her if I'd seen her before. Maybe she is back from overseas, but I have no idea what level of membership she has. Let us go introduce ourselves. We're all bored out of our minds lately. Usually it's just old men around here. It's rare to meet someone our age. The 3 of them spoke, each holding a bottle of red wine and sipping from their glasses as they walked over. They were all dressed casually and sat down not far from Jiang Chen. Friend, I haven't seen you before. Are you new here, or are you using someone else's membership card? The young man with blonde dyed hair smiled and greeted them. The three approached with friendly intentions, but Jiang Chen hadn't yet gotten to know this place well and felt a bit confused. Ha! Whose membership card? The young man in the middle explained, it's like this, for example, I didn't want to go through the evaluation process in advance, so I used my dad's platinum membership card to get in. The other two are the same, they can also participate in the club's various activities on a regular basis. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. According to the club's rules, doesn't that mean the fathers of the three people in front of him are all worth at least 100 billion? It might even be their grandparents' generation. After accumulating wealth over such a long period, who knows how much they've amassed? He smiled and said, when I first joined the club and came to Shanghai for the first time, they rated me as a gold member. The three were utterly shocked. Gold membership? A net worth of at least 10 billion, and this young man is roughly the same age as them? The club wouldn't make such a mistake. Rough evaluations were always lower than the actual figures, never higher. Among the three of them, Feng Jia, who had the most personal assets, was only around 1 billion. At least 10 times more. The gap between them was starkly evident. Li Shang sighed wryly, bowed his fist, and said, I am Li Shang, the heir apparent of the Chujiang Biopharmaceutical Group. We're all young people, let's get to know each other. As he spoke, he poured 2 glasses of red wine and pushed one over. The blonde-haired man who had spoken earlier and the other young man saw this and poured themselves a glass of red wine as well. At this point, they had already concealed the shock in their hearts. The blonde-haired man sat up straight. I am Feng Jia, the chairman of Tianyin Media Company. The last young man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking rather scholarly, said, Hello, I am Yi Xing, the heir to the Taiping Insurance Group. The companies they mentioned were all based in Magic City, and their names alone revealed their industries. Jiang Chen raised his glass and clinked it with the others. My name is Jiang Chen. My company is based in South City. If any of you ever come to South City, just look for me. Out of courtesy, since they were so polite, he didn't want to refuse them. Moreover, Shanghai was an international metropolis. If his company grew larger and stronger in the future, setting up headquarters here would be a wise choice. The connections he was building now might prove invaluable in the future. The four of them weren't very old, so they quickly became acquainted. Li Shang took a sip of wine and smiled. You'll all be attending the gathering in 2 days, right? How much money will you bring to spend? Just around 10 million, he shrugged. The company hasn't made much money, and I don't have much spare cash. Feng Jia shrugged his shoulders. Yi Xing rolled his eyes. My old man doesn't like me going to those gatherings. I'll just go to the younger folks' gatherings. Jiang Chen understood what the three were saying, but when put together, it was a bit confusing. Jiang Chen looked at the three of them. Li, are we talking about the same gathering? Why did another one come up in your conversation? Could there be some hidden details we don't know about? At least the young people's gatherings weren't mentioned to him by Xiao Yu. Li Shang gave a simple explanation, and Jiang Chen immediately understood what was going on. The original offline gatherings were attended by a group of top-tier wealthy individuals, where they discussed business, built relationships, and exchanged information. However, as some wealthy individuals passed their membership cards to their younger relatives, the younger generation began to make up a significant portion of the attendees. The wealthy discussed business and networking, while the younger generation talked about sports cars, women, and watches. Since they had nothing in common, they naturally split into 2 groups, each minding their own business. Jiang Chen chatted with the three for a while, gaining a deeper understanding of the situation, and agreed to meet up during the gathering. They exchanged contact information, exchanged pleasantries for a while, and then left the club building. Xiao Yu wanted to follow, but Jiang Chen thought about it and decided not to let her come. After all, if needed, it was just a phone call away. Chapter 105, Hotel Rumors. After leaving the club building, Jiang Chen hadn't walked far when Li Hu approached from under a small tree nearby. Sir, the presidential suite is ready. The address is at the Peninsula Hotel. The view there is nice, and you might even spot a few celebrities. Should we take a taxi there or have the hotel staff pick us up? No need to go through all that trouble. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively and pulled out a set of car keys. He pointed to the Rolls-Royce parked nearby. That's the car I bought today for transportation. There's a license plate restriction in this area. Here's a set of keys. Just look at the license plate number and drive it. The words bought today, car for transportation, and wait a few minutes made Li Hu feel his breath catch in his throat. Although he had always known his boss was extremely wealthy, this moment gave him a new perspective, and he could only look up in awe. Li Hu took the keys, yes. He took the keys and pressed them one after another, making notes as he went, until he found a Rolls-Royce that wasn't restricted today. Sir, please get in. Li Hu opened the car door and placed one hand on the top of the door. The club building was not far from the Peninsula Hotel, and it took about half an hour to drive there. When the Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of the Peninsula Hotel, the engine was still running, and the 2 attendants at the entrance noticed it immediately. One of them said, Hey, look at that Rolls-Royce Phantom. Isn't that the one that cost over 10 million last time? Now that you mention it, it does look like it. No, that's definitely the one that cost over 10 million. Let's go greet them before the boss gets out. the other attendant said, rushing over to greet them. If it were a Phantom worth 7 million, he wouldn't be this enthusiastic, because in Shanghai, such cars are rare. But at the Peninsula Hotel, you see a few of them every day, and those costing over 10 million are rare. Once it appears, it must belong to an extremely important boss. Another waiter hurried over. If the reception went well, even the slightest oversight would be enough to make them happy for days. The two waiters stood slightly behind. This way, no matter which side Jiang Chen emerged from, they could greet him immediately. Li Hu, who was driving, naturally took a seat in the back row. Having worked at the hotel for a long time, they knew that those in the back row were the important figures. At that moment, the engine's roar grew faint, and the car came to a stop. The waiter on the left saw Jiang Chen about to get out on his side and hurried forward to open the door, blocking the top with one hand. "Good evening, sir. Welcome." Jiang Chen nodded slightly, glancing around the surroundings. The surroundings were well maintained, with a grand yet elegant decor. Compared to the five-star hotels in the southern part of the city, this place felt more comfortable. Li Hu locked the car door and guided Jiang Chen inside, with two attendants following closely behind. The presidential suite had already been reserved in advance. All that was needed was to present identification. Jiang Chen handed his ID to the front desk and instructed, "Have someone bring the other Phantom back later. Don't delay. The car will be restricted tomorrow, so it's good we rented an extra one." Li Hu bowed respectfully. "Understood, sir. I'll handle it immediately." By then, the patrol officers on the road would have mostly finished their shifts. As long as we weren't unlucky, there shouldn't be any issues. The two spoke without hiding their conversation. Hearing this, the two attendants who had been following them widened their eyes. "Another Phantom? The same model is worth over 20 million. And the one outside looks brand new, both the paint job and the interior. It's a brand new car." One of the servants immediately said, "Sir, what do you think? Let me go and drive the car back for you. I won't damage a single thing on the car." Jiang Chen pointed to Li Hu beside him. "You're pretty sharp. All right, you're the one. Follow his instructions." The attendant hurriedly thanked him. "All right, thank you, boss." Jiang Chen had originally planned to give a tip, but after thinking about it, he decided to wait until the matter was resolved before doing so. After handling the minor matters, Jiang Chen took a look around the top-floor presidential suite and then strolled back down. It was still early, not even 7 o'clock yet, and the nightlife hadn't started yet. "Li Hu, is there anything fun around here? Take me to check it out and relax a bit." Jiang Chen looked at the neon lights outside and turned back to say, Li Hu scratched his head, unable to think of anything to say. He hadn't really looked into the area either. However, he had already scouted the area around the hotel and found no suspicious individuals or surveillance cameras. The waiter who had offered to help with the car earlier bowed and said, "There's a film crew shooting a scene around here, and there are female actors doing a water scene they're soaking wet. Most of them were wearing white clothes, and under the lights, it created a beautiful scene." There was one more thing the waiter hesitated to mention, fearing it might be overheard by someone with ulterior motives. That was, to receive such lighting treatment, besides being good-looking, one must also be a celebrity with a good figure. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, bored, and immediately said, "Then lead the way. Let's go take a look. If it's interesting, there'll be a reward." As he spoke, he casually pulled out 3 red bills and handed them over as a tip. Taking the tip, the waiter smiled broadly and said, "Thank you, sir. I'll go ask for permission right away." Meanwhile, the other attendant on duty could only watch enviously, his eyes filled with admiration. He wanted to do the same, but he was always a step behind. The server who had gone to ask for permission returned quickly and led the way. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, he blurted out what he hadn't said earlier. Li Hu asked directly, "Why didn't you say anything earlier? You waited until we were outside to speak?" The attendant felt wronged and explained softly. In recent days, the Peninsula Hotel has been mostly occupied by female celebrities and actresses. They are very petty-minded. If they found out I was talking about them like that, they would surely cause trouble for me and get me punished. Especially those who are beautiful and talented but haven't gained fame yet, they're the worst. Jiang Chen sneered disdainfully. "Enough. It's all about the money, isn't it? Lead the way. Those who cause trouble will eventually say it's worth it as long as the money is right." Chapter 106, Goddess? The night view from the Peninsula Hotel was stunning, and it wasn't too far from the Bund. Adjacent to the hotel was the Peninsula Apartments, a place favored by many wealthy young aristocrats and celebrities. The waiter led Jiang Chen and Li Hu to the Bund, where he recalled several film crews were shooting scenes. Every night, they worked overtime, and some female actors even went to extreme lengths to gain more exposure or create buzz. They would perform scenes where they were drenched in water, and some even went as far as not changing their clothes until they returned to the hotel, drawing attention along the way. Of course, that's what ordinary actors do. The higher-tier ones, they usually took photos, such as the moment they emerged from a swimming pool, and then intentionally or unintentionally leaked them online, with online influencers hyping them up. After walking for a few minutes, they heard the sound of a commotion in the distance. Spotlights were flashing, and a crowd had gathered to watch. The woman on the left is doing a good job. Look at her, she is so dedicated. You were just criticizing her earlier, but now she's been splashed with water and looks like that. Your standards are a bit low. I heard that the legendary actress Louis Fei is filming internally, and no man has seen her yet. She's still single now. I don't know if it's true, but even if it is, it's not something we can hope for. True. If I had money, even if I couldn't get close to her, I'd at least want to see her face. Jiang Chen heard the discussion and felt a slight stir in his heart. He turned to the attendant following behind him. Is what they're saying true? The attendant smiled awkwardly and said, this goddess Louis Fei is very aloof. I've only heard about her, I've never seen her myself. However, where there's smoke, there's fire. Boss, with your status, arranging a meeting would be no trouble at all. All you need to do is have Mr. Li hint at your intentions, and she'll come to you on her own. For an ordinary person to meet her alone? The production team would politely inform them that the goddess is currently unavailable and suggest they follow her social media accounts. But if it's a top-tier tycoon or someone like Jiang Chen, young, wealthy, and influential, the response would be entirely different. Jiang Chen doesn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry, but being hailed as a goddess, she must be quite attractive. I wonder how she compares to Xiaoyu, the exclusive driver for the club. He thought to himself and casually said to the waiter, which production team is that goddess Louis Fei in? Take me there to check it out. I happen to know. Please follow me this way, sir. The waiter smiled ingratiatingly. After passing 2 film crews shooting scenes, the 3 arrived at another location. This area was different from the other 2 sets. There were no onlookers outside because they were all blocked by large tents. Unless you go to the other side of the river with a high-powered telescope, you can only get a rough idea. Another option was to enter the tent, but there were security guards outside with strict requirements. Jiang Chen glanced around briefly but didn't say a word. The attendant who had followed them immediately ran to find the security guards. The attendant and the 2 security guards talked for a moment. They came over awkwardly. Sir, the security guard said that a silver member from the Magic City Wealth Club is coming, and they're not accepting visitors today. The silver members of the Magic City Wealthy Club are all billionaires. Unless you, sir, are even more. Clearly, this was a test of Jiang Chen's true abilities. Otherwise, anyone would have the right to approach her, and the goddess would seem worthless. Moreover, rumors are circulating that the goddess Louis Fei, since her debut, has never been involved in any scandals or had a boyfriend, remaining completely spotless. She doesn't have any wealthy backers supporting her. She's made it entirely through her acting skills and looks. Whether they can meet privately or develop a relationship beyond friendship is also the goal of many men. Silver member? Jiang Chen was speechless. He, who was rated as a gold member, hadn't even spoken up. If he really wanted to be picky, he could upgrade his membership from gold to platinum. Jiang Chen handed over his gold member card. Show this card to them. If it doesn't work, we'll go somewhere else tonight. Anyway, he was just out to have fun. There was no need to insist on meeting Louis Fei. He was just bored. The waiter took the gold card, glanced at it, and felt a chill run down his spine. Just looking at the gold card must have cost a fortune. It exuded such prestige. I wonder which place issued this card. He hurried back and spoke with the 2 security guards. When the 2 security guards assigned by the production team saw the golden card, their expressions kept changing. One of them politely said to the waiter, Sir, perhaps you could ask Mr. Jiang to wait inside for a moment. I don't have the authority to arrange a private meeting directly, but we'll have an answer soon. Hearing the security guard speak to him with such respect, the waiter felt a surge of satisfaction. Although he knew that all of this was thanks to Jiang Chen, it didn't stop him from feeling happy. All right, please hurry up. Mr. Jiang isn't very patient. In a little while, Mr. Jiang might go somewhere else. Taking advantage of the situation, the waiter rushed over to Jiang Chen and reported the recent developments. Sir, the card you gave us is truly magical. As soon as they saw it, they immediately agreed to let us in. We've already gone to call Louis Fei. As he spoke, he presented the golden membership card with both hands. It actually worked. Jiang Chen took the card and muttered under his breath. There was no need for him to do anything personally, just showing it was enough. He immediately led Li Hu into the back of the shed. Meanwhile, at the back of the film crew, 2 women were chatting. There was no one else around them, so they spoke more freely. The older-looking woman said, Fei, you heard what the security guard said earlier. A gold member from the Wealth Club wants to see you. That's 10 times better than a silver member. You're not making much progress now because you don't have anyone backing you. If you can get close to that boss, your day will come soon. The woman pleaded earnestly, listen to me. Just reject that silver member outright. Louis Fei hesitated, sisterly, but that silver member of the Wealth Club is younger. It would be easier to develop a relationship and get along with him in the future. Li Jie immediately replied, but he's around 30, and you're only in your 20s. The gold member looks young too, though the exact age isn't clear since the security guards couldn't see clearly in the dark. Go meet him first, and if it works out, I'll arrange something for you. Lu Weifei was persuaded and nodded silently. Alright, should I keep my distance like before, or? Li Jia held Lu Weifei's small hand and said, if the conditions are right, the relationship can develop as quickly as possible. I've been through this before, so I understand these things. They were almost at the rest area. Let us hurry up and go. Chapter 107, The Goddess. Zhang Chen and Li Hu were guided by security to the cruise rest area. However, the hotel attendant stopped outside. As he put it, being able to follow them this far was already quite fortunate. They would wait outside for Zhang Chen and not expect much more. The service attitude was excellent, and even Li Hu looked at the attendant with respect. After all, someone favored by the boss must have something special. The security guard led the two to a spot and pointed to the area ahead, saying, Mr. Jiang, the rest area is just up ahead. I won't accompany you further. I need to return to my post. Thank you. Zhang Chen responded with a smile. The security guard hurriedly waved his hands, his face showing excitement. No problem, no problem. It's my duty. Though curious about why the security guard was so excited, Zhang Chen didn't ask. He sat down confidently in the main seat. At that moment, the rest area was empty, and Li Hu stood at the entrance to keep watch. The security guard who had led them there watched for a moment before turning and leaving. When he returned to his post, he began boasting to his colleagues. Hey, did you hear? I just escorted that boss, and he actually thanked me. What great manners. That's a boss worth at least 10 billion, a gold member of the Billionaires Club. Another security guard looked up at the sky and said in a sarcastic tone, yeah, right. You just beat him to it, that's why you're so happy. After just a few minutes of interaction, you think you can make as much money as that boss? The security guard gloated, I'm happy about it. If you're jealous, that's your problem. At least I got to talk to the boss. Another security guard turned his head, appearing unconcerned on the surface, but his true thoughts were unknown. The entrance suddenly fell silent. Zhang Chen, who was resting in the break area, never would have guessed that just by saying a few words, he had caused two security guards to argue. If he had said a few more words, those two might have even come to blows. Li Hu, standing at the door, suddenly turned around and said, Boss, two people have arrived. One is very beautiful, and the other is older. Should I stop the old woman and let the other one in? Zhang Chen waved his hand slightly. They came together. There's no need to stop them. I'm just curious. He hadn't interacted with them before and wanted to take a look. Li Hu took a couple of steps back. Got it. Lu Weifei and Li Jia walked side by side, discussing what might happen along the way. Xiao Fei, that burly man earlier, was probably that person's bodyguard. Once you go in, chat casually for a while and gather more information. Under no circumstances should you agree to any conditions. It's best to let them come after you. All right. Lu Weifei was about to point out that this was different from what he had been told earlier, but he held his tongue. There are two options. It depends on her decision. The main reason is that Zhang Chen showed the golden membership card of the wealthy club. Lu Weifei entered the rest area before Li Jia. Before she could get a clear look at the person, she smiled and said, Hello, my name is Lu Weifei. I was delayed on the way and made you wait. Zhang Chen remained seated. It's fine. I was just killing time. Lu Weifei heard the voice and felt a slight stir in her heart. This didn't sound like an older person's voice. She finally took a closer look at Zhang Chen. At that moment, Lu Weifei's heart began to race uncontrollably, and her face turned red. The man before her looked to be in his 20s, but his features were striking, and he exuded a unique charm that made one want to draw closer. In a single word, he was handsome, and with a net worth of at least 10 billion, according to the security guard, he was also tall. A true high-flying, wealthy, and handsome man. If only his personality were a bit better. He would be the man every young woman dreams of. Lu Weifei made up his mind to strike up a conversation and build a relationship as quickly as possible. While she was daydreaming, Zhang Chen was also observing her. As someone revered as a goddess, her appearance was naturally stunning. Today, she came without any makeup, completely natural, yet still flawless. She wore a simple dress, with nothing out of place, and her skin was as white as snow. Even now, she could easily score a 9 out of 10. With a light makeup, she would be called a goddess without exaggeration. However, a goddess is not to be trifled with, but that's for ordinary people. He was now fixated on the idea of conquering such a prize, someone who would make him look impressive when they went out together. Zhang Chen smiled and said, Why is your face red? Sit down and talk. Ah. Lu Weifei was startled awake, looking at Zhang Chen's amused expression, his face growing even redder. She hurriedly sat down next to Zhang Chen's right hand, with the two of them sitting very close together. At that moment, Li Jia walked in. Seeing the scene, she immediately understood her role and realized she was surplus to requirements. Xiao Fei, I suddenly remembered that your contract is about to expire. I'll go check on it. Li Jia made up a flimsy excuse and left without waiting for a response. Lu Weifei watched the scene and said awkwardly, Sisterly is always like that, she forgets things. It's okay, I understand. Zhang Chen nodded slightly. He turned to Li Hu, who was standing guard outside, and said, "Go outside and keep an eye out. Report if anyone comes." "Got it." Li Hu understood and ran off to a distance without saying anything. With that arrangement, the rest area was left with just the two of them, a man and a woman alone. Louis Fei pretended not to know and smiled. "You know my name, but I don't even know yours. My name is Jiang Chen. You seem pretty popular out there." Louis Fei batted her eyelashes. "Not really. If 1 out of 10 people knows me, I'm already happy. Calling you Mr. Jiang seems a bit formal. How about we just call you Jiang Ge from now on?" Jiang Chen shrugged. "Either is fine, whatever you prefer." "Since you don't mind, I'll call you Jiang Ge from now on," Louis Fei said with a smile. The two chatted casually in the rest area. Most of the time, Louis Fei was talking, and Jiang Chen occasionally responded with a few words. Their relationship seemed to have reversed. It felt as though Louis Fei was actively trying to befriend Jiang Chen. And that was indeed the case. Thanks to her efforts, their relationship was growing deeper. Louis Fei suddenly asked, "Jiang Ge, how did you become a gold member of the Wealth Club? I heard that it's full of big shots like you, with connections everywhere. It's a pity that I'm alone in the entertainment industry, struggling without any powerful connections to look out for me. I've been suppressed all this time and haven't had a chance to rise up. Last time, I almost got blacklisted. Would you be willing to become the powerful figure behind Fei?" As he spoke, Louis Fei's eyes widened, his gaze filled with longing and admiration. What he really wanted was protection and a place to belong. Jiang Chen took a leisurely sip of water. "I have money. The people in Shanghai invited me to join their club. However, give me a reason. Why should I protect you? We've only just met. What can you offer in return?" He spoke rather directly. Jiang Chen shook his head slightly, stood up, and said, "We'll discuss this later. I'm staying at the Peninsula Hotel for the next few days." Louis Fei listened, his face turning pale with reluctance. Such a good opportunity couldn't be missed. Rather than marrying an old man with an uncertain future, the young master before him was the best choice. She blurted out, "Jiang Ge, I can give you anything. I've never had a boyfriend before, and I'm still a virgin." As she spoke, she caught up to Jiang Chen's departing steps and wrapped her arm around his. Chapter 108, The Dominant Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't push her away. He tilted his head and asked, "Have you decided?" He didn't mind others coming for his strength, but once they chose him, they would bear his mark. From now on, they had to follow his rules and not defy him. For example, when filming, they couldn't take on romantic roles, and the male lead couldn't appear in the scenes. Louis Fei bit his lower lip and nodded firmly. "Brother Jiang, I've made up my mind. I'll follow you from now on. If possible, can you take Sister Li with us? When I first entered the industry, she protected me and prevented me from being exploited." Jiang Chen shrugged indifferently. "No problem. As long as she's willing to come, I won't treat her badly. And I guarantee that no one will dare to think about exploiting you in the future. Because you're about to become my woman." Louis Fei didn't argue, blushing as she quietly agreed. The two walked out of the rest area and saw Li Hu watching from a distance, preventing others from approaching. "Let's go," Jiang Chen called out. The three headed toward the exit. Li Hu walked in front, blocking Jiang Chen's body, but not Louis Fei's. They reached the door, where the security guards on either side widened their eyes. What's going on? Could their eyes be playing tricks on them? Louis Fei, the goddess who had never dated anyone before, was actually holding a man's hand and acting like a little bird clinging to him. This doesn't make sense. There was no prior information about this. However, as the three approached, the two security guards saw that Louis Fei was holding Jiang Chen's hand. They immediately thought it was only natural. Li Hu looked at the two stunned security guards, furrowing his brows slightly. "Gentlemen, we need to go out. Could you please step aside?" The security guards quickly stepped aside. "Oh, sure, please go ahead." As Jiang Chen passed by, the two guards became even more respectful. "Sir, please take your time." Just as the three had taken a few steps, a waiter from the Peninsula Hotel ran over. "Sir, where would you like to go next?" With the beauty by his side, Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, "Let's go back to the hotel first. You've worked hard today." The waiter took the 500 yuan tip and said respectfully, No, it's my honor to serve you." As he spoke, he led the way ahead, not noticing Louis Fei beside him. Otherwise, he would have been even more shocked. In less than half an hour, he had won over Louis Fei, the goddess adored by thousands. Others found it extremely difficult to even catch a glimpse of her, let alone exchange a few words that was considered good fortune. Louis Fei spoke gently. "Jiang Ge, you seem very popular. Those two security guards are usually very cold toward others. Remember the first time Li Jie came over? They stopped her for a long time." Jiang Chen casually replied, Maybe it's because you're a good person." The three chatted as they returned to the entrance of the Peninsula Hotel. Li Hu glanced at his watch. He said to Jiang Chen, "Boss, it's almost time. I'll go fetch the other Rolls Royce. Go ahead, be careful on the road." "All right," Li Hu replied, waving to the attendant. The two didn't go inside but walked toward the Rolls-Royce parked at the entrance. The car started and quickly disappeared into the night. Louis Fei wondered, Brother Jiang, from what that guy just said, did you buy 2 Rolls-Royces? Jiang Chen nodded, yes, I've only been in Shanghai for a short while. There are restrictions on license plates here, so I bought 2 cars for transportation. Now I won't have any trouble getting around. When I go back, I'll see about disposing of those 2 cars. Louis Fei stood there speechless. She followed Jiang Chen's footsteps into the hotel, heading toward the presidential suite on the top floor. Someone with a net worth of billions doesn't play like this, does he? That Rolls-Royce Phantom, she was sure of it, was a luxury car worth 11 million, not cheap at all. 2 cars for transportation, totaling 22 million, and they're going to dispose of them in a few days? These used cars, excluding special models, would lose a significant portion of their value. Louis Fei, after entering the elevator, clung to Jiang Chen's arm and pouted, Brother Jiang, this is a bit of a waste. You're losing millions. Speaking of which, how much is your net worth? Jiang Chen pinched her cheek, hee, not much. You guess. Louis Fei puffed out his cheeks, stop teasing me. I know, but I'm asking you. Over 10 billion? Right but wrong. Jiang Chen let him shake his hand. He pressed his hand into the softness, savoring the moment of intimacy. Saying over 10 billion is correct, but to be precise, it's over 100 billion. Louis Fei was about to pull out his trump card when the elevator doors opened, so she gave up. Looking at the entrance to the presidential suite, her heart raced uncontrollably. She knew what awaited her in a moment. But this was her own choice, no one else could interfere. Moreover, the sights along the way and the conversations in the elevator had only strengthened her resolve. Such a high-ranking figure is rarely seen, and here, she couldn't afford to show any weakness. Jiang Chen took out his access card, and with a beep, opened the door. He turned around and gestured for her to enter. By the way, what are you filming on set right now? I recently started a company specifically for film production. I'm the boss there, so you can fully showcase your talents. Louis Fei entered the room and closed the door behind him. I'm filming a TV series. I'm playing a supporting role, and I'm about to get my character killed off. If I could join your team, that would be even better. I'll talk to Li Jie tomorrow and prepare to switch jobs. Jiang Chen took off his jacket and smiled, you've made a good decision. What does getting your walk-on scene mean? As Jiang Chen approached, Louis Fei blushed and explained, it means my character is about to die, and my filming is over. Just as they were talking, the light switch in the room was flipped, plunging the room into darkness. The night passed without incident. Chapter 109, Conquered. The next day, at 9 o'clock. A beam of morning sunlight filtered through the cracks in the curtain and shone into the room. Jiang Chen was facing that spot and had been basking in the sunlight for a while, feeling no trace of sleepiness. Meanwhile, Louis Fei, who was in a better position, was still sound asleep. However, even in her sleep, her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and her legs were bent. And the cause of this situation was, of course, Jiang Chen's doing. Last night, he had been too excited and had exerted himself too much. As a result, Louis Fei could still vividly recall the events in her dreams. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and decided not to wake her. Instead, he asked the hotel attendant to bring breakfast. As a guest in the presidential suite, he had that privilege. By the time Jiang Chen finished breakfast, it was nearly 10 o'clock before Louis Fei finally stirred awake. Ah! She rubbed her eyes and tried to sit up, but immediately felt a sharp pain throughout her body. Jiang Chen thought something was wrong and rushed over to ask, what's wrong? Where does it hurt? Do you need to see a doctor? Louis Fei puckered her lips, shook her head, and explained softly, nothing, it's just, it hurts so much. It's all your fault. I told you not to come yesterday, but you insisted on coming up. By the end, her face turned slightly red, and she couldn't continue. She slowly adjusted to the pain and managed to sit on the edge of the bed. Jiang Chen laughed triumphantly, hee, it's your fault for making such a noise. I'll try to control myself next time. There's a next time? Louis Fei was speechless. After yesterday's incident, their relationship had grown much closer. She looked at the small desk, intending to get dressed, but found it empty. She suddenly remembered that when she had entered the room last night, she had stood there motionless. What's wrong now? Django, would you buy women's clothes? Louis Fei said tearfully, you jerk. You tore my clothes yesterday, and now I have nothing to wear. Jiang Chen blinked and spread his hands, I don't know how to buy clothes. If you don't want to wear them, just stay here today. Making him pay wasn't a big deal, but helping others pick out things was a bit awkward for him. This seems fine too. Anyway, besides the two of them, no outsiders can come in or see them. A series of wicked thoughts flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. Louis Fei puffed out his cheeks, but I can't just stay here forever. I have to go out eventually. Jiang Gu, you're the one who caused this. You have to take responsibility now. Alright, just wait a moment. Jiang Chen replied, then stepped out into the hall and walked around for a while. Soon, he returned with a bundle of fabric. At least it's all connected. The smaller pieces went into the trash. Jiang Ge, you're bullying me. Jiang Chen looked at Lu Fei, who was about to burst into tears, and felt a bit embarrassed. How about this? Ask that Li's sister to bring you a set of clothes. She should know your size, right? If not, we can buy something temporarily, and I'll reimburse you. Lu Fei rubbed his eyes. All right. She fetched her phone, sent a message to that Li's sister, and carefully folded the blood-stained blanket. These were the traces she left behind, holding a special significance. Jiang Chan ordered breakfast for Lu Fei. After she finished eating, Li Jia called her. Xiao Fei, I'm picking out clothes for you. What price range should I get? Mr. Jiang only said to reimburse the expenses, he didn't specify an amount. If I buy something too expensive, I'm worried he'll be unhappy. Before Lu Fei could respond, Jiang Chen took the phone and said directly, don't worry about the money. As long as you're not intentionally trying to rip someone off, I'll reimburse you for any amount. He can accept normal expenses of 80,000 or 100,000, but buying something for 8,000 and claiming it is 80,000 is out of the question. After saying that, Jiang Chen handed the phone back to Lu Fei and told them to continue their conversation. Their SA shopping mall near the Peninsula Hotel. Ms. Li made the call from the mall. After a 10-minute phone conversation, Ms. Li followed the information Lu Fei had provided and found the presidential suite. Jiang Chen heard the doorbell ring and gathered his clothes, but didn't he let Li Jia enter. Li Jia wasn't he surprised, but she couldn't he help but sigh, these young people nowadays are really something. In such a short time, they can even lose their clothes. She could roughly guess what was going on but didn't say anything. A few minutes later, Jiang Chen helped Lu Fei out. She winced with pain as she walked and didn't want to go out. But she thought about going to the film crew today to apply for resignation. In a couple of days, Jiang Chen would leave Shanghai, and she could follow him there. Ms. Li stepped forward to support her on the other side, scolding, Xiao Fei, you're in this state and still want to go out? That's just being reckless. I'll handle the resignation for you. Go back and rest first. Mr. Jiang, what do you think? After the first time, the most important thing for a woman is to rest. Jiang Chen didn't dwell on such matters, then do as you say. Actually, resigning on one's own isn't a big deal. Resigning on one's own means no salary or having to pay a breach of contract fee. For an actor who hasn't become famous or caused a big scandal, the penalty fee is very low, and he doesn't even bother with it. Lu Fei saw this and didn't insist further, lying back down to rest. Ms. Li extended her hand in a gesture of invitation. Mr. Jiang, please go first. You're really skilled, you handled Xiao Fei so quickly. In the past, when other men coveted Xiao Fei, she didn't even glance at them, and I always stepped in to stop them. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and nodded with a smile. He sensed that the woman had something to say. Had he forgotten something? As the two entered the elevator, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that he hadn't reimbursed her for the clothes she bought. Right, give me your bank account number. How much did you spend on the clothes you bought for Fei just now? Li Jia, lost in her thoughts, answered absent-mindedly, a total of 23,000. Jiang Chen immediately transferred the money to her. Li Jia had been wanting to say something, but seeing this, she hesitated and didn't speak. It wasn't until they were about to part ways in the hotel lobby. Ms. Li asked, Mr. Jiang, I'm about to resign and switch jobs. What do you think? Would you consider hiring me? Jiang Chen turned to look at her, then gave her a professional glance. Character, Li Xin. Gender, female. Suitable occupation, agent. Career potential, 4.5 stars out of 5 stars. Evaluation, with years of experience as an agent, she possesses a unique eye for talent and is highly recommended for recruitment. Agent potential, 4.5 stars. This person is exactly what he needs for his entertainment company. While the entertainment company has its playful side, it also needs to be done with flair. You're a good catch. After you quit your job, come join Fei. I'll let you know the location. Jiang Chen finished speaking, called Li Hu to drive, and headed toward the Wealth Club. Behind them, Li Xin exhaled. She had genuinely worried he wouldn't find her attractive, given her age. With that worry off her mind, she hurried to the film crew to prepare for her resignation. Chapter 110, An Unusual Reunion. Half an hour later. In the heart of Magic City, in front of a skyscraper, Li Hu parked the Rolls-Royce beside the building. Xiao Yu, who had been waiting at the entrance, rushed over upon seeing him. Mr. Jiang, welcome back. Jiang Chen nodded. He had already taken a look yesterday. Coming here again today, he still felt amazed. He planned to build such a skyscraper in the heart of Beijing in the future. What will the building be used for? It must not be inferior to others. Li Hu didn't have permission to enter, and even if he did, he wouldn't be able to blend in with the people inside, so he was arranged to rest nearby. Jiang Chen arrived again, this time using his own membership card. The burly security guard conducted a quick check before letting him in. Once he becomes more familiar with the place, he'll be able to enter by facial recognition, skipping the security check. Xiao Yu, we're south the busiest place now. I'm bored being alone, let us find something to do to pass the time. Mr. Jiang, the small bar on the top floor is more crowded. There's an offline gathering the day after tomorrow, so everyone will be there. Jiang Chen looked up. Let's go check it out then. Soon, the two of them took the elevator to the 30th floor. The bar was playing soothing music, resembling a cozy lounge. Jiang Chen had seen Li Shang and the others yesterday. They were sitting at a booth chatting. They seemed to have been pretty idle these past few days. Upon seeing familiar faces approaching, Feng Jie waved across the table. Mr. Jiang, come over here. Jiang Chen nodded and walked over. Mr. Feng, we didn't expect to run into you here. Are you not working? Li Shang smiled and said, of course we have work to do. We're actually quite busy. But we'll be here for the next few days. We're mainly waiting for someone. He. Jiang Chen looked at the smiles on everyone's faces. A man? Li Shang's face darkened, and he said grudgingly, you're the one waiting for a man. Of course it's a woman, a real beauty. Exactly. Yi Xing said, otherwise, the three of us would have gone out together? Alright then. Jiang Chen shrugged and sat down on the other side. He muttered to himself, who told you guys to laugh so strangely? Plus your expressions made me think too much. Li Shang and the others waited for a while, but Jiang Chen didn't say a word, just kept drinking his beverage. Jiang brother, aren't you curious? The three of us dropped everything to come here. Who are we waiting for? Jiang Chen nodded dismissively. Curious? I'm just waiting for you to say it. Feng Jie was stumped, his curiosity crushed. You're good. He couldn't help but blurt out, we're waiting for the daughter of the club's deputy director. Every time the club holds an event. In the days leading up to the event, she always comes here to take a look, and soon a bunch of perverts will follow. None of the old men will show up. If she doesn't come today, she'll definitely come tomorrow. Jiang Chen raised his hand to stop them. Stop. You'll all inherit billions in assets someday. Why are you fixated on a girl? You even know so much about her. Are you planning something? As heirs to a billion-dollar conglomerate, getting a pretty girl isn't something you can just ask for? Even if she's the daughter of the club's deputy director, there's no need to fixate on her like this. It's really puzzling to him. Aren't you afraid her elders will intervene? Who would dare to scheme against her? This is just a normal way of getting to know someone. Li Shang sighed. He continued, Jiang, you're new here, so you don't know. This is a secret known to everyone in the club. Yi Xing and Feng Jie chimed in, urging Jiang Chen to join in. To put it simply, if Li Shang marries the club's deputy director's daughter, Nangong Ro, his family's assets will double. It's his family's assets, not his personal wealth. His family's assets are estimated to be at least 100 billion. Jiang, do you think you're tempted? Jiang Chen retorted, well, if I say I'm not tempted, you three definitely won't believe me, right? The three nodded. It was hard to believe, no matter who you were. Marrying a beautiful woman and gaining over 1,000 billion in wealth in today's society, who wouldn't want that? Even they, as second-generation wealthy individuals, were tempted and wanted it. If it weren't for Nangong Ron's youth, some old men might even step forward to compete. I'm tempted too. Jiang Chen admitted it immediately. He wasn't about to explain to these people that he was making money just by lying around. $1 trillion is just a small goal. To marry a woman for such a small goal, he wouldn't bother. Of course, since she's a beauty, marrying her wouldn't be a bad deal. Li Shang laughed heartily. Hee, I knew Jiang brother was just like us. Let's discuss it. When Chen Yuhao and the others arrive, we need to come up with a plan to deal with them. Nangong Ron must not end up with them. It's unbearable. Jiang Chen looked puzzled. Deal with Chen Yuhao? He's coming over too? Chen Yuhao's father used to be on good terms with him, but he turned around and beat his son. That left a bad taste in my mouth. Of course, Chen Yuhao is Chen Shikang's son. He has always been at odds with us three. Could Zhang Xiong be on good terms with him? Li Shang noticed Jiang Chen's unusual tone and asked suspiciously. Jiang Chen waved his hand. That's not it. I have some past issues with Chen Yuhao, but since coming here, I've gotten along well with his father. I've even had drinks with Chen Shikang. Now I'm turning against his son. It's a bit. Li Shang sighed in relief. That's good. You're overthinking it, Zhang Xiong. We're dealing with Chen Yuhao because of Nangong Ro. It's a matter between the young generation. The elders won't interfere. Otherwise, it wouldn't be proper. If you discipline Chen Yuhao, it won't affect your relationship with Chen Shikang. Feng Jie and Yi Xing nodded in agreement. As long as no one is killed or severely injured, it's all minor matters. Take Jack Ma and Ma Huateng, for example. Their companies compete in business, but they can sit together without insulting each other. Jiang Chen pondered. That seems to make sense. After drinking with Chen Shikang, he must know about the feud between him and his son. They're all in the same group chat, but the other party hasn't come looking for trouble yet. That means they're tacitly acknowledging the rivalry and won't intervene. To become a top-tier tycoon, one's own magnanimity is indeed greater than that of ordinary people. Li Shang urged, alright, Jiang brother, let's settle this for now. We'll act accordingly when the time comes. Alright. Jiang Chen agreed casually. The four then discussed recent news from Magic City and the latest developments within their circle. Who bought a new yacht, who replaced their car, but the most talked about topic was still news about Nangong-ro. Where she had been, how she was feeling, and what she was interested in. Jiang Chen listened, feeling drowsy and utterly speechless. It was all nonsense. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the bar, and 4 young people entered, laughing and chatting. Li Shang and the others looked toward the entrance, their eyes meeting those of the 4 who had entered. You? What are you doing here? Chapter 111, Women's Favor. Among the 4 young people who had just entered, one of them looked as though he had seen a ghost. His voice had changed, and his face was contorted. The other 3 saw this and furrowed their brows slightly. Yu Hao, what's going on? Calm down and explain slowly. Li Shang's group has gained another member. They were already our equals before, and now they'll be even harder to deal with. Let's avoid conflict with them for now and head over there. The group discussed among themselves, then quietly made their way around Jiang Chen and his group, keeping 3 tables between them. Chen Yuhao's emotions gradually stabilized, but the anger on his face was impossible to hide. His usual composure was long gone. Li Shang glanced over there and chuckled, Jiang brother, you must have a serious grudge against that Chen Yuhao. Look at his expression, he looks like he wants to eat you alive. Yeah, remember last time we embarrassed him? He just had a sour look on his face. Feng Jia and the others chatted cheerfully, not giving the earlier incident a second thought. What can I do about it? Jiang Chen shrugged his hands, I just gave him a little taste of his own medicine in business. That man has a narrow mind, he's destined to amount to nothing. Don't bother with him, let's just focus on ourselves. Yi Xing shook his head and pressed further, you're a gold member with a personal fortune of billions. Even a minor setback from you would be unbearable for Chen Yuhao. Come on, spill the beans. I'm also curious. Please explain. Unable to withstand the pleas of the 3, Jiang Chen briefly explained the minor incident of buying a house in South City. Meanwhile, Chen Yuhao was explaining to his 3 companions why he had lost control of his emotions and had such a distorted expression when they arrived. After listening, the 3 remained silent for a long time. Although Chen Yuhao used some techniques to guide their understanding, they weren't naive. One of them asked, so you just fell for it? But that doesn't make sense. Based on what you said, Jiang Chen's assets shouldn't exceed 10 billion, and he doesn't have any major connections. But Li Shang and his group all have family assets in the hundreds of billions. How did they end up teaming up? Making connections and having conversations are only possible when you're on the same level. Chen Yuhao unconsciously belittled himself. At the time, I didn't think much of it and fell for his trick. As for meeting Li Shang and the others, it was just pure luck. Those 4 coming together were probably after Nangong-ro. What should we do next? The topic was shifted, and the other 3 didn't pay attention to the feud between Chen Yuhao and Jiang Chen, it had nothing to do with them. When the time comes to deal with Li Shang and the others, we'll just target them together. Within Chen Yuhao's small circle, one red-haired young man was the unofficial leader. He sighed helplessly, what else can we do now? Let us just wait and see how things develop. We'll wait until Nangong-ro shows up. The purpose of the few people who came here was simple, to pursue Nangong-ro. The feud with Li Shang could be put aside for now. If Chen Yuhao wanted to take revenge on Jiang Chen, he would have to go alone. The small bar on the 30th floor of the club building fell silent. Only the soft music could be heard in the background. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered something and asked, Li Shang, you've had conflicts with Chen Yuhao and his group. You should know something about him, right? His father has a membership card that allows him to enter the club, so how did he manage to get in? Feng Jie smiled, that guy can't use his father's card, so he applied for a membership verification. With his father's connections, he ended up getting the lowest tier bronze membership card and almost didn't get in. Bronze membership? Jiang Chen sneered disdainfully. If that guy dares to provoke him again, he'll definitely get a lesson. It's been so long, why hasn't Nangong-ro shown up yet? Your information must be fake. Li Shang rolled his eyes, it's only been a few days. If she doesn't show up, we're just wasting our time. Just then, a man and a woman walked in through the door. They looked around and headed straight toward Jiang Chen. Li Shang saw the 2 and his eyes lit up. He stood up and smiled, Muyu and Zhao, it's been ages. Come sit down. Though he was welcoming them with words, his eyes were fixed on the woman. He even deliberately made room for her. The man called Mu Yan, seeing this, his eyes blazed with anger. He demanded, Li Shang, are you still after my sister? Shall we settle this on the stage another time? The woman laughed softly and tried to calm him down. Come on, brother, we're all friends. Li Shang doesn't mean anything by it, right? If you keep causing trouble, I'll tell grandfather when we get back. Li Shang glanced at Zhao Mayan and grumbled, exactly, Zhao's sister is the one who understands. Feng Jia and Yi Xing watched the scene, both smiling secretly. Yi Xing leaned over to Jiang Chen and introduced them. These 2 are siblings, Zhao Mayan and Zhao Linger. They're from the Zhao family of Magic City. Li Shang had once harbored feelings for Zhao Linger, but was soundly defeated by Zhao Mayan in a one-on-one duel on the stage, suffering a humiliating defeat. Afterward, they became friends, and Li Shang would always try to provoke Zhao Mayan whenever they met. However, trying to win over Linger is probably out of the question for him. A one-on-one duel on the stage? Jiang Chen asked in confusion. Is that what you mean? Everyone else overheard their conversation. Li Shang's face darkened. Having his past exposed in public was never pleasant. He didn't bother to greet Zhao Linger and sat down sulkily to the side. Zhao Mian and his sister finally noticed that Jiang Chen wasn't one of their old friends but someone who had appeared for the first time. Zhao Linger looked closely for a moment, her eyes lighting up, and sat down not far from Jiang Chen. After all, a handsome guy always stands out and is more likely to attract beautiful women. Li Mian didn't judge by appearances. His thoughts were more complex. Being able to be with Li Shang and the others meant that one's strength and status were sufficient. He smiled and explained, "This friend is meeting us for the first time. Of course, a one-on-one duel on the stage is a one-on-one duel. Every punch lands where it should. Unfortunately, Li Shang isn't very skilled, and after I taught him a few lessons, he's become much more obedient, right, Li brother?" Li Shang muttered under his breath without responding, instead pouring himself a cup of wine and drinking it slowly. "You're still more skilled than Zhao. My name is Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen smiled and praised him, shook hands with the other man, and considered them acquainted. Suddenly, Zhao Linger also extended her hand. "Jiang Chen, right? I'm Zhao Linger. We can get to know each other better in the future." The other person's hand was already extended in front of him, and Jiang Chen instinctively grasped it. "Hello." The two were very close at that moment, and he could see clearly that Zhao Linger, with her light makeup, had a slight blush on her cheeks. She was equally beautiful, easily scoring a 9 out of 10. Zhao Linger was also closely examining Jiang Chen. Feng Jia and Yi Xing saw this, exchanged a glance, and smiled at each other. Hee. One was because of Zhao Linger's words, and the other was because the handshake seemed to last longer than usual, with neither party showing any intention of letting go. Zhao Mian covered his mouth and coughed loudly. Cough cough. Chapter 112, I'm your senior, call me uncle. Two coughs sounded behind her, and Zhao Linger quickly pulled her hand back. This time, she sat directly next to Jiang Chen. Zhao Mian saw this and had no other options, so he let his younger sister go. The booth wasn't small, it could comfortably seat 6 people, but the empty spaces were vast, while the crowded areas were cramped. Zhao Linger sat next to Jiang Chen, with a beauty by her side, so Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't push her away. Across from them, Zhao Mian had one hand on Li Shang's shoulder as they chatted, occasionally glancing at his younger sister. Feng Jia and Yi Xing were seated in between, acting as a buffer zone. Zhao Mian suddenly asked, "Jiang brother, you don't seem like someone from Magic City. Did you come here for Nangong Ro?" "No." Jiang Chen shook his head slightly. "I was invited to attend this offline gathering here. Over the past few days, I've gotten to know Brother Li. I only found out about Nangong Rong today and haven't even met her yet." As for whether he had developed feelings for her, he didn't bother to explain. Most people would jump to conclusions anyway. If you were invited to attend the gathering, that must mean you're quite powerful, Jiang Xiong. The club rarely extends invitations on its own. Li Shang interjected quickly, "Of course. Jiang Chen became a gold member through his own assets. I'm currently 10 times his equal. How about you, Zhao Xiong?" Zhao Mian's expression froze in disbelief. Become a gold member on his own? His company, if not for family connections, would struggle to survive. Even so, its current value is only around 50 million. For a moment, Zhao Mian didn't know how to respond. Meanwhile, Zhao Linger's eyes lit up, and she looked at Jiang Chen more frequently. He's handsome, good at making money, and capable. I just wonder what his personality is like. If only. Seeing Zhao Mian's embarrassed expression, Jiang Chen felt a bit awkward, though it wasn't his intention. But this was their first meeting, and the other party had been very polite to him. Continuously putting him down wasn't appropriate. Mr. Muyen, my achievements are thanks to the support of my team, as well as luck and opportunity." Jiang Chen wanted to comfort him further, but he had no idea how to start. Zhao Mian stepped forward himself. "Jiang brother, there's no need to say that. It's not something to be ashamed of. It's mainly that Li Shang is intentionally provoking me." As he spoke, he openly admitted it while secretly challenging Li Shang to a fight. The two of them played around for a while before stopping and beginning to discuss serious matters. Yi Xing asked directly, "Linger and Nangong Ro are friends. Where has she been lately? Any news?" "Right, I've been hanging around for 3 or 5 days. The offline gathering is in 2 days, and there's not much time left." Feng Jia's gaze flickered between Zhao Linger and Zhao Mian. Zhao Linger rolled her eyes. "You guys are always using me to find out about Roer. You're too calculating. Even I don't know anything now. When she wants to give you an opportunity, she'll show up on her own, and I'll tell you then. However, Roer has already returned to Magic City." "That's confirmed." Zhao Mian nodded. "My sister is right. She doesn't know any extra details. Otherwise, I would have gone myself long ago. Why would I come here to take a chance?" All 5 of them participated in the discussion to varying degrees, while Zhao Linger stood by, smiling and offering suggestions. But since they couldn't see her, all this was in vain. As time passed, the four people on Chen Yuhao's side grew impatient, and with company matters to attend to, they decided to come back tomorrow. If they couldn't marry Nan Gongrong, they'd just consider it a missed opportunity. As Chen Yuhao left, his eyes kept lingering on Jiang Chen's side, noticing him sitting close to Zhao Linger. Recalling what had happened in Nan City, he grew increasingly furious. As he passed by the booth, he angrily exclaimed, "Jiang Chen, you just wait. This is Magic City, you'll see what's coming. How dare you find an opportunity to infiltrate the club? You're really lucky." Jiang Chen glanced at him and said slowly, "Watch your mouth. I'm on friendly terms with your father, Chen Shikong. By that logic, you should call me uncle. You have no respect for your elders. You're just a bronze member, and you think you can show off in front of me?" Chen Yuhao's face turned red with anger. "You're lying. My father would never be on such friendly terms with someone like you. You're just a silver member. What's so great about that?" As the two argued, Chen Yuhao's three friends also stopped what they were doing. Both sides seemed ready to confront each other, as their relationship had always been strained. Li Shang's eyes flickered slightly as he smiled and said, "Jiang brother wouldn't lie to you. He really does call your father brother. Besides, Jiang is at least a gold member. How can you compare to him?" Yi Xing stood up directly. "Jiang is our friend. How do you plan to make him look good? Let's hear it." Chen Yuhao's face turned from red to white in an instant. The other party was on good terms with his father and was a golden member of the club. How could that be possible? He refused to believe it, but his rational mind told him that Li Shang was telling the truth. They were all part of the same circle. Even if they didn't like each other, they wouldn't deliberately lie. His father might indeed be on good terms with Jiang Chen. But why hadn't he received any news until now? Chen Yuhao's demeanor immediately dropped, and he began to blame his father in his heart. When faced with Yi Xing's questions, he couldn't say a word, unsure of what to do next. The red-haired man standing behind him watched the scene unfold, furrowing his brows as his opinion of Chen Yuhao began to decline. How could he have ever befriended this guy? He shows no sign of either grace or intelligence. Didn't he see that the other side had 6 people, and their status was comparable to theirs, if not superior? Why provoke them so recklessly? He stepped forward and said, "Chen Yuhao, let's call it a day for now. Come back tomorrow. You're just a bronze-level fighter." The others didn't say anything wrong. After speaking, the red-haired man turned to signal the other two. The stage had been set, there was no need to follow. So he had to face the 6 of them alone. Now alone, Chen Yuhao felt even more panicked. He glared fiercely at Jiang Chen. He dared not utter a single harsh word and hurriedly left the small bar. Yi Xing shrugged. "I thought he'd be so tough. He's been raised to be like this." Jiang Chen chuckled. "I bet he's going home to tattle. I wonder what the outcome will be. By the way, thanks for stepping in earlier. Bartender, bring us 3 bottles of your most expensive red wine, and turn up the music. This is the Millionaires Club. We have the world's finest wines in our collection." Soon, a professional sommelier arrived with 3 bottles of Romanée-Conti, but he first announced the price. 1 bottle, 198 million. The price was significantly inflated. After all, the club also needs funds to operate. Li Shang and Zhao Mayan looked over. 3 bottles would cost 6 million. Should they open them? Previously, someone had offered to treat everyone, but upon hearing the price, they had to swallow their words. Chapter 113, $1 million bottle of wine. Jiang Chen understood the sommelier's meaning. If it were those second-generation rich kids who relied on their parents to get by, they'd dare to open a 6 million yuan bottle of red wine. In the end, their parents would have to step in to pay the bill, and they'd be furious inside. Besides scolding their own son, they might spread rumors, which would be detrimental to the reputation of the wealthy club. Li Shang and the others weren't watching closely, but their eyes kept glancing over. Zhao Linger even wanted them to drink something ordinary instead, just as a gesture of thanks. But she was stopped by her brother's gaze and didn't say anything. Zhao Mayan wanted to assess Jiang Chen's true abilities and character, and Yi Xing and the others shared the same thought. The club's assessment was nowhere near as real as seeing it with their own eyes. Little did they know that when Jiang Chen heard the price, he was also surprised. The most expensive one is only 2 million? Then he muttered under his breath, "I thought it would be in the tens of millions, enough to buy a bronze membership." Never mind, let's just open 3 bottles for now. Next time, I'll treat you all to something better. Today, we'll make do with this. It's just half of what he earns in a day off. The sommelier paused for a moment before quickly reacting and signaling to the bartender who had followed behind. Soon, 6 empty highball glasses were each filled halfway with red wine. "Gentlemen, take your time with this wine. Let the flavor breathe. There's another bottle unopened. If you want more, just call me. This is a rare vintage with a powerful aftertaste. Only those who've tasted it know its true strength." Jiang Chen nodded slightly. "Thank you. Keep drinking. I'll call you later. There's 10 million in this card, and the password is 6 zeros. Saying this, he casually handed over a bank card. The bartender took it respectfully and hurried toward the front desk, remembering everyone present. The most important person was the member who had given the bank card. He had worked here for several years and had never seen such a member before. Blinking, he had just spent 6 million to treat everyone to drinks, something rarely seen even in the wealthy club. Watching the bartender leave and the gesture of handing over the bank card, Yi Xing sighed, "Brother Jiang, I can't compare to you. If it were me hosting, what kind of wine would I serve? Just drinks. Let alone pulling out 6 million to treat everyone. That's truly impressive." Feng Jia retorted, "Don't talk nonsense. Even if you were willing to treat everyone, could you come up with 6 million in one go? I could manage it if I really had to, but you?" Zhao Linger puffed out her cheeks. "Enough, stop arguing. This is the first time I've ever had such expensive wine." "Thank you, Jianggu." He. Even Zhao Mayan chimed in, cough, "Well, this time we're really just tagging along with Jianggu. We couldn't have pulled this off on our own. You two haven't even thanked him, just keep talking?" The power of the two siblings is immense. Yi Xing and Feng Jie smiled awkwardly and stopped arguing. They all turned to look at Jiang Chen, preparing to thank him. The attitudes of the crowd quietly shifted. If before they had placed themselves on the same level as Jiang Chen, now they had begun to see themselves as inferior, though they wouldn't admit it openly. If they were to inherit the family fortune in the future, their mindset might change again, and they would once more regard themselves as equals. Zhao Linger was the first to raise her wineglass. "Thank you, Brother Jiang, for inviting us. Let me try this taste." Yi Xing and the others instinctively stood up and raised their cups. Linger was right, they had momentarily lost their focus. For wealthy second-generation individuals openly admitted they were inferior to him, and Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit pleased. He waved his hand dismissively, "It's no big deal. There's no need to thank me. It didn't cost much, and I'll make it back in no time." The 6 of them gently clinked their glasses and began drinking. The bartender, who had been waiting nearby, approached once they had finished drinking and said, "Sir, the bill has been taken care of. If you haven't finished the wine, the club offers free storage. You can come back and drink it next time. Please keep the bank card. If you need anything, just call me. I'll be happy to assist you anytime." "All right." Jiang Chen took the card and waved his hand. "You can go now." "I understand." Zhao Mayan glanced at the time and shook his head regretfully. It was almost evening, and Nangong Rong wouldn't be coming today. It seemed like tomorrow would be the main event. Li Shang smiled and said, "That's perfect. Let's keep drinking. We'll head back when we're in a good mood." He silently teamed up with Feng Jia, along with Yi Xing, to find a way to get Zhao Linger to clink glasses and drink, giving Zhao Mayan something to do. Zhao Mayan couldn't just stand by, so he dragged Jiang Chen along, forming 3 pairs to drink together. After downing several large glasses, the aftertaste of the red wine began to kick in. The more intoxicated they became, the more excited they grew. Jiang Chen tossed his bank card to the bartender for the second time. He ordered 2 more bottles of red wine. By the time the 4th bottle was finished, all 6 were quite intoxicated. Li Shangjing grabbed Zhao Mayan and shouted loudly, "You sister-obsessed guy. When I was pursuing your sister, I just used some tricks. You're just using your martial arts skills to beat me up under the pretext of protecting her. How dare you? Come on, drink up. You can't handle your liquor, can you?" As he spoke, Li Shang leaned backward, unable to support himself anymore. Zhao Mayan, who had been grabbed and scolded by him, was already half asleep, otherwise he would have jumped up long ago. Out of the 6 people, it was actually Zhao Linger, the only girl, who could hold her alcohol. At least she was still coherent, knowing what to say and what not to say, but she was also nearing her limit. As for Li Shang's words, she had already memorized them, planning to tell her brother later so he could give him a good scolding. Jiang Chen saw double before his eyes. He shook his head. "Linger, shouldn't we call it a night and go home? You're seeing double now. What time is it?" Zhao Linger sat down, dazed. "How should I know? It's very late." As she spoke, she naturally leaned against Jiang Chen, their hands intertwined. The bartender, who hadn't finished work yet, saw the situation and skillfully picked up his phone to make a call. At the same time, he carefully put away the unopened bottle of red wine and stored it away safely. Before long, Jiang Chen's personal driver, Xiao Yu, arrived first. After asking the bartender for details, she took Jiang Chen away. The other 5 people were not on her radar. Before she had even left, 4 more people who looked like butlers arrived. They all shook their heads and took their respective young masters and mistresses back with them. As soon as Xiao Yu stepped out of the luxury club, Li Hu saw his boss being supported out by others and rushed over. Mr. Jiang had drunk quite a bit with several wealthy young men and needed to rest properly. Xiao Yu recognized Li Hu and explained softly, "I understand. Give it to me." Li Hu took out the car keys, pressed a few buttons, and helped Jiang Chen into the backseat of the Rolls-Royce, then drove toward the Peninsula Hotel. Chapter 114, Nangong Rong. Outside the presidential suite at the Peninsula Hotel, Li Hu watched as Lu Yifei helped Jiang Chen inside. To avoid any suspicion, he didn't linger and hurriedly left, returning to his own room. Lu Yifei was left alone in a sorry state. She wanted Jiang Chen to drink some sobering tea, but where could he drink it now? He wanted to go to sleep, but his body was weak and he didn't have the strength to carry him. In the end, Jiang Chen returned to his room on his own, found a comfortable position, and fell into a deep sleep. Louis Fei prepared the ingredients for the hangover tea and worked until midnight before going to bed. The next day at noon, Jiang Chen opened his eyes with a frown and found himself lying in bed. He tried to recall what had happened the previous day. It seemed he had drunk too much, with 6 people consuming 4 bottles of 2 million yuan red wine. They also drank plenty of beer and yellow wine. Later, Li Shang spoke his mind and confronted Zhao Mayan. Jiang Chen tried to think more clearly, but his head started to ache again. Damn it, I must drink less in the future. The after effects are still kicking in. As he did so, Louis Fei, who was lying beside him, was also awakened. She explained. Jiang Ge, you drank a lot last night. A big man brought you here. Are you okay? I'll go make some hangover tea and order some kanji. Wait a moment. Saying this, Louis Fei got out of bed and carefully walked toward the dining table outside. All right. Jiang Chen muttered doubtfully, a big guy brought me back? Zhao Mayan? That doesn't make sense. Zhao Mayan was the first to fall asleep, and just because someone is tall doesn't mean they can drink a lot. He couldn't figure it out, so Jiang Chen shook his head and didn't bother with it anymore. The Peninsula Hotel acted quickly. After making a call, the ordered food was delivered in less than 5 minutes. Ifei, how's that resignation thing going? Jiang Chen spoke while slowly savoring the rice porridge. It's all taken care of. Li Jia is very efficient. She's also resigned and is currently handing over some things. As Louis Fei spoke, Jiang Chen's phone on the table rang. He opened it to see Li Shang's sorrowful expression asking a question. Jiang brother, did I say anything inappropriate yesterday? As soon as I got up this morning, Zhao Mayan said he wanted to challenge me to a fight. It's the same kind of continuous challenge where you can't back down. Jiang Ge, you better tell me what to do. Jiang Chen saw the message and raised his eyebrows. He vaguely remembered something, but not clearly. He immediately comforted him. Anyway, you've done enough outrageous things already, this one won't make a difference. Yesterday was probably just him venting his feelings. After the message was sent, there was no response for a long time. 2 hours later, Li Shang finally replied, I should have kept my mouth shut. Damn it, Zhao Mayan is so petty. It was just a few complaints. Jiang Ge, why don't you come over and talk some sense into him? I think he'll really come over soon. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and didn't get involved in the relationships between these rich kids. He just needed to maintain the current situation. Tomorrow was the offline gathering of the wealthy club, and he didn't want to go anywhere today. What made him proud was that after those people called him Jiang Ge yesterday, they still addressed him the same way today after sobering up. That shows some real substance. If they only called him brother when drunk and not when sober, that would clearly be a step down. Jiang Chen stayed in his hotel room, feeling restless, and decided to play mahjong with Louis Fei to pass the time. When Louis Fei moved around, one wouldn't notice anything unusual unless looking closely. His body was almost fully recovered, and some exercise was no problem. But this time, it was like an old injury flaring up again, bringing him back to his condition on the first day. Cough, cough. Ifei, you should rest a bit more. I'll go out to enjoy the scenery and prepare for tomorrow's gathering. Jiang Chen felt awkward staying longer and found an excuse to leave the presidential suite. As he stepped out of the elevator, he couldn't help but feel uneasy, shaking his head and sighing, this woman, she is really a handful. She needs to rest and recover, but once she's better, she becomes so delicate and can't handle any trouble. One little thing and she's injured again. Just then, the elevator door opened, and a beautiful woman stepped out. Hearing this, she felt a surge of anger. She said directly, men are no good. When they can't handle something, they make excuses and say women are difficult. You men, ha! You don't have much ability, but you're quite skilled at shifting blame. Jiang Chen instinctively turned around. Excuse me, are you talking to me? The woman crossed her arms and said slowly, who else could it be? Seeing her arrogant demeanor, Jiang Chen's anger flared up. He ignored her appearance and started to confront her. You must be on drugs. I just sighed, and you're already causing a scene, saying I'm no good? Come back with me, and I'll show you what I'm made of. When the time comes, every part of your body will be fair game. You'll be begging for mercy. After being confronted like that, the beauty was completely stunned. From childhood to adulthood, she had never been spoken to so harshly by a man before. Everyone had always tried to please her. Her voice was barely coherent. You dare to scold me? Do you know who I am? Jiang Chen, seeing that she dared to threaten him, sneered, I don't care who you are. What does it have to do with me? Even if you're beautiful, there are plenty of others more beautiful than you. What's your problem? The beauteous expression darkened. Aren't you afraid of offending all the rich second-generation kids in Magic City? If they team up, you won't get off lightly. If I spread the word, unless you have an unimaginable background, you'll lose your skin. Those confident words and the domineering tone. Jiang Chen's heart stirred. He vaguely guessed who she was, and combining her words, he was almost certain. But so what? He wasn't afraid to speak his mind, and her threats were child's play. If I'm worried about these things, you must be Nan Gongrong. Are the second generation of Shanghai's elite really that formidable? Nan Gongrong's expression changed instantly. She looked closely at the man in front of her and realized she didn't recognize him, but he was very handsome. Are you also from the club? What's your name? Jiang Chen glanced sideways, then turned and walked out, wondering why he had run into such a situation while out to clear his head. Nan Gongrong was momentarily stunned. Since he knew her name, he should also be aware of the benefits of marrying her. Why was he acting this way? If he didn't want to flatter her, that was one thing, but he didn't even bother to speak to her or answer her questions. Damn it, I have to find out what is going on. Nan Gongrong clenched her teeth and followed him in the same direction. The other person chased after her with a furious expression. Jiang Chen saw this and felt a bit helpless. After revealing the other person's identity, he couldn't do anything to her. Li Hu, block that woman behind me. I'll go out for a while and come back. When Nan Gongrong came out, she saw a burly man spreading his arms to block her, while Jiang Chen's figure flickered twice and disappeared into the darkness. She glared at Li Hu and said, "Damn it, I don't believe he's sleeping outside tonight." Jiang Chen was unaware of the implications of his actions today. It had stirred up the heart of the spoiled young miss. Chapter 115, Attending the Party. Jiang Chen had been wandering around outside for quite some time, feeling quite pleased with himself. Just as he was about to head back, his personal driver, Xiaoyu, informed him of the time and location for tomorrow's offline gathering. The event was scheduled for 10 a.m. at the Bund, not far from the Peninsula Hotel. Members of the club were already there cleaning up the area. You can drive there, and there will be someone to greet you. Bodyguards must not exceed 3 people. This was done to avoid unnecessary trouble and ensure security. No information was disclosed about who would be attending. Not even any information about Li Shang and other wealthy second-generation individuals was mentioned. It's all so mysterious. I'm curious to see who will show up. Will Jack Ma and Xiaoma Gu be there? Jiang Chen muttered under his breath and started walking back, then thought about the so-called small gathering. Just as he stepped through the doors of the Peninsula Hotel, Nan Gongrong happened to see him. Her eyes sparkled with an unfamiliar light. She hurried forward. Stop there. I've been waiting for you for so long. Answer me a few questions. You're still here? It's been almost an hour, Jiang Chen thought, speechless. However, he couldn't compromise on principle, so he went around her and prepared to leave. Nan Gongrong blocked his path again. After a few back-and-forth exchanges, Jiang Chen grew impatient and said, I'll answer 2 questions. Ask away. What's your name at the club? Jiang Chen. You, what kind of girl do you like? What? Jiang Chen was about to answer quickly, but upon hearing this, he froze for a moment. Nan Gongrong's face flushed red, and she repeated, You, what kind of girl do you like? Jiang Chen looked at Nan Gongrong with a strange expression, scanning her up and down. He wasn't so self-absorbed as to think she could have developed feelings for him in such a short time, especially after their earlier harsh words. There must be some hidden circumstances he wasn't aware of, but the change was happening too quickly. Why are you asking this? What's your purpose? Nan Gongrong blushed with embarrassment and said, Oh, you're such a person. I just asked you, and you're making a big deal out of it. You just promised me earlier that if I didn't say anything, you'd introduce yourself in full. What an odd question. Jiang Chen shook his head and casually replied, I like someone with a good personality. Even after his figure disappeared at the elevator entrance, Nan Gongrong remained standing in place. Nan Gongrong muttered under her breath, What does better personality mean? Does that mean I was temperamental before? I should ask Linger and the others. I feel like my personality was fine before. Muttering to herself, she stepped into the elevator. She had been staying at the Peninsula Hotel these days. Because every time she returned, she would be targeted, with a bunch of wealthy young men coming to invite her out or send gifts. At first, it was novel, but over the years, she grew increasingly disgusted. Everyone who came looking for her was after her money, willing to agree to any of her demands, clinging to her like leeches. Their intentions were clear, their methods varied, and their faces were thick as a brick. But in Jiang Chen's eyes, she didn't see any of that, even if she knew her identity. This is why, after Jiang Chen confronted her, she was angry at first but then stopped being angry. She even asked him why he liked certain types of girls. As time passed, when the sun rose, many began to rush to wash up and eat breakfast. But this was not the case for the employees of the wealthy club. They had already gathered at 7 o'clock, heading to the Bund to set up drinks and various delicacies, and begin clearing the area. Parking lots were also staffed with security personnel, with 3 security companies deployed together. This was merely to maintain order in the surrounding area and prevent chaos. Further inside, 2 international security companies are responsible for safety, with many former elite soldiers among their ranks. The setup inside the venue continued until 9 o'clock, when it was finally deemed satisfactory. Most of the attendees of the wealthy club's offline gathering were already on their way, with a small number still at home. Some were still asleep in bed, including Jiang Chen at the Peninsula Hotel. Louis Fei glanced at the person beside him and whispered, Jianggu, I remember you said yesterday that you were going to attend a gathering. It's already 9 o'clock. If you don't get up, you'll be late. Jiang Chen murmured in confusion, huh? Late? Just then, the phone he had placed beside him rang. It was Xiao Yu's call. After answering, Xiao Yu's voice came through, Mr. Jiang, the venue should be ready now. You can go take a look in advance. We young people are like that, the older generation will arrive later. Jiang Chen gestured to Louis Fei and smiled, I almost forgot. I'll leave shortly. After hanging up, Louis Fei came over with a few pieces of clothing, gently helping him put them on and smoothing out the wrinkles. After dressing, Jiang Chen spun in front of the mirror, not bad, it really brings out my. Louis Fei smiled and said, of course. Jianggu, you're so handsome no outfit can hide your charm. You're such a smooth talker. Come back with me in a few days and get ready. Jiang Chen waved his hand and left the Peninsula Hotel. Downstairs, Li, who had already started the Rolls-Royce and been waiting for some time. A hotel attendant stood nearby, ready to assist at a moment's notice. Upon seeing Jiang Chen approach, the attendant called out from a distance, Good evening, sir. Please get in the car. As he spoke, he placed one hand on the top of the car, the same attendant who had guided them earlier. This gesture gave off an air of importance, as if a high-ranking official were about to depart, exuding elegance and sophistication. Not bad. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. The Peninsula Hotel was quite close to the Bund, so he took some time to get dressed. On the way to the parking lot, they were stopped by 3 security guards for questioning, and by the time they officially entered the venue, it was already 9:40 p.m. At that moment, the venue was filled with both young and middle-aged people, but the two groups were clearly separated, with a large empty space between them. Zhao Linger waved from a distance, Jianggu, we're over here. Come quickly, we need to ask you something. As soon as she spoke, some people in the venue turned to look. Among the middle-aged men. One of the middle-aged men looked puzzled, that's Zhao's daughter. She must have set her sights on that guy. Who is he? Chen Shirkan was also there. He smiled and said, that's the new golden member. His name is Jiang Chen. You haven't met him before, but he's quite talented. Oh, if Mr. Chen recommends him so highly, I'll have to meet him later. They chatted while casually commenting on the young people. Jiang Chen glanced over at the group of middle-aged people. The only one he recognized was Chen Shirkan, so he turned and headed toward Zhao Linger and the others. Chapter 116, Various characters enter the scene. Zhao Linger's side was crowded with young people. Li Shang and the others, along with Zhao Mayan, were all there. They looked at Jiang Chen with strange expressions as he approached. Their eyes scanned him up and down, as if trying to see through him completely. Li Shang muttered under his breath, this doesn't make sense. It's only been a short time. Could Jianggu have already won over a woman's heart so quickly? It was indeed peculiar. Zhao Mayan, rarely in agreement, said, we should ask him more later. If there's a secret, we should know. Yi Xing hurriedly interrupted, stop talking. There are others around. If there's a secret, the 4 of us knowing is enough. We can't let them hear. Who knows if we'll have a chance with Nan Gong Rong. The 4 men whispered among themselves for a moment before falling silent. Humph, what a pig-headed man. Zhao Linger said disdainfully, brother, I don't care about the others. Let them do whatever they want. But you can't. If you go around flirting with other women and being a playboy, I'll tell Grandma and the others, and see what kind of ending you'll get. Zhao Mayan's face turned sour. He puffed out his cheeks and muttered, are you even my sister? How can you talk to me like that? Your brother is trying to find you more sisters-in-law, and you don't even want them. You really don't know how to enjoy life. While the others were chatting and bickering, Jiang Chen had already approached. He happened to hear Zhao Mayan's words and smiled, Brother Zhao, do you want to marry a few wives? Don't you want to acknowledge this sister anymore? He dares. Zhao Linger wrinkled her delicate nose and continued, we called Jianggu here to ask you some questions. If it's inconvenient, you don't have to answer. As she finished speaking, Yi Xing, Li Shang, and Feng Jie formed a circle around her, separating her from the others. Li Shang pulled him aside while saying, Jianggu will definitely make time. We can discuss this in detail over there. The 4 of them walked to an empty table nearby, keeping a watchful eye out to prevent others from approaching. Zhao Linger and her brother hurried over, also curious about what was happening. Only Jiang Chen was still clueless about what was happening. 5 people were staring at him with 10 eyes. What were they up to? He didn't think he was the type to attract both men and women like that. Jiang Chen frowned and said, please, just tell me what's going on. Why are you all crowding around like this? Don't you have any illegal intentions? Linger, you're one thing, but the 4 of you doing this is going too far, you know? Zhao Linger's face flushed red, and she instinctively took a step back. Li Shang and the other 4 men awkwardly smiled and moved away. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Mayan would have already lost his temper, but at this moment, he remained unusually calm. Finally, Li Shang stepped forward and asked, Jiangge, have you met Nan Gongro? How did you win her heart? Share your secret with us for. We'd even pay you for it. Yi Xing nodded heavily, exactly. We've been hanging out together these past few days, and Nan Gongro has only been back for 2 days at most. Jiangge, satisfy our curiosity. Teaching us a few tricks would be best. The 4 men looked at him expectantly. Even a woman nearby couldn't resist the curiosity. Jiang Chen wasn't swayed by them. After hearing their words, he roughly understood the reason. He nodded, then shook his head and said, I have met Nan Gongro, but she is too arrogant, and we haven't had much interaction. As for capturing her heart, you're overthinking it. You're probably just hearing rumors. We can't even stand her. Who knows what's wrong with that woman? Impossible. Zhao Linger exclaimed in surprise, Jiangge, she was clinging to me all yesterday, asking about your whereabouts and your preferences. Nan Gongro even asked me what I thought of her personality and whether she was likable. Every other word out of her mouth was about you. Zhao Mian and the others nodded in agreement. This was clearly a sign that Nan Gongro was interested in Jiang Chen and had already fallen for him. But judging by his expression, Jiang Chen doesn't seem to like her much. What's going on here? Jiangge, is there really no secret? Li Shang asked insistently. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and casually replied, no, she likes me because I'm too handsome. It's a natural talent. Put. It's clearly just self-admiration. Zhao Mian and the others all scoffed. They wouldn't admit that someone else was more handsome than them. Maybe there is some truth to that. Zhao Linger, however, took his words to heart and agreed wholeheartedly. The 4 of them exchanged glances, and Li Shang let out a despairing cry. This is bad. Linger has been drawn into this too. It'll be hard to find a wife I like now. Jiang Chen felt smug inside but remained calm on the surface. Stop arguing. There are a few elders here. You guys tell them who they are. The gathering was about to begin, and someone needed to step forward to host it. Most of the people in the room were strangers to him, wealthy but not famous, unlike Jack Ma and Xioma Gu, who were instantly recognizable upon arrival. Zhao Mian glanced at the empty space in the middle. During their earlier conversation, 3 elderly men had entered the room. He explained with a hint of annoyance, there doesn't seem to be a host. The one sitting in the middle is the head of the Qian family, the one on the left is from the Lu family, and the one on the right is from the Sun family. The Qian family is the most powerful. We younger generation are fine, but the older generation ranks based on strength. Sitting in the wrong place could cause a lot of trouble. As the saying goes, the older one gets, the more petty one becomes, always nitpicking over trivial matters. Just as he was speaking, a dozen or so elderly men entered the venue from outside, with the oldest one at the front. The sound of their conversation drifted in from afar. Mr. Nangong, you're in a good mood this year, actually bothering to attend the gathering. That's true, but your granddaughter still hasn't chosen a suitable man. Why don't you just pick one for her? My son would be a good match. Zhao, you're talking nonsense again. How does your son compare to my Yi family's prodigy? What do you mean? How can he not compare? Why don't you set the rules and let the 2 of them compete? The elderly man at the head of the group heard this and sighed with a headache. You 2 old men, how old are you? Why are you meddling in the affairs of the young? I can only hold on for a few more years. There's no rush for now. Moreover, from what I heard from my granddaughter, it seems she has someone she likes. That's a good thing, so we must be even more cautious. He then whispered, let's enter first. Don't let the young ones laugh at us. Maintain our composure. Instantly, the elderly man who had been arguing fiercely fell silent, his expression turning serious, and he became a dignified elder. He even smiled kindly at both sides, and those who understood knew what was going on. For example, Zhao Mian and Yi Xing were both covering their faces with one hand, peeking through the gaps between their fingers to look around. Zhao Linger complained, Grandpa, really? Even in this situation, you can't stay calm? What if you and Yi Xing start fighting, how am I supposed to help? Yi Xing interjected, of course I'll help you. Your brother needs a lesson, he's always thinking about chasing after girls. Nonsense, that's a different matter altogether, you can't lump everything together. Their grandfathers hadn't even settled the matter yet, and they were already arguing. As time passed, with a dozen or so elderly men entering the room to liven up the atmosphere, the offline gathering officially began. Chapter 117, Shin Shirkon's Request. The purpose of the offline gathering was simple. Normally, everyone is the boss of a major company or the head of a family. They interact most with their subordinates and rarely engage in meaningful conversations with peers of the same level. When they do interact, it is often for strategic calculations or indirect rivalry. Now, by meeting face to face, many things can be discussed openly. There have been cases where competitors have turned into partners. Everyone prefers to maintain harmonious relationships and seek mutual benefit. Making enemies with others over money is something one would only do as a last resort. If there were other options, no one would choose that path. With past lessons learned, this is why these offline gatherings have continued to take place. There's no need for a host, as everyone present holds significant positions who could possibly take the lead? Once the gathering begins, the middle-aged people are the first to take action, raising their glasses and starting conversations with their friends. Then, strangers introduce themselves through mutual acquaintances to meet more people. In the area where Li Shang was with the younger crowd, no one was moving around yet everyone was staying within their own small circles. Jiang Chen looked around and said, "How did you handle this kind of gathering in previous years? Are you just hanging out with the old gentleman over there?" The elderly men sitting in the center didn't move either, they were chatting with those nearby. Zhao Mayan shook his head solemnly, "Of course not. It's not the right time yet. We'll wait. Once those greasy middle-aged men have met their elders, we'll start moving around too. If we don't make more friends, how will we outshine Chen Yuhao and his crew?" "Ugh, I was wrong. Stop." He spoke halfway through before suddenly whispering an apology, his voice filled with pain. Jiang Chen and the others turned to look, only to see Zhao Linger pinching her brother's soft spot, her face filled with anger. "If you keep talking like that, I'll tell on you when we get home. Dad and Grandpa will team up on you." Li Shang smiled, his lips curling up, "Successfully digging your own grave. Even your own father said it. Linger, you can't let him off the hook." Jiang Chen realized that among the middle-aged crowd, there must be Zhao Mayan's father. From what the old men had been discussing earlier, Yi Xing and Zhao Mayan's grandfather might also be present. Li Shang and the others sat in their seats for a while, but eventually couldn't stand it anymore and started moving around. Zhao Mayan immediately headed toward the group of elderly men, with Yi Xing close behind. Since they needed to go to the middle-aged men, they had to pass through these elderly people. Jiang Chen stood up and looked behind him. Aside from the few people by his side, he didn't recognize any of the young people. The only one he recognized was Wang Songsong, who was always making headlines for scandals. He was the son of a real estate tycoon, the so-called construction king, and a rather flashy second-generation wealthy individual. It was unexpected that he had also attended. However, Jiang Chen had no intention of approaching him. Without an introduction, making acquaintances could only be left to chance. Walking up to him, praising his fame, and trying to befriend him? That was clearly out of the question. Just as Jiang Chen was about to sit down to eat, Chen Shikang, a middle-aged man, waved at him from a distance. "Jiang brother, come over and sit down. I have something to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen felt no joy but instead his heart skipped a beat, recalling the incident at the bar. Could this be the father coming to smooth things over after his son got into trouble? It probably isn't. Zhao Mayan and the others said it was just a young people's quarrel, nothing to worry about. Jiang Chen reassured himself inwardly, but on the surface, he smiled broadly and picked up his glass, walking over. If the other party was arrogant, he wouldn't be afraid, but he was worried they'd try to talk nicely, reason with him, or play the sympathy card. He kept thinking about what might happen, but others didn't see it that way. Among the young people, a rich second-generation heir pointed at Jiang Chen's background and asked, "Who is that person? I've never seen him before." To be invited over by Chen Shikang on his own, he must be quite capable. "I don't have that kind of influence." Someone beside him immediately flattered him, "Mr. Wang, look at what you're saying. If you just nod and agree, they'll invite you over right away." The one called Wang Xiao grew impatient. "I rely on my father's background, he relies on himself. How can that be the same? I know who the truly well-connected people are. That's not one of them. Just tell me who it is." "Mr. Wang, that person must be new. He was hanging out with Zhao Mayan earlier. Let us go ask him later." No one responded, and the atmosphere grew tense. As Jiang Chen passed by the elderly men's area, he happened to walk past Zhao Mayan and Yi Xing. Seeing the two of them talking, he nodded slightly and walked past. Zhao Mayan and Yi Xing looked at him in shock. They had heard Jiang Chen mention before that he had some connection with Chen Shikang. They didn't expect their relationship to be so close that they referred to each other as younger brother. No wonder Jiang Chen had said he was a generation above Chen Yuhao, it made perfect sense. Suddenly, Zhao Mayan's grandfather asked, "Mayan, do you know that young man?" Zhao Mayan hurriedly replied, "Oh, yes, we're good friends. He's the new gold member who just joined the club." "Which family is he from? And he's a gold member?" Zhao Mayan truthfully said, "He's not from a family in Magic City. His roots are in South City, and he's made it on his own." "Grandfather, I'll go check on my father. He's been thinking about you all these days." "All right, go ahead. It's good for young people to make friends, but be careful not to overstep your bounds." Zhao Mayan's grandfather waved his hand dismissively. Zhao Muyu hadn't been gone long when Zhao Linger came over to tattle, ready to expose her brother's misdeeds. Among the middle-aged crowd, Chen Shikang saw Jiang Chen approaching and walked up alone. From a distance, he said, "Jiang brother, I haven't seen you at the club these past few days. Are you busy over here?" Jiang Chen raised his cup in salute. "No, it's just that I had a bit of a conflict with your son, so I didn't dare go over." After much consideration, he decided to clarify the matter first. Speaking up proactively and being spoken about are two entirely different outcomes. No matter how magnanimous one is, it's still one's own son. But if it comes to a confrontation, Jiang Chen wouldn't back down either. Chen Shikong paused for a moment, then clinked glasses with Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang, you're so straightforward. I won't beat around the bush either. I've heard about your disputes with my son, but don't worry. Young men in the prime of their lives arguing over a woman is normal. I was young once too, but I still hope you'll spare him a few times for my sake. Chapter 118, A Generation Apart. After hearing Chen Shikong's request, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. He had initially thought the other party was about to lay all his cards on the table or directly confront him, asking him not to make things difficult for his son. But to his surprise, it was such a request. It was simple to fulfill and easy to handle. Jiang Chen smiled and said, Chen Leoj, you're being too modest. Since you've already stepped in, as long as Chen Yuhao doesn't provoke me in the future, there won't be any issues. If it comes to taking action, I'll be much more lenient. Let's issue some empty promises for now, but we can't tie our own hands. When the time comes, we must act. Chen Shikong naturally picked up on the underlying meaning. He shook his head slightly. I'll go back and discipline my son strictly. When he compared his own son to the young man before him, the gap was once again evident. There's no comparison. If this continues, he'd rather create a new account to level up. This main account is clearly useless. Just as the two finished speaking, two middle-aged men walked over. They appeared to be in their 40s, well-maintained, but still showing signs of age. One of them smiled and said, Mr. Chen, this must be the young man you've been praising so much. He truly is handsome and well-mannered. Exactly. Just looking at his appearance, my son couldn't even come close. Seeing the two men praising him, Jiang Chen humbly replied, You two are too kind. It's a combination of hard work and good genes. He didn't recognize the two men and didn't know how to address them, so he used the term older gentleman out of respect. Moreover, he was speaking the truth. His current appearance was the result of later alterations. But to Chen Shikong and the others, it sounded like modesty. Chen Shikong glanced at the two middle-aged men who had arrived and pointed at Jiang Chen, saying, Mr. Zhao, Mr. Yi, this is Jiang Chen, the new member of the club. His asset valuation is at the golden member level. That's something he achieved entirely on his own, which is truly remarkable. The two men's expressions perked up. A net worth of over 10 billion, and he did it all on his own? They all thought to themselves that this was definitely worth the effort to network with him. Someone like this, as long as he doesn't meet an untimely end, will surely rise to the top. The man called Zhao Boss sighed, the younger generation is truly remarkable. When I was his age, I was still working in a factory. Mr. Zhao, it's just that the times have changed for the better, and I had a bit of luck, Jiang Chen replied modestly. Mr. Zhao shook his head slightly. I had my share of opportunities back then, but it wasn't enough. My name is Zhao Zhenghe. If you don't mind, you can call me Mr. Chen or just older brother. Maybe we'll have the chance to work together in the future. The other Mr. Yi also said, That makes sense. My name is Yi Ligua. You can call me old brother too. Let us take advantage of our seniority. Jiang Chen smiled and said, You two are too kind. It's an honor for me to be associated with you. From now on, we'll call you both older brother. Please don't mind. Since others were giving him face, Jiang Chen naturally returned the favor. Moreover, given their ages, he could have called them uncle, but calling them older brother was a small favor he was doing for them. Yi Ligua and Zhao Zhenghe didn't think much of it, or perhaps they did but chose not to mention it. Zhao Zhenghe laughed heartily. Well, Jiang brother, let's go have a drink. The club really put some effort into this gathering. There are some good things here. Let us go take a look. The four of them headed to the central table to eat, each taking a glass of red wine. However, a young man standing among a group of middle-aged men stood out, and many people noticed the scene. If he were someone's offspring, that would make sense, but the young man was chatting and laughing with the three middle-aged men around him. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't seem like the attitude of a son toward his father. It was more like that of friends. In the young people's area, Wang Songsong put down his wine glass and muttered to himself, I must make friends with that person. Someone who can thrive in the middle-aged area must have extraordinary abilities. With that thought in mind, Wang Songsong didn't move from his spot or approach anyone to strike up a conversation. He sat in his seat, keeping an eye on Jiang Chen over there, waiting for him to return. Yi Xing and Zhao Mayan, who were about to go meet their father, glanced at each other and walked toward Jiang Chen. The two whispered to each other, sounding somewhat astonished. Yi Xing whispered, Zhao brother, isn't it said that your father has a bad temper, so you're scolded every day, and he's also unfriendly to outsiders? What's going on now? What do you mean I'm scolded every day? That's just a form of discipline for me. Zhao Mayan's face flushed red as he defended himself in a low voice. All right, it's tempering. But tell me, how did Jiang Chen and your father have such a pleasant conversation? Yi Xing rolled his eyes. Who doesn't know about your Zhao family's affairs? Is this really effective? Zhao Mayan walked while saying, How would I know? Just go ask him yourself. Your father isn't exactly known for having a good temper either. Now he's like a friend with Jiang Chen, smiling more than he does when he's with you. You don't understand. Yi Xing looked up arrogantly. My father likes to read faces. He didn't say anything else afterward. As for what kind of face reading it was, only others could speculate. Zhao Mayan thought about it more and more, growing increasingly uneasy, and quickened his pace. The two of them entered the circle of middle-aged men, approaching Jiang Chen and the other four. Yi Ligua's voice drifted over. Mr. Chen, your son hasn't been very active lately. You should help him adjust. Young men fighting over women they don't know how to hold back. I heard from my son that there was a conflict at the club bar earlier, all because of that Nangong Ro. Zhao Zhenghe shook his head. My son is the same. The two of them actually teamed up and even informed you beforehand. Chen Shikong sighed helplessly. It's nothing. Zhang Lao also got involved. I understand. As the three were talking, Zhang Chen saw Zhao Mayan and the others approaching and waved his hand. Zhao brother, Yi brother, come over here. Once the two approached, Zhang Chen didn't wait for them to speak and introduced them proactively. These two are my friends, Zhao Mayan and Yi Xing. They're actually related to Zhao Leoj and Yi Leoj. What a coincidence. He had assumed that Zhao Mayan and the others had come mainly to accompany him, not to be surrounded by middle-aged people. However, after he finished speaking, the scene fell into an awkward silence, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Chen Shikong widened his eyes, suppressing a smile. Cough. So these two are the sons of Mr. Yi and Mr. Zhao, right? Indeed, the son of a tiger is no dog, they have a powerful presence. Yi Ligua and Zhao Zhenghe's faces twitched, but they quickly composed themselves and acted as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Zhao Mayan and Yi Xing were on the brink of collapse. Brother? What's going on here? Their fathers are calling each other brother? Isn't that the same as Cheng Yuhao, who has to call him Uncle Jiang because he's a rank below? When it happens to others, it's amusing. When it happens to you, it's terrifying. Zhao Mayan and Yi Xing looked at their fathers with pleading eyes, hoping they would speak up and say it wasn't true. Actually, it was Jiang Chen taking advantage of them. Chapter 119, Taking the Initiative to Make Friends. Being stared at by their own son, Yi Ligua and Zhao Zhenghe pretended not to notice. Their eyes scanned the distance, as if something intriguing had caught their attention. Yi Xing and Zhao Mayan continued to stare intently. Calling their friend uncle? One felt awkward, and the other found it hard to say. This would be even more so when meeting peers in the future. Everyone else calls him Jiang brother, but they call him Uncle Jiang? Finally, unable to keep up the act, Zhao Zhenghe straightened his expression and scolded seriously. Jiang Lao Di is a fine young man. What's wrong with me calling him that? Do you have an objection? Then his expression softened as he tried to ease the tension, but to be honest, I am of the older generation. I'll call him what I want. The relationship between you and Jiang Chen should be maintained by the two of you. Whatever you called each other before, just keep it that way. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mayan finally turned away and muttered under his breath. On the other side, having taken a cue, Yi Ligua also said similar words to his own son. The previous generation made friends according to their own nature, the next generation doesn't need to interfere, it's none of their business anyway. Jiang Chen, seeing how things had developed, stepped in with a smile to smooth things over. You two old friends have a point. Zhao and Yi, we're friends, there's no need to be so formal. You can call me Jiang Chen or Jiang brother, and of course, if you want to call me Uncle Jiang, I don't mind either. The three elders all laughed. Haha. Zhao Mayan puffed out his cheeks, dejected. Alright, I'll go first. I was actually planning to say something nice. Yi Xing also lost the desire to talk to his father. Didn't he see that there was a man of similar age named Uncle Jiang standing beside him? The two came quickly and left just as fast, barely exchanging a few words. Jiang Chen smacked his lips. Why didn't they just call him uncle and leave? He really wanted to experience that feeling. Zhao Zhenghe listened to his son's words and silently resolved to give his own son a good talking to when they returned home. Chen Shikong suddenly realized that his son was also facing the same situation. He decided to give a nod when he returned and not to provoke Jiang Chen unnecessarily, maintaining a peer-to-peer relationship. The four of them had different thoughts, and when Yi Xing and the others interrupted them, they started talking about other things. Jiang Chen, having experienced a lot along the way, could at least join in the conversation. Meanwhile, Yi Xing and Zhao Mayan, who were returning the same way, were torn inside. Should they confess what happened earlier, or make a pact with Jiang Chen not to mention it to anyone? As they passed by the area where the elders gathered, Zhao Mayan's grandfather smiled warmly as he watched his grandson walk by. No wonder he said he came to pay respects earlier. Now that he was leaving, he pretended not to see him. Without his granddaughter's reminder, he would have let this kid get away with it. Zhao Mayan was still unaware of everything. As soon as they returned, Li Shang, Feng Jia, and Zhao Linger approached them. Hey, tell us, what was Zhang Xiong doing over there? Why was he chatting with the elders for so long? Right, and you too, why did you come back so quickly? Brother, you didn't even chat with father for a few more minutes, and you even made him angry. He didn't even look at you just now. The three of them spoke one after another, firing questions like a barrage of bullets. Yi Xing sighed helplessly. I didn't hear what Zhang Xiong was talking about. We were forced to come back. As for what happens next, we'll just have to wait and see. He hadn't decided yet whether to brush it off or team up with Jiang Chen to keep it a secret. Zhao Mayan heard his sister's words and immediately flew into a rage. He's not happy? You don't know what he did. He didn't dare look at me. Zhao Linger puffed out her cheeks. Brother, how can you say that? What did father do? Tell us. He stopped mid-sentence, pulled his sister aside, and explained quietly. After a short while, the two siblings returned silently, their expressions different. Zhao Linger's expression flickered, occasionally grinding her teeth as she glanced toward her father's area in the distance, clenching her small fists. Li Shang, who didn't know the details, was even more curious, but the three of them refused to say anything. Feng Jie said irritably, what's so great about them? Let's wait for Jiang Xiong to come back and ask him the same thing. As they were talking, they turned just in time to see Jiang Chen and Chen Shikang bidding farewell to the three of them. All four of them were smiling broadly. As Jiang Chen prepared to return, Wang Songsong, who had been watching him closely, lit up and picked up his wine glass, intending to approach him. Before leaving, he glanced around and found someone who was on good terms with Li Shang and the others, asking them to introduce him. After bidding farewell to Chen Shikang and the other two seniors, Jiang Chen was in a very good mood. He had hit it off with the three of them, exchanged business cards, and agreed that if they ever needed anything in the future, they would reach out and help each other. Li Shang waved from a distance. Jianggu, come over here, I need to ask you something. Jiang Chen was about to go over when Yixing and Zhao Mayan, the brother and sister, beat into it, pulling him aside while blocking Feng Jie and the others from eavesdropping. Zhao Mayan whispered, Jiang brother, I need to tell you something. The agreement to treat each other as peers is still valid. However, don't publicize our father's relationship too much, or else Li Shang and his crew will make it known throughout the entire second generation of Shanghai. Seeing their awkward expressions, Jiang Chen understood. I understand. I won't mention it to anyone else. If they find out from elsewhere, there's nothing I can do. Yixing and Zhao Mayan, the brother and sister, sighed in relief, feeling a weight lifted from their hearts. Feng Jie and Li Shang finally approached, but no matter how they asked, Jiang Chen kept his promise and didn't reveal anything. The two were curious, but there was nothing they could do. Just then, two young men walked up behind the six of them, with one leading the way. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered as he recognized one of them. It was Wang Songsong. The other one was unfamiliar to him, but Li Shang was surprised and asked, Zhou Yuan, you're here for this gathering too? The one called Zhou Yuan smiled and immediately introduced Wang Songsong to everyone. This was the purpose of his visit. All six of Wang Songsong's companions had heard of Zhou Yuan's name, but none of them had a deep connection with him, as they belonged to different circles. The fact that he had come over on his own initiative left them somewhat puzzled. Seeing that no one greeted him, Wang Songsong smiled and said, I just came to meet this friend. It's not easy to gain the recognition of the older generation. I don't have that kind of luck. Anyone could hear the envy in his tone. Jiang Chen merely smiled, showing no change in expression. Chapter 120, The Bet. The 8 young people stood there in silence, unsure of what to say. Li Shang noticed the awkward atmosphere and pointed to a table nearby with a forced smile. Let's go sit over there for a while. Standing here is tiring. This is supposed to be a gathering, let's sit down and chat slowly. After all, they had come through his connections, so he couldn't just walk away. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Alright, the middle-aged men are almost done chatting. I heard some interesting stories earlier. Gaining the approval of the older generation was relatively easy. I hadn't even done anything proactive, yet they seemed to accept me outright. His words were a complete blow. Zhao Mayan's lips twitched, and Feng Jie quickened his pace. Yixing shook his head and walked forward. Up until now, they had only been acknowledged by their own fathers and elders. Gaining recognition from others was still difficult. The approval of the older generation was largely due to blood ties. Soon, the 8 of them sat down again, with Wang Songsong sitting not far from Jiang Chen. Li Shang raised his wineglass and said, Come on, let's have a drink first. By the way, Jiang Go, what you said earlier was wrong. The recognition from the previous generation is truly difficult. We're not as bold as you. Only Wang Xiao has managed to gain recognition more easily. After all, his reputation has been established. But he hasn't succeeded yet, has he? He's still a bit short of the mark. Jiang Chen paused for a moment and blurted out, Fame? Which nickname are you referring to? He has many nicknames, and there are plenty of scandals surrounding him. Anyway, I think it's not that hard. If you want to become famous, just stir up some buzz, and things will pick up quickly. That's because you have the connections, Jiang Gu. Zhao Linger praised him. Among peers of the same age, there is no one who hasn't inherited family wealth and built their own fortune to be worth over 10 billion. Looking at the young people in Magic City, aside from Jiang Chen, none of them can achieve that. The accumulation of fame is merely a supporting role. Ultimately, it all comes down to real ability. If Jiang Chen didn't have a net worth of over 10 billion or hadn't achieved golden member status at such a young age, even if Chen Shikang and others were polite to him, it wouldn't last long. They'd soon grow cold. Calling someone older brother is just a joke. It's only when you have real strength that you're considered a brother. Wang Songsong finally interjected, Li Xiong and the others are different from me. I have no competitors, I can do as I please. The family business will eventually be inherited by me, no matter what happens. But gaining fame through hype is easy to be framed or slandered, and one's reputation can rise and fall sharply, you know. He stopped mid-sentence. Jiang Chen nodded in understanding. No wonder he rarely saw the wealthy young man online, except for a few who were overly flashy. So there were these underlying reasons. Fame is both an asset and a liability. Zhao Mayan shook his head suddenly, seeming to imply something. That's why being an only child is better. Unlike me. You have a biological younger sister who goes around praising others every day but never takes the time to compliment her own older brother. Zhao Linger, you agree, don't you? You. Zhao Linger was so angry she couldn't speak. She puffed out her cheeks. You haven't given me anything to praise you for. All you do is cause trouble and play around. What else can you do? Exactly. Li Shang smiled mischievously. Linger, let's go out and play together later. I'll take you to a few places that are really interesting, or we could plan a trip out to sea. Zhao Mayan looked awkward and glared at Li Shang, giving him a silent warning. As everyone laughed and joked around, the awkward atmosphere from earlier dissipated. Wang Songsong and Zhou Yuan also joined in. There had never been any conflict between the two sides, it was just a barrier caused by being from different circles. Young people can adapt to new things quickly. Jiang Chen glanced at the middle-aged men and suddenly asked, Mr. Wang, did your father not come this time? What about Jack Ma and the others? They're always on TV and social media, and they've joined the club too. Why didn't they come to the event? I was hoping to chat with them. Do you know why they didn't come? Li Shang shook his head helplessly. There seemed to be many underlying reasons, but the old man never mentioned it to me. Zhao Linger thought for a moment and said, same here. I asked my grandfather before, and he only said that the younger generation is arrogant and already has enough capital, so there's no need to bother with them. Everyone's gaze eventually turned to Wang Songsong, who knew more about it. Wang Songsong rolled his eyes. What's there to be curious about? When we first joined the club, they were always coming over here every day. As they grew more confident, they felt they didn't need to come anymore, but they never officially left the club, they just kept dragging it out. When he said they, he was referring to his father, Jin Lin Wang, and Jack Ma, among others. When they were struggling, they sought resources and leveraged connections everywhere. Once they reached a higher position, they let go of certain things. There was another reason. There were senior figures here who had been around for a long time, and they were holding them back, making it hard to truly humble themselves. Jiang Chen shook his head regretfully. It seems that his plans to become close friends with those two will have to be postponed. However, as long as they remain in the club, opportunities will always arise. Wang Songsong asked softly, Jiang brother, is there something you want to discuss with my father? If it's possible, I can pass the message along or arrange a meeting for the two of you. Jiang Chen paused for a moment, then waved his hand. Never mind. It's no trouble. He couldn't very well say, I want to meet your father so we can call each other brothers, and then you'd be my uncle? Now that we've met, if there's any mutual benefit in the future, we can consider ourselves half friends. Wang Songsong pounded his chest. It's no trouble. Just tell him a word. Brother Jiang, just say it. Let's just do it next time. Jiang Chen's expression stiffened, and he continued to decline. Just then, in the area where the elderly were gathered not far away, something seemed to be happening. My granddaughter is on her way. She hasn't developed feelings for anyone yet. You're betting against me, and you're bound to lose. My grandson has been chasing that girl for so long, and he says there's progress. Let's bet then. I'm not afraid of you, old Zhao. Anyway, you're old enough not to care about your reputation. Just wait, ye old man. You'll see the result. Most of the young people could hear the voices of the three old men, but they were completely confused. They had no idea what they were talking about, as they couldn't connect the dots, and they didn't even know who the three old men were. On the other hand, in the middle-aged area, many people burst into laughter, giving off an air of cunning. In the young people's area, Yixing and Zhao Mayan's expressions changed drastically. Zhao Linger smiled sweetly, glanced at her older brother, and playfully batted her eyelashes. Good luck. Jiang Chen turned and asked, what's going on? Chapter 121, The Mindset of the Young. Throughout the entire gathering, it seemed as though only the young people were kept in the dark, while the middle-aged individuals were well aware of the situation. The matter had been orchestrated by a group of elders. Within Jiang Chen's small circle of 8 people, 5 of them looked at Yixing and Zhao Mayan, the brother and sister. Their expressions were so vivid they must know something. But Zhao Linger was laughing so happily it couldn't be a bad thing, could it? Yixing was the first to react, muttering under his breath, that old fool, always coming up with these strange ideas. Zhao Mayan, however, lacked such composure. What did that old man mean by what he just said? Is he betting on me and Yixing again? If he weren't my grandfather and hadn't been kind to me since I was a child, I'd... Jiang Chen and the others exchanged glances. After the two had vented, Zhao Linger also managed to hold back her laughter. Yixing sighed helplessly. I know you're all curious. Why don't you explain it, Mu Yan? I'll add the details. Zhao Mayan pointed to the three elderly men who had been speaking. The one in the middle is Nan Gongrong's grandfather, the old master of the Nan Gong family. The two on either side are my grandfather and Yi Xing's grandfather. Their conversation just now was probably setting up some kind of bet, dragging me and Yi Xing into it. Whoever loses will have a tough time going back. When he said unhappy, he meant it literally. They'll get scolded a few times. Yi Xing added, with Nan Gong Laoyi present, Nan Gong Ro should also be here. She'll be coming over shortly. But the key point is, they won't reveal what the bet is. They're just starting this mess on their own and claiming it's because they have a young mindset. Zhao Linger teased playfully, that's just being young at heart. How can you slander the three old men? Yi Xing and Zhao Mayan sighed deeply, not feeling very happy. Li Shang, Feng Jia, Zhou Yuan, and Wang Songson lit up upon hearing that Nan Gongrong was coming. Normally, it was extremely difficult to see Nan Gongrong, and this year was even stranger. She hadn't even gone to the club, and they hadn't seen her in nearly a year. This was a golden opportunity, but Jiang Chen had a bad feeling about it. Strange, won't that woman come bother me again? Everyone said she doesn't like him. Li Shang immediately turned to look at Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang, since you don't like her, let me take her place. You just stay quiet. He suddenly remembered that Zhao Linger had mentioned earlier that Nan Gongrong seemed quite interested in Jiang Chen. When a woman is interested in a man, things can heat up quickly. A few casual words from the man can achieve the desired effect. Jiang Chen shrugged indifferently and said, alright, if Nan Gongrong really comes, you two go talk to her. I'll stay here and drink tea. That night, the impression left at the hotel wasn't a good one. He wouldn't stoop so low for a mere $1 trillion. If he could earn it himself, why would he need to use a woman as help? Wang Songson looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. Li brother, why didn't you let Jiang brother speak earlier? What's the reason? Does he think he can win over Nan Gongrong just by speaking? Li Shang stepped forward to explain the previous matter. As Nan Gongrong's sister, Zhao Linger's information must be accurate. Wang Songson couldn't believe it. Brother Jiang is truly formidable. No wonder he could achieve such success alone. Then you'd better not speak up. Jiang Chen shrugged indifferently. Go ahead. I was just curious to see how you rich kids try to pick up girls. As they joked around, a few more people entered the gathering, which had been off limits to outsiders. At the front was a girl wearing a white dress, with wavy curls, skin as white as snow, and long black hair flowing like a waterfall. In the sunlight, her face seemed to glow, making her breathtakingly beautiful. She was none other than Nan Gongrong, whom Jiang Chen had encountered at the Peninsula Hotel. Today, with a little extra effort, she looked completely different. As she walked in, the young men's eyes followed her every move. Nan Gongrong had long since grown accustomed to such attention. She scanned the room, pausing briefly at Jiang Chen's position. Finally, she walked toward her grandfather, a smile playing on her lips. From a distance, she called out, Grandpa, it's been so long since we last saw each other. Ronger misses you. Do you miss Ronger? At that moment, there was no trace of the spoiled, headstrong young lady she usually was, just a little girl. Jiang Chen muttered under his breath, women really are fickle. He had naturally noticed her gaze earlier, but hadn't given it much thought, assuming she was looking at Zhao Linger. However, the other men didn't think the same way, as she had only looked in one direction and hadn't mentioned any names. Li Shan looked utterly enchanted. Did you notice? After Ro looked at me just now, there was a faint smile on her lips. Nonsense, she was clearly looking at me. I'd been in contact with her through my sister all along, but I just didn't mention it. Zhao Mayan looked certain, firmly believing she was looking at him. You're all wrong. Just now, Nan Gongrong and I were making eye contact, trying to convey some kind of message. Feng Jie and Wang Songson were restless, though they didn't speak, their eyes darted around, clearly harboring many thoughts. Behind them, within that inner circle, others were also arguing, believing an opportunity had arisen. That wasn't a beautiful woman walking around, it was a human-shaped vault, and a super large one at that. Bring her back, and you could withdraw money every day. Zhao Linger looked utterly bored, idly eating fruit and occasionally sipping a drink. These men had no other skills, but their self-absorption was formidable. A single glance was enough for them to draw numerous conclusions. The real person hadn't even said a word yet, and perhaps none of this would affect them at all. On the other side, Nan Gongrong was chatting happily with her grandfather, occasionally greeting Zhao Laoyi and Yi Laoyi. At that moment, she was graceful and composed, the epitome of a proper young lady. Soon, the three elders exchanged a knowing glance, signaling their agreement. Zhao Laoyi smiled and said, Xiao Rou is still young. It's not good for her to spend so much time with us old folks. We might pass on our slowness to her. Yi Lao nodded in agreement. Exactly. Xiao Rou, you should go play with your friends. Nan Gongrong puffed out her cheeks and said slyly, No, I want to stay with Grandpa for a while. You've only been here for a short while, and you're already trying to send Xiao Rou away? Mr. Nangong smiled and patted her hand. Grandpa is at home. You can come back anytime. Just don't go running around. The boyfriend you were supposed to find hasn't made a single move yet. What are you going to do now? Be a good girl. The girl from the Zhao family is here too. Go play with her. After being persuaded for a while, Nan Gongrong reluctantly nodded. As for finding a boyfriend, she didn't take it to heart. There are countless suitors lining up to pursue her, except for one person. Thinking of that person, Nan Gongrong's heart skipped a beat as she walked and looked around. Soon, she spotted Jiang Chen at Zhao Linger's table and immediately walked over. Chapter 122, I won't speak, you all speak. Here they come. I knew it just now. Ronger and I made eye contact. She was trying to send me a message. Now she can't hold back anymore and has come over to talk personally. Is she here to announce our relationship? Li Shang scolded her, don't talk nonsense. She was clearly looking at me. Interacting in public is completely different from doing so at a club. Her grandfather is here too. If we say the wrong thing and create a perfect misunderstanding, then turn around and meet the parents, this matter could easily be settled. Under normal circumstances, Li Shang wouldn't scold others so casually, but at this moment, he had already fallen into some kind of fantasy. Even Wang Song was deeply moved, how much more so others? Zhao Mayan tried several times to stand up and greet them, but he restrained himself. He was from the Zhao family and had to stay calm. He glanced at his younger sister and whispered, Linger, she's your good friend, right? Go greet her and have her sit next to me. Zhao Linger's face darkened, no way. Providing you with information already goes too far. Why would I call her over? Being surrounded by you perverts, listening to your vulgar talk, or being promised gifts? She's from the Nangong family. Anything you can buy, she can buy too. Really? After being scolded like that, Zhao Mayan shook his head. You're not even helping your brother. If she doesn't want to come, she won't. She'll come on her own. Li Shang leaned in and smiled. Linger, you were wrong earlier. It's not about the value of the gift, but who gives it. You're just being unreasonable. I'm not talking to you anymore. Excluding Jiang Chen and Zhao Linger, the 6 people at the table were all closely watching Nan Gongrong. At other tables, some people quietly shifted their positions, moving closer to the direction where Nan Gongrong was walking. Half of them remained seated, having already assessed the situation. There was little hope, so why bother competing? However, if an opportunity arose, they would still act. The changes in the young people's area were clearly visible to Nan Gongrong as she walked from a distance. Her arrogance resurfaced. After all, weren't many people still fond of her and eager to flatter her? Just then, some people couldn't resist stepping forward to greet her. They didn't care about anything else. If they could become Nan Gongrong's boyfriend and confirm their relationship today, that would be even better. Nangong, it's been a while since we last saw each other at the club. Come to my table and have something to eat. I brought some delicious food with me. Come to my table. I specially had someone bring back a bottle of wine from abroad, spending nearly 6 million. It's the top-tier red wine from France, exactly what you love most. What's the point of going with them? Red wine and food are getting boring. After the gathering, I'll take you to see some beautiful scenery. Shanghai has built many interesting new buildings, and there are various fun activities to try. Many people approached us, inviting us to join them. As Nangong Rong took a step forward, they took a step back. But no matter where she went, they maintained a surrounding formation. Some left, some joined, but overall, the number kept growing. A sigh could be heard from the crowd of middle-aged people. They made no progress at all. Do they really think they're chasing ordinary girls? Let's not watch anymore. Let's wait 5 minutes and see who the girl from the Nangong family is trying to find. He. Many elderly people were also watching, but they quickly turned away. Their opinions of those blocking the way and inviting others dropped sharply. Old Master Nangong made up his mind, even if these people succeed, he would break them apart. Nangong Ron was also growing impatient, with people buzzing around her like flies. She said expressionlessly, please move aside. I don't want to accept your invitations. I just want to leave now. As soon as she spoke, most of them dispersed, leaving only 4 people behind. When they tried to continue inviting her, their elders shook their heads in the crowd of middle-aged people, their eyes warning. Well, since you're being so unreasonable, I'll just leave. But don't worry, I'll save the wine for you. Nangong Ro nodded half-heartedly, having shifted her direction earlier and now readjusting it. Zhao Mayan's eyes lit up. Sis, I told you so. You didn't have to call her, she would have come on her own. Cough, cough. Help me check if my clothes are neat. No one paid him any attention. Everyone was busy tidying their clothes and appearance, except Jiang Chen, who sat there indifferently. He had originally planned to leave, but then he changed his mind. What was there to be afraid of? Leaving now would only make him look nervous. Plus, observing these rich kids' reactions up close seemed pretty interesting. Among the 6, Li Shang was the most excited, while Wang Songsong appeared very composed. They were all interested, but not desperate. Since external factors couldn't be relied upon, this was only natural. Nangong Rong walked over. Without waiting for the others to speak, she smiled and said, Linger, it's been a long time. You're getting more and more beautiful. Can I sit next to you? Zhao Linger smiled and said, sure. As she spoke, she nudged toward Jiang Chen, creating some distance between herself and her brother. Clearly, she wanted Nan Gongrong to sit next to her brother. Zhao Mayan was overjoyed, thinking that in critical moments, his younger sister was still reliable and considerate of him. He was too close to the situation to see clearly, but others could see through it easily. This Xiao Linger wasn't trying to create an opportunity for him. She didn't want Nan Gongrong to interact with Jiang Chen so she could take her place. Just as Zhao Mayan thought his chance had come, Nan Gongrong spoke up. Linger, maybe I should sit on your left instead. You can squeeze in with your brother. Jiang Chen and I are acquaintances, though we've only known each other for a short time. We hit it off immediately. Upon hearing this, the 6 people who had been harboring their own thoughts froze in place. Had they heard correctly? It was clearly favoring Jiang Chen, and she had said it outright. Li Shan, unwilling to accept it, explained, Nangong, Jiang Chen has only been in Magic City for a few days. He's been hanging out with us the whole time. You've only known each other for at most a day. How could you already feel like old friends? Exactly. Zhao Mayan added with a hint of jealousy, it's probably not even a day. Jiang came to the club every day, and on the day he didn't come, he was drunk and slept for half the day. Just say it plainly, I met Jiang Chen, and our entire interaction didn't last more than 20 minutes. The conversation was very straightforward. What's wrong with that? Nan Gongrong said angrily, do you have any business minding my personal affairs? Everyone fell silent. Li Shang was at a loss for words and could only look up at the sky. Zhao Mayan looked at his younger sister, signaling her with his eyes, and whispered, come sit over here. They want to hang out together. Zhao Linger stubbornly said, no, just have Li Shang move over a bit. Nan Gongrong is over there anyway. I've already looked up at the sky. Why are you dragging me into this again? Li Shang looked completely confused. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, as agreed, remained silent, letting everyone else take the lead. However, it seemed like everyone was performing poorly, failing to showcase anything, making him, who remained silent, appear better by comparison. Chapter 123, Everyone Envies. Zhao Mayan's lips twitched. After such a double blow, he found it hard to speak. Nan Gongro didn't want to stay by his side, which was understandable, as they had only nodded to each other before and hadn't gone any further. But his own sister was treating him this way as well, and it seemed she had developed feelings for Jiang Chen. What the hell is going on? People like Feng Jie, Zhou Yuan, and Wang Songsong had now been reduced to mere supporting roles. There was no need to speak, just watching was enough. Nan Gongrong saw Zhao Linger say this and turned her gaze toward Li Shang, asking softly, brotherly, could you spare a spot for me? We've met before, you wouldn't refuse my request, would you? Li Shang looked awkward and nodded, alright, you can have the seat. Really? He glanced enviously at Jiang Chen and moved aside. Without a word, 2 beautiful women came forward on their own, sitting comfortably in the prime spot. Jiang Gu is indeed still the same Jiang Gu. Nan Gongrong smiled gently and walked over, thank you. Li Shang gave up completely, no need to thank me. It wasn't meant for me anyway. This unusual scene caught the attention of those watching Nan Gongrong, making their eyes burn with envy. A few young men immediately stood up to confront them. You already have a beauty by your side, yet you still dare to covet another? Could he possibly marry both of them? But his friend quickly pulled him back, sit down. Do you know who those people are? Zhao Muyan from the Zhao family, Yi Xing from the Yi family, and Li Shang and Wang Songkong. If you go over there, even if everyone goes together, you'll all get beaten up. Plus, the man surrounded by Nan Gongrong and Zhao Linger hasn't revealed his identity. It's best not to provoke him rashly. If Nan Gongrong chooses this side, it's still manageable. We can only envy them now. The few who were initially boiling with anger gradually calmed down. Not all second-generation individuals are the same. Circles in class still exist, just within a larger environment. The circle gathered around Jiang Chen is already considered one of the top circles in Magic City. The middle-aged crowd also began to discuss it, though they were merely surprised, not angry, as they were all well-mannered. Chen Shikong smiled and praised, this Jiang brother is just like me when I was young, chasing women everywhere. Yi Ligua nodded slightly and said, he's not bad, but I think that Nan Gongrong went up on her own, plus Zhao's daughter. That old man Nan Gong must be furious now. His granddaughter is competing with another woman for a man. Had. Zhao Zhenghe's face darkened with several black lines, and he warned angrily. How dare you speak like that? At your age, you should know better. Besides, your son is no good either. Nan Gongrong is right there, and he doesn't say a word. At least my son tried to strike up a conversation. This time, Yi Ligua was the one who was unhappy. If you didn't say it, then you didn't say it. Anyway, that Nan Gongrong won't marry into the Yi family. Saying a few words won't change anything. Let's not dwell on it. The group continued their conversation, shifting to other topics. They didn't care, but the elderly men sitting in the middle did. They had made a bet. Zhao Laoyi commented that Zhao Mayan grandson is so useless. He only said a few words, but at least he's better than that old Ye's grandson. Yi Lao immediately retorted, but your granddaughter is still fighting with another man's granddaughter over a man, and she won't let go even now. In the end, she'll lose everything. What do you think, Mr. Nangong? Does that make sense? Old Master Nangong rolled his eyes. That's nonsense. My granddaughter is stronger. Nonsense, my granddaughter is no worse than yours. I don't know either, but she's just not as good, or at least not as good as my granddaughter. The old men argued like children over the issue, completely ignoring the earlier bet. Jiang Chen, surrounded by the two women, looked at Li Shan without saying a word. After a moment, he turned to Wang Songsong, thinking he'd give them a chance, but opportunities are always so elusive. Li Shang frowned and said, Jiang Gu, don't say anything else. The previous agreement is null and void, but after the gathering, I'll treat you to a drink, and you must teach me a few secret techniques. Your skills are naturally gifted, but I've never seen where that comes from. If you want to teach me, I'll just keep following you. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. I really didn't use any tricks. They came over on their own. If you don't believe me, ask them directly. I didn't say a word or make a single move the entire time, did I? If you want to follow, go ahead. It's just one more pair of chopsticks. As he spoke, he casually picked up a piece of fruit and put it in his mouth. The two women, however, were staring intently at the fruit platter in front of them. Li Shang was skeptical. He nudged Zhao Mayan. Zhao brother, you're closer to your sister. Go ask her for the truth. If there's something going on, it could benefit everyone here. Zhao Mayan's heart stirred. He looked at Zhao Linger but said nothing, though his meaning was clear. The table wasn't that big, and they weren't even lowering their voices, they were openly discussing it. Zhao Linger sighed helplessly, I don't know. Anyway, I'm just sitting here. Why don't you ask Nangong Rong? Her address had changed from the previous roar to her full name. Li Shang cautiously leaned over to the other side. Nangong's sister, considering I gave you my seat earlier, could you tell me what methods Jiang brother used? Are they suitable for me? Jiang Chen covered his face and turned his head away. The truth was right in front of him, yet he refused to believe it. Nangong Rong was also speechless. She had only sat over here because she had developed a slight crush on him while in the hotel. Apart from that, the other places made her feel very uncomfortable, and she had to deal with those men who were fawning over her for no reason. Even without Jiang Chen, she would have stayed by Zhao Linger's side. She whispered, there are no tricks or unnecessary methods. Your imagination is too vivid. If you want to pursue a girl, show some genuine feelings. Don't always act so fawning. Jiang Chen held back a smile and looked at Li Shan. Now you can give up, everyone should just eat and drink. There's a saying, a dog that licks too much ends up with nothing. However, he was also curious. Why did both Nangong Rong and Zhao Linger want to sit next to him? Zhao Linger could blush and explain it away as being attracted by his good looks, but Nangong Rong was harder to explain, especially after Zhao Mayan's earlier strange question. There must be a lot going on here. At the table of 9 people, only Jiang Chen and the two women were relaxed, while the others kept glancing over. Even though they knew it was pointless, they couldn't help but watch. Chapter 124, Everyone Wants to Be Friends? As time passed, Jiang Chen's table had almost become the center of attention in the entire venue. Middle-aged people and a group of elderly folks occasionally glanced over, maintaining their attention. However, in the younger crowd, many were staring directly, and if it weren't for the significant presence of the people at this table. At this point, some hotheads were likely to show up looking for trouble. While Jiang Chen and his group were the focus of most people's attention, within their small table, everyone else was watching Jiang Chen. Zhao Mayan felt the most anxious. After some time, he also thought of a question, was his sister now competing with others for a man? As a member of the Zhao family, how could she do such a thing? If they returned home, he would be the first to suffer, as he was the eldest. As for Zhao Linger, being a girl, she might receive special treatment and face no punishment at all, as this had been the case since she was a child. After much deliberation, Zhao Mayan leaned in and whispered, Sister, I have something to tell you. Come over here and listen to your brother. Zhao Linger shook her head. No, you can't say it like that. Do I have to go with you? Zhao Mayan's face darkened. It's actually because of what you did that the Zhao family is losing face. When we go back, your older brother will definitely be scolded. He knew his sister's temperament well. The more he insisted, the more rebellious and uncooperative she would become. The only way was to approach her gently, like petting a cat. Ah, that. Zhao Linger's eyes darted around. Brother, if you don't let Nangong Rong sit next to me, then it's fine, right? Zhao Mayan's legs went weak, and he leaned on the table. What did you just say? Tell me quickly that you heard wrong. None of that was true. Li Shang chuckled mockingly. Zhao brother, Linger said it clearly. You didn't hear things. It's all true. Everyone heard it. Zhao Mayan glared at Li Shang, then his eyes inadvertently glanced at Li Shang's watch. He said excitedly, it's past 11 now. According to our usual routine, it's almost time to eat. Linger, wait here and come with me to see my father and grandfather. This time, no excuses. You must go, even if you don't want to. Zhao Linger puffed out her cheeks, glanced at the group of middle-aged men and elders, then nodded. Jiang Chen glanced at the excited Zhao Mayan, spread his hands, and said, I said, Li brother, I haven't even done anything yet, and you're already accusing me of bringing shame to the family. That's a bit much, don't you think? And by the way, since you're so happy, will Zhao Linger not be joining the afternoon gathering? Yi Xing muttered under his breath, this is already two women fighting over one man. Isn't that a family disgrace? Wang Songsong explained with a smile, Zhang brother, even though you haven't done anything, in others' eyes, this is two women fighting over you. Once the news spreads that the Zhao family and the Nangong family are rivals, hee. You see, the matter will come out on its own. Just look around you. Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. He hadn't noticed before, thinking that since he wasn't at a disadvantage, he didn't care. Now he realized that many young people were glaring at him with hatred, wanting to take his place, but none dared to approach. The older generation and the previous generation were chatting, but their eyes kept darting over here. Due to the distance, Zhang Chen couldn't make out the exact expressions, but he was certain the outcome wouldn't be favorable. A few middle-aged men pointed in their direction, whispering to each other non-stop. Zhang Chen looked at Zhao Mayan and said, it's already come to this. If we split up now, wouldn't that just make us look weak? If anyone asks, just tell the truth, but make sure they have a good attitude first. Zhao Mayan thought about it and realized that made sense, so he decided to go ask his grandfather later. Just then, the elderly men sitting in the middle all stood up with smiles, chatting among themselves as they made their way toward a temporary structure built beside the bund. That was where the meal was being served. Those who didn't want to go could dine at the nearby 5-star hotel. To be honest, the food at the club wasn't too much different from that at a 5-star hotel, after all, it was prepared for the wealthy. The chefs hired were among the best in the country, with unparalleled skills and ingredients. The middle-aged crowd also stood up, and Zhang Chen followed them, but most of them soon scattered. Zhao Mayan hurriedly pulled his sister away, while Yi Xing and Feng Jie were called away by their fathers. Zhang Chen was left with only Wang Songsong and Li Shang by his side. Li Shang suggested, we left so quickly. Zhang Ge, let's go to the 5-star hotel outside to eat. It'll be quieter there, and no one will bother us. What do you think, Wang Xiao? I'm fine with anything, as long as the food is good. Wang Songsong didn't mind. Zhang Chen casually said, let's go to the hotel. Li Shang led the way, thinking about how he could pick up some girls during dinner. In the past, he had always used money to win women over, giving them expensive gifts or making promises to achieve his goals. Today, seeing Zhang Chen standing there motionless while the two beautiful women approached him and spoke to him with such clear intentions. And these two beauties, under normal circumstances, would never act that way toward others. Li Shang was envious, thinking his old methods were outdated and inefficient. This time, he was determined to come up with something better. The three of them entered a 5-star hotel. When it came time to order, Li Shang immediately offered to treat everyone. Zhang Chen and Wang Songsong naturally had no objections. They were about to discuss their strategies for picking up girls, while at the dining location provided by the club. Zhao Mayan, Zhao Linger, and their father Zhao Zhenghe all kept their heads down, staring at the table. An elderly man with snow-white hair and beard sat before them, exuding an imposing presence without raising his voice. Zhao Laoyi spoke up, Zhenghe, how have you been raising your children? One is worse than the other. Linger is still young, so I won't say much about her. But look at Mu Yan, even girls from other families would get lost if they walked past him. He'd be better off learning from that boy from the Yi family, who doesn't say a word. Or learn from the young man sitting at the same table as him. He doesn't say a word, yet two women throw themselves at him. Zhao Linger whispered in defense, Grandfather, Zhang Chen and I are just ordinary friends. My brother and Nandong Ro were never meant to be. Zhao Mayan nodded repeatedly, that's right, Grandpa. Besides, Zhang Chen just got lucky. Mu Yan is such a fool he's not making any sense. Zhao Zhenghe continued to lower his head, muttering to himself. Sure enough, Zhao Laoya's expression grew even more grim. Then why do you think Zhang Chen is lucky while you're not? He hasn't known the Nangong family's daughter for very long, has he? Zhao Mayan was scolded into silence, while Zhao Linger remained unfazed. After a while, the old man suddenly said, Muyu, you should spend more time with Zhang Chen and maintain a good relationship with him. If possible, bring him over to our house to play. I want to meet him. What? Zhao Zhenghe looked up in shock. On the other side, Yi Xing's grandfather also said the same thing to Yi Xing, but didn't explain why. Chapter 125, Zhang Chen's explanation. Seeing the shocked expressions on the faces of his three descendants, Zhao Laoyi was displeased. What's with those shocked expressions? Do you think my words don't hold any weight now? Look at others, then look at yourselves. Mu Yan, you speak first. How do you compare to that Zhang Chen? Zhao Mayan, who had been called out, stammered for a moment and said, well, of course Zhang Chen is more capable than me, but that's only in terms of wealth and such. We haven't known each other for very long, so we're not very familiar with each other. Old Master Zhao turned to Zhao Zhenghe, you tell me. Under the same circumstances, how far could you go? He had already conducted some research and obtained Zhang Chen's basic information from the club. At such a young age, he was already a gold member. Being able to start from scratch and earn so much money already revealed many issues in his eyes. Zhao Zhenghe gave an awkward smile. Under the same circumstances, becoming a silver member wouldn't be a problem, but a gold member would take a few more years. Whether I succeed or not ultimately depends on opportunity and luck. There's a tenfold difference between silver and gold members. If they knew Jiang Chen's exact wealth, they'd be even more shocked. Mu Yan, this is one of the reasons I asked you to befriend Jiang Chen. The future ultimately belongs to you. Zhao Lao Yi sighed. He pointed at the table. You two think it over later. Eat first. I won't be going over there this afternoon. The three of them lowered their heads, Zhao Mian and his father exchanging glances, their eyes darting away. Zhao Zhenghe, having been scolded, couldn't take it out on anyone else. His daughter was the most pampered, so he couldn't touch her. He looked around the Zhao family and found that his son Zhao Muyan was the only one worth scolding, and it could vent his frustration. After the midday meal, most of the elders left and did not participate in the afternoon gathering. A few middle-aged men also departed. They could spare half a day for the gathering, which was already rare. They rarely had free time otherwise. After finishing their meal and taking a midday nap, the afternoon gathering typically began between 2 and 3 o'clock. At a 5-star hotel, Li Shang treated everyone to a meal. At this point, most of the food had been eaten, and the three of them were lying comfortably in their chairs. Jiang Chen glanced sideways at Li Shang. Just say it. Why did you bring the two of us over here? What's the matter? No, or rather, what is your motive for dragging me over here? He didn't believe it was just a casual invitation to dinner. If it were Wang Songsong, there might be some credibility to it. He had come over to make friends, so it would make sense for him to treat us. Li Shang smiled and said, what ulterior motive? We're all friends. What's wrong with having a meal together? Oh, is that so? Well, if there's nothing else, we should go. We've almost finished eating. Jiang Chen said, getting up to leave. Wait a moment. Li Shang immediately smiled and said, I just remembered there's something I wanted to ask Zhang Gu, but there were too many people at the gathering, so I didn't feel comfortable asking. Now I can tell you. Zhang Gu, sit down and listen to me. We'll finish eating, and the gathering won't start until after 2 o'clock. There's still plenty of time. He persuaded Jiang Chen to sit back down, but noticed that Wang Songsong was sitting there calmly, not moving at all. Li Shang shook his head with a hint of regret. If Wang Songsong had left, he wouldn't have tried to stop him. He'd have preferred to be alone. Wang Songsong urged, don't hold back. Just say it. I'm curious. Jiang Chen glanced over. He roughly knew what the other person wanted to ask, but he still wanted to wait for them to speak first. Li Shang asked, how did you manage that just now, Zhang Gu? Let's talk about Zhao Linger first. You don't have much interaction with her, but I've noticed how different she is at gatherings. If you return to Nan City, do you think she and Nangong Ro will pursue you? Jiang Chen spread his hands. They probably won tea. Once I've established myself, I'll come back to Magic City anyway. As for how he did it, I think it's because of Zhao Linger's strength. Nangong Ro is probably stronger in other areas. After speaking casually, his gaze fell on the two people who had been listening intently. Jiang Chen found it amusing. Even two seemingly successful second-generation rich kids were so interested in discussing such matters. Especially after he had surpassed them in that regard. Wang Songsong, who wasn't fully aware of the details, was the first to snap out of it. Jiang brother, based on your estimate, how long do you think it will take you to develop to the point where you can come to the Magic City? I'll treat you to a drink. But you haven't mentioned it yet. What aspect is it regarding Nandong Rong? Do I have any hope? Li Shan, on the other side, was muttering to himself, strength, strength. My current strength is completely lacking. What should I do? A thought crossed his mind. Maybe I should cling to Zhang Guo's leg? Those old men hold Jiang Chen in exceptionally high regard. He had already obtained information through his own channels. He was more than willing to trust the experience and judgment of those who came before him. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, if you want to develop in Magic City, it depends on my mood. If you can inherit the family business now, I'll give you everything, but you're still missing a third. He didn't say anything else, just accepted the meal and might invite them back next time. The private room fell silent for a moment, with none of the three speaking. After a while, Li Shang smiled and said, Brother Jiang, Mr. Wang, shall we head to that gathering spot now? There should be people there discussing strategies. I wonder what new projects they'll come up with this year. Wang Songsong wasn't very interested. It's probably the same old stuff. What new tricks could they come up with? Games? Jiang Chen asked the two as they walked. It was his first time attending an offline gathering of this kind of wealthy club, and he didn't know much about it. When the three of them left the hotel, they walked for about 10 minutes and arrived at a small shop called Bingo House. Jiang Chen listened to Li Shang and Wang Songsong's explanations along the way and suddenly understood. These second-generation wealthy individuals really know how to play the game. They have the time, resources, and expertise to come up with various strategies to achieve their goals with minimal effort. It turned out that during the second half of the annual offline gathering, the elders would leave. Most of the middle-aged people also left, and those who stayed couldn't mix with the younger crowd. Just letting a bunch of young rich kids drink, socialize, and chat, that's impossible. Some were being held back out of fear, but without that restraint, they'd be ready to jump. The young rich kids gather every year to discuss and vote on a few ways to play, with prizes for the winners. The activities they engage in are all within the bounds of the law, with no transgressions. Wang Songsong explained, Jiang brother, this is where we vote to decide the games and the rules, including who acts as the house, depending on what we're playing. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. I remember Li Shang mentioned it last time, saying he was bringing 10 million to play. Whether that's a lot or a little, I didn't bring much either. Chapter 126, The Beauty's Curse. The three of them moved around inside the bingo cottage. Jiang Chen asked questions while surveying the surroundings. This place could barely be called a bar. However, the decor here was several tiers below that of the wealthy club, and even the staff were temporary hires. Several people who had been working on the 30th floor of the wealthy club had been transferred here. Wang Songsong recalled some situations from a few years ago and said cautiously, 10 million is not a small amount, but if you want to have a good time, that amount isn't enough. Plus, our influence is limited. Li Shang and Jiang Xiong probably brought more than 10 million, right? Li Shang scratched his head. I haven't even ordered the funds to be mobilized yet. If there's nothing worth doing, it's a waste of time. Jiang Chen was about to speak when a sharp voice suddenly interrupted him from the side. What do you mean funds haven't been mobilized? I think you just don't have the money. A mere 10 million and you're mobilizing funds? I can pull it out with a snap of my fingers. And you, Jiang Xiong, over there, people without money always stick together. You won't amount to much. Go back where you came from and don't disgrace yourself in the Magic City. As the words fell, three young men walked up from behind them. The one who spoke was the young man in the middle wearing glasses. After finishing, he pushed his glasses up with his middle finger and let out a cold smile. The two men beside him burst into laughter. It doesn't sound right at first, but upon closer thought, it makes perfect sense. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, scanning the three men from head to toe. This was clearly directed at him. Li Shang was just tagging along, and Wang Songsong hadn't been dragged into it. But the three men in front of him were complete strangers. They had suddenly attacked him out of nowhere, and he couldn't understand why they were picking on him. Did they think he was easy to bully? Jiang Chen asked directly, Li brother, do you know who these three mad dogs are? Which family's cage didn't lock properly and let them out? Of course I know. Li Shang pointed at each of them in turn. That four-eyed kid is Yang Ning, the heir to the Yang family. He has reportedly inherited part of the family fortune and has a bit of money. The two beside him are just his henchmen. They're not worth mentioning, you can just crush them. But that four-eyed brat is particularly fond of Nan Gong Rong. He has been pestering her every year. I think it's all about the money. This time. Jiang Chen nodded in understanding. I knew it. Yang Ning from the Yang family, right? We should find an opportunity to eliminate him. After saying that, he turned around and continued exploring inside. He wouldn't let a few insults from such a person ruin his mood. A bad mood won't change anything. The right thing to do is find an opportunity to take care of those three. Ignore them for now. Now that he knew their names and family background, and they were in the wealthy club, there were opportunities and methods available. Wang Songsong saw that the two had already handled it, his eyes lit up, and he pulled Li Shang along. Let us go inside and take a look. It's not the time to fight with mad dogs. There's a prize at the afternoon gathering, so let us teach them a lesson. Their voices weren't loud, but they were clear enough for Yang Ning and the others to hear. It wasn't until they had walked far away and entered the interior of the bingo house that they snapped back to reality. The insults and information they had overheard still echoed in their ears. Yang Ning's face darkened. Damn it, I'll teach him a lesson at the gathering this afternoon. Better yet, keep him away from Nan Gong Rong. Let's go inside and gather some more people. I don't believe they'd dare to turn on us over a game. They passed through another small door, and the interior space was much larger than the outside, with a height of 10 meters. By now, it was already 1:30 p.m., and most of the young people who had come for the gathering had gathered here. Once the gathering began, it was time for the real fun. Playing alone was boring. Jiang Chen and Li Shang walked around for half a circle before hearing someone calling out to them from the distance. Jiang brother, come over here. Where did you go earlier? Jiang Chen looked up and saw that it was Zhao Mian and his sister, along with Yi Xing and Feng Jia. They immediately gathered together. Now, only Nangong Ro was missing. She had gone to accompany her grandfather, and it was uncertain whether she would be able to come. Li Shang answered the earlier question. I treated everyone to a meal earlier, but I just got back after being bitten by a dog. What about you guys? Zhao Mian stepped forward and said, Great. You always know how to treat Jiang Xiong to a meal and abandon us. We never see you this eager. Be honest, was there anything else besides the meal? Make sure to bring me along next time. If you bring me along, I'll definitely put in a lot of effort to beat that dog. I won't hold back at all. He spoke so nobly, as if he were a true hero, but his words gave him away. Zhao Linger was furious, clutching Zhao Mian's waist tightly with her small hands. Does he think I don't exist, or does he think I can't understand? Ouch, that hurts. Zhao Mian's face twisted in pain as he begged, Linger, let go. I'm your older brother. Give me some face. Zhao Linger turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Were those words you just spoke so full of face? Though she spoke harshly, her hands had already relaxed and were no longer squeezing. Li Shang understood that Zhao Mian had misunderstood something. He smiled and approached them. Of course, there's more to come. Zhao brother, you're welcome to join us. But Jiangu and Wang Xiao have already said no one else can join unless you contribute. Zhao Mian agreed immediately. No problem. Who provoked you? Tell me about it. Li Shang smiled and stepped forward, recounting the incident where he had bumped into Yang Ning upon entering. Everyone else heard it as well. Yi Xing and Feng Jia immediately expressed their support and offered to help as well. Wang Songsong analyzed rationally, if it comes to a fight, the six of us combined wouldn't stand a chance against the Yang family. I suspect he'll come out and start trouble later to embarrass us. Li, you should start gathering funds now. Don't say I didn't warn you. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. Mr. Wang, funds aren't an issue. With me here, it's no problem. They're mainly targeting me. Since you're willing to help, I can't let you go out of your way. Just teach that four-eyed brat a lesson. Zhao Linger heard this and looked at Jiang Chen with admiration. After all, such a statement meant at least several $100 million would be spent, possibly even more. Yet he remained unfazed. Yang Ning, who had previously clashed with Jiang Chen, was now rallying others. Most of them were those who had always admired Nan Gongrong but had never been able to win her over. Jealousy had driven them to become stronger. Yang Ning's side quickly gathered dozens of people. Though their quality was lacking, their numbers could make up for the difference between the two sides. Their sole purpose was to teach the man who had gotten close to Nan Gongrong a lesson, making him dare not stay in the Magic City anymore. If they failed, they would never dare to speak out again. There were only a dozen or so people. That was a bit too few. Yang Ning watched from the rear, feeling some doubts in his heart. Chapter 127, Underhanded Dealings. Time passed slowly. Jiang Chen glanced at his watch and asked with some confusion, are we just going to wait here? What about the options you mentioned earlier? Did you not notice them? Zhao Mian furrowed his brows slightly. This shouldn't be happening. It's not usually like this. Someone would have stepped forward to take charge by now. Just as they were puzzled, Wang Songsong walked onto the stage alone, ready to take charge. As the only son of the Jianlin king, he had the confidence and status to do so. The crowd below fell silent, with no one daring to object. Wang Songsong cleared his throat and began, everyone, it's almost time for the afternoon gathering, and no one has stepped forward to organize it. I'll take the initiative. After all, we should still have some fun. Everyone, let's discuss what we should do this afternoon. If nothing works out, we'll just call it a day and wait until 4 o'clock to end the gathering. Someone suggested, how about shooting or hunting? Gambling was reported last time by someone who was surprisingly wise. Good thing we didn't get too involved. We managed to keep it under control. If it happens again, it'll be disgusting. That makes some sense, but shooting and hunting are too boring. Let's go racing on the track instead. We have a dedicated venue anyway. I still think gambling is more interesting. It tests your mind, luck, and reaction time. Everyone has their own ideas. Wang Songsong stood on stage listening, his head spinning. He thought it was a simple matter, but it turned out to be so complicated. It's impossible to adopt everyone's suggestions, and they don't have the time or energy to try everything. Just discussing the rules took up a lot of time. Wang Songsong was more familiar with Li Shang, so he called him up to help with the statistics. After about 10 minutes, the rough tally was complete. Once the rankings were determined, they could be announced directly. Zhao Mian smiled from below the stage and said, Jiang brother, Yang Ning and the others will definitely come up to provoke us. How big do you think they'll go? Jiang Chen glanced at the dozen or so people in the opposite corner. That's not up to them. If they don't put up 300 or 500 million as stakes, I don't have the time to play with them. Earlier, he claimed to be so wealthy. 300 or 500 million is just pocket change to me. Zhao Mian heard this and his heart skipped a beat, unable to calm down for a long time. 300 or 500 million is small change? He had a sudden realization. The asset appraisal of the Magic City Billionaires Club must have been incorrect, or at least the appraisal of Jiang Chen's assets was wrong. These were the words of a billionaire? Zhao Mian's shock went unnoticed by Jiang Chen, who was thinking to himself, should I double the amount? Would it scare Yang Ning and the others away? It would be a pity not to deal them a decisive blow. Zhao Linger curiously asked, Brother Jiang, are you really just a gold member? I feel like the way you speak sounds just like those platinum members with assets worth hundreds of billions. They don't even care? Ha! Jiang Chen spread his hands. I'm indeed a gold member right now. The card can't be fake, can it? Upgrading to platinum doesn't offer any benefits, so he wasn't bothered to go find a club member to verify it. If they find out, that's their skill. If they don't, he'll just keep it a secret. Just then, on stage, Wang Songsong and Li Shang had already compiled the list of activities for the afternoon gathering. Cough. Wang Songsong looked around and said slowly, everyone, after tallying the results, the activities for this afternoon have been listed. We'll proceed in order of time. The first is drag racing, the second is poker, and the third is target shooting. The third one requires some preparation time. There are a few more afterward, but we probably won't have enough time, so let us stop here for now. After speaking, Wang Song pulled Li Shang off the stage, and everyone headed back to the bund. They needed to make sure everyone had left. Appearances mattered. After this interruption, it was almost 2 p.m., so heading to the bund now was just right. The second generation crowd gathered at Bingo House began to disperse. Jiang Chen and his 7 companions walked together. Zhao Mayan glanced at Wang Song and Li Shang and said, "To be honest, is there some underhanded deal with the lineup? If you have any information, share it. Someone must be running a betting ring. Let us all make some money together." Li Shang whispered an explanation. "I'm pretty confident in my driving skills. I was originally the first in the card game. Additionally, Yang Ning also enjoys racing." Everyone nodded in understanding and immediately dropped the topic, only to discuss it again once the betting had begun, when they would invest their money. The younger generation returned to the gathering spot on the bund, but none of the older generation were there, and most of the previous generation were also absent. Some chatted for a while before leaving in groups, as if the gathering was coming to an end. Jiang Chen turned to look at Wang Song. "So direct?" He had thought they would gather first and then gradually disperse, but this was not the case. Wang Song nodded silently. "Yes, but occasionally there are unexpected developments." It was precisely because of those unexpected events that they had to look back one more time. After all, they were the youngest in the group. Before long, almost all the older generation had left, and those who remained were waiting for their friends to leave together. Li Shang excitedly shouted, "Let's head to the supercar club first." Those who were shouting the loudest, "Let's race later." "I'm talking to you, Yang Ning, don't chicken out. Whoever backs down loses, and there's a prize for the winner. Don't just bring out some junk to make up the numbers, at least bring something decent." He wanted to shout some more, but was pulled back by Jiang Chen and Zhao Mayan. "Enough, don't be so aggressive. You can shout when we get there." As soon as the younger generation left, the employees of the wealthy club building emerged to clean up the mess. Jiang Chen had just stepped out of the bund when he spotted Li Hu, who was standing next to a Rolls-Royce under the blazing sun. Li Hu also saw his boss emerge and immediately opened the car door, turned the air conditioning to maximum, and stood by the back seat waiting. Wang Song praised, "Jiang brother, your driver is quite good. See you at the supercar club entrance." "See you at the entrance." Jiang Chen responded with a smile. In the bund parking lot, the engines of cars roared continuously as one after another, supercars and luxury vehicles departed. Jiang Chen sat in the backseat of the Rolls-Royce, instructing Li Hu to follow the convoy. Numerous luxury vehicles sped through the streets, with ordinary vehicles quickly yielding to make way. At this point, BMWs, Land Rovers, and Autos were just ordinary cars, dare not compete. After about 10 minutes, the luxury vehicles came to a stop in front of a club with a floor area of several hundred square meters. The owner behind this had connections and had informed his subordinates in advance. As soon as the luxury cars arrived, the general manager led all the employees to stand on both sides of the entrance to welcome them. Since there was no true leader, he was exceptionally polite to everyone. Once inside, arrangements were made for them to be received with the utmost care, with no room for even the slightest neglect. Chapter 128, The Last Minute Gamble. Jiang Chen arrived later, along with Wang Song and the others, delaying things for a while. By the time they entered, there were hardly any people left outside. Jiang Chen waved his hand. "Wang Xiao, Zhao Xiong, let's go quickly. Li Shang, run ahead. Don't miss the opening of the bets." Zhao Mayan laughed. "Li Shang is too cautious, he wouldn't do that." The general manager of the supercar club saw the three approaching and hurried forward with a smile. "Welcome, please come in. The venue is already prepared. Are you here for a race or something else?" Wang Song nodded slightly. "Yes, it's like a race. Do you have the same model here?" "That depends on the number of people. If there are many, it won't be enough," the general manager of the supercar club said. "Then come with us." The general manager of the supercar club hurriedly led the way. Everyone went this way earlier. As soon as they left, the area outside emptied out, and the employees lined up in rows didn't know what to do. "Should we go in now?" Those were probably all rich kids, right? I've never seen so many before. But why was the general manager so polite? He wasn't like that before. "Let's just stay outside. If we go inside, we'll end up having to work again." The general manager is being polite to give those second-generation kids face. After all, there are quite a few of them, and they'll definitely bring in business. "I don't think so. The rich second-generation kids who came here before were always handled by Manager Wang. Why the exception this time?" The employees outside, with nothing to do, started discussing among themselves, unaware of the people approaching from behind them. Suddenly, the person behind them spoke up. "You're all so relaxed. Get inside and greet them. If anyone complains, I'll fire you on the spot. This isn't a joke. If you can't tell, don't speculate. The people who came today are all future billionaires, and some of them already are. The employees turned around in panic and hurriedly replied, "Yes, boss." After saying that, they all lowered their heads and hurried away, their hearts racing. When did the boss sneak up behind them? This felt like a scene from a horror movie. Watching his subordinates go inside, the boss of the supercar club shook his head helplessly and headed toward the gathering of second-generation rich kids. No one had informed him of this decision beforehand, as it had been made on short notice. When the club boss entered, the second-generation members, who had split into small groups, all looked up. Seeing this scene, the club boss, in his 30s, grimaced. He dared not provoke any of the elders present. He bowed slightly. "Gentlemen, just tell me what you want to do, and I'll do my best to provide whatever you need. Is there an organizer or representative here?" The club owner glanced at Wang Songsong and then looked at the areas where there were more people. Zhang Chen and Li Shan discussed briefly, then stepped forward as representatives. On the other side, Yang Ning stepped forward, while other small groups each sent a representative. Some simply opted out, choosing to watch the spectacle. "Mr. Boss, I won't make things difficult for you. Just let us use the venue and the vehicles. The rental fee can be transferred directly to the wealthy club afterward. How many cars can fit on the premises at the same time?" Seeing that no one else was speaking, Zhang Chen stepped in to smooth things over. Yang Ning and the others shifted uneasily but remained silent. Someone stepping forward to speak was enough. The boss sighed in relief and said, "That's all fine. The venue is available for use. The track can accommodate 5 cars at a time, and there are high-definition cameras at the finish line to ensure accurate rankings." Zhang Chen nodded and looked at the others. "Do any of you have any objections? If not, let's start the competition. But first, let's say something auspicious. Yang Ning, what do you say?" Yang Ning coldly replied, "Fine, let's race. 5 million per race." 5 million? Are you trying to give it away to beggars? 200 million is the starting point, with no upper limit. You said you had money, didn't you? Seeing the dismissive smile on Zhang Chen's lips, Yang Ning trembled with anger but didn't agree outright. He was worried there might be hidden traps. He held up one finger, 100 million, with an additional 50 million after each round. Zhang Chen rolled his eyes. "All right, deal. You'll be the middleman. Both sides will give you the betting money. How about that?" The club owner swallowed hard. All right. His heart was racing. The only thought in his mind was that these second-generation rich kids were truly wealthy. They didn't even bat an eye at 50 million. The others were also as aggressive as these two, and he even considered fleeing with the money. But fortunately, the others were more rational and had no grudges. They were observing Zhang Chen and Yang Ning. The terms were agreed upon, and neither side hesitated. Each handed over a bank card with 100 million yuan to the club owner. 15 minutes later, on the private racetrack of the supercar club, 5 identical Ferraris were parked. The referee held a flag in one hand and was ready to blow the whistle. Li Shan and the other 5 were seated in the driver's seats, the engines already running, waiting for the bets to be placed. The club owner, as expected, set up a betting board, and the second-generation members present all placed their bets. The winnings could be cashed out immediately after the race ended. Zhang Chen returned from the club owner and nodded slightly to Zhao Mayan and the others. The bets were already placed. It all depended on Li Shan's performance. If he didn't perform well, we'd take a small loss this time. Yi Xing rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "Zhang brother, we've put in 400 or 500 million, and you call that a small loss? I'm starting to seriously doubt your level. Our skill tiers aren't even on the same level." "That makes sense, I agree." Zhao Mayan nodded in agreement. Seeing their expressions, Zhao Linger smiled mischievously. "Aren't you the ones who said small bets are for fun? Now you're feeling the pinch? You're the one who sees things clearly." Zhang Chen added a final blow. Just then, the club owner's voice echoed from the distance. "All right, stop betting now. The match is about to begin." Zhang Chen and the others stopped fooling around and found good spots to watch. Not long after, everyone heard a loud roar as 5 Ferraris screeched and raced down the track. Yang Ning, who was competing against them, had already taken to the track himself. He dared not entrust the outcome of a billion-dollar bet to someone else. Yang Ning's eyes widened, thinking that if he could overtake Li Shan, he would win 100 million, his whole body trembling with excitement. Time passed, and all 5 Ferraris had completed their second lap, with only 1 lap remaining. Chapter 129, I'm out, I give up. Among the 5 Ferraris, Yang Ning and Li Shan were leading the pack, leaving the other 3 behind. All they had to do was glance sideways to make eye contact with each other, while the finish line, adorned with a banner, loomed ahead. Zhang Chen and the others looked up at the screen above them. Zhao Mayan, who was watching the video, suddenly said, "Linger, relax a bit, put your hands down, okay?" "No, mind your own business." Zhao Linger kept her eyes fixed on the video. Zhao Mayan reminded her helplessly, "But you're squeezing my hand. It hurts so much, ouch." He suddenly sucked in a sharp breath because Zhao Linger had suddenly squeezed his hand tightly. "No need to look, it's already bruised." Zhao Mayan's face turned dark. He wriggled his hand a few times and finally managed to pull it out, not even glancing at the video. He was about to assert his older brother's authority and scold his younger sister. Zhao Linger beat him to it. Brother, Li Shang won. It was so close just now, I'm still excited. We made a profit. Hurry up and calculate how much money we've earned in total. Go quickly. This time, I won't tell on you and let you off the hook. Zhao Mayan, his train of thought interrupted, was immediately redirected. Oh, okay. Jiang Chen held back a smile and looked at the video. At that moment, Yang Ning emerged from the Ferrari, his face furious, fists clenched. Li Shang was casually watching the commotion. He was in first place, and if he won the next round, it would be even better. Jiang Chen suddenly stood up and said, Wang Xiao, Feng Xiong, let's go support Li Shang. The next round is 150 million, we need to keep it steady. Wang Songsong stretched his body. Alright, we only bet 60 million earlier, didn't make much profit. Let's bet more this time. If we win, we'll definitely treat Li Shang to a nice meal later. Zhao Linger didn't wait for her brother to return with news. She followed Jiang Chen and the others as they left. On the track, Li Shang and Yang Ning were staring at each other. One was smiling smugly, while the other was furious. Oh, Yang brother, it's just 1 billion. What did you say earlier? You're rich, why care about such a small amount? Now is the time to show what you've got. Don't back down, bet 200 million. If we win, we'll break even. Li Shang was mocking him with glee when he suddenly waved his hand and said, Jiang Ge, Wang Xiao, and Feng Jia, come over here. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, then turned toward Yang Ning. Seeing the 5 of them approaching, Yang Ning instinctively took a step back, his face turning red with embarrassment. He then took 2 steps forward. Jiang Chen, what do you want here? Zhao Linger noticed the detail of him stepping back and couldn't help but chuckle softly. At such a close distance, everyone heard it clearly. Zhao Linger hurriedly explained, I didn't mean to laugh. I didn't mean to laugh at you. The more she explained, the more confused she became, causing Yang Ning's face to flush red, and he was about to lose his temper. Jiang Chen smiled and said, Linger, no need to explain. Yang Ning, want to double the stakes? We'll make it back in no time. Take your time, it'll take longer, and there are still many more projects to play later. Li Shang also came over and nodded in agreement. Yang Ning's face darkened. He really wanted to agree, but he was afraid of losing. If he kept losing, he'd be out of pocket big time. Earlier, when they said they wanted to teach Jiang Chen a lesson, there were over 10 people who verbally supported the idea, but none of them contributed a single penny. Only he had stepped forward, and now he regretted it. Jiang Chen and Li Shang exchanged glances, thinking of pushing him further. Yang Ning suddenly said, You guys are the ones with the upper hand. I'm out of this. You can go ahead and play without me. Then he threw the car keys onto the driver's seat and walked away without looking back. Li Shang muttered, Did we scare him off, or did we push him too hard and he couldn't handle it? What a pity. He seemed bold, but he turned out to be like this. Wang Songsong sighed. He hadn't won much, and it didn't feel satisfying. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Let's go. A lesson won't hurt. He won't dare to bite anyone next time. Earlier, everyone had gone to back Li Shang, with odds of 12. Zhao Mayan was using his phone to calculate how much each person should receive. The 100 million Yang Ning had put in was all Jiang Chen's. Everyone returned to their respective areas, and the club owner hurried over, holding 2 bank cards. Hello, the other boss said he couldn't come. These 2 bank cards are for you. The passwords are written on the back, you can check the funds now. Jiang Chen glanced at them, then casually put them away, planning to give some to Li Shang later. Moreover, it seemed that Yang Ning was truly willing to sacrifice his dignity. The promises he had made earlier were now meaningless. Without their bet, the upcoming drag race felt a bit lackluster. Some people got out and drove a few laps for a friendly race, but after a while, everyone lost interest. A few representatives from the smaller groups came out to discuss with Jiang Chen. One representative suggested, Brother Jiang, let's go to Phoenix City. Playing cards there is more comfortable, and we can race anytime. Gathering so many people like this is rare. Exactly. I can tell you don't want to stay here either. Who knows if we'll get another chance to go target practice. Jiang Chen shrugged, I don't mind. I'm up for anything. Less than an hour after arriving here, all the second-generation members had left, leaving only a few scattered cars on the field. The general manager of the supercar club cautiously approached, Boss, they violated many rules, and there's vehicle damage. Should we report more expenses? I heard they're wealthy and don't care about such expenses. The club owner's expression changed. No, give them a discount. I'm trying to figure out how to apply to join their group. If they cause any trouble, you'll be responsible. They may be rich, but they're not stupid. The manager quickly backed away and wisely left. In the outskirts of the city center of Magic City, there is a high-end beauty salon called Phoenix City. But what ordinary people don't know is that the basement of this building houses a sizable underground casino. Those who are curious about the city's elite know about this place, and it's easy to find. But today was different. Luxury cars kept arriving one after another. The owner of Phoenix City had been warned beforehand, but seeing this scene, he still felt uneasy. Jiang Chen led Li Hu toward the entrance. In his experience, casinos were always chaotic places, so having bodyguards along made him feel more at ease. Just as he was about to enter, Li Shang called him over. Brother Jiang, you can't bring bodyguards into the underground venue. There have been incidents before where bodyguards fought and someone was killed. Is that so? Jiang Chen hesitated, noticing that no one else had brought bodyguards inside. He finally said, "Alright, if everyone else is doing it, I can't make an exception. Li Hu, wait for me in the main hall inside." Li Shang said nothing, leading Jiang Chen through several turns, passing an electronic security checkpoint, and entering the underground casino. Chapter 130, Handle with Care. The underground area was vast, with a height of 10 meters, and there was no oppressive atmosphere. The interior decoration was meticulously crafted, exuding opulence and grandeur. Golden chandeliers hung from the ceiling, casting a soft glow. Upon entering, one immediately arrived at the front desk. At that moment, various gambling tools were neatly arranged, with dealers standing nearby. The previous guests had already been asked to leave. When Jiang Chen and Li Shang entered, they looked around and saw that, aside from the staff, everyone present was someone they had encountered at the previous gathering. Most were already engrossed in their games, but a few remained motionless. Zhao Mayan and his sister, along with Yi Xing, were looking for someone, while Yang Ning and a few others were quietly chatting in the shadows. "Yang brother, you said earlier that you weren't very good at street racing, but you're confident at the gambling table. Go up there and teach that Jiang Chen a lesson." "You're right. We've been pursuing Nangong Ro for so long, yet that kid managed to get her so quickly. There must be something going on. He must have used some tricks. What good does it do him to be close to the Zhao family?" Yang Ning narrowed his eyes and nodded slowly. "You're right, but I'm not in good shape today, and I'm short on funds. How about this? Lu, you've been around here for a while. I'm sure you can take on Jiang Chen without any issues. What do you think?" The man called Lu Xun's expression changed, and he hesitated. "I'm not in good shape lately. Let someone else handle it." Those who had been seen pretended not to notice. After a brief observation and some inquiries, they had already figured out that Jiang Chen was definitely a wealthy individual. While he was a gold member on the surface, there was a significant gap between gold members. Top-tier gold members could barely be considered junior platinum members, and once they accumulated enough, breaking through the 100 billion mark wasn't too difficult. Previously, their jealousy and youthful passion had driven them to target Jiang Chen. Now, deep down, they feel a hint of regret and resentment, and they shift the blame onto each other. Yang Ning's expression changed. Suddenly, he turned and left, tossing out a sentence, "I'm not feeling well. Let's come out and play another day." Since he couldn't borrow anyone's strength, fighting alone against Jiang Chen's inner circle was clearly irrational. As he reached the door, he happened to encounter Wang Songsong, who had also been present that morning. He immediately stepped forward to block his path. "Isn't this Brother Yang? You lost the drag race and aren't even playing the betting game anymore?" Wang Songsong smiled slightly and said, "What about the shooting range later? You just ran off. This offline gathering won't be very enjoyable." Yang Ning was startled and forced himself to say, "I have something urgent to attend to. You're blocking my way." The road was blocked, attracting some attention, especially since it involved Wang Songsong, the son of Jianlin Wang. Yang Ning from the Yang family wasn't an unknown figure in the circle. It was them. Wang Songsong had been getting close to Li Shang and Zhao Mayan lately, and Yang Ning was opposing them for some reason. This was going to be interesting. Earlier, they had been racing at the club and lost $1 billion. I suspect it's because of Nangong Rong, but it seems like they can't match Wang Songsong. People around them whispered in low voices. Some of them were no less influential than Yang Ning, and those from other provinces weren't afraid of anything they'd leave after today anyway. Wang Songsong casually blocked the middle of the road, making it even harder for Yang Ning to lower his head under everyone's gaze. The crowd didn't even bother with the gambling, they just gathered around to watch the spectacle. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Mr. Wang, we couldn't find you earlier. Good thing you made some noise." As the voice faded, Zhao Mayan and his sister pushed through the crowd and approached. Girls aren't supposed to be in casinos, but Zhao Linger was no pushover. As she put it, she came to keep an eye on her brother to prevent him from getting into trouble and wasting the family fortune. But the ultimate weapon was tattling. If Zhao Mayan didn't bring her along, she would tell her grandfather. On the other side, Yi Xing and Feng Jie appeared, followed by Jiang Chen and Li Shang. At first glance, the 7 of them had surrounded Yang Ning in the center, leaving him with no way to escape. The 7 of them slowly closed in, and the onlookers instinctively took a few steps back, making the situation even more obvious. Yang Ning's forehead was covered in a fine layer of sweat, fearing that Wang Songsong and the others might do something. Suddenly, Jiang Chen burst into laughter. "Zhao brother, Wang young master, Yi brother. Let's call a private room over there to play. There are too many people here, and we haven't been able to gather properly." Li Shang pointed at Yang Ning, who was surrounded in the middle. "Zhang Go, what should we do with him? Should we all beat him up to vent our anger?" He's very vengeful. Even though we've already dealt him a severe blow, he wouldn't hesitate to come back for more. Jiang Chen glanced at him indifferently. He wasn't worth the trouble. He dared not gamble, and they might meet again in the future. Let him go. Wang Song shrugged. He really didn't mean anything else earlier. He just wanted to mock him and ask why he was leaving so early, only for things to escalate like this. Jiang Chen and his 7 companions left as if no one else was there, and even the surrounding whispers fell silent for a moment. Yang Ning clenched and unclenched his fist in his sleeve, then walked out of the underground casino with a blank expression. Everyone dispersed, discussing the incident. What a bore. There is nothing interesting to watch here. Let us keep playing cards. It's rare to have such a chance to relax. Even if they fought, it would be a one-sided battle. What use is 1 against 7? Maybe they could team up and stand a chance. Right, let's keep playing. 3 of a kind, 10,000 is the base bet. Who's dealing? I'll be the dealer, with a cap of 1 million. I don't have that much money to lose. The voices behind them were inaudible to Jiang Chen and the others. The casino manager had been watching the commotion from the shadows and was well aware of the demands of these few individuals. Arrangements have already been made. The casino manager will tidy up his attire and come to greet you. Gentlemen, the private room you requested is ready. It's spacious enough. What would you like to play? Jiang Chen looked at Li Shang and Zhao Mayan. He was fine with anything, he had no special requests. Zhao Mayan glanced at his younger sister and said firmly, "Don't look at me, I'll follow you." Yi Xing rolled his eyes. How about we play Bull Bull or Flower Blast? Let's invite a few outsiders. It's quick, and everyone can join in. Playing landlord with so many people is boring. Let's set a minimum and maximum limit. Wang Song chuckled. Let's do as Yi Xiong suggests. Let's invite a few people in to join us. The casino manager forced a smile. Please follow me, gentlemen. The gambling tools will be brought in immediately. Do you need any other services? No, thanks. If we call for service, someone will be in trouble when they get back. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Everyone's gaze intentionally or unintentionally turned toward Zhao Mayan, their lips curled into smiles. The meaning was clear. Zhao Linger looked up at the sky, repeatedly telling herself not to get involved in the discussion. Chapter 131, The Elder Brother-in-Law's Gaze. The private room in the underground casino was quite spacious, with a rectangular gambling table and slot machines and other gaming machines arranged around it. There were plenty of chairs, and there was also a table in the corner, though it was unclear what it was for. 7 people walked in and sat down separately. The table was spotless, clearly cleaned regularly. Several brand new, unopened boxes of playing cards were placed in the corner of the table. Zhao Linger, who had never been to a casino before, looked around curiously, finding everything new and fascinating. She knew how to play mahjong, but she had no idea how to use the other gambling tools. She wanted to ask someone, but she was afraid her brother would catch her. Zhao Linger suddenly said, Zhao Mayan, do you know how to use all these tools here? You've been sneaking here every day behind Grandpa's back, and now I've caught you. What do you have to say for yourself? Zhao Mayan looked completely bewildered. Linger, we agreed before we came in that you'd put all that behind us. I brought you here to have fun. You can't do this. Me. Zhao Linger's eyes darted around. She wanted to learn about these things but couldn't say it outright. Li Shang grinned and leaned in. Linger, you should have done this. It's best to tell your old man first. Before he could finish, Jiang Chen pulled him back. Stop causing trouble. Zhao Xiong will challenge you to a 3-day, 3-night duel later. Zhao Linger glared at Li Shang, then suddenly ran over to Jiang Chen and whispered something to him. After listening, Jiang Chen paused for a moment. Why not just ask your brother? He should know more than me. There are some things I'm not very familiar with, just the basics. I won't go find him, Zhao Linger whispered. I can't let my brother catch me off guard. Zhang Gu, remember to tell me. The two were discussing what they considered important matters, but to others, it clearly seemed quite ambiguous. Li Shang casually picked up a deck of cards and tried to shuffle them, but after several attempts, he couldn't get them to shuffle properly. His mind was entirely focused on Jiang Chen and Zhao Linger. Just then, the casino manager knocked on the door and walked in. Gentlemen, how many chips do you need to exchange? Everyone exchanged glances. Wang Song checked the time and said, 1 million. After all the commotion, it was nearly 4 o'clock. As long as they didn't bet too heavily, it would be enough. Jiang Chen looked around and made a decision for everyone. Let's all go with 1 million each. The casino manager nodded and left. Soon, 7 beautiful women entered, each holding 1 million in chips. The money would be settled when they left, but due to their status, they had special privileges. Jiang Chen smiled and asked, your reputation really does carry weight. Who wants to be the dealer? If no one does, I'll do it. Then you go ahead, Jiang Gu. I have no objections. Li Shang finally unfolded his cards and casually pushed them toward Jiang Chen. Wang Song and Zhao Mayan shook their heads in agreement. Zhao Linger saw that the game was about to begin, so she hurriedly left her brother and sat next to Jiang Chen. Li Shang's eyes widened, it's over. Linger is going to fall for Jiang Gu. Why can't I do that? Chasing girls actually requires throwing money at them. Although he had suspected it earlier, seeing it happen was still a shock. The most unbelievable person was Zhao Mayan, whose expression was complex, unsure whether to stop it or not. Wang Songsong and Yixing secretly gave each other thumbs up. If they could win over Nan Gongrong and secure the funds, that would be the pinnacle of manhood. Jiang Chen raised his eyelids slightly, ignoring the chaos around him. He spoke up, let's play bull first. Compare the size of the cards. 10,000 is the base bet, 1 million is the cap. How about it? Without giving the other 5 a chance to speak, he began dealing the cards. Zhao Linger also had chips, but she didn't bet to join in. Doing so would only make her stand out more. While dealing cards to everyone, Jiang Chen whispered to Zhao Linger, occasionally offering advice on the cards. However, in the eyes of the other 5, this clearly indicated that their relationship was heating up, and they might soon progress to the stage of being a couple. Zhao Mayan was already looking at Jiang Chen with the eyes of an older brother-in-law. He had watched the entire scene and realized that if Zhao Linger were to end up with Jiang Chen, it wouldn't be a bad match. From any perspective, the two were well suited for each other. The Zhao family's market value was over 100 billion, and Zhao Linger's status paired well with Jiang Chen's gold membership. Even platinum wouldn't be out of place. Still, Zhao Mayan couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. His sister was so happy, and now someone else was trying to take her away. Even though he knew it was inevitable, it still stung. The atmosphere in the room shifted subtly, but Jiang Chen and Zhao Linger remained oblivious. Li Shang and Wang Songsong exchanged glances, then moved closer to each other, leaving Zhao Mayan isolated and conspicuous. The 6 of them each received 5 cards, totaling 30 cards. After Jiang Chen finished dealing, he explained the scoring system to Zhao Linger. Zhao Mayan suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "Bull, I bet 200,000. Double it for me." His voice was loud, and winning Jiang Chen's money had made him inexplicably excited. Li Shang whispered to Wang Songsong, "This is a trial. The older brother-in-law's harassment has begun." Yixing shook his head in denial. Zhang Xiong is no ordinary person, how could he be bullied by Zhao Xiong? Let's just watch the show, I'm the lucky one. Everyone revealed their cards, leaving only Jiang Chen, the dealer, without showing his cards. Zhao Linger helped deal the cards, flipping them one by one while comparing them with the others. Jiang Chen naturally heard Zhao Mayan's words and felt a bit annoyed. Was winning his money really that exciting? Suddenly, Zhao Linger exclaimed excitedly, "Jiang Gu, is this a bull? I have such good luck." She spoke while arranging the 5 cards neatly. Jiang Chen was taken aback. He had thought he was certain to lose, but now there was a twist. He smiled, "That's right, Linger did well this time. The dealer takes all. Everyone, bring over your chips." Zhao Mayan's face turned from red to white. He snorted coldly and pushed his chips over in a huff. Zhao Linger gathered the chips, feeling as though she were reaping a harvest. She smiled broadly, while Jiang Chen shuffled the cards and dealt them out. In the following rounds, Jiang Chen didn't care if he lost to Li Shang and the others, but he couldn't lose to Zhao Mayan. Both sides smiled on the surface but competed fiercely in secret. Wang Songsong and Yixing were almost ready to buy some sunflower seeds to munch on while watching the show. Time passed slowly, and the 6 players had their share of wins and losses. However, Jiang Chen, as the dealer, ended up making a profit. While others were competing one-on-one, he was facing 5 opponents, giving him a much higher chance of winning. Later on, Zhao Mayan started betting 1 million, as 10,000 just wasn't enough to vent his frustration. And the result was that all his chips went to the house. With no capital left, he naturally had to leave the game. Forget it, let's call it a day. It's getting late anyway, shooting practice is probably out of the question. Let's go eat. Chapter 132, The Missing Stroke in the 8 Characters. In a private room of an underground casino, Jiang Chen and his 6 companions were seated around a table. Zhao Mayan had lost all his chips and suggested going out to eat, causing the scene to fall silent for a moment. He. Li Shang glanced over with a smirk, "Brother Zhao, you wouldn't be saying that because you lost everything, would you? You still owe Jiang Gu some chips. Why not go exchange some more? You can't just leave it like that. You'll forget to pay when we go out to eat." Zhao Linger immediately retorted, "Nonsense. My brother isn't that kind of person. He'll give the chips to Jiang Gu later." "You're both right. I'll go give the chips to Jiang Gu right now." Zhao Mayan replied softly. Saying that, he indeed left to find the casino manager. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. That amount of money was trivial to those present, but it was the process that mattered. He glanced at the time, it was already 5:30 p.m. If he found a good hotel, it would be past 6 p.m., which was a good time to head out for dinner. Once Zhao Xiong returns, we'll go out to eat. It's indeed getting late. Wang Songsong and the others nodded in agreement. All right, let's settle it that way. When Zhao Mayan came back with 1 billion chips to seek revenge, he froze upon hearing the news about going out to eat. He was speechless. How could you do this? I wanted to play a few more games with Jiang Chen. Zhao Linger jumped up triumphantly and reminded him, still want to play? Aren't you about to get addicted? I'll tell on you when we get back. You lost, so just admit it. Don't be so stubborn. Hearing this, Zhao Mayan fell silent and said nothing more. If he continued, he would be reported, and he would inevitably be grounded and scolded by his family. He had just exchanged 1 billion chips, only to exchange them all back. The casino staff looked at him strangely as they processed the transaction. At that moment, only a few members of the wealthy club remained in the underground casino. Jiang Chen looked at the others. You're all locals. Find a place to eat. I'll treat you to dinner since I won the big chunk earlier. As he spoke, he waved to Li Hu in the Phoenix City Hall. Follow these guys' cars. Zhao Mayan glanced around and smiled. Just follow me. There's a newly opened Wang Fujing restaurant in Magic City, a 100% replica of the original, even the dishes are the same. I heard the chefs are quite good. I've been there a few times, but the prices are a bit high. Since we lost at the casino, we might as well splurge a bit on food to make up for it. Jiang Chen shrugged. You lead the way. Money is no issue for me. In Shanghai, no matter how much he eats, the price won't exceed 1 million, which is less than a tenth of his daily earnings. Besides, he had just won money at the casino and received another 100 million from Yang Ning. Let Zhao Mayan vent his frustration. After all, they were going to eat anyway, and if the food was subpar, he'd be the one unhappy. Li Hu remained silent, driving the Rolls-Royce over and inviting Jiang Chen to get in before waiting. Zhao Mayan was indeed as he had said. The car drove past several quiet areas and arrived at a place that resembled a private estate more than a hotel. The words Wang Fujing were written in large characters on the sign, and without someone to guide you, this place was hard to find. After getting out of the car, Jiang Chen told Li Hu to go eat dinner on his own. His salary was paid on time, and he could reimburse the expenses later. Before the 7 of them could enter the hotel, a server ran over from outside. Gentlemen, please come inside. Do you have a reservation? No reservation. Is room 8 available? If not, room 8. Zhao Mayan shook his head slightly. The staff member respectfully said, no one is there. This way, please. Everyone entered the private room and took their seats. Since Jiang Chen had mentioned earlier that he would pay, the menu was naturally handed to him. Jiang Chen glanced at it briefly, then handed the menu to Zhao Mayan and said, Zhao brother, you've been here before. You order whatever you like. Make sure it's good price isn't an issue. Alright, I won't hesitate then. Zhao Mayan took the menu. The waiter hurried over to him, holding a small notebook to record the dishes. Skip these few items, and bring one of everything else. The most expensive one, 2 portions each, one isn't enough. Red wine and champagne the best and most expensive ones. Bring 6 bottles. That's all for now. We'll add more later. The waiter's face went blank. After Zhao Mayan finished ordering, he took the menu directly, having already memorized the items to skip. The menu would only be returned once the chef had memorized the dishes. Li Shang sat to Jiang Chen's left and Zhao Linger's right, where Zhao Mayan had previously been seated. The conversation on the other side could be heard vaguely, but the waiter's shocked expression was clearly visible. Li Shang whispered, Jiang Gu, Zhao Mayan must be planning to charge you a fortune. That waiter must have never seen someone order so aggressively before. His face turned pale. You should have ordered for Zhao Linger instead, or even for me. Jiang Chen smiled and waved his hand. It's fine. Eating is eating. Spending a little more is the same. As long as it's worth it. That's really too much. Linger would have stopped her brother. Li Shang's eyes lit up as he started gossiping. So, Jiang Gu, how far have you and Linger taken things? When are you getting married? What about Nangong Ro? You wouldn't be thinking of playing both sides, would you? That might end up with you getting nothing. Zhao Linger's face turned red, and she puffed out her cheeks. Li Shang, what are you saying? I'll make my brother fight you. Is Nangong Ro any better looking than me? Have you forgotten how badly he beat you before? Li Shang rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, the less I say, the better. With her brother present, he wisely kept his mouth shut. Zhao Linger saw he was backing down and instinctively looked toward Jiang Chen. She thought to herself, what Li Shang said earlier made sense. Nangong Rong did seem a bit interested before, but she didn't say it outright. How does this involve me? Jiang Chen looked at Zhao Mayan and noticed he was eavesdropping. Changing the subject, he said, Zhao brother, if you want to know, just ask me directly. Why be so sneaky? Zhao Mayan quickly sat up straight, covering his mouth with one hand. I don't want to know. I'll wait for Linger to say it herself. What's so sneaky about that? Zhao Linger puffed out her cheeks. Big brother, eavesdropping isn't a good habit. Besides, I won't tell you what was said. If you don't figure something out, go back and chat with grandfather and father. They haven't talked to you in ages. After this interruption, the 4 of them all forgot about the previous topic. Jiang Chen smirked triumphantly. He was indeed clever. However, Li Shang, who caused all this trouble, wasn't exactly a saint either. Chapter 133, The Banquet Incident. Upon hearing his younger sister's words, Zhao Mayan's expression turned sour. He felt deeply frustrated, wondering how to persuade his sister. He certainly didn't want to be dragged into a conversation. He then thought to himself, it was all Jiang Chen's fault for bringing it up. If he hadn't mentioned it, he would still be safe. It seemed that ordering more food halfway through the meal had been the right decision. Yixing, Feng Jia, and Wang Songsong were eating cold dishes and drinking tea, paying little attention to the gossip. They knew that eventually, someone would spill the beans. Just as they were joking around, someone knocked on the door of the private room and walked in. The person who entered was followed by 5 waiters carrying 6 bottles of champagne and red wine. Please enjoy your meal. The New Zealand lobster, Kobe beef, caviar, foie gras, king crab, and thousand-leaf drunken fish have all been served. There are 11 more dishes on the way. Do you need the chef to come and open the bottles and let the wine breathe? That's a bit much. Wang Songsong sighed and waved his hand, saying, no need for the chef. I'll open the wine myself. Just give me the tools. He looked around the room. Is there anyone here who doesn't drink? Jiang Chen patted Li Shang on the shoulder and smiled. Everyone drinks. Li brother, have a few more cups with me later. Don't go too far. The appetizers aren't enough. We can order more now. Hearing this, the waiter who had been about to leave waited a moment longer. Seeing no one else speak, he reluctantly departed. Wang Songsong opened 4 bottles of wine, poured everyone a large cup after waking them up. Li Shang frowned. Wang Xiao, the wine you poured for me seems a bit too much. It doesn't feel balanced. It's almost overflowing. Zhang Guo's cup is smaller than mine. Hearing him complain like a little wife, Jiang Chen glanced sideways. Alright, since you say so, I'll swap with you. Li Shang felt a bit embarrassed. After exchanging cups, he had nothing more to say. Zhao Mayan suddenly stood up and said, we've all gathered here together this time. Let's have a toast first and try the food I ordered. Politeness must be observed, so everyone stood up and raised their cups in a toast. Since they weren't toasting an elder, they were all peers. They all took a symbolic sip, not finishing their drinks. If an elder had come personally, the younger generation would have had to finish their cups no matter how the elder drank. The 7 sat down and began eating. Jiang Chen stared at Li Shang, while Zhao Mayan watched him. Zhao Linger, however, warned her brother with her eyes, creating a chain of signals. Yixing was so distracted that he forgot to eat, not even touching his chopsticks as the food passed by. Wang Songsong was better off though his curiosity was strong, he still ate when he should. Soon, Jiang Chen raised his wineglass, smiling broadly at Li Shang and said, come, Li brother, thank you for winning that competition. Without you, I wouldn't have gotten Yang Ning's 100 million. The money has already been transferred to you. Drink up. What? Li Shang was taken aback, instinctively clinking glasses with Jiang Chen. He hadn't checked his phone yet and was unaware of the situation. Jiang Chen downed his drink in one gulp, then lowered his glass and signaled with his eyes. You little brat, you dared to cause trouble for me earlier. I'll drink you under the table. He had transferred the winnings to the other party's account shortly after winning the match, but only mentioned it now. Li Shang looked at the empty glass, his face sour. Brother Jiang, you drank it all in one gulp. Can I keep a sip to savor slowly? Do you think that's okay? Jiang Chen smiled broadly. Li Shang rolled his eyes, took a few sips, and finished the remaining wine in the glass. You're ruthless. He casually mimicked Jiang Chen, tilting the empty glass downward. Wang Songsong picked up an open bottle of alcohol. Zhang Gu and Li Gu have such a good tolerance for alcohol. Let me refill your glasses. Before the two could react, he poured the wine into their cups. This time, both sides received equal amounts. His gaze drifted toward Zhao Mayan. Zhao Mayan immediately stood up and said, Jiang brother, you had good luck earlier. Come, let me toast you. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. Was he provoking him? In the end, wouldn't he be the one at a disadvantage? Jiang Chen didn't back down. He turned around and drank with Zhao Mayan, while Wang Songsong was left to pour wine the entire time. Li Shang watched with envy, wanting to take advantage of the situation and step forward to toast again. Before he could act, Zhao Mayan finished his drink and continued, Jiang brother, let's have a few more drinks to strengthen our bond. Back and forth, Jiang Chen drank whenever there was wine, and Li Shang occasionally joined in, almost a 1-against-2 situation. Zhao Linger couldn't hold back any longer. She laughed and said, brother, we haven't had a drink in ages. At home, they don't let me drink much. Now that we're out, let's go for a walk. 6 bottles of wine were consumed, with the first glass from the start being the only one spared. The rest were all drunk by the 4 of them. What started as a pleasant gathering turned into a drinking competition. Wang Songsong had no choice but to order 6 more bottles of wine, using the breaks to say a few words to liven up the mood. Jiang Chen drank with Li Shang, while Zhao Mayan drank with his sister Zhao Linger. Out of the 7 people, the first to pass out was Zhao Mayan, who looked like he could hold his liquor but was all show. Yixing was at a loss. Mr. Wang, should we take a break? The waiter said there are still 5 dishes left. I don't think we should. This is clearly a good opportunity for revenge. Feng Jia spoke with a smile. Wang Songsong looked innocent. I was just sobering up and pouring them drinks. It's fine. Once Li Shang leaves, Jiang Xiong and Zhao Linger will calm down. In the end, things didn't go beyond Wang Sonson's expectations. After Zhao Mayan collapsed, Zhao Linger and Zhang Chen took turns forcing Li Shang to drink. Li Shang's mind was already clouded by alcohol, and he couldn't hold on for much longer. I can keep drinking. Zhang Ge and Zhao Linger, don't stop. Keep coming. Zhang Chen felt his head spinning but wasn't unconscious yet. He watched Li Shang collapse and sneered, "You bastard, you came looking for trouble. Now you've got what you wanted, and there's Zhao Mayan too. Why did you have to come here and provoke me? Linger, you agree, right?" Zhao Linger nodded instinctively. "Zhang Ge, you're right. I'll go call the driver from home. It's getting dark." Seeing the two men lying on the ground and the two others who were still unclear about the situation, Wang Songsong and the others began to feel a headache coming on. Four people had been drinking and eating, and it was already 8 o'clock. Yi Xing scratched his head. "What should we do now?" Zhang Gu brought his driver along, so we don't need to worry about them for now. The Zhao siblings came on their own. Call their butler. We won't see Zhao Xiong tomorrow, but Linger might still be able to meet him. Li Shang, just leave him at the hotel. We'll tell him later. If he doesn't remember, it's no big deal. Chapter 134, Preparing to Leave. Inside the Peninsula Hotel, Jiang Chen finished breakfast, rested for a while, and it was almost noon. At that moment, he also recalled what had happened during dinner last night. Of course, the details afterward were very fuzzy, as his mind wasn't functioning properly at the time. He only knew that he had been drunk by Zhao Mayan and Li Shang, but the two of them hadn't fared much better either. Louis Fei was tidying up the room, packing some cosmetics and other items to take with them later, and handing over the clothes Jiang Chen had dirtied last night to the hotel staff for cleaning. The clothes were worth tens of thousands of dollars, so she dared not wash them herself. It was better to leave it to the professionals. Suddenly, Louis Fei turned around and asked, "Django, I remember now. Didn't we buy 2 cars? What should we do with those 2 Rolls Royces? You only brought 1 driver with you. It's better to call another driver now." Jiang Chen waved his hand slightly. "No need. Li Hu is mainly a bodyguard, and driving is just a side job. I'll have someone handle those 2 cars. The people I've met in the past few days can also be of some use." As he spoke, he suddenly recalled the sales manager who had sold him the car, Han Siying. She had mentioned that he could contact her for any needs. Later, with so many options available, and since Han Siying wasn't particularly outstanding, he had forgotten about her. Today, since he needed to handle the cars, he remembered her again. Back then, her figure and appearance were passable. I wonder if her business card is still around. Xiaoyu could also be an option. As his personal driver, driving a Rolls-Royce to the club every day isn't exactly challenging. If he brought her back to Lianxing, he could train her to be a secretary. If there were any tasks, he could have the secretary handle them, and if not. Louis Fei waved his hand in front of Jiang Chen. "Django, what are you thinking about? You're so distracted. You wouldn't have found another woman in Shanghai and be thinking about them, would you?" Jiang Chen heard this, raised his eyebrows slightly, turned his head, and didn't deny anything. If he dared to cause trouble, he would be immediately banished. He wasn't married to him, so how dare he interfere? Louis Fei looked into Jiang Chen's eyes, his body trembling, and hurriedly said, "Brother Jiang, I didn't mean anything by it. I was just speaking off the cuff. Whatever you decide to do, I have no objections. I won't speak out of turn again. Whatever you say goes." Jiang Chen nodded satisfactorily, lifting the other's chin with a finger. "I like hearing that. I don't need you to explain what I want to do. Go get the business cards I collected earlier. Also, the address of Nantianqing Real Estate in South City has been sent to your phone. You can notify Li Xin to go there and wait for me." Louis Fei nodded repeatedly. "Got it, I'll tell him right away." Jiang Chen's clothes for the past few days had been handled by her, and his pockets were filled with business cards. Most of them were handed to him by big shots at parties, while others were from bosses he had established connections with. Li Shang and others were simply added as friends. Soon, over 30 business cards were laid out on the table, including those of group executives like Zhao Zhenghe, Yi Ligua, and Shen Shikang. Jiang Chen glanced at them and skipped over the ones he didn't recognize or didn't remember, tossing them aside on the spot. Not long after, he found a handwritten business card with a string of phone numbers, which turned out to be Han Siying's. Louis Fei wisely left at this point, sitting on a sofa in the distance and tidying up the room. She had already anticipated this scenario earlier, though she hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Jiang Chen didn't dial the printed work number but directly called the private number. The phone rang once and was immediately answered. Han Siying's voice came through. "Hello, may I ask who this is? You've forgotten me so quickly? What about fulfilling all my requests?" Jiang Chen teased. "Ah!" Han Siying exclaimed in surprise. The voice sounded familiar. Are you Mr. Jiang? It's been days since we last contacted each other. I even tried to reach out to you but couldn't." Hearing the resentful tone, Jiang Chen smiled slightly. "I'm contacting you now. I was just busy earlier. Do you have time today? Let's go out for a meal and help me with something." Han Siying's heart skipped a beat. Was this just dinner followed by work, or was there a deeper meaning? Should she agree directly or play hard to get to avoid seeming too casual? He is a wealthy man. What kind of woman would he like? Seeing that she didn't respond for a while, Jiang Chen asked again, no time? If not, never mind. I'll find someone else. I do. Han Siying snapped back to her senses and quickly said, Mr. Jiang, where and when? I'll be there on time. She had a feeling that if she missed this opportunity, her future would have no connection with Jiang Chen. The idea of riding in a Rolls-Royce seemed even more out of reach. Jiang Chen thought for a moment, alright, let's meet near the Bund around 5 o'clock in the evening. Add me on social media, and I'll book the place. Han Siying obediently agreed, alright. After ending the call, Han Siying hugged her phone and smiled for 3 whole minutes. Inside the Rolls-Royce 4S store, a salesperson walked by, immediately approached her, and waved his arm in front of her face. Han Jia, what good news did you get? You're so happy. Want to share it? Earlier, Han Jia was on the phone, and then she was laughing so happily. Could it be that some lucky guy is about to marry Han Jia? Exactly. Han Jia looked so gloomy just a couple of days ago. The female colleagues around her quickly gathered, chattering excitedly. Han Siying's face turned red. Go away. Why would I tell you about good news? I'm not getting married. Hurry up and get back to work. If any customers come in and we don't greet them, you'll be the ones in trouble. The words had a powerful effect, and everyone who had gathered sighed and left, except for 2 who were pulled back. They were the 2 colleagues who had accompanied Han Siying on the delivery trip last time. The 2 asked curiously, Han Jia, what's going on? Han Siying said excitedly, today is my lucky day. The boss who bought 2 Rolls-Royces last time contacted me. I thought he had forgotten. She then asked, what do you think of my outfit? Should I change my makeup? Her 2 colleagues offered their opinions without any hesitation. Really? I knew you could do it, Han Jia. Han Jia, you're famous for your beauty, you look good in anything. However, this outfit isn't very revealing, and your makeup is flawless. The 2 of them had their plans all figured out. By befriending Han Siying now, they could get a favor from the big boss when she was promoted, and then they could climb the corporate ladder. Oh, is this dress not good? I'll go change into a new one. Should I spray some perfume? Also, strawberry-flavored lipstick, remind me not to forget it. Upon hearing their suggestions, Han Siying looked around nervously, clearly taking the evening meeting very seriously. The 3 of them temporarily ignored the matters in the store and gathered together to strategize. Chapter 135, Taking the Initiative. At 6 o'clock in the evening, outside the wealthy hotel on the Bund, a taxi pulled up. A beautiful woman stepped out of the back seat of the taxi. She wore a deep blue V-neck evening gown, her face lightly made up, with a small bag slung diagonally across her shoulder. Her exposed skin was as white as snow, and she exuded a quiet, elegant aura. After settling the fare with the taxi driver, she took out a small mirror to check her makeup and smiled contentedly. Just as she was about to enter the hotel, 2 attendants stepped out to greet her. Good evening, ma'am. May I assist you? Han Siying looked up arrogantly. Yes, I have a reservation. Room number 8. The guests haven't arrived yet, have they? The 2 waiters, hearing this, became even more respectful. Please come in, ma'am. Watch your step. The guests for room 8 have not arrived yet. Upon hearing this, Han Siying finally relaxed. Jiang Chen had told her to meet him around 6:15 p.m., and she dared not keep him waiting. The location of room 8 was the best and most expensive in the Fortune Hotel. Standing up and looking out, one could see the rushing Yangjiang River, and the space was spacious. Han Siying walked around a few times before sitting down on the chair and waiting quietly. Jiang Chen had said he would arrive at 6:15 p.m., but it wasn't until 6:30 p.m. that he finally entered the hotel. Han Siying said with a hint of resentment, Mr. Jiang, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. How have you been lately? Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, I'm fine. Let's not talk about that now. We'll discuss it after dinner. Waiter, take our order. The private room was spacious, but there were only 2 people dining, and sitting so far apart felt a bit awkward. So Han Siying naturally sat next to Jiang Chen, her body leaning toward him intentionally or unintentionally, the scent of her lipstick wafting through the air. Jiang Chen felt a slight stir in his heart and handed her the menu. You order whatever you like. Don't be shy. All right. Han Siying obediently took it. She knew that some wealthy individuals hated being disobeyed. The 2 ordered 5 dishes, but 3 bottles of red wine. Jiang Chen's lips twitched slightly, and he said helplessly, we have important business to discuss later. You drink the wine, I'll have tea instead. He and Li Shang had just finished their drinking contest, and he didn't want to tempt fate again so soon. Han Siying's eyes lit up with joy. Alright, Mr. Jiang, don't let me beat you at tea drinking. She had already decided to drink a few cups and then pretend to be drunk, offering herself willingly. After all, there were plenty of rooms available here, and they could always find one. Jiang Chen waved his hand, dismissing the formal title of Mr. Jiang, as it felt too formal. We're not at work now. If you don't mind, just call me Jiang Gu. Everyone else does too. Alright, then please take care of me in the future, Jiang-gu. Han Si-ying said with a smile. The main dishes hadn't arrived yet, only a few cold dishes were on the table. Jiang Chen took a couple of bites and asked, I bought 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms from you earlier. I'm planning to sell them in the next few days. Do you have any connections? I don't want to keep them anymore. If I sell them, how long will it take for the funds to be transferred? What? Brother Jiang, you want to sell those 2 Rolls-Royces? Han Si-ying was shocked. You just bought them a few days ago, right? Given the vehicle restrictions in Shanghai, the 2 Rolls-Royces have only been driven twice at most. During the day and at midnight, when there are no patrols, they can be driven, but there is still some risk. Jiang Chen casually replied, yeah, I bought them as commuter cars, so I plan to replace them quickly. Han Si-ying was speechless for a moment, feeling a wave of extravagance wash over her. In the blink of an eye, 2 cars had become used vehicles, with losses impossible to calculate. The worst part was that the owner didn't seem to care at all. Riding in a Rolls-Royce was one of her life goals. Han Si-ying struggled to explain, Jiang-gu, if you sell it, I can help you find a buyer. Do you need the funds urgently? If not, we could auction it off for a higher price, though it would be lower than what you paid for it. Jiang Chen shook his head, it doesn't matter. No need for an auction. Just sell them directly. If someone wants to buy it, sell it. If not, just let it go. He didn't have the time to waste on it. At worst, he could find a place to store it and let it gather dust and give the other one to Xiaoyu. Anyway, Xiaoyu is already in the bag, he can eat her whenever he wants. As the two were discussing, hotel staff knocked on the door. 6 staff members entered, carrying 5 dishes and 3 bottles of wine, which they placed before the 2 men. Once the staff left, Han Si-ying picked up her chopsticks and served Jiang Chen, Brother Jiang, eat more. This is their specialty dish. I've always wanted to come to this luxury hotel, but the prices were too high, so I never dared to come. Thanks to you this time. As she spoke, she poured herself a full glass of red wine, and the two sat very close together. Jiang Chen clinked his glass with hers, closely observing Han Si-ying from her face down. Sure enough, his judgment from last time was correct. This was the kind of snack-like food that wasn't suitable as a main course. Thinking this, he picked up his teacup and clinked it with hers repeatedly. Both drank quickly. The red wine in this hotel wasn't as good as the one in Wangfujing, but it was still a 5,000 yuan a bottle grade, with just the right amount of aftertaste. Jiang-gu, can you bring the car to the shop tomorrow or whenever you can? I guarantee results within 3 days. Midway through the drink, Han Si-ying made this promise to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, okay, I'll have the driver handle it tomorrow. An hour later, the 3 bottles of red wine on the table were empty. Han Si-ying was dizzy, leaning against Jiang Chen. Her face was flushed, her eyes were glassy, and her thoughts were scattered. Han Si-ying suddenly whispered, Jiang-gu, let's go to the room to sleep. It's getting late. Sure, just a moment. Jiang Chen waved to the waiter to settle the bill. The waiter saw the scene but pretended not to notice and proceeded with the usual checkout process. Han Si-ying looked very drunk, but when she walked, she was only slightly unsteady, maintaining a degree of clarity, knowing which direction she was heading and what her purpose for tonight was. Chapter 136, Farewell. The next morning at 10 o'clock, the sun was high in the sky. But this time, Jiang Chen wasn't disturbed by the sunlight, as all the curtains were tightly drawn. Ensuring not a single ray of light could enter, Han Si-ying and he both slept soundly. It wasn't until noon that Jiang Chen, with his excellent physical condition, woke up first, while Han Si-ying was still asleep. He couldn't help but sigh, it's already noon. Indeed, spring nights are short and the sun rises early. From now on, the emperor won't rise early either. This is truly life. How tiring it is to work so hard every day. After sighing a few times, Jiang Chen moved around a bit and suddenly realized his stomach was empty. He was hungry. At that moment, Han Si-ying on the bed also woke up groggily and saw Jiang Chen staring at her. Her face flushed red. Jiang-gu, what are you looking at? What time is it now? It's still so dark? Jiang Chen explained, nothing. It's noon. Let's get up and have lunch. As he spoke, he pulled back the curtains by the floor-to-ceiling window, and the blinding sunlight poured in, brightening the room considerably. After their intimate encounter, the two of them had clearly grown much closer. Alright, I'll be right there. Han Si-ying finished her morning routine, dressed quickly, and linked her arm through Jiang Chen's as they headed out for lunch. However, as they left, she felt a bit uneasy. After finishing their meal, Han Si-ying still felt unwell. After all, yesterday had been her first time, and she wanted to rest. Jiang-gu, I want to go home to sleep. Have someone drive the car to the store. I'll arrange for someone to handle it. Within 3 days, I'll definitely give you a result. Generally speaking, it should be sellable. Is that okay? Han Si-ying said this with a pitiful expression. Then go back and rest. If it doesn't sell, don't force it. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. He knew the condition of his car. If it weren't really inconvenient, he would have arranged for someone to drive it back to Nancity. However, in South City, he had a better vehicle, and driving it back would just be letting it sit idle. Han Siying went back to rest. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and called Li Hu. Have the two cars at the hotel driven to the Rolls-Royce 4S store in the center of Magic City? They know the situation there. I've already made arrangements. Li Hu paused for a moment, didn't he ask any further questions, and respectfully replied, "All right, boss. Is there anything else you need me to do? Just handle this first." Jiang Chen hung up the phone and began contacting Li Shang and Zhao Mayan. Play is play, and fun is fun, but after all, we're friends now. It's only proper to give a heads up before leaving. The first person he contacted was Zhao Mayan and his sister, but there was no response. They usually respond quickly to messages. Could something have happened? Jiang Chen approached Yi Xing. "Yi brother, do you know what's going on with Zhao brother and Linger? I can't get in touch with them." Yi Xing replied, "Hee, don't worry about them. Zhao Linger should be able to get out soon. As for Zhao Mayan, it depends on his luck. If he's unlucky, he could be out of contact for 10 days or even half a month." He said this while sending a very embarrassed smile, but it was a happy one. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Was it because of drinking or gambling? The only things that had happened to them recently were drinking and playing cards, and both were slightly out of line and both were somehow connected to him. However, judging by Yi Xing's expression, it was probably just a bit of bad luck, nothing else. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "All right, I need to head back to Nan City in the next few days. There's work waiting for me at the company. I'll just say goodbye for now." "What? You're leaving already?" Yi Xing was taken aback and began to persuade him to stay. "Shanghai is so much fun. Stay a few more days. There's still the shooting range and other activities you haven't tried yet. Why leave so soon?" "Brother, I was planning to take you to heaven and earth to experience the pleasures of a king. But because of Zhao Linger, it's been postponed. Stay a little longer and have some fun before leaving." Yi Xing spoke while contacting others. Li Shang, Fengjia, and Wang Songsong soon learned that Jiang Chen was leaving. Zhao Mayan and his sister were also notified by them. Li Shang and the others began discussing with Yi Xing about taking Jiang Chen to heaven and earth for some fun, but they wouldn't bring Zhao Mayan and her brother along. The main reason was that bringing the two of them would inevitably cause trouble, and the four of them didn't have as many rules to follow. "Yi Xing, how about tomorrow night at the top-tier VIP booth in heaven and earth?" Feng Jia, "No objections. Just don't tell Zhao Mu about this, or he'll come looking for you." Li Shang, "Bring a few more attractive young women, ones who can sing well, and I won't tell anyone." Wang Songsong, "Let's settle it then. We'll go find Jiang. We've been here for so many days, staying a little longer won't hurt." When the four of them sent him messages inviting him to Tianshangren, Jiang Chen felt a mix of helplessness and joy, because they were treating him as a friend. "It seems like someone might have been left out here?" Jiang Chen asked directly. "We can go out tomorrow night, but shouldn't we bring Zhao?" "No." The four of them agreed unanimously. Li Shang stepped in to explain. "Jiang go, the five of us can go. Zhao Mayan is strictly supervised by his old man and can't come. Plus, if he goes, his sister will definitely tag along. Let us gather the seven of us for lunch tomorrow, then go out to play in the evening. That place is amazing." Jiang Chen realized that the name Heaven and Earth, combined with the descriptions given by the others, made him guess what kind of place it was, a high-end establishment not suitable for girls. As for Zhao Mayan, he could only blame himself. Meanwhile, at the Zhao household, Zhao Linger was puffing out her cheeks and talking to her grandfather. Her older brother Zhao Mayan stood behind her, looking down at the ground. "You said that Jiang Chen is returning to Nan City. Do the two of you want to go send him off?" Old Master Zhao muttered. "Linger, if you want to go, just go. As for Mu Yan, his temperament is still too restless. He's just young and needs more discipline." The implication was clear, he didn't approve. Zhao Mayan was about to lift his head to argue. Zhao Linger smiled sweetly and said, "Grandfather is right, but it's only proper to see Jiang Chen off. After all, he's a friend. How about this? Give my brother a day off tomorrow, and when he comes back, double his house arrest time." Zhao Laoyi raised an eyebrow. "That's not a bad idea. Mu Yan, what do you think?" Zhao Mayan's face darkened, and he thought to himself, "I think it's okay. My sister always has the best ideas. Then you can go out tomorrow if you want, and you can move around freely this afternoon," Zhao Laoyi said with a smile. The goal had been achieved, and the two siblings left together. Only Zhao Mayan was in a foul mood, feeling he had been cheated out of a day off and now had to endure double the grounding time. Zhao Linger didn't bother to explain. After all, it was the other party who kept interfering with her conversations with Jiang Chen. Stay home and play, cultivate your temperament. Chapter 137, Who's the Unlucky One? After Yi Xing analyzed the situation, Wang Songsong and Feng Jia, who were still lucid, immediately turned their gaze toward the Zhao siblings. Wang Songsong asked uncertainly, "What should we do? Should we give them 2 rooms and just deal with them for one night?" He used himself as an example, saying that even if he didn't go home for 10 days or half a month, nothing would happen. As long as they don't cause any trouble and can be contacted, it's fine. I'm not sure either. Why don't we ask them for their opinion? Yi Xing suggested with a frown. Feng Jie stepped forward directly. Zhao brother, Linger, are you two staying at the hotel or going home? As expected, there was no response. Instead, Li Shan on the side was still muttering about drinking. Yi Xing rolled his eyes. Drink, keep drinking. We'll see tomorrow morning if we need to drink. Let's not worry about the four of them for now. Let's eat first and talk later. Maybe they'll sober up on their own. This reason was compelling, and Feng Jie and Wang Songsong immediately agreed. At 8:30 p.m., Jiang Chen suddenly furrowed his brows and looked up dazedly. He shook his head several times to clear his mind and asked, "Have you finished eating? If we're done, let's leave. Call the waiter over, I'll settle the bill." Wang Songsong and the others nodded silently. Before long, the waiter rushed over with the card machine. The total bill came to 180,000 yuan, with the bulk of the expense going toward the 12 bottles of champagne and red wine. The remaining ingredients, when added together, accounted for less than half of the total. Jiang Chen, still dazed, called Li Hu, but the details of what happened afterward were fuzzy. He seemed to end up in a warm embrace. Zhao Jia and his siblings called the butler themselves. Seeing the butler-esque grim expression, they knew tomorrow wouldn't be easy. Li Shang handled it casually, booking a room at the nearby hotel before everyone departed. The next morning at 10 o'clock, the sun was shining brightly. Li Shang, staying at a hotel near Wangfujing, rubbed the back of his head and opened his eyes. Ugh, that hurts. Who beat me up yesterday? Could it have been Zhao Mayan? Yesterday, I first drank with Jiang Ge, then Zhao Mayan passed out, and I passed out too. What happened after that? He racked his brain but couldn't remember, so he ran out to ask the staff outside. A few minutes later, Li Shang returned to his room. Two men threw me onto the bed and left? This isn't good. I need to ask Jiang Ge first. I knocked him out, but he's still standing. He must know something. He immediately called him, but no one answered the first time, so he kept calling. At that moment, in the presidential suite at the Peninsula Hotel, Jiang Chen was sleeping soundly when he heard the phone ringing. He instinctively hung up. But the phone kept ringing insistently. On the fifth ring, Jiang Chen was finally woken up, sat up, and opened his eyes. His eyes stared blankly ahead, motionless. Hearing the commotion, Luifei, who had come from the kitchen, saw the scene and was at a loss. She had never encountered such a situation before. She gently shook his arm. Jiang Ge, are you okay? You just had too much to drink yesterday. You'll feel better after eating something. Are you okay? Jiang Chen still didn't respond, but when Li Shang's phone rang for the sixth time, he suddenly answered it. Hello, why aren't you sleeping? Jiang Ge, do you remember what happened last night? Forget it. Jiang Chen hung up the phone and his expression gradually returned to normal. He looked at Luifei and asked, who brought me home last night? It was that big, burly driver. He said you were drunk with a few friends, but the other three who were drinking were also drunk. There were 3 others who didn't drink, and they handled the rest. Is that so? Those guys got off easy. Jiang Chen muttered under his breath and asked, Fei, have you packed your things yet? And that Li Jia, she can go to South City first. You come with me. Luifei was overjoyed. I've already taken care of it. I'll have Li Jia go today. Where should we meet her in South City? Jiang Chen rubbed his temples. I'll send you the location later. We won't be leaving today. I need some time to catch up. The friends in Shanghai wouldn't appreciate us leaving without saying goodbye. Can we wait? He could hold his liquor, but the after-effects of red wine were still no joke. A headache immediately clouded his thoughts. Luifei hurriedly went behind him to massage him, helping him relax the mental tension in his body. He said, Jiang Ge, as long as you remember this, that's enough. Meanwhile, Li Shang, lying in the hotel room, didn't get the same treatment. He looked at the phone, which had been hung up after just a few words, and his lips puffed out involuntarily. If you don't know, just say you don't know. Why be so harsh? I'll ask Zhao Xiong or Linger instead. Li Shang began his phone call marathon. If his head started to hurt, he would just tough it out. But the 2 siblings let him call for nearly half an hour without answering, as their phones had been confiscated. Zhao Linger was still asleep, while Zhao Mayan had already been woken up. His father, Zhao Zhenghe, was scolding him, and soon his grandfather would come over as well. I should have known better than to drink with Jiang Chen. It was all my sister's fault for trying to stop me. I listened to her and started drinking with her. When I got home, she didn't have anything to do, and I ended up suffering again. Zhao Mayan sighed inwardly, eventually shifting the blame for getting drunk onto his younger sister in Jiang Chen. Suddenly, Zhao Zhenghe asked, Muyu, who did you drink with last night? Zhao Mayan was deep in thought and didn't notice the question. He answered instinctively, it's all Linger's fault. If she hadn't started, I wouldn't have gotten so drunk. Was that not obvious? Zhao Zhenghe turned around, intending to slip away quietly. Come back. Zhao Zhenghe's grandfather appeared behind Zhao Mayan and called Zhao Zhenghe back. The father and son's expressions changed, and they obediently returned. Zhao Laoyu was about to speak when Zhao Linger suddenly walked over. Grandfather, you're all here. Last night, Jiang Chen invited me and my brother to drink. My brother wanted to get Jiang Chen drunk, but I thought it would be good to get along with him, so I stopped him. I ended up drinking too much. I'll be more careful next time. Hearing this, Zhao Zheng has silently praised his daughter for being smart. Linger did well. I won't say anything to you this time. But Mu Yan, your issue is serious. Zhao Laoyi turned around. You actually got your own sister drunk? You must feel pretty accomplished, huh? Zhao Mayan's eyes widened, stammering and unable to speak. How did it suddenly become his fault? Jiang Chen was currently drinking porridge, enjoying Louis Fei's massage, feeling incredibly comfortable. He never imagined that because of him, Zhao Mayan was being scolded so harshly at this moment. And after he sobered up, he would be confined to his quarters for 5 days. Chapter 138, The Idea of Buying a Private Yacht and Plane. After making arrangements with Li Shang and the others, Jiang Chen returned to the Peninsula Hotel and booked flights for himself, Li Hu, and Louis Fei for the day after tomorrow. This time, he didn't tell anyone and planned to conduct a surprise inspection of the company. He wanted to see how the employees were working without the boss around. The 2 Rolls-Royces had also been disposed of and driven by Li Hu to a 4S store in the city center. Jiang Chen explained the situation in detail to Han Xiying, who said she would wait in Shanghai, at least until the 2 Rolls-Royces were sold, and then head to Nanjing to find someone. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. The next day at noon, Li Shang and the other 7 gathered once again. Jiang Chen became the center of everyone's attention, even taking the seat of honor. He stood up first and declared, I don't even know how many times we've gathered for a meal, but today, no drinking. Yi Xing and Wang Songsong, the 3 of you can drink if you want, but I won't be joining you. Li Shang's eyes lit up, and he also stood up, same as Jiang Ge, I'll have a drink today. Zhao Mayan and Zhao Linger also said they wouldn't drink. After several consecutive gatherings without rest, even if they liked drinking, they couldn't handle it anymore. If they drank too much, they'd have to face consequences later. Yi Xing smiled and said, alright, I was just thinking of having a drink to liven things up. It's no fun alone. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. Earlier, when they were drinking, the 3 of them had just been watching the show. He called the waiter over and started ordering. The hotel waiter noted down the dishes and was about to leave when he suddenly said, by the way, there's a promotion today. Based on your total bill, we can offer a bottle of red wine. Would you like us to bring it over? Zhao Mayan's expression changed, and he shook his head repeatedly, let's skip the red wine. Can we exchange it for something else? Li Shang also said, right, if it's really not possible, just give it back to you. We don't want it. The waiter looked confused and explained in a low voice, besides red wine, we can offer a large bottle of Coke, but that Coke. Before he could finish, Jiang Chen waved his hand and said, just give us the cola then. The waiter left, puzzled. The value of the red wine was clearly higher than that of the cola. Rich people's minds are hard to fathom. Zhao Linger muttered from behind, no taste. Suddenly, she stood up and said, Jiang Gu, you should go back soon. We don't know when we'll meet again. Let's take a photo together. Before Jiang Chen could respond, she pulled out her phone and looked at him expectantly. All right. Since she was being so insistent, Jiang Chen couldn't refuse. Zhao Linger cheered, seemingly oblivious to Zhao Mayan's dark expression, and excitedly took a photo with Jiang Chen. After taking the photo, she immediately posted it on her social media, clearly intending to show it to someone. Wang Songsong and the others looked on with a sickening feeling, as if they were being fed dog food. Seeing that Zhao Linger seemed ready to take more photos, Li Shang said, Jiang Ge, your roots are in South City. Why not set up a branch in Shanghai? The South City address is already there, and it would be more convenient here. Plus, the lifestyle here is comfortable, and you can go out to sea for fun. It'd be easier to develop into an international company. Distracted by his interruption, Jiang Chen shifted his attention and stopped posing for photos with Zhao Linger. He spread his hands and explained, I have plans for both Shanghai and Beijing. We're still in the development phase right now. A branch office will depend on how I feel. If I'm in the mood, I could just throw a few billion at it, but the subsequent effort would be a hassle. Once established, you can't just abandon it, you need to hire people, which goes against his hedonistic lifestyle. Li Shang was at a loss for words. He hadn't even inherited his family fortune yet, and this guy was already talking about billions. The others couldn't handle it either, but Wang Songsong was a bit better, though his face still looked a bit awkward. Moreover, they could tell that Jiang Chen was just speaking off the cuff and didn't intend to intentionally discourage them. A few billion? It seemed so easy coming out of Jiang Chen's mouth. Li Shang sighed resentfully, forget it, Jiang Ge, let's talk about something else. Like when you're going to buy a private yacht or a private jet, we can give you some advice. Like those old men in the country, they all have private jets, along with flight routes and landing zones. Wang Songsong nodded, you're right. Once you reach a certain level of wealth, you'll buy them. For example, my father. As they spoke, they had already elevated Jiang Chen to the status of the previous generation, no longer treating him as a member of the younger generation. After all, among the younger generation, there aren't many who can casually mention having a billion. Even Wang Songsong's father had only given him 500 million, not something he had earned himself. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up slightly as he fell into deep thought. Hearing them talk like this, there was some truth to it. After all, he was now a billionaire, and a trillion was just a small goal that could be achieved soon. Buying a yacht and a private jet seemed pretty normal, right? Jiang Chen asked, why wait? Let us decide today during the meal. What do you all think is worth buying? Just buy the best price isn't an issue. He had grown too quickly and wasn't very familiar with some of these luxury items. This was a gap in his background. Private jets and yachts were once just fantasies for him, even riding one once was a distant dream. Now he can buy them outright in the blink of an eye. Li Shang and Wang Songsong, along with the other four, exchanged glances, utterly shocked. Jiang brother, are you really planning to buy them? We were just changing the subject earlier, don't take us seriously. Exactly. A good private yacht and plane cost at least 100 million, and the annual maintenance fees, travel repair costs, flight route maintenance fees, and facility fees add up to at least 800 million. You'd also have to hire staff for the yacht and plane, and you might not even use them a few times a year. The expenses are enormous, all just for the sake of enjoyment. Jiang Go, if you become a platinum member, it might be worth considering, but even platinum is quite a stretch to maintain, because... Before he could finish, Jiang Chen waved his hand to interrupt. Don't worry about it. Gold membership is just what I want to show off for now. Just give me your suggestions. I want something that can be bought with money. If it can't be bought, forget it. The six of them sucked in their breath. With him speaking so bluntly, they believed he might already be at the platinum member level, or even beyond. They immediately stopped trying to persuade him. They began to list the best private jets and yachts they knew of, all of which could be purchased through various channels. However, surprisingly, while the six were well versed in private aircraft, they knew less about private yachts. Perhaps they had less exposure to them, as crossing the sea and traveling abroad was more practical with planes, which were faster and had more landing points, unlike yachts, which could only dock at the coast. Additionally, when enjoying activities at sea, one could easily get sunburned. Everyone continued eating while discussing their findings. Chapter 139, The Modification Plan for the Airbus A380. Finally, the six selected three aircraft models for Jiang Chen to choose from. The first option was the Gulfstream G550, a 19-seat aircraft with a range of 12,501 kilometers and a speed of 904 kilometers/h. It is the most widely owned aircraft model in China, chosen by Wang Songsong's father, Wang Jianlin, Jack Ma, and Li Baidu, among others. The price was 3.2 billion yuan. The second option was the Bombardier Challenger 850, a 19-seat aircraft with a range of 5,430 kilometers and a speed of 785 kilometers/h. It was the same model as that owned by Uncle Zhao from northeast China. For transoceanic flights, it would require an intermediate refueling stop, but the price was relatively low at 200 million yuan. The third model is the Airbus A380, a super-large double-decker passenger aircraft with a range of 14,800 kilometers and the ability to be modified, including the addition of a swimming pool. It is the most expensive model, priced at 31.3 billion. Of course, the third option was forcefully recommended by Zhao Mian and Li Shang, and no one thought Jiang Chen would buy it. After all, it would cost 313 billion yuan alone, and the maintenance costs and other expenses are simply staggering. Even a billionaire would face immense pressure maintaining it. It would be more like a trillion. They are still pushing the first two models. If someone were to buy a private jet, it would overshadow all the second-generation wealthy in Shanghai. If it's the third one, well, don't look at the young generation, go compete with the previous generation instead. If the previous generation can't handle it, go drink and chat with the older generation. Zhao Ling shot an unhappy glance at Li Shang and Wang Songsong, thinking they mentioned the third model just to save Jiang Chen's face. The gap between the models is so huge. If you buy the first two, it gives people the impression that you can't afford the last one, so what's so great about that? It's just showing off, and others will have a good excuse to be jealous. Jiang Go, if you're going to buy one, I suggest you get the same model as Uncle Zhao from northeast China. Your company is in South City, you don't have overseas projects, and you won't be traveling frequently. You can just add a tank of gas in between trips. Don't listen to Li Shang or my brother. They're always full of ulterior motives. Seeing Zhao Linger's annoyed expression, Jiang Chen smiled and said, it's okay. They just want to give me the best advice. I asked for it myself. Zhao and Li, please give me a detailed introduction to the Airbus A380. Could there really be a swimming pool inside the plane? Mentioning this, Jiang Chen himself started to get a bit excited. Just thinking about others flying on a plane, with the buzzing sound in their ears, blood rushing to their heads, and their faces turning bright red, feeling uncomfortable the entire time. But when he flies, he imagines himself swimming in a pool, listening to music and sipping red wine. It's thrilling just to think about it. Zhao Mian and Li Shang were taken aback. Had they heard wrong? Was he really going to give a detailed introduction to the Airbus A380? Shouldn't they be talking about the Bombardier Challenger in Gulfstream instead? Li Shang swallowed hard. Jianggo, what did you just say? Did I hear that correctly? Could you repeat it for me? Wang Songsong and Yixing sat up straight with serious expressions, too focused to even eat. The atmosphere at the table grew heavy. Jiang Chen seemed oblivious, speaking with certainty. You heard correctly. I want you to focus on introducing the Airbus A380 to me. If it meets my standards, I'll use it for all my international travel in the future. Don't mention money. If I dare to ask, it means I have the capability to secure it. Funding isn't an issue either. Holy crap. Zhao Mayan couldn't help but curse, you're insane. Li Shang was speechless, people are so different. I feel like I'm not a rich kid, I'm just an ordinary person struggling to make ends meet. Wang Songsong silently turned away. When would he ever be able to afford that plane? Feng Jia and Yi Xing had already shut themselves off. Even if they inherited their family's business, they wouldn't dare to buy an Airbus A380. Because that money doesn't belong to them personally, they only hold a portion of it. Jiang Chen looked at everyone's expressions and waved his hand dismissively. Enough, enough. Look at you all. It's just a plane. To be honest, I only want it because it can fit a swimming pool. If it's real, I'll buy it. If it's fake, I won't. Li Shang was completely convinced. Brother Jiang, please just tell me it's fake. I can't handle the truth. Wang Songsong sighed. Brother Jiang is truly amazing. The real deal doesn't show off. The Airbus A380 can indeed fit a swimming pool, but it requires modifications, and the number of passengers it can carry will be very limited. Zhao Mayan nodded. Wang Xiao is right. However, even with fewer people, it should still accommodate up to 100 people. Zhang Gu should have enough. If you buy it, remember to let us try it out too. A swimming pool in the sky, wow. Everyone chipped in with their opinions, quickly gathering all the information about the Airbus A380. They even discussed the internal pool modification, flight route purchase, airport construction, where to hire flight attendants and pilots, annual maintenance costs, and the total estimated expenses. They talked until the food had gone cold, but no one seemed to notice. Zhao Linger joined in and said, Zhang Gu, if you buy it, make sure to invite me on the first flight after the renovation. Whether my brothers invite me or not doesn't matter, just don't forget about me. Jiang Chen smiled and agreed, no problem. After learning more, he had made up his mind to buy an Airbus A380 not for any reason, but simply for the enjoyment of it. While others sat stiffly in their seats, he could swim and play inside the plane. Li Shang criticized her bitterly. Linger, you're wrong. If it weren't for me and your brother, would Zhang Gu even think about buying that plane? Zhang Gu, the flight is about to depart. I'll be your first passenger on that plane, and no one can stop me. Yi Xing and Feng Jie followed suit, making arrangements in advance, as there were always benefits to be gained later. Even Wang Songsong joined in, thick-skinned as ever. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and the six fell silent. He looked at Wang Songsong, Zhao Mayan, and Li Shang. Do you have any channels to purchase them? If so, use yours. If not, I'll figure something out. Li Shang pulled out his phone and started searching. Brother Jiang, you're joking. We know each other so well, how could we not have channels? Just wait a moment, I'll have it sorted soon. Wang Songsong and Zhao Mayan also pulled out their phones. Within a few minutes, they had each contacted different people. This was their true strength. If it were Jiang Chen, he would have to send someone to make contact, which would require demonstrating his capabilities and gaining others' approval. Going through that process would take at least several months. Zhao Mayan looked up and said, Zhang Gu, the person I contacted has a used Airbus A380 under his name, and it's much cheaper. Wang Songsong showed his phone. Mine is the new model, and the price is the same as what I mentioned earlier. Zhang Gu, mine is the modified version with a swimming pool, but it costs 4 billion. How should we respond? Chapter 140, Two-Pronged Approach. 3 different answers, 3 different outcomes. Wang Songsong and the other 5 were all speculating in their minds which outcome they would choose, as this was, after all, a transaction worth billions. Even a used Airbus A380 is no cheap purchase, costing nearly 20 billion. The modified one is even more expensive, quality comes at a price. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and asked, where is the modified Airbus A380 currently located? I want to take a look before deciding whether to purchase it. If the modification doesn't meet his expectations, he'll have to dismantle it and start over, which would be a huge hassle. It would be better to purchase the new model, bring it back to the country for a full-scale modification, spend a bit more money, and eventually achieve a result that satisfies him. Li Shang explained, let me check. It should be overseas. If you want to see it, I can go with you. Having someone familiar with the process can save a lot of trouble. Jiang Chen nodded and turned to Wang Songsong. Mr. Wang, could you help me make the arrangements? If I'm not satisfied with the modified Airbus, I'll purchase the one from your side, but you must find the best modification team in the world for me. Modifying it himself would mean taking on all the risks, and he certainly didn't want the plane to start leaking mid-flight. The thought alone was unbearable. Wang Songsong gave him a thumbs up. Brother Jiang, you're so generous. Leave this to me. He then smiled and added, finding people is easy, but your wallet might have to take a hit. Don't feel too bad about it. Well, I'm looking forward to it making my wallet a bit lighter. Jiang Chen also laughed. Alright, everyone, keep eating. Have the waiter bring in some hot food? Tell me more about the yacht. Yi Xing smiled awkwardly, we don't know much about yachts. Maybe when we have a gathering at sea, we can ask the people on board. They're the ones who love to talk about such things. Wang Songsong and Zhao Mayan shrugged their shoulders. Just talk about it casually, you might end up misleading him. If you recommend something good, they'll buy it, but if you recommend something bad, they'll buy it again. Jiang Chen didn't insist. Alright, let us keep eating. After finishing their meal, the 7 of them lay down to rest. Li Shangya's phone dinged, and someone sent him a message. He picked it up and burst into laughter. Zhang Gu, that modified Airbus A380 is on the other side of the ocean, and no one has bought it yet. It can be viewed anytime, near Wall Street in New York, M Country. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Great, I'll head back to the office to handle some matters, then I'll join you there. Wang Songsong suddenly asked, Zhang Gu, what's the name of your company? We could collaborate in the future. The companies I currently control are mainly focused on live streaming and the internet. Tancheng Real Estate is more focused on the real estate sector, but we're planning to expand into the entertainment industry soon. Jiang Chen replied casually. Alright. Wang Songsong replied with a hint of disappointment. From Jiang Chen's tone and expression earlier, he could already confirm some things. The fact that the other party had the financial strength to purchase the 33 billion yuan Airbus A380, and the excitement in their tone was unmistakable. He wanted to deepen the connection further, but it seemed unlikely now. He could only wait for another opportunity. After lunch, the small gathering came to an end. Zhao Mayan left early. Every extra minute he stayed meant his house arrest would be doubled. Zhao Linger, satisfied with the photos, smiled and bid farewell. She had originally planned to stay longer, but Li Shang informed her that they needed to discuss some matters reserved for men. As for what those matters were, Zhao Linger didn't know and ran off, lost in her own thoughts. Yi Xing smiled and reminded him, Li Shang, be careful, she calls Zhao Muyan over to teach you a lesson. Zhao Mayan? Am I afraid of him? Li Shang scoffed. Since he wasn't there, he couldn't afford to lose face. Really? Then I'll pass on a message to Zha Xiong, you should challenge him. What do you think? Wang Songsong chuckled from behind. Jiang Chen also took out his phone and glanced over intentionally. Well, I think we can still negotiate. Li Shang's expression stiffened, and he explained awkwardly, we're going to Tianshan Renjian tonight, so I should go prepare first. After saying that, he quickly left without mentioning the earlier matter. The prank was successful, and everyone burst into laughter, bidding each other farewell as they waited for nightfall. Most men enjoy entertainment venues because, with money, they can indulge in some pleasures, adding excitement to their ordinary lives and seeking a sense of pleasure. And for the extremely wealthy, as long as they're willing to spend, they can indulge in the ultimate pleasures of life, with countless people eager to serve them. The top entertainment venue in the Magic City, Heaven and Earth, was built based on this concept. Tianshan Renjian targets only the wealthy as its clientele, with the lowest tier of consumption starting at 10,000 per person. Ordinary people dare not even look, and those with a little money who have been there once keep thinking about going again. As for Li Shang and Wang Songsong, they enjoy the most luxurious services and spend the most money, daring to come only once every 3 months. Visiting more frequently would strain their wallets, as they also had to maintain expenses elsewhere. This is what Jiang Chen learned from Li Shang and his group. As for the specific services offered inside, not a single word was mentioned. They only said that after experiencing it once, they would definitely come back again. As time passed, the streets of Magic City began to glow with neon lights, illuminating the night. At 10:30 p.m., in the outskirts of the city center, Jiang Chen, Li Shang, and Wang Songsong gathered together. Looking around, those familiar with cars were stunned, as the vehicles parked nearby were all expensive and low-key. Of course, there were also some very flashy cars. Aston Martins, Volkswagen Phaetons, Bentleys, Maseratis, Rolls-Royces, and Ferraris were all present. Li Shang sighed, it's still so lively every day, but what's the point of these low-end cars? These guys don't care about taste at all. He shook his head as he spoke, gesturing toward the car owners parked nearby. Yi Xing tried to calm him down, don't say much. If you look down on them, don't say it out loud. I don't want to end up like last time, getting into a fight for no reason. If you keep this up, you can come play by yourself next time. I won't even try to stop you from fighting with Zhao Mayan. Li Shang's expression changed instantly. I was just speaking my mind. Come on, Zhang Gu, Yi Xiong, you two go ahead. I'll take note of what you said. This won't happen again. Jiang Chen shrugged his hands, this is my first time here. You guys are the regulars, take me around. I don't even know the way. Maybe I'll be better at it when we play. All 5 of them laughed. In the end, Wang Songsong and Yi Xing walked in front. As for Li Shang, with his loose tongue, he had already offended someone here last time, so he stayed at the back this time. Chapter 141, Leaving the Magic City. Heaven and Earth, the facade looked ordinary from the outside. Only the luxury cars parked in the distance caught the attention of passers-by, who glanced at them a few times, perhaps taking a photo. There were no greeters at the entrance. Upon passing through the first door, two black-clad bodyguards wearing sunglasses stood guard, accompanied by two female attendants in maids' dresses. The bodyguards were responsible for checking for weapons, while the women were there to ease the tension. Wang Songsong and Yi Xing arrived first. They were among the top clients here, and both the bodyguards and the women recognized them. The women bowed respectfully and said, "Mr. Wang, Mr. Yi, it's been a while since you've been here. Please cooperate with the routine check. Are those your friends behind you?" "Yes, they are also regular customers here," Yi Xing replied with a smile. The woman hurriedly smiled and said, "Then I wish you all a pleasant time." With connections, the so-called inspection was completed in less than a minute. Keep moving forward, past the second door, and that's where the true face of heaven and earth lies. Everything behind is just a front to deceive others. The woman at the entrance, responsible for easing the atmosphere, saw Wang Songsong and the 5 others enter and quickly took out her walkie-talkie to notify those above. Tu Jia, Wang Xiao, and Yi Xiao are up there with a few friends. Got it. A single response came over the walkie-talkie, followed by silence. Meanwhile, Wang Songsong and his 5 companions entered the inner sanctum. They had been here before and knew exactly where they were going. Jiang Chen followed behind, curiously looking around. The interior was extremely spacious. There were small doors in all directions, with fish tanks, artificial mountains, and calligraphy and paintings, giving it a very elegant feel. Wang Songsong and Yi Xing turned back to look at Jiang Chen. "Today is mainly to bid farewell to Brother Jiang. You mentioned wanting to go somewhere to play. We've already arrived here. I'll explain the details of the project to you later. It's still early, so it's quite quiet now. Here, every room's walls are constructed using the best soundproofing materials, ensuring excellent privacy. The pricing is divided into general, intermediate, advanced, and top-tier categories. Essentially, the price is determined by the amount spent and the quality of the women, with higher prices corresponding to better quality." Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows, about to speak, but his gaze suddenly shifted forward. The other 4 also instinctively looked over. A woman in her 30s, wearing glasses, elegant and intelligent, walked toward them. From a short distance away, the woman smiled softly. "Mr. Wang, Mr. Yi, Mr. Feng, and Mr. Li, you 4 gentlemen rarely come here. Don't blame me for not coming out to greet you today. Who is your friend behind you?" Li Shang muttered under his breath, "Little vixen. Good thing I have enough self-control." Jiang Chen cast a peculiar glance in her direction. If she were any younger, would that mean he had improper thoughts? Wang Songsong smiled and introduced, "That's our friend, surnamed Jiang. We're here mainly to see him off. Since you're here, could you introduce him to the projects here? Something practical would be best." The woman was a bit surprised. The friends of the 4 young masters must have a high status. She nodded, "All right, no problem." Jiang Chen listened to their conversation and whispered to Li Shang, "What does Wang Songsong mean by practical project?" "A practical project doesn't involve anything superficial, like spending thousands on singing lessons that have no practical use." Li Shang continued, "That woman is named Tu Yu. The first time I came here, I listened to a few songs without really paying attention and ended up spending 5,000. She didn't even sing as well as those professional singers." He was about to explain further when the woman named Tu Yu gracefully approached, her eyes sparkling like electricity. "Mr. Jiang, since you're here for the first time, let me give you a detailed explanation. Back then, Li Xiaobai spent those 5,000 yuan, and he was really resentful about it." Li Shang looked up at the ceiling, feeling a bit down, and didn't want to speak. "That's a hassle for you." Jiang Chen nodded slightly. With 5 people now 6, Tu Yu joined in, and the conversation flowed seamlessly. While chatting with Wang Songsong and the other 4, he also explained to Jiang Chen the projects that interested the men. When the 6 of them arrived on the 5th floor by elevator, Jiang Chen already had a general idea of what they could do. The entire building was part of the Heaven and Earth complex. They had set up the front desk on the 5th floor, and choosing which floor to go to for services had its own set of rules. Yi Xing gestured with his hand, "Jiang brother, you go ahead and choose. Just say what you like, we'll understand." Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and stepped forward to talk to the front desk. The 4 of them invited him together, so he didn't want to take a private service. What would be the point of the gathering then? In the end, he booked a private room and had 15 women come over, allowing everyone to choose. As Tu Yu had mentioned, after the event, anyone who struck a deal could take their chosen companion to a hotel, and the top-tier entertainment venues would have one fewer patron. Beyond the surface services, the specialty of Tianshan Renjian lies within the rooms. But the true essence of it could only be experienced alone. As the sky grew darker, the neon lights of the city shone brighter, especially after midnight. In the upper private room of Tianshan Renjian, Jiang Chen and Li Shang were each accompanied by women, and their eyes were filled with desire. Suddenly, Yi Xing spoke up, "It's already late. Tianshan Renjian has places to sleep. Shall we return to our rooms to rest?" "I think that's fine. Jiang brother can leave after he wakes up tomorrow, and we'll wait for the Airbus to return. Feng Jia agreed. Jiang Chen smiled, since everyone agrees, let's call it a night. I'll make sure to check out the Airbus A380 as soon as possible. After all, I've always wanted to experience swimming in the sky. The five agreed instantly, each taking their companions to different rooms, knowing exactly what to do. The next morning at 8 o'clock. Jiang Chen was still asleep when he was woken up by the alarm he had set. He checked his phone and saw the departure schedule reminding him that today was the day to return to Nan City. Fortunately, he had booked the flight later, so the timing was perfect. Jiang Chen muttered under his breath, then took out his phone to call Li Hu and Louis Fei. Li Hu, come pick me up at Tianshang Renjian. Have Yi Fei get ready, we're heading back. Yes, boss. After hanging up, Jiang Chen got up slowly, washed up, had breakfast, and headed to the Peninsula Hotel, which would take some time. He assumed Wang Songsong and Li Shang were still asleep, so he didn't send a message to say goodbye. Half an hour later, Li Hu arrived at Tianshang Renjian in a Rolls-Royce, with an employee from the forest store sitting in the passenger seat. This was the very car Jiang Chen intended to sell. Li Hu was worried the boss wouldn't be comfortable in a taxi, so he drove it over specially. Louis Fei wasn't in the car. She had gone to the airport in advance to pick up the tickets and was waiting for the two of them to arrive. Regarding Li Hu's attention to detail, Jiang Chen didn't say anything on the surface, but he was very satisfied inside. This bodyguard was well chosen. He should find an opportunity to give him a raise. Chapter 142, Back to the Company. Li Hu drove the Rolls-Royce directly into the interior of Magic City International Airport. After handing the car over to the staff at the Rolls-Royce Forest store, Li Hu followed Jiang Chen toward the boarding area. Just as they entered, a voice called out from the distance, "Brother Jiang, I'm over here. I just happened to run into you guys." Louis Fei, holding a cup of milk tea, ran over excitedly. Finally, we're going back. She had been staying at the Peninsula Hotel in Magic City for so long that she felt like she was about to rust. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. All right, enjoy the trip back. How much longer until the flight departs? When asked this, Louis Fei puffed out her cheeks in annoyance and said, Jiang Ge, the airport is delayed by half an hour. Based on the current time, we'll have to wait another 15 minutes here. If we switch to another flight, we'll have to wait even longer. If it weren't for their sincere attitude, I would have complained long ago. Poof. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows slightly and waved his hand. Forget it. Complaining won't do any good. We have to wait anyway. At most, they'll send an apology letter. If it were their own plane, they wouldn't have this problem. He couldn't help but think back to what Li Shang had mentioned yesterday about the Airbus A380. It seemed like the company matters needed to be addressed urgently. Sitting around waiting for others to make arrangements was truly unbearable. Louis Fei didn't hear the rest of his words. The three of them strolled aimlessly before sitting down near the boarding gate. Li Hu stood behind them, scanning the area. 15 minutes passed, neither too long nor too short. As the announcement sounded, the plane began to descend toward them. Jiang Chen and the others had purchased first-class tickets. Airline staff approached them with sincere apologies, expressing their regret. Finally, they were invited to board the plane early, with the promise of compensation on board. Jiang Chen didn't comment on this, thinking he'd just fly on his own plane next time. Along the way, he took a photo and posted it on his social media, indicating he had already left and wouldn't be replying to individual messages. After sleeping for a few hours on the plane, it landed smoothly at Nan City Airport at 2 p.m. After getting off the plane, Jiang Chen stretched lazily. This trip to Shanghai had been quite rewarding, as he had expanded his network and seen things he had never encountered before. Once Wang Songsong and Li Shang had grown up and taken over the family business, their influence would be no small matter. Especially the small circle of 7 led by Jiang Chen, who were undoubtedly a dominant force in the metropolis. As for Louis Fei and Han Xiying, they were merely kept as pets, something to amuse oneself with when bored. As Jiang Chen exited the airport with Louis Fei and Li Hu, a Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up one of the bodyguards he had hired. 8 Audi A6s led the way, with 9 bodyguards getting out and opening the Rolls-Royce doors with respect. They all shouted in unison, "Sir, please get in." This scene was clearly arranged by Li Hu. The bodyguards here didn't know Jiang Chen's schedule. Jiang Chen smiled satisfactorily and gave Louis Fei, who was daydreaming, a gentle tug. "Fei, get in the car." "What are you thinking about?" Louis Fei spoke honestly. Nothing. I'm just a bit surprised. I thought your abilities were already quite strong, but I didn't expect you to be even stronger. I underestimated you." That's just the surface. Let's go." Jiang Chen laughed heartily. After getting into the car, the original driver had been replaced by Li Hu, who turned around and asked, "Sir, where should we go first?" Jiang Chen paused for a moment, then looked up and said, "Let's go to Tianchang Real Estate first." "Fei, have your Li sister come over as well? I'll handle it." "Yes." Both voices sounded simultaneously as the convoy began to move slowly away. Outside the airport, some drivers waiting for passengers happened to see this scene and shook their heads in sighing disbelief. That young man is something else, a luxury car, a beautiful woman, and bodyguards. He's at the peak of his life. Someone remarked enviously, I wonder whose son he is. He's getting more and more flashy. Who knows when he'll get knocked down a peg? At least he's safe for now. Did you notice the license plate number? It's a sequential number that plate alone could fetch tens of thousands. We can only envy them. Let's just work hard. Another plane has landed. The drivers quickly got back to work. Outside the Greenfield Tower, a taxi pulled up, the back door opened, and a woman in her 40s got out, comparing the map on her phone. She muttered to herself, this is the place. Should I wait upstairs or down here at the building? After settling the fare with the driver, she hesitated for a moment before standing at the entrance of the Greenfield Tower to wait. She was none other than Lee Xin, whom Louis Fei had notified. She felt it would be more considerate to wait downstairs. It didn't take long. She had only been standing there for a few minutes. Lee Xin spotted a convoy approaching. 4 Audi S6s led the way, escorting a Rolls-Royce behind them. Behind the Rolls-Royce were another 4 Audi S6s, exuding a powerful presence. As the convoy drove toward the underground parking lot, the security guards at the checkpoint dared not ask a single question. It turns out there are so many wealthy people in South City. Lee Xin tiptoed to get a better look. If she hadn't known that many wealthy people disliked being photographed without permission, she would have rushed to the underground garage to take photos. That Rolls-Royce wasn't ordinary. Soon, a group of men dressed in black emerged from the underground parking lot, spreading out in all directions. They advanced in a loose fan formation, preventing anyone from suddenly rushing out and harming the boss at the center. Lee Xin waited below the Greenland Tower, glancing around casually, but her eyes were immediately drawn to something. Fei and Mr. Jiang? Could the convoy she saw earlier be Mr. Jiang's convoy? Lee Xin felt her breathing grow heavy, her entire body filled with excitement. The boss was powerful, and working under him naturally made the employees happy. Because that meant a higher starting point and more experience than others. Lee Xin hurriedly straightened her clothes and put on a friendly smile. She called out from a distance, "Good morning, boss." It wasn't that she didn't want to approach, but one of the 9 bodyguards was blocking her, preventing her from getting closer. Jiang Chen was discussing acting matters with Louis Fei when he heard someone shouting and looked up. "Let her in, she's my subordinate." Lee Xin ran up to Jiang Chen, smiling awkwardly, unsure of what to say. Louis Fei saw this and said, "Ms. Lee, please go to the back and wait. Once Mr. Jiang finishes handling company matters, he will make arrangements for you. Don't worry. It's okay, I'm not in a hurry." Lee Xin replied and followed behind. Jiang Chen glanced at her, still thinking about what had been said earlier. Should he open another entertainment company for Louis Fei, or try to get him into Tiancheng Entertainment? After all, Shen Yiner had already moved in ahead of time. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Chen stepped into the elevator and headed to the 36th floor. Chapter 143, Changes After Returning. The elevator doors opened, and Jiang Chen stepped out first. Louis Fei and Lee Xin immediately noticed the entrance wall made of white marble. Carved on the wall were the 4 characters Tiancheng Real Estate, written in a flowing, dynamic script that exuded a sense of vitality. The two stood there in awe for a moment. If it weren't for Li Hu turning back to call them, they would have continued staring. Beyond the entrance wall lay the company lobby, with a swimming pool at its center, surrounded by 6 partition rooms. Louis Fei and Lee Xin were once again speechless. Was this really a company? No matter how you looked at it, this place seemed more like a leisure and entertainment venue than an office space. Because they could see through the glass doors into a game room, proof that it was indeed an entertainment venue. Jiang Chen glanced back, rolled his eyes, and didn't bother with the 2 of them anymore. Shocked? So be it. After all 36 floors were his. Once they snapped out of it, they could go wherever they wanted. Just as he reached the door and was about to enter, he heard an excited voice from inside. The foreign exchange rate dropped again just now. The boss is a genius. I wonder how long it will take him to come back. I want to become the boss's right-hand man. How has everyone been lately? Maybe we should find some time to go out for a nice meal? Old Shen, you just treated us the other day. It's embarrassing to make you treat us again. The food at Dongyue Lu is pretty good. That makes sense. I still miss the days when the boss was around. We were already familiar with the business. Is it because old Shen is pushing us too hard, or is the boss just that powerful? I miss him too. The chatter of the crowd could be heard, and it was clear everyone was in a good mood. The happiest person was Qian Zhanglin. The foreign exchange trader Jiang Chen brought back was probably quick to catch on and followed his plan to get a taste of the action. Listening to the employees praise him and admire him in his absence. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a faint smile, but it quickly faded, and he pushed open the door and walked in. The employees of Tiancheng Real Estate were all working on their computers while chatting loudly. Wang Jiaming picked up her teacup, intending to pour herself a glass of water, but when she saw the figure at the door, she froze, unable to speak. Soon, the entire office fell silent. Not long after, Li Wanqing cheered, "Mr. Jiang, welcome back. We've all missed you so much." "Good morning, boss. You look much more energetic." "Welcome back, Mr. Jiang." The flattery came in waves, and Jiang Chen's originally stern expression softened unconsciously. He waved his hand, and the noise in the studio immediately ceased. "All right, you all did a good job while I was away. Li Wanqing, come to my office to report on your work. Everyone else can continue working as usual. I'll treat everyone to a meal in a few days." After speaking, Jiang Chen turned and walked into his private office. Li Wanqing raised her index finger to her lips, making a shushing gesture. She tiptoed into the office. Outside, all the employees were excited. They whispered among themselves, with Qian Zhanglin the most enthusiastic. Because he had been strictly following Jiang Chen's instructions in the foreign exchange market and had not made a single mistake, the results were exceptionally promising. He was just waiting for the boss to ask so he could boast about his achievements. Jiang Chen entered the boss's office and, glancing aside, noticed the indoor golf area set off separately. His eyes lit up. He had been thinking about how nice it would be to play golf while listening to his subordinates' reports. Unfortunately, at that time, the company was just starting out, with no one around and nothing to report. Now was the perfect opportunity. Jiang Chen picked up a golf club and made an unconventional swing. Before he had to wait long, Li Wanqing knocked on the slightly ajar door and walked in to prepare her report. "Mr. Jiang, how has the company been lately? You're standing too far away, I can't hear you. Come closer and report to me." Li Wanqing was momentarily confused, then reluctantly approached, unsure what her boss was thinking. Jiang Chen glanced at her and continued swinging the golf club. You can proceed with your report now. After I leave, what changes have occurred in the company, and have any issues arisen?" "Mr. Jiang, after you left, the company's atmosphere continued to improve, but it's been declining recently." "There haven't been any issues, just some good news. Qian Zhanglin has been following your plan and has been in a good mood every day. He's even brought some employees along to make a little extra money, and everyone's been in high spirits these days." Li Wanqing reported in detail, and there have been no conflicts within the company. After all, with a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan, a good work environment, and the boss overseeing things, it's hard for conflicts to arise at most, some envy. But others being able to earn extra income is a matter of skill. Jiang Chen listened, then casually set aside his golf club and kicked it aside with his foot, sending it rolling to the side. He sat back down at his desk without batting an eyelid. "If there are no issues on your end, go fetch Zhanglin for me. I'll arrange some projects for you through Tianchang Real Estate in the near future. I'll be leaving again in a few days, so keep an eye on things." "All right, Mr. Jiang, I'll go right away." Li Wanqing's expression brightened. The company was about to start new investment projects again? She had followed the company's lead last time and made several million, becoming a small fortune. Several other colleagues had done the same, and this time, if they seized the opportunity, becoming billionaires wasn't out of the question. Qian Zhanglin was quickly notified that the boss wanted him to come in and report on his work. He immediately organized the results of his work over the past few days and excitedly knocked on the office door. "Come in." Jiang Chen crossed his legs. Qian Zhanglin quietly closed the door and respectfully said, "Good morning, boss. You called for me? How's the foreign exchange matter progressing?" Jiang Chen tapped the chair and looked up. Qian Zhanglin bowed his head. "Sir, everything is being done as you instructed, using an initial capital of 80 billion. The compound interest has already reached 45 billion yuan. Today we're shorting the pound. If we close the position by 6 p.m., we might hit 60 billion. This is all thanks to your decision." Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Not bad. Add the 10 billion he brought back from Shanghai, and his 100 billion target is almost within reach." Qian Zhanglin's expression froze. This was an astonishing increase from 80 billion to 450 billion in just a few days. "You just say it's okay?" Quickly, Qian Zhanglin dismissed the thought from his mind. One couldn't judge the boss with ordinary people's thinking. Those few hundred billion might truly be just not bad for the boss. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, "After we wrap up today, leave 8 billion as operational funds. The rest should be transferred to my account." "Yes." Qian Zhanglin replied respectfully and left the office. At that moment, Louis Fei and Li Xian hesitated for a moment before finally knocking on the door. They had checked other areas and found a game room and an SP parlor, but only this place had voices, so it must be the company. They thought to themselves. Chapter 144, Matters Between the Two Companies. The knocking sound started softly but grew louder, catching Chen Li's attention. She muttered in annoyance, "Who is it? It doesn't sound like a client. Why didn't they just come in?" When she opened the door, two people were standing outside. The first one was exceptionally beautiful, while the other was older. Chen Li looked at them for a moment, then suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Her voice stuttered as she asked, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Louis Fei peered through the door crack and said, "We're here with Mr. Jiang. We got separated earlier and came to ask for directions." Shen Li's heart skipped a beat. This entire floor belonged to Jiang Zong, and the two people in front of her were looking for the boss. She stepped aside. Mr. Jiang is busy handling matters and is currently in his office. You can either knock on the door or wait here. Louis Fei was about to say something else, but Li Xian quickly interrupted. All right, we'll wait here for Mr. Jiang to come out. The sudden appearance of two people inside the company caught everyone's attention. But they only looked around and didn't approach to talk. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was contemplating which plan would be suitable for Tiancheng Real Estate at the moment, as well as matters related to the Tiancheng Entertainment subsidiary. For a moment, he completely forgot about Louis Fei and the others. It wasn't until he had finished preparing the acquisition plan for Tiancheng Real Estate that he suddenly remembered the matter. As Jiang Chen stepped out of the office, he saw the two men sitting there nervously. He waved them over. Yifei and the other one, come in for a moment. Upon seeing Jiang Chen waving, Louis Fei's eyes lit up and he hurried over, while Li Xian, sensing the situation, lagged behind by a couple of steps. She didn't want to go over and be the third wheel. Who knows, maybe one day she'd accidentally turn off the light and that would be disastrous. Jiang Chen sat back in his boss chair and brought up the previous topic. Yifei, and you, the two of you decide. Do you want to join the Tiancheng Entertainment branch company, or do you want me to set up a new company for you? There are pros and cons to both options. Let me know your decision later. Mainly, Yifei, you're an actor, and the other is an agent. Agents don't need to worry about much. You decide first. He was just throwing the problem out there. Even if they were to start a new company, he would have his subordinates handle the details. He wouldn't get his hands dirty. Let them decide for themselves. Louis Fei and Li Xian fell into deep thought. Li Xian thought for a moment and whispered, Yifei, why don't we just join the Tiancheng Entertainment branch? It won't be that much trouble. And a company's resources can easily support a few stars. With Jiang Zong's influence, think about it. Louis Fei hesitated before nodding. Alright, Jiang Ge, arrange for me and Li Jie to join Tiancheng Entertainment Company. Alright, get ready. I'll take you both there tomorrow to get acquainted. Jiang Chen nodded, stood up, and picked up a document on the desk. It outlined the tasks Tiancheng Real Estate needed to handle next. Every time the boss's office door opened or closed, all the employees would glance at it. Li Wanqin was no exception. Having heard Jiang Chen's words earlier, she was eagerly awaiting the announcement of the project. Another opportunity to climb the corporate ladder was approaching. She couldn't let it slip away. This time, Jiang Chen's figure appeared at the door, holding a document in his hand. Cough. 2 coughs, and everyone in the office stopped what they were doing. At that moment, the office was deathly quiet. Louis Fei and Li Xian, who were following behind, stared wide-eyed, their breath catching in their throats. How much authority does one need to achieve such a level of respect? Everyone reacted at different speeds, but the fact that they all reacted simultaneously meant they were all constantly keeping an eye on the boss. Jiang Chen nodded approvingly at this. I was out for a few days and came back to find that everyone had done a good job. I heard that everyone is now proficient in their tasks. Is that correct? Currently, I have compiled an investment document, which serves as a barometer for Tiancheng Real Estate's recent trends. The time has come to test your business skills. I won't be providing any guidance. I have only one requirement, bring back at least double the profit. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes turned to the document in Jiang Chen's hands. Shanli was especially excited. Finally, this moment had come. In the previous 2 rounds, she hadn't gotten a share of the profits, but instead had been cut out twice. It was all her fault, which made her feel exceptionally frustrated. This time, she couldn't afford to miss the opportunity. She had to follow the boss. As Chenli reaffirmed her resolve, the others also grew excited. As for the requirement, they didn't give it a second thought. The boss had chosen the project, so it must be the best. If they couldn't even make double the profit, they would indeed have to take responsibility. Li Wanqin immediately asked, Mr. Jiang, when will this document take effect, and who will be responsible for it? Right, does that mean starting today? Isn't that too rushed? That's too slow. We should start today. The boss has finally started assigning projects. In the company, discussions arose, with differing opinions, but everyone was extremely happy. Jiang Chen waited for their emotions to settle before raising his hands. The office fell completely silent. Louis Fei watched the scene, his eyes misty as he stared at the tall figure. At that moment, she suddenly felt incredibly lucky to have been chosen by Jiang Chen and become his woman. Most importantly, she had been brought to Nan City to be by his side. Jiang Chen, of course, was unaware of the psychological changes occurring in the woman behind him. He had unintentionally won over another person. This proposal, I plan to have you execute it. You can start at any time. The investment amount has already been set. Who should receive it first? Whoever takes it on will bear the majority of the responsibility. Li Wanqin hesitated for a moment before standing up resolutely and saying, Mr. Jiang, I want to give it a try. Very good. Jiang Chen casually handed over the documents. Expand your horizons further, don't dwell on minor gains or losses. The matter with Tiancheng Real Estate has been settled. We'll come back in 10 days or so to check on the results. Taking advantage of the early hour, Jiang Chen led Louis Fei and Li Xian to the Tiancheng Entertainment Branch Company. As soon as the three of them left, the office erupted into chaos. However, due to Li Wanqin's usual authority, no one dared to act out of line. Lu Jiaming, thick-skinned as ever, asked, Ms. Li, what's the project? Should we start tomorrow? Shanli chimed in, exactly. Starting a day earlier will show the boss our progress. Li Wanqin rolled her eyes, what do you think? I don't know what you're thinking. She opened the file in front of everyone, curious to see what the investment direction was. Chapter 145, completed. Jiang Chen had no interest in finding out how the people in the studio would react. At that moment, he was following his memory to the Tiancheng Entertainment Branch Company, though he wasn't entirely sure of the route. When the company was established, he hadn't gone along but had instead sent Li Wanqin to handle it, returning only to listen to a report afterward and not getting too involved. In the car, Louis Fei curiously asked, Brother Jiang, how long has the Tiancheng Entertainment Company been in operation? Do they have any directors? Who are the main actors? If there were any acquaintances, according to custom, they should go and pay their respects first. Jiang Chen immediately thought of Li Xiuhu, the director who had made 5 terrible films, and Chen Yiner, who was currently filming her graduation project. Last time we invested 10 million, what's the current status? Louis Fei gently called out again, and Jiang Chen snapped back to reality. The branch office was recently established, but you don't need to worry about its capabilities. The director is named Li Xiuhu, and the lead actor is a newcomer. When he mentioned strength, he was referring to financial resources, not the director's skills or connections. After all, even if a director has potential, without proper development, they're just a waste of talent, only slightly better than an average person. As for Chen Yiner, she is still too inexperienced and needs time to grow. Louis Fei sweetly said, thank you, Brother Jiang. Now she felt relieved. If Jiang Chen was surrounded by such extraordinary figures, the pressure on her would be immense. After all, whether it's people or things, the worst thing is comparison. Just as they were talking, they spotted a signboard in the distance, clearly displaying the 4 characters, Tiancheng Entertainment. They had found the place. Jiang Chen took a look and led Louis Fei and Li Xian inside. Li Hu, as the bodyguard, followed closely behind. This was just a branch office of Tiancheng Real Estate, but compared to the headquarters, it lacked only in grandeur and floor space. However, compared to other companies, it wasn't lacking in any aspect. As the 4 of them walked in, a woman at the front desk stood up. Hello, may I assist you? Our company is currently not accepting any business collaborations, and we have no hiring plans at this time. Seeing Jiang Chen and Louis Fei, one handsome and sunny, the other beautiful and well-dressed, she assumed they were actors auditioning, as several groups had already come and been turned away. Not hiring? Louis Fei panicked and instinctively looked at the man beside him. Li Xian, who was behind them, also felt a pang of anxiety. Were they going to become unemployed? Jiang Chen waved his hand, this is just a temporary measure. I'll have them change their minds in the next minute, and then we'll change it back. His words exuded a strong sense of confidence. The front desk woman furrowed her brows slightly but didn't immediately object. Instead, she sent a message to her superiors. After that, the front desk no longer paid attention to the 4 of them. Just because they looked good, they could talk big? The air fell silent. The 5 of them didn't say a word. Jiang Chen sat down on a nearby chair without hesitation. Yi Fei, don't just stand there. Come sit down. I've already contacted the person in charge here, and the results will be changed immediately. Louis Fei felt reassured. He suddenly remembered that this company also belonged to Jiang Chen, so the rules could be changed however they wanted. He was certain that he wouldn't go back on his word. Just as everyone had sat down, barely a few minutes had passed when a rush of footsteps echoed from the back door, moving swiftly. With a loud thud, a middle-aged man with long, center-parted hair and thick glasses rushed in. He caught his breath for a moment. He then approached Jiang Chen and respectfully said, "Good afternoon, boss." Jiang Chen nodded slightly. "How far along is the filming of that script? What's the current progress?" Li Xiuhu felt a bit awkward. "We're still familiarizing ourselves with the script, preparing the filming equipment, and the location has already been chosen. We're just waiting for an auspicious day to start the first day of filming." "All right." Jiang Chen didn't beat around the bush, pointing to Louis Fei and Li Xian beside him. "You handle these two. One is an agent, and the other is an actor. Cast her as the female lead. The requirements are the same. I'll handle Chen Yiner's arrangements. Take the 2 of them to familiarize themselves with the environment, then bring Chen Yiner over." Li Xiaohu's heart skipped a beat. He realized 2 more connected individuals were being brought in, making it 3 in total. However, the younger and more attractive one was the primary target for ingratiation, while the other could be disregarded. With that thought, his attitude improved. "Please come this way. I'll explain the situation here." Li Xiaohu left, and about 5 minutes later, Chen Yiner rushed in. Zhang Ge, it's been so long since we last saw each other. I missed you so much. Zhang Chen smiled and let her pull him inside. This was his first time taking a detailed look around the branch office. As they walked and chatted, most of the talking was done by Chen Yiner, who was rehearsing her lines and discussing the script with the director. They also discussed the auspicious date set for the start of filming and how to choose the supporting actors. Zhang Chen smiled and nodded along the way, not mentioning anything about what happened in Shanghai. Because those things were too far removed from Chen Yiner's world. Even if he mentioned them, she wouldn't understand, and for now, he could only look up to her. After touring Tiancheng Entertainment Company, Zhang Chen casually mentioned Louis Fei's situation. He didn't want to secretly develop an underground romance. He wanted to be open about it. After all, he was already a billionaire, and a trillionaire was just around the corner. Worrying about this and that while playing around with a few women was just a joke, especially since these women were all under his protection. After learning about Louis Fei, Chen Yiner wisely didn't bring it up, treating it as a minor matter. Zhang Ge, did Director Li mention anything about the production crew or equipment? Zhang Chen was taken aback. What are you talking about? Li Xiaohu hasn't mentioned anything to me. Is the company short on equipment? Chen Yiner nodded directly. Yes, we're also short on some management staff. Li Director and I aren't good at management, and with the current staff, it's getting a bit strained. That's easy to handle. Zhang Chen didn't hesitate. I'll have Li Wanqin arrange it. Don't worry about authority, I'll give you another 10 million in funding. You can apply for it through Li Wanqin later. Don't bother me with such minor matters. At that moment, Louis Fei and Li Xin returned. They had a general idea of the situation here. Zhang Chen lingered for a moment before leaving with the two of them. They were settled in and could report to Tiancheng Entertainment. That evening at 6 o'clock, Zhen Jinlin's foreign exchange short-selling operation came to a close, leaving 80 billion in funds, with the remaining 520 billion transferred to Zhang Chen. Time passed slowly. 2 days later, in the office of the boss of Tiancheng Real Estate, Zhang Chen smiled as he saw off Wang Yi, who had come to visit, and began his summary. The matters at Tiancheng Real Estate were settled, and so were those at Tiancheng Entertainment. Qian Zhanglin continued to trade foreign exchange daily as instructed. He then checked the progress of the renovation at Nanshan Mansion, which was being handled efficiently by Huang Manya and her sisters. Everything was moving in the right direction. Now there was only one thing left: going abroad to see the Airbus A380. Chapter 146, Setting Sail to see the Airbus A380. To be honest, Zhang Chen had never been abroad before, but he had all the necessary documents. Before he knew it, he was about to go abroad to see a private jet. Zhang Chen reflected on his experiences and felt a mix of emotions. His net worth had skyrocketed once again. That private jet with a swimming pool, worth 40 billion, seemed like it wouldn't require much effort to maintain. Zhang Chen immediately contacted Li Shang in Shanghai. Brother Li, we're going to M country to see the plane. Can we bring bodyguards? Are there any rules we need to be aware of over there? Foreign countries are different from China. The customs are different, and there are many things to be cautious about. Otherwise, you might end up getting scammed or cheated. Li Shang remained silent for a moment before calling back. Zhang Ge, typing is too troublesome. I'll explain over the phone. Have you handled everything in Nan City? Yes, everything is taken care of. I have all the necessary documents and can depart at any time. On the other end of the call, Li Shang paused for a moment before saying, Alright, there are only a few things to watch out for in M country. First, the local law enforcement agencies. Whatever they say, you must obey. Don't try to resist, as you might end up getting shot. As long as you follow the law, nothing will happen. The bodyguards should be familiar with the local environment. Unfamiliar bodyguards will only cause trouble for the employer. Another point, the bodyguards should preferably speak a foreign language. If not, arrange for an interpreter to accompany them. Additionally, before you arrive in M country, go to Citibank to apply for an international black card. It will make things much more convenient when you travel. Zhang Chen nodded thoughtfully. Alright, I understand. I'll arrange for someone to handle these matters. Shall we meet at the international airport in Shanghai? Li Shang said with a smirk. Alright, Zhang Ge, I'll be waiting for you. Just let me know when you arrive in Shanghai. After ending the call, Zhang Chen immediately summoned Li Hu and Li Wanqin. Li Hu had served as a mercenary abroad and was familiar with the customs and languages of various countries. He also recommended 3 colleagues. The 4 bodyguards for the overseas trip were thus finalized. The 4 had all the necessary documents and wouldn't waste any time, they could leave at any moment. Li Wanqin, meanwhile, contacted Citibank to arrange for the black gold card. As long as the funds were sufficient, it would be easy to obtain. 3 days later, Zhang Chen contacted Li Shang, who was ready to depart. This was an international private courier service provided by the black gold card, which took quite some time to arrive by air. Zhang Chen's departure was known to all employees of Tiancheng Real Estate, but since work had to be done, Li Wanqin came as the representative to see him off. Three Rolls-Royces were driving along South City Avenue, drawing the attention of passers-by. Li Wanqin and Jiang Chen were seated in the back row of the car. She said with some reluctance, "Brother Jiang, you've only been back for a short while, and now you have to leave again. How long will you be gone this time? Without you there, I feel a bit lacking in confidence." Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. "It's hard to say. If everything goes smoothly, 3 or 5 days. If not, a week or longer. That project is simple. I've told you before, focus on the bigger picture, don't get caught up in short-term gains. There's also a possibility I'll take a stroll in M country during that time." As they chatted, 3 Rolls-Royces slowly pulled into the airport. In the distance, planes were taking off and landing continuously. Li Hu didn't turn off the engine. After getting out, he first opened the door for Jiang Chen, as his colleagues would drive the car later. 6 bodyguards got out of the other 2 cars, with 3 of them stepping forward to follow. Jiang Chen walked out slowly, stretching his body. As soon as everyone arrived, before anyone could say a word, a man in a suit ran over from the distance. "May I ask if you are Mr. Jian?" "Yes." Jiang Chen casually asked, "Is the plane ready?" "Let us depart once it's ready." This time, to avoid any delays or other issues, he had chartered a private plane to fly directly to Magic City, convenient and efficient. The price wasn't too high, but it wasn't particularly special, just like any other plane. The man in the suit bowed and said, "The plane has been ready for some time. We can take off at any moment. Please board the plane." Jiang Chen walked away without looking back, waving his hand behind him as a farewell. Magic City, a city with a magical allure, one of the places where the wealthy most enjoy spending their time. At the Magic City International Airport, a peculiar plane landed smoothly. This plane was identical to others, but it was considered strange because a plane capable of carrying hundreds of people had only 5 passengers. It was a commercial aircraft, not a private jet, yet it was only serving 5 people? 4 of them were dressed in ordinary clothing, but as they walked, they formed a square. One of them was a young man observing the people around him. Passengers preparing to board the plane caught a glimpse of the scene through the reinforced glass and couldn't help but voice their true feelings. "Wow, is that what life is like for the wealthy? That's not just rich, that's ultra wealthy. Ordinary wealthy people couldn't pull that off." Exactly. Flying alone on a plane like that, without connections or money, is impossible. A girl sighed enviously, "I wish I could be that handsome guy's accessory." Even though they were far away and couldn't see anyone clearly, they still couldn't help but flatter them. Even if you're ugly, as long as you have enough money, most people would endure it. What's so great about being called a handsome guy? If you can call someone dad in person, it's possible as long as the conditions are right. The person who appeared was Jiang Chen, who had come from South City. He looked at this place he was visiting for the second time. Next time I'll try not to come this way, because he'll have his own private jet." Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from the distance, "Jiang Go, over here." Jiang Chen looked up, his lips curling upward involuntarily. He walked toward the speaker, waving his hand. The two met in the middle, and their bodyguards instinctively stepped back 3 meters. Jiang Chen looked at the 3 bodyguards in front of him, who were on par with his own, and asked curiously, "Are these your bodyguards? Are you bringing them along this time?" Li Shang sighed wryly, "Jiang Ge, do you think everyone is like you? These are bodyguards I borrowed from my parents. Once we return from M country, these 3 will all go back. My parents said I'm not yet at the stage where I need bodyguards. When the time comes, they'll arrange it for me." "All right." Jiang Chen didn't dwell on the topic. "What time are we leaving?" Li Shang glanced at his watch. "The flight is at 7 o'clock tonight. We'll get some sleep and adjust to the time zone once we arrive." It was already 4 p.m., and there was no time left to do anything. Both parties wandered around the airport, had a light meal, and boarded the first-class cabin at 7 o'clock, ready to depart for M country. Chapter 147, Arrival at Headquarters. Jiang Chen and the 9 others had slept all night. When they opened their eyes, they had traveled from one end of the earth to the other, and it was still nighttime here. Li Shang grumbled discontentedly, "I hate this jet lag." Now all 9 of them were wide awake, clearly unable to sleep, but once it became daytime here, they would start feeling sleepy again. "Let's go with the flow and find a place to sleep first." Jiang Chen didn't seem to mind. His physical condition had been enhanced several times over, allowing him to adapt well to such discomforts. "All right." Li Shang muttered under his breath, and the 9 of them found the nearest hotel and forced themselves to continue sleeping. The sky was pitch black, with no scenery or beautiful women in sight. The first day of the month. Jiang Chen and his group emerged from the hotel. Though they hadn't slept much last night, they had spent most of the time playing. However, their spirits were still high. After a quick wash, they felt much fresher. Looking up, they saw a clear blue sky and felt the fresh air blowing in their faces. Jiang Chen smacked his lips. The environment here was indeed quite pleasant. Moreover, this was one of the few major cities in M country, making it even more rare. It's not that Jiang Chen thinks everything abroad is better. When it comes to environmental governance, China is far behind these countries that have been developed for a long time. These developed countries all have a common feature: they prioritize light industry, while heavy industry is relocated overseas, leading to a gradual widening of the gap. However, Jiang Chen also believes that China will eventually catch up. Environmental issues have already been given serious attention domestically. Li, let's go there now. If I'm not satisfied with the modifications, I'll contact Wang Xiao to check out another one. It seems that the other plane is also in M country. Li Shang replied with a low voice, I'm checking the location. Wait a moment. Jiang Chen, with nothing to do, looked around and felt that something was missing. Li Hu, do you feel like something is missing? Li Hu paused for a moment, then cautiously suggested, a car. Right, go get a few cars. If you need money, just reimburse me. Jiang Chen clapped his hands, realizing what he needed. Li Shang had found a suitable spot and sighed helplessly, Brother Jiang, wait a moment. Buying cars here is a hassle. You wanted to see the planes, right? Let's just rent a few first. Alright, forget about the hassle then. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and agreed quickly. Although the cars weren't expensive, the paperwork was a hassle, meaning he'd waste a lot of time, and he wasn't sure if he'd stay here. If he bought them, it would be a hassle to deal with them later, and there was no Han Seeing to help him here. Li Hu, having received the agreement, immediately hailed a taxi and left to handle the car matters. Li Shang also sent a bodyguard over. On both sides, 2 cars, it was about the same. Li Shang then explained to Jiang Chen some issues to watch out for when inspecting the plane. That afternoon, at the Airbus A380 headquarters, 7 imposing bodyguards escorted the 2 young men at the center. When they arrived at the entrance, a local man with blue eyes and a high nose emerged from the Airbus headquarters. From a distance, he laughed and spoke a string of local words. Li Shang smiled and gave him a light hug. After chatting for a moment, they joined Jiang Chen. Li Shang explained, Jiang Gu, I had been in contact with him earlier. He is the general manager here and has the necessary authority. His name is Kate. His father and my father are good friends, and we know each other fairly well. After finishing, he introduced Jiang Chen to him in a foreign language. Kate smiled and extended his hand, and Jiang Chen shook hands with him. Li Shang, the 2 of them, and their bodyguards, 7 in total, were invited to the lounge for a detailed discussion. Both parties formally took their seats. Li Hu entered the lounge and stood behind Jiang Chen to translate for him. Mr. Jiang from China, are you truly interested in our Airbus A380? It's a massive aircraft that requires significant costs and lacks sufficient business value. Kate asked Jiang Chen with a smile. Of course, the specifics were all translated by Li Hu, and Li Shang did not participate. I am very interested, otherwise, I wouldn't have come all this way just to sit here and talk with you. Jiang Chen smiled and continued, as for the high costs, I've already looked into it. I believe I can afford it, and I'm buying it for my personal use. As long as your plane meets my expectations, everything else is no problem. As for dissatisfaction, that would be a different matter, and he would have to handle it himself. Kate laughed, haha, I like straightforward people. Mr. Jiang is the most straightforward Chinese person I've ever met. Your generosity impresses me. Few people like modified Airbuses anymore. However, I believe our modification technology will satisfy Mr. Jiang. There's no need to say more. Please join us on the 3rd floor to take a look inside the modified Airbus A380. The plane should have arrived by now. Kate stood up and invited Jiang Chen and Li Shang to go to the 3rd floor together. Normally, when strangers come knocking on your door asking to buy a $40 billion aircraft, you'd expect them to provide proof of assets. Otherwise, allowing anyone to view it would be too casual, and it would also be a waste for the aircraft, given its massive size and the significant amount of fuel it consumes. However, with Li Shang acting as an intermediary, Kate allowed Jiang Chen, who was visiting for the first time, to enter the aircraft interior directly without requiring any documentation. Jiang Chen nodded slightly and waved to Li Hu, who immediately followed. The 4 of them took the elevator up to the 3rd floor, then walked a short distance before turning around to go to the back. There was actually a boarding gate here, with a modified Airbus A380 parked outside, already in position. Its massive fuselage stood out in stark contrast to the surrounding aircraft. At the boarding gate, a blonde flight attendant was waiting. Kate extended her hand, Mr. Jiang, there's a rule in China, the guest goes first. Jiang Chen, seeing this, didn't hesitate and stepped forward first, with the blonde flight attendant following closely behind. She spoke fluent Chinese, Mr. Jiang, I am very familiar with this aircraft. Would you like me to give you a brief overview? Before and after the renovation, there were significant changes, and some small details are hard to notice without pointing them out. Jiang Chen glanced at her approaching body but didn't push her away. Go ahead and tell me. Though I probably won't remember much. The beautiful flight attendant continued, no problem, Mr. Jiang. If you decide to purchase it, I will accompany you to China to provide a detailed explanation. It will take 3 months for your staff to become familiar with the aircraft's performance. My name is Kasha. Mr. Jiang, feel free to ask me any questions. Still in the corridor, Jiang Chen stepped into the cabin and casually asked, any questions at all? Kasha followed closely, of course. Chapter 148, Jiang Chen's Charm. As Jiang Chen stepped inside, he was greeted by an array of colorful buttons and mysterious lights. 4 or 5 control levers, some storage compartments, and 2 leather seats made him realize this was the cockpit, likely extending all the way to the front. Unfortunately, he wasn't particularly interested in these things. As long as the plane could fly safely, that was all that mattered to him. This place was clearly meant for his future subordinates. Non-professionals wouldn't understand a thing. When Kasia entered and pointed to the buttons in front of the main pilot seat to begin her explanation, Jiang Chen silently waved her off. "Miss Kasia, I don't know how to fly a plane. You don't need to explain these to me. Even if I knew, it wouldn't be useful. Are you planning to buy this plane and fly it yourself? If you're interested, I could hire you as my pilot, but you'd have to prove your skills first." Upon hearing this, Kasia's face flushed slightly, and she stammered, "I'm sorry, I didn't think that through. I can't fly a plane either. How about I be a flight attendant?" Li Shang, Kate, and Li Hu, who had followed in behind, heard this and wanted to laugh but couldn't. Kate suppressed her laughter and looked at Jiang Chen with a peculiar expression. Who exactly is this Mr. Jiang? With just a few brief words, his subordinates were already eager to follow him. Jiang Chen hadn't expected that even with her boss behind her, Kasia would dare to say such a thing. He finally took a serious look at Kasia. Her wavy blonde hair, blue eyes, and Western features exuded an exotic beauty. Just in terms of her figure, by Chinese standards, she had everything in the right places, with fair skin to boot. Feeling Jiang Chen's gaze, Kasia straightened her posture and showcased her best assets. The man before her was the big shot who intended to buy this plane. If he took a liking to her, her future income and life would be transformed. As the two seemed poised to engage in a mini beauty pageant, Li Shang walked up from behind. "Jiang Ge, you're here to inspect the plane. Mind your image, this woman can be sent to the back." Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, feeling a bit helpless. After all, she had approached him first, and he had only said a few words. Why did it seem like it was his responsibility in others' eyes? Your biases are too obvious. Kasia, please continue to introduce the performance of this aircraft to us. Kasia heard Li Shang's words and smiled lightly. "All right, Mr. Jiang. Normally, the front section is the first-class cabin, but this one is different. During the renovation, we considered the different needs of our clients and left the front area unmodified, keeping it open. You can customize it to your liking. The space is ample, and just ahead is an indoor swimming pool, along with various recreational facilities, all designed to the highest standards with no detail overlooked. The aircraft has not yet been sold, so the swimming pool is currently dry and can be filled with water at any time." It must be said that Kate had Kasia introduce it, which was very appropriate. After hearing all this in Chinese, even Li Shang was tempted, but his actions were limited by his capabilities. Jiang Chen was satisfied with these areas but did not voice his approval, preferring to assess the overall layout first. The Airbus A380 is extremely spacious, and Kasia provided a detailed tour without taking a single sip of water. She explained everything from various angles, except for the entertainment facilities. 40 minutes later, Jiang Chen stepped out of the cabin, feeling very satisfied. Every part of this aircraft impressed him, with top-notch equipment, though it leaned toward Western aesthetic preferences. He turned back and asked, "Li Hu, what are your thoughts on this aircraft? Feel free to share your opinions. You should be familiar with civilian aircraft, right?" Li Hu nodded, then shook his head and said, "Sir, I can fly civilian aircraft, but this massive one is a bit daunting. However, the interior decoration is excellent. It would be even better if it were done in our style." Jiang Chen listened but said nothing, then walked toward the elevator. Next, they got into the car to observe its exterior, making a full circuit around it. Kasia suddenly asked, "Mr. Jiang, after this 40-minute inspection, what would you rate the interior modifications? If out of 10, how many points would you give it?" Jiang Chen replied casually, 7 or 8 points, I guess. "I'm not very sure, unless it's really good." After he finished speaking, the 5 of them fell silent, with no one initiating the conversation. Li Shang was mainly accompanying Jiang Chen, while Jiang Chen and Kasia were chatting. Katia couldn't understand their conversation, the boss remained silent, and Li Hu didn't speak at all. Thus, Jiang Chen went from entering the room to touring the space and finally sitting back in the lounge. The entire process took nearly 2 hours. On the way back, Li Shang quietly asked, "Brother Jiang, what do you think? Should we place an order right away? If we do it now, I bet you just have to flick your finger, and that foreign girl will follow you home right away." Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. "Go home with me? I don't have room for her at home. I'll just keep her on the plane." This statement sent out a lot of signals. Kasia widened her bright blue eyes and actually showed a pitiful expression. It made one want to step forward and protect her. However, Jiang Chen only glanced at her before looking away, gesturing for Li Hu to translate for Kate. "Mr. Kate, the only thing inside that catches my eye is the swimming pool. The rest of the internal facilities are quite ordinary in my opinion. If I were to buy it, I'd have to renovate it extensively. In that case, I might as well buy a new Airbus and start from scratch. I think that wouldn't cost more than 500 million. Upon hearing this, Kate was startled. This young gentleman from China has such high standards. He hesitated, thinking there might be another possibility the other party was just trying to negotiate a lower price. Suddenly, Jiang Chen took out his phone, translated the chat records between him and Wang Songsong, and showed them to Kate. What Wang Songsong had said was exactly about his contact person, who was also the buyer of the Airbus A380. Kate's eyes darted around, and she made a decision. Mr. Jiang, since you'll need to make additional modifications on your own, if you're truly interested in purchasing, I'll offer a sincere discount. Li Hu spoke directly. What's the specific figure? Show your sincerity first. These were his own words. Jiang Chen merely gave him a glance, and with a bit of good teamwork, it would have a good effect. Kate's expression froze. Isn't subtlety valued in China? They're being so direct? But that was my subordinate who asked. Should we just brush it off? Chapter 149, Will I Believe It? Kate wanted to brush it off, but in the end, she would provide the specific figures during settlement. Li Shan cleared his throat softly and reminded her, Kate, what discounts do you have to offer? Jiang Chen is not only my friend but also close to the son of China's Jianlin Wang. The chat records from earlier were theirs. If it really doesn't work out, there's no need to push it too hard. At least there's a new Airbus A380 over there. Although he has a good relationship with the foreigners in front of him, he knows how to make tough decisions when it matters. This side is a coalition of interests. Once the relationship is formed, it's hard to say what will happen if the interests clash. As for Jiang Chen's side, aside from having powerful connections, he also has excellent local relationships, so it's natural to maintain them. Kate swallowed hard and said, since Mr. Jiang mentioned 500 million earlier and now wants to remodify it, then 500 million it is. However, I have a request. Anything Mr. Jiang doesn't need must be dismantled and given to us. No problem. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively and agreed immediately. He had indeed considered it earlier, and now he was even more certain that the interior design created by others simply didn't feel as comfortable as his own. Both parties immediately signed the contract, but Jiang Chen paid a 10 billion yuan deposit first. The remaining amount would be paid once the dismantling was complete, and after he returned to China and confirmed everything was in order, he would contact the other party. Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't oversee the aircraft dismantling himself. Instead, he would point out the unsatisfactory parts and have Kate's team handle them. If the interior were damaged during dismantling, the contract clearly stipulated that the consequences would range from compensation to return of the goods. As a large company, they wouldn't dare to renege on the agreement. Reputation is the foundation of their business. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen, Li Shang, and Li Hu left the area, with Kate and Kasha seeing them off. On the way, Kate reminded him, Mr. Jiang, once the interior dismantling is complete, please send someone to inspect it again to avoid any misunderstandings. That physically strong friend of yours seems very suitable for this kind of work. He's excellent. Are you worried I'll try to renege and sabotage the interior? Jiang Chen glanced at her and nodded slightly. Alright, I'll arrange it. The five of them walked all the way to the door. Kasha suddenly batted her eyelashes and said, Mr. Jiang, you bought that plane? I'll accompany the plane to provide you with the specifications. 3 months I hope to have more opportunities to interact with Mr. Jiang. If your family can't accommodate me, just bring me over quickly. I don't have a boyfriend yet. Jiang Chen waved his hand, signaling Li Hu to drive, and the three immediately left the area. The remaining bodyguards naturally followed closely behind. Kate watched them drive away until they disappeared from sight, then turned around and asked seriously, Casa, do you really want to quit? Just to follow that Mr. Jiang? You should know how good the benefits and are here. Casa met her superior's gaze without flinching. Yes, if Mr. Jiang needs me, I'll go. Even if he doesn't need me, I hope something wonderful can happen between us. Kate heard this and remained silent for a long time before leaving without a word. In the car, Li Shan laughed like an old fox, his eyes narrowed to slits. Jiang, you said you didn't have any secrets for picking up girls. Now you should admit it, right? I've begged you for so long, and you wouldn't even reveal a single word. That girl named Casa was today your first meeting? Listen to what she said later. Is that even human speech? She was practically ready to pounce. And back in Shanghai, the Zhao Linger was the same. After just a few words, she was already under her spell. And that Nangong Rong, she. Li Shang spoke louder and louder, and by the end, he couldn't catch his breath and had to stop. Jiang Chen scratched his ear and sighed helplessly. I'm telling you the truth, but you don't believe me. You insist on making me lie. Why bother? Li Shang's eyes lit up. Jiang, you finally told the truth. If you say it, I'll believe you. I have no secret tips for picking up girls. It's all about personal charm and financial appeal. Li Shang. His eyes betrayed his disbelief as he pressed on, unwilling to give up. But what if your money and personal charm disappear? Would girls still like you then? That's a false premise. Jiang Chen continued, even if they did disappear, I still have my personal charm. The two of them chatted and laughed in the back seat. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a 5-star luxury hotel. Jiang Chen eventually made up some excuses to brush him off, but Li Shang actually fell for it, which caught him off guard. Stepping out of the Rolls-Royce, both of them regained their composure, still looking like wealthy young men. It was already midday. All the bodyguards were summoned to the hotel for a Western-style meal. Jiang Chen and Li Shang were alone together, and he had something to say. Do you have any connections here? Do you know any professional teams that specialize in inspecting interior components? Li Shang's expression changed. Are you planning to inspect the Airbus A380? I only know Kate superficially, but she shouldn't cause any trouble. After all, if something really goes wrong, he wouldn't be able to handle it. I know someone who can. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. You've already said you only know him superficially. Better to be cautious. Make sure to bring them over when the time comes. 9 people had come to M Country for one purpose, to buy a plane. Over there, they were still dismantling the interior. Jiang Chen, with nothing to do, went sightseeing with Li Shang and the bodyguards. He had originally planned to chat with Wang Songsong and the others here, but due to the time difference, it turned into exchanging messages. 10 days were enough for the 9 of them to visit many places. They had seen Los Angeles at 4 in the morning, visited the Statue of Liberty, and gone to the outskirts to watch wine being made. Traveling from one side of the globe to the other, they had a great time. If it weren't for Li Shang and Kai having phone contact, they wouldn't have known that the interior dismantling was complete over there. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen started complaining. These people in the US are so slow. If it were in China, I guarantee we'd have it done in 5 days. If there were any issues with the interior, that would be even worse. We've visited many places, so it wasn't a wasted trip. Li Shang replied with a smile. He sat in the car, using his connections to find people and send a professional inspection team to the Airbus A380 sales location for a check. When the 9 people arrived at the place where they were supposed to meet Kate, they saw 3 cars blocked outside. Li Shang recognized them immediately as the inspection team he had arranged. The employer and client stepped in, and the matter was quickly resolved. Jiang Chen also witnessed what true professionals were capable of when it came to inspecting an aircraft's interior. Their equipment filled 3 large trucks, with an additional truck trailing behind due to a malfunction. The truck was loaded with even more equipment. Kate saw this scene and her expression immediately changed. Chapter 150, Aircraft Inspection. 4 vehicles filled with instruments slowly drove into the company under Kate's displeased expression. Behind them, there were about 10 people on the road. With so many instruments and so few people, it was impossible to operate them properly. Jiang Chen looked at the items in the car, feeling both impressed and confused. Li Shang, the people you brought are quite capable. How long will the inspection take? Of course. Bringing these people here cost nearly $1 million. The exact time is uncertain. The Airbus A380 is simply enormous. Li Shang explained with a touch of pride. This nearly $1 million isn't Chinese currency, it's the local currency here. Converted to Chinese currency, it's around $6 million. It didn't take long before the head of the inspection team and Kate arrived together. Kate shot a disapproving glance at the head of the inspection team, then quickly switched to a smile when facing Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, having these people come for an inspection will only waste your valuable time. Our company has a solid reputation. If you ask them to leave now, you'll save a significant amount of money. Their fees must be quite high. The interior dismantling is absolutely flawless. Jiang Chen shook his head. It's fine. I'm just here to relax for a few days. Time doesn't matter, and it's just a small expense. Mr. Kate, there's no need to say more. Weren't you the one who asked me to have it inspected in the first place? That's fine, it will make me feel more at ease. Seeing Jiang Chen's tone and expression, which were clearly not very happy, Kate opened his mouth but closed it again. He quietly stepped back and called Kasha, asking her to come over. The head of the inspection team was also a local, with half-gray hair and a face wrinkled from age, nearing 50. He glanced at Kate, then approached Jiang Chen and Li Shang, removed his hat, placed one hand behind his back, and bowed slightly. Gentlemen, good day. I am John De, the head of this inspection team. May I ask if there are any particular areas you need to pay special attention to during the internal inspection of the aircraft? John De spoke broken Chinese, which sounded a bit awkward, but Jiang Chen and Li Shang could still understand. Li Shang spread his hands. Unfortunately, although I hired you, you should ask him how to inspect the plane. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Not a comprehensive inspection? The 3 continued their conversation for about 10 minutes, all in Chinese. Kate stood there awkwardly, unable to understand a word, until Kasha arrived to translate for him. Mr. Jiang, there will be a thorough inspection of the entire aircraft, but some parts are more critical than others, so they require a more in-depth examination. Old John seemed oblivious to the employer's dissatisfaction and stopped speaking after finishing his explanation. Jiang Chen looked up and asked, so the entire process requires special attention. How long will the inspection take? Old John paused for a moment. Sir, did I hear that correctly? You want the entire project to be treated as special? That will double the cost and extend the timeline by 7 days. Are you sure? Alright, I'll arrange for someone to assist you with the inspection. Money isn't an issue. Jiang Chen made his decision immediately and turned to Li Hu. You will follow Mr. John throughout the inspection. Kate's eyes widened, her breathing became heavy, and her emotions were unstable. This detail was only noticed by Kasha, who was standing behind him, and she quickly adjusted her expression. Jiang Chen announced his decision and left 2 people with Li Hu. The site was too large, and spreading out would require a significant number of people. He, along with Li Shang and the remaining bodyguards, began to explore the area. There's nothing that can't be resolved in a day. If it can't, we'll just play for 2 days. Jiang Chen and Li Shan left with their people, while Li Hu and the other 2 bodyguards coordinated with John De. Hello, my name is John De. John De introduced himself again. Li Hu forced a smile. My name is Li Hu. When should we begin the inspection? We've been here long enough. John De looked at Kate. That depends on Mr. Kate. Where is the Airbus A380 parked? Take us there. What he said afterward was in the local dialect, and aside from Li Hu, the other 2 bodyguards furrowed their brows. The words were spoken quickly, and most of it was incomprehensible. Kate noticed this and immediately smiled. If you want to go, we can go now. You're welcome to inspect any time. I've heard your name, John De. Would you like to have dinner with me tonight? Li Hu glanced sideways at Kate but said nothing, growing increasingly vigilant. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. John De's inspection team conducted a thorough check of the interior and exterior of the Airbus A380. By now, they had inspected nearly half of the aircraft, with the interior work also underway. Kate had been inviting John De out to dinner every day, trying to build a relationship and establish a connection. Occasionally trying to slip him money or arrange for attractive women to converse with him. Li Hu remained silent, observing everything. He reported to Jiang Chen daily, with Kate's unusual behavior being the primary focus. Jiang Ge, there are still 4 days left before the inspection is complete. Have you already grown tired of this? Are you planning to call that Kasha to keep you company? Inside the Rolls-Royce, Li Shang interrupted with a smile. Jiang Chen snapped out of his thoughts and sighed helplessly. Stop thinking about women all the time. When have I ever made the first move? They came to us on their own. Now it's Kate who's causing trouble. Between the lines, he was trying to get John De to lower the inspection standards. As he spoke, Jiang Chen showed Li Shang the report from Li Hu. After all, this was a private jet. Any issues, no matter how minor, could be serious. He valued his life too much to take any chances. Li Shang, who had been subtly struck by the news, frowned slightly as he looked at the message on his phone. What are you going to do now, Jiang Ge? Should we go back immediately? With just this, there's no way to make a case. Without concrete evidence, the other party will never admit it. Li Shang was also furious. He had been planning to be the first passenger once the plane was modified. What if there were quality issues? Jiang Chen came here to check out the private jet, and it was Li Shang who introduced him. This made him feel even worse. Going back directly, how could there be no evidence? Jiang Chen smiled. If they're so afraid of inspections, that private jet must not meet standards somewhere. The driver heard this and communicated with the drivers of the 2 escort vehicles in front and behind. The 3 vehicles turned and headed toward where Li Hu and the others were located. On the 4th day, when Kate wanted to invite John De again for dinner, suddenly, the security guard reported that the few bosses who had gone out earlier had returned in their cars. Why are they back? They never cared before. Even when we dismantled the interior, I didn't notify them, and they didn't even know. Kate felt uneasy inside, but she still took Kasha with her and rushed out to greet them. Li Hu and John De also put down what they were doing and hurried out to follow. Chapter 151. There is definitely something fishy going on. Squeak. The sound of brakes echoed as 3 Rolls-Royces pulled up by the roadside. Jiang Chen and Li Shang got out of the car under the protection of their bodyguards. Before they could speak, 4 people ran over from the distance, with Kate leading Kasha. Li Hu and John De came together, both running over with their breath coming in gasps. Kate panted, Mr. John, the inspection is still ongoing and will take 3 days. You'll have to wait a bit longer. There have been no issues so far, and everything should be fine overall. If you don't believe me, ask Mr. John. Jiang Chen raised his eyelids slightly but didn't respond, instead turning his gaze toward Li Hu. John De thought he was looking at him, hesitated for a moment, and said, Mr. John, there are no issues at the moment, but the testing is still ongoing. However, he did not guarantee that no issues would arise later. He only mentioned the current situation. Jiang Chen noticed this detail and immediately said, we'll come back to check. You should continue with your work as usual. Mr. Kate, there's no need to be so tense you're even sweating. He smiled broadly, appearing very friendly. Kate, seeing this, hurriedly said, it's nothing, nothing. Mr. Jiang, you're our honored guest. Not coming out to greet you was our mistake. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Kasha gave Jiang Chen a flirtatious glance before leaving. As time drew nearer, her behavior became increasingly bold. Jiang Chen gave Li Shang a look, signaling him to go talk to John De. Although it was to inspect his private jet, the employer was Li Shang, so there was an intermediary involved. Li Shang understood and smiled as he approached Zhang De to chat. Both of them spoke in the local dialect. Zhang Chen couldn't understand, so he called Li Hu over and asked about the situation over the past 3 days. Boss, I've been following that old man closely these past few days. He does his work diligently, but given what happened earlier, I don't know how much he's been paid. He might cut corners later, and the data won't be accurate. This is a 3-way inspection. The other 2 directions are being monitored by our own people. Should I take over? You? Zhang Chen looked at Li Hu with some doubt. Do you know how to use those testing machines? He looked at the 3 large trucks full of equipment and the additional truck, and his head started to ache. Mentioning this, Li Hu smiled shyly. Well, I've been chatting with that old man these past few days and learned quite a bit. Following his original steps, the testing passed without issues, but only on the old man's side. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. In that case, they could just borrow the other party's equipment. After all, it's still better to trust your own people. Over here, aside from the Chinese, everyone else is from a foreign land. The bodyguards on the other 2 sides could also be asked. Maybe there would be good news. Just then, Li Shang had finished talking with Zhang De and the 2 of them walked over together. Zhang Go, what should we do now? That Airbus A380 seems to have real issues. Kate has been testing Zhang De for several days. It's the same thing, they overlooked some minor issues during the inspection. It's truly despicable. Zhang Chen looked at Zhang De with some surprise. Was he really going to just blurt it all out like that? Li Shang smiled and explained, Zhang De has a special relationship with my family. Even if we hadn't come over, he would have honestly reported the results. Zhang Chen nodded and didn't ask about the nature of their relationship. The matter was settled. They would continue with the inspections, with both of them staying here to monitor the process, but they would replace Li Hu with someone else. The 2 didn't go out to play, they stayed here waiting for the inspection results. In the end, Zhang Chen still had Li Hu go up for the inspection, with Zhang De watching over him. In Kate's office, he looked out through the floor-to-ceiling glass window, gazing at Li Shang and the others in the distance. The more he looked, the more his brows furrowed, and eventually he paced back and forth in frustration. When he learned that Zhang Chen had replaced Zhang De and sent his own men to conduct the inspection, he felt even more helpless. Casa, come to my office. He hung up the phone, tapping the desk with one hand as he weighed his options, unsure whether to come clean. If the other party cancelled the order, he would suffer a major loss, putting in all the effort for nothing. But if he didn't say anything and was discovered, the consequences would be even more severe. The contract was very clear on that point. Zhang Chen had no influence here, only substantial funds, but Li Shang did. Together, they could create a powerful synergy. Kate hadn't made up her mind yet when the office door opened. Casa walked in with a displeased expression. What do you want from me? Don't worry. If Mr. Jiang doesn't take me back, I'll leave the company too. Kate opened her mouth but waved her hand. Close the door. I need to tell you something. Whether Mr. Jiang accepts it or not depends on your luck. If he won't even buy a plane, where would you get the chance? Casa closed the office door, half believing, half doubting. 15 minutes later. Kate spread her hands helplessly. That matter was handled terribly, but there was nothing we could do. If Mr. Jiang finds out, he might not buy it, but if we mention it proactively, there is still a chance before he checks. Casa stared straight ahead. Is that also the reason you've been getting so close to Jonda? That's right, it's a compromise. I understand. Kasha replied and turned to leave. Kate propped her chin up with one hand and cursed angrily. Damn it, it's all those damn interior dismantlers. They'll be the death of us someday. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen and Li Shang were once again touring the interior of the Airbus A380. The interior had undergone significant changes, but the original outline was still discernible. Zhang Good, do you have any modification plans now? Should we fill the swimming pool with alcohol and learn from the ancient Chinese emperors, creating a pool of wine and a forest of meat? Filling it with milk would work too. I heard milk baths keep the skin fair and smooth. Zhang Chen rolled his eyes and said sarcastically, should I pour chili oil inside instead? You can go take a swim in it. There's also an electric heating system here, heating from below, that'll be a blast. Li Shang smiled awkwardly, never mind. I still want to keep my butt. It's too spicy. Suddenly, Zhang De ran over. Mr. Jiang, there's a beautiful woman named Kasha looking for you outside, but she's been stopped by the bodyguards. Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow, turned to look, and sure enough, it was his influence that got him through. Even when touring and admiring the aircraft's interior, people come to you on their own. This wasn't like some people who couldn't get what they wanted. Li Shang's expression froze upon hearing this, and that single glance dealt him a massive blow. That must be contempt, right? Definitely contempt. Zhang Chen saw this and his mood improved considerably. He walked out cheerfully. However, when he saw Kasha and heard her first words, his mood soured again. There was an issue with this Airbus A380. Chapter 152, The Price of Making a Mistake. There was an issue with this Airbus A380. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen's previously cheerful expression gradually darkened. He had suspected something was wrong, which is why he had sent Li Hu to check it out. Now that the issue hadn't been resolved, he was coming forward to admit it. It was likely that the problem would surface soon or be discovered during the next inspection, leaving them no choice but to come forward. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. He looked at Kasha without expression. Coming here voluntarily must mean they have their own agenda, right? Kasha had imagined many scenarios. Mr. Jiang might explode in anger, demand a refund, or harshly mock them, demanding multiple times the compensation. At the very least, he would say a few harsh words. Now, this situation was putting immense pressure on her. Kasha thought for a moment, then bowed sincerely and apologized. Mr. Jiang, I sincerely apologize for withholding this information. I only found out about it recently. Originally, the aircraft was in good condition, but during disassembly, excessive force was applied, causing some parts to break and leave behind debris. The most critical issue is that a crack has appeared in the rear section of the aircraft's interior. Now that the rear section has been inspected, we are acknowledging it in advance, Jiang Chen thought to himself. He had already considered giving up. The nature of the issue was rather serious. Jiang Chen spoke calmly. What are your plans moving forward? Do you have any solutions? Kasha smiled sweetly. That's my superior Kate's decision. I came here to ask if Mr. Jiang could take me with him if he doesn't purchase the aircraft here. Li Shan, who had just stepped out, was dealt another blow and didn't know what to say. He was deeply frustrated. Why had he come out and heard this news? But not purchasing the aircraft here? Li Shan remembered the crucial question and quickly composed himself. Mr. Jiang, what did she say? The deposit has been paid, but we're not purchasing the aircraft here? Jiang Chen ignored him and opened his professional vision, tossing it over. Character, Kasha. Gender, female. Suitable occupation, flight attendant. Career potential, 5 stars. 5 stars is the highest rating. Evaluation, stunning beauty, exceptional interpersonal skills, and her potential has been fully realized. A must hire. A flight attendant with fully realized potential. Provides exceptional service. Great, I can take you on board, but only after this matter is resolved. Remember to contact me afterward. Jiang Chen read the other person's message and made his decision immediately. Hiring a foreign woman to spice things up seems like a decent option. Kasha was overjoyed and hurriedly said, All right, thank you, Mr. Jiang. I'll head back right away and keep you informed of any updates. After speaking, she hurried away, as if afraid Jiang Chen would change his mind. Li Shan muttered to himself, then asked the same question again after the person had left. Jiang Chen casually explained, There's an issue with this plane. We'll detect it shortly. She came to notify us in advance. Kate, hee. There were plenty of people trying to deceive him, but few succeeded. Those who succeeded were those he intentionally let off the hook. Kate clearly wasn't one of them. Li Shan narrowed his eyes and silently walked toward Janda. Soon enough, the machine indeed detected the issue Kasha had mentioned, with clear signs of prior repairs. If done carelessly, it could be covered up, but once back in China, the issue would be hard to explain. After all, it was a $40 billion order. If one were to act without scruples, the outcome would be unpredictable. Half an hour later, they were back in the same conference room as before, with Janda joining the discussion. There was no longer the cheerful atmosphere from before. The mood was tense. Li Shan glared at Kate. This wasn't just sabotaging Jiang Chen, it was sabotaging him. He had even introduced him to this side. Janda and Kasha stood at the back, staring at their feet. Finally, Jiang Chen spoke up, There's nothing more to say. Let's stick to the rules. What do you think, Mr. Kate? According to the rules, compensate 150% of the contract deposit. That means giving Jiang Chen 15 billion, while the dismantled parts and property losses all go to Kate and his group. Kate's face turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This, Mr. Jiang, can we negotiate this? I didn't think that far ahead. My mind wasn't clear. Give me another chance. Li Shan interjected quickly, There's no chance. Why didn't you do this earlier? You wanted to get away with it. I even introduced business to you. If I don't promote you, that's already lenient. The Li family isn't pushovers. The price you have to pay, you might as well pay it now. If you had reported the issue immediately, Jiang Chen and Li Shan wouldn't be this angry. But you didn't say anything and tried to cover it up. Clearly, you want them to pay for someone else's mistakes, and even risk their lives. Jiang Chen didn't join their conversation but took out his phone to leave a message for Wang Tsongtsong. He was heading to another location to inspect the Airbus A380. Though the trip here wasn't pleasant, at least he made 500 million. He planned to use the 500 million from here to purchase and modify that new Airbus A380. Thinking about it, it wasn't a bad idea. When you do something, you have to see it through to the end. If you say you're going to buy it, then you have to buy it. Kate's voice came through at that moment. Mr. Jiang, I'm very sorry about this matter, but we're currently facing cash flow issues. Could you grant us a 7-day extension to raise the funds? What do you think? When Li Yang translated this for Jiang Chen, he didn't say anything but looked at Li Shan. Li Shang nodded slightly. Mr. Jiang, leave this matter to me. It's such a rare opportunity to go abroad, and now this has happened. I should have never recommended you. Kate, transfer the 15 billion within 3 days. I won't mention the extra actions speak louder than words. After speaking, he pulled Jiang Chen out of the restroom, with Li Hu and John De following behind. Once outside the restroom, Li Shang calmed down and immediately apologized to Jiang Chen for his lack of consideration. Brother Jiang, if you hadn't insisted on a full inspection, that guy would have slipped through. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. It's no big deal. We even made an extra 500 million. I've already contacted Wang Xiao. As for that Kate, we can't let her off the hook. As he spoke, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes, and a plan formed in his mind. Li Shang nodded heavily. Of course. Has Wang Xiao replied yet? Not yet. Maybe he'll respond by midnight. The two continued talking as they walked out. As for the wages for the work John had done halfway, Li Shang's bodyguards would handle the payment. In the restroom, Kate clenched her fists tightly, her eyes filled with frustration, regret, dissatisfaction, and venom. Casa glanced around and quietly slipped out, leaving Kate alone. Chapter 153, Objective Achieved. Casa walked a considerable distance before hearing angry shouts behind her. Besides cursing Satan, there were also some names mixed in, none of which she had ever heard before. The sound of shattered glass could faintly be heard, and most staff members dared not approach the break room. How could I end up working under that idiot? He has no manners or generosity, nothing like Mr. Jiang, who is simply perfect. Casa thought to herself, her steps growing lighter and more cautious, taking only small steps. Other people's troubles were never her own. Jiang Chen and Li Shang, on the other hand, were living quite comfortably. During this time, Wang Songsong left a message for Jiang Chen and Li Shang, informing them that the new Airbus A380 was parked at the large airport in San Francisco. With Li Shang and Wang Songsong as guarantors, they could go directly to watch. With sufficient funds and both parties confirming no issues, the delivery could be made on the spot, and the contract signed. On the third day, Li Shang and Jiang Chen, accompanied by 9 bodyguards, once again found Kate. It was Li Shang who took the lead in negotiations. Given how deep their previous relationship was, turning against each other would only double the hatred. I treated you as a friend, yet you sought to push me into a pit of fire. Kate, if you don't have the 1.5 billion, your boss will have to pay, or will have to eliminate you as a warning to others. If you don't have it now, I'll contact my family immediately. The result will be known in 15 minutes. Li Shang's face was cold and his demeanor extremely domineering. He showed no intention of engaging in small talk. Jiang Chen crossed his arms and watched the situation unfold with a cold expression. Kate opened her mouth several times but finally pulled out 2 bank cards from her desk. One of them was still warm, clearly having been kept close to the body, having been taken out only moments ago. Li, one of the cards contains a deposit of 10 billion from Mr. Jiang, and the second one is my own, with 5 billion inside. Is this compensation sufficient? I will never attempt such a foolish act again. Kate spoke earnestly, her expression sincere, attempting to ease the tension. Just as Li's expression began to relax, Jiang Chen sneered, this compensation isn't enough. What you did yesterday wasn't a mistake, it was a premeditated murder. It was a bloodless murder, anyone with eyes could see that. Caught off guard, Li Shang unconsciously followed the line of thought, his expression growing cold once more. Everything he said made sense. It was just a lack of experience that almost made me fall for it again. Kate couldn't understand what Jiang Chen was saying, but from his expression, she knew his words were all meaningless and only served to make the other party more hostile toward him. He seethed inwardly, thinking, this Mr. Jiang is no easy opponent. Jiang Chen didn't take the 2 bank cards but instead dismissed them with a disdainful wave, gesturing for Li Hu to take them. He then pulled Li Shang away and headed toward their next destination, San Francisco. 9 people, 3 Rolls-Royces, set off again. The cars were rented, so they could drive recklessly. As long as there was no severe damage to the exterior, the interior didn't matter at all. Even if they were badly damaged, it would only cost some money. If the other party wanted to establish a connection, they might even waive the fees altogether. Jiang Chen sat in the back seat, bored, watching the scenery pass by. During the past 10 days or so, he had already visited most of the area, and now everything seemed familiar. Just then, Jiang Chen's phone dinged. Someone had sent him a message. He took it out and saw it was from Kasia, the foreign girl. Earlier, when he and Li Shang were leaving, Kasia had insisted on getting his contact information. Django, where are you guys going this time? How long will it take? If I want to find you, where should I go? China is so big, just give me a name. Since you've taken me in, I'm sticking with you for good. Looking at these messages, Jiang Chen smiled lightly. Kasia, like the others, called him Jiang. He was mainly attracted to her 5-star flight attendant rating and her potential for development. Jiang Chen casually replied, if you want to find me, go to Shanghai first and wait there. I'll make plans here first. Once the private jet is purchased, there will be a pile of tasks to handle. Flying back to China, he could use the existing flight routes, but the specific landing locations were unclear until he arrived. Jiang Chen planned to have the plane fly directly to Nancity and land right outside his home. After that, he'd need to hire a pilot, flight attendants, and other staff. The numbers couldn't be too small. After all, the original aircraft had 525 seats, so there's plenty of space. Send people to apply for civilian flight routes, establish our own airport, and arrange for takeoff, landing, maintenance, and repair personnel. Jiang Chen interacted with Kasia, while Li Shang sat beside them, feeling extremely uneasy. Finally, he took out his phone to chat, but unfortunately, no one responded. At that time, it was around 2 or 3 a.m. in China. Unless someone was staying up late online, no one would have time to respond. In M country, the people he knew were all men and old men, not suitable for him. Li Shang put away his phone. Zhanggo, what are you chatting about that's so fun? Jiang Chen waved his hand and said, nothing much, just some small things between men and women. Call me when we get to San Francisco. This Kasia is quite interesting. Li Shang sulkily withdrew his arm and turned to look at the scenery. The 3 Rolls-Royces were still moving quickly. As the sun set, the outlines of the distant city could already be seen. San Francisco, almost there. That evening, Jiang Chen and his 9 companions checked into a 5-star hotel and headed out to see the plane the next day. This time, there were no complications, as it was a new plane and the overall inspection had no issues. Jiang Chen negotiated with the other party, signed the contract, and immediately completed the transaction, paying them 31 billion. Due to the Airbus A380's massive size, it was highly inconvenient to park it in South City and would disrupt other aircraft operations. After negotiations, it was rerouted to Shanghai Pudong International Airport. The airline in San Francisco had a partnership with Magic City International Airport and established flight routes there. Jiang Chen and Li Shang, accompanied by 7 bodyguards, boarded the Airbus A380 and flew to China. However, the aircraft only had the crew necessary for safe flight operations, lacking flight attendants and other staff. This left Li Shang with a significant grievance. Meanwhile, Kasia, a 5-star flight attendant, was also on a flight heading to Shanghai in China. Spanning the globe, it took over 10 days for Jiang Chen to travel back and forth between the 2 locations. Their return was an impromptu decision. No one had been notified, and no one knew that the 9 of them were coming back. The plane flew from day into night, and upon arriving in China, it was still daytime due to the time difference. The plane landed at Shanghai Pudong International Airport, but Jiang Chen and the other 8 remained on board for another half-hour before finally disembarking. The plane was private, so no one dared to rush them while they were sleeping. When Jiang Chen, yawning, stepped out of the aircraft door, many people rushed forward with items in their hands. Chapter 154, Swimming in the Sky. Jiang Chen was startled. After all, a normal person being surrounded by dozens of people would be frightened. These dozens of people were charging forward, wielding weapons in their hands. Who wouldn't he be afraid? Li, who had originally been hesitant because this was the first time the plane had returned to China, and he didn't dare to walk in front of the boss, lest he steal the spotlight. Suddenly witnessing this scene, his eyes widened, and he rushed forward to stand in front of Jiang Chen, adopting a fighting stance. The other 6 bodyguards were a split second slower but also rushed forward. When the 7 men realized who was approaching, they relaxed slightly but remained in fighting stances. The surrounding journalists were intimidated by the 7 men's aura and dared not approach too closely, nor did they retreat. If it had been anyone else, the microphone would have been shoved in their faces long ago. Jiang Chen also recognized them as journalists and felt annoyed. He didn't recall inviting these journalists. They had come on their own, and their interviews were turning into a scene of violence. Li Shang had been just a step behind Jiang Chen and was equally startled, but he quickly regained his composure. Suddenly, a female journalist in the crowd asked, "Sir, hello. I'm from Tianqing Entertainment. Is the Airbus A380 behind you yours? It's said to be a new plane. Are you the owner? Will it be used for business purposes? Sir, may I ask your name? Was this plane purchased through a joint venture, or did you buy it personally? It is said that an Airbus A380 requires billions of dollars in funding. Is that true?" As soon as one journalist asked a question, the others couldn't resist joining in, firing off questions at a rapid pace. Jiang Chen and Li Shang felt their foreheads throbbing, their emotions on the verge of erupting. Suddenly, Jiang Chen shouted, "Everyone, please state which company you're from. If there's a company I'm familiar with, I'll answer your questions." He then whispered to Li Shang, "Li, make sure to note down the companies of all these people. We'll deal with them later." Li Shang's eyes lit up. "Brother Jiang, leave it to me. I'll make sure not to miss a single one." The journalists preparing for the interview began to introduce themselves. Some who sensed something was off remained silent. They dared not speak recklessly. Their microphones were labeled, and being exposed would be embarrassing. Jiang Chen smiled as he listened, then turned to Li Hu in front of him and said, "Clear the way. Keep all these journalists at least 2 meters away. I'm worried they might attack." "No problem, we'll handle it." Li Hu and his 3 men spread out, blocking the journalists. Li Shang's 3 bodyguards also stepped forward voluntarily. Some wealthy second-generation individuals didn't like being the center of attention, as they feared being criticized. Once people start talking, it's hard to stop them. In the vast land of China, only Wang Song, the son of Jianlin Wang, was the most well-known. Other wealthy second-generation individuals were rarely heard of. As the two main figures prepared to leave, 7 burly bodyguards remained behind. All the journalists were stunned. What was going on? A reporter shouted, "Sir, you haven't answered my question yet. Is this plane yours or a joint venture?" "That's right, we all introduced ourselves." "You're at least an upper-class person, how can you go back on your word?" Jiang Chen turned around and waved from a distance, "I don't know any of you. I can't answer that." Li Shang added, "That's called no comment. We'll talk another time." Jiang Chen and the others left first, followed by Li Hu and 7 bodyguards. As for the plane, it was left where it was. Anyone daring to touch it would face severe consequences if even a scratch occurred. The flight crew did not return immediately. They needed to wait for Jiang Chen's side to find someone before they could leave. On the other hand, they were providing after-sales service. Nearly 20 journalists blocked the people getting off the Airbus A380, but they didn't get any information. Out of desperation, they resorted to taking photos of the plane. A few with quick reflexes managed to capture the backs of Jiang Chen and Li Shang as they departed, but most missed the opportunity. By 2 p.m. that same day, some news began to surface. Shocking! Airbus A380 lands in China. Mysterious buyer appears at Shanghai Pudong International Airport. The 3 billion yuan Airbus A380. The buyer is actually business jet? Private jet? No. It's a private aircraft. 2 individuals jointly purchased the Airbus. Who possesses such power? As these news reports emerged, Jiang Chen and Li Shang were adjusting to the time difference and paid no attention to the matter. Meanwhile, Li Hu and his bodyguards, after what happened at the airport, dared not even doze off, let alone watch the news. Jiang Chen and his 9 companions eventually arrived at the Peninsula Hotel, booked 9 rooms, and everyone collapsed into bed. Meanwhile, the news continued to escalate. Journalists tried again to track down the pilot of the Airbus A380 but failed to uncover any useful information. The contract stipulated that if unsatisfied within 7 days, a full refund would be provided. The pilot wasn't about to take that risk. Meanwhile, in one of the best villa districts in Shanghai, at number 35 Ziyuan Villa, a girl was walking around the villa with her phone, looking happy, before running out onto the lawn. She shouted, "Brother, Zhang Gu and the others might be back. They bought the plane back. When should we go check it out? They didn't even give us a heads up." On the lawn, a young man was doing handstands, wearing workout clothes. Upon hearing this, his eyes lit up, but he forced himself to continue the handstand. Zhao Mayan said with a hint of resentment, "Linger, you're trying to trick your brother again. Look at me now, don't be mischievous." Zhao Linger rolled her eyes. "That was before. This time it's for real. The news is out, but those people only caught a glimpse of the back. The plane was identified correctly, though." "An Airbus A380? Zhao Mayan's eyes lit up, and he straightened his body again. Meanwhile, Wang Song and Yi Xing were browsing the news when they stumbled upon this article. The 7 people who had gathered together for dinner began to contact each other, but only Jiang Chen and Li Shang remained unreachable. It wasn't until the evening that Jiang Chen and Li Shang finally reached out to the 5 of them. The time difference hadn't adjusted yet, but in M country, it was already daytime. In the small group chat the 7 had created, Zhao Linger was the most excited. "Zhang Gu, where should we gather? Did you really buy back the Airbus A380? I want to swim in the air. We tried contacting you and Li Shang earlier, but there was no response. Where did you go?" Wang Song and Yi Xing were more reserved but equally curious about when they could swim in the sky. Jiang Chen replied helplessly, "We'll have to wait a little longer." Wang Xiao is contacting the top aircraft interior modification specialists both domestically and internationally. The overseas designers have the technical expertise, but the domestic designers create things that feel comfortable. Li Shang chimed in, "The deal for the one with the swimming pool fell through." He briefly explained what happened over there. And the 5 of them immediately decided to each find an international top-tier designer. Chapter 155, Aircraft Configuration. Jiang Chen mentioned it briefly in the group again, saying that the journalists wouldn't let it go that easily. It would have been better to handle it more formally instead. They gave him what they thought was a surprise but ended up being a scare. Wang Song, dubbed the disciplinary commission of the entertainment industry, knew a thing or two about these journalists and had the influence to act. He immediately stated that he would have his men step in to teach them a lesson. Zhao Mayan and Yi Xing also chimed in to support him, saying that once something was said, it would be carried out. Jiang Chen chatted in the group for a while longer before going quiet. They made plans to meet up once the time difference adjusted. Just as he stepped out of his hotel room, Li Shang, who was in the neighboring room, also happened to come out. "Brother Jiang, how was your rest?" "Not bad. I'll rest for a few more days." Jiang Chen stretched his body and casually asked, "What about the people who were flying the planes?" Li Shang smiled and said, "They're near Shanghai Pudong International Airport. We haven't secured the plane yet, so even if we gave them the chance, they wouldn't dare to leave. Should we call them over? Just one call. He could communicate with both the Chinese and the M countryside, so he was the one handling the contact with Li Hu. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Call them over. We only have a superficial understanding of private aircraft. Having them there to explain things will help us get familiar with everything faster. The two of them spoke as they walked together to the hotel lobby. Li Hu and the 7 bodyguards instinctively stood up and moved to either side to clear the area. Jiang Chen waved his hand slightly. No need for that. Just be cautious and prevent anyone from taking photos. He didn't want to be the focus of national attention. Even the slightest flaw on his person could lead to endless criticism. The 9 of them went out for a walk to acclimate their bodies to the local time. By 2 o'clock, the pilot near the Magic City International Airport came over alone. He was a foreigner in his 30s, but his face was covered in a thick beard, giving him a weathered appearance. Ron bowed slightly. Mr. Jiang, hello. I'm Ron, the pilot in charge of this flight. You already know the purpose of my visit. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Jiang Chen gestured to Li Hu to ask the man, when operating an Airbus A380, how many people are needed to achieve the most comfortable environment? Once we find someone to handle the aircraft's interior, I must have it dismantled to install a swimming pool. Please provide me with a detailed list. Prices are not necessary. Assume the best quality for everything. Li Hu immediately relayed his boss's instructions and began discussing the matter with Ron. Jiang Chen glanced over and turned to ask Li Shang, Li brother, where do you hire the best flight attendants and pilots in China? Li Shang shook his head helplessly. There's no standard for that, and Zhang Gu, this is your private plane. Whether it's flight attendants or pilots, as long as you're satisfied, your standards are the standards. Or, if you prefer male flight attendants, that's fine too. They're all good-looking guys and girls. Li Shang grew increasingly excited. Flight attendants and male flight attendants are best recruited from aviation schools. Those are the best prospects. As for where to find them, that depends on personal standards, taste, and the price you're willing to pay. Jiang Chen laughed and scolded him. Get lost. One day I'll send you 10 male flight attendants, rent a helicopter, and send you all to a deserted island for a vacation. Don't mention it. Li Shang laughed it off. By the way, Jiang Gu, if you're hiring flight attendants, check out the aviation school in Shanghai. As for the pilot, have a headhunting company find someone. Anyway, there are only 2 pilot positions. If you want to consider their rest time, you can hire 4. Jiang Chen and the others were engrossed in their conversation, while Li Hu and Ron's discussion was nearing its end. Ron was speaking excitedly, opening his phone to show Li Hu, who listened expressionlessly. Finally, Li Hu nodded satisfactorily. Let's do it this way for now. Send me a form, and once the boss confirms, I'll get back to you. He immediately turned to Jiang Chen to report the news, asking for all the details. A form will be submitted later. All right. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. I'll make the arrangements later. I've got the gist of the situation. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Jiang Chen, Li Shang, and Zhao Mayan gathered together once. After that, it was just a matter of waiting. The domestic design team and the overseas design team were still on their way. As for the private jet pilot, the hiring requirements had already been communicated to the headhunting company. Under the prompting of a red envelope, the company promised to find someone within 5 days. Today was the 3rd day. Jiang Chen woke up at 9 in the morning and tidied himself up. There were still many matters to attend to in the metropolis, but priorities must be set. Today was the day to depart for the flight attendant recruitment. Jiang Chen arrived at the hotel lobby, where Li Shang and Li Hu were already waiting with the other 3. Li Shang's 3 bodyguards had already left. Brother Jiang, it's already 9:15 a.m. You're running late, Li Shang complained. Jiang Chen smiled and said, you're just too impatient. That's why girls like me. Just wait and see. Girls will be sent over soon. You lack experience. Li Shang winced inwardly. Why bring this up again? But someone will come knocking on the door soon? This is China. They haven't gone out socializing for 2 days. It's impossible. He was about to speak up to refute, but suddenly a figure flashed before his eyes, and he only saw a head of wavy blonde hair. Jiang Gu, what a coincidence. I never expected to run into you here. I've been having a blast in Shanghai these past 2 days and didn't get a chance to find you right away. I'm sorry. I promise, from now on, I won't go anywhere without your permission. A foreign woman stood before him, her back to Li Shang, leaving him with a stunning silhouette. The one who arrived was none other than Kasha. Her big eyes looked at Jiang Chen, filled with sorrow and helplessness. Is this really happening? Can this get any more ridiculous? Li Shang's lips twitched slightly as he silently looked up at the sky. Why was the world being so cruel to him? He was really struggling. Jiang Chen tapped Kasha on the shoulder. This is a one-time exception. Are you staying here too? Since Kasha had traveled all the way from M country to be here, it meant she had agreed to become his employee and be under his authority. There was no contract, and even if the terms weren't finalized, it didn't matter. I'm staying upstairs. I'm just back to pick up some things. Kasha answered honestly. All right. Jiang Chen thought for a moment before saying, well, you must have seen the news. The plane has been bought back, but I still need to modify it. Just wait here, and I'll reimburse your travel expenses later. After speaking, he patted Li Shang on the shoulder. Li brother, snap out of it. We can leave now. Li Shang snapped out of it and muttered under his breath, so it was her. I knew it. As long as it wasn't a stranger throwing herself at him, he felt like the world had come back to life. Behind them, Kasha watched the 6 people, feeling a bit puzzled. The expression on that man's face had changed so quickly just now that she couldn't quite read it. However, at least she had finally met Mr. Jiang, and there was also that plane. Kasha stepped into the elevator with a mix of excitement and anticipation. Chapter 156, Hiring Employees. Southern Airlines College, a specialized institution for training high-quality flight attendants and pilots. Of course, ground staff and other support personnel are also trained, but these are not the main focus. The number of students admitted each year is limited, though not small, but the number of pilots, flight attendants, and other professionals actually trained and graduated is relatively small. The real reason is that the graduation requirements for both pilots and flight attendants are exceptionally strict. Flight attendants must meet specific criteria in terms of age, appearance, weight, language proficiency, and skills. Jiang Chen and Li Shang, along with 4 others, arrived at the school. Shortly after entering, 2 people walked out from inside the school. From a distance, they politely asked, "Are you Mr. Jiang and Mr. Li?" "That's me," Jiang Chen nodded. He had already contacted the school earlier to recruit some flight attendants and airport staff. He didn't provide any proof, only informing them that he had purchased an Airbus A380 and planned to modify it. It was the same plane that had recently made headlines in the news. The school naturally understood the value of an Airbus A380 and knew that only someone extremely wealthy could afford to purchase one. When the other party came to recruit employees, they agreed readily. Both parties met in the middle. The representatives from the Southern Airlines College were an elderly man and a middle-aged woman. The elderly man extended his hand. "Mr. Jiang, hello. I am the vice president of the Aviation College. This is the counselor for Class 1 of the Skills Department." "Hello." Jiang Chen smiled and shook hands with both of them, then said, "I won't go into details, you already know what you need to know. I hope to find employees here who meet my expectations." The counselor from Class 1 narrowed his eyes. "Mr. Jiang, rest assured. The class you're going to is where the elite of the entire South Aviation College gather. It will definitely meet your expectations. Please follow me. I've already gathered the students for you. The rest is up to you, Mr. Jiang." The vice dean, seeing this, did not follow but said, "Mr. Liu, you go ahead. I have some matters to attend to and will excuse myself for now." "Mr. Jiang, Mr. Li, I apologize." Jiang Chen waved his hand. "It's fine. Having Mr. Liu alone is sufficient." As everyone walked through the campus, all they saw were handsome men and beautiful women, not a single one of them looked ordinary. Suddenly, the sound of a bell rang out from somewhere, and the students walking on the path quickly ran off. Li Shang's gaze followed the movement, then he whispered, "Jiang Gu, this place isn't bad, right? Have you noticed any of them?" Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. "What can you tell from that? It's too far away. I hope that skill class 1 has some good ones." His casual tone made Liu, the tutor, feel a surge of anger. Was he looking down on the students she had taught? Or was he questioning the quality of this academy? "Mr. Jiang, we're almost there. You can go in on your own. Do you need me to accompany you?" Jiang Chen glanced around. "No need. Li, who can follow me?" "Li brother, interested in coming along?" Li Shang didn't say anything, he followed behind, answering with his actions. In Skill Class 1, 30 female students were seated at their respective desks. Their average age was around 21. It was already time for class, but no teacher had arrived yet, and there was no special announcement. Only some trainees with connections had received the message. "What does this mean? They just told us to tidy up our appearance. This wasn't required before. Who knows? Maybe they'll surprise us with something, like sending a handsome young man to teach us? You're such a daydreamer. Maybe it's a company coming to recruit, and they'll send in a middle-aged man in his 40s instead." "Pfft, you're the one who's a daydreamer." 30 girls chattered excitedly, keeping their voices at a reasonable level. It sounded like a swarm of bees buzzing. Suddenly, the 30 girls fell silent as a handsome guy walked into the classroom, followed by 2 men. The key point is that the handsome guy actually walked straight to the front of the classroom and looked down at them. Some girls exclaimed, "Wow, I'm in love. He's such a handsome guy." "Are you kidding? Is he the teacher? Why is he up there? What are those 2 men outside doing? Why do they look so menacing?" Jiang Chen heard these words and forced himself to suppress a smile, glancing at Li Shang without giving anything away. Today was going to be another rough day. As the voices of the 30 people grew louder. Cough. Jiang Chen cleared his throat twice and looked around, saying, "Everyone, please quiet down. I am Jiang Chen, the chairman of Tianchang Real Estate. I'm here today to recruit employees. We recently purchased an Airbus A380 and plan to modify it. The space is quite large. We are seeking flight attendants. The compensation package includes a base salary of 50,000 yuan, bonuses, and performance-based incentives. Does anyone have any questions or interest? He was a straightforward person who didn't like to beat around the bush. He preferred to speak in terms of money and lay out the conditions clearly. The benefits offered are absolutely the best, of course, but the requirements are also strict. We may not hire all the flight attendants, but having them around is nice to look at. Why look at ugly women when you can look at beautiful ones? If something wonderful happens, he won't refuse. The entire skill class fell silent. The 30 beautiful women all widened their eyes, completely stunned. A base salary of 50,000 a month, plus bonuses and performance-based rewards? That's a minimum of 500,000 yuan guaranteed for the year, and if you perform well, you can aim for 600,000 yuan. Ordinary flight attendants don't earn such high wages even doing well, they might make around 10,000 yuan a year. The entire class of 30 beautiful women became excited, feeling their hearts race. Sitting at the front, a young woman with delicate features raised her hand and asked, "Mr. Jiang, I want to become your employee. What are the requirements for hiring staff? How many people are you hiring? Are there any special requirements? Where will the work be located?" As soon as she asked, the buzz in the classroom died down. Having entered this field, she was already aware of some unwritten rules through online research and naturally paid attention to such details. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and replied directly, "Actually, there are. The exact number of employees is undecided, as I plan to install a swimming pool in my private jet and am unsure of the remaining space. For now, we will hire 10 people. The work location is temporarily based in South City, but I can expand to other areas as needed. Special requirement: no one who has dated before. After all, I do have some feelings for you all." Chapter 157, No one with a boyfriend will be hired. Jiang Chen said the last part jokingly. But by saying it that way, he actually sounded sincere. After all, as a young boss coming to hire a group of beautiful women, it would be odd if he didn't have any feelings for any of them. No one would believe that as possible, unless he is a scammer or something. Li Shang, standing at the door, heard this and secretly rejoiced. "You've said it outright, no one will dare to approach now, right? At the very least, they'd complain a bit or curse under their breath." The 30 beautiful women in skill class 1 fell silent, processing the information they had just heard, which was quite revealing. What kind of plane can fit a swimming pool? No one who has ever had a boyfriend? No specific destination? Are we flying around the world? Jiang Chen saw this and stood on the podium, looking down at the group, waiting for their reactions. Whispers began to circulate below the podium. Modifying a plane to fit a swimming pool? How big would that plane have to be? It can't just be a mini swimming pool, can it? It probably isn't a mini one. The school agreed to let him come recruit, so the information must be accurate. Additionally, he offered a monthly salary of 50,000. That's not a lie. Do you remember the news about the Airbus A380 landing at Shanghai Pudong International Airport? Could he be the owner of that plane? They were only concerned about the first few questions. As for the boyfriend, no one mentioned him. After some discussion, they speculated about Jiang Chen's other identity. The girl who had asked the question earlier raised her hand again and said, "Mr. Jiang, what do you think of me? I have proficient flight attendant skills and am knowledgeable about wine culture, and I'm very motivated. I, Mr. Jiang, have never dated anyone before, and I'm willing to go anywhere in the world. Mr. Jiang, I've never dated anyone either. Besides my flight attendant skills, I speak 3 languages and can sing." 30 people rushed to raise their hands, but only 5 flight attendants remained silent, looking a bit upset. They kept muttering something under their breath. If only I could hear what they were saying. Sigh, why did I start dating so early? If I had refused that person back then, I could have gotten the job now. Exactly. He was handsome and rich, and most importantly, the salary was high. No, I'm going to break up with him when I get back. It's all his fault. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Jiang Chen took note of the scene, getting a rough idea of what was going on. He continued, "You can't tell much inside the classroom. Go outside and line up in 2 rows. Out of 25 people, they pick 10. The chances are still pretty good." 5 minutes later, on the playground outside the classroom, 25 future flight attendants stood in 2 rows, all feeling a bit nervous. Being a flight attendant comes with many restrictions: a college degree or higher, a height of 160 centimeters or above. Weight must be within 55 kilograms, with good appearance, demeanor, and physique. Jiang Chen stood at the front, with Li Shang and Li Hu watching from the side. However, Li Shang was still feeling a bit resentful. He had never been able to outdo Jiang Chen in matters related to women, which made him quite unhappy. Once everyone was gathered, the 25 beauties stepped forward one by one to introduce themselves. Jiang Chen took advantage of the lull to cast his professional eye on each of them, adding his personal preferences to the selection process. Before long, 10 women who looked comfortable to him and had sufficient career potential were selected. The others dispersed, and the 10 women suddenly spoke in unison, "Good morning, boss." Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. "Good job. Here's a new rule, your base salary will only go up, never down. If I ever deduct your base salary, feel free to come find me. Shang Guanyan, you will temporarily serve as the team leader for these 10 people. Start working today." "All right." Shang Guanyan nodded obediently. She was the one who had asked 2 questions earlier, and now she finally proved her worth, leaving an impression on the boss. Shang Guanyan suddenly asked, "By the way, boss, where will we be working after this?" Jiang Chen paused for a moment. "Well, you can stay here on standby for now. You can even read books if you like. I'll notify you when it's time. Depending on how quickly the renovation progresses, I have a lot of other things to attend to. Let's leave it at that for today." He gave a few casual instructions and left with Li Hu and Li Shang. As soon as he left, the 10 people immediately began discussing excitedly. "The boss is a rich, handsome, and young guy. What's that like? I finally know now. Anyway, the boss won't be yours. He's mine. I'll climb my way up to where the boss sleeps, hee hee. The boss would notice you? I'm more his type. What can you even do?" Shang Guanyan sighed, pressing her forehead. "What are you arguing about? Go check how much an Airbus A380 is worth and how much it would cost to modify it. Then come back and talk. Do you really think someone who says they have feelings actually means it?" The lively atmosphere among the other 9 people came to a halt. A few of them looked displeased and went to check immediately. What was happening over there, Jiang Chen naturally had no idea. At that moment, he was indeed as he had said, with many matters to attend to. The headhunting company hadn't found him a pilot yet, and the modification team contacted by Wang Songsong and the others had already arrived. Top-tier design teams from both domestic and international sources were all rushing to the scene. Hearing that there was a chance to modify an Airbus A380, they were moving at the fastest possible speed, fearing that someone else might snatch the opportunity away. Li Hu, head back to the Peninsula Hotel. Oh, and contact the company to have them send 10 copies of the contract over. Don't forget. Jiang Chen lay back in the rear seat of the Rolls-Royce, giving orders casually. Yes. Li Hu reset the navigation. Half an hour later, in a meeting room at the Peninsula Hotel. Jiang Chen sat at the head of the conference table, with top designers from China and the world seated on either side. You've both been invited here, so I assume you know what's expected. Share your thoughts. I need my plane modified as soon as possible so it can fly. The top Chinese designers clearly had a plan in mind and immediately asked, "It depends on Mr. Jiang. What is your minimum estimate? The cost of the modification will have a significant impact on our design for you." Jiang Chen thought for a moment. "If it's a modification, I estimate the cost to be within 15 billion. After all, that aircraft with a swimming pool installed is roughly the same price, around 40 billion. However, the company in M country tried to rip him off, so he compensated them 5 billion, evening the score. If the final results are good, he can add more later, and that's no problem." China's top designer was taken aback. He had only one thought in his mind: who exactly is this guy? Chapter 158 For women, several plays? Simply modifying a private jet, though it was a private aircraft and quite expensive. But 15 billion is still incredibly staggering. That's nearly half the price of an Airbus A380. 15 billion is no small sum. Only the true top-tier big shots would dare to play such a game. A representative of an international top-tier design team, who was well versed in Chinese culture, exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness gracious, Mr. Jiang, 15 billion. Are you serious?" He then apologized, "I'm truly sorry. I was simply too shocked and didn't mean to question you. This is the first time in my 60-year career that I've seen such a move." The most he had ever seen was a group company spending 8 billion on a renovation for commercial purposes. That's half of what Jiang Chen is spending now. The Chinese design representative swallowed hard, his tension mingled with excitement. "Mr. Jiang, what elements would you like to see in the design? For example, luxury, modern luxury, elegance, red, and so on." Jiang Chen thought for a moment, tilted his head, and said, "I have one requirement: the swimming pool must not be omitted, with comfort and enjoyment as the theme." The plane landed at Magic City International Airport. "You can go take a look, and I can provide any data you need. You have 3 days to present a basic renovation plan, and I will decide which one to use." Both representatives took a deep breath to calm their excitement. "Mr. Jiang, rest assured. I will definitely follow your requirements and deliver a satisfactory result. Although I'm not very familiar with Chinese elements, my experience will guide me." The 2 representatives departed. Jiang Chen crossed his legs, feeling that there was nothing urgent to do for now. Those matters would require time. Design drawings, select blueprints, purchase materials and install, test, and finally take off. The conference room door swung open, and Li Shang puffed out his cheeks as he walked in. "Jiang Ge, you actually have the time to play around here?" "Ha? Why wouldn't I have time to play? There's nothing to do right now. Li Shang rolled his eyes. There are people outside looking for you, all beautiful women, but your bodyguard stopped them. Jiang Chen clapped his hands. Good job blocking them. Those women are always trying to get close to me. I'm tired of saying no all the time. Li Shang? He felt this place was no longer safe. It was truly terrifying, facing relentless rejection every day. Those who want to attract others and experience that feeling have no chance. And some people have already started to grow tired of this feeling. Although Jiang Chen said this, he eventually went out to take a look. The few beautiful women who came to find him were all old acquaintances, the blonde foreigner Kasha and Han Si-ying from the Rolls-Royce 4S store. Zhao Linger, the Zhao family's daughter, and Nangong Ro, who was with her. Having too many women is troublesome, especially when several beautiful ones who haven't been tamed gather together. Han Si-ying had come because Li Hu had gone to retrieve the Rolls-Royce and realized that Jiang Chen had arrived in Magic City, so she came looking for him. Casa already knew about it. Besides being interested in her, she was also his nominal subordinate. Zhao Linger and Nangong Ro are in the same circle, and word got out. Jiang Chen sat on the leather sofa, looking indifferent, but inside he was already headache. If these women tried to play hard to get or act tough, that would be easy, he could just kick them out. There were so many women in the world, he didn't need any of them. But Han Si-ying looked at him with a sorrowful expression. She wanted to talk to Jiang Chen about something private, but with so many people around, she couldn't bring herself to speak. Casa, the foreign beauty, was bold and outgoing, wanting to sit beside Jiang Chen. She was dragged back by the three women, who mocked her openly and subtly. Zhao Linger and Nangong Ron were in a special situation. They were both good friends and rivals in love. Suddenly, Kasha spoke up. Mr. Jiang, how much longer will it take to fix your plane? I'm waiting impatiently. It's all Kate's fault. If it weren't for her, everything would be done by now. Jiang Chen shrugged his hands. I'm not sure. The design team is already on it, working on the design for me, so it's hard to estimate. But at least a month, that's for sure. This means we made a mistake in hiring the flight attendants. We'll have to pay an extra month's salary for nothing. Who cares? Anyway, the combined monthly salary of those 10 people is just a drop in the bucket for him. Jiang Chen chatted with them while his mind wandered, thinking about various things. 10 flight attendants, 5,000 each, 50,000 a month. He could sleep for a day and make 10 million. There's no need to worry about such a small amount. Just consider it an advance payment for something else. Do you have to pay to sleep together? No, it's a prepayment for their benefits, and there is also some consolation and enjoyment involved. It's like those young women you see shivering in the cold at street corners. Some people will offer them money and warmth without expecting anything in return. Good people are rare. But what is despicable is that there are always heartless people who report such scenes. Sigh. Zhao Linger interrupted his rambling thoughts, bringing the scene back to the present. She said disappointedly, oh, so that means I have to wait another month. Jiang Ge, will you stay in Shanghai? Not a month, but at least a month, Jiang Chen emphasized. As for whether he'd stay in Magic City, he hadn't even thought about it yet, so he just brushed it aside. Han Si-ying loosened her collar and said to Jiang Chen, it's too hot here. Why don't we go to my place to catch some breeze and cool off? Your 2 Rolls-Royces haven't sold yet. I just want to sell them as new cars. Why don't you take me for a ride, Jiang Ge? As she spoke, she moved closer to Jiang Chen. The other 3 women felt a surge of anger, almost shouting, let him go. Let me. Casa stood up and sat on the other side of Jiang Chen. Jiang Ge, I came all the way across half the globe for you. Wherever you go, I'll follow. Her hand began to wander, trying to tease him, heading toward places she shouldn't touch. Just as Jiang Chen was about to speak, Zhao Linger suddenly stood up and pulled him aside. Jiang Ge, before I came out, my brother kept saying he wanted to see you. Let's go back together, and these people can come along too. Nangong Rong spoke softly. Linger, I'm afraid once we step into the Zhao family's gates, we'll only be entering the gates. You. Zhao Linger was instantly speechless. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, reached out, and pulled Nangong Rong to sit beside Zhao Linger. He decided to deal with them one by one. This scene was witnessed by Li Shang. Soon, the staff at the Peninsula Hotel saw a young man running out in a frenzy, shouting loudly outside. Some pitifully speculated that he might have been heartbroken, leading him to act this way. Jiang Chen asked, Nangong Rong, we haven't had much interaction, have we? Why have you been following me all this time? He had only seen her a few times before, once here, where he had scolded her. Another time was at a gathering, but they didn't interact much, just sat eating, and were misunderstood by others. This was the 3rd time, and it was unclear whether the other person was deliberately seeking attention or what, making the situation quite complicated. Chapter 159, Meeting the Parents? Nangong Rong was taken aback, not expecting such a question. This was a subtle way of asking her to leave. Was it because she wasn't attractive enough, or had her recent personality changes caused an issue? She stammered in response, well, it's just that I feel you're special and want to get closer to you. After saying that, Nangong Rong's face flushed bright red. This was the first time she had ever said such a thing to a man. All the men she had encountered before had been fawning over her, treating her like a queen. The more she ignored them, the more they would desperately pursue her. But Jiang Chen wasn't that kind of person. He raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Feel that he's special? What made him special was that, in this hotel, he had just berated the other person and didn't seem to think much of them. Could it be that he had a masochistic tendency? Jiang Chen gave Nan Gongrong a strange look and didn't bother to ask her further. He turned to Kasha, and you, as my subordinate, what are you doing running around? Why are you following me? At the Magic City Southern Airlines Academy, I've found you 10 new flight attendants. Go over there and teach them. If you do a good job, there'll be a reward. Go now. I'll give you a base salary of 50,000 yuan a month. It's not for nothing. This meat should be eaten piece by piece. Someone like Kasha, who is already in the bowl, can wait. As for Han Siying, she has already been dealt with. Maintaining the status quo for now is acceptable. As for someone like Nan Gongrong, she's still hard to handle. Only when our assets surpass hers will we have the confidence to act. Otherwise, in the eyes of outsiders, he is always after someone else's money. Jiang Chen glanced at Zhao Linger again. She was his friend's sister, should he go for it? Waiting online, pretty urgent. After being scolded while her life was in his hands, Kasha looked up with wide, innocent eyes. But, Jianggu, I want to follow you and translate for you. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively, no need. We're in China now. If anyone tries to show off their foreign language skills, I'll kick them out in a heartbeat. Those top-tier international design teams had already been teetering on the brink of danger. Jiang Chen tried to persuade her for a while longer and finally convinced Kasha to go, where she was sent to the Southern Aviation College by Li Hu. Zhao Linger brought up the earlier conversation again. Jianggu, everything I said earlier was true. My brother is currently locked in the courtyard, training every day and unable to access the internet. I really want to meet your friend. My grandfather also admires you. Let's go together. Are we going to meet the parents? Han Siying felt a pang of disappointment. She understood that she and Jiang Chen could never truly be together. The current outcome was something she had fought for herself. But hearing it said outright left a bitter taste in her heart. The two of them now, their physiques, demeanor, appearance, and family backgrounds were all superior to hers. Han Siying silently stood up. Jianggu, there's still work to do at the store. I'll head back first. Send me a WeChat message when you're free. After speaking, she quickly left the hotel lobby, catching the three of them off guard. Jiang Chen opened his mouth but said nothing. With half the people gone, the atmosphere didn't lighten up. Instead, it felt a bit off. Zhao Linger and Nan Gongrong exchanged glances, seemingly communicating with their eyes, never breaking eye contact. 2 minutes later, Jiang Chen raised his hand and waved it in the air where their gazes met. Enough already. Linger, I'll contact your brother. If he doesn't respond within 5 minutes, we'll go to your place to check. No need to reply. The 7 of us can meet up easily. From now on, we'll just fly over to pick you up. Zhao Linger narrowed her eyes into a crescent moon smile. All right, it's settled then. 5 minutes later, Li Hu, who had returned from the Southern Airlines Academy, drove out again in his Rolls-Royce. In the back seat, Jiang Chen sat in the middle, with Nan Gongrong and Zhao Linger squeezed on either side. Li Hu cleverly lowered the rearview mirror. If he saw anything he shouldn't, his bodyguard career would be in jeopardy. Fortunately, on the way from the Peninsula Hotel to the Purple Garden, nothing inappropriate happened. Only the three of them were holding hands, looking like good friends. Jiang Chen sat in the car, watching the skyscrapers fade into the distance as they drove along, replaced by lush mountains and clear waters. He asked in surprise, Linger, this place is nice. Is the entire Purple Garden like this? Zhao Linger nodded, that's right. The areas near the water even have private docks. It's one of the top villa complexes in Magic City. Are there any vacant houses for sale around here? There might be some. Are you interested in buying one, Jianggu? Jiang Chen explained, that's right. I might be staying in Magic City for a while, and staying in a hotel every day would be boring. Plus, there's always someone coming into my room to tidy up. Those people coming in, even if they don't touch his things, still make him feel a bit uncomfortable. If he refuses, he feels the room is too messy to make up his mind. Nan Gongrong spoke up at the right moment. Jiang Chen, the Purple Garden in Shanghai is just one of the best villa complexes in the city. There are places with better environments and more high-end connections and resources around them. For example, Jiujintang and Tangchenipin are both good options. Unfortunately, she already owned properties in both of those places, so buying there would make them neighbors. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, then we'll go take a look when we have time. Buying a few more units is fine too. As the three were talking, the car arrived at Building 36 of the Purple Garden. Zhao Linger smiled and went to knock on the door. Li Hu parked the car and didn't go anywhere, just staying near the vehicle. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was pulled by Zhao Linger toward the backyard. Nan Gongrong wanted to follow, but was indeed stopped by the butler. The butler looked kind but refused to let her go. Nan Gongrong's eyes darted around, and she suddenly said, "My grandfather asked me to convey his regards to Mr. Zhao." "Where is Mr. Zhao? I want to see him." The butler's expression froze. With that excuse, he had no choice but to lead the way. Zhao Linger was unaware of this. She was still chatting happily with Zhao Muyu while holding Jiang Chen's hand. Of course, this was only how she perceived it. Zhao Mayan's forehead was creased with frown lines, his mind elsewhere, his words half-hearted. "Jiang brother, after buying that private jet, your aura grows stronger each day." The atmosphere was off, and there was a sense of tension in the air. Jiang Chen noticed that Zhao Mayan seemed to be looking for a fight with him. Judging by Li Shang's fate, it was likely a one-on-one duel. He subtly gestured for Zhao Linger to move closer. This wasn't out of fear of Zhao Mayan. With his physique enhanced 3 times over, he could overpower anyone without needing to follow any set patterns. But what would he gain from a fight now? It would be a thankless task, and Jiang Chen never did such things. Given the choice, it was no surprise he opted out. Chapter 160, Air Traffic Control. Magic City Purple Garden, Villa number 36. 3 young people were sitting under a pavilion chatting, but the conversation had already grown stale. Jiang Chen didn't respond to Zhao Mayan's words but instead intended to chat with Zhao Linger. He wasn't like others, he usually gave way to men. Zhao Linger, whether intentionally or not, was ignoring her brother or trying to undermine him. Jiang Gu just bought a plane and returned. It's only been a few days, yet I haven't felt any aura from him? And isn't a strong presence a good thing? Zhao Mayan felt wronged. "Linger, you." He desperately wanted to ask, "Am I your real brother, or is Jiang Chen your real brother?" However, even if he said it out loud, the result wouldn't be what he wanted, so Zhao Mayan remained silent. Jiang Chen smiled as he watched the scene unfold. "Zhao brother, why get so angry? Once my private jet is modified, I'll invite you along too." "Exactly." Zhao Linger nodded. "Jiang Gu isn't the kind of person to be so stingy. You should learn from him." "Me? Stingy?" Zhao Mayan was completely baffled. Was it his fault again? He was just frustrated that his younger sister was always clinging to Jiang Chen, and today was just the day he finally snapped. After all, Jiang Chen is popular with many women. If word gets out, it won't be good for his reputation. If he ends up losing, it'll be even more embarrassing and heartbreaking. Zhao Linger looked up arrogantly. "You can't say that. Maybe he just lost his balance occasionally." "That's true." Jiang Chen asked, "But why is your brother staying here? Can't he go out to play?" "Without internet, he can't go out." "Is that what you call house arrest?" He had wanted to say it more directly, but since it was someone else's family matter, he couldn't say it outright. Zhao Mayan's current expression gave away no emotion, but if it were him, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Zhao Linger shook her head. "It's not really house arrest. It's punishment from Grandpa for getting me drunk last time. My grandfather is very strict. You'll understand when you meet him. But he's not too bad to me. My brother has to inherit the family business, so he's stricter sometimes. That old man is actually quite cute, except he doesn't let me touch his beard. There are also some photos he keeps hidden away, they all have secrets, but I haven't seen any of them." As she spoke, she noticed the atmosphere was off. Jiang Chen kept giving her subtle glances, and her brother was looking down at his feet. Zhao Linger slowly turned her head and saw Nangong Ro smiling mockingly. Wasn't she supposed to be blocked outside by the butler? As she moved, she saw her grandfather with a dark expression, silently staring at her. She didn't know how long he had been standing there. It was utterly terrifying. He was only a meter away from her. Zhao Laoyi smiled and said, "Linger, bring your friend over. Why didn't you tell this old man? These young people nowadays are one more fierce than the next. Mu Yan still isn't growing fast enough." As he spoke, his gaze fell on Jiang Chen. "You must be the Jiang Chen Linger and Mu Yan have been talking about. The plane you bought caused quite a stir even in Yinjing. People have heard about it. The swimming pool renovation is complete. You're now a celebrity in the second-generation circle, and your fame will rise even more in this circle." Jiang Chen's expression grew serious, and he immediately realized what the other man was hinting at. The purchase and renovation of the Airbus A380 had caused a much bigger stir and chain reaction than he had imagined. His current circle was already quite large, but compared to the older generation like Mr. Zhao, he still lacked experience and discernment. Jiang Chen stood up. "I'm Jiang Chen. Buying that plane was purely out of personal interest. I have no intention of competing with anyone. As for when it will take to the skies, that's still uncertain. I was just planning to visit you later, but you came here personally." Zhao Laoyi waved his hand. "It's nothing. I just came to take a look. Mu Yan hasn't been out in a while either. In that case, if you want to go out, feel free. Linger will come find me later to ask you something." After speaking, Mr. Zhao walked away slowly, leaving the 4 young people standing there speechless. Zhao Linger was the first to snap out of it, her face turning sour. "This is bad. I'm going to be grounded. All I did was find out a little secret of his. If only I had dragged Zhao Muyu into it too. Why just me? That's not fair." Watching her fume in silence, Nan Gongrong felt a surge of satisfaction. Sure enough, evil people have their own enemies. How dare she arrange someone to block her? Does she think she's so easy to deal with? Zhao Mayan closed his eyes, his heart filled with resentment. He had spoiled this sister so much when they were young. Nangong Rong pulled Jiang Chen to sit down. Linger, I advise you to go find your grandfather now. Maybe he'll change his mind about the 1-month house arrest. We'll wait here for you. Jiang Chen watched Zhao Linger rush out in a hurry and felt speechless. Zhao brother, it seems like you're enjoying your confinement. Why is Linger reacting this way? Zhao Mayan's lips twitched. He couldn't tell the truth. He immediately brushed it off. Well, maybe it's just a difference in personality. She's a bit more lively. Let's not talk about that. How far along are you with the plane? Jiang Chen smiled and said, we still need 4 pilots to be in place, plus the interior design and modifications. Once it's done, it'll be absolutely stunning. Though it wasn't my original plan, thinking about it makes me happy. The 3 of them chatted, but Nan Gongro didn't say a word the entire time, only occasionally glancing at Jiang Chen's profile. Jiang brother, have you applied for a flight path for your private plane? If not, you can't fly it freely, there are no fly zones. Zhao Mayan said, gesturing with his hands, flying without authorization can have serious consequences. If you're caught, it could end with a loud bang and your plane being shot down. Jiang Chen spread his hands helplessly, I haven't had time yet. Linger said you and your grandfather wanted to see me, so I came over first. Actually, it wasn't that he hadn't had time, he had simply forgotten about it. Li Hu didn't understand either, those foreign pilots had just mentioned it casually. Zhao Mayan's expression froze, and he opened his mouth but said nothing. He hadn't said such words, and his grandfather wouldn't have invited the younger generation to meet on his own initiative, it wasn't time yet. Zhao Mayan looked at Nangong Ro, then glanced at Jiang Chen, his mind in a whirl. Suddenly, from the direction of the villa, Zhao Linger ran over excitedly. Someone actually said my grandfather was going to ground me for a month, scaring me half to death. Turns out it was just a scare tactic. I told Grandpa, so you can take the blame for me, right? You don't mind, do you? Nan Gongrong said jealously, you're always taking advantage of his pampering to trick your brother. Really? Seeing the 2 girls about to argue again, Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and invited, Zhao brother, why don't we go out? Let's invite Wang Xiao and the others too. We can all get together again. Zhao Mayan nodded repeatedly, alright, let's go now. We should have a place booked by then. I'll contact Yi Xing and Fengjie. Li Shang and Wang Xiao, you 2 notify them. If he stayed any longer, he didn't know where his sister would sell him off to, and he might end up being grounded for another 7 days for no reason. The 2 made up their minds and immediately stood up to head outside. Zhao Linger and Nangong Ro stopped arguing and chased after them. Chapter 161, Finding a Pilot. Li Hu drove the car, taking Jiang Chen away from Ziyuan. Not long after they left, a large vehicle followed closely behind them. Inside Jiang Chen's Rolls-Royce were still 4 people, Zhao Linger, Nangong Ro, Jiang Chen, and driver Li Hu. Originally, Zhao Mayan had planned to take his sister, but he used feeling unwell as an excuse to decline. Watching the Rolls-Royce swaying slightly, Zhao Mayan made up his mind he had to break up one of them, either Zhao Linger or Nangong Ro. Once separated, many things would be resolved, and he wouldn't have to worry anymore. Inside the Rolls-Royce, Li Hu followed the usual routine, lowering the rearview mirror and focusing on driving. Zhao Linger sat on Jiang Chen's left side, looking annoyed at the other side. Hey, Nangong Ro, this is a friends gathering. It's not appropriate for you to come along. The driver should stop at any station someone needs to get off. Bringing a stranger along to a friends gathering isn't appropriate. Jiang Chen glanced at Zhao Linger in surprise. He hadn't expected her to come up with so many reasons so effortlessly. He felt like watching a show and didn't say anything. Li Hu, who was driving, felt his hands stiffen. He didn't turn around. Boss, should we stop, or? Nangong Ro immediately grew impatient. How come Jiang Gu and I aren't friends anymore? Li Shang, Yi Xing, and your brother who doesn't know me? How dare you say that to me? Just take us to the destination. Zhao Linger continued her rant, you 2 are just acquaintances who nod at each other. You don't even have much contact. Jiang Chen spoke up, forget it. It's just one more pair of chopsticks over there. The main thing is, kicking them out now would be embarrassing. We'll have plenty of chances to meet again, and at least we've been introduced. Li Hu received the boss's answer and drove more smoothly. Zhao Linger wanted to get rid of them, but there was nothing she could do now, as Jiang Chen was at the gathering and had quietly become the leader. He had the strength to back it up, and his words carried weight. Before long, Li Hu parked the car near the wealthy club. Zhao Mayan recommended the first fragrance restaurant nearby. At that moment, Wang Songsong and Yi Xing were already waiting there. When Jiang Chen got out of the car with Zhao Linger and Nangong Rong, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Xing hurried over in 3 strides and whispered, Brother Jiang, what's the deal with the 2 women behind you? Did you take them all? You're being too ruthless. You didn't even leave us a single one. Even if we couldn't eat them, it would have been nice to take a look. He was beginning to adopt Li Shang's tendencies, learning to flatter others. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and replied, I didn't take any. What are you talking about not leaving any for us? I barely touched anything, and I didn't say much. They came over on their own. Should I blame myself? Wang Song pushed his way forward, not a single one? That's even more impressive. Are you trying to take two at once? Are you in the adjustment period? Zhang brother, the Zhao family and the Nangong family won't tolerate this. You having an affair is one thing, but this is giving up. The two men had already pushed Zhao Linger and Nangong Ro aside. The three of them whispered to each other, occasionally bursting into laughter, along with Jiang Chen's curses. These two had such vivid imaginations, they could think of everything. He didn't know how to respond. When Zhao Mayan and Li Shang arrived together, their conversation quickly shifted to ordinary topics, appearing much more proper. Everyone entered the reserved private room. The original 7 became 8, but the unseen leader remained the same. Jiang Chen sat in the main seat inside. I thought buying a plane would let me fly and swim in the sky. I expected it to take no more than a month, but now I've been waiting for so long. Wang Songsong mocked, come on, I thought you wouldn't buy that plane. Now that you've arrived, everyone has to bow their heads when they see you. Remember Yang Ning? He was the one who said he wanted to redeem himself. Now that you've bought the plane. There's been no news about him for a long time. Apparently, he's already gone abroad for a trip. Li Shang nodded repeatedly, exactly. That's 30 billion. You spent 15 billion on renovations, totaling 45 billion. If it were used for commercial purposes, even a big shot wouldn't dare to board the plane. Make sure to give me a discount when the time comes. Jiang Chen was taken aback. The external reaction and impact were already so significant. Old Master Zhao wasn't he wrong after all. Scared off? But he didn't care. His roots weren't here anyway. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively, my plane is a private jet, it's not for commercial use. You can all fly for free when the time comes. However, you all need to figure out a way to speed up the internal renovation process. Even now, those two so-called top-tier design teams haven't provided any concrete design plans. If it weren't for their professionalism, he'd have reason to suspect they were scammers. Wang Songsong shook his head, there's nothing we can do, but if it's the pilot's request, I can use my connections to help you find someone. I'll ask my father's pilot if he has any connections. That's very kind of you. Jiang Chen suddenly said, I'll pass on the alcohol this time. You all go ahead and enjoy yourselves. Li Shang looked at Zhao Mayan with some hesitation. Zhao brother, shall we have a little drink? If you drink with your sister, you'll be even more unlucky this time. Zhao Mayan's lips twitched slightly, and he turned away silently, clearly not planning to drink either. After looking around, Wang Songsong, Yi Xing, and Feng Jie ended up having a few rounds. During the gathering of 8 people, Nan Gongrong hardly spoke at all. The 5 men, including Wang Songsong, all assumed she was Jiang Chen's target. Naturally, they didn't chat openly, only exchanging polite greetings. Li Xanadu restrained himself from making any sarcastic remarks. Only Zhao Lingo occasionally argued with the others, but she didn't de-escalate the situation and kept it within bounds. Jiang Chen was caught in the middle, feeling both happy and a bit speechless. Once the food was finished, the gathering came to an end, and everyone departed. Li Shang's company was currently researching a breakthrough cancer treatment, and he needed to return to study. The gathering was time he had squeezed out of his schedule. After leaving, Wang Songsong contacted his father's pilot to arrange for a pilot. Zhao Linger didn't ask Jiang Chen to send her home this time. Instead, she rode home in her brother's car. Nangong Ro hailed a taxi and left, recommending that anyone looking to buy a house check out Tangchen Ipin or Jiujian Tang, as she was a member and could offer discounts. Before long, only 8 people remained, and Jiang Chen smiled. He got into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce that Li Hu had pulled up for him. First, he returned to the Peninsula Hotel. Casa had been at the Southern Airlines Academy for a day. He wondered how she was getting along with Shang Guanyan and the other 9 people. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen returned to the hotel, where Kasha was puffing out her cheeks and sitting on the sofa in the lobby. Shang Guanyan and the other 10 flight attendants also arrived together, and they didn't look very happy either. Chapter 162, Gold Medal Pilot. As Jiang Chen walked in, the 11 of them immediately ran up to him. Li Hu hurriedly stood in front of the boss, spread his arms wide, and slightly bowed his head. Shang Guanyan stood at a distance, pointing at Kasha and asked the boss, is she our new superior? She claims to be a flight attendant too, having reached the top of her field, but can she really give orders like us overseas? If we listen to her, we'll all be ruined in no time. Casa immediately rebutted, these 10 people's mindsets are impossible to change. I can't teach them properly. Boss, I'll stick with you. We don't need a translator, there must be other tasks for me. Jiang Chen heard this and narrowed his eyes, looking up and down at Kasha. Why is she always trying to get closer to him? Although she was very beautiful, he wasn't in a hurry yet. He could observe the situation first. If you don't want to take her, just say so. Since Kasha can't do it, here's what we'll do, Shang Guanyan, starting now, you're Kasha's superior. Li Hu, is the contract ready? Once it's ready, have everyone sign it. Li Hu nodded silently, it's already been sent over. It's in the car. The company seal has been stamped. Should I go get it now? Jiang Chen waved his hand. Hurry up. His approach left Shang Wanyan and Kasha with very different expressions. 5 minutes later, Kasha looked at the contract in front of her, her face filled with conflict. If she didn't sign, it wouldn't have anything to do with Jiang Chen. She had come to China mainly for Jiang Chen, the Airbus A380, and the people involved. Sign it, and she'd be under someone's control, especially the person who had been offended today. On the other side, Shang Wanyan and her 10 people had already signed the contract, each with a smile on their face. A job with a base salary of 50,000, there was no way she could back out now. In the end, Kasha signed her name on the contract, becoming Jiang Chen's employee. Jiang Chen immediately dismissed the others and went to mend relations with Shang Wanyan and the others first. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Representatives from the world's top design team and China's top design team arrived simultaneously. They had already designed the initial draft. If Jiang Chen was satisfied, they could contact the workers and material suppliers to prepare for production. Back at the previous meeting, Jiang Chen sat in the main seat, with the Chinese design representatives and international representatives nervously watching him. Their submissions had already been submitted, but the results had not yet been announced. Jiang Chen leaned back in his chair and casually opened the images, which were all digitally rendered drafts for easy review. The first thing that caught his eye was the swimming pool created by filling the space under the aircraft cabin with water. The seats were completely obscured, replaced by various entertainment facilities. Treadmills, dumbbells, mahjong tables, card machines, and more were lined up in rows, with additional units nearby for easy replacement. Designed by an international top-tier team, the space exuded a high-tech aesthetic with a predominantly black color scheme. Only movable equipment had any color. On the Chinese side, a variety of colors are used, with a focus on comfort and aesthetics, though it lacks the grandeur of the international design, but it's still quite appealing. Jiang Chen looked around for a while, wanting to buy one. No way. Even if he were rich, he wouldn't spend money like that. He couldn't give it away to others. He looked up at the two representatives. I'll give you another day. Combine your styles and present something that satisfies me. The colors on the Chinese side are good, and the shapes on the other side are good. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and then asked, do you have any opinions? Do you want to do it, or not? The representatives of the international top-tier design team and the Chinese team exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement. This is a $15 billion order, little darling. Who would dare to refuse? They were all eager for more, preferably with overtime every day. Seeing that both had agreed, Jiang Chen stood up and said, all right, with these two drafts, I hope you can get started as soon as possible. After speaking, he turned and left the meeting room, leaving the two stunned individuals behind. The international design team representative extended his hand. Hello, my name is Merck. Pleased to work with you. My name is Yinan. Let's work together. Their hands touched briefly before parting. Both felt a bit uneasy inside. As members of top-tier teams, they naturally believed themselves to be the best. Despite their mutual disdain, they had to put on a friendly facade, which was extremely uncomfortable. What would become of Yinan and that Merc? That wasn't Jiang Chen's concern. Everything was proceeding smoothly. Li Hu was with the pilot from San Francisco, applying for a flight route. Han Siying occasionally made a few flirtatious gestures, while Kasha was tightly controlled by Shang Guanyan, leaving her no chance to make a move. Zhao Linger was eventually locked in a small room for offending her grandfather, and Zhao Mayan was dragged into it as well. Nangong Ro hasn't been visiting frequently either, probably waiting for him to buy a house. The next day, Yinan and Moko hadn't submitted their answers yet, but Jiang Chen received a call from Wang Songsong and the headhunting company first. Both sides had found 4 pilots each, totaling 8, double the original number. Mr. Jiang, 2 of the pilots have over 800 hours of flight experience and are gold medal pilots with no accidents. The other 2 are also seasoned pilots with 5 years of experience. Where would you like to conduct the interviews? Jiang Chen casually replied, the Peninsula Hotel. I'll cover the travel expenses. He had been enjoying himself thoroughly these past few days and wasn't in a hurry to move. He hadn't even had a chance to review the aircraft's design blueprints yet. As soon as the call ended, Wang Songsong's phone rang. The content was similar, and after giving a similar response, Jiang Chen ended the call. About 20 minutes later, Li Hu came to report that 8 people were requesting an interview with him. Jiang Chen asked, have them wait in the conference room. I'll be there shortly. How old are they? Li Hu looked a bit hesitant. Sir, it's hard to tell from their appearance, but they're all over 30. All right. Jiang Chen tidied up his attire and slowly walked out of the room. When he arrived at the conference room, the 8 people were seated in 2 rows, clearly divided. Jiang Chen scanned the room and asked directly, before you came here, someone should have told you. I won't beat around the bush. Out of the 8 of you, I can only hire half. I only have 1 plane, and I need to consider rest in shifts, so I can only accommodate 4 people. The 8 men's expressions grew serious. The boss in front of them seemed different from the one they had met before. But there had always been rumors that private jet pilots fared much better than those in large companies. I wonder if that's true. Chapter 163, Don't Forget Your Roots. In a temporarily rented meeting room at the Peninsula Hotel. After Jiang Chen stated his conditions, he waited for the 8 people in front of him to react. Suddenly, one of the pilots raised his hand and asked, Mr. Jiang, you're so straightforward. I'll get straight to the point too. May I ask, what is the monthly salary for pilots under your employ? How intense is the flying schedule? What benefits are provided? I forgot to mention that. Jiang Chen explained, the base salary is 100,000 yuan per month. The flight intensity depends on where I want to go, which you can assess yourselves. Aside from the base salary, you will only receive bonuses and performance-based awards. After finishing, he added, unless you commit a major mistake and are fired, the base salary will only increase, never decrease. The 8 of them narrowed their eyes. A base salary of 100,000 yuan, and it only goes up? That means at least 1 million yuan a year, though private jet missions might be fewer. The 8 of them imagined their future and all became excited. They weren't young anymore, they had passed the age of chasing dreams. Now they were all here for the money. With money came endless motivation. The pilot who had asked the question raised his hand again and said, Sir, I have over 800 hours of flight time and have never had an accident. What other requirements do you have for hiring pilots? I have over 1,000 hours of flight time, no accidents, and I can also fly helicopters. Looking at the pilots raising their hands to introduce themselves, Jiang Chen nodded satisfactorily. This was exactly the outcome he had hoped for. Suddenly, one of the pilots introduced himself, Sir, besides being able to fly private planes, I am familiar with fighter jets and various other aircraft and can operate them proficiently. I only hope you can pay me a year's salary in advance. Jiang Chen was taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Paying 1 million yuan before signing the contract and starting work? What if the person runs away? Although 1 million wasn't a large sum for Jiang Chen, and the loss wouldn't be significant if the person ran away, he didn't want to give it away so easily. Jiang Chen became curious. You can fly fighter jets? Tell me more. Who referred you? The pilot speaking was very slim, with muscles visible beneath his thin clothing. His expression was impassive, not like someone from a private aviation company. Sure enough, the other party spoke up. Yes, I can also fly fighter jets. I was introduced by Wang Xiao. I used to be a fighter pilot. My mother is seriously ill and urgently needs money for treatment, which is why I made that request. But after I get the money, I'll definitely come back. I won't run off with the money. I can use something as collateral. By the end, his expression had become extremely sincere, not like someone lying. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and first gave him a career insight. If he was indeed from the flight corps, that would be a huge windfall. His flying skills were definitely top-notch, and he could even be used as a bodyguard. Name, Bai Xiao. Gender, male. Suitable occupations, combat pilot, pilot. Career potential, 5 stars. 5 stars is the highest rating. Evaluation, a top-notch pilot from a certain military unit. His skills have not diminished since his retirement. He is a valuable candidate for employment. After reading this evaluation, Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Alright, you're the first. There are 3 more spots available. Once the hiring process here is complete, follow me to collect the payment and sign the contract. The other 7 were taken aback. The conversation was moving too quickly, and the deal was sealed just as fast. Moreover, while Jiang Chen was speaking, none of the 7 dared to interrupt. Someone spoke up. Mr. Jiang, what do you think of me? I may not be able to fly fighter jets, but I can pilot various types of civilian aircraft, including the Airbus A380. One person took the lead, and the remaining 7 stood up one after another to introduce themselves. Jiang Chen used his career eye to quickly screen them. The remaining 3 were quickly decided upon. The pilots being hired were also to wait like the flight attendants. After the contract was signed, Jiang Chen motioned to Bai Xiao, come here, give me your bank account number. Bai Xiao hesitated for a moment before giving her account number. The transaction was completed quickly. Jiang Chen patted the other person on the shoulder. Go get your mother treated first. For now, none of you 4 need to fly the plane. After speaking, his mind momentarily wavered. The speed of his growth was too rapid. The sudden wealth had already left him disoriented. In just a few short months, he had gone from a penniless young man to a billionaire, experiencing the highs and lows of life. The life of a wealthy individual, with endless wealth, had made him forget even his own parents. This was truly unforgivable. Even if he had 10 million a day now, his parents had raised him. Find some time to go home and visit them. Jiang Chen's reverie was interrupted by Bai Xiao's actions. He knelt on the ground, his voice choked with emotion. Thank you, boss. I will return within half a month. He had tried every possible means and could only resort to this method to raise the money. Jiang Chen hurriedly helped him up. What are you doing? Just come back and work hard. In the end, I still have to thank you. Without you, I might have continued to forget my roots. Just take care of things here first, you can make it up to me later. Bai Xiao naturally didn't understand Jiang Chen's meaning. After expressing his gratitude, he stood up. The five of them walked out of the meeting room and saw a foreigner and a Chinese man standing outside the door, both with grim expressions. The four pilots instinctively avoided them and went around the side. Jiang Chen asked, "Has the design been finalized?" Yi Nan and Merc nodded together, then shook their heads in unison, saying, "This still needs to be decided by you, boss." Looking at the notebooks handed to him by both men, Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and returned to the conference room. He opened them and realized that both sides had incorporated each other's elements, each coming up with their own modification plan. Jiang Chen glanced at them casually. The black technology and other colors were combined. Both modification plans were excellent. Jiang Chen closed his eyes to think for a moment, then picked up the one on the left, this one. Who came up with it? Yi Nan's face turned red with excitement, his body trembling with anticipation. He recognized the design immediately. It was his team's plan. Finally, they had outdone the other side. Thinking this to himself, Yi Nan glanced sideways at Merc's displeased expression. They had been arguing earlier about whose plan was better, but now it was clear that Jiang Boss had the better judgment. Merc remained silent for a long time before finally saying, "Mr. Jiang, I am deeply sorry that I cannot serve you this time. However, should you need my services in the future, please do not hesitate to contact me. Please accept my business card." "Alright, I don't like your design style, but you do have some skill." Jiang Chen took the business card. With the 1.5 billion project out of the picture, Merc didn't linger and stood up to leave. In the meeting room, Jiang Chen asked, "Your name is Yi Nan, right? Follow your design plan, but don't deviate too much. How long will it take to deliver the results while ensuring quality?" "The sooner, the better." Yi Nan hesitated and said, "Mr. Jiang, the Airbus A380 is already positioned there, though the interior seats have been dismantled. A conservative estimate is 35 days at the earliest and 50 days at the latest. After the modifications are completed, testing is required. We can't simply hand over the task." Jiang Chen sighed and waved his hand. Alright. Get started immediately. Let me know if you need anything." Chapter 164, Preparing to Go Home. Yi Nan left with his laptop, finally securing the 1.5 billion order. Back in the meeting room, Jiang Chen muttered under his breath in dissatisfaction. Though he felt deeply resentful, he managed to restrain himself and did not demand faster progress. Safety was the top priority. At least 35 days? If it's any slower, it'll take 2 months. I might as well go swimming in the sky. After muttering a few more words, Jiang Chen arranged for the 3 newly recruited pilots to coordinate with the pilots in San Francisco. Li Hu was assigned to work alongside Yi Nan, tasked with overseeing quality control and the shopping list. Once Bai Xiao returned, Li Hu could be replaced. He could allow Yi Nan to make money within reasonable limits, but he couldn't risk the quality of the aircraft. The modification of China's first private aircraft, the Airbus A380, officially began. With Li Hu keeping a close eye on things, Yi Nan got to work diligently. On the first day alone, 80 million was spent, and this was just the smallest portion of the initial orders, with materials being sourced from around the world. News media sensed an opportunity and tried to interview, but were all turned away. Subsequently, various rumors began to circulate, causing a huge stir. Especially the base purchase price of the Airbus A380, 31 billion, with the addition of private, drew even more attention. Wang Songsong and 5 others, sensing the buzz, all came over to inquire about the details. "Jiang Ge, the modification has already begun. Where did you transport the aircraft to? I'll go take a look tomorrow." "Jiang Ge, that's not very considerate of you. If you're going to modify it, why hide it?" "Exactly, Jiang Ge, just tell us outright to satisfy our curiosity." Looking at the bustling crowd, Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. "If I don't hide it while modifying it, the media will be taking photos every day, which will slow down the progress. The modification will take at least 35 days, and if it takes longer, it could be 2 months. He had already experienced the media's relentless intrusion, which is why he was taking such precautions. In the end, Jiang Chen gave everyone a location. Li Hu would meet them there tomorrow, so he wouldn't go with them. "Brother Jiang, don't go. Let's all go together. Linger has been missing you for so long." Zhao Linger was both shy and annoyed. "Yi Xing, are you trying to get yourself killed? How dare you make up such stories about us?" "But Jiang Ge, it'll be more fun if we go together." "It's settled then. Jiang Ge, I'll pick you up at the Peninsula Hotel tomorrow and buy a villa while I'm there." Li Shang thick-skinnedly helped Jiang Chen make the decision. Jiang Chen thought for a while. It seemed like there was nothing to do, and he didn't want to go back to Nan City now. Tanchang Real Estate hadn't called him, which meant everything was still under control. Otherwise, Li Wanqin wouldn't be so calm. The flight attendants and pilots have already been hired, and the ground staff and parking lot are the easiest to handle. As long as there's money, it can be handled in no time. There's no rush for now. The collaboration with Wang Yi was also going smoothly. After accompanying Wang Songsong and the others to check the progress of the aircraft modification, he could go home. Thinking this through, Jiang Chen finally agreed to Li Shang's proposal. The next morning, Jiang Chen got up at 8 o'clock, dressed properly, and proactively contacted Li Shang and the others. He wanted to wrap up this visit as soon as possible. The thought of going home made Jiang Chen's heart race. In the past, no one had ever pointed this out to him directly. He had been immersed in the fantasy of earning 10 million yuan a day. Surrounded by high-quality friends, beautiful women actively pursuing him, and possessing vast wealth. Jiang Chen shook his head vigorously. I can't keep going like this. I need to urge Li Shang and the others again. Amidst the constant urging, a luxury car roared up. Li Shang lowered the front window and said with a sigh, Brother Jiang, you weren't in a hurry yesterday. Why are you suddenly so urgent now? You called me 7 times in a row. Good thing I have quick reflexes. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and said bluntly, I'm taking you guys on a tour. There's an important matter to attend to. Don't interrupt. Li Hu was staring at Yinan while Jiang Chen drove the Rolls-Royce with Li Shang toward their destination. At 8:30, Jiang Chen and Li Shang arrived at the location. 4 different supercars approached from the other 4 directions. Brother Jiang, your attitude has changed drastically. You're right. I thought something had happened to Brother Jiang, but it was just to make us hurry up. Is this where they're modifying the Airbus A380? Let's go inside first. Jiang Chen said as he walked, I have some questions to ask you. Since they had already made arrangements yesterday, Jiang Chen and his 7 companions had just entered when Li Hu and Yinan were already waiting. Li Hu reported, Sir, the modification is underway and everything is going smoothly. Let's go take a look first. Jiang Chen calmed himself down and waved his hand. Since it was only an internal cabin modification, the exterior wouldn't be touched yet. The group toured the area, with Yinan providing explanations, and the tour went quickly. After about 10 minutes, everyone came out, except for Li Shang, who was still interested in the interior and continued to look around. Jiang Chen looked at Wang Songsong and the others and asked seriously, What do you think we should give our parents as gifts when we go home? Everyone paused for a moment. Yi Xing reacted first and said, Gifts for your mother should be something like jade Buddha statues or jadeite. For your father, watches or clothes are more appropriate. Keep the value around 10 million. But I don't really give gifts because they're all richer than me. I just give something symbolic. You call that a token of your heart? Zhao Ling rolled her eyes and teased, the best gift for your parents is for you to bring a girlfriend home, buy some health supplements, and some expensive but not extravagant gifts. After all, at our age, our parents' physical condition is declining in every aspect, and there are many things to pay attention to. Zhao Mayan quietly added, So, little sister, when are you going to bring a boyfriend home? I've seen Dad sighing secretly, worried you won't get married. As he spoke, he glanced at Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen was lost in thought. Yi Xing and Zhao Linger were both right. He decided to tackle both issues simultaneously, so he wouldn't have to worry anymore. Chapter 165, The Gift. Zhao Linger puffed out her cheeks, You're the one who can't get married. If I were to spread the word, there'd be countless suitors lining up for me. Dad wouldn't say that. Jianggu, why are you still spacing out? Jiang Chen blinked. I was just thinking about what to bring back. Now I have an idea. Saying that, he glanced at the time. Since they had been in a hurry the whole way, the tour didn't take much time, and it was only 9:30 p.m. Order the gifts during the day, take the flight at night, and head back to Nancity first. If we hurry, we should arrive at my hometown small county by tomorrow morning. What? Go back? Li Shang, who had just stepped out of the aircraft cabin, asked in confusion, Jianggu, you're leaving again? Aren't you staying in Shanghai for a few days? Linger must be thinking about you every day. Now that you're leaving, she'll be longing for you again. Everyone knew that Zhao Linger liked Jiang Chen, but knowing was one thing. Saying it outright, especially at this critical moment, made some people immediately uncomfortable. Zhao Mayan glared fiercely and decided to find an opportunity to duel with Li Shang to deepen their bond. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows and thought for a moment before saying seriously, Linger, would you be willing to accompany me home to meet my parents? Let us make it clear beforehand it's just to make the old couple happy. There's no other meaning to it. Going to find someone at the last minute wouldn't achieve the same effect, and the conversation would feel awkward. He had some feelings for Zhao Linger, but they weren't strong enough yet. The main reason was that Jiang Chen was thinking, now that he was so wealthy, why rush into such a life-changing decision? Why not enjoy his youth and wealth while he could find someone to keep him in check? Apart from Zhao Linger, others like Kasha, Han Xiying, and Li Wanqin would all be willing to follow him if he asked. However, Zhao Linger was right there, convenient, and also very attractive. Plus, she is from a good family, hasn't grown into a spoiled rich girl, has an elegant demeanor, and is emotionally intelligent. Bringing her back to the village would definitely be a source of pride. A man's success, aside from money, also depends on the woman behind him. The 6 of them fell silent. Zhao Linger's face flushed slightly, her heart racing, and she clenched her fists. Li Shang raised his finger, she's a werewolf. Jianggu, I won't even support the wall, I'm just impressed by you. This is just helping out a friend, but I still feel a bit off about it. Wang Songsong muttered under his breath. Jiang Xiong. Zhao Mayan hesitated for a moment. Your request is a bit much. If this gets out, Linger's reputation will be ruined, and people will talk behind her back. When she gets married, she might even face cold shoulders. Although we're friends, I can't agree to this. As he spoke, he stopped his younger sister from acting on impulse. Jiang Chen paused for a moment, thinking it over. It made sense. The wealthy circle was indeed driven by interests. But young people aren't like that. Maybe they will in the future, but not now. Jiang Chen smiled and said, that's fine. I didn't think it through. I won't make things difficult for you. We'll just find someone else later. Now that you've seen the progress of the Plane S, I'll take my leave. I need to go pick out some gifts and ask the old herbalist to select some tonics. Time is tight. Just as he was about to leave, Li Shang suddenly said, Jiang Gu, are you buying tonics? Although my family mainly researches anti-cancer drugs, we also have experience with various tonics, and they're quite effective. It's a 30-year-old established brand. Jiang Chen, who had already started to leave, paused and turned back. Alright, I'll contact you on my phone. Soon, the Rolls-Royce started up and sped toward the center of Magic City. Zhao Mayan and Zhao Linger stayed put, while Wang Songsong and Li Shang wisely left. Brother, why didn't you let me go? That would have been a great opportunity to build a relationship. Zhao Linger spoke with a hint of resentment. If he had invited Nangong Rong, that woman would have definitely gone. Zhao Mayan sighed helplessly, I'm doing this for your own good. I've considered everything. Only men truly understand men. Do you want to go now or have a chance to become the mistress in the future? Zhao Linger asked eagerly, can I do both? You. Zhao Mayan couldn't catch his breath, pounding his chest vigorously before finally calming down. You're killing me. Do you think it's possible? Zhao Linger pouted, alright, I understand. Should we go home now? Go back. You should maintain your current relationship with Jiang Chen for now. You can come over here more often if you have time. Zhao Mayan took out his car keys and jingled them. On the other side, Jiang Chen drove the Rolls-Royce, following the navigation system, heading toward the best jade shop in the city. Yi Xing and Zhao Linger's conversation had been recorded on his phone, and he decided to go through them one by one to make his selections. After about 10 minutes, Jiang Chen parked the car and walked into a shop named Jade Pavilion. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to our store. Two beautiful women greeted him with smiles, their faces glowing. May I assist you? Our store specializes in jade and jadeite, offers customization services, and provides various other services. Jiang Chen looked around and said, I'm buying gifts for my parents. Bring me your most expensive and best items to take a look. The two attendants' eyes lit up. They had noticed that the customer who had just arrived was driving a Rolls-Royce. Although people often say that those sitting in the back of a Rolls-Royce are the big shots, they were just ordinary employees. They didn't dare to look down on anyone. Sir, please wait a moment. We don't have the authority to handle this. We'll go get the manager right away. One of them went to notify the manager, while the other poured a cup of water for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled and said, thank you. Before long, a slightly overweight man hurried over, smiling broadly, looking quite amusing. Good afternoon, sir. I'm the manager of this store. My surname is Hu. You can call me Xiao Hu. Are you here to buy gifts for your parents? That's correct. Jiang Chen glanced at the products on the counter. These don't seem very good. These are just for show. We have better items for distinguished guests like you. Mr. Hu said, reaching out his hand, they say men should wear guanyin and women should wear Buddha. Please come inside. Impressed by the fat man's eloquent words, Jiang Chen followed him into the small room inside. The jade pieces in the small room had a much higher luster and craftsmanship than those outside. However, they still fell short of the quality of the jade Jiang Chen had seen before. He furrowed his brows. Mr. Hu, the items here aren't up to par either. Compared to the one my friend is wearing, the design is far inferior. Mr. Hu asked cautiously, may I ask who your friend is? Jiang Chen replied casually, Wang Songsong is one of them. The others, you've probably never heard of them. Mr. Hu sucked in a sharp breath. Driving a Rolls-Royce in Shanghai made one an ordinary wealthy individual, but being on the same level as Wang Songsong meant he was undoubtedly a major figure. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll go get 2 items from the safe. Chapter 166, The Marvelous Uses of Tonics. Manager Hu moved swiftly, returning shortly with a safe in his arms. The safe was opened, revealing 2 exquisite, palm-sized boxes. When the boxes were opened, the left box contained a jade pendant of the Maitreya Buddha, emerald green in color and incredibly smooth to the touch. The right box contained a jade pendant of the Guanyin Bodhisattva, also emerald green. Both were made of the same material, catching the eye immediately. Jiang Chen's gaze was immediately drawn to them. May I take a look? These seem to be no less exquisite than the jade bracelet Zhao Linger is wearing, and even more refined. The manager carefully took them out, showed them to Jiang Chen, and explained, the jade Buddha and jade Guanyin are made from the same material. They are made from Burmese ice-type imperial green jadeite. Look at the color, I don't even show this to most people. Jiang Chen leaned in closer. He didn't understand what ice type meant, but the color was indeed translucent. The two Buddha statues carved from it were exceptionally lifelike and beautiful. How much are these two together? A total of 298,000. Is that satisfactory? Alright, I'll take these two. Wrap them up for me. Alright. Mr. Hu smiled broadly, his face creased with joy, his eyes narrowing into slits. Jiang Chen quickly completed the payment and drove to the mall. He bought his father a Jaeger LeCoultre watch, along with leather shoes, a leather bag, and a leather belt, spending just under 10 million in total. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy more, but one reason was the hassle of carrying everything, and the other was that buying clothes was tricky. He didn't know the sizes. He dared not buy his mother's clothes either, as she would scold him if they were not suitable and make him return them. And if he did buy them, they'd almost certainly be criticized. Jiang Chen opened the rear door of the Rolls-Royce and counted the items he had purchased. He realized he hadn't bought the medicine, and the rest were things they needed to buy themselves. He just needed to give the money to his parents. He immediately sent a message to Li Shang. Where are you now? Soon, Li Shang sent a location, which showed Chu Jiang Biopharmaceutical Group. Brother Jiang, I've prepared all kinds of tonics for you, like oysters and ginseng. I specially searched through the warehouse to find them. I did well, right? Jiang Chen could imagine the smug smile on the other end through the phone screen. The two items mentioned were both supplements known to enhance male endurance. Was he questioning his own stamina? He had already taken the tonics provided by the system and had always been full of energy. He didn't argue with the other person about these things, because words were useless. He needed to prove it with actions. But Li Shang didn't have any sisters or brothers. He was an only child. Proving his endurance would require a significant sacrifice. Jiang Chen chose to let it go, as his sexual orientation has always been normal. Jokes taken too far aren't funny anymore. 40 minutes later, Jiang Chen arrived at the entrance of Chu Jiang Biopharmaceutical Group in his Rolls-Royce. He didn't go inside. From a distance, he saw a young man lying on a lounge chair in the security guard's room, his legs propped up, looking as relaxed as could be. Beep. Beep. Jiang Chen honked the horn twice, but the guy wasn't supposed to be busy researching cancer drugs? Li Shang, lying on the lounge chair, heard the sound and sat up slightly to take a look. His eyes lit up. Jiang Ji's car. Li Shang hurriedly got up and pressed the remote control to open the gate. As soon as Jiang Chen got out of the car, he asked directly, "You said you were busy, but you're this busy?" "I knew you," replied so quickly. "You even had time to mess around with me. Turns out you were just taking a break." Li Shang looked up at the sky. "Actually, things aren't as they seem. The company's research has hit another bottleneck, and we don't have any drugs to use as samples. The anti-cancer drug has only shown a glimmer of hope. We still need to keep fighting." Jiang Chen scoffed. "If you really need to fight, it's not with this stuff. I'm going back this time to get some medicine for my parents." "You didn't really prepare oysters for me, did you?" "No way, I don't even have enough for myself." Li Shang replied casually. Then he realized what he'd said and quickly covered his mouth, his eyes going wide. Jiang Chen's lips twitched, but he forced himself not to laugh. After all, they were friends. It would be too harsh to say such things to someone's face. He patted the other person on the shoulder. "At first, you doubted me, and I was really upset. But I'm not angry anymore. Li Shang, besides women, there are plenty of other things to enjoy in life. Try to be more open-minded." Li Shang, on the verge of tears, said, "Jiang, don't tease me. I just made a slip of the tongue. I swear I have no issues in that department. Do you believe me?" Jiang Chen nodded dismissively. I believe you. I'm sure you'll overcome this and regain your confidence." His words of comfort had no effect, and instead made things worse. But later on, Jiang Chen didn't provoke him further. Because Li Shang's eyes were glowing green, and he kept staring at his face, something was definitely off. Jiang Chen changed the subject. "Speaking of which, what about those tonics? Take me to see them. I need to leave today." Li Shang took a few deep breaths to calm himself down, then led him into a warehouse. Next to the warehouse manager was a large box. The box was filled with various tonics, both Eastern and Western medicines, with labels indicating dosage and specifications. The warehouse manager stood up and said, "Mr. Li, as per your instructions, all the tonics suitable for the elderly have been prepared. However, what is deficient cannot be supplemented, so 10 kilograms should be sufficient. It also depends on the elderly person's health. Our company's supplements are very effective. Taking them once a week or every 2 weeks is sufficient. During illness, consult the attending physician before taking these." Jiang Chen nodded repeatedly while taking out his phone to record the information, as the other party had specifically mentioned it for him. After the other person finished speaking, Jiang Chen picked up the box. "Thank you very much, Mr. Li. I'll be leaving now. Once the plane renovation is complete, I'll invite you first. I'll see you off." Li Shang signed for the warehouse manager and caught up with him. At the entrance of Chu Jiang Biopharmaceutical Group, Jiang Chen started the Rolls-Royce and lowered the driver's side window. "Mr. Li, this is where I should drop you off. We'll meet again next time." Li Shang said with a complicated expression. Actually, it's not that I can't do it, it's just that I've been indulging too much and need to replenish my nutrients. If you don't believe me, we can test it next time with anything we find. Jiang Chen's expression stiffened slightly as he nodded. Alright, I understand. I won't mention it to others. After speaking, he stepped on the gas pedal and sped off, quickly breaking the 100-mile mark. This was one of the few times he had ever retreated. I can't stay here any longer. Staying here is too dangerous. Can we really test anything? Does that anything include? Chapter 167, Departing from South City. Magic City International Airport. Since the incident involving the Airbus A380 private jet last time, there have always been some journalists lurking around, cameras in hand, ready to snap photos at any moment. Sometimes they even risk getting beaten up to take covert photos of luxury car owners. The airport authorities have strictly prohibited such behavior, and things have calmed down somewhat. However, there are still undercover operatives on the scene, all aiming to capture the owner of the Airbus A380. Jiang Chen, of course, was unaware of any of this. At noon, he rushed over from Li Shang's place. Sitting in the passenger seat, Kasia asked, Jiang Go, when I go to your house and meet your parents, how should I address them? Jiang Chen glanced at them. At home, just call me Jiang Chen. As for my parents, call them uncle and aunt. If they ask, just say I'm working abroad and was temporarily back in the country to earn some money. My annual income is around 700,000 yuan. Once the company goes public, my income will rise to between 3 million and 3 million yuan. He pondered long and hard about which woman to bring back and ultimately chose Kasia. One of them was the identity he had fabricated for her. She works abroad, so there's little contact, and she's also made a fortune overseas. He also had a foreign girlfriend as evidence, making it even more convincing. Jiang Chen planned to buy a car and return home, while also supporting his parents, which would provide a steady income. If he suddenly told them that their son was already a billionaire, no one in the village would believe it. Even his parents would probably think he was telling a kind lie to comfort them. Without the Kasia angle, his parents might even think he's up to something shady. Kasia asked in confusion, but Jiang Go, aren't you a big boss? You can even afford a 30 billion yuan Airbus A380. Why did you have to say that when you went home? Isn't it better to tell the truth? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. Just follow my orders and do as I say. Things are different back home. He didn't feel like explaining anything. Going back like this would save him a lot of trouble. As they were talking, a staff member walked out from inside the airport, quietly comparing the photo. She approached and bowed slightly. May I ask if you are Mr. Jiang? Your flight has been waiting for some time and is ready to depart at any moment. Jiang Chen nodded satisfactorily. Good. Have my things been sent out? They've already been sent out. The delivery time should be close to your arrival. You can pick them up at the South City International Airport. Alright, let's go. Jiang Chen had chartered the entire plane, and there were only he and Kasia on board. He had the plane wait for him to avoid wasting his time. Soon, at Magic City International Airport, a small passenger plane carrying only 2 passengers took off, heading toward South City. Jiang Chen sat by the window, watching Magic City shrink below him, silent. There were still many matters awaiting his attention, but none were urgent. He was still young and had plenty of time to spare. Nanjing International Airport. At any airport, there are always vehicles shuttling passengers to and from the terminal. The same goes for Nan City, but at this moment, everyone stepping off the plane couldn't help but glance eastward. A limited edition Rolls-Royce, escorted by 12 Audi S6s, was parked and ready to pick someone up. This lineup is quite impressive in Nanchang, but what truly astonished the onlookers was that all the Audi license plates were consecutive numbers, and standing beside them were 18 bodyguards with an imposing presence. Wow, I think I saw the same scene last time. South City really is a place where dragons and tigers hide. Exactly. Those consecutive license plates must cost at least several $100,000, and the S6s are top-of-the-line models. Altogether, they're worth over 10 million. They waited for over 10 minutes, and no one knew who they were waiting for. I really wanted to see who it was. To be precise, it was 18 minutes and 5 seconds, but the big shot hadn't shown up yet. When someone had waited for 20 minutes, they were about to leave. Suddenly, another private jet landed in the distance, but the passengers didn't come out for a while. After waiting for a while, everyone saw 2 people come out, and then no one else followed. The onlookers were in an uproar, while the 18 bodyguards were thrilled their boss had finally arrived. Jiang Chen noticed the unusual activity as soon as he got out of the car and immediately made a call. Soon, the 18 bodyguards ran over and shouted in unison, "Good evening, boss." Li Hu was not present, and a deputy captain stepped forward. "Boss, any instructions?" Jiang Chen nodded slightly. "Yes, who will go and fetch the package for me? It's 10 kilograms of medicinal herbs, and some of them are quite heavy." As for the small items he had purchased, such as watches and pendants, he carried them all himself. Kasia was both shocked and somewhat unsurprised. Such a wealthy individual with immense influence in Shanghai would be treated similarly anywhere. 2 bodyguards with ID went to retrieve the items, while the remaining 16 bodyguards escorted him out, preventing anyone from getting close. After the incident at Shanghai Pudong International Airport where he was surrounded by onlookers, Jiang Chen felt a lingering shadow in his heart. After waiting in the car for a while, the 2 bodyguards who had gone to retrieve the items returned. The driver turned around and asked, "Sir, are we heading back to the company?" Jiang Chen shook his head, "Not back to the company. Let's test Li Wanqin's abilities first. If any issues arise, we'll handle them later. Head to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store." "Got it." The driver agreed, though he was still puzzled. As they drove off, the onlookers were all disappointed. Earlier, even when they tiptoed, they couldn't see clearly who the big shot was, only that they were 2 young men. High profile yet low key. Is this the style of the legendary big shot? The Mercedes-Benz 4S store in South City was in a panic at that moment, as 13 cars had arrived outside, all with consecutive license plates, including a limited edition Rolls-Royce. The scene looked like a gang was here to cause trouble, and with 18 bodyguards getting out of the cars, it only added to the suspicion. The 4S store manager was sweating profusely, wanting to pick up his phone to call the police, but since they hadn't done anything yet, he didn't know what to report. Just as he hesitated, he saw the 18 bodyguards escorting a man and a woman into the store. The manager approached them nervously. "Hello, may I ask what brings you here?" "Our store has always followed the law and regulations, and we haven't." Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm here to buy a car." There was no other option in the countryside. People only recognized Mercedes-Benz as a reputable brand, and they weren't familiar with other models. His company does have Mercedes-Benz cars, but they've been sitting idle for a while and aren't new, so he doesn't want to drive one back. "Buy a car?" The manager wiped the sweat off his forehead and began his sales pitch. Jiang Chen ignored him and bought a Mercedes-Benz G63. Older people recognize the logo, while younger ones know the car's value. The Mercedes-Benz G63 is easy to drive on rural roads and won't get stuck in mud or slip, avoiding that embarrassing situation. 10 minutes later, the supplements were loaded into the car. Jiang Chen drove the car out himself, while the 4S store manager accompanied him and his staff all the way to the entrance. Chapter 168, Arriving Home. As soon as Jiang Chen's car moved out of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, the 18 bodyguards in their cars followed suit. "That deputy captain, come here." Jiang Chen stopped the car. Hearing the voice, the deputy captain hurried over. "Boss?" Jiang Chen waved his hand. "From now on, you don't need to follow me. Go back to the company and wait there. I'll notify you if I need you." The deputy captain instinctively stood at attention. "Yes. Bye, see you later." Jiang Chen called out from a distance and drove away. Destination, Lianqing Shengquan Town, Menqian Village. Lianqing is a long way from Nan City. Even taking the shortest route by car, it takes 4 hours to reach, surrounded by mountains. Although the environment isn't too harsh, the economy is indeed very underdeveloped, and it has been designated as a national-level poverty-stricken county. Transportation is underdeveloped, and while there have been efforts to develop tourism, they have yet to take off. As for the older generation, except for special circumstances, most have gone out to seek their fortunes elsewhere, returning only during the new year. Jiang Chen reminisced about Lianqing while driving. As he got closer to his destination, the Mercedes-Benz became more luxurious, and no other cars dared to cut him off. When overtaking, he had to drive a considerable distance before returning to his lane. Since he had become wealthy and hired bodyguards, Jiang Chen rarely drove himself, preferring to sit in the back seat and relax. This time, however, he dared not drive too aggressively. What should have been a 4-hour drive took an extra half hour, and he finally arrived in Lianqing at 6:30 p.m. Casa, who had come from abroad, didn't have a driver's license yet. Seeing her boss's tired expression, she felt a bit embarrassed. This was supposed to be her subordinate's job. "Jianggu, if we're not there yet, why don't we rest here for a while? As a top-tier flight attendant, besides my in-flight service skills, I also know how to give massages and improve blood circulation to relieve fatigue." "Who said we're not there yet?" Jiang Chen glared angrily at the other person. "We've already reached the county town. It's just a short drive from here. We've endured several hours. What's a little more?" Casa shrunk back, sticking out her tongue in fear, complaining to herself. The boss hasn't been this harsh before. He must be in a bad mood. I'll have to help him calm down later. She was right. Jiang Chen wasn't just physically tired, his mood was also affecting him. The closer he got to home, the more excited and anxious he felt. This was probably the anxiety of returning home after a long absence, fearing that things had changed. Those who frequently return home don't feel this way. It's something reserved for those who have been away for years. Jiang Chen relied on the vague memories in his mind to find his way home. After so many years away, many places had changed drastically, but some distinctive spots remained unchanged. For example, the Lotus Garden he saw upon his return, along with the Tianshui Square adjacent to it. The Investment Promotion Bureau of Lianqing was still waiting for investors to come and develop the local economy. Driving past Xinquan town and continuing forward, when Jiang Chen saw a century-old maple tree, he knew he had arrived home. He drove around the ancient maple tree and turned slowly. Behind the maple tree were 3 households, and his family lived in the middle one. At night, the dazzling headlights of the Mercedes-Benz successfully attracted the attention of many villagers. Whose car is that with such bright lights? I don't know. I can't even make out the make or model. Let's go behind the maple tree, maybe it's someone's son who's come back home. It's not even the end of the year yet, is someone coming home to visit family? Maybe they're just passing through. We'll find out tomorrow. Don't go out at night, it's pitch black. The villagers discussed for a while but didn't go to take a look. Instead, they entered the small shop next to the maple trees to play cards. People come out to watch during the day, but many aren't in the mood at night. The 3 households behind them all curiously stepped out to take a look. Jiang Chen took advantage of the light to see a middle-aged couple also watching from a distance, whispering to each other but dared not approach. Though their bodies still seemed sturdy, their backs were already slightly hunched. They were old, Jiang Chen thought to himself, feeling a pang of emotion, but he suppressed it. The car came to a stop. Jiang Chen whispered to Kasha, "Get out. Don't forget what I taught you." The middle-aged couple watched as the car stopped and 2 figures approached, stepping back warily. However, when Jiang Chen stepped out of the shadows into the light and called out Dad and Mom, the 2 elderly people immediately rushed forward with excitement. Zhang's mother held his hands, unable to stop herself from shouting, "It's Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, you finally come back." Zhang's father, though equally moved, remained composed as he had been in his youth, merely nodding faintly. "Come back, let's go inside and sit down." Jiang Chen lowered his head. "Yes, I came back late. I should have returned sooner." Zhang's mother scolded him, "What are you saying? You've been working hard out there. Whether you come back or not, your father and I understand. We've been waiting for you. As long as you're back, that's all that matters." Zhang's father wiped the corner of his eye and finally noticed Kasha beside him. "A foreigner? Jiang, who is this person beside you?" Before Jiang Chen could speak, Kasha nodded and smiled sweetly. "Hello, uncle." "Hello, auntie. I'm Jiang Chen's girlfriend, Kasha. I came all the way from M country just to visit you. Wishing you both good health." Jiang's mother, upon hearing this, immediately scrutinized Kasha from head to toe with the sharp gaze of a mother-in-law. Kasha stood there gracefully, her face adorned with a standard flight attendant's smile. Jiang's mother grew more pleased the longer she looked, nodding unconsciously and pulling Kasha toward her. "Kasha, right? Come in and sit down, young lady. Old Jiang, take our son to rest. I'll make the bed for them tonight. You don't need to do anything." Old Jiang sighed helplessly and asked, "Is that really your girlfriend, Kasha?" "Of course it is." Jiang Chen added, "I found her in M country and finally convinced her to come back." Jiang's father's eyes lit up. "Great. Come in and tell me more. Did you buy the car too?" "That's right." Seeing his parents so happy, Jiang Chen also smiled. All this preparation was indeed worth it, but why had the 2 elders suddenly become so concerned about Kasha? That evening was a special occasion. Jiang's father and mother dragged Jiang Chen and Kasha into a 2-hour conversation. Jiang Chen was fine, able to handle it smoothly and knew what to say. But Kasha was happy at first, then her face grew sour, and she could only nod or shake her head. She didn't know how to respond when she opened her mouth. In the end, it was because it was getting late and time to sleep, so Jiang's mother went to make the bed, and that was the end of it. Chapter 169, Parents Listening at Night. After Jiang's mother finished making the bed, she quietly waved her hand. "Xiao Chen, come over quickly." Jiang Chen walked over with some confusion. "Mom, what's wrong?" Jiang's mother looked around and saw that Kasha wasn't there. She then said, "I just talked to Kasha. She speaks Mandarin very well, but she doesn't understand many things. You should take her under your wing and help her out. The bedspread is big enough for 2 people, though the bed is a bit small. You can just hug each other, right?" Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. "You're the one saying that. How dare I have any objections?" It was already late, and it was hard to see clearly. Jiang Chen planned to give the gifts to his parents tomorrow as a surprise. Jiang's mother nodded approvingly. "That's more like it. Kasha has a pretty face and a good figure. You're better at handling girls than your father was back then. He was pretty clueless, but you've grown up a lot in the past few years. Just that you're still so skinny. Eat more meat to build some muscle. A young man needs to look lively." Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. "All right, Mom." After sending Jiang Chen away, Jiang's mother called Jiang's father over. "Old Jiang, those 2 haven't consummated their marriage yet. I'll arrange a small bed for them. Go ask Xiao Chen if there's anything else they need. You 2 are men, it's easier to talk about such things. It'd be best to get that Kasha thing settled today. Little Chen is really something. He brought such a beautiful girlfriend home, and I wonder how long they've been dating." Upon hearing this, John's father widened his eyes in curiosity. "Wife, how do you know our son hasn't consummated the marriage with that Kasha? Can you tell?" John's mother narrowed her eyes. "That's a woman's secret. Old Jiang, do you want to know?" John's father shook his head and quickly left. Never mind, I don't want to know. I'll go ask Xiao Jiang if he needs anything else. 3 minutes later, after some roundabout talk, Jiang Chen finally understood what his father was trying to say and sighed helplessly. We don't need anything right now. But how did my mother know that I didn't do anything with Kasha? John's father snorted and turned away. Ask your mother. Jiang Chen? Something feels off about this scene. By the time Jiang Chen and the others returned, it was already past 7 o'clock. They started chatting again, talking about other things. By then, it was already past 9 o'clock, almost 10. In the countryside, the signal was often poor. Making calls was manageable, but playing games was out of the question. The only option was to watch TV. However, John's mother said the TV was broken and told Jiang Chen and Casa to go to bed quickly. Jiang Chen's house was like most others in the village, a 3-story cottage with 3 bedrooms, a living room, and a stairwell. However, the second floor and above were still unfinished, while the first floor was quite well decorated. There were 3 rooms, one for Jiang's parents and another that served as the kitchen. Jiang Chen and Kasha were currently in the only remaining room, with nowhere else to go. The two sat on opposite sides. Kasha fidgeted nervously. Before coming, she had only mentioned pretending to be a girlfriend, not this. If the boss comes rushing over, should I not resist at all, or just put up a token fight? Or should I take the initiative and sleep with the boss beforehand? That wouldn't be so bad. Casa grew increasingly excited. Having been influenced by Western culture, she rarely blushed, and when it came to matters of the opposite sex, she sometimes had to take the initiative. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was also contemplating a question: should he eat the meat in his mouth now? He hadn't experienced any services yet, and experiencing the thrill of flying through the air would be nice. Was he going to miss this opportunity? Another thing was that his mother had arranged this for him, and she would definitely be eavesdropping outside the door. Jiang Chen felt a bit uneasy. If he didn't do it, he'd arouse suspicion tomorrow. He glanced at Casa, whose face was flushed, and upon closer inspection, noticed that one of her hands had dropped, as if she were doing something else. Jiang Chen's heart stirred, and he whispered, Casa, come here. I have something to tell you. If you handle it well, you'll get your share afterward. If you mess it up, you'll have to deal with the consequences yourself. 10 minutes later, John's father and mother, who had quietly gotten up to eavesdrop, heard the sounds they were pleased to hear outside the door. Hey, this kid has got it. He has got my old style. He has got potential. Get lost. If it weren't for me chasing after you back then, could you have done it? Shoo, don't make noise. Let's go back to sleep. You should look at your son. He went abroad to work and brought back a foreign woman. Look at yourself. Let's go. We're an old couple. Why are we arguing over this? The next morning at 8 o'clock, John's mother had prepared breakfast, but after finishing, she hadn't seen Jiang Chen come out yet. She felt a little worried and got up to go knock on the door. Why are you in such a hurry? They're all young people. What could possibly be wrong? Jiang's father stopped her. Jiang's mother hesitated for a moment, then turned and said, All right, I'm not worried about their health. I just wanted to ask. Is that car outside our door theirs? It's a Mercedes-Benz. I heard it's a good car. It should be theirs. John's father mused, who would come to this place on a regular day? Let's wait for John to wake up and ask him properly. I've taken some time off work these days. You should take some time off too and stay home. John's mother nodded, of course. Now that Xiao Chen is back, have him take you to the hospital for a checkup. John's father's expression hardened, and he said sternly, What hospital? I'm fine. I can live another 20 years. Don't tell little Jiang about this. His career is just getting started, he can't be held back because of me. After being scolded by her husband, John's mother, who usually held the upper hand, lowered her head and didn't argue back. Meanwhile, behind them, Jiang Chen's room quietly opened. Jiang Chen walked out and asked, Dad, what's wrong with your health? Is there something you can't tell me? John's father avoided his eyes. Nothing serious, just a minor ailment. I'll take some medicine and be fine. I was just joking around with your mother earlier. Don't worry about it. No, I won't. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows and asked again, Mom, what's really wrong with Dad? I'm fine. Xiaolian, don't say such things. John's mother's face flushed with conflict. Last year, your father was diagnosed with a tumor. He hasn't gone to the hospital since, and he didn't want me to tell you because he was worried it would affect your career. John's father remained expressionless, glaring angrily at his wife before getting up and leaving. Jiang Chen tried to follow him but was stopped by John's mother. Xiao Chen, wait a moment before going out. Your father values his pride, let him calm down first. Alright, did they find out what kind of tumor it was? John's mother shook her head, we don't know. When they first found the tumor, we didn't pursue further treatment, fearing that. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed again. He checked the time. Mom, I'll go check. Maybe it's a benign tumor, and everything will be fine. Our lives will continue as usual. Casa is still sleeping. Wait for her to wake up naturally. I'll be back soon. John's mother raised her hand halfway before lowering it again. Chapter 170, Envy All Around. Stepping out of the house, John's father walked to the small river in front of the house and stood there, lost in thought. John Chen walked up behind him without being noticed. Dad, maybe it's a benign tumor. It shouldn't be too serious. Let's go to the hospital for a checkup so I can rest easy. The world is vast, but health is the most important thing. What are you worried about? John's father sighed. Xiaojiang, I'm really fine. There's no need to waste money on the hospital. With that money, we could buy so many delicious things to eat. Dad. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and grabbed him. It won't cost much to get you checked. Plus, look at the Mercedes your son bought and the girlfriend he brought back. I've made a fortune overseas. We're set for life now. The company's prospects will only get better and there'll be more money. With me around, our family won't have to worry about money in the future. I plan to take you and Mom for a physical exam to get rid of any minor issues. John's father asked suspiciously, really? Jiang Chen nodded firmly. The car is already at the front door. How could that be a lie? Casa and I have also acquired shares in a subsidiary of the parent company. We'll be bosses soon, making millions a day. I'll bring you some gifts later. John's father laughed and scolded, "A million? You're just full of hot air, just like me when I was your age. If you can make 50,000 a year, I'll be happy. We're getting old. What gifts do we need? Your success is the greatest gift." I knew you wouldn't believe me, Jiang Chen muttered to himself. He also sighed in relief. It seemed like they had agreed to go to the hospital. Although he had the system with him, prescribing the right treatment was always effective. What if his body is fine? Taking medicine to treat an illness? That would make it seem too special, wouldn't it? Jiang Chen pulled his father back home and explained the situation to his mother. Though she wasn't very willing, she eventually nodded in agreement. The elderly were highly resistant to hospitals. They didn't want to waste their children's money on medical treatment. They thought they could hold on for a few more years and wait until their son was older before seeking medical care, but for Jiang Chen, that was simply not an option. He had once been immersed in the world of the wealthy, but now he had come to his senses. However, at his core, he was still a wealthy person. Xiao Chen, you didn't eat breakfast. Finish your meal, and then we'll all go to the hospital together. Jiang's mother said, bringing out the freshly heated breakfast again. Just then, Kasha also came out. Yesterday was her solo performance, and she didn't mention how tired she was. Casa is here. Let us go together after breakfast. I'll change my shoes so I don't dirty the car, Jiang's father called out. Uncle, where are we going next? Kasha asked curiously. John's father's voice came from inside the room, the hospital. We need to handle a few minor matters. Jiang Chen sighed helplessly. Dad, you really don't need to change your shoes. The car is meant to be driven, there's no need to be so particular. Hey, Mom, why are you going too? John's mother said seriously, your car is brand new, and it's so shiny on the outside. We can't get it dirty. Jiang Chen opened his mouth but couldn't say anything else. Since the elders were happy, he let them go. If he tried to stop them, they'd just be upset. He understood his parents' mindset. After all, it was their son's new car, and they naturally wanted to protect it. Casa ate her noodles while secretly observing her boss. Her expression was a mix of helplessness and joy. She had never seen this before and loved the atmosphere, but she didn't understand why it was like this. She had lived in M country for over 20 years and had never experienced such emotions before. 10 minutes later, Jiang's mother put away the dishes and, along with Jiang's father, came out wearing new clothes and shoes. John's father looked at the tall car and curiously asked, Little Jiang, speaking of which, I forgot to ask, how much did you pay for this Mercedes-Benz? Jiang Chen replied casually, not that expensive, just a few $100,000. Your son has a lot of money now, he can afford a car of this caliber. You can rest assured. As he spoke, he glanced at Kasha. Casa understood and hurriedly said, Jiang Chen is right. Uncle and aunt, our company even pays security guards a salary of 100,000 yuan a year. It's an international company. You can enjoy a comfortable life in the future. The headquarters is overseas, with branches in Shanghai and Beijing, and they're planning to open another branch in Beijing soon. The two elders nodded unconsciously, their lips curling into smiles, clearly overjoyed. All right, then. Little Chen, you must work hard, don't make the boss unhappy, and strive to excel. John's father kept chatting as he and John's mother got into the back seat. The engine of the Mercedes-Benz G63 was still quite loud. As Jiang Chen started the car, the villagers near the small shop by the old maple tree could all hear it. The rural cement roads were narrow and not as wide as national highways, so the car couldn't go too fast. As Jiang Chen drove past the old maple tree, a group of villagers gathered to watch. Wow, such a big Mercedes-Benz. Is it the youngest son of the Jiang family or his older brother's family? It's a new car, and it doesn't even have a license plate. It must cost at least several 100,000 yuan. As the villagers were discussing, Jiang Chen lowered the side window and smiled, greeting them. Hello, village chief. Hello, Uncle Zhao. It's been a long time. Who are you? The village chief, an elderly man, furrowed his brows, unsure. The son of the youngest son of the Zhang family? The rear window lowered, and Zhang's father and mother smiled and explained. Yes, little Jiang hasn't been back in years. He's been working abroad, and he's changed a lot since he returned. He just returned yesterday and has to go out today. Come over to our place later. Several neighbors gathered around. Jiang Chen, you've become such a handsome young man. The moment you start the car, your aura changes completely. This new car must have cost a fortune, right? Jiang's wife, you're so lucky to have such a good son. The village chief and Uncle Zhao, along with several other neighbors, all shifted their attention to the car. Meanwhile, a few women were chatting with Jiang's mother at the back. This car is nearly 2 million, which is still decent, right? Jiang Chen said casually, but all the neighbors present were completely stunned. The old village chief was stunned. 200,000 for this car? After all, in the countryside, without including interior decoration, 2 million could build 10 houses. Jiang Chen nodded. Yeah, I have something to do today. We'll talk later. The car slowly drove out of the cement road and onto the national highway, picking up speed. In the back seat, Jiang's mother couldn't stop smiling, occasionally glancing out the window to see if any neighbors were around to wave at. Jiang's father, though trying to maintain a neutral expression, couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl upward. Their family wasn't wealthy. Even their house had only been renovated on the first floor. In the past, when chatting with neighbors, they always had to lower their heads in deference, speak with confidence. If someone said something, they would just endure it and move on. They had been bottling up their frustration for years, but today, as they walked out, the envious and curious glances from the neighbors made them speak more cautiously. This made the two elders feel extremely relieved, and their wrinkles seemed to have diminished. Jiang Chen watched, feeling both happy and a bit guilty. If only he had come back sooner. At least, it's not too late now. Chapter 171, Cancer Diagnosis. Liancheng County Hospital was the best hospital in Liancheng, though the buildings were still old-fashioned. The medical equipment isn't outdated, but it's not cutting-edge either. Jiang Chen originally didn't want to come here for a checkup, but going elsewhere was simply too far. He decided to get checked here first, then take his parents to Shanghai for a trip later and have them re-examined. In the meantime, he would stay home and spend quality time with his parents instead of running around. The car slowly drove into the county hospital's main gate. Most of the people coming and going were elderly, accompanied by those accompanying them for medical appointments. Most just glanced around and didn't gather to watch. Jiang Chen and Kasia each got into the back seat, opening the rear doors. Dad, Mom, watch your heads, get out slowly. Anyway, I don't think there's anything wrong with me. Jiang's father muttered under his breath after getting out of the car. Jiang's mother glared at him. We're already here. What are you saying? I'm going for a checkup too. Jiang Chen smiled reassuringly. All right. After the checkup, I'll buy each of you a little gift. Let's go inside now. It's been a long time since we've been here, and we're not familiar with the procedures for seeing a doctor. Jiang's father and mother argued as they followed Jiang Chen and Kasia into the lobby to get a number and wait. Although Jiang's mother was only accompanying him, at Jiang Chen's request, she underwent the same full-body checkup as Jiang's father. Waiting in line for the checkup and waiting in the lobby was a tedious task. Jiang Chen sat beside his parents, opening his phone to check if anyone had sent him a message. Apart from Li Hu's regular updates, only Zhao Linger had come over to ask a few questions, trying to find out who he had brought home. Li Shang, on the other hand, indirectly told him that his abilities in that area were fine and not to say anything out of line. Han Xiying, Li Wanqin, and Shang Wanyan hadn't sent any messages either. Jiang Chen muttered under his breath, Li Shang, I've got you by the short hairs now. I'll let him stew in his own juice for a few days. However, thinking about Zhao Linger's message, he felt a headache coming on. After thinking for a long time, he finally answered honestly, how this relationship will develop in the future is up to fate. After all, one can't fixate on just one person. The forests of China are still quite dense. Zhang's mother glanced at Jiang Chen's phone and happened to see him chatting with Zhao Linger. Her eyes widened slightly. This kid is something else. He has one on his lips and another on his phone. She tugged at her son's clothes and said in a dialect, you better watch yourself. Your girlfriend is over there, and you're flirting with other girls here. Once you're married, you'll have enough trouble to deal with. Turn off your phone immediately. Being too fickle isn't good. Zhang's father heard this and leaned in. That's young Zhang's skill. What's wrong with that? If this one doesn't work out, the one on the phone can still be continued, it won't just cut off. Zhang's mother narrowed her eyes. Old Zhang, you're something else. This is a hospital. Wait until we get home and explain this to me properly. Listening to the two elders talk, Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head, not getting involved. It was just a verbal argument, nothing serious. On the other side, Kasia looked confused. Jiang Go, what were uncle and auntie talking about just now? Could they be speaking a foreign language that I don't understand? Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Your comprehension is good. They do indeed speak a foreign language. If you could understand them, that would be impressive. They were talking about you just now. What? Kasha panicked instantly. She was still thinking about becoming the boss's woman. If the boss's parents already disliked her, what would she do? She knew that in China, a parent's behavior and words have a huge influence on their children. Jianggu, what did auntie and uncle say about me? If I did something wrong, I'll change it. Seeing Kasha's panicked expression, Jiang Chun chuckled. Jiang's mother scolded him playfully, "You're such a child. Don't bully someone from abroad. That's not even proper English." She was about to say more, but it was their turn to be checked. Jiang's mother sighed and stood up. "Kasa, I'll talk to you later. These men are all so bad. Let's go, let's go. They don't understand anyway, it's just a foreign language." Jiang's father smiled and pushed her, then went with his wife to find the doctor. Jiang Chen didn't explain and waved his hand. "Let's wait outside the door and see what the doctor says." "All right." Kasha followed along, completely confused. Time passed, and after waiting for nearly an hour and a half, the doctor emerged. "Are you the patient's family member?" Jiang Chen hurriedly asked. "Yes, I am." "What are the results of the physical examination?" The doctor hesitated, patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder, and handed him a report. "Mr. Jiang has malignant tumors. In a few months, the cancer cells will spread, and it will enter the late stage. You should have brought him here for a checkup sooner. You should take him to a major city for a follow-up examination. I didn't tell the patient about this to avoid affecting his mood. Your mother is fine, just elderly with some minor health issues." Jiang Chen furrowed his brows, feeling a sense of panic. Even if this county hospital had some inaccuracies, it wouldn't make such a mistake in something like this. "All right, I understand. Thank you, doctor." The doctor sighed. "No need, they'll be out soon." Not long after, Jiang's father and mother emerged, walking side by side and engaging in their usual banter, their faces beaming with joy. Their son had made something of himself and brought back a foreign girlfriend. Life seemed perfect now. John's father said as he walked, "Didn't you hear the doctor say I'm fine? Why waste money here? With that money, we could make several meals of braised pork." "All right, I'll make it for you when we get home. I've been asking you for ages." John's mother's face was filled with a smile. Jiang Chen rubbed his face, temporarily suppressing the panic in his heart. Kasa also followed Jiang Chen obediently. "Dad, Mom, the doctor said you're both in good health. Let's walk around here for a bit before going back." Jiang Chen smiled and said, "I didn't buy you any clothes this time. I was planning to let you go out and shop yourselves. I'll bring the wallet." Kasa chimed in, and the two elders, overjoyed, agreed. The area around the county hospital was the most bustling part of the county town, with various clothing stores and snack streets nearby. Jiang Chen asked Kasha to accompany the two elders alone, buying whatever was nice and expensive, while he lagged behind at the back. He only stepped forward to swipe his card when it was time to pay. Chapter 172. With the system in hand, everything is under control. Jiang Chen frowned and walked for a while, only knowing to step forward to swipe his card and pay, his mind elsewhere. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead in frustration. Upon hearing that his father had cancer and was about to enter the late stages, he panicked. But wasn't there still the system? Li Shang's family was also working on a cancer wonder drug, and there had been some progress. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, "I think I once obtained a cancer-specific drug, but since I didn't need it, it's been sitting in the warehouse." Thinking of this, Jiang Chen immediately opened the system's virtual warehouse and found 3 cancer-specific drugs. "System, what are these 3 pills primarily used for?" "They are applicable to any known type of cancer. Taking 2 pills will immediately restore physical health." Listening to the system's cold, mechanical voice, Jiang Chen had never found the sound so melodious. He had used weight loss pills and other alchemical pills himself, so he knew the system wasn't lying. Earlier, he had been terrified, but fortunately he had the system. Others wouldn't be so lucky once diagnosed with cancer, they'd have to endure unbearable suffering while waiting for their final days to arrive. Jiang Chen had a vague idea in his mind, and his emotions stabilized, no longer panicking. John's father turned around and shouted, "Little John, why are you lagging so far behind? Your girlfriend will run off. Hurry up and catch up. You came back too late yesterday. Today we'll have a proper meal, and the 2 of us will have a few drinks." "All right, no problem." Jiang Chen's face lit up with a smile as he hurried forward. This time, besides shopping, they also had to buy groceries. These tasks were too much for 2 grown men to handle. Only Jiang's mother and Kasha went together. It's clear that whether in China or abroad, women love shopping and are incredibly efficient at it. Kasa and Jiang's mother bought clothes for everyone, then went grocery shopping. They walked for 3 hours straight without stopping. If Jiang Chen hadn't driven the car over, carrying all the bags would have been extremely difficult. "Wow, your mom may be getting older, but her stamina is still as strong as ever," Jiang's father remarked. "Kasa is also impressive." Jiang Chen smiled and said, "By the way, Dad, the doctor specifically told me that while your health is good, there's still a minor issue. He gave me 2 pills. Please take them as soon as we get home." Jiang's father hesitated and asked, "Just 2? "Yes, just 2. Take one at noon and another at night. We'll check again later. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. That's good. Jiang's father sighed in relief. I've been taking those Chinese herbs for so long, I'm scared of them. 2 pills are within my tolerance. Don't tell your mother, she always thinks that taking more medicine means better health and insists on making me take them. I won't mention it. Seeing his father resemble himself as a child, Jiang Chen agreed. At that moment, the reversal of roles signified that he had truly grown up and become the pillar of support for his parents. The father and son waited another 10 minutes or so but didn't see the two come out, so they had to go into the mall to look for them. After searching for a while, they finally found them. They found them resting in the mall because they had bought too much food, leaving them both amused and exasperated. After this little incident, the 4 of them returned home with their bags full, all in high spirits. Upon returning home, Jiang's mother and Kasha went into the kitchen, while Jiang Chen and his father could only watch TV. However, Jiang Chen used the excuse that he couldn't take medicine while drinking to get his father to take the system-rewarded medicine early. Jiang's father soon started feeling stomach pain and went to the bathroom. Jiang Chen watched TV for a while but soon lost interest. He started pacing around the house, walking from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor. As he looked around, he noticed many issues. This place needed a complete renovation, the quality was subpar. Maybe they should buy another house in the county first, renovate it properly, and then return, or simply move to the southern city with him? After inspecting all the rooms, Jiang Chen had some ideas and planned to discuss them during dinner. Casa, as a flight attendant, not only spoke the Chinese language but also knew quite a bit about Chinese cuisine. She and Jiang's mother were busy in the kitchen, serving dish after dish, each one delicious and visually appealing, perfectly aligning with the Chinese definition of fine cuisine. To be precise, this was the first meal Jiang Chen had eaten since returning home, and Jiang's mother took it very seriously. Busy preparing everything, she ended up cooking 12 dishes, most of which were dishes Jiang Chen loved as a child. As a result, dinner time was pushed back, and they didn't start eating until 1 o'clock. Jiang's father had already returned home. Seeing that Jiang Chen looked much more energetic than before, he couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. When the family ate together, there were no strict rules. Jiang Chen and his father started with some wine, while Jiang's mother pulled Kasha aside to chat and explain what had happened at the hospital earlier. However, she didn't mention that her son was in contact with another woman. Jiang Chen had eaten halfway through his meal when he suddenly said, "By the way, Dad and Mom, the renovation of our house hasn't been completed yet. I think we should just buy a house in the city and move there. I'll hire someone to renovate this place. Let us do it all at once. What do you think?" Jiang's father glanced at his wife and nodded. "I think it's a good idea, but there's a lot of stuff downstairs, and moving it would be a hassle. Just throw them away. We can buy new ones later. Out with the old, in with the new." Jiang Chen replied casually. Jiang's mother immediately scolded him, "You're such a child. Just because you have money doesn't mean you can spend it recklessly. Buying all these things will cost a lot of money. We can hire a few people and make a few trips. And you're complaining about it being a hassle to move now? What about before when you were complaining there wasn't enough space?" Jiang's father couldn't say anything in response, picked up his wine bowl, and took a sip with Jiang Chen. The decision to move was made. Jiang Chen decided to go house hunting in the afternoon. Now that he had money, he couldn't neglect the basics of life. "Oh, by the way, Dad and Mom, I have properties in Nan City and Magic City. You can move there with me if you want. Both are major cities, and the quality of life will be much better." The 2 elders shook their heads in unison. "No, we'll just visit your company. We'd rather stay here. After all, we've lived here for over 50 years and have grown attached to the place. Xiao Chun, just come back to visit us often, or give us a grandson or granddaughter someday." When the topic turned to children, Jiang's mother perked up. "Right, when you have children, bring them to us. You don't even have to come back." Jiang Chen's lips twitched, and he was speechless. Casa watched the scene with amusement and couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Chen turned and said, "Let's eat first. We'll talk about the kids later. I'll take you guys to Shanghai for a visit after some time. Plus, the company I have in Nan City is now completely mine." Chapter 173, Chance Encounter with the Minister. After lunch, Jiang Chen left Kasha to accompany his parents while he drove to the Lianqing Housing Center. Century Mansion is the best located and most well-landscaped residential complex in Lianqing. Due to its underdeveloped economy, few could afford villas in Lianqing, so none were built. When Jiang Chen arrived at the sales office of Century Mansion, all the sales staff gathered around him. Finally, the sales manager dismissed the others and remained alone with him. "Good afternoon, sir. May I ask if you're here to buy a property? Our community is renowned in Lianqing for its quality. We currently have some premium units available for sale. Would you like to take a look?" Jiang Chen nodded. "Take me to see them. Are they move-in ready? I don't want any units that require renovation." The sales manager paused for a moment, then smiled apologetically. "We do have some, but I'll be honest with you, the prices are inflated. It would be better for you to renovate it yourself." Jiang Chen casually replied, "I don't have time. Just take me to see them. A little extra money isn't a big deal to me. The sales manager gestured with his hand, then follow me this way. There are a few units available for move-in ready, but after the model units, there aren't many left. In the center of the sales office was a large model, but there was a smaller one behind it. The smaller model displayed several units that were move-in ready, already fully renovated. When Jiang Chen arrived, a middle-aged man was looking at the properties. The sales manager smiled and greeted him. Mr. Zhou, you're here too. Haven't found an investor yet? The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. Not yet. There are many wealthy people in Liancheng, but they've all gone out to develop their careers elsewhere, and few return to contribute to their hometown. It's also difficult to get in touch with them now. If we could develop the tourism industry here, it would definitely boost the county's economy. That's true. The sales manager responded and turned to Jiang Chen. Sir, take a look at these properties. They're all move-in ready. The locations are also quite good, with convenient access and quiet options available. Jiang Chen's heart stirred slightly. He didn't look at the apartments first but instead studied the middle-aged man in front of him carefully. The middle-aged man was not particularly attractive, but he had a unique aura about him. Thinking back to their earlier conversation, he might be an official from Liancheng, someone with some influence. Was he looking for someone to invest in him? I should try to build a good relationship with him. I won't be staying here for long. My parents need my help with some matters back home. I'll handle this once I've made a decision. Jiang Chen sorted out his thoughts and smiled at the middle-aged man, who nodded in response. He didn't approach him directly but first took care of the matter of buying a house. On the small sand table, there were 6 houses, each labeled with its area and price. Jiang Chen looked around and pointed to the one on the farthest edge. That one. Take me to see it now. If it's suitable, I'll buy it. What? The sales manager's eyes widened in surprise, momentarily taken aback. Because the house Jiang Chen had pointed to was the largest and most expensive one, with one unique feature, it was far from the vegetable market and the main road, making it very quiet. From the sound of it, if he likes it, can we close the deal today? The middle-aged man looked at Jiang Chen in surprise and smiled. Xiaoyan, since the customer has spoken, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and take him to see it. You'll make money today. The sales manager, called Xiaoyan, snapped out of it and said, Sir, I'm really sorry. I'll take you there right away. No problem, let's go. Jiang Chen shook his head. In Liancheng, there were no property viewing cars, so they had to walk there on foot. However, the house Jiang Chen had just pointed out wasn't too far away. As they walked, Jiang Chen casually asked, who was that middle-aged man earlier? He seemed pretty unusual. At the mention of this, the sales manager immediately raised his thumb and said, That's Zhu Ping, the director of the investment promotion department of Liancheng. He's dedicated to improving the overall economic level of Liancheng and wants to develop that lotus garden area. Over the years, there have been some achievements, but they haven't been ideal. We lack investment with it, we could succeed. However, he is a good person, there is no doubt about that. Everyone in Liancheng praises him. Jiang Chen was surprised. The lotus garden still needs investment? He remembered that the lotus garden in Liancheng had been under construction for a long time and should have been completed by now. Could it be that he was out of the loop? Seeing that there was still some work to be done, the sales manager spoke up. Yes, it's needed. I think it's something about securing external funding to break the deadlock. The construction and promotion of the lotus garden are too limited. I don't know the details, but I heard it might require several hundred million yuan. Jiang Chen muttered under his breath, if there's an opportunity, I could consider investing. The sales manager's eyes widened slightly. Who was he dealing with? An investment of several hundred million yuan, and he mentioned it so casually? He'd better inform the department head immediately, perhaps an opportunity might arise. What he was thinking at that moment was exactly the effect Jiang Chen wanted to achieve. Otherwise, keeping those words bottled up inside would be pointless. As they walked and talked, they unknowingly arrived at their destination. The sales manager pointed ahead and said, Sir, please wait here. I'll go open the door. It's this building. This area is quite quiet, with few residents, and not many people can afford such a house. Jiang Chen followed him inside. Since it was fully renovated, all the appliances were included. Compared to the things back home, they seemed outdated. This was on the first floor, saving the hassle of climbing stairs. It seemed someone cleaned regularly, as there was little dust, and the TV was covered with a cloth. The sales manager asked cautiously, Sir, what do you think of the house? Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Yes, it's good. Let's go back and sign the contract. Please arrange the property deed as soon as possible. I'll pay the full amount up front. All right, understood. The sales manager swallowed hard, his speech stumbling. He hurriedly pulled out his phone and called the staff at the sales office to give them instructions. When the two returned to the sales office, the contract was already prepared, and fruits were also available. Jiang Chen glanced at the contract. The house is 120 square meters, plus the cost of the high-end renovation, totaling 2.1 million yuan. After finding no issues, Jiang Chen wrote his parents' names on the contract. He swiped his card, took the keys to the apartment, and walked out confidently. The sales manager would handle the follow-up matters and notify him. After he left, the sales office staff gathered around, staring intently at the contract. Did he really buy the house? Didn't you see? The money was paid in full. The manager is really impressive. After being praised by his subordinates, the sales manager remained calm and said, "It's not because I'm good, it's because the boss is good. He has the money, I'm just a referral agent. You could have closed the deal too, but since I'm the manager, I'll treat you all to a big dinner tonight." Chapter 174, Investment Mindset. From finishing dinner and buying the house to paying and closing the deal, Jiang Chen used money to smooth the way, and including the time spent running back and forth, it only took about 40 minutes. When he returned home, he saw his parents chatting with Kasia. The two elders were overjoyed, chattering non-stop, while Kasia's expression was twisted and odd. She wanted to leave but dared not. This time, the boss had specially brought her back. Among so many options, he had chosen her. Another important point was that the two people in front of her were the boss's parents. No matter how unhappy she felt, she had to listen to them. Unless she didn't want to work there anymore and wanted to quit and leave. When Jiang Chen returned, all three stood up, and Kasia was purely excited. Jiang's father asked in confusion, "Xiao Jiang, didn't you say you were going to buy a house? Why are you back so soon? Did you forget any documents?" "No." Jiang Chen shook his head. "I came back to tell you that the house is already bought, fully renovated. You can move in with your furniture and belongings, or without them if you prefer. The house is in Century Huafu. All the paperwork has been handled for us. Do I need to call the moving company?" Jiang's father and mother were both stunned. A house in Century Huafu was bought so quickly? Jiang's mother was the first to react, speaking urgently, "Xiao Chen, you haven't paid yet, did you negotiate the price? Although we're all from the same hometown, prices still need to be negotiated. We can't let ourselves be shortchanged. Haggling is my specialty." Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry, "Mom, there's really no need. I've already bought the house. I'll take the two of you to see it. I feel the money was well spent, and it's a comfortable place to live." After some persuasion, Jiang's mother gave up the idea of going back to the Century Huafu sales office to negotiate. Of course, if she wasn't satisfied with the property at the sales office, there would inevitably be some commotion. With Kasia joining them, the four of them arrived at Century Huafu. Jiang Chen held the car keys and opened each door one by one, finding everything well arranged. Jiang's father suggested, "Honey, this place is great. Why don't we move here permanently and leave the old house idle? After all, we don't interact much with the neighbors, and a new environment would be better." "No way." John's mother explained seriously, "We've endured so much discrimination in the past, we can't just let it go like this. No matter what, we have to wait until the house is renovated and live there for a few days before deciding." Jiang Chen nodded and said, "You're right. I'll handle the renovations for the old house. You two don't need to worry about it." Meanwhile, the sales manager was currently summoning the head of the business development department, Zhu Peng. "Zhu, do you remember the young man who was looking to buy a house earlier?" Zhu Peng nodded. "I remember him. He spoke very confidently, but I wonder if he has the means to back it up. Did he disappoint you?" He added to himself, "Well, he's still young. How could he afford a house worth several million without his parents?" The sales manager, hearing this, smiled smugly. "Ah, this time you were wrong, Zhu. Not only did the young man buy the house, but he paid the full amount in one go. He's got money." I mentioned the topic of investing in Lotus Garden to him, but he said, "If there's an opportunity, I'll invest a little." Zhu Peng furrowed his brows, stood up, and asked, "Are you serious? Did he really say that? If that's the case, he'll have to pay them a visit. The tourism project in Liancheng desperately needs external funding. However, the demand for external funding is significant, and it's not easy to secure, which is why it's been delayed until now." Exactly. I even emphasized that the Lotus Garden project requires an investment of several hundred million, yet they still don't seem to care much. The sales manager replied honestly. "What's the young man's name?" Xu Peng took a deep breath, suppressing the flutter in his heart. "Do you know where he is now, or what his hobbies are?" The sales manager scratched his head. "I don't know that. The contract only lists the parents' names, and you know the address of the house. He should be surnamed Xin." "Go ask around." Zhu Peng sighed helplessly. "He should be surnamed Xin. Can you be more specific? If he gets the surname wrong, it'll be even harder to convince them to invest in the Lotus Garden." Xu Peng thought for a moment and eventually set off alone for Century Mansion with a bottle of wine. He knew exactly where those few fully renovated houses were located and had wanted to buy one for a long time, but unfortunately, he never had the money. At least he knew the way. After Jiang Chen and his family finished viewing the house, the four of them gathered in the living room to discuss matters. However, Kasia and Jiang Chen were just tagging along after all, they wouldn't be spending much time here in the future. Amid the debate, Jiang's father and mother decided which pieces of furniture from their hometown to sell or keep. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. Hello, is anyone home? They haven't even moved in yet. Who would come visiting? Could it be the real estate agents? Jiang Chen felt something was off and stood up, holding Kasha back. I'll go check. Stay here and don't move. Kasha lowered her head. All right. Jiang Chen opened the door and saw the middle-aged man who had helped him by the house earlier, holding a bottle of wine. It seems those words were indeed effective, though he arrived rather quickly. The middle-aged man spoke first. Hello, I'm Zhu Pang, the director of the business development department. I've come by today to introduce myself to you, the boss. We're all from Liancheng. It's not good to be too formal. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. All right, but my parents are inside discussing some matters. Shall we talk outside? By the way, my name is Jiang Chen. Just call me by my name. There's no need to address me as boss. Zhu Pang nodded with a pleased expression. No problem. How about the cafe next to Century Mansion? Sure, I'll wait for you there. Jiang Chen spoke, then ran into the room to inform his parents and Kasha before coming back out. Since his parents refused to follow him and wanted to stay in Liancheng to live, he had to pave the way for them. At least, when they walked the streets of Liancheng, no one would dare to bully them, and if they needed help, people would come to his face. In China, connections and networks are everywhere, whether you're powerful or not. When Jiang Chen came out again, Zhu Pang was still waiting. He gestured forward with his hand. Please. Inside the Century Mansion cafe. After ordering 2 coffees, Zhu Pang remained silent, and Jiang Chen also said nothing. The two fell into a quiet conversation. After a while, Zhu Pang suddenly asked, Mr. Jiang, where are you developing your career? At your age, you can already afford to buy a house outright. When I was your age, I was still working in a factory. Jiang Chen smiled. It's not bad. I'm developing in both Magic City and South City. I came back home this time to take a look. The changes at home are quite significant. Zhu Pang sighed. That's true, but the pace of development is still slow. We haven't managed to lift ourselves out of poverty yet. Jiang Chen tapped the table with one hand, his mind already at work. He had only had a vague plan before, but now that he was actually considering an investment, there were many aspects to consider. At the very least, it had to be effective. Otherwise, investing billions and seeing no improvement would be a complete waste of effort. Chapter 175, Company Representatives Visit. At the coffee shop next to Century Huafu, Zhu Pang stared nervously at the young man across from him, feeling a bit anxious. He felt he had made his intentions clear. Everyone in Liancheng knew that Zhu Pang, the director of investment promotion, had been busy with the Lotus Garden project. Due to a lack of funds, the project had been struggling and hadn't made much progress. After waiting for a while, Zhu Pang said awkwardly, although we haven't yet lifted the poverty cap, once the Lotus Garden is developed, it will boost the county town. And develop tourism, our poverty alleviation efforts will move faster. However, there is still a funding shortfall. As a native of Liancheng, would Mr. Jiang be willing to offer some support? Stop. Jiang Chen waved his hand to cut him off. Let's be straightforward about this. I've been doing well in my business and have made some money. Now I want to give back to my hometown and help the people of the county earn money. That's not a problem, after all, I grew up here. But I can't operate at a loss. I want to do something that doesn't cover its costs, and I want to invest just because you say so. A tourism project, especially one that's been delayed for so long, requires at least tens of millions of dollars. Although that's small change for Jiang Chen, he doesn't want to give others the impression that his money is easy to come by. A favor is easily forgotten, but a debt is never forgotten. If there's a first time, there will be a second. Zhu Peng naturally understood this. He had come today just to feel out the situation. If the talks are tight and he is unwilling to invest, then he'll just keep waiting and see. Once the higher-ups deem it feasible and allocate funds, he'll proceed then. So, Mr. Jiang, what do you think would be reasonable? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, all right, I happen to have an investment company. I'll have them come over for an inspection and see what the final outcome is. If the overall economic level of Liancheng can improve, I'll be happy too. Then we'll look forward to your company sending someone to investigate. I'll accompany them and provide an explanation. Zhu Peng stood up and smiled. That's fine. Jiang Chen shrugged. I have some matters to attend to with my parents, so I'll head over first. We'll stay in touch. After exchanging contact information with the other party, Jiang Chen waved goodbye and left, taking the opportunity to send a message to Li Wanqing. As a boss, having employees under one's command means making good use of them. The achievements they make, though their own, can also be considered the boss's. Back at the house in Century Mansion, Mr. Jiang and Mrs. Zhang were arguing over whether to throw away the old wardrobe or keep it. Zhang's mother was sentimental, while Zhang's father found it troublesome to move it, leading to a disagreement. Jiang Chen sighed helplessly and didn't get involved. If he spoke up, the topic might veer off in another direction. Women's focus can sometimes be so peculiar. Casa chimed in, Zhang Ge, Zhang Bomu is so attached to old things. She's a good homemaker with a kind personality. Why won't Uncle Jiang agree? Jiang Chen grimaced, I'm not really sure either. You go tell them. I've already arranged for the moving truck. The construction crew will arrive in the countryside tomorrow or the day after to paint the walls and renovate. We need to hurry. Never mind, I'll go myself. Jiang Chen suddenly shook his head, went up to explain the reason, and upon hearing about the moving truck, Jiang's father didn't say anything else. It's a good thing your wife is attached to old things. Bring them over if you want, but those TVs can all be sold. The appliances here are all ours, and they're still new. Jiang's father said, then added, we might as well call a scrap collector. It's already in this state anyway. All right then. Jiang Chen drove, and the family returned home. Casa was left behind to clean up and pack some things. Meanwhile, at Tanchang Real Estate in South City, Li Wanqin, since taking over Jiang Chen's project proposal, had been following his instructions and overseeing the plan from a strategic level. Ignoring minor gains and losses, the plan was executed smoothly. Occasionally, she invested a little of her own money and made some extra profit. The rest of the company followed suit, and everyone who made money became even more obedient to Li Wanqin. At that moment, Li Wanqin was still studying Jiang Chen's proposal, trying to analyze the methods for making money. Since the proposal was nearing completion, she wanted to launch her own project and give it a try. Ding dong! Her phone rang with a distinctive notification sound. Li Wanqin glanced at it, hesitated to look, but decided to open it anyway. Her special contact, aside from her parents, was only one person, someone she greatly admired. If it was him, she had to check it. Sure enough, it was a message from Jiang Chen. After reading the message, Li Wanqin quickly opened her phone's map app and searched for information about Lianqing and the Lotus Garden. Jiang Zon's hometown was actually there. Could she go visit his parents? Investment. This would be a great opportunity to apply some of the insights I've gained. I could give it a try. It's been ages since I last saw the boss. He really is something, he just told the security guard when he passed by, and didn't he even come back to visit? She muttered excitedly, her eyes sparkling. Although Jiang Chen, their boss, wasn't there, they worked more leisurely, and everything went smoothly. But that was for others. For Li Wanqin, the boss was more than just a boss. Going to another city for an investment project wouldn't be done alone. As the manager, once she gave an order, people would get to work. However, Li Wanqin didn't mention that she was going to the boss's hometown to discuss the investment, which might mean she'd see him. Otherwise, the people going would argue for a long time. Jiang Chen didn't set a specific time for Li Wanqin, he just said he'd come by in the next couple of days to figure out the details. The investment amount for the Lotus Garden, the specific funding allocation, and so on. When Li Wanqin called him the next morning, it startled him. Jiang Chen asked uncertainly, Wanqin, what did you just say? You've already arrived there? Yes, Li Wanqin said excitedly. To be precise, we arrived in Lianqing last night, but it was already late, so we didn't mention it. Now, who should we talk to about the investment plan? Mr. Jiang, I'll go meet you first and discuss it in person. Jiang Chen felt a bit helpless. He had already returned to his hometown, yet there was still a young woman coming to visit him. If Li Shang found out, he'd be furious. John's mother's voice came from the kitchen. Xiao Chen, who are you talking to? Look at that smile on your face. It's not another girl, is it? Jiang father chuckled, that's skill. Look at Kasha's confused expression. You wouldn't dare speak Mandarin, would you? They had already moved to their new home, and the old house was under construction by a construction crew. Hearing this, Zhang's mother glared at her husband, feeling helpless and not knowing what to say. As a woman, she naturally sided with other women, but her son came first. She hoped her son would date several girls and choose the most suitable one, but she was also conflicted. If it were a daughter, she would want her boyfriend to be loyal and not have any other intentions. It was a conflict, but it was the truth. Especially in the current environment, where everyone is talking about how hard it is to find a good wife. Chapter 176, Jiang Chen's Obsession. Am I laughing happily? No, I was just laughing out of helplessness. I wouldn't dare to be smug. Jiang Chen covered his mouth and coughed once. Mom, I'm chatting with my company's employees. We're planning to invest in a project in Liancheng. It's the one at the Lotus Garden. I'm leading the project, which will drive the economic development of the entire Liancheng area. But she is indeed a female employee. Although they didn't understand much about economic development, John's father and mother had one feeling: their son was doing something big. John's father nodded and said, alright, go ahead and do what you need to do. Don't worry about home, nothing will go wrong. The 2 pills you gave me last time were really effective. I feel full of energy now. I know what you mean. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. The 2 special pills produced by the system had eliminated all the cancer cells and also helped to improve blood circulation. How could his body not be in good condition? Unless he contracts another illness in the future, he won't feel any discomfort. But that's in the future. Jiang Chen has accumulated quite a bit of his godly fortune points and hasn't even tried his luck yet. With a bit of luck, he might still win those medications in the lottery. Li Wanqin sent another message, Mr. Jiang, boss, where is your address? Should I bring people over or come alone? I've brought over 20 people from the company, we can squeeze in if we have to. Jiang Chen glanced at his phone, grimaced, and replied, Century Huafu Building 13. Come alone. I'll be there soon. Li Wanqin replied instantly. This little girl is getting smarter and smarter. Jiang Chen sighed and sent another message to Zhu Peng. Personal investments and company investments are different, but since the company is Jiang Chen's personal one, it shouldn't matter much. It didn't take long for Li Wanqin to arrive at the entrance of Century Huafu, following the navigation and directions from passers-by. She didn't go inside right away but first took out her compact mirror and makeup kit to touch up her makeup. Once she felt satisfied, she smiled sweetly and walked inside. When she arrived, Zhu Peng was already talking to Jiang Chen, holding a briefcase, and had exchanged a few words with Jiang Chen's parents. As the head of the investment promotion department, Zhu Peng's capabilities were beyond question, and his interpersonal skills were impeccable. Occasionally, he exchanged polite words with Jiang's parents, which made the two elders very excited. They were ordinary people, and speaking with the head of the investment promotion department gave them a sense of pride and honor. After all, the man before them had come to discuss a project with their son, and he was shorter than their son by a full head. Casa sat to the side, watching. She didn't say much because she didn't have much to talk about. Zhu Peng, believing he didn't speak foreign languages, abandoned the idea of greeting her and merely nodded in acknowledgement. Li Wanqin knocked on the door at that moment, smiling and saying, Mr. Jiang, hello. Finally got to meet you. You passed by the company and didn't come in to say hello. She then walked over to Jiang Chen and asked cautiously, who are these gentlemen? Jiang Chen introduced them, this is Zhu Peng, the director of the investment promotion department from Liancheng. He is in charge of the Lotus Garden project. Mr. Zhu, this is our company's employee, Li Wanqin, responsible for this investment project. The two shook hands and smiled in greeting, hello. After shaking hands, Li Wanqin turned to Jiang's parents, you must be Mr. Jiang's parents. I've heard so much about you. I've always admired Mr. Jiang and have been eager to meet you both. The two elders smiled and nodded. However, Jiang's mother glanced up and down at Li Wanqin. The places she noticed were a bit peculiar. This woman seemed to have feelings for Xiao Chen as well? When Li Wanqin saw Kasia, her eyes narrowed slightly, but she said nothing. Discussing investment projects wasn't appropriate here, so Jiang Chen didn't follow them. Instead, he told Li Wanqin and Zhu Peng to find a place on their own. No matter how the discussions went, he only needed to be informed of the final outcome. Understanding the project, investigating resources, and conducting reviews, all of these steps must be completed. It would take at least 4 or 5 days to reach a conclusion. The final decision would be made by him. As soon as the two left, the atmosphere grew quiet. Jiang's mother asked, Xiao Chen, was that woman earlier one of your subordinates following your instructions? And that Jew minister, he was so polite today, and such a nice person. They're my subordinates. Jiang Chen nodded, there are others who didn't come here, they'll return once everything is settled. Jiang's father, however, had a sour taste in his mouth, Zhu has always been like that. Everyone in Liancheng knows it. Seeing the two elders about to start arguing again, Jiang Chen smiled and interrupted them, Dad, Mom, once the project at the Lotus Garden is finalized, I'll take you to South City and Magic City for a trip. We'll also stop by Beijing for a visit and explore around. By the time we finish our trip, if the renovation at the old house is moving quickly, it should be mostly done. John's father and mother exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Alright, let's go check out your company then. In the following days, Jiang Chen had little to do, occasionally visiting his hometown to check on the renovation progress. He made sure all the materials used were eco-friendly. As for Li Wanqin, she was with the staff from Tiancheng Real Estate, discussing matters with Zhu Peng. Every night was the most tiring time for Jiang Chen, as he had to sleep with Kasia. However, he had a stubborn desire to wait until they were on the plane to do it. He had slept in the underground area many times before and had lost the novelty of it. Kasia had to resort to the same tactic from the first night, coming once every 2 days. If she came every day, she would absolutely not be able to handle it. Time flies, and 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Jiang Chen clearly felt the changes happening around him. Firstly, Kasia no longer feared him but instead stared at him with a resentful gaze every day. Her face would occasionally flush, and she would rush to the bathroom frequently. Jiang's parents, on the other hand, had begun their retirement life, enjoying tea, chess, and square dancing, having a great time. They cooked dinner every day and then went out. Jiang Chen pretended not to notice these changes. There was nothing he could do about it. Let her be resentful if she must. After all, it was his unusual request that had made Kasia feel so uncomfortable. She was starting to doubt her boss's abilities in that department. How could he not react at all after seeing a beautiful woman every day? On the 5th day, Jiang Chen returned from the countryside after checking on the renovation progress. Li Wanqin sent him a message, Mr. Jiang, I have completed the investigation into the Lotus Garden project and need to report in person. Come to the cafe next to Century Huafu. Whereas Xu Peng, Xu, the minister, has already left. I've consulted your opinion and will respond to him accordingly. Chapter 177, Signing Ceremony. At the coffee shop next to Century Huafu, Jiang Chen parked his car and had just walked inside for a short while. Li Wanqin walked in holding a document. Having been following Xu Peng around for research and inspections these past few days, her complexion wasn't as radiant as when she first arrived, appearing slightly rough. She looked around, her eyes lighting up, and hurried toward Jiang Chen's seat. Mr. Jiang, the Lotus Garden project you assigned me to investigate is complete. Here are the results of my research. Glancing at the documents handed to him, Jiang Chen casually took them. Sit down first. Just tell me your assessment of the situation verbally. I'll review the documents later. Li Wanqin organized her thoughts before speaking. Mr. Jiang, the Lotus Garden project has already attracted several investors, but it hasn't shown any progress. Previous investors were all operating at a loss due to insufficient funding. If we want to see results, we'll need to invest at least 10 billion yuan, and the return on investment will take a long time. It might take 3 years just to recoup the principal. Construction also takes time. From the company's perspective, we don't recommend investing here, but since it's your hometown, it could help boost local prosperity. Jiang Chen tapped the table repeatedly. If the funding is sufficient, can we recoup our investment in 3 years and start making a profit afterward? Wouldn't 10 billion yuan just be thrown away like the previous investors, with no results to show for it? He doesn't place much value on the 1 billion yuan investment at this point, but he still stands by his previous statement. We can't waste our efforts on something with no prospects. If there's no hope, we should cut our losses early. No. Li Wanqin said confidently, construction will take about 2 years, and we'll start breaking even in the 3rd year, then begin making a profit afterward. Lianqing, though located in the mountains, has excellent natural surroundings and will attract a large number of tourists. This area has the potential to become a tourist attraction, but it hasn't been developed yet. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Alright, I can invest the 10 billion. Go talk to Xu Peng. Do you need me to intervene? Li Wanqin replied frankly, it's necessary. The county magistrate of Lianqing will be involved, and my rank isn't high enough. Plus, I've heard even the mayor will personally oversee it. Alright, go handle it as soon as possible. Once this matter is resolved, I still have a lot of other things to attend to. Jiang Chen felt a bit helpless. He hadn't expected that such a small investment would require the county magistrate and mayor to get involved. A director of the investment promotion department should be able to handle everything perfectly, shouldn't they? Seeing her boss's disdainful expression, Li Wanqin didn't know how to respond. After Jiang Chen invited Li Wanqin to have a cup of coffee, she hurriedly left. That same afternoon, an emergency meeting was convened at the government office building in Lianqing. This meeting was led by Zhu Peng, the head of the investment promotion department, who stood at the front to explain the situation. Other departments such as the environmental protection department and tax department were seated on the sides. Cough. Xu Peng cleared his throat twice and said, the reason we called everyone here today is primarily due to the investment in the Lotus Garden scenic area. Lotus flowers have always been of Lianqing, but we haven't utilized them well, and the funds we applied for are difficult to secure. This time, I have connected with a prominent businessman from Lianqing, Mr. Jiang Chen, who has expressed interest in investing 10 billion yuan to develop this project. If successful, it will significantly boost our county's GDP and drive overall development. The county magistrate looked around. I called everyone here because we need to go through your procedures and resolve this quickly. If Lianqing develops well, the mayor will be very pleased, and he will be arriving here tomorrow. Those present understood this as a warning not to cause trouble or delay the process. After all, this is a 10 billion yuan investment project. If the money passes through the right hands a few times, a little manipulation could result in significant gains. If some can't get their share, they'll delay at a critical juncture, dragging things out for 10 days or half a month. The county magistrate is determined to boost GDP to pave the way for promotion, so he naturally needs to lay the groundwork. He understands the ins and outs of the situation. By giving a heads up now, it will save a lot of trouble later. That's only natural. If it can drive the development of Lianqing, we should push it through as soon as possible. We wouldn't even hesitate to present him with a banner of gratitude. You're right. It's good to have our own people from Lianqing. Without help, we'll have to do it ourselves. When will the signing ceremony take place? Let us finalize this matter as soon as possible. As they spoke, all eyes turned to Xu Peng, as he was the one who had arranged the investment and the personnel. Mr. Jiang's men have already conveyed that intention to me. Why not wait until the mayor arrives tomorrow and hold a signing ceremony? Make it more grand, preferably broadcast on TV to attract more investors to build our hometown. After Xu Peng finished speaking, he looked at the county magistrate, as all these decisions required his approval. Alright, Minister Xu makes a good point. Then gather all the TV station staff from the county tomorrow. Afterward, we'll promote it extensively. Check with Mr. Jiang to see if he's okay with a live broadcast. Meeting adjourned. After discussing it thoroughly, the county magistrate made the final decision on the spot. No one objected, and no one dared to speak up. At this point, speaking out would raise suspicions. Xu Ping confirmed the mayor's arrival time for tomorrow and immediately sent a message to Li Wanqin. Ms. Li, the signing ceremony will take place at 2 p.m. tomorrow at Lianqing Lotus Garden. What do you think? Can Mr. Jiang accept the live broadcast? We will extensively promote his achievements to ensure that everyone in Lianqing remembers his kindness. Upon receiving the message, Li Wanqin dared not make a decision on her own and immediately relayed it to Jiang Chen. A signing ceremony and live broadcast? Jiang Chen looked at the message and felt a bit uneasy. It all seems too good to be true. Wanqin, tell them it's all good. I'll bring my parents along tomorrow. Anyway, this way, he won't be at a disadvantage. It's also a good opportunity for my parents to meet the county magistrate and the mayor of Lianqing. Just make sure they don't appear on camera. Once they get to know each other, combined with the contributions he has made to Lianqing, the higher-ups won't be able to ignore him if something comes up. Jiang Chen's intentions were quickly conveyed to Xu Ping, who agreed in advance and accepted all the requirements. He was afraid that if even one demand was refused, Jiang Chen would withdraw his investment. 10 billion yuan might not seem like much to Jiang Chen, but for Xu Ping and his team, it was a fortune. Chapter 178, Inspection. What? Xiao Chun, you want us to go down tomorrow to attend some ceremony and meet the mayor and county magistrate? Let's just forget it. You go alone. We don't want to embarrass you. John's father shook his head repeatedly after hearing Jiang Chen's words. His face showed excitement, anxiety, and more than anything, he dared not step forward. John's mother was also at a loss, following her husband's lead. All she could think was how impressive her son had become. He could go abroad to find a girlfriend, and upon returning, even the county magistrate and the village chief would have to revolve around him. Jiang Chen could only feel helpless. His parents were just farmers. The world seemed so small to them, and without anyone to take them out to see it, they would be stuck there forever. Dad, what are you saying? You're my father. When you go there, they'll be begging to flatter you. How could you embarrass me? Just think of it as a casual meeting. I'll tell the local TV station not to bother you. When we get back to the village, you can brag to the neighbors. Jiang Chen tried to persuade him while giving a glance to Kasha, who was watching the scene, signaling her to come help. Kasha puffed out her cheeks but still stepped forward to persuade him in fluent Chinese. After a while, Jiang's father hesitated and asked, "Are you sure everything you said is true? Will my wife and I be okay if we go? What documents should we bring, or should we wear new clothes?" Seeing that his parents had agreed, Jiang Chen waved his hand and said, "You two just go as you are now. I guarantee nothing will happen. I'll handle everything. Perhaps before the signing ceremony, the two of you might even get to shake hands with the county magistrate." John's father was about to say something, but John's mother pulled him back. "Our son has already said he'll handle it. Don't say anything else. Let's wait until tomorrow afternoon. Come here, I need to tell you something." The two elders walked aside to whisper, occasionally interrupted by John's father's laughter. Jiang Chen looked at Kasha and asked, "Do you want to go take a look? Since we've brought her back, we should make proper arrangements. We can't just ignore her." He had already told the other party that he planned to wait until the Airbus A380 was modified and then take her on a flight, traveling thousands of miles in a single day. After that, Kasha no longer had a resentful expression on her face. She could understand everything he said. She hesitated for a moment, then shook her head slightly and said, "Let's not. I heard that things are better in big cities, but in smaller towns, locals are very hostile toward foreigners. I don't want to be looked at strangely. Jiangge, I'll wait here for you and watch your livestream at the same time." Jiang Chen thought for a moment and nodded. "That's fine. Lianqing shouldn't have that kind of thing. If you don't want to go, then don't." He made arrangements for his family, while on the other side, Li Wanqin was also making arrangements. This was her first project worth 10 billion yuan. Even the business plan Jiang Chen had given her before hadn't involved such a large sum of money. Although the 10 billion wasn't paid in one go, it was all about the reputation and the resume. In the future, she could tell others that she had negotiated a 10 billion yuan project. The signing ceremony was one of the proofs. Someone raised their hand and volunteered, "Ms. Li, please assign me to go. I haven't reviewed the contract thoroughly yet, just in case they make changes." "Right, take me along too. I can review the contract and help maintain a professional presence. I want to go too. This is a 10 billion yuan signing ceremony, sisterly." Over 20 people were raising their hands to volunteer, leaving Li Wanqin with a headache. It was easy to call people to do things at the time, but now the consequences are showing. Assigning anyone is a challenge. Everyone wants to look good on their resume. Even if it's just a minor role, it's still an honor. Li Wanqin could only say, "I'll ask the official staff from Lianqing if they can squeeze all of us in." Soon, she received a definitive response. They could join the crowd, but only a few would be allowed on stage. After all, the signing ceremony had the village chief and county magistrate present, along with other officials. Adding another 20 people would be chaos. Li Wanqing made a decision. Everyone can attend as observers, but only one of you will be selected to sign on stage. The boss will be on stage, I should go up. Never mind, let's give more opportunities and select two. The employees of Tiancheng Real Estate immediately started arguing, and eventually, the two who had contributed the most were selected. Time passed quickly, and the next morning arrived soon. Century Mansion, Jiang Chen's home. Although he had said yesterday that anyone could wear whatever they wanted, Jiang's father and mother still got up early to change into newer clothes. Honey, come take a look at this outfit I bought last time we went shopping. Is it okay? Jiang's mother put down the mirror and glanced at it casually. It's fine. This dismissive attitude wasn't acceptable, and Jiang's father immediately grew dissatisfied, demanding another look. Their voices weren't too loud, but Jiang Chen, who was sleeping, was woken up by the noise. On the other hand, Kasha, who had been working alone again yesterday and was indeed tired, was sleeping soundly and wasn't disturbed. Dad, Mom, it's almost ready. The signing ceremony won't take more than an hour. Jiang Chen thought for a moment. If we hurry, maybe we can finish in half an hour. Besides, it's only 8 in the morning. We still have 6 hours left. All right. Jiang's father shook his head. Let's just wait until this afternoon then. Jiang's mother said, Xiao Chen, get up and don't sleep anymore. I'll go make breakfast. Jiang Chen muttered under his breath, it's not my fault you woke me up. He was dragged out of bed to eat, but Kasha and the old folks didn't bother with him. In their words, people have different lifestyles. It's fine not to eat breakfast usually, they have it together with lunch. Jiang Chen said nothing in response, choosing to listen and accept it. Meanwhile, over at the Lotus Garden, staff members were already busy at work. The signing ceremony couldn't be held under the sun, so a temporary shelter needed to be set up, also considering the live stream. The shelter couldn't be too shabby, as the village chief, county magistrate, and the investment boss would all be attending, so they couldn't afford to be careless. TV station live broadcast personnel had already arrived to scout the location and install cameras. Two staff members whispered to each other. Hey, I heard that the investor behind the Lotus Garden project is a big boss from Lianqing, giving back to his hometown. I'm not sure, but apparently some high-ranking officials will be making an appearance, and several journalists have already arrived. Let us wait and see. It starts at 2 p.m. I wonder which village that investor is from. What's the big deal? Just because he's from your village, you can brag about it? It's more like your family is bragging. Even if it's from the village, you can still brag. The two were arguing, but suddenly fell silent. In the distance, Zhu Peng was accompanying a middle-aged man, pointing out the Lotus Garden from time to time. Those in the know were aware that the middle-aged man in front was none other than Zhang, the county magistrate of Lianqing. Even these two had come to preview the event, which showed how much importance was placed on the signing ceremony later that afternoon. Chapter 179, A Subtle Reminder. Little Zhu, you did a good job on this matter. Since the higher-ups didn't provide support, we can still manage with the help of our fellow villagers. However, you must take good care of that investor, Jiang Chen, and make sure the signing ceremony this afternoon is held with great pomp and ceremony. Before I arrived, I had someone investigate his background. Do you know what I found out? County Magistrate Zhang said this with a mysterious smile on his face, looking quite proud. Seeing the county magistrate in such a mood, Zhu Peng whispered in agreement, what is so special about him? County Magistrate Zhang shook his head slightly, not just special, he's a genius of Lianqing City. From starting from scratch to founding his company and amassing a fortune of hundreds of billions, he did it all in this time. As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved it. Zhu Peng was taken aback. 6 years? That's indeed a genius. It's a blessing for Lianqing. If we manage it well, it'll be incredible. Ah, little Zhu, you're being short-sighted. County Magistrate Zhang said excitedly, it was around 6 months, though the exact time is hard to pin down. Though hard to believe, it's the truth. Zhu Peng's pupils contracted, and he couldn't speak. At their first meeting, the young man didn't look anything like a billionaire. He just spent money lavishly and didn't think much about what he bought. From now on, we'll have to be more polite when we meet. Zhu Peng shook his head with a wry smile. Although there isn't much direct connection between officials and businessmen, there's still a significant overlap. Building good relationships with major businessmen is very important. Take Jiang Chen's case, for example. He directly invested 10 billion in Lianqing, boosting the city's GDP. But he could have invested elsewhere. Changing it to South City or another location was simply because this was his hometown. Of course, Zhu Peng also played a role in this. And the ones who benefit the most from boosting Lianqing's GDP are officials like them. If he were to fall out with Jiang Chen, he could simply withdraw his investment and move his family elsewhere. County Magistrate Zhang shook his head slightly and said, it's not just about being polite, you have to be extremely courteous. You'll understand once you're promoted to a higher position. The friendship with Jiang Chen is very useful, it can provide conveniences. Once this project is completed, I will take up my new position. Zhu Peng's expression grew serious, and he immediately understood that this was a hint. Daring not to ask more, Zhu Peng whispered, I'll remember. Should I drive over to pick him up this afternoon? Alright, you go pick up Jiang Chen, and I'll go pick up the chairman. Both sides must be handled with care. Make sure to send 3 cars to pick them up. After arranging the afternoon itinerary, County Magistrate Zhang took a few more laps around the site and was fairly satisfied with the current progress of the shantytown. He left in a good mood, planning to come back later in the afternoon. Xu Peng didn't rush to leave but stayed to watch at the Lotus Garden. The project he had been working on for years was finally about to come to fruition. In the distance, staff members had already unfurled the banners. The large banners were highly eye-catching. Some passers-by rushed over to gather around. This area was somewhat of a tourist spot, attracting many visitors on regular days. What's this? A warm welcome for returning hometown residents to invest in and develop their hometown? Mr. Jiang investing in the Lotus Garden? A signing ceremony? Someone immediately read the banner aloud, finishing it with a jump. It's really happening. I heard rumors about this earlier, but I thought it was just a rumor. Who is this Mr. Jiang? He's also from Lianshan, but they didn't even mention his full name. With so many people here, who would know? Just wait. They're starting to set up now. It won't begin until the afternoon. We'll hear more in a few days. The Lotus Garden isn't a small project, it's large in scale and requires significant investment. The onlookers chatted and commented as they watched. While curious about the identity of the mysterious investor, they didn't dwell on it too much. In Lianqing, even a minor incident would quickly spread, and within 2 days, everyone would know who the investor was. Xu Peng also noticed the crowd but didn't say anything and left directly. At 1:30 p.m., with about half an hour left, the signing ceremony was about to begin. Zhang's father and mother were trying on clothes, with Kasha as a reference. Jiang Chen was lying on the sofa, legs crossed, occasionally eating a piece of fruit, looking very relaxed. As for going to persuade them? He wasn't going to bother. As long as the 2 elders were happy, that was fine. Jiang Chen's father's excited voice came from the room. Little Jiang, how do I look in this outfit? The one you bought for me last time. I feel like it really brings out my personality. Dad. Jiang Chen said helplessly, if you wore the jade I gave you and the watch together, it would definitely look great. But you look pretty good as you are now. Jiang's father laughed proudly, that's great, hee hee. Speaking of which, Jiang's mother started nagging again, Xiao Chen, you're the same. Why did you buy such expensive things for us? They cost tens of thousands of dollars. You've already found a girlfriend, but you're not married yet, so Kasha can't control you. Jiang Chen smiled sweetly, Mom, if you wear that jade Buddha, you'll look 10 years younger. That's just pocket change. I've told you, I'm investing 10 billion in the Lotus Garden this time, but you just won't believe me. At this point, they were speaking Mandarin to accommodate Kasha, the outsider. Kasha muttered to herself, he's the boss. Being one of his women is already enough for me. How dare I meddle? But she could only keep these thoughts to herself, afraid to speak them aloud, as doing so would cause a big problem. The 2 elders just smiled and didn't take it seriously, thinking their son was reassuring them. However, the items had already been purchased, and returning them was clearly out of the question. They were carefully stored away. Jiang Chen felt helpless about this and thought to himself that next time he bought gifts, he would tell his parents they were all counterfeit, so they wouldn't have to worry. Whether the items were good or not, as long as he felt comfortable using them, that was enough. Those who knew the difference would recognize it. Squeak! Outside the door, the sound of a car braking echoed. Jiang Chen got up from the sofa, I'll go out and take a look. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Xu Peng walking toward him from a distance, with 3 black Volkswagens parked in the distance. Mr. Zhu, what do you mean by this? Xu Peng smiled and said, time is almost up, and I was worried you'd have to find a place to go on your own, so I came to pick you up. 3 cars just right for your parents to come along too. The director will be there shortly as well. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Such service? He nodded immediately, alright, my parents are still getting dressed. They'll be ready soon. I'll go tell them. Inside, Zhang's father and mother had overheard the conversation. By the time he went in, the 2 elders had already finished getting ready and looked quite formal. Shall we leave now? Jiang Chen nodded, Minister Zhu is still waiting outside. We can't keep him waiting. Let's go now. Chapter 180, The dust settles, Jiang Chen begins to form plans. Driving from Century Mansion to Lotus Garden didn't take long. They arrived in just over 10 minutes. There were only 17 minutes left until 2 o'clock, and a higher-ranking official was on his way. At that moment, staff members were already on site at Lotus Garden, maintaining order and preventing onlookers from getting too close. The surrounding crowd paid no heed, pointing and gesturing from a distance. Some younger women even pulled out their phones to take photos and post them on social media. Under the temporary shelters, officials from various government departments in Lianqing had all gathered there, setting up chairs, placing a bottle of mineral water at each seat, and preparing the signing documents. Li Wanqin, accompanied by 2 assistants, stood by to review the documents for any changes and check the contract terms. When 3 black Volkswagens pulled up, Jiang Chen and his parents got out, becoming the center of attention. Hey, isn't that Zhu Minister behind him? It's Minister Zhu. Who are those people? How dare they have Minister Zhu following behind them and being so polite? Especially that young man, look at his calm expression. Could he be the investor? No way. That young man can't be older than 26. Do you think he has a fortune of over $1 million? Not necessarily. You're underestimating our Liancheng. A knowledgeable person nearby remarked, although Liancheng is a poor county, we still have abundant land resources. This Lotus Garden project alone requires an investment of at least 100 million. The conversation didn't affect Jiang Chen. Even if he heard it, it wouldn't make much of a splash. He helped his parents to the side, where Li Wanqin approached with 2 subordinates. Before they could react, the 2 subordinates spoke in unison, "Good morning, boss." Jiang Chen waved his hand casually. "Wanqin, keep an eye on the signing ceremony on stage. I'll release the funds to them bit by bit. Make sure no one uses it for other purposes. This negotiation project can be included in your records, but the bonus will be reduced accordingly." Li Wanqin's eyes lit up, and she nodded quickly. "Understood, Mr. Jiang. No problem. The proposal you gave us last time is almost finished." The 2 subordinates behind her were also very happy, as the boss had just mentioned you, meaning everyone would be included. This time, there were over 20 people coming from South City, and many were feeling disappointed. Now that this has been arranged, everything is perfect. The proposal is finished? Jiang Chen muttered in confusion. Looking at Li Wanqin's expectant gaze, he said impatiently, "You're already seasoned employees. You should learn to find projects on your own. I'm the boss. If I keep finding projects for you, why would I even run this company? There can be some losses in the early stages, but if you keep losing money, I'll have to hold you accountable. Keep it under 10 million. Got it, Li Wanqin replied, sounding a bit put out. This scene left Zhang's father and mother speechless. They hadn't believed Jiang Chen's words before, but now they were starting to believe him. Just as they were about to ask more questions, 3 more cars pulled up nearby, the same size as the one that had picked up Jiang Chen. 3 black Volkswagens pulled up, and Zhang Yun, the county magistrate of Liancheng County, stepped out of the middle car, accompanied by an elderly man in his 50s. The elderly man exuded a warm and approachable aura. He waved his hand lightly in all directions, greeting those around him. Unfortunately, few people responded, and those who did so out of respect for Zhang Yun. Jiang's father immediately said, "County Magistrate Jiang is here. Little Jiang, your mother and I will stay here. Go up and take a look, but remember to be polite." Jiang Chen nodded and simultaneously instructed Li Wanqin, who was standing nearby, "There will be media personnel arriving shortly. Do not let them disturb my parents, not even for photos." As long as he didn't reveal himself, aside from those who were close to him or the neighbors who knew him well, no one else would know who his parents were, which would avoid a lot of trouble. Jiang Chen didn't want everyone to swarm after the press conference, unable to find him, and then go looking for his parents just to connect with him. He hadn't seen such things happen, but he'd heard about them many times. Jiang Chen only hopes that his parents can become familiar with the official personnel in Liancheng, so that if anything happens, there will be someone to help. Those with other motives should stay away and not cause trouble. "Alright, Tancheng Real Estate is here to serve you," Li Wanqin replied with a smile. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and muttered, "Don't mess with me. You'll see the consequences later." He didn't linger there any longer and walked toward Zhang Yun, with Zhu Peng following behind. At that moment, the media staff had arrived, and the cameras were rolling. Both parties met in the center of the signing ceremony tent. Zhang Yun smiled and said, "Mr. Jiang, this is Mayor Liu. He was deeply moved by your achievements and came specially to visit. Mayor Liu, he is the young man from Liancheng City who has become a prominent figure in his field. He has returned specially to support the development of his hometown, which is truly rare." Mayor Liu extended his hand and smiled, saying, "Hello. Liancheng needs more people like you. That depends on personal preference." Jiang Chen shook hands with the other party. Afterward, the two faced the media and shook hands, looking into the cameras. The crowd around them erupted into a commotion, everyone pulling out their phones to take photos. "My goodness, that man is actually the mayor. The mayor even shook hands with that young man. This is quite something. I wonder where he's from in Liancheng. Zhang Yun's evaluation of him is so high." That's right, Zhang Yun has always been known for his strictness. On stage, Jiang Chen shook hands with the chairman and then returned to their seats behind the table. Xu Peng and Li Wanqin approached from either side, each holding a document. "Mr. Jiang, the contract terms are all in order. The funds will be divided into 10 installments, but since the construction progress is fast, the payments will also be made quickly. We need your signature." Jiang Chen took it and gave it a quick glance. These terms would have been incomprehensible to him in the past, but after all this time, he understood a bit. After confirming there were no issues, Jiang Chen immediately signed his name and exchanged documents with Zhang Yun from Liancheng. The chairman remained in charge, primarily to demonstrate the importance the higher-ups placed on this collaboration and the honor it represented for returning to the hometown for development. With the exchange of documents, the investment arrangements for this collaboration were officially finalized. Next, as the county magistrate of Lianxing, Zhang Yun delivered a lengthy speech on live television. Zhang Chen was also warmly invited by the director and Zhang Yun to speak a few words. After they had made their appearances, the media staff proceeded to record and broadcast the event.